This is a world where everyone keeps spiritual pets, and strength or dominance over the world is determined by the combat power of the spiritual beast they possess. This young man suddenly finds himself transported into this pet-loving world. Apart from the fact that the body Tabin inhabits is a useless guy who teases his sister, you could also say he's lucky to own a pet shop. Tabin eagerly leaves the house, following the instructions to find his shop, eager to see what it looks like. But when he arrived, he really wasn't sure whether to call this place a store, because it looked more like a dump. The outside was dilapidated and run down, and inside, the pets were all urinating everywhere with a very unpleasant smell. Tabin looked at this scene, feeling utterly disillusioned, thinking he might inherit some kind of treasure from the original owner, but it turned out he was just cleaning up the mess left behind by a debtor. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves and start cleaning, someone suddenly kicked him hard in the back from behind, causing him to fall forward and roll several times on the floor. "Who's there?" Tabin shouted irritably, facing a guy who clearly wasn't a good person. Well, did you forget just after receiving it? I've been waiting for you here all week." Tabin had no impression of this person at all, and temporarily assumed he was an enemy. Before he could respond, the other party shouted again. 3 days. Exactly 3 days. I left my sickly pet in your care, and damn it, you locked it up with 10 lions for 3 days. Do you have any idea how ruthless they can be? Do you know how it has been living these past 3 days? Tabin immediately understood the situation, and then looked at the sickly weak beast, unable to help but feel that the previous owner of this body was also truly immoral. Tabin quickly spoke to soothe him. "I'm really sorry. I'll take care of your pet from now on. Be careful. I won't take a single cent from you. I need a few of your broken coins anyway." The other person gritted their teeth and then ordered their pet to attack. This creature had looked very weak just recently, but after hearing its owner's command, it suddenly became extremely fierce. Before Tabin fully realized what was happening, the animal had already circled behind him, its tail transforming into a sharp, cold sickle that pressed against his neck. Feeling the coldness of the metal, Tabin couldn't help but sweat profusely on his forehead. He silently cursed the original owner for being so desperate that he provoked these people. "Take your time and explain. Can we all sit down and discuss this? How about this? I'll pay you 3 times the amount." Tabin still tried to negotiate. "Huh? Compensation? You turned my battle beast into a wet bear like this. How am I supposed to compensate for that?" The opponent retorted angrily, then his expression suddenly changed. "I got it. Suddenly I thought of a really good idea." After saying that, he ordered his Dark True Wind to use a new move to blow away this beast shop, restoring the prestige of his bloodline White Dragon combat spirit. Tabin was both panicked and helpless as he saw the Black Panther prepare to strike, truly unsure of what to do. Could it be that just arriving here, he was already doomed to lose everything? As a transmigrator, there's no way I could be so useless as to have no battle pet at all. Just as I thought this, a blinding light suddenly descended from the sky, striking Tabin like a lightning bolt. The thug and his sickly companion were both turned to stone, and at the same time, a virtual window appeared in front of Tabin. The suitable target has been identified, and the binding contract begins. Tabin's hanging heart finally lowers. "That's right, you're the one who traveled through time, so of course you have a VIP system following you." Then, a few lines appeared in the fake window in front of you, showing the binding with Roju store. This time it's Tabin's turn to stone and transform. Why am I bound to this shop and not to myself? At first, Tabin reacted as if he had just been bound to some useless system, but after the binding process was complete, the system announced that he was inside a damage-immune shop. So at this moment, any attack against me becomes ineffective. Isn't that just like being invincible? But isn't the bound object this shop? The system read his thoughts and replied, forgetting to mention that when the shop is bound, the owner will also be bound. Tabin was speechless. This system didn't seem very professional. The system's ownership transfer was complete, and space and time immediately returned to normal. The thug and his dark, twisted aura were no longer frozen, and the attack from the beast resumed, but this time Tabin was no longer willing to stand still and take it. Facing the ferocious beast opening its mouth to strike, the simplest way was to clamp its jaws shut. Thinking it through, he charged like a gust of wind and then used his hand to lock its mouth. "What do you want to do to my shop?" Tabin glared and asked coldly. Tatfong Hakam broke out in cold sweat and could only produce pitiful sounds from his throat, saying, "Plug it in for me." Tabin spoke again. This time it's an order? And then Tatfong Hakam, despite feeling extremely humiliated, had to swallow his attack, then collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, with no sign of his usual dominance. After dealing with this pet, Tabin turned to its owner to ask if he had any comments on the service quality of our shop. That thug was very aggressive just now, but after seeing Tubin block Tat Fong Hak Am's attack with his bare hands, he was already pale with fear. No, I didn't. Knowing the opponent's fear, Tabin continued to seize the opportunity to advance. He slowly approached him, saying, "If you have no objections, then let Tat Fong Hak Am stay at our shop for a few more days. I will definitely take good care of it." Although it sounds like a proposal, this guy could feel the murderous aura radiating from Tobin. He felt like he was about to be silenced for good. So, without any warning, both Tat Fong Hak Am and its owner immediately ran out of the shop. After they left, Tubin received a new notification from the system saying the shop's danger had been resolved, so he gained the authority to reset the shop's status. Tubin was very satisfied. It seemed this system was quite sophisticated. He immediately chose to use that ability, and in an instant his messy shop became spotless and tidy, even the floor reflected like a mirror. Tubin curiously started to walk around the shop to take a look. You enter a room and find that the pet cage has been upgraded to a very modern design. Inside, 2 beloved pets are sleeping soundly. However, Tubin always feels like the pets inside are smaller than he imagined. Sensing this thought, the system immediately explains, "This is a pet breeding cage. Pets kept here are adjusted to standard sizes. With 2 out of 9 spots available, they can provide effective training and some treatments for the pets." Tubin muttered to himself, "This upgrade is really impressive, but I still have something to worry about. What if that stinky dog poops in here again? How am I going to clean it up?" The master doesn't need to worry. The system replied, "Because the pets inside the cages will enter a training state, they won't get hungry or need to go outside." Tubin nodded, seeming quite satisfied with the upgrade. Then he remembered something else and asked, "These 2 fierce beasts are probably both sent by the customers to be raised, right?" "System, what should I do to prevent someone from causing trouble again?" The system didn't answer. Instead, it beeped and sent a new main quest. Choose a pet and raise it to level B. Tubin looked at the 2 options in front of him and then decided to choose the pet named Thunder Mouse. After all, he didn't really like dogs. Lightning Mouse is a pet with the lightning element, currently at level 1, with the skill of flirting. Tubin felt like he was hit hard in the face. What kind of trick is this flirting skill? Some kind of lightning, or what? Based on the daily training methods of the owner, the beast will gain different skills. The system sent a new notification to answer your question, then sent another one. The selected pet is now entering the Thunderstorm Cloud Realm nurturing interface. As soon as Tubin finished reading the message, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath his feet, pulling both him and the lightning rat into its depths. They don't know how long they've been falling, but they finally landed in the place called the nurturing interface. The Thundercloud Sea Realm has appeared before me, and the first thing Tubin saw was a huge tree with no leaves at all. This huge tree made both you and the lightning rat tremble uncontrollably. Just this tree alone is this big, so how big must the people here be? At this moment, the system sent another notification explaining that the Thunderstorm Cloud Realm is a resting interface for many giant beasts, and that the dense elemental concentration makes it an ideal place for lightning element pets to cultivate. The chance of encountering creatures smaller than 100 meters here is very high. The chance of meeting 1,000-meter creatures is low, and the chance of encountering 10,000-meter or larger creatures is very low. After reading, Tubin seems quite excited. This new hand village is pretty scary too. Just entering, the chance of encountering a creature within 100 meters was already very high. But that lightning rat was so scared it had its fur all puffed up. And it seems that their luck isn't very good because right after that, a monster suddenly appeared in the sky. Compared to its size, even Tubin was as small as an ant, let alone the lightning rat in his hand. The monster immediately opened its mouth and spat out a stream of lightning directly at Tubin. Then everything went completely dark and you received a message. The host has died. When Tubin regained consciousness, he couldn't hide his horror and gasped for breath. What on earth just happened? Did it kill you with a single move? Bin! The system notification has appeared again, stating that Tubin was killed by the beast 0.73 seconds ago and is now in the resurrection space waiting to be revived. Along with this notification is a warning that if Tubin cannot complete the mission on time, his evaluation score will be lowered. When the score drops below 60, he will lose his life, and leaving the training area early will be considered an incomplete mission. After reading the notification, Tubin immediately looked grim. This damn system. It didn't mention anything about points when assigning the mission. So, how many points do I have now? Tubin asked, trembling. The host's points are too low to check the score. The system cruelly responds, and by the way, do you see the slider on the notification? Scroll down to see the rewards and penalties for the mission. Tabin followed the system's instructions. Indeed, there are some other lines of text below the mission information that you haven't read yet. Specifically, the number of free respawns for this mission is unlimited, and the reward is a basic beast soul appraisal technique. The deadline is 3 days. If I fail the mission, my evaluation score will drop significantly. Damn this damn system. It dares to mess with me. Tabin shouted. How the hell did a king beast appear in Tanthu village? Encountering the king beast is highly unlikely. The host should find a suitable prey to eliminate it. Additionally, the host's sensing ability is too weak. It is recommended to establish a temporary pact with a pet. Does the system's answer mean it's just bad luck for Tabin and not its fault? Tabin was really furious, but arguing with a soulless system was pointless anyway. Moreover, the respawn timer has also finished. You have been returned to the interface of Lei Ding Yun Haijie. Loi Kuang's mouse is now waiting. Tabin quickly signs a temporary pact with it following the system's suggestion. It didn't take long to successfully link their emotional consciousness with this pet. Hopefully this time luck is on their side, and they won't encounter a king beast like before. Tabin took the opportunity to lead the lightning mouse on a hunt, and luck was on his side when he soon encountered a grazing horse. For Tabin, this is a pet that isn't very threatening. But for the lightning mouse, it remains a very terrifying creature. Maybe it's due to the size difference. After forming the pact, Tabin could sense the extreme fear of the lightning rat. This made you suspect that there must be something dangerous ahead, and Tabin's intuition was truly accurate. Because immediately afterward, another terrifying creature appeared out of nowhere and launched a surprise attack. The entire horse was swallowed into its belly. After witnessing this, the lightning rat's attitude changed, becoming very aggressive. It looks like it's less than 100 meters away. We have a chance now. Go ahead and take it out. Loi Guang mouse, Tu Bing boldly ordered, and the other mouse also charged forward enthusiastically. You asked it to bite the opponent's neck with force. Lightning mouse also obeyed well. But who would have thought that the creature resembling a giant centipede had a very thick and hard shell? The lightning rat charged with all its might, but after the collision, it was injured in the head and died instantly. However, through this egg and stone confrontation, it also learned a new skill called conflict. Tabin once again looked grim. The combat power of the lightning mouse is truly useless, but luckily I can revive it infinitely, so no matter how much blood the monster has, I can torment it bit by bit. Then Tabin revived his pet. This time, the lightning mouse took a different approach to approach the goat. Instead of charging straight, Tabin guided it to use its small and agile body to weave through and dodge the opponent's attacks. After circling around the garden for a while, Tabin finally identified the target's weakness. He ordered the lightning rat to use the collision skill he had just learned, launching a full-force attack on the area between the opponent's back and abdomen. And this time it actually succeeded in dealing damage to the opponent. But right after, the lightning mouse was bitten by that centipede and kept on its second salt-selling trip. Tabin persisted and kept reviving his pet, and after many attempts in an environment rich in lightning elements, the Thunder Mouse had mastered most of the lightning power. Now it can use lightning bolts to support the Clash skill, upgrading it to Thunder Clash. Tabin was extremely excited. Even though his pet had been battered all this time, he didn't expect its skill to be upgraded so quickly. Now with this new skill, I'm sure it can pierce through the armor of that beast. Tabin eagerly ordered the lightning rat to activate the lightning clash, and the skill's effect was quite impressive. When the overwhelmingly large centipede was finally defeated, although they had succeeded in taking down the target, it seemed that the lightning mouse was also exhausted. It seems its stamina isn't very good, so it can only use the clash of lightning once more. Therefore, Tabin needs to let it rest and recover for a while before searching for a new prey. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Tabin couldn't keep his footing and fell backward. At first I thought it was an earthquake, but then suddenly many monsters appeared from underground. Damn it, they are all allies of that centipede. The centipedes just appeared and attacked fiercely. Both Tabin and the lightning mouse were struck blind and dazed by their tails. Tabin was thrown into the air and then slammed hard onto the ground, feeling as if 5 of his bones had broken. It seems these mature centipedes are much more terrifying than the larvae earlier. Even though you and the lightning mouse have infinite resurrection ability, continuing such an uneven fight is really exhausting. Especially for the lightning mouse, whose injuries are severe and who hasn't had time to recover, Tabin feels helpless and chooses to give up resisting. There are too many enemies. Even if the lightning rat could revive instantly, it wouldn't last long. I think I should wait for the right moment to revive and continue leveling up. That's the best choice. But when a giant centipede charged at Tabin and opened its terrifying mouth, the lightning rat reacted instinctively to protect its master. Tabin was amazed that it could still use this skill despite being exhausted, and it even unleashed it based on its own will without waiting for his command. Seeing the fighting spirit of the lightning rat, Tabin naturally didn't want to give up anymore. So what if we're at the end? This is a perfect opportunity to experience something new. As long as the lightning mouse hasn't given up, I can't just stand by and wait to die. Thinking this, I pick up a fallen leg as a makeshift weapon for self-defense. In the blink of an eye, the killers charged again. It was clearly an uneven fight, but both Tabin and Lightning Mouse refused to give up. And then no divine miracle happened. He still got hit hard and fell. Both Tabin and Chuotloi Kwang were resurrected at different locations, escaping from the pursuit of the worms. What's confusing is that even after being resurrected and bleeding, Tabin still felt so exhausted, he couldn't breathe. As he thought of this, the system immediately sent a message to explain. Although he was resurrected and bleeding, Tabin still had to bear some mental burden. Currently, because his mental strength is too low and he has been resurrected multiple times in a short period, feeling exhausted is normal. The system advises you to also focus on training your mental strength while increasing your combat power. So that's how it is, Tabin muttered to himself before slumping down. Even the best wheels can't run if they're flat. It seems you still need to train this body for Qin Chu. Before you could rest for long, Tabin suddenly saw Loi Kwang standing up straight with a very tense expression. Tabin also quickly got to his feet, glancing around. If Chuotloi Kwang is reacting like this, could there be an enemy nearby? At this point, Tabin finally noticed that there were many strange-looking soil fragments around them. As he was thinking this, the ground suddenly cracked open. Reacting instinctively, Tabin and Chuotloi Kwang rolled backwards several times, retreating quickly. The beast that appeared this time was less than 10 meters tall, but when it opened its mouth, a powerful acid was spat out that could dissolve a body instantly upon contact. Tabin adjusted his stance, and then ordered the lightning mouse to unleash all its power and charge at the enemy, showing how much he had grown. They struggled like that for a long time, defeating countless monsters, their corpses piled up, and Tabin finally completed his mission. You and the lightning mouse are lying on the pile of defeated monsters, gasping for breath. What truly amazed Tabin was that just now the lightning mouse had learned one of the 10 legendary thunder-type secret skills, the Flash of Lightning. The starry skill is divided into 6 ranks based on combat power, with higher quality meaning greater power. Among all these skills, there is one from ancient times called a secret technique. It is said that these secret skills have long been lost, and only geniuses with extraordinary talents can comprehend them. I never expected this tiny lightning mouse to have such an opportunity. Lading Van Hai's territory possesses a high level of purity in the lightning element, and after countless attacks, the lightning mouse activated its potential and learned a secret skill. The system sent a new note to explain Tabin's questions. Oh, I see. All right. Take me home now, Tabin weakly said. You have no strength left in your whole body now. The system quickly activated, closing the nurturing interface. Tabin is about to be disconnected from the thunderstorm cloud sea, so the temporary link between him and the lightning mouse is also severed. Tabin closes his eyes. He truly has no strength left. At the same time, in the real world, the final selection round of the Spirit Beast team was taking place. All the students participating in this competition hope to become Master Spirit Beasts and join the earliest exploration teams. As in previous years, this year also has a few highly anticipated names, like Diep Hao, Zhang Yuehan, and Zhang Xiao. That day, among the crowd, there was a red-haired girl constantly sighing and catching her breath. Her name was To Yen Din, a third-year beast tamer at Fengshan Academy. Like many others, To Yen Din also hoped to achieve a high rank, but for some reason, in the previous 2 rounds, she kept facing the top contenders who could win the championship. In the previous round, it was Zhang Yuehan, and in the next, it was Diep Hao. So To Yen Din lost 2 consecutive matches. But it didn't end there. In this final match, she also faced the remaining seed, Zhang Zai. And now To Yen Din only had the Baeknya Akho left to compete. Meanwhile, the requirement to qualify for the competition is to have at least 2 pets. So she hurried to To Bin's pet shop to pick up Loi Kwang the rat. When I entered, I saw the store was empty and thought the owner was moving out, so I was a bit anxious. Sir, I came to pick up my pet. Hello, boss. I sent the lightning mouse to your place half a month ago. Is it healthy now? I want to bring it back a bit earlier than scheduled. It's very healthy, so healthy it can't be healthier, Tabin replied curtly before turning around. Go to the payment counter. To Yen Din was a bit confused by To Bin's reaction. You still think I was afraid you would come early to pick up the star pet, so I didn't pay the full amount in the contract, so I hurriedly said, Boss, don't worry, even though I came early to pick up Loi Kwang the mouse, I will pay the full amount we agreed on. I absolutely won't owe you a single cent. Tiendin tried to put on the most sincere face possible, but Tabin's attitude remained very bad. He didn't even bother to respond to her. He went straight into the room, picked up the snoring Loi Kwang mouse, and looked at it with a full heart of regret. Hey, it's time to wake up. It's time for you to go home. After returning home with its owner, don't forget about me. Turns out, Tabin's reaction was because he couldn't bear to part with the little mouse, as Dong Kam had endured hardships with him during the days of raising it. But in the end, he still had to give it back to To Yen Din. After she paid, the currency was automatically converted into energy, and at the same time, Tubin received a new mission called Chaos Breeding Spirit Pond. The task was to create a unique pet of her own. The deadline to complete this mission is 7 days, and the reward is a random skill book for a beast tamer. Failure to succeed will result in a deduction of evaluation points. When the score does not meet the set target, Tabin will be logged out of the live server. The system also suggests that he can buy awakening potions in the shop to become a beast tamer. Tabin's heart skipped a beat at the thought that he could also become a beast tamer, and he felt incredibly excited. He immediately opened the system shop interface. According to the system, this is a shop available within your consciousness. Later, if you want to buy something, just think about it, and it will appear by itself. The awakening potion is right in the first item slot with a price of 100 energy. Tabin didn't think much and immediately clicked to buy, but unfortunately you don't have enough energy to acquire it right now. The system explains that energy is mainly converted from the money Tabin earns at a rate of 100 to 1. And the energy you earn today is only 1 point because the bill Tiendin paid earlier was only worth 108 yuan. After reading the balance change notification, Tabin was truly furious. Damn it! I raised a divine beast that mastered 10 great secret techniques, and it's only worth 108 yuan. Then the match between Chuang Hiu and To Yendin proceeded as usual, and the outcome was as expected by the spectators when Chuang Hiu's Ma Long dog easily defeated To Yendin's fierce tiger Thuong Bak Nya with a single move. Surrounded by cheering fans, Chuang Hiu displayed a very smug expression, fully showing himself as a skilled intermediate player. Do you still want to fight? This person is a third-year student at Fengshan Academy with incredibly strong strength. Although Chuang Hiu asked, everyone knew this match was no longer worth watching. In the previous 2 rounds, To Yendin was considered one of the top seeds among the competitors, but unfortunately she was unlucky to face the 2 ace players from Fengshan Academy. Most of her favor has already been severely wounded, and she has almost no chance of winning from the start. She's too weak, and for this certain defeat, she didn't even think about conserving her strength, instead risking everything. It's truly lacking any sense. A commentator, she is an outsider and always remains calm. The outcome of this match will determine whether she has the qualification to join the Kai Huang combat team. Of course, even if there's no chance of winning, you still have to try, and someone else interjected. The battle in the arena is not truly over yet. Even though Tu Yendin's beloved pet was beaten to the ground, the audience was all waiting for her final decision to either accept defeat or fight to the end. Tu Yendin was extremely tense right now, and even she couldn't understand why her Bak Na Ak Ho had lost so quickly. But now is not the time to dig deeper for answers because on the other side, Chuang Hiu's demon wolf beast launched another attack. This time, the flame of burning fire technique, even without using its full power, was enough to completely defeat the Bak Na evil hound that hadn't even recovered. Watching the raging fire of burning fire technique charging forward, Tu Yendin closed her eyes tightly and shouted, "I give up." A loud bang shook the arena as Chuang Hiu's attack hit, and the referee had just intervened to stop the flame dragonfire, declaring Tu Yendin the winner. I don't understand why, even after winning, there's a hint of unwillingness on Chuang Hiu's face. Just a little more, he thought to himself. Lucky for her, just wait until the next match. Tu Yendin was extremely annoyed. Now the only thing she could send into the arena was her lightning rat. But that little mouse, after returning from the pet shop, only ate junk food, which makes Tu Yendin suspect that Tobin might have spoiled it during care. And with Lightning Mouse's current state, I really don't want to put it in the arena. Even the evil Lake Bachi has been defeated. How can I let that tiny mouse fight? Ladies and gentlemen, according to the rules of the competition, only Lightning Mouse remains able to fight now. Tu Yendin clenched her teeth. Really having to put this mouse into the arena? Even though she mastered the secret technique of the beast Tamer called Level 3 Power Enhancement, it could only temporarily boost the Lightning Mouse's strength from Level 1 to Level 3. Meanwhile, Chuang Hiu's Demon Dragon Dog had already reached Level 3 long ago. Everyone believed this would definitely be a one-sided crushing match. Haha, Tu Yendin, don't be afraid. Just give it a try. Maybe you'll get something. Chuang Hu's dog might eat the mouse. The cheers from the stands turned into jeers, but despite the provocation, she managed to hold on to her last ounce of reason. Yen Din wanted to protect Lightning Mouse, knowing it was not worth risking its life, so she struggled to raise her hand. But before she could even say the words, "I surrender," Lightning Mouse suddenly bristled all over and then charged forward. In this situation, everyone assumed that Yen Din accepted the fight, and the match quickly began. Just now, Yen Din did not order her pet. It was the Lightning Mouse's own will that refused to let its owner be humiliated. She looked confused, while Chuang Hu on the opposite side seemed very pleased. He still wanted to trample on someone weaker, like Yen Din, to satisfy his arrogance. Zhang Yifei immediately ordered the demon dragon dog to attack and burn the Lightning Mouse, but on the opposite side, that tiny mouse was also fighting back fiercely. Lightning Mouse quickly used Thunderbolt speed to dodge the attack. That's because she didn't know that Tabin had trained it to awaken all 10 secret techniques, so this time, Yen Din unintentionally harmed her own divine pet. The counterattack was interrupted, and Chuot Loi Kwang was a beat too slow with lightning speed, ultimately being knocked onto its back by Ma Long Qian's attack. Everyone thought the fight would end here, but Chuang Hu didn't want to finish so quickly. He ordered his Ma Long Qian to tear the opponent apart slowly. Before that command, Chuang Hu's cherished pet charged forward, ready to attack at close range. Faced with that situation, Yen Din quickly used her level 3 power enhancement skill to temporarily boost the Lightning Mouse's level, then ordered it to use lightning speed to dodge the attack. And this time, the Lightning Mouse really managed to dodge. Then, it found a good landing spot, and taking the opportunity, Yen Din signaled it to counterattack. The red-haired girl in the stands who was just criticizing immediately sat up straight, her eyes fixed on the tiny mouse because, if I'm not mistaken, its current attack is a 7th-level lightning skill. This move even pierced through the protective barrier the referee carefully set up, and of course, Zhang Xie's Ma Long dog couldn't avoid it either. The powerful figures in the stands couldn't hide their excitement when they saw this, as a level 1 lightning rat could use a 7th-level lightning skill. This really is the younger generation's fearsome talent. When the shock from this skill subsided, the demon dragon dog was lying flat on the ground. Zhang Xie staggered backward, his face pale, muttering in disbelief as the entire scene fell into silence until the host suddenly shouted out loud, "Yen Din's Thunder Mouse can master level 7 skills. This is truly unbelievable. Let's congratulate the winner of this match, Yen Din." The stadium fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in applause. The fact that the Lightning Mouse could master a level 7 skill is truly earth-shattering. Even Yen Din couldn't understand what had just happened, or why the mouse lightning could be so powerful, considering that just a few days ago it was only an adorable pet beast with no other notable abilities. And then suddenly a thought popped into her mind. Could it be that the reason for Chuot Loi Kwang's transformation is that pet shop? Hearing this, Yen Din was both surprised and delighted, secretly wondering if she had successfully broken through her blindfold and chosen the care shop run by a legendary hidden expert. At this moment, Tabin was still diligently working on the remaining debt at the shop when he suddenly sneezed several times in a row, not knowing who was mentioning him. Returning to the scene of the battle, the announcer's tone had become more excited than ever, saying that this fight would surely be recorded in the history of the academy as a level 1 pet skillfully using a level 7 technique. This is a story that has never happened before at Fangshun Academy, or even in Longjiang City, and only the lucky spectators present today had the chance to witness this miracle. Chuang He was defeated, and did not hide his unwillingness. He glared hatefully at Yen Din and the lightning rat, thinking to himself that he should have anticipated this earlier. This match is so important, how could she let something useless sacrifice itself? Before he could recover his composure, the MC announced that the previous match had ended in a tie, and both competitors would prepare for a final life-or-death battle. Everyone was waiting to see if Zhang Xie could find a way to defeat the mutated lightning mouse, or if Tuo Yin Dying would once again emerge victorious. Yen Din, you're pretty good, but this is as far as you go. Chuang Hu gritted his teeth and said. Then he withdrew the demon dragon dog into his pet space, and summoned a much more ferocious creature. The Nam T-Beast. As soon as Yen Din saw this, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This is bad. That's a ground-type pet he has never used before. It must be his trump card. Damn it, that's a level 4 ground-type pet of Chuang Hu. The main character couldn't help but say that with a 3-level difference and different attributes, this battle is probably in the bag for the lightning rat. The lightning rat was being carried by Yen Din, but upon seeing the Nam Te beast, it suddenly darted out, ready to fight, showing no signs of fear, which made the audience feel very excited. Looking at Zhang Xie's expression, you can tell he's about to unleash his strongest power, but that lightning rat kid isn't scared at all. But this time I feel there's nothing more to guess about anymore. The muscular guy from earlier starts commenting again. As long as it's not controlled by the opposing attribute bloodline, it will definitely win. Even if it's only level 1, after using a level 7 skill, it can still stand up. With its current fighting spirit, I don't think it's fully unleashed its power yet. This time, it's a comment from that red-haired girl. The battle has just begun, and Zhang Xiao quickly used all his skills to strengthen his divine pet, boosting both its power and armor. The Namte Thu has become much stronger now, at least reaching level 5 strength. Tu Yendin was pushed back by the overwhelming pressure of the Namte Thu. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she remembered that she also had to use a skill to level up the lightning mouse. But at this moment, the mouse was anxious and rushed forward. The distance between them was too great, so Tu Yendin couldn't use her enhancement skill. Seeing the lightning mouse rushing closer to the Namte Thu, Tu Yendin's heart felt like it was hanging in the air. Everyone thought she had made a serious mistake by not strengthening her pet before letting it face the Namte Thu in direct combat. "You damn mouse, let my Namte Thu crush you to pieces." Chuang-Hu gritted his teeth. Under its control, the Namte Thu lifted its right leg high and then stomped down hard. Everyone thought that with this move, the lightning rat would turn into a thin slice of meat squeezed between two pieces of bread. But the unbelievable happened again as the lightning mouse transformed into 2 bolts of lightning, dodging the crushing stomp from the Namte beast. The Thunder Shadow Phantom? The people in the stands stared in shock. How could this be happening? The reason they are so stunned is because the Thunder Shadow Decay remains a 7th level skill. This time, they no longer think Tu Yendin was lucky, but instead start considering how to bring her into their team. Below the stands, after using the Thunder Image Remnant to dodge the attack, the Thunder Mouse did not rush to attack the Namte beast, but instead slipped past and charged straight at Zhang Xie from behind. All these actions were not directed by Tuo Yandi, but were spontaneous acts of the Thunder Mouse. Because he still remembered Tabin's words from before, which said that once you attack, you must strike where the enemy is unprepared, and when you step onto the arena, you should observe the weak points first and prioritize defeating them to weaken the opponent. Chuang-Hu didn't anticipate this move. Seeing the fierce charge of the lightning rat, he finally activated his 3rd-level mental barrier skill to create a shield right in front of him, but a 3rd-level skill alone can't compare to the 7th-level lightning strike of the lightning rat. Chuang-Hu's shield was shattered before it could fully activate, causing the entire arena to shake from Chuot Loi Kwang's strike and a large crater to appear on the ground. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see if Chuang-Hu could retreat safely. And the answer is no. When people saw referee Feng Diao had to intervene, Feng Style used both legs to lift Zhang Xie and fly him high, while he himself seemed to have lost consciousness. And naturally, in that situation, Tu Yendin won the match, officially eliminating the tournament's top seed and advancing past the qualifiers. The crowd earlier was all rooting for Zhang Xie, but now they all shout out Yao Yao's name. Even though she had already won, Tu Yendin still felt like she was dreaming, especially since her lightning mouse had learned 2 level 7 skills. After it used the Thunder Image Decay technique, she was even more certain that this unexpected effect was caused by that pet shop, and the owner of that shop was truly a deep and unpredictable master. Meanwhile, at Tobin's house, he had no idea about the earth-shattering battle of the lightning mouse he had trained himself. All he could think about now was the headache from trying to earn 10,000 yuan in 5 days to complete the mission. This amount of money can't come solely from pet care services. He wants to find another way, but the system currently only allows the shop to serve customers through 3 methods: pet care, rental, and selling supplies. In the first type, the shop is only taking care of 2 pets, but they are both subpar, so the fee is only 10 points per hour for boarding. The second type is pet rental, but Tobin currently has no pets, so it can't be operated. Finally, selling food supplies is your last option, but Tobin has to personally go to the training area to gather them and then evaluate their value based on quality. Can the food and pet resources be gathered in all training areas or only in dangerous zones like Thunderclap Cloud Sea? Tobin asked. All of the training areas have it. The Thundercloud Sea boundary is just one of many high-level training zones. Additionally, the higher the level of the area, the more rare resources can be collected. System response. Then Tobin also discovered another heartbreaking fact, that this nurturing mission had been issued 3 days ago. And during all that time, he had only been busy training with the lightning rat, wasting the opportunity to gather rare resources in the high-level nurturing area for 3 days. If things keep going like this, I won't be able to do it. Tobin has made up his mind. Within these 3 days, he must become a beast tamer. Thinking of this, Bin eagerly asked the system to show him the list of nurturing areas. Many areas appeared before him, divided into levels from top tier requiring 1,000 energy points, high tier needing 100 points, mid tier needing 10 points, and the lowest being basic requiring just 1 energy point. Although there are countless options available now, Bin only has 1 energy point left, so he can only go to the lowest level nurturing area. He kept regretting that last time when he led the rat lightning to level up. If he had just randomly picked a herb, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state now. As a qualified host, you must have the self-discipline to gather everything related to your beast. The system coldly criticizes you. Then it quickly outlined the most suitable area for Bin, called the Outer Star Cloud Zone 1002. Although Bin was criticized by the system, he didn't feel sad at all. On the contrary, he suddenly realized that from now on, I must not miss any opportunity to level up my pet. He was quickly connected to the Outer Void Nebula Zone 1002. After landing here, the system immediately granted Bin a beginner's cube space. Inside, there are 3 uses of the temporary 10,000 ancient flower plant appraisal technique, which can be accessed at will through thought. The search for items this time lasts 1 day, and Bin has 30 free lives. Your curiosity prompts you to immediately try using your mind to retrieve the first ancient flower identification skill. The skill scroll disappears as soon as it touches your hand, then transforms into a blazing light that shoots straight into your left eye. All the information about the herbs in front of Bin became clear, such as Thachhua being a low-rarity herb with minor healing effects for rock-type pets, or Kin Kuk Tao, used to create resting pads for low-level pets. Phoenix wood slightly restores the stamina of your beast after it eats its fruit. All are common low-level healing herbs. This made Bin unable to hide his disappointment, but after walking for a while, he finally found something more valuable, a rare Nam Chu fruit that can increase fire damage skills. This is the plant that fire-type spirit beasts love to eat most, but this Nam Chu fruit tree is being approached by a rock turtle with an earth element. Stealing its level is no more than level 8, with a combat power of only 8.1 points, rated by the system as having poor talent and skills like Constriction, Swallowing, Earth Shock, and Earth Shield. Bin has no spirit beast to fight with, but he doesn't hesitate and charges straight in. As expected, valuable herbs only grow in the most dangerous places, and the system's storage space is limited, so I should only pick the most precious items. Bin brushed past the stone snake and snatched the ripe Nam Chu fruit just as it was about to be eaten. You managed to store the Nam Chu fruit in your storage space before the beast bit you, costing you a resurrection each time, but for valuable plants like these, no matter how many times you resurrect, it's worth it. Bin wandered across the map, fighting enemies unarmed 30 times. After using all 30 respawns, the trial period ended, and the system immediately removed him from the nurturing zone. Bin returns to his reality, panting heavily. A day of 30 resurrections is indeed a bit too much. However, looking at the pile of herbs and plants I gathered from the Outer Spirit Cloud Zone 1002, I realized this exchange was truly worth it. Now, I just need to sell them. Bin's first guest was a relatively wealthy family, and the old man's pet had not eaten or drunk anything for a week, making him extremely worried. The grandchildren, sharing their worries with their grandfather, went to find the most expensive spiritual beast delicacies on the market so that the bird could regain its appetite. This nephew, Pham Ngok Kin, is also a member of the Black Wolf combat team. Grandpa Pham Ngok Kin's cherished pet, upon smelling the scent of what he brought, quickly knocked over all the food in front of him and rushed over. But as they fed him the first piece, this cherished pet suddenly suffered pain and vomited black blood. Our family is worried again. Brother, even Umin Thien Tuk bugs that Tiu Hua won't eat anymore. What should we do now? Pham Ngok Kin's younger sister is anxious. Quickly contact the city's top luxury pet hospital. This illness in Little Fire is caused by a parasitic tumor, and there's no time to delay. If we wait too long, it might be gone forever. Their grandfather seemed even more anxious, holding the little bird in his arms and constantly urging his grandchildren to call the doctor quickly. Just then, his wife entered with a very cheerful expression. Old Mr. Pham, our little Hoa has been saved. She's holding something that looks like a pill or elixir. However, just as she was about to speak, her granddaughter interrupted her. Grandma Xiaohuo is sick, and we need to go to the city for a checkup right away. Huh? What kind of illness is it? Grandmother Pham looked puzzled. Before her niece could reply, the main character, looking exhausted in his grandfather's arms, suddenly shouted, then rushed forward, grabbing the pill from her hand and swallowing it whole. Unlike before, this time it not only didn't vomit black blood, but also seemed much more spirited. The old Mr. and Mrs. Pham were overjoyed to see this. As expected, just as the boss said, the grandmother muttered to herself. repeating what Tubin had just said. The Shichu bird has the pure and strong attribute. If the nourishing food has too complicated an attribute, it can cause loss of appetite at best, or vomiting blood at worst. Just give it the Namchu fruit on time, and its condition will improve. If it still doesn't get better, come back to me. Hearing that, Huai Ni looked at the box containing U Min Thien Tuk Chung in her hand, then asked her brother, "Brother, could it be that we accidentally fed Xiaohua the wrong type of spirit food?" "Don't believe what that boss is saying, nonsense." Pham Ngok Kin suddenly exclaimed, "How can the pet food have different attributes? I've never heard of that before." Then he turned back to his grandmother to ask how much she paid for this Nam Chu fruit. "Oh, 130 yuan each," Grandma Pham replied. "What?" 130 yuan each. This box has 12 pills in total, so it should cost more than 1,500 yuan. This place isn't even a city. How could there be such expensive pet food? That store is definitely a scam. The serious look on that girl's face became even more intense. "Because I heard before that some scam shops use special chemicals mixed into the delicacies to make them taste better, causing the pets to crave them and go crazy if they don't eat, eventually becoming addicted. But long-term use would ultimately kill the pets." Grandpa Pham's face suddenly turned pale after hearing that, while Pham Ngok Kin grew even more anxious, quickly grabbing his grandmother's shoulder. "Grandma, where is this shop? What's it called?" "You have to find him and ask for the truth. What's his name again?" Grandma Pham hesitated for a long time before recalling and replied, "I think it's the Playful Pet Shop." Then the Pham siblings quickly headed to Tabin's shop. Pham Ngok Kin, still unaware of the situation, stood in front of the shop shouting and accusing Tubin of being a scammer and forcing him to admit what he had added to the pet food. Although they had never met before, as soon as the topic of pet food came up, Tubin immediately thought of Grandma Pham's face. "Since returning from the breeding area, I have only sold a portion of the snake fruit. This customer, the pet food we sell at the store is all natural, with no additives at all. Did the reaction of the Nam Chu fruit after being used in the Shich Chu cause a bad reaction?" Nothing was added. "Are you sure?" Pham Ngok Kin's voice gets even louder. "If what you're selling isn't problematic, why does my pet, who has lost its appetite, keep wanting to eat non-stop? You'd better tell the truth." Pham Ngok Kin's voice was loud, attracting quite a few passers-by to watch the scene unfold. They started whispering and gossiping, saying, "I've suspected for a long time that Tabin's shop had issues. Just a few days ago, the whole shop was filled with the smell of dog poop, and now it's suddenly incredibly clean, and they're even selling pet food at high prices. The key point is, there are some items from Tabin that they've never heard of before." That's why they all agreed that the shop owner is a wolf in sheep's clothing, mixing stimulants into the food to harm the precious pets of others, while outside they whispered and gossiped. Inside, the Pham Ngok Kin brothers are still arguing fiercely with Tobin. "Let's not waste words on him anymore. Tell your friend from the Pet Food Association to come here and investigate this black matter." Han Ho's younger sister spoke up. Tobin had been sitting quietly at the counter all this time, but upon hearing the words hak, he suddenly stood up, frowning, and asked back, "You dare say this place is dark? Don't accuse others without evidence. If you have any, show the proof here." Pham Ngok Kin's sister was pushed back by Tobin, falling over in shock. I don't know why Tobin suddenly became so powerful and intimidating, but overall it was very frightening. Seeing that, Pham Ngok Kin immediately swung his hand and charged forward. "How dare you touch my sister? Are you tired of living?" With an overwhelming presence, the man violently squeezed Tobin's neck, but he didn't even bother to fight back, suddenly feeling a tremendous force hit Pham Ngok Kin's hand, causing his fingers to seem broken, deformed, and painfully shattered. As for Tobin, the current situation escalated sharply, prompting the system to issue a new temporary mission. "Your pet store has been falsely defamed, and Tobin's task is to prove its innocence and show that the pet food you sell is safe to preserve your reputation. The reward for success is a 5-day unlimited respawn access to the breeding area. The penalty for failing the mission is a deduction of 10 points for Tobin. Not to mention that attractive reward, just that penalty alone is enough to force Tobin to clarify the current situation. If not, you'll not only lose points but also affect future customers. So even though he's very angry, Tobin still forces himself to stay calm and then speaks up. Everyone, please stop making noise. I guarantee the pet food in the shop is absolutely safe. If you all still doubt the store, I guess I have no choice but to show off my skills." A few sneers and laughs broke out among the crowd. "Ha, you want to show off your talent, but in the end, you're just revealing your true colors. Black stuff. That's right. Take this time to close the shop and fix yourself up." They started shouting and demanding that Tobin close the shop, giving him a headache. In the end, Tobin couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, "Silence!" The pressure he exerted was so strong that the crowd truly fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Then, Tobin took down a bottle filled with blue crystals from the shelf and asked if anyone had a low-level water-type pet. Coincidentally, Pham Ngoc Kin's younger sister owned a suitable pet for this purpose. At Tobin's urging, she reluctantly summoned it. It was a level 1 water-spitting beast with low combat ability, poor talent, and skills limited to shooting water jets and creating bubbles for purification. Tobin carried a lam nguyen and approached, but Pham Ngoc Kin, thinking he wanted to poison his pet, hurriedly blocked the way. But Tobin didn't even bother to pay attention to him. You squat down to eye level with the water-spitting beast. This is a lam yuan. If my store's products are low quality, it'll be clear once it eats it. As he spoke, Tobin reached out, and the water-spouting beast immediately snapped up the lam nguyen from his hand. The crowd around them eagerly watched and started to murmur again. What is a lam nguyen? Has anyone ever heard of it before? Not yet, but it looks like the super extraordinary pet store's lamb peel. It's just something to give your pet constipation. Ha 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 ha. The water-spouting beast soon showed unusual behavior after eating the lamb seed. Brothers Pham Ngoc Kin were frantic, worried it might be something else. But when the dazzling blue light from the pet emitted, they immediately changed their minds. That weak little creature had actually leveled up to level 2, and its combat power had increased from level 1 to mid-level 1. Tobin breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the lam nguyen fruit could indeed promote low-level water-type beast cores to higher levels. Now witnessing it firsthand confirms the news is real. However, after the water-spouting beast ate, its level increased by 1, but its combat power only went up by 1, making its talent quality quite concerning. When the pet's level increases, its base combat power also increases slightly. The smaller the additional increase, the more uncertain the talent assessment, and vice versa. At the same time, this bloodline of the pet is also divided into ranks. The rank of the bloodline indicates that the pet can naturally increase its base combat power according to its age and growth level. For example, if the water-spouting beast has a 3rd-level bloodline, it will naturally mature to level 3 combat power upon reaching adulthood, even without focused training. But if you want to further increase its strength, dedicated nurturing is essential. The crowd surrounding the water-spouting beast now, after its level up, was all wide-eyed and amazed. It really leveled up. Is it that easy to level up now? Pham Ngoc Kin was so startled by the scene that he fell silent, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Based on the appearance of the water-spouting beast, he was quite sure it had successfully leveled up. However, based on Pham Ngoc Kin's knowledge, the treasures that can help beasts level up only appeared in the Federation's excavation warehouse. If Tobin really possesses such items, his background is quite formidable. Did it really level up? His younger sister squatted down, holding her cherished item, then continued to question. Tobin, with a tone full of suspicion. You didn't steal my beloved pet's porridge, did you? Sorry, it was our mistake for not recognizing your greatness. Please forgive us. Tobin remained silent for a few seconds before replying coldly. 8,700 yuan per pill. I guess I didn't pick the right business partner. Fine. Fine. Pham Ngoc Kin hurriedly replied and then urged his sister to pay quickly. The treasure can help the beast's rank increase, and selling it for only 8,700 yuan is already very cheap. Not only Pham Ngoc Kin but even Tobin felt that the herbs he risked harvesting were already overpriced to sell. However, after several attempts to request a price increase from the system, he was firmly rejected on the grounds that the current valuation was reasonable and non-negotiable. Tobin sighed heavily, having to persuade the Pham Ngoc Kin brothers to buy more herbs to make money. His sister's water-spouting beast has too low talent. She needs to use the leaves of the Buddha's heart to improve it. In addition, the Shich Chu also needs long-term use of Kwa Nam Chu to fully recover. I suggest you all buy more. Of course, even though he wanted to make money, everything Tobin said was true. Because it sounded so reasonable, Pham Ngoc Kin kept nodding like a lumberjack, then urged his sister to settle the bill. The people behind also wanted to buy. After all, if it could really help their pets level up, the price wasn't expensive at all. So that day, the shop, which was previously criticized by Tobin, suddenly became very busy. After a busy day, he earned 31,560 yuan. The system automatically converted this amount into 315 energy points. Additionally, for completing the temporary mission and clearing the shop's reputation, Tobin received a reward of 1 chance to enter the training zone at any level within 5 days, but he wasn't in a hurry to think about it yet. Because Tobin already had enough money to buy the awakening potion, he quickly opened his shop, spent 100 energy points to exchange for that tiny bottle and then drank it all at once. This potion is no different from plain water, but after drinking it all, Tabin had to go through an indescribable feeling. Your whole body almost exploded. Although the feeling passed quickly, it was quite intense. And now you have officially become a battle beast tamer. Just then, a fly flew by, and surprisingly, Tabin was able to catch it accurately with his bare hands. It seems this is an incredible reaction ability of a beast tamer, quite different from ordinary people. The system check shows that Tabin still has 215 energy points left, and suggests he upgrade the Chaotic Spiritual Nurturing. The Chaotic Spiritual Nourishing Elixir at level 1 requires 10 energy points per use, with a relatively low failure rate, and a small chance to produce low-level beast bloodline cocks, and an extremely small chance to produce a duplicate bloodline cock. Meanwhile, upgrading the Chaotic Spiritual Nurturing Pond to level 2 requires 100 energy points, with a still relatively low failure rate. It also has a low chance of producing low-level beast bloodline, a small chance of producing mid-level beast bloodline, and an extremely small chance of producing high-level beast bloodline. After reading, Tabin knew which one he had to choose. Why bother saving 90 points and only pick level 1 Nurturing, which at best gives a chance to produce a mid-tier bloodline beast? So Tabin spent 100 points to create a level 2 Chaotic Spiritual Nurturing Pond for himself. Success or failure depends on this moment. Tabin took a deep breath, then pressed the nurturing button in front of him, secretly hoping that he could create a high bloodline pet on his first try. With a burst, a pillar of light shot straight down from the sky. The chaotic mist of the nourishing spirit stone sank into the foggy haze, temporarily dulling his senses and fueling Tabin's curiosity. It's a success. What kind of pet will he summon? Tabin holds his breath and waits. But what awaits you is a small, dry lizard. It's just a low-quality evil beast with poor talent, and also the lowest rank in the evil beast system. Maybe only useless people are forced to carry it. Tabin was so angry he couldn't even speak. You spent 100 energy points to get this. You're really too stingy. The first nurturing and summoning beast taming mission is complete. Tabin received a reward of a random beast tamer skill book. You open it to find the basic killing intent skill, which consumes a certain amount of mental energy and awakens the beast's murderous heart, putting it into a berserk state that allows it to maintain fierce attacks even when seriously injured. Tabin falls into deep thought. During high-level cultivation, powerful experts are as numerous as clouds, and even basic attribute skills are often not enough to avoid being taken out in a single strike. This killing intent skill is perfect for small wins against big opponents, so it's not a bad choice. For now, I'll stop criticizing that little dry fish. Then the system checked again and found that Tabin had met the requirements to initiate the next main quest. This time, the task was to train his pet to reach the level of superior intermediate talent. The duration is 7 days, and the reward for completing the mission is chaotic star power, with a penalty of -10 accumulation points if failed. Superior intermediate talent. Tabin was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. This system really knows how to challenge people too much. That lightning rat has such a wicked attribute, yet its talent is only at the lower intermediate level. This little dry corpse's talent is so poor that it's even below the lowest level. This mission is too difficult. It's no different from turning a pile of trash into a pile of gold. Unlike its owner, Little Dry Vochi seems very happy. Tabin finally realized one good thing about it, which was that it was quite entertaining. Just then, Tabin heard someone calling him, and the voice sounded quite familiar. "Boss, are you here? This is Tu Yendin." She's come back to the shop this time, bringing along a lightning rat and another girl. Tabin opened the door and stepped outside, clearly showing a look of disappointment as soon as he saw Tu Yendin. Why is it her again? Is 108 yuan? Is there something I can do? Hey, my name is To Yendin, not 108 yuan. To Yendin suddenly stepped close to Tabin and questioned him sharply. But the main point is that this boss's behavior was totally different from yesterday's lightning rat. Did you do something to it? That's all there is to it. Tabin broke out in cold sweat. You still think there's something wrong with your pet and that a customer is here to complain, so you firmly shake your head and say you didn't do anything, just took it for a walk to exercise. Of course not in the breeding area. Are you telling the truth or not? Loi Kwang the mouse said. Then Tabin turned sharply toward the mouse. Although you speak very softly, it makes it startle and tremble, looking extremely panicked. Didin carefully observes Tabin and her pet without missing a detail. You said you once took Lightning Mouse out for some exercise, which also admits you raised it yourself. Moreover, this mouse wasn't afraid of the level 4 demon dragon dog on the arena yesterday, yet now it's trembling before Tabin. This makes her even more suspicious of Tabin's strength. Didin doesn't seem to find this boss particularly impressive. The shop is small and lacking in people. Are you sure I didn't come to the wrong place?
Sorry, I can't assist with that request.
How can you tell that? The girl looked confused but listened to her friend and stayed silent. Meanwhile, Tu Bin, who was just identified by Tiendin as a beast tamer of at least level 7, had actually only just become a level 1 beast tamer a few minutes ago. After playing with the lightning mouse for a while, he didn't receive any temporary mission from the system, so it seemed this time had little to do with his beast companion.
What's going on?
Are you here to complain about my high fees? This was just a simple question. But through the viewing lens of Diong Yendin's gaze at the strong, Tu Bin's question was filled with murderous intent, turning into a threat to scare them. It makes sense, considering that the trained mouse Loi Quan has become so powerful, and yesterday I only paid 108 yuan, so I really don't deserve it at all. Tu Yendin thought to herself, believing that Tu Bin was testing her sincerity, so she hurriedly transferred another 1,000 yuan, saying it was a token of her goodwill and hoping he wouldn't refuse. However, Tu Bin refused to accept the transfer, and cold sweat started to break out onto Yendin's forehead. She even thought that he found 1,000 yuan too little, so she aggressively transferred another 5,000 yuan, but this time she was still refused the transfer. Is it still not enough? What are you doing? Keep transferring money like that? My friend next to me looked puzzled and said, Nahanya, help me out, this is very important to me. Tu Yending begged, and her friend immediately understood the situation and transferred more money to her. For Tu Yendin, knowing a hidden senior like Tu Bin is a rare opportunity. If you don't release the baitfish, how can you catch the roach? So she doesn't mind spending money on this situation. After borrowing money from her friend, Tu Yendin directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Tu Bing's shop. But this time she was still refused, and Tu Bing's expression grew increasingly displeased. Tu Yendien refused to give up, and, desperate to cling to the expert, transferred a full 100,000 yuan. Tu Bin was overjoyed to see money falling from the sky, but was stopped by the system when trying to accept it, which said he couldn't take money outside the limit under the store's name, due to the store's valuation being bound to the system and Nimmutin unchangeable. So we are blind. How much does the great god need? Just name your price. Tu Bin, with eyes reddening in anger, regretfully but nobly responded about the money. Don't do this anymore. I really don't need it. Just tell me if there's anything wrong. Tu Yending was moved to tears by his words, never expecting that Tu Bin would actually need nothing in return. I never expected there to be someone so young, powerful, and indifferent to fame and fortune in this world. If Tu Bin said so, then Tu Yendin wouldn't hide it anymore. She told him that in 3 days she would participate in a competition, but all the other pets were badly injured, so her last hope was this lightning mouse. That's why Tu Yendin wanted to entrust Tu Bin to nurture it for 3 more days. The opportunity came by chance, so when the lightning rat returned to the shop, leveling up the little dry turtle would be much easier.
So, Tu Bin put on a cheerful expression.
At this moment, the system also sent a new notification. It detected a customer interested in nurturing a pet. The basic pet nurturing service has been launched early, and the owner can accept orders based on the pricing table below. Specifically, the cost to nurture a pet from level 1 to level 3 is 10,000 yuan. From level 4 to 6, it costs 100,000 yuan, and from level 7 to 9, it costs 1 million yuan. And the highest is the king beast, with training costs reaching 10 million yuan. Tu Bin widened his eyes, surprised that nurturing a pet could earn so much money. For now, he can only accept orders of level 3 or below, so let's start with this thunder mouse first. Tu Bin then informed Tu Yendin that the 3-day pet training fee for his shop was 10,000 yuan. Although not cheap, if he could train the lightning rat as well as in the last match, it would be worth it. Moreover, with Tu Bin's level of nurturing, it's even more affordable. Tu Yendin didn't think much and immediately agreed. The transaction was completed quickly, and 10,000 yuan was transferred to the store's account, converted by the system into 100 energy points. Besides training, is there anything else you need from the service? You can also get treatment for injuries when you send your pets to my store, Tu Bin said again. Tu Yendin's eyes immediately lit up, not expecting that pet nurturing here could also be used for healing, which was much more convenient and cheaper than going to a high-end pet hospital. She nodded repeatedly, then took out all her injured spirit pets, startling Tu Bin so much that he almost jumped. Tu Yending was caring for 3 pets in total, but just as Tu Bin was about to accept the order, the system issued a new notification. Upon checking, it was found that a customer requested the care to prevent damage to the store's reputation, suggesting the owner quickly upgrade the care tier. What? How does it affect reputation? Tu Bin thought to himself that the initially free nurturing channels made from scrap spirit stones had very weak spiritual energy and contained complex, disordered waste X-ray channels, Although they helped the pets grow a little, they also had a high chance of causing mutations. Tabin gritted his teeth in anger. Just earning some money and this system is already trying to cheat him. Fine. I'll buy 3 more cultivation slots then. Just after completing the transaction, a new notification arrived. 3 new nurturing slots plus 2 replacing the old ones cost a total of 50 yuan. The cost to feed your pet per hour is 100 yuan. Level 2 feeding slots ensure your pet won't mutate. But each day, an energy point is spent for each channel paid for by Tabin himself. If the energy points cannot sustain this process, the breeding channel will also disappear. Tabin was so angry he almost fainted, and Tu Yen Din was worried sick. Boss, what's wrong? It's okay. Tabin tried to regain his composure. 3 pets for 3 days, a total fee of 21,600 yuan. Please transfer the money first. Tu Yen Din nodded repeatedly, thinking that her boss was really strange, but she didn't dare delay paying. After receiving the money, the system quickly converted it into energy points for Tobin, with a total of 291 points now. Currently, there are 5 pets in the shop, all using level 2 feeding troughs that cost him 1 point each day. After taking on the debt herd, Tabin also activated a side mission requiring him to double the combat power of the customer's pet within 3 days. The reward is 3 first-level primal energy pills, and failure results in a deduction of 10 points. Below is the question asking whether to accept, indicating that Tabin has the right to refuse this time. He stands in front of the status window for a long time, carefully considering. Currently, Tobin needs to upgrade Xiao Kolao's talent to the superior intermediate level, which means increasing from level 1 to level 7. If I had to compare, raising that lightning rat to level 7 would be easier. But you're someone who loves challenges, so in the end you still took on this side mission to get involved. Tabin considers using this opportunity to freely enter the training, aiming for the top level. A series of locations appear for him to choose from. The most suitable place for Xiao Kulao to level up is Tobin's final decision, the chaotic realm of death spirits. Without hesitation, he presses his hand on the screen, unaware of the tentacles emerging beneath his feet as the bloody tendrils envelop everything, the smell of fresh blood overwhelming. A blood-colored moon planet with the shore covered in human bones and a strong smell of death in the air, so overwhelming that you and your pet feel sluggish and can't look back. Ugh, the death aura is heavy. It's completely incapacitating. Suddenly, a corpse's foot strikes the little dry bone, destroying it. The little dry bone shatters, leading to death. A giant skeleton holding a club is swinging it directly at you. There's an enemy. Xiao Kolao attempts to use the rejuvenation lightning. It swings its staff with a powerful strike that shakes the ground. The missed shot drives it crazy. Tabin smirked from afar as the little dry lizard revived and launched an attack on it. Looking at Tabin's skeleton, he sneered. It turns out that in cultivating top-tier beings, not all are king-level monsters. The monster attacking you is a giant dry bone beast of the demon beast attribute, a level 7 combat power battle pet with poor talent and skills, patched together from broken parts, roaring in war. Little Drybone shatters its bones, leading to death. Tabin anxiously gives the order. Little Dry Lizard revives Lei Guangzi and uses Lightning Bolt. Upon command, it begins discharging lightning. Damn it, I'm afraid the lightning might miss the target. Tabin shouted loudly, his lightning sword appearing. Do not swing the sword wildly. Cut off its hand quickly with a sharp, straight strike. It screams in pain. A strike from it causes the lightning rat to bleed profusely. Lightning sparks threaten to rupture internal organs and cause death. As if by magic, a smoky aura appears around its hand, and the shattered bones from each cut are drawn back, pieces of debris gathering into its hand. It leans on the gem on its head, which is drawing bones from the ground to recover. Seeing how the gem activates, Tabin feels pleased. That precious stone makes the reattached skill stronger. It seems to be a treasure. Once again, he ordered Lei Guangzi Xiao Kolao to revive. Fearing what happened earlier, they clung tightly to his legs, and looking at them, Tabing sighed in frustration. Your hand moves, a circle appears, and a skill book materializes. It's a skill book for using Deadly Intent at level 1. Ko Lao is gradually restoring its form. Tai, you also quickly transfer some of your power to them here to increase your killing intent to level 1. The small dry bone received the power, rushing quickly toward the giant dry bone. Seeing this, the boastful monster swiftly attacked you, causing the ground to sink. Once again, the little dry lizard dies. Lei Guang tries to kill, the master dies. How can these attacks kill Tabin while you're fine and driving it crazy? CX did not die and revived on the spot. It seems Tabin has figured out the weakness of the giant dry bone. Although that last strike was powerful, it revealed a fatal weakness. The body's core is asymmetrical and hard to balance. With my eyes, I watch as it attacks the lightning rat, showing fierce momentum but unable to withstand a single move. The lightning mouse begins to activate its ability. Little Dry wipes his sweat and sits in a corner, shadowed and exhausted, ready to strike again. Loidoan sketches out a plan. One cuts its legs, another strikes at its neck bones. Little Dry Lao handles the support. I want that gem to absorb the lightning and synchronize with the thunderbolt. The lightning strikes directly into its hand, delivering a full-body attack on the giant Xiao Lao. The arrogant, boastful guy's head is severed from his neck, and the gem falls out. The Little Dry Lizard quickly catches the gem. The system notification appeared, indicating the lightning trial was completed successfully, increasing combat power and level. Looking at the lightning mouse's function panel, Tabin was quite pleased. The skill upgrade, Shadow Clone, uses lightning to create 2 temporary clones, with a very small chance to produce 3, and can even split into multiple clones. Very impressive. This side, Xiao Kulao's eyes are absorbing the red color of the leaves, which surprises him a bit, so he quickly turns back and asks, "What is Xiao Kulao doing?" The notification explains that this is the unique soul-absorbing ability of the Demon Beast system, which can increase its level by invading the energy of its kind. After a while, the stone completely disappeared, and Little Dry Lizard became stronger than before. The system announced that Little Dry Lizard's combat power had leveled up, and that it had gained an understanding of basic swordsmanship skills. Happy, he slightly hit its head, which made it tilt back. That's perfect. I originally wanted the lightning mouse to eat meat, but now you can eat soup, and this time even bones. Truly a little expert who is not wasteful, diligent, and frugal. A new incident occurs. A spaceship descends behind Tubin, capturing lightning and sensing it. A half-human, half-bone woman appears, leaving him stunned. What is that? Her aura radiates so intensely that even the system cannot identify her traits, attributes, level, combat power, talent, or skills. Seeing that power, Tabing sweats and dares not judge. Is this an advanced creature from this training zone? Maybe I can find top-level protection through her. Her hand radiated with mysterious power, aiming straight at you as if to enchant. All 3 of them were drawn in both soul and body by her. So the host died, Lei Guangshu died, and Xiao Kuo Lu died. Tabin continued to revive on the spot, praising, "Wow, so strong, I just faced him and I was done for." Without hesitation, you wonder who is in front of you and ask if she is the final boss of this place. She turns back, and as Tabin recovers, he smiles brightly. "Come on, tell me, do you have any intelligence? Don't talk too much, she will charm you even more." Before I could ask anything, he disappeared again. Wait, let me finish what I was saying. The notification continues. Host has died, remaining resurrection attempts. Would you like to revive? Sitting in the resurrection waiting area, Tabin looks disheartened at the screen in front of him, with random language resurrection at the same spot. Do you think I'm free to eat for nothing? Wasting so much precious time? This place makes me so tired. Well, let's go somewhere else and see. Tabin chose the new mode, random resurrection. The mode is activated and you find yourself in a new space. It's so quiet. Looking around, Tabing hurriedly stopped. This is the lower level, where hundreds of people are walking like ants. You don't know where this place is. Look carefully, it's the person you met earlier. You spoke. The one who was eating for free earlier. Seeing Tabin's bewildered face, she quickly urged him to run and escape. Ugh, a supernatural hand is squeezing Tabin tightly. It's dangerous. You've been standing above the boss this whole time without realizing it. He suddenly glances at you. Who are you? And somehow gave him 3 seconds to answer. The hand squeezed tighter, choking Tabin, the oppressive feeling overwhelming. I was just passing by. You are the leader of this place. Tet's power isn't strong enough to kill you, so why didn't it just deal with me directly? What is it trying to probe? Getting stuck in the arm isn't okay. Tabin has to think of a damn way to escape. Luckily, I can still be revived at will, and I decide whether to go or stay. But if I am imprisoned, the system's revival ability will not work. If you waste too much time and fail to complete the mission, you're doomed. Seeing your silence, the giant skull speaks up to remind you. You can approach me silently and without a sound. You are definitely not an ordinary person. Answer me, I won't ask a 3rd time. From the way he asked, you also realized something. I see. So it's fear of your strength. Stay alert. Still have room to act. They probably have never seen humans and likely don't know about the system's existence, so I might as well use this to deceive it. Without hesitation, Tubin begins to act. I am a fragment of the strongest being in the human realm, here to test your threat level. If your threat level is too high, eliminate everything. The monsters responded, "Oh," and moved forward. It can be understood as protecting our king. A light flickered in his eye as he gently shattered a group of soldiers. Seeing how he kills his own soldiers, Tabin smiled, thinking that this is truly a loyal subordinate of Mr. A. Killing like that, doesn't his conscience hurt? Could it be that the thing he's most familiar with is overpowering the weak and fearing the strong? A strong squeeze causes you to burst like a balloon. The host has died. He looks at the soldiers in fury, claiming that protection is an insult to him. Nothing in this world can threaten me. Tabin looked at him, recovering and replying with contempt. Oh, is that so? Happiness didn't expect him to be so easy to fool. He was tricked. As long as he wasn't imprisoned, everything would be easy. The spirits below stood watching, turning back time and refusing to give up. He pulls the demon-absorbing ring and points it directly at him, burning Tabin, then continues to use the spike trap to pierce the deceased host. Time and again, the host has already perished. Tabin's body gradually reanimated, his legs recovering as he stepped out of the smoke. An unchanged body appeared, and he sneered. The more lethal your skills are, the less suffering you feel. I'm gradually getting used to it. Seeing you keep begging, the red-eyed guy keeps staring. Is it possible to continuously manipulate the time flow of the death spirit realm? What kind of terrifying existence is this human intruder after all? The host has died. Resurrect and aim directly at the stone. That gemstone is really valuable. You point your hand directly at the ring containing the stone. I want to have it. Before vanishing completely, Tabin's hand quickly pressed on the stone, and in a flash, the stone disappeared, leaving the ring empty. He was stunned to realize that time and space shifting was actually space-time shifting. So angry, he left his position at the top and shouted loudly, yet he was able to simultaneously deploy 2 supreme laws. Now he unexpectedly lost to you. The teleportation range is my domain of investigation. Who on earth is it? The system has randomly selected to revive you. Back to the original place, Tabin breathes a sigh of relief. Did you really think he would just continue to fold his arms and wait to die? You're so naive, acting all proud then running away like it's nothing. You raise your hand to revive the little dry lizard. The little dry lizard puts down the gem, and you show it off, telling it to see this treasure. Seeing little Kolau happy, Tabin smiled brightly and showed off. Do you like it? My Tabin's beloved can't just chew on bones and scraps. Order it to absorb them, and next battle, it's your turn to fight. Suddenly, a monster of unknown origin appeared, attacking them with a sinister gaze, but Xiao Kolau had already taken a step ahead before it could reach him. It used lightning-fast speed to slash through the monster with basic swordsmanship. The system notification immediately appeared. Kill successful, battle power increased by 4, mission progress at 46%. 1 day remaining. The monster's head was cut off and fell to the ground, rolling toward another demon. It stomped on the head in anger, smashing it into pieces. Ha ha, since you're giving so much experience, I'll let you handle it. Little dry lizard. As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly eliminated them. The system sound rings out. Xiao Kulao completes the kill. Combat power level 6. Lightning Rat completes the kill. Combat power level 6. Mission progress 94%. Remaining time 14 minutes. After continuous fighting like this, Tabin is exhausted. Ha 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 ha. These trash fish are really not willing to fight. They're so far behind. But just when you weren't paying attention, a monster lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. The cells in its body keep multiplying, and it roars loudly. The creature's body rapidly regenerates, as if it were a black hole in space. It pulls the surrounding creature corpses toward it, and the monster keeps growing larger, quickly replacing the missing parts of its body. It roars loudly. Tabin suddenly realizes he missed it and mutters, "Are you not dead enough yet?" He smiled smugly, just as Little Drybone and the beast beside him also prepared for battle. Kill intent. Ha ha, you immediately ordered to kill it, that's enough progress. The monster ruthlessly threw the sickle towards Tabin and the others. Realizing the scythe is getting closer and closer, you immediately order Little Drybone. Little Drybone, basic swordsmanship. It quickly swung the sword in its hand to block the attack from the scythe, and with its growing skills from recent hunts, the young Drybone with a scythe split into 2 halves in an instant. The monster, even angrier, roared loudly and glaring at them, then slammed its hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack and break apart. Rapidly, the blue arms reach out and twitch repeatedly, trying to grab Tabin and his pets, momentarily hindering their ability to act. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The system interface displayed a mission progress of 94%, with 7 minutes remaining before it ends. Tabin frowned in annoyance and said, "No need to remind me, you think you're clever. It's that annoying imprisoning spell again. As he thought, he shouted an order, "Lightning Mouse, use lightning to attack its core." And the lightning mouse immediately responded. Damn! Suddenly a stream of blue electricity radiated around it. That stream of electricity quickly transformed into a massive beam of light with immense power, aiming straight at the core of the monster, but surprisingly, the monster remained unharmed and strange hands around it gradually disappeared. Maybe they are using the monster as a shield. The hands quickly multiply and move closer to the creature as if protecting it. You suddenly realize that you've been blocked. The system panel appears again, but this time none of the features display specific information about attributes, levels, combat power, talent, or control abilities. Tabin frowned and muttered to himself. As expected, he couldn't identify it, but two things are certain. First, the blocking hands are not afraid of damage skills. Second, that core is definitely its weak point. The system interface quickly prompted, 3 minutes remaining. Tabin turned to Chuot Loi Kwang and shouted loudly. Chuot Loi Kwang unleashes a lightning bolt, gathering the power of thunder to cover its body. It emits layers of electricity around itself, affecting even the hands gripping it. Lightning Mouse shouted, "Ah, immediately! The electric attack made the hands release it!" The system display shows a message that the Thunder Mouse has mastered the Lightning Shield ability, which uses lightning to ward off evil and protect the body, capable of maintaining damage effects and causing physical paralysis at close range, greatly increasing its effectiveness against demon-type enemies. A look of joy appears on Tabin's face as he excitedly announces the mastery. Lightning bolts quickly spread through the air, crackling and zipping across the hands, making them pause briefly. The lightning from the Thunder Mouse strikes the monster, causing it to feel pain. It roared loudly. Tu Bing quickly freed the hands from the body while giving the order to break the confinement. Little Skull is right now. Little Skull is so excited that it grins smugly. Ha ha! The sword in its hand also transforms into a demonic blade. It decisively slashes straight at the monster, leaving a long red streak. The notification appears. Little Skull has completed killing the level 7 battle power increase. The Thunder Mouse has completed killing the level 7 combat power. He recalled that moment and smiled, saying, "The blood gem is only partially absorbed, and the Little Skull's combat power has already grown tremendously. Once fully absorbed in the future, it will be perfect."
The system immediately issued a reminder. Main quest completed. Received a fragment of the chaotic energy map. Side quest completed. Received a power pill. The 3 rewards have been automatically stored in the space. The cultivation chamber is closing. Returning to his shop, Tabin then said, "Assessment spell."
The system interface displayed the full information of the Little Dry Skull. The Little Dry Skull has a Demon Beast attribute, level 2 upper position, combat power level 7 mid position, above average talent with mastery over puppet techniques. Puppets, enslaved spirits, howling, deathly roar, intermediate swordsmanship, combined strike, and is the lowest level pet within the Demon Beast system. The king's innate talent is awakening. Tabin stared at it intently before speaking with displeasure. The rank is only level 2, the combat power of the Little Dry Bone is at most level 7, and the talent is just above average. Hey, system, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The system responds, stating that the assessment is based on all data from when the Little Dry Bone began the endless chaos until now. The host need not doubt. Since the beginning of the endless chaos? That's interesting. The system interface displayed different information. Dark Lightning Mouse, a Thunder-type pet with a mid-tier level 3 rank, combat power at the lower level 7, with above-average talent and solid skills, wielding thunder images and remnants, calling spirits, claws of a once ordinary beast now able to stand on its own. Tabin smiled contentedly. Huh? I never expected that even an electric-type companion beast could learn the spirit summoning skill. I wonder what they would think if someone on the arena realized it was summoning spirits. He looked over at the resting pets, his voice full of hope, truly making people look forward to it. Tabin suddenly pulled out an old scroll from a system space, curiosity and doubt on his face, and asked the system, "System, what is this chaotic energy map?" The system responds, "This is an ancient cultivation method that has been lost, with levels corresponding to the host's cultivation stage." The system explains, the Chaos Soul map uses the body as a vast universe, comparing stars to acupoints throughout the bones for cultivation, which is completely different from the commonly used spirit energy cultivation. Huh? So that means I can also practice cultivation now. Tabin begins to close his eyes, sit cross-legged, and meditate in another space, surrounded by a gentle light within the chaotic universe of spiritual energy. He began to realize that concentrating the spiritual energy into the primordial pill would increase its size. When using the skill, just spinning it in a circle to form a vortex could release the spiritual energy from the body, thus affecting the outside world. This is a level 1 chaotic energy map, the Spirit Pool Realm. Tabin silently thought, his eyes focused on the light sphere condensing before him, forming a vortex, in short, absorbing other spiritual energies. Is that right? The boy quickly reached out to grab the small beams of light around him, using the vision of a beast tamer, thinking it shouldn't be too difficult to catch these. They seemed to have caught the streams of spiritual energy, but they dissolved into my hands. I wonder, can't you catch them? These energies directly pass through the body. Tabin then thought in a different direction. In that case, what if I use my body to block the direction of the floating energy? Thinking this, he stepped forward to block the floating energy sphere. He looked at the energy sphere and said happily, "It worked, so I can only rely on energy to absorb energy." Tabin suddenly remembered and reached into the system space to take out a bottle. That's right, I have 3 bottles of power pills. I wonder how effective they are. Uncertain about what Tabin is focusing on, he quickly puts the 3 pills into his mouth and swallows them down. His whole body seems to be strengthened, and the energy orb in front of him shines brighter than usual, with the original pill inside his body growing larger. The system panel displayed a message, congratulating the host on successfully reaching the Spirit Pool stage and unlocking the character control panel. The host looked at the system panel in shock and exclaimed, "My combat power has increased by 3 levels. Tabin, attribute, human race. Level, Spirit Pool stage to small. Combat power. Level 3 mid. Score. Mastery of killing intent." Tabin suddenly looked dissatisfied. "Hey system, your screenshot is pretty nice, but why is the score a question mark?" The system responds, "Your current strength does not have the authority to view it. Please quickly increase your combat power." He chuckled to himself. This Dan Yuan power has only taken 3 pills, and his combat strength has already risen to mid-level 3rd stage. Normal cultivation usually takes at least 4 or 5 years. "You're too strong now," the boy eagerly asked the system. "System, does it also have the task of increasing power through pills?" The system prompt sounds. "This pill only works for level 1. 2. The host has successfully advanced to level 3. Explore and cultivate on your own." Additionally, although this universe was created from a chaotic energy map, it was designed based on the real universe. The system also issued a warning while the host was absorbing and practicing, saying, "Be careful of stars larger than you to avoid being pulled in." Tabing furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "What happens if I get pulled in? Interrupt your cultivation practice or what?" The system replied frankly, destroying the primordial spirit. And he reacted sharply in surprise. Check the system notification panel for the first warning. Also, in the chaotic universe of spiritual energy, time flows normally. Pay attention to scheduling. Tabing tiredly wiped sweat from his brow. He asked, why do opportunity and risk coexist? Inside, he silently thought, the big fish eat the small fish. He calmly thought that maybe just avoiding the big stars and absorbing the smaller ones was enough. He softly said, "Oh, it's less troublesome than the self-training area." Suddenly a thought appeared in Tabing's mind, taking him back to a few moments from the past, and he softly said, "It's just a bit boring. I remember she was also a level 3 beast tamer. That time I took a hit from her." Tabin immediately wondered if he could withstand a punch from her now as night fell, and the tall buildings quickly lit up with lights. "Eat a little more. Don't go hungry." Tabin wiped his mouth and said, "Your mother's skills are really great. I'm full now." "Go back to your old room," Then Yu replied. "Why are you so polite, you little brat? Go upstairs quietly. She reminded you that your sister is in her training room, and with the recent competitions, don't disturb her. Tomorrow morning, make the corn cake you like the most, and remember to eat it before going out." Tabin turned back, smiling, as he replied to Than Yu. "I know, Mom." He glanced at Than Yu, busy in the kitchen. Although she is not the biological mother of the original owner, she seems to treat the original owner with warmth and care. But it seems they treat the original owner quite well. At least you can feel the warmth and closeness of family. Tabin stretched and loosened up, speaking tiredly. Tulang Nuyet is busy preparing for the competition, apparently at the same level as Tu Yendin, and I thought about challenging her to a match. He looked towards Lang Nuyet's room, where the spiritual energy was gathering, and thought to himself, I should just go back to my training room. Tabin secretly peeked through the door crack, trying to reassure himself. "Huh? The spiritual energy is really dense, big brother. Just observing my sister's cultivation. It shouldn't be considered spying, right? She's lying on the bed relaxing, but the surrounding spiritual energy isn't condensing. You are amazed at how pure the spiritual energy is." Tabin stares at her in shock. wondering how she can absorb spiritual energy just by lying down and why the scale is so enormous. He immediately guessed that the spiritual energy seemed to be attracted and drawn into her body by something, unless this is the cultivation method taught by the Sacred Academy. Tabin then gently touched the flow of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the real world is weaker than that in the chaotic universe and is more evenly distributed. The law of spiritual energy in the chaotic universe divides into dense and sparse regions, and it seems that the giant star has already surrounded the evenly distributed spiritual energy. He quickly sat cross-legged. If I could learn the cultivation method from the Sacred Spirit Academy in the chaotic universe, my cultivation speed would be sky-high. Tabin immediately imitated Ling Yue, who was spinning her own spiritual energy, and he also tried it. Thinking about it, a whirlpool of spiritual energy was gradually forming. Suddenly, I realized it was the pulling force. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Tabin explained that once enough energy is gathered, just using the force circle to pull the energy closer for absorption is enough. No need to run around. The two brothers sat side by side practicing, and he tried a different method to see if there was any difference between rotating clockwise and counterclockwise. Lang Nguyen suddenly woke up at this moment, rubbing her eyes uncomfortably. Why does it feel like absorbing energy is becoming more exhausting? Did I doze off? Tabin then smiled, success achieved, and tried one direct and one counteracting pure spirit orb. Thinking this, he raised both hands, and the two spirit orbs grew larger and larger. Lang Nguyen suddenly jolted up, feeling as if her energy was being pulled away more and more. She nervously asked, "What is this feeling?" She looked around and sensed the strange space. The spiritual energy suddenly ningju and could no longer be absorbed. Why did the flow of spiritual energy suddenly become chaotic? Could it be that a powerful expert has been passing by recently? The flow of energy continues to move, heading straight toward Tubin's room. Then Yu, hearing the strange noise, asked worriedly, Nwit, are you okay?" Lang Ningwit shyly covers her face, confusedly replying, "My mother is fine, I am training." She then steadies her mind, frowning as she guesses that this strange energy must be unusual, but the direction it came from clearly points to my useless brother's room. Lang Nguyen stared at the half-closed door, while Tobin, sweating profusely, let out a sigh and looked at the steady vortex of spiritual energy before him, saying contentedly, I've got a pretty good grasp of it." Inside the shop, there is not a single person. Tubin is immersed in cultivation, the chaotic cosmic energy here swirling endlessly as he absorbs it. He couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable it was, as the gathered star energy was continuously being absorbed by him, and as long as he maintained the right distance, he wouldn't be pulled in. That way, Tabin also realized that even while sleeping, he could still cultivate. Suddenly, he sensed two people entering the shop. "Boss, I'm here to pick up the pet," Tabin muttered to himself. This size difference is just you leaving your cultivation to say hello with your eyes open. So, it was you? Hearing Tabin mutter, Yen Din and Nyak Nyak quickly blushed and hugged their chests. "What do you mean, big or small, boss, you know?" "I meant spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Your spiritual energy is too weak. You need to work harder on cultivation. Otherwise, how can you control stronger spirit beast?" Yen Ding asked in surprise. The stronger the spirit beast, the more she wondered if the lightning rat had upgraded in just 3 days. Tabin secretly worried bringing back a level 7 combat beast while the academy only granted level 3. Was there really no problem? He still said to wait a moment while I brought out the spirit beast. A while later, Tubin brought out the Thunder Mouse and handed it over, saying, "Go ahead, you already settled the bill last time." Yen Ding took back the Thunder Mouse and softly thanked him. "All right, thank you." She quietly wondered if the color of the Loi Kwang Mouse's fur had changed. Moreover, looking at the other animals, she realized that their moods seemed to be quite down. It's only been a few days apart, and seeing my owner like this, with no excitement at all, could it be that they're nostalgic for this place? Tabin sat to the side, pretending to be impatient as he brushed his hands off. "Go ahead." Yen Din ponders again. Taking care of them for a few days has made the pets develop feelings. Even though their emotions are transmitted through the spiritual contract, at the beginning, there was no real connection between the owner and the pet, only basic obedience. Once the contract is broken, there will be no further contact. Nyanya checked the status of the pets and couldn't help but marvel. Their wounds seem to have healed completely, and their fur has become brighter. Yending also secretly admired that this is truly a thoughtful shop. She sincerely thanked the owner and appreciated how carefully he took care of them. "Maybe you could introduce some food for me instead. I'm just thinking quietly. Are you planning to use this to thank her?" "Well, this time I won't kill her." Then you suggest, "Then buy this, 1,200 each for Lak Feng to eat." Yen Ding replied in amazement. 1,200 each. A while later, Yen Din arrived at a training ground and suggested, "There's still some time before the match, I want to warm up first." Meanwhile, she silently wondered how much stronger the lightning rat transformation had made her. She seriously said, "Lak Lak, summon your strongest beast, no holding back." Nyanya happily replied, "Are you that confident?" As she finished speaking, she recited the spell to summon, "Come out." Nyanyak Nyak confidently reminds, "If you get hurt, don't cry." Yen Din seriously analyzes. Sure enough, it has appeared. The Nam system's humanoid high bloodline beast is Lan Nyak Nyak's most confident trump card. Although not yet mature, it already has a level 5 combat power. She secretly hoped that Chot Loi Kwang could endure. Just testing the strength of the Loi Doan and Loi An Tan Tuong a little would be enough. Immediately after, Yen Din gave the order, "Let's go." Lightning Mouse, shining with fierce eyes, screams, "Damn it!" Immediately, the lightning rat charged quickly at the Earth Titan. Seeing that, Niao Niao casually ordered, "Tang Tang, play with it a bit." The Earth Tangle Beast with 4 arms performed a sealing technique, releasing a surge of energy that caused the ground around it to rise with numerous attack pillars aimed at the Lightning Mouse. The Lightning Mouse, emitting electric sparks all over its body, skillfully dodged while simultaneously approaching the Electric Tangle Beast. Seeing that, the Earth Talisman Beast quickly reacted by smashing the stone columns into sharp iron stones to attack the rat. Yen Din hurriedly ordered the Lightning Shadow clone. The Lightning Rat immediately split into 3 clones. Nyak Nyak was very surprised to see this, able to split into 3 shadow images. Yen Ding was pleased to see many shadow clones. The 3 split bodies of the Lightning Mouse directly bypassed the electric tangle and attacked Nyanya. "Nyanya, are you letting it fight Tang Tang? My shield is very weak." Yen Din reassures you, "Don't worry, I only let the Lightning Rat get close, I didn't order an attack." She quietly calculated that the Earth Talisman Beast is a high-grade bloodline pet with extraordinary observation abilities. This is a rare opportunity to test the Thunder Shadow Phantom. The Earth Talisman Beast quickly used its skills to stop the Lightning Mouse. The moment the Lightning Mouse lunged forward was also when the Earth Talisman Beast struck at the mouse below. A loud noise sounded in front of Nyak Nyak's barrier as the Earth Titan Ant-Eater caught the Lightning Rat in its grasp. Both Nyak Nyak and Yen Din are stunned. Did he really catch it? Suddenly, where did the Lightning Rat come from? The Lightning Rat stomps on the face of the Earth Talisman Leader, and at the same time, those clones disappear. The Earth Talisman Beast has been completely fooled. Suddenly, the Lightning Mouse radiated a terrifying aura that made the Earth Talisman Beast tremble. The Earth Tortoise fled, screaming. "Oh no," Nyak Nyak suddenly. "What?" "Tang Tang, you're just scared because you couldn't catch the real one, right?" The Earth-taming beast, knowing it can't fight back, just wants to protect Nanya, ignoring her screams. Dirt and rocks start to appear around Nanya, forming a closed wall with the electric Earth-taming beast. Nyanya still doesn't understand what's happening and quickly tries to comfort her pet. "Tang Tang, I'm safe. Let me go quickly." Yen Ding was stunned. Here. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The ancient tortoise has a high-level bloodline and a unique attribute, yet it was scared witless by a low-level bloodline rat. Yen Ding happily clenched her fist. It's hard to believe she's that strong. The commentator on the arena kicked off passionately, and the annual live voting system of Fengshan Academy's match concluded. The official match now begins. The commentator starts the introduction. On the left side of the arena is Namzai to Yen Din's new black horse. The commentator switches to another contestant, while on the right side is a veteran who ranked in the top 10 last year. The one who sees through Li Ke has a cold face with a confident smile. He explained the rules as usual, and both sides took turns bringing out 3 summoned beasts to fight. The one who destroys all of the opponent's pets first will win. Please, both sides. Before the commentator finished speaking, Li Ke had already summoned his beast. "Come out!" A water beast, the Water Guardian, emerges behind him. Teacher Lai Ke summons his pet in front of the audience on the stands, causing a buzz. "Hey, look quickly!" He actually uses his summon to start his match. Isn't he afraid the opponent will target him? That's right. How could the top 10 last year make such a basic mistake? Li Ke was too overconfident. Yen Ding began to analyze silently. Water beast hidden? Water-type spirit beasts with mid-level bloodlines excel at concealment and assassination. Then she immediately summoned it. "Yeah, let's go." Then Lak Fung appeared through the gap. Yen Din said seriously, "The attributes are mutually restraining, so it depends on whose strength is greater." The commentator enthusiastically remarks, "Excellent player." To send Lak Fung with high-tier bloodline first. For the hidden aquatic beast with mid-tier bloodline, it's truly a formidable opponent. How will Li Ke respond to the challenge? Suddenly, someone's arm raised, and Lai Qi calmly declared, "I give up." Fine. Even our commentator was surprised by this turn of events.
Oh, did I hear correctly that Captain Lai just said he's surrendering? Lai K replied dangerously, "No, I said I surrender this round."
The commentator continues professionally, still unsure of what's happening, but player Li has chosen to surrender. In the first round, Tien Din wins. Although Yen Din won the first round, he remains cautious and ponders silently, what is he really planning? Suddenly, a space crack appears behind Lai Qi, who smirks sinisterly and says, "Sometimes to ensure success, you have to make sure the prey bites the bait. Lures are indispensable." Yending suddenly realized something as a web of space cracks spread across the arena. And then an attack appeared behind Li Ke. He confidently analyzed that although Lu Feng is not her strongest beast, he is definitely the most difficult to handle. He pushes up his glasses while the rat lightning, the ferocious Su beast, and the white Seo tiger all fight on the ground. I just need to send out a powerful beast to easily crush them. Then Li Ke began to calculate that only Lak Feng Sorage could attack from the air, and even a level 5 beast would struggle to hit it or might exhaust itself and die, so it had to be dealt with first. Li Ke smugly smiled and said, "Sorry, classmate To, I've already researched all your information. You're definitely going to lose." Suddenly, a flame flew toward him, and Lai Ke, dismissive, casually used his shield, sighing weakly and powerless. Before he could finish speaking, the shield was burned to ashes, and Li Ke was also scorched, crying out about the heat. Yen Din looked confident and asked, "Are you done talking?" Li Ji clenched his teeth in anger. Go immediately ordered the Earth Beast, piercing technique, and sharp spikes appeared, stabbing toward Lak Feng. Yending also quickly reacts and gives orders. Lak Feng dodges away. She thought to herself, that was too quick. Then Yen Din continued to give orders, boosting her strength to escape quickly and launching a full-force attack. Lak Feng quickly dodged, soaring above the ground to escape the attack range of the Earth Beast. While evading, it also rapidly gathered energy to counterattack with 2 moves, Crimson Flame Flying Bird and Fiery Slash. Li Ka calmly ordered the Earth Beast department to activate the Earth Shield, which immediately appeared to block the attack. Seeing Lak Feng's attack easily thwarted, Yen Din was stunned. How could this be? Although Earth-type magical beasts can resist flames, this Earth Wall is a bit too hard. As she finished speaking, the dust settled, revealing the Earth Wall with no cracks. Li Ke smugly sneered, "So now you realize the gap." Lak Feng, even at level 3, dares to face the level 4 mature Earth Beast in the Earth Prison. Then he gave the order. The commentator also immediately analyzed the situation, focusing on the specialty of the Earth Prison technique used by the Earth Beast. I heard it can crush any lower-level creature of the beast domain, and its cruelty even makes high-level pets fear 3 parts. Seeing the attack, Yen Din quickly ordered a response as the net was being pulled back. Lak Feng quickly tore a hole and then used her level 3 strength enhancement skill. Despite fighting desperately, Lak Feng couldn't escape the net, which was tightening around her. The commentator's voice rang out again as the beast's prison continued to constrict under her attack. It's hopeless now. The underground prison is so tight that even the beast Tamer is in imminent danger. The commentator remarks that even accepting defeat is understandable, but player 2 remains persistent, and Yen Din stays determined. Lak Feng struggles to break free, but the more it fights, the more wounds it sustains. It cries out in pain. "Oh!" Seeing Lak Feng injured, Yen Din shouted in worry. "Lak Feng, stop struggling, or you'll only hurt yourself more." Li Ke smugly comments, "Everything is part of my plan. Admit defeat and the pain will disappear immediately." Seeing that, Yen Din, although unwilling, couldn't bear to see Lak Feng hurt, so she decided to surrender. I surrender. Before Yen Din could admit defeat, Lak Feng let out a cry and roared. A powerful energy immediately condensed in her mouth and shot forward. The energy source tore through the barrier, cutting through the attack and causing the beast to lose its ability to act. Both Li Ji and Yen Din were surprised. This is the judges shouting out loud. The extreme social line. Li Ka was stunned as the stone block was cut in half and the voice echoed. Tu's subordinate, the ultimate social line, had already mastered an 8th-level advanced skill, which in a single move rendered the Earth Beast incapable of action. Namfang looked on in horror and cautiously spoke. "No way." Although the Lak Feng is classified as having a high bloodline, among all high bloodline beasts, its innate talent is actually at the bottom, and it also lacks the ultimate sniper trait in its basic inheritance skills. Hawako, with a faint smile, nodded in praise after observing. No matter what, this Lak Feng has truly succeeded, and most importantly, it is still not fully grown. so its future is limitless. Vice Principal of Fengshan Academy suddenly said, "Don't forget, this young lady's Thunder Lightning Mouse has also used Thunder Break." Nam Fong, hearing that, immediately turned with interest and asked him, "Vice Principal Dong, what's this young lady's name? What year is it?" Suddenly, Hoako's powerful hand grabbed the front of his shirt. She lifted Nam Fong and Zhong, then showed a cold, murderous face to warn him. "Her name is To Yendin. I have my eyes on her. How do you plan to steal her?" His eyes trembled as he looked at Hoako and quickly explained. "Ha ha, I was just asking a little." On the other side, the vice principal paid no mind to their actions and thought to himself that he never expected such a genius to appear this year. If she could join the exploration team, make achievements, and gain more glory, it would be a huge pillar for the academy to rely on. In the stands filled with thousands of spectators, someone suddenly recognizes her. This is the girl who cultivated the mouse method. Next to him, someone also spoke up. "Damn it, my pet has never even learned an advanced skill." At this moment, flames surrounded the body of the pet on the arena, and it let out a loud roar that made Yen Din gasp in surprise. She leveled us not only mastering the 8th stage of the extreme social trait, but also increasing her combat power to the lower 4th level. Still in shock, she suddenly froze as if she couldn't believe it. With such high talent, could he really be my lost pet? Probably not. The memory flashes back to the day she met Tabin and his words, revealing that our store's boarding service not only heals wounds, but also can enhance comprehension and improve physical fitness. She still remains skeptical, thinking this is all just too exaggerated. At the same time, the announcer declared the second round over with Tuyendin winning, and asked both sides to prepare for the third match. Lai Ke heard this and said angrily, "What kind of unlucky streak is this for me?" It was almost a victory, just a little short. 3 strikes, and you're out. He gritted his teeth and started to unleash his evil temper, growling. Indeed, this phoenix is the hardest to deal with. "Fine, then I'll let you learn a little." Li Qi then, overwhelmed with anger, shouted, "What is true terror?" Immediately, he summoned the beast storm. Its appearance made Yan Din gasp in shock. These are the 4 wings of the demon storm beast, fully grown, with a level 5 top-tier combat power. Over here, Hoako also looked terrified. Hey, weren't students already forbidden from bringing savage beasts? What if something happens? Are you implying that these beasts are just pets with savage tempers and no humanity? Namfang heard that and sneered at her. Huoji, your thinking is also too conservative. Every year, many people die on the royal land, but those ferocious beasts won't roar when the fight begins. The vice principal behind also spoke, so there's no need to worry. He stroked his beard calmly and said, "My school's teachers are very strong, and the referees are high-level experts, so nothing will happen." The vice principal watched the increasingly intense match and slowly spoke up. "As for the beast wind demon, I guess it must have been hired through some trickery. After the fight, I will definitely teach that thing a lesson carefully." Li Kathan Tanma shouted with all his might. "Ah, beast wind demon. 10,000 beasts defense." Beast Wind Demon heard but coldly ignored him. When Li Ke saw this, he looked at it cursing, a disgusting brat. Suddenly, he thought to himself, is the rank difference too great to obey commands? Forcing the summon of monsters like this still feels a bit reluctant. Yendin takes this opportunity to boost Lakfeng's energy, strengthening her power and wind ability. Gradually, the energy intake increases, enhancing perception and defense, creating a good opportunity. Lakfeng directly attacks the Beastmaster to seize the battle. The deep, piercing gaze of the Feng demon flashed as it teleported instantly toward Yendin and Lakfeng. Yending, small and unprepared beneath the beast's paw, quickly turned pale. Too fast. The main character watches the fight intently and suddenly is stunned. To the contestants, Lakfeng move was defeated in an instant. The sharp claws of the demon beast slowly reached out to approach Yendin. Under Fangko's fury, he asked, "What do you want to do?" In an instant, it left wounds on Yendin's shoulder and hand, causing blood to flow. And its claws also tore her leg, leaving some blood. Hoako saw this scene and immediately turned to ask the vice principal, "What is going on?" This round, Yendin lost already. Why hasn't the beast of the demon wind stopped? Meanwhile, no one paid attention as Lai Qi had already fainted. Someone shouted loudly, "Damn it, Li Qi is unconscious." At this moment, the beast wind demon went berserk and attacked Yendin, causing her to panic and scream. "Stop, stop now!" Vice Principal suddenly commands. The storm spirit demon has completely lost control. The referee quickly halts the match. The referee continued, voice full of urgency, as Feng Shen approached and ordered, "Go now, wind spirit bird." Seeing the target, it immediately darted forward to prevent the tragedy. Suddenly, a flash of red energy shot out to save Yan Din. They didn't even have time to react as the judges looked on in horror, along with the viewers' voices. The speed was too fast. What was that? And still faster than the divine wind bird. The discussion hasn't stopped yet. It's beyond the limit. At this moment, as the situation becomes clear, the MC immediately announces, "It's the Thunder Rat." Player 2 summons Thunder Mouse to block the thousand phenomena, / Huoji regains composure, but quietly contemplates. No, if you're a beast tamer, getting hit by these could be deadly. To Yen Din didn't make any move to open a gap to summon just now. The Thunder Mouse has been on the field from the very beginning. But if that's the case, then the Thunder Mouse's ability to conceal its aura is just too strong. Seeing the situation turn, the MC announced that the third round of the match would now begin. Tufeng Demon begins to attack. Yen Din carefully analyzes. The number of wind blades has increased. How can she avoid this? The Lightning Mouse swiftly reacts, using its summoning ability to call forth a spirit, which immediately appears, leaving everyone around in awe. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but panic. Summoning spirits, this Lightning Mouse can even use demon-type skills. It's unbelievable. Training, I also want to bring the Lightning Mouse. Suddenly, Yen Din felt herself floating in the middle of the stage, then was pulled back by a force behind the shield to avoid Thu Ma Fong's attack. The battle is becoming more intense than ever, and the protagonist keeps talking, saying that after living so long, they've seen everything. Lightning Mouse can even use the summoning skill of the demon system, and can also prevent the 10,000 images defense. Lightning Mouse seems to have gathered more energy along with deadly intent. It's not simple. Damn. Facing it, the level 5 mature wind demon beast was also filled with murderous intent. It roared and attacked all fronts, tearing the ground apart with ease. The two opposing powers clash fiercely without any side showing weakness. And Yen Din feels worried seeing Chuot Loi Kwang directly confront the beast. Mouse Lightning is also very surprised by each situation unfolding before it. Surprisingly, Mouse Lightning allowed itself to face the level 5 upper position. Mature beast wind demon directly. To the player was too reckless. Suddenly, a silence fell over the place. Chuot Loi Kwang viciously slashed the demon beast, causing the match to come to a halt. The reckless act resulted in the demon beast losing its left side. This caused chaos among everyone. In an instant, Chuot Loi Kwang managed to defeat the out-of-control beast-wind demon. The demon beast falls to the ground exhausted, as the crowd's discussion grows louder, and the demon beast has been cut with such a large wound. The murderous aura emanating from Chuot Loi Kwang is incredibly powerful, making viewers exclaim, "Loi Doan Kong, Chuot Loi Kwang's strength is truly terrifying." The referee stared at the scene with his mouth open in shock, thinking the killing intent was truly heavy. Could it be that the Thunder Mouse wants to destroy the beast spirit? She glanced at Yen Din and secretly wondered if that was the dog's intention. Yen Din was now confused, thinking to herself, we already won, yet she's so scared. Could it be that the lightning rat also lost control? The referee continued to follow his own thoughts. This time everyone was playing too big, and at the same time ordered Feng Shen to move forward. The Feng Shen bird flew away. After giving the order, the referee thought about the malicious intent to eliminate the beast, at the very least stripping it of its right to participate in the match. Seeing such a tempting target, the referee was determined not to let a promising star like this have its future cut off. Feeling something amiss, the lightning rat with its murderous aura turned back with a cold gaze, and immediately launched an attack on the wind spirit, Thunder Abyss. Seeing the situation was getting dangerous, the referee shouted loudly, and the wind spirit flew back. The storm god was hit hard and fell down, then roared, "Hey referee, I won't accept this, yet it still managed to hurt my phoenix spirit." Watching carefully, the referee's face trembled as he wondered how a beast at level 7 could possibly keep up with its speed, something that could only be counted on one hand, let alone a lightning rat. The spectators above couldn't help but be intrigued by the scene unfolding before them. The swirling storm of lightning. I heard that once trapped in the Thunder Prison, you are immediately pierced through by the 10,000 lightning, and even a mid-legendary beast of the earth element can't handle it. The vice principal looked and wondered. The Thunder Chain can already be considered a top-tier 7th-grade artifact, and now the 8th-level Thunder Prison appears. Namfang, seeming to enjoy the show, said, "Tisk, tisk. Such a top-tier beast skill, and he's calling a lightning rat to learn, but even a bloodline mid-tier beast is worth a fortune." The fire mechanism beside him looked very interested and thought to himself, this lightning rat can even scare a 7th-level Feng Shen bird, truly brave, then suddenly said, I'm really liking this new guy more and more. At this moment, the wind god is gradually recovering, accompanied by an extremely bad mood, and the referee above, seeing this, feels worried. The storm of the wind god reaches its peak in fury, gathering wind to form a giant tornado. The wind god unleashes boundless power and charges forward with a roar. Claw! The lightning rat is just as fierce, confronting it with no fear. The tornado is growing stronger, as if it's about to sweep through the entire arena. The referee hurriedly intervened, but Phoenix Spirit was calmly realizing that things weren't going any better for the referee, and he started to worry. If Chimfong Than fights the out-of-control Thundermouse, he will lose control severely, and his power will accumulate more and more, potentially overturning the entire arena. Yen Din is overwhelmed in confusion, only now regaining her senses and reacting. She suddenly misunderstood happily. Lightning Mouse, you've learned another advanced pet skill. It smiled brightly and looked back at Yen Din. Squeak. She runs over to wave the Lightning Mouse in celebration. Squeak, squeak, my greatest treasure, oh my god. The referee standing aside watching this scene. Is he not losing control of the mouse-pulling Guang? The match results are now announced on all forums, and this time the winner is Tu Yen Din. Huatrung, the atmosphere is cheerful, and the MC adds, congratulations to her for advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, Tu Bin, feeling sleepy, yawns and stretches, wondering, so is that considered impressive? The person on the other side of the screen injected their spiritual energy into this scented cat's body, removing the meridians in its front legs, which could then strengthen the cat's front legs. I watched carefully and listened further. In this cultivation method, the difficulty lies in being extremely familiar with the structure of the spirit beast's body. Otherwise, the infused spiritual energy cannot be absorbed and will have adverse effects. The girl on the screen measures the cat's leg. The final result is that the attack power of the front leg increased by 1/5, and the training only took 3 months. Tabin was watching the video and thinking, so strengthening combat power in this world is that difficult. No wonder. Tu Yen Din was so scared. Maybe I should also make a video to attract customers. Outside the shop, a sports car stopped right there. Ngok Kin stepped down, looked inside, and said, hey boss, long time no see. He glanced around the shop and said, looks like there are quite a few new items too. Is that you? Are your hands okay? Ngok Kin asked passionately with a determined voice. Boss, you probably have never been to the city hospital before, right? Tabin indifferently watched his childish behavior without any intention of caring. Ngok Kin straightened up and said, just a little money is enough. Even if your whole body is shattered, I can put it back together. Hearing that, he quickly guessed, ha ha ha, so you must be quite wealthy. Tabin glanced at the shelves with a hint of meaning. Then you should take care of the shop's business a bit. These ghostly foods can be discounted for you. Ngok Kin looked at the listed price in shock. What? It's 100 times more expensive than last time, and his sister is just as surprised. A grain of food is almost as expensive as your surgery fee. Tabin lost interest because the business failed. There's nothing else to return to, and I still need to cultivate. Ngok Kin, feeling humbled, clasped his hands and said, ha, I was just pretending earlier. In terms of strength, you're still better. Honestly, this time I came to invite you to leave the mountain. Are you interested in opening up the land? Memories flood back with countless wonders. In the past, the Lamb Star was a resource-scarce planet. Until that day, a massive energy will open space, creating a cosmic rift. A magnificent wave of emotion continues to flow. These unstable space cracks act like bridges connecting to unknown planets, some rich in resources, others filled with savage beasts encountering pure natural destruction or even scorching suns. By harnessing the benefits of the space rifts, humanity has continuously gained resources from other planets and developed into a powerful nation. But unfortunately, this prosperity only lasted a few hundred years as the struggle for high-quality space rifts plunged humanity into years of civil war. The brutal truth has left many people in hardship, with the human population dropping by more than half. The land and sky seem to have exhausted their strength, and nearly 70% of Lam Tin's area has become barren and uninhabitable. Taking advantage of this moment, the remaining people finally reached an agreement, forming an alliance, and moved together to settle stably in a place where fissures in the void rarely appear. For survival, the Federation is fully committed to training beast tamers. A door to a new era opens, and at the same time, the top talent is chosen to lead the expedition into the void fissure to seek treasures. Hearing this, Tabin fell into deep thought, feeling puzzled. Clearing the land? Ngok Kin secretly observed his expression and then added, actually, Last night, a new crack in the void appeared outside Longjong City Base. Our Black Wolf exploration team was the first to explore but was ambushed and lost a Blood Lake demon fox with a red tail. Suddenly, Tabin's system panel appeared, congratulating the host on activating a side quest to find the lost pet. Successful mission reward, a secret manual for training divine demon skills. Failed mission. The host's score decreases by 10 points. He quickly reined in his emotions and thought seriously. The secret manual for training divine demon skills. The chaotic energy map the system provided last time was very effective in improving strength. This precious book probably isn't much different. Thinking of something, Tabin slightly curled his lips. Just at that moment, I also wanted to test my real combat skills a bit. Ignoring those thoughts, they decided to head to the exploitation base 38, with the vehicle speeding fiercely toward the destination, leaving a trail of dust behind as the area supervisor quickly radioed that the team's vehicle was skimming the dry road at high speed, and the two of them got out of the car upon arrival. Ngok Kin quickly raises his hand and says, "Our captain is here." Kwang Lit observes and then speaks. "This brother here is the legendary master from beyond the world you mentioned. May I ask your honorable name?" Tabin spoke with a calm voice. Tabin is an ordinary person with nothing special about him. Leung felt a surge of interest seeing you like that. We often hear young Master Pham Ngok Kin mention you. Today I see that you truly are a young hero. Brother, To is still so young, only 20 years old, right? Tabin unconsciously replied in surprise, 18. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them simultaneously sprayed glue to stiffen their faces in disbelief. Lai Ying quickly composed himself and said, "You're only 18. You haven't even reached the age to graduate as a battle beast trainer yet, right? Which school do you attend?" Tabin replied without much thought, "I am self-taught and have learned everything on my own. Brother To, this time the Crystal Stream Valley isn't too dangerous, so it's about 70% safe. Joining our team requires registering your identity first. Also, to facilitate cooperation in battle, we hope you can let us get to know your companion beast." Tabin chuckled softly as he summoned his companion and said, "No problem, but I have no intention of joining the explorers. I'm just here to find the Blood Lake Demon Vi-Beast." Hearing this, Leung could no longer maintain his composure and spoke up to remind him. "You're still young, but quite bold. Do you think anyone can just join the Exploitation Guild if they want to?" "Brother To, this is a guest invited by Xiao Fan. You shouldn't be rude." At the same time, a pair of murderous eyes appeared, accompanied by Tabin's voice saying, "Come out." When summoned, the divine beast crash lands with overwhelming force, shocking everyone who witnesses it. Ngok Kin is stunned and stiffens, muttering instinctively. Then suddenly Xiao Ko Lao drops his head, and they all immediately shout in unison, "Little dry bone." Then Tabin stepped forward, picked up its head, and took out the red glowing stone. It's clear that before leaving the cultivation zone to absorb for 7 or 8 days, this head was still so large, but heading to the wilderness zone should be enough. Kwang Lit and Leung watched his actions and words, then froze stiff. Ngok Kin on this side was curious. "That's right, I only have one pet right now." Hearing your response, he stammered in fear. "Sir Tu, you might not know that our captain and second master are hot-tempered. If I really make a mistake like this, I'll be doomed." I adjusted Xiao Ko Lao's head and calmly said, "Don't worry, I will not let you down on this task." Suddenly, he ordered it to attack abruptly. Xiao Ko Lao draws his sword, flicks it a few times with style, then stops coolly. The three of them watched the display in awe, amazed by the speed. Yet all they saw was the sword being sheathed. Before they could think further, the paths the blades took shattered into large and small pieces, leaving them horrified. Wow! At this moment, they are entering the base, and the system suddenly announces, so they step forward to input their identification information. Tabin follows the system's instructions as it begins scanning to recognize his face. When the recognition is complete, the system's voice rings out, "Hello, Tabin!" Then the screen displayed Tabin's information. Male, 18 years old, attending Lam Long Kindergarten, Than 1 Elementary School, Than 1 Middle School, Bakvat High School, with bloodline and beast tamer status, no noble family, father Tu Vien Sun, mother Li Than Nhu, and younger sister. Tu Lang Nuyet, followed by a notification that he had received temporary colonization registration, authorization. Hearing this, he wondered if that was all. Ngok Kin next to him looked at To Bin's profile and had countless questions. Cao Trung is just an ordinary person, so how did he really rely on self-awareness to become a beast tamer? Moreover, he's really only 18 years old. Seeing his expression, Lai Ung reminded him, "Don't celebrate too early. Temporarily, pioneers can accumulate merits normally during the process." He went inside and added, but there are no special privileges like those of an official settler. If you do wrong outside, you'll still be punished like everyone else. Seeing Tabin still standing there, Nok Kin said, "Mr. To, let's go this way." He said with a smug look, "Don't worry, boss. If you ever get caught, I will definitely bail you out. No need to thank me as a pioneer, we still have some privileges." Tabin heard clearly, but showed no expression, and thought to himself all day long about breaking that privilege. These people are truly hopeless. They approached the Federation Exploitation Warehouse, and the door gradually opened with a heavy sound. When it was fully open, Tabin looked inside and was immediately stunned. This is the inside of the Federal Reclamation Warehouse filled with strange items. Kwang Liet pointed to the thousands of objects behind him and said, "To brother, the wasteland area is particularly dangerous. Pick a few treasures for self-defense. I invite the guests." Tabin still couldn't get over his amazement and thought everything here was just ordinary treasures not seen on the market. Seeing your expression like that, he smiled and said, "Of course, you understand that things that are too expensive are not for you," Tabin happily replied. "I see." Ngak Kin looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. The treasures of the excavation vault always expand your horizons each time they arrive. Tabin approached the item, pondering in his mind that some of them are even as beautiful as the treasures from the cultivation zone, unless they were also collected from other regions of the universe. Seeing your hesitation, Kwang Liet had no choice but to speak up. "It's been quite a while, Brother To. Have you chosen yet?" Tabin wasn't interested in the other defensive items. Then he pointed to the ones beside him and said, "Just give me these." Ngak Kin was stunned when he saw the item. This contained within the glass case was a basic cultivation technique, specifically for basic beast tamers from level 1 to 6, a level 1 treasure, costing 10 units of effort, like a joke that made Liang chuckle. "Ngak Kin, who are you inviting back?" Kwang Lik also burst out laughing. Ha ha. Ngak Kin was flustered and hurriedly said, Hey, Mr. To, we are now heading to the wilderness. The captain's idea is worried you might get hurt, so bring your armor and weapons. Why did you choose that cultivation technique? Seeing his provocative reaction, he calmly replied, "I don't want to owe others too much before I succeed. Rest assured, I am confident." Kwang Liet quietly observed Tabin, as the cultivation technique is something to be practiced long-term. This person is either clueless or has an extremely deep understanding of their own strength. Oh, I hope it's the latter. Receiving the item in hand, there was one more thing that puzzled him. It was a spirit crystal that looked at him, quickly explaining, "This was a gift from the captain, capable of blocking most 5th-level divine pet attacks. If our Black Wolf team fails again, it will be very embarrassing." Tabin's eyes grew deeper when he heard that, and he responded to him, "I see." A long time has passed, and the sky has already turned dark. Moving to the Void Rift, the terrain here is barren and fragmented, making it very difficult to traverse. Tabin paused slightly while walking and asked, "How much do you understand about this Void Rift? A demon-type threat? I guess we've arrived at the right place." Then he continued in a deep voice. At that time, 2 people were seriously injured who came to fill the remaining spot of the other. They finally moved up, and he cautiously reminded them that the remaining person was the second-in-command's assistant, known to be a ruthless type, so he absolutely must not anger him. Suddenly, a giant bird's leg swooped down swiftly. The bird's foot lands right in front of Tobin and Ngak Kin's creature, causing it to panic and lose balance, making Tobin almost fall and exclaim in alarm, "Who is it?" Over here, minding his own business, then suddenly speaking playfully, "You guys are too slow. I've been waiting so long I almost fell asleep." Suddenly the scenery here fell silent, as if merging into the darkness. Tabin, having caught Ngak Kin, then spoke. "He managed to catch you. He looked at you and still kept up his bravado. Huh. Luckily my mental strength is strong. If I had fallen down there, even someone stronger than level 6 would have been shattered to pieces." Tabin silently thought helplessly, "All right, enough bragging." At this moment, Mo approached to shake hands and greet Kwang Liet. "Old fan, I heard your friend's blood beast, the demon wolf, has gone missing." He sighed and replied, "Well, I was careless for a moment. If it weren't for her being daydreaming all the time, I really wouldn't want to go in again." He quickly added, "I told you before, sending the Spirit Spear troops to the wilderness area was the right move to find me." Suddenly, Mac's gaze did not meet Tabin's, and he only caught a faint lingering sound from Kwang Liet. "Ha ha, all right, I'll listen to everything you say." He put away his earlier cheerful expression and asked curiously, "Huh? Who is he? Why isn't he listed in the records?" Kwang Diep gently pats Tabin's shoulder and introduces,
This is an external helper invited by Xiaofam, and if you don't hear that, you'll naturally be curious.
To Bin, you're so clean. It's your first time in the Wild Star area. You look at him and look at you. Should I explain what just happened a bit? Mac's expression suddenly darkened at this awkward moment. I want to ask, what exactly is he? With swords and knives that have no eyes, he can't handle even this little matter, so what right does he have to go to the Imperial Zone?
Kuang Lit replied, "Well, brother, Tu may not be a proper pioneer, but he understands the habits of the spirit beasts very well, and his strength still counts as passing the test," he said, with a tone full of sarcasm. Passing the test of strength makes you qualified, so anyone can become a pioneer. Once inside, everyone must follow my orders, or don't blame me for acting ruthlessly. Then Mo didn't look at Tobin and thought to himself, "You little brat, dare to glare at me." Kuang Liat continued to insist without noticing Tobin's expression behind him. "Don't worry about that. I will definitely keep a close watch on the person I brought in." He hesitated when he didn't see your murderous gaze. What's going on? The look in this kid's eyes. Tobin's cold gaze made him think of a corpse, and he immediately questioned whether this was truly the first person to enter the wasteland. Everyone in the opening the wilderness team entered the crack in the void. Ngok Kin looked embarrassed and quickly explained to Tubin, "Boss 2, the opening the wilderness team, we are all straightforward people. Please don't take it to heart." Tubin nodded understandingly and said casually, "Because my way of thinking just happens to be the same as his." Immediately after, everyone entered the crack in the void. Kuang Liat ordered to increase the light.
"Now that we are on a different planet and without warning, no signs of fierce beasts, stay close."
At this moment, Kuang Liat ordered, "We have to go through that forest." Lai Yong looked for a path and responded quickly, "Yes, the surrounding space of the dark, foggy forest here is blood-red water, and strange spiritual pets also exist." Meanwhile, the reconnaissance bird summoned by Lai Yong reports that the lake ahead only has small, unidentified beasts, and the thick fog makes it impossible to distinguish from above.
Kuang Liat asked further, "Is there any nearby route to go around?" Lai Yong replied, "No, other routes are guarded by some fierce beasts." And without recalling his pet, he directly said, "Then go over and take a look. If it's a high-level beast, we'll deal with it later." The night vision device helped the team clearly see the beast hiding nearby, which turned out to be an adult landmac tiger, estimated to be level 5. And he was not confident in his judgment, saying, "Let's kill it directly and finish quickly." Kyung Leet warns, "Don't stay here too long." He replies, "No problem, the credit is mine." Tabin sensed something was off and stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment, are you sure you're not mistaken? Let me borrow the night vision device to check." Mac asked back without showing any emotion. "What do you mean? Are you doubting our judgment?" Tabin calmly explained. Holan Mac normally drinks very little water, mainly relying on eating small insects to stay hydrated. Moreover, everyone should carefully sense the surrounding temperature. In this weather, Holan Mac wouldn't casually go outside. Ngokkin also agreed, "That's right, Holan Mac is a tropical creature and shouldn't appear in such a damp and cold place. Surely no mistake, right?" Leung definitely replied, "I saw the Holan Mac species clearly." And without double-checking, they casually said, "This is the real Holan Mac." Amateur commander's wasting time. He immediately ordered it to be killed and the venomous whip to lock tight. Then it suddenly attacked the burned remains of the Tigerland Mac outside, revealing a skeleton and countless writhing tentacles. Iwanglit quickly realized that the tiger beast was already dead. It probably wasn't disguised as the tiger beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Chansam Kwada bit down hard on the already dead Holan Mac. Seeing that, Tabin quickly warned Lam Mac to let go immediately or it would die. Mac Kung angry shouted, "Who do you think you are? When will it be your turn to give me orders?" Suddenly, a black liquid invades Transam Kwada's eyes. It screams in pain and struggles, hissing. Kuang Liat quickly asks, "Tu Huinde, you just said that my beast soul rarely encounters evil spirit pets. Can you explain a bit?" Tabin explains, "The mature beast soul has a strength level of 7, and often disguises itself as a weak animal to lure prey in. Once it enters the body, it quickly dissolves from within." Hearing this, he responds, "To brother, if it's level 7, let's work together." Tabin refused Kuang Lit's suggestion to continue, saying, "No. The most terrifying thing about the soul beast is not itself, but the symbiotic thing with it, the blood spirit." Again, I hear a strange name. Yu Jing, panic and confused, asking, "Spirit beast? Blood spirit? Wait a moment, Lord To, what are you talking about? If I'm not mistaken, that pond isn't water at all, but blood." As soon as Tabin finished speaking, the giant snake monster was submerged in the pond, revealing a lying blood spirit beast. It remained calm as its prey was exposed, and Transam Kwada's consciousness was cut off.
Monster! Tabin shouted. Hurry up! The 7th level spirit beast is providing nourishment. This blood spirit beast is at least level 9, possibly a king beast. As soon as Tabin finished speaking, the blood spirit beast was fully revealed. The blood spirit beast quickly attacked the fleeing group, causing them to panic as they summoned their spirit beasts. Bloodthirsty hellhound, winged spear dragon, and fierce lion, under Kwang Liet's command. Everyone, hurry up here! I'll give the orders now, and Liang quickly plans the route, while the blood soul beast continues to chase from behind. Feeling the signal from his companion beast, Liang quickly replied, There are 2 routes. The east has some unknown ferocious beasts, while the west is temporarily safe. The west leads to the Void Rift, and the east is where the Blood Demon Lake disappeared. Liang asked nervously, Which way should we go now? Kong Liet was helpless. Damn it, is there no other choice but to shout out loud? Retreat to the west, I've already lost one of my spirit beasts. If we recklessly venture in again, it's basically inviting death, Kwang Lich asked To Bin. Brother Wo. To, what do you think? I confidently suggested heading east without panicking and asking again. What did you say? Are you crazy? We haven't even collected enough blood soul beasts yet. On the other side, Li Ying also agreed. That's right, Captain. I also agree to retreat. Kwang Liet looked at To Bin and asked again. Brother To, are you telling the truth? If we're going the wrong way, you must answer seriously and absolutely not joke. If you still want to find the blood pond and go back, trust me, there's no more time. Hearing that, Kwang Liet decided, hoping this is not the last decision of my life. Then he ordered Li Ying to head east. Li Ying responded, Yes. Kwang Liet continued to lead into the canyon. Everyone quickly moved deeper into the canyon, but the blood beast was still chasing fiercely, not letting go of its prey. Suddenly, Liang's face changed as he reported, Captain, all the monsters in the canyon have voluntarily fled. Along with his words, all the blood beasts on the map kept their distance. Kwang Liet looked at the blood beast behind us, gritting his teeth and saying, They recognize the blood beast behind us, so Qin Yi fled far away. Not understanding what Kwang Liet saw, he exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Everyone noticed that after entering the canyon, the speed of the blood beast gradually slowed down, and its desire to pursue decreased. It's not hard to believe, he asked. The blood soul beast's desire to chase has weakened. Tabin was a bit surprised and said, How is that possible? The blood beast may be very powerful in combat, but it is not an active hunter. It prefers to lure prey using soul spirits so that they come to it willingly. Moreover, this canyon is too narrow for it. We're not some delicacies or treasures. Only Dan Don would ignore free food outside, and especially burrow into the ground for excitement. Kwang Liet turned his head without hesitation. That's right. If I had such deep understanding, I wouldn't choose to retreat either. Hey, what are you looking at me for? I don't know the characteristics of the blood soul beast. Captain, we're almost at the blood lake, but there's a ferocious beast lingering near the mountain pass exit. Did you hear that? Mo was not stunned. Say, continue. Give me the night vision device. Mac, although annoyed, still handed it to Tabin. Don't get cocky with me, take it. The poor demon. Tabin took the night vision device in response. Thank you. The system voice activated, and the image enhancement software with night vision was installed. In front of him, a spirit beast appeared in his hand wielding a fierce demon sword. Recognizing the spirit beast, Tabin said it was the Death Soul Phantom, matured with an estimated combat power of level 5. Courage Liet asked nervously, Will there be no problem with it being a demon system again? Don't worry, I've already acted. Now summon Xiao Kulao and proceed as usual. Receiving the order, Little Drybone quickly drew his bone sword and approached the 5th level spirit beast. As soon as he got close enough, Little Drybone suddenly burst into speed and immediately used intermediate swordsmanship. The sweeping sword strike immediately turned the 5th level spirit beast into 2 streams of dark aura that slowly dissipated, leaving everyone around in awe and praise. Mu Sat was so decisive, and Ngok Kin couldn't help but marvel. It was that simple to handle. If only he had listened to Boss To earlier. His outward appearance seemed calm, but it was just luck. I can handle this kind of mixed fish too, but he's secretly jealous, pretending to be calm while letting him act tough. After a while, the group had left the canyon, and in front of them was a majestic mountain soaring into the sky. Seeing the mighty mountain, he said with a serious expression, This enormous mountain is extremely dangerous. Last time we encountered an unidentified high-level beast here. We lost the Blood Lake. Tabin nodded slightly and said, Let's take this opportunity to split up and search for clues together. Immediately, the reconnaissance pets were summoned and everyone separated to cover a wide area. Later, a magical bot discovered something and loudly called out to attract attention. Chit! Hearing that, everyone moved closer to check the situation. Yuki asked, Many-eared monkey, what did you discover? Seeing something but not surprised?
This is a pair of black cloud gold gloves. At least the team leader level explorers have enough strength to afford such good gloves. Did you find out something? Let me take a look. Without any condescension, he said, "Forget it, you're quite skilled with equipment, huh?" Tabin ignored the repetition and handed me over. Hearing that, without making eye contact with Tabin, I said, "Is it really fun to be ordered twice? Don't drag me into this, order me around. I am a pioneer of the martial way. Even if I accidentally kill an unknown beast tamer, I'll only be punished a little. Got it?" For a moment, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Then he released his grip and said, "Oops, slipped, pick it up yourself." Seeing that, Tabin's face darkened, his eyes exuding a dangerous aura, and he picked it up himself. Tabin, suppressing his anger, lowered his head to pick up the other arm. Ngok Kin thought to himself, "What's wrong with these two?" Holding the arm and observing, Tabin silently analyzed. The bloodstain had dried, probably died a few days ago, but the wound still emitted a strong, dark aura. Could it be that a high-level demon beast has appeared recently? Seeing Tabin's grim expression, fiercely questioning, "Tuhuinde, your face looks bad. Did you find anything related to the Beast Blood Lake Flametail?" Tabin continued to ponder, but it was already several days ago. Maybe it had left long ago. He then sighed and replied, "No." Hearing that, Mo just sneered mockingly. "Ha ha ha ha, with that serious face, I thought you had some clever idea. Ha ha ha, you're really good, ha ha." Hearing his mockery, Tabin suddenly stomped his foot and immediately threw a punch into Mak Kong's laughing face, with no mercy. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and Ngok Kin was speechless. Boss Toan, with one side of his face dented from Tabin's punch, angrily shouted, "I will kill you, you little brat." Moke raised his sword and snarled, "You dare hit me in the face." He slashed at Tabing, saying, "Looks like you're tired of living." A flash of sword streaked past, the blade pointing straight at his neck, making Mak Kong dare not move. Ko Lao, holding his sword at his neck, was startled and wondered, when did this kid become like this? Li Ung stands behind, pointing his sword at the back of your neck, threatening your beast to step back. You calmly say, "Why didn't you tell him to lower his sword first?" Ngok Kin, trembling, raised his hand and said, "To boss too, let's talk this through. Why did you suddenly resort to violence?" He frowned and replied, "It's his own doing." A fire shot from Ko Lao's eyes as he said fiercely, "You keep bothering me over and over. It radiates deadly intent. Tabin warns, do not blame me for acting ruthlessly." Li Ying was terrified, thinking how strong the killing intent was. Could he really be confident enough to kill everyone on the spot, but without shouting? "Vu Trong Tanthe, don't think I dare not touch you." Kuang Dik turned and said, "Lam brother, this is Two Brothers' fault. I apologize on his behalf." Lai Ung also said, "After we finish this, I will compensate for the damages to the Koada River. Consider it a favor to me. For now, let's complete the mission." Ngok Kin nervously exclaimed, "That's right, Boss To. Brotherhood in the wasteland is taboo. In the end, none of us can return home." Tabin said coldly, "So what? I think disobedient soldiers only cause more trouble. Keep talking. Losing one is better than losing more." Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes without showing annoyance, his sword trembling in his hand. He put down the sword and said, Tabin, I'll remember this. For now, I'll follow your lead. When we return to the base, I'll make sure you see my face." Tabin turned and said, "The next move will be led by me. What does the deputy commander think? Could it be that he has seen through this situation, and we can only choose to preserve the overall situation?" He said, "I only follow the captain's orders. Please don't ask me. Brother To, being proactive is good, but if you cause trouble like that again, I won't forgive you easily. Understand? I can see your skills. Let go, I have no opinion, but little Lamb Mac probably won't just accept this. Be careful, or he'll cheat on the way." Mo didn't frown, turned his face away, but couldn't do anything. You smile softly and follow his words, noticing a blazing red light shooting into the sky. Seeing this, everyone looks up at Quang Liet and he says, "That was a loud statement. If something happens quickly, go check it out." Tran Sun struggles to stand up with a cup of snow and says, "Go quickly, tell her again. Don't worry about me, you better run." The demon child suddenly appears towering before everyone, roaring loudly into the sky. Tran Sun covers his ears, thinking that a mental shock has occurred, as the thorns he shot at them pierced through other monsters. That spike shot straight at Tran Sun but couldn't do anything, his body completely immobilized. The dart was suddenly cut in half. I suddenly looked up and said to the three people sitting on the two-headed monster that Kuang Liet introduced, "We are the Black Wolf Combat Team. We just heard your distress signal, so I want to remind everyone to be very careful." The one who attacked us was Tran Sun, shouting loudly, "The beast demon high!" Kuang Liet suddenly turned and said it was him.
He recognized the bastard who attacked us last time. The three of you try to support Transun and Cocktuit onto the mount. Hurry up and get on without warning, everyone. Hold on tight. Be careful with the shaking. Tabin and Cocktuit fell off the monster, she shouted. Cow suddenly turned around as if sensing danger. The goblin was about to step on the two people, but no one shouted loudly. Hurry up, the demon will stomp down, but the two people are pulled up just in time onto the monster. Li Ying says Mr. Toe is confident. He's annoyed that he can't deal with Tubin. Deputy Captain, find a flat path. It will only slow us down. This kid almost got killed just now, but he didn't panic at all. I think terrain obstacles don't affect the Beast Damon's humor. He nodded. Guanglich turned to say, we've encountered many severed limbs and Tinsung corpses on the way. Is your team only left with 2 people? He asked grimly. Huh. The last Earth Shield beast I had just handed over. Cocktuit told him that my sacred flame bird can still keep fighting. Guanglit looked at the 8th level divine beast, the holy flame bird, which was considered brave but was also injured like this. Everyone ran away from the demon child, and the fighting power of this demon beast was probably about to reach its limit. Tabin thought to himself that the weak spot of the demon beast was surrounded by very hard bones, and relying solely on the attack of the small skull, couldn't break through the defense. They still needed their help. Once this obstacle was passed, he would settle accounts with Lam Mo later. Transun has an idea and says, I have a suggestion. If you all keep going like this, none of us can escape. Everyone, leave your pets behind and help us buy some time to retreat. And without shouting, I just handed over one earlier, and now you want me to give another. Transun pounded his chest and said, after we leave this place, I, Diep Transun, will compensate you fully for the loss of your pets, and there will also be a token of gratitude. I definitely won't break my promise. Guanglik turned around unexpectedly and said without annoyance, I don't care who you are. My loyal beast took so much effort to train. If you say buy, then buy, and I'll ask for triple the price. He turned and shouted loudly. Liang told his people to summon their spiritual beasts to stay behind, or we would all die here. Liang then said, everyone heard it. To survive, everyone must contribute. The 3 of them suddenly looked serious, and Ngok Kin anxiously said, yes. Kook Tweet was startled and turned around, the sacred phoenix. Tabin sighed in frustration, and without hesitation jumped off the monster. Tabin and Ko Lao landed softly, standing tall in front of the demon. Ngok Kin shouted in surprise, Master Tomac, don't frown and think, you idiot trying to act heroic, right? Then you die here alone? I will absolutely not let others stop to save you. Suddenly, hands grew out of the ground, and everyone shouted in surprise, what is that? The skeletons began to rise from the ground. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, it's not good! We're surrounded! The monsters stand upright in front of everyone. Guang Liat sweatily says, nothing reacts, so they must not be here to attack us. Tabin shouted, Captain, your pet has been with you for so long. This is a soul slave. He frowned and continued, throwing it away like that is getting too terrifying. Tabin stood there and shouted, kill intent! All units attack! The skeleton legion began to advance on the goblin. The dry skeleton runs up behind the demon child. The small skull hides from the side and sneaks into the battlefield, concealing its breath for a surprise attack. The demon child lifts its foot and stomps the ground fiercely. Everyone is surprised and says to each other, the level of the beast demon child can be overtaken by a small skull. Okay. Brother Toe, I'm coming to help you. Captain, I'm coming too, Liang announced. The captain is charging in, so let's go too. He frowned and said unhappily, what do you mean I should go help that kid? He replied, if we retreat now, we'll be laughed at. Besides, if we can kill this demon beast, the credit is enough for us to exchange for some pets without holding back and shouting loudly, I hate it, it's driving me crazy. He shouted, now being commanded by this newcomer again. Kung Liat said, bloodthirsty beast wolf. Ngok Kin looked up. Beast Trap Mountain, Liang ordered. Winged spear dragon, Snow Lotus also stood up. Holy flame bird, he commanded. Let's go. 6-armed demon ape. All the monsters charged at the demon child. The 6-armed ape demon rushes forward, using an intermediate-level skill, swinging its spear directly at the demon's eye. Thendim also prepares to strike with her ultimate move. Thuanglong unleashes his ice and earth attack. The 2 monsters attack the goblin beast, smashing fists together in a destructive blow. The demon child was beaten until it fell apart, with teeth scattered all over the ground. Ngok Kin happily said, good, make it so its teeth fall all over the ground. He also said that this bloodthirsty beast and the 3-headed demon dog are rushing in. Thuathang charges forward. The snow tiger beast attacks. It lunges and strikes the ghostly puppy.
Someone is suddenly surprised. That is Tabin, who upon seeing this thinks the sturdy ribs open up.
Tweet shouted loudly and quickly ran away, causing a shock to the spirit. Transon stood there, creating a shield in front of the two of them.
The demon child swung its arm, causing the monsters to be thrown far away. Everyone was trying to create a shield, the fierce-winged dragon.
Kwanglik tried to give orders. The bloodthirsty beast demon respond quickly to me. Everyone helplessly stood up quickly, but only the demon ghost got up, combining with the broken limb. Transun struggles to get up. The previous attack was completely ineffective. After all, just a few level 6 or 7 monsters can't reach level 8. It's just wishful thinking. The goblin prepares to launch its thorns, swinging them towards the other monsters. Kyung-Lead anxiously shouted, "It's no good. The distance is too far. I can't summon space without itching my mouth, so the commander is reckless. Listen to me and run directly." Tabin's voice rang out. Little Skull's swordsmanship is intermediate level. Kolao stands up. Everyone is surprised. Is the Little Skull not fainting from the shock? Kuang-Liat turned around in surprise and said, "That's 8th level mental shock. How could it be?" He calmly replied, "If you resist stubbornly, of course you can't endure. But what if the Little Skull also uses the Spirit Roar at the same time?" He thought, "I remember that during the moment of releasing the Spirit Roar, it actually causes a small explosion. But can it amplify the shockwave of the mental disturbance?" Kwang-Leat frowned and thought this fighting style had never been heard of by ordinary people before, and they would not risk danger to try it. Plus, it takes over 100 practice sessions to master the moment of release. He couldn't help but watch the figure's back as he shouted, "What has this person really been through?" The demon ghost begins to evolve its magic. Everyone watching this scene nervously say, "Could that be level 9? It's about to unleash the death and destruction move and won't run away. I'm not crazy enough to go with you anymore. Death and destruction will wipe out everything within 1,000 meters." Tabin calmly ordered, "Little Skull, now is the time." Kolao prepared to strike, leaping up to slash through the demon child. Everyone was stunned and frowning. Master Toe. After that slash from the dry corpse, the demon baby suddenly exploded. The slash from the demon baby's bone fell to the ground, and the screen displayed the small skull successfully killed. Combat power level 8, and skill level upgraded from intermediate swordsmanship to advanced swordsmanship. Everyone was surprised by the scene before their eyes. The level 8 beast spirit was just killed like that, Kyung-Lee also exclaimed in surprise. And that little skull was nothing special, you also said. I really never thought of this kind of fighting technique. He paused in surprise and said, "How is that possible?" Ngak-kin trembled. "Ha ha, I thought I was definitely dead." Master Tofian knew that only from within could he defeat it. I replied, "Nothing coincidental, I have encountered something similar before." He wondered why only evil spirit-type pets could learn the fusion technique, why the little skull sometimes could still fuse after being shattered, and sometimes couldn't. Tabin continued to think, and the answer was only one. The body is just the tip. The spiritual core is truly the root of evil spirit-type pets. You remember the dry skeleton, as long as the core isn't damaged, demonic beast companions can always activate their fusion skill. Conversely, as long as this point is exploited well, any demonic beast companion is just paper tiger. Tabin smirked. This battle further confirmed his suspicion. A stream of energy surrounded the hand, and the bones of the demon child suddenly reassembled. Everyone was terrified and confused. Then Li Ying spoke up. "This damn thing isn't dead yet?" Transon suddenly said, "Its movements are a bit strange, like it's being controlled." He suddenly realized, could it be a puppet technique? Ngak-kin asked curiously. "Is Mr. Toe under your control now?" He replied, "Let's just say so." He suddenly shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Not only did he master the high-level soul servitude, but he also killed and turned an 8th tier into a puppet. Is this little skull either a warrior or a mage? And how was it trained? A stream of red energy emanated from the two-headed monster. Kwang-Leat turned and ordered, "We can't delay. Let's keep searching for the blood pond." Leung replied, "Yes." Tabin told them to wait. "I still have something to settle. I hope you won't mind pretending you didn't see." Kwang-Lich stepped forward a bit worried. "Brother Toe, please take care of us. Hey, what do you want to do?" Tabin smiled faintly and said, "I'm not doing anything, just warning you to be more careful." Ko Lao rushed forward and cut off his hand. "The wilderness is dangerous. Kai Huang should be more careful," he shouted in pain. "Ha ha, you dare!" Tabin sternly threatens, showing respect to the captain. "You better not ignore this or I won't let you see me again." He painfully clutches his torn arm. "What?" Tabin glared fiercely, threatening with a dangerous look. "If you are unwilling to disappear voluntarily, I am more than willing to help you." trembling with fear and looking as green as a banana leaf. He grabbed her trembling arm and ran quickly. Kwang Liet sighed helplessly. Boss Tuan, what are you doing? That's too much. Cocktuit thinks this person has malicious intentions and will eventually harm us, so it's best to drive him away. That's the right decision. Leung speaks, we are looking for a Blood Lake Demon V Beast. Do you have any clues? Tronson replied, the Blood Lake doesn't ring any bells. She thought for a moment and said, I think I've seen its footprints before. She looked at the two of them and smiled happily. Huh? Where? Under the purple moonlit night sky illuminating this mystical land, Tabin and Ko Lao are sitting on the skeleton of the demon high when suddenly it sees something, jumps off the demon high, and runs away. Tabin thinks there's something in the cave attracting the little skull. Then he turns to the snow cup and says, Can I borrow your signal gun for a moment? Take it. Tabin takes the gun from her and shoots it into the sky, the beam of light illuminating everything. Everyone sees a demon beast lying there, and Kwang Liet looks happy. Found it? Everyone slides down from the edge of the rock. He pats its head and says, You really make it easy for me to find it. Kwang Liet turned back and said, The mission is complete. Let's get ready to go home. Wait a moment, I have a question. Brother Tu. Tu Bing touched the stone in front of him and suspiciously said, It seems like something is being hidden here. Ngok Kin approaches the stone block, turns on his device and says, Let me check. The analysis screen appears before his eyes. The unidentified element content is 91.214%. Uranium is 0.002%. Gold is 2.902%. Silver is 1.123%. Iron is 3.231%. And nitrogen is 0.001%. Ngok Kin turned to tell everyone that no matching results were found among the known elements. This is a mineral I've never seen before. Kwang Liet heard that and replied, Yeah, I got it. Tabin was a bit surprised by their attitude and asked him, Hey, why aren't they reacting? Ngok Kin winked and explained to him, I forgot this is your first time here. If our excavation team can find rare minerals to utilize, we will definitely strike it rich. He measured with his hand, but the fissure in the spirit metal could lead to the entire universe, making the chance of finding high-grade ore as rare as gold dust in sand. Then Ngok Kin shrugged, with such precious mining time, who would be willing to waste it? So basically, after reporting back once you return, the Federation government will send someone else to collect the samples. Tabin smiled faintly. This little skull's friendliness towards this mineral challenge must mean it's not an ordinary thing. Shouldn't only I benefit before this mineral reaches the government? The notification screen appeared, indicating the mission was complete and awarding 1 copy of the Golden Crow Divine Demon mission. Cocktuit approached and said to Tobin, Here is my business card. She stroked her hair and smiled kindly, inviting him, If you're interested, I hope you can visit our academy sometime. I want to introduce you to our school principal. He took the business card with a slightly helpless expression and said thank you. But deep down he wondered if even after crossing over, he still couldn't escape the fate of reading books. Tabin waved goodbye to her, saying, I'm more curious about the items the system gave me, and then told Cocktuit, I have something to do next time. I'll tell you the details. She suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Watching his figure disappear, she said decisively like that. Cocktuit sighed. Maybe I should be more straightforward and just invite him to Fengshan to be a guide. The next morning, Tabin tiredly yawned, then a sharp eye stared at him intently. Lang Nguyen crossed her arms, her face angry as she accused him. It's so early, you probably didn't sleep all night and just stayed up all night, right? Tabin replied tiredly as he walked past her. Exactly. What a coincidence. Do you do the same? Lang Nguyen teased with her tongue out. Who happens to be like you? The useless older brother. I get up early every morning to exercise. Tabin didn't bother with her and tiredly went upstairs. Impressive. I'm proud of you. Lang Nguyen blushed and stomped in frustration, saying, Fine, I don't need your pride. Tabin is lying on the bed now, his hand gliding over the system screen. He points at something strange and asks the system, What is this Kim-on Than Ma body? The system explains that the Kim-on Divine Demon body is a secret cultivation technique of the Kim-on clan. It turns out Kim-on was born from the fiery energy of the sun. All living beings are born with the strength of mountains and rivers. Through cultivation, they become increasingly capable of breaking through their undefeated fighting spirit. In ancient times, it once conquered more than half of the primordial universe. Wherever the golden owl passed, all things returned to dust, and its descendants called it a divine demon. Tabin was surprised. Could it be that powerful?
The system warning screen shows that training the Golden Crow demon body will continuously transform your body, a slow and arduous process requiring immense combat power and large amounts of material support, ultimately turning you from a person into a divine ruler and Golden Crow demon. Tabin anxiously looked at his hand, wondering if this body would turn into a monster. He thought to himself, that's too much like a villain. The system sensed your unease and explained, this point, host, you don't need to worry. After cultivating into the Golden Cuckoo, your body will be formed from pure energy, allowing you to retain your original appearance if you prefer, and it won't affect your normal life. Tabin pondered, where is a normal life anymore? He remembers what happened in the past. The weak in this world live without any dignity at all. Maybe only a newcomer could live a bit more like a real person. The face of the boy briefly showed determination as he said, all right, I'll follow your rules. The delivery people responded, yes, as Tabin stood aside and told them, you can leave the goods here. He sat down and clicked on the crate in front of him. Warehouse items from the Federation are delivered right to the door. So convenient. The crate beeps, identification successful. Tabin channels a surge of power, hunting for ore, killing fierce beasts for credit, and just in time, buying a lightweight military uniform to wear outside. The primordial protective armor has been activated, allowing you to use the refined energy of the upgrade to adapt it to yourself and defend against attacks from levels 1 to 7. The armor pieces gradually envelop your body. Tabin looked at the opened crates and said, all the cultivation materials for the first level of the Golden Cuckoo Divine Demon Body have been collected, and the efficiency is much higher than going to the cultivation zone. I think most of the materials and spiritual energy needed for the Golden Cuckoo Divine Demon Body can be supplemented from the excavation warehouse and the chaotic energy map. Well, after upgrading the Divine Demon Body, more dangerous places in the wilderness and the chaotic energy map can be explored. The perfect circle is complete. Tabin looked at the fossils in the box. The only remaining issue was these minerals. You pick up a crystal and ask the system, does upgrading the nurturing cage cost energy points? The system immediately replies, that's correct. Both upgrading and maintaining the nurturing cage require the host's energy points. So if Tabin smiles softly, what if I use these minerals to upgrade the containment cage? Could the materials I provide help reduce the upgrade fee? Your eyes darkened, of course, all for the purpose of nurturing stronger spirit beasts. The system screen displayed that a new authority had been unlocked, modifying the incubation chamber. After collecting the required materials, you only need to pay 20% of the energy needed to upgrade the containment cage. At the same time, a fully upgraded cage will have new additional effects. 2 dark, clear spirit incubation chambers, 200/98, pebbles 70/0, giant beast bones 30/0, soul heart 1/0, energy 200/58. Their effects can significantly enhance the talent and combat power of the spirit pets with a slight increase in recognition ability. Treats all non-lethal wounds. The evil spirit-type spirit pets have a 50% effectiveness, while the evil spirit-type spirit pets have a 70% effectiveness. Tabin happily said that it can really be improved and has quite a lot of freedom left. He told the system that although the side effects are quite serious, the results are so good. Tabin touched the fossils. These materials are quite easy to find at the founding base. He clicked his tongue. Just energy. The code only focuses on training. The shop is about to close down forever. Yending received your call and was surprised to say, the pet shop Little Peach Blossom Master is looking for me. Mitvin Tema. She answered the call and said in a calm voice, Sir, you're looking for me, Petrum. Tabin asked, do you feel satisfied with the lightning rat's training progress? Yendin happily replied, yes, very satisfied. I don't know how to thank you either. Tabin said, oh, perfect timing. I need your help with something. The lady was a bit surprised and thought to herself, the boss has something to ask for her help. The opportunity to get closer has arrived, so she immediately agreed and said, boss, just tell me what to do. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help. He expressed his request, saying, I want to film a short video with you. Yendin was surprised to hear this, her face flushing. She suddenly thought of something inappropriate. Could the short video be about blushing and stammering while filming? What's the point of filming? Tabin replied, of course to become famous. Aren't you coming? Yending shyly covers her watch and says, keep your voice down. You lose patience answering. If you don't come, I'll find someone else. My face is flushed, and finally she replies, yes, I understand. Manager, I'm here. Tabin, sitting at his desk, replied, oh, you're here. When he saw her, he cleared his throat and said, cough, cough, your makeup looks quite nice today. Aren't you the one who said you wanted to shoot a short video? Tabin calmly replied,
As long as it doesn't affect your performance, just quickly summon the Thunder Mouse. Yending was a bit stunned and asked, Lightning Mouse? She covered her mouth in panic and said, It probably isn't meant for me. This isn't realistic. Bin was a bit confused by her words and asked, Why not? I just film you summoning the lightning rat, then release the lightning bolt and lightning flash. Yending suddenly felt itchy and asked, So just filming these is enough? Bin replied, If not, then what? What do you mean by filming? Only this lightning mouse can prove my cultivation progress. I did bring it with me, right? She broke out in a sweat and hurriedly replied, I brought it. At this moment, the lightning mouse peeked out. Yending Yu suddenly remembered something. Yes, boss. Although our school's annual competition has ended, there will soon be a demonstration match between the champion and the runner-up. The champion Diep Hao will have a match with me, she excitedly told him. Bin pondered, So it's a demonstration match? If you come on stage with me then, Yendin continued, the promotional effect will definitely be very good. He agreed. Hey, champion Diep Hao, aren't you not the champion? Yending explained, Yes, the level 9 bloodline of the Thunder Serpent Dragon Beast from Diep Hao is really too strong, but I initially expected to only reach the top 20. I didn't expect to be able to take second place. It has exceeded my expectations. Bin's face lit up with interest. A 9th level bloodline. I didn't expect there to be someone in this academy who could defeat the Thunder Mouse. You uttered those 3 interesting words. The morning sky is clear, with sunlight shining over the entire city and Fengshan Academy. Everyone around is busy taking care of their pets. Yending led the way, while Tobing followed behind, glancing around, seeming to think that these girls were quite into thunder lightning beasts. Yending turned to raise her right hand into a fist. During the annual competition, everyone saw the potential of the lightning spirit beast. Now the thunder spirit beast has become a star pet. Shop owner, To, before the competition starts, do we need to hand out flyers? Bin glanced away and replied, No need. These ordinary students keep Loi Kwang Thu just for the trend, hoping to make a small success into a big one. Bin brushed past Yendin and closed his eyes, saying, Even if the popular trend passes, it will still be abandoned because of the price. Hearing him say that, she suddenly felt small and muttered to herself, I still haven't paid back the money I borrowed from him. Diet Thun, you're going to join the Royal Waterfall after graduation, right? Ha ha ha, what a stupid question. I heard the top combat team has already sent an invitation. Wow, I really admire them. Diep Hao paid no attention to the surrounding glances, even as praise continued to echo. His strength could likely get him into the top team within half a year. I think there's also a chance to join directly. Suddenly, Diep Hao separated from the group of girls and went over to Yendin, calling out, Classmate, To, wait a moment, I have something to talk to you about. Is there something you need to talk to me about? Diep Hao replied when he heard her. Nothing much, just thank you for the fight the other day. My silver snake lightning beast broke through its limit during the battle and finally reached level 7. Oh, I see. So, congratulations. Bin, standing nearby, glanced at her, thinking she must be the one who defeated the thunder lightning beast. Diep Hao suddenly leaned in close to Yendin's face, placing his hand on his chest as he responded to her question. Yeah, that's right. There's one more thing. During the competition, I advised you not to use the Thunderbolt beast anymore. She blushed slightly when she saw him leaning close to her and asked why. Diep Hao straightened up, ran his hand through his hair, and confidently said, My silver lightning beast hasn't yet mastered the 7th level of the lung skill, so it's still not proficient at summoning and dispersing. Ha ha! You know that too. Yending remained silent, her eyes lowered as she slightly bowed her head, listening to Diep Hao ramble on. If the lightning beast's bloodline was suppressed, it would look very bad. Bin turned his back to the two of them, but kept an eye on her and Diep Hao listening to him speak. Fighting alongside Lak Fung at least made the experience somewhat enjoyable. She responded when she heard him say that, I understand. Diep Hao turned around, waved to the group of female students, and said, See you at the competition. See you at Man. The female students there burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'll try to be gentle. Bin turned around to face Diep Hao's back. There's no need, even if it's a beast king. The thunder lightning beast won't be afraid, especially since it's still an immature pet. This person is Yendin. She extends her hand toward Tobin and introduces herself with a slight glance at you. Let me introduce him briefly. This is shopkeeper To, who helped me raise the Thunderbolt beast, and you could say he is also the owner of the Thunderbolt beast. She explained to Bin, he is Diep Hao, our academy's champion, a person who spends a lot on rare pets. Sorry for the rudeness, sorry.
Deep Hao stared intently at Tobin standing with his hands clasped in front of him, frowning as he thought, could it be that the unreasonable Loi Kwang-thu was actually nurtured by this young shop owner? He suspected that unless there was another master behind the scenes, training it. After thinking it over, Diep Hao said, "You're flattering me too much? Money is just material things. As long as it can improve loyalty, any amount is worth it. I wonder if shop owner To is interested in nurturing a bit." Tabin crossed his arms and said, "Well said, but our store's business is very good right now, so we're busy. If you are truly sincere, I will make an exception this time." Tabin raised his hand to indicate that 500,000 yuan is about 1.7 billion Vietnamese dong, so how could he get priority to cut in line? When Diep Hao heard this, he looked worried. 50,000 is just a priority fee for this guy, really? Yen Din behind Tabin is covering her mouth to hold back her laughter. Tabin, seeing Diep Hao's attitude, raised both hands with a playful shrug and said, "Isn't it true that young Master Diep, who loves and pampers his pets like his life, even hesitates over 500,000? Really?" When Diep Hao heard Tobin say that, he was furious, grinding his teeth and glaring at Tobin without saying a word. He turned away in anger. Money is not an issue. Whatever he wants is fine if he has that ability. Tobin also responded with a determined look. Of course, it's a rematch. When Diep Hao said that, I thought to myself, the handsome rich kid in school who's famous for spending money without blinking, I've arrived at the right place. "Over here!" A beast suddenly roared as a stream of blue energy shot straight at it. Oh, what a stunning counterattack. At the scene of the first-year competition, the male student behind the scenes is directing the monster to roar. "Damn it, send me its wreckage." The beast growled and charged quickly towards Lang Nguyen and Tuyet Kao standing nearby. Seeing this, Lang Nguyen raised her hand and a stream of energy enveloped her and Tuyet Kao. Just a reckless kid. Boosting to level 2. Tuyet Kao will pay. After absorbing the power, Tuyet Kao's fangs and claws grew longer. She quickly rushed toward the beast, dodging its attack and kicking it in the face. It unleashes its power into the fierce beast's eyes, then fires its tail into the sky, opening its mouth to breathe fire and burn the creature to ashes. The MC's shadow magic exclaimed, "What a spectacular match." To Lang Nguyen is the winner. Yending watched the previous match, so powerful, unafraid to fight opponents with higher combat strength. Tabin also sat watching, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Not bad skills, just a pity there are still flaws. Nam Fong sat on the bench, crossing his arms with an amused smile, and said, "If it were previous years, this skill might have earned a spot on the battle team, but this year's monster contestants are truly numerous. Her illusion flame beast isn't unremarkable, just not enough to amaze." Qin Lang excitedly said yes. Both the champion and runner-up this year can control rare 9th bloodline beasts, one relying on a level 1 lightning beast to reach the finals, truly a battle of gods. Min Tung relaxed and leaned back in his chair. If this young girl had a master to guide her, she could definitely become a star in the future. But when we can meet a master depends on luck. And no one knows that the person who has appeared is our protagonist. The protagonist's next words will be about tonight's final, exciting beast battle. Yendin opens a dim portal, and the lightning mouse immediately floats out and appears beside the runner-up, Niendo Fongsun, to Yendin. Facing the two are Diep Hao and the giant dragon behind him, the champion opponent. Niendo, Diep Hao. Lang Nguyen sits on a chair, surprised as she looks towards her brother. Useless older brother? Why is he also getting involved? Tabin crouched down, patting Lightning Mouse on the back, making it jump, and said, "Hey kid, remember me? Haven't fought together in a while." Loi Kwang the mouse, squeaking in fear, ran quickly to Yen Din and hid behind her legs, making her exclaim in surprise. The male student sitting on the chair, rubbing his chin, asked, "What's wrong with the Beast King?" He suddenly ran away. Is he afraid of losing face? Lang Nguyen heard everything and felt overwhelmed. He's not even a beast tamer, so going up there would just invite trouble. Diep Hao watched the scene and laughed loudly. If only he had followed my advice earlier, he wouldn't be a laughingstock now. Yen Ding, hearing him say that, became angry and shouted, "Lak Feng!" Lak Feng immediately appeared, swiftly flew toward Diep Hao, unleashing her power, and the narrator described every detail. Wow, contestant. Yen Din suddenly switches to using the Phoenix Blast attack, and also reveals her most powerful skill. Diep Hao immediately commands his beast. Long Beast Silver Release. Play with it. The Long Beast quickly lunged forward, claws aimed at Lak Feng. Lak Feng, still shouting, unleashes her power at the Long Beast, which roars and unleashes its strength back at her, leaving her unable to resist and struck down. MC surprised. What? With just a roar, it broke through the 8th level skill,
truly worthy of being a 9th-level bloodline dragon beast, so powerful. Yendin saw this and quickly looked worried, then ordered Lakfeng. Lakfeng does it again. Hearing that, it absorbs its own power once more. Deep Hao then raised his hand, his tone full of sarcasm and persistence, just so she could clearly see the difference between us. The Silver Thunder Dragon charges. Defend. After absorbing enough power, Lu Feng launched it towards the Long Beast. The Thunder Serpent aimed to swallow the arrow, but was it a careless mistake to miss the vital point? Perhaps it's the confidence of the strong, but even with such overwhelming power, the Dragon Beast only suffered a small wound. It spread its lowered wings to shield below. When Yendin saw this, her face immediately darkened and her eyes widened. Lakfeng's full-force attack caused no injuries to the Emperor. She helplessly held her head as the praise continued to echo. I'm so hopeless. The more I try, the more painful it becomes. This is the pressure of a level 9 bloodline. The audience watching that performance would also be amazed and exclaim how powerful it was. After all, the 8-pole technique is a level 8 skill, but it seemed like just scratching an itch. The man sitting on the chair watched everything, and although he had mastered an 8th-level Sung Ki, he was only a 5th-level Lakfeng, still far behind Long Thu Ngan Shaloi. The two heads of the dragon absorbed the power. Wait for Deep Hao's command to attack, Long Thu Ngan Shaloi. Show her what you're capable of. The dragon then spews a massive flame and freezing cold towards Lakfeng. Long Beast unleashes 3 fiery skills at once: Blazing Flame, Icy Cold Wind, and Frozen Sea. So, your ice control is quite skilled, huh? Even though you didn't aim directly, the range was indeed very wide. Lakfeng, surrounded by 2 powerful forces, was immediately frightened. Seeing this, Yendin quickly reassured it. Lakfeng, don't be afraid. The speed is increasing, and the flames are rushing toward her. Yendin quickly uses her power to create a shield to block. Yes, the protagonist is worried. Under threat, contestant To can only prioritize protecting himself. It was careless and left an opening. Lakfeng made a mistake and got hit. It just fell like that, and Lakfeng was hit by a reckless skill attack. Yendin quickly ran over and shouted, Lakfeng! Everyone is discussing and arguing. This is the champion of the season, the strength of the king completely crushing everything. Yending collapsed beside Lakfeng, and the lightning mouse quickly ran over. The silver dragon serpent, Thunder, is much stronger than last time we fought. There's no way to fight it anymore. And even the Thunder Beast Deep Hao sighed in disappointment. This is truly boring, only able to train such a high-level divine beast and still charge such high fees. Bin no longer stood still, approaching the dragon step by step. A red energy surrounding him and Chuot Loi Kwang with a threatening aura. Chuot Loi Kwang began to become fierce, staring at the dragon, which made Yendin surprised as she sensed a change in the aura of the Loi Kwang Thu. Bin's face hardened as he ordered the lightning rat to attack. Go and destroy it! The lightning rat immediately shot forward like a flash of lightning, quickly flying in front of the long beast. Before it could react, Thundermouse slashed a long gash across the long beast's belly. The Void Claw made it scream in pain. The MC is excited. Wow. The Beast King has entered the arena. Deep Hao glances back uneasily, thinking that the speed is even faster than in the finals. The Dragon Beast is trying to heal the wounds on its armor. Loi Kwang Thu managed to tear the chest armor of the Long Sa Loi and suppress the vengeful energy of the Vong Luk Chi, even restraining the powerful recovery ability inherent to the Long bloodline. Deep Hao felt increasingly excited, raising his hand to absorb the strength as he spoke. Ha ha, now that's more like it. Now that's a victory worth having. Strengthen to level 4. Deep Hao immediately ordered Long Thu Ngan Saloi, crush it under your feet. Lightning Mouse quickly dodged, and Yendin immediately created a shield to protect herself. Only, Bin remained standing still there. Deep Hao, the contestant, wanted to freeze the entire ground, which was a fatal blow for a non-flying divine beast. The lightning mouse growled at the approaching ice, and the protagonist observed carefully. There was nowhere for the lightning beast to run. Could it really end like this? Yending was frozen solid by that ice, and Bin as well. He turned around to Koji Alen and said, Loi Kwang Thu, use the third combo I taught you. The weak point is the mouth. Suddenly, a black smoke appeared, from which several lightning bolts shot out continuously. What are the 4 directional lightning beasts planning to do? 2 other lightning rats burst out from the black smoke, growling and rushing forward rapidly, creating a storm of lightning images. They quickly charged at the opponent, breaking through the ice to escape, using the path opened by the lightning bolts. Seeing that, Deep Hao frowned and muttered, 3 of them. There must be one real one among them. He looked at a lightning mouse quickly jumping onto the wall. Even if I'm not sure it's the mouse protected by the lightning shield, don't let it escape my sight. Attack it. The lightning mouse is unharmed. Diep Hao's sudden appearance is fake. Could it be that the one attacking from the front is the real one? He turned to the right and ordered the long beast. The long beast summoned the thunder serpent, which was also a clone. Tabin frowned when he saw Diep Hao's actions. Idiot! These three are all meant to distract you. The lightning rat suddenly lunged out from behind the beast, catching it off guard. Diep Hao glanced back, mouth agape in surprise. What? There's actually a fourth one? The corner of the beast's mouth was struck by the lightning rat, and it let out a painful scream. The only part of the silver serpent lightning dragon beast not covered was hit by the lightning thunder beast, leaving the spectators stunned, speechless. The Beast King's burst of power is too strong. It's strange. I heard that Diep Hao's Long Thu Nyan Shaloi has all broken through to level 7, yet it still can't defeat the Loi Kwang Thu. Diep Hao clenched his teeth. How could this little mouse's fighting style change so much? Could it be that he looked toward the man talking with Yen Din and To Bin over there? Diep Hao frowns, clenches his fists, and thinks to himself, damn it, if I lose now, doesn't that mean my champion is just lucky? He swings his arm back and orders his dragon beast to breathe fire at To Bin and Yen Din. The silver dragon beast opened its mouth, its sharp teeth bared, ready to breathe fire at Yen Din and To Bin standing nearby. The lightning from the dragon beast strikes directly at the beast Tamer, but half of To's body is frozen and unable to dodge. To Bin sees this and can only helplessly say, that's really embarrassing. The lightning rat swiftly charges forward, unleashing its power to stop the long beast. It then opens its mouth, directing that energy straight at the injured corner of the long beast's mouth, causing it pain. He tried to gain the upper hand but ended up making things worse. Long Thu Ngan Saloi's mouth wound is once again fiercely attacked. All the spectators and judges watching are stunned and gape in amazement. The dragon beast couldn't hold on and fell, surprising everyone. The silver dragon beast also fell. It's hard to believe that the Loi Kwang Thu won against the Long Thu Nan Sha Loi. Everyone in the stands is stunned. Meanwhile, the commentator's voice rang out again. The silver dragon beast was defeated, and it was a humiliating loss. What is going on? On the arena, Diep Hao stood blankly, as Lei Kwang Beast surprisingly won so skillfully and confidently. Could it be that in the final match, they were deliberately hiding their true strength? Or was it because of this man? The commentator's voice rang out again, true to the title of Beast King to Yen Din, successfully wiping away the shame of the finals. Yen Din sighed in relief, thinking, oh, it's over. Are you satisfied with my strength? So tell me, is 500,000 in cash or bank transfer? Diep Hao looked unwilling and replied, I will transfer the money to you later, but first answer me a question. My Thunder Beast spirit can also be trained to become as powerful as the Lightning Thunder Beast, right? The sound of ice breaking echoed as Tabin broke free from the ice. Of course you can, but when it's your turn, it depends on my mood. Seeing Tabin about to leave, Yen Din hesitated. Ah, wait for me. A percher observes everything happening and analyzes it. Did you notice? The male student on stage is walking with a young girl, and his strength is not simple. Huako, sitting as a judge, saw it early on. Behind Loi Kwang Thu's match was his guidance. Even Bin Hailan Dong couldn't challenge him. Oh, it's a pity that we've already filled our team this year. Then he turned to Min Tung and asked, Vice Principal Dong, what class is that student in? He forced a smile and replied, Ha ha, he's quite modest. You should go ask him yourself after the match. Meanwhile, Min Tung was secretly thinking, I have no impression of this person at all. Such an outstanding student, even with a presence not inferior to Diep Hao. Yet his guide teacher didn't report him. Really irresponsible. You must impose strict punishment when you return. In another place, in the vice principal's office, Yen Din's worried voice echoed. Get up quickly. This is the seat reserved for distinguished guests. My instructor said a VIP wants to meet us. They'll arrive soon. She anxiously urged Tabin to stand up, but he calmly poured tea and replied, The seat is for distinguished guests, so isn't it just right? I also want to find your principal to discuss business. Meanwhile, Yan Ying angrily pulled Tabin up and said, Get up quickly. At this moment, Kok Tuyet led the way politely. This way, senior. And Min Tung also looked cheerful. I didn't expect there to be someone in our academy worthy of meeting you in person. I have prepared some fine tea. Bak Hak stroked his beard and smiled. Ha ha, after watching the match earlier, even someone as old as me can't contain my boiling enthusiasm. At the same time, his voice rang out, This young man is truly worth nurturing. Yen Din had already pulled Ham Tabin up, hurry and leave. If the vice principal sees this, it'll be trouble, but he still calmly held his teacup and asked, Are they Lai Tu Thoa's people? Bak Hak laughed and said, Ha ha, young people are really impressive. Seeing the aura of the group just entering, Yen Din trembled. Mon's aura is truly pure and simple. Seeing that, Min Tung asked, "Young man, judging by your age, you must be a second-year student, right? Who is your mentor? Tell me, and I will arrange the best dormitory for you." Pak Tweet, upon hearing that, reminded him, the vice principal, "He's not a student from our school." Seeing to Bin familiar with asking about Kolak, Min Tung smiled and said, "If he's not, there's no need to rush. Are you interested in training with us? Free tuition, and when you graduate, you'll be given a high bloodline divine pet." Hearing his offer, Yen Din was extremely surprised. Free tuition and a high-level spirit beast as a gift. I've never heard of such generous conditions before. Shadow Tzu thought to himself, this fox spirit was just pretending to be friendly with him earlier. Bin calmly sips his tea and replies, "I'm not interested." Hearing that, Min Tung silently thinks, "What? With such a generous condition, you're not interested, so I'll give you a monthly allowance." Before Min Tung could finish, Kuo Shui smiled and said, "How about I introduce someone? Vice Principal, do you remember when I went to Thak Huang and got into trouble? There was a young man who beheaded the ghost baby beast and saved me and Dieptron Sang. Of course, for Fengshan, this is an extremely important matter. Wait a minute. Could it be that the young man in front of me is the one? Why are you all just staring at me? Do you all want some tea, too? Beheading an 8th-level ghostly beast and even saving the fake mountain hero Dieptron Sun with a golden medal? Everyone marvels at the incredible fighting power. Tisk, tisk. So this is the young master of the family who wants to experience life? Even the 4 great clans haven't seen someone like him. Truly modest. Could he be the youngest son of the Diep family? Bin replied, "What do you mean, the Diep family? I'm 2. Please don't change my name or surname without permission." Hearing that, Yen Din was worried and tried to stop him as Cheo's tone was too heavy. "If you anger them, our little lives won't be safe anymore." Secretly, the Steel Guard thought, "So you're just an ordinary person? Don't bother being a student anymore. Just join our combat team directly. You can directly join Team 1, and we will offer you double the usual benefits." Hearing this, Yen Din was surprised and immediately joined Team 1 as a temporary member with double the benefits. The team only signed a contract saying I was assigned to Team 4, and I was just a temporary Thak Huang fake. There's basically no benefits or perks at all. Bin replied calmly, completely uninterested. Joining the team is even less appealing than reading books. Tactical Commander was surprised. "What?" Seeing that, Yingzi spoke up. "This advantage of yours can scare away beggars. Join our combat team and we'll give you 100,000 Thak Huang points directly." In addition, Bai He also suggested that this old man personally teach him martial arts and even create a special armor for him. Hearing about these benefits, Yan Din's eyes lit up and he replied, "Do you want to go?" Bin looked helpless and didn't look for her. What is she so excited about? "I still have to manage the store and train. I don't have time to pretend to be a wilderness explorer." At this moment, Guo Shui suggested, "To Sir, why not consider becoming an exceptional guiding teacher at our school?" Yen Din and Bin, both with different reactions, asked back, "Guidance teacher?" Ms. Ha Hawk thought in surprise that only someone with a level 7 or higher combat ability could qualify, and they would have to pass multiple assessments to earn that position. Moreover, a mentor can determine the future of every 100 students under their guidance. Many dream of reaching that position, and with just one yes, it can be theirs. Cook Tweet continued, "Not bad, just hold a class once a week, and you can arrange the rest of the time yourself. As for the treatment, there's no need to mention. The resources in the school are at your disposal as you wish." Hearing that, Bin hesitated slightly and asked, "I can use the resources however I want." He silently considered that refining the Golden Phoenix Divine Demon requires many rare materials, and if he could get them here, it would save a lot of effort. Moreover, as a mentor, the shop no longer has to worry about those fools causing trouble. It's a double win. With that thought, he smiled and agreed. Cock Tweet, smiling, was about to become his mentor after passing a series of tests and evaluations on his physical qualities, combat skills, and teaching ability, while stacks of documents on the table left. Bin, stunned. "As long as your average score on the written exam reaches 60, it won't be too difficult," Bin replied in confusion. "I think I'll just leave it at that, seeing that Min Tung patted your shoulder, but that's just the standard for outsiders. Mr. To can kill the ghostly beasts in the wasteland without doubt about his fighting skills. As for teaching, after observing a few classes as an assistant, I believe you can master it too." Hearing that, Bin asked with a knowing look, "So what do you mean?" He stroked his chin and said, "You just need to pass the physical aptitude test.
Our education system requires collecting information on each teacher's strength, so we can easily assign suitable students for your teaching. Hearing that, Tabin immediately understood the plan and secretly thought, clearly wanting to test his skills. This old fox, if he's not good enough, he'll deduct benefits, right? You want to see how it works? Fine, then tell me how the test will be conducted. Having achieved his goal, Min-tung happily said, "Follow me." In the advanced testing ground, there was also a large machine that Min-tung introduced, and as long as one could face Bok-trok alone and endure for a minute, it would be considered meeting the requirement. At this moment, Bok-trok's eyes also flashed with a bright red. Tabin asked again, "No spirit beasts allowed?" Min-tung replied, "That's right." Kook tweet worried, "This is a high-level weapon used for testing resistance, and even the maximum output for me to withstand 30 seconds is beyond my ability. Is the vice principal trying to intimidate Tabin first?" Tabin thought to himself, might as well check his training results. Thinking then, he stepped in and said, "Let's go." Bok-trok started firing energy beams at Tabin, who dodged nimbly. Suddenly, several unavoidable energy beams appeared, forcing Tabin to shout. A protective barrier materialized. The energy sphere above Baija's head grew stronger and more intense, causing Tabin's shield to shatter under the overwhelming force. Tabin Min-tung predicted the powerful attack. 10 seconds ago, Bok-trok didn't hit a single shot. Not bad reaction. But this barrier is too weak, and a formation appears where Tabin lands. The formation blows up a gust of wind that lifts you up, surprising Tabin. Hey, while Tabin is floating, small ice shards fly toward you. Gone, and since your body is suspended, you can't use force to dodge. You can't fight back and get hit by the shards of ice. Min-tung looked at the clock and said, "It's almost over in less than 20 seconds. Since it's his first time challenging Bok-trok, let it be." Bok-trok activates the formation to create vines attacking Tabin falling down, and the vines quickly take control. Bok-trok opens his mouth, gathering energy to attack Tabin, who is being restrained by vines. Kok Tuyet can no longer stay calm, as the energy from Bok-trok quickly engulfs Tabin. She reminded him, "Vice Principal, stop the test immediately." Min-tung stopped her. "Don't rush. Since there's no cry for help, it means he's not defeated yet." He calmly stroked his beard. Bok-trok's attack will gradually increase from low to high, and it probably only takes about 5 seconds for levels 1 to 6. Although Tabin below is grinding his teeth and enduring, the primitive protective armor is about to give out. These vines are wrapping too tightly. Kok Tuyet is worried. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Is Baiji still not stopping? She hurriedly turned to Ming-tong and shouted, "Vice Principal," he's also surprised. 10 seconds have passed and it still hasn't stopped. This firestorm has probably reached the 8th stage. Why is there no reaction? At this moment, Tabin is still tightly bound by the vines and immersed in the energy stream. Could it be that Tabin has lost consciousness? As Min-tung finished speaking, yellow cracks appeared on Tabin's skin. Then, a golden light flowed through Tabin's body, and the golden energy surrounding him destroyed the vines controlling him. Tabin slammed down hard, causing the ground to crack open. With Bok-trok's energy stream split in two, he clenched his fist and growled, "The troublesome machine." Immediately, Tabin charged at Bok-trok, tearing apart the energy he released, forming a streak of gold cutting through the air. He threw a powerful punch that shattered Bok-trok's face. Kook Tweet and Min-tung, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Not only able to withstand the attack but even fight back. How is that possible? He couldn't help but wonder, facing Baija. Are we all just going to stand still and take it? Or is the machine malfunctioning? At this moment, Baija looked no different from a pile of wreckage. Tu Bing stared in confusion, wondering, what is this feeling? The system then announced, the first stage of the Golden Rooster Divine Demon Combat Body is not yet stable, usually only enhancing physical strength slightly. Only in special situations does it activate the incomplete Golden Rooster stance, using a bit of the Golden Rooster's power. Seeing this, Tabin looked at the remaining golden light on his hand, incomplete with a little bit of power left, just a small amount of force, but the system said it was enough to turn Bok-trok into a pile of wreckage. Bok-trok's assessment results are in. The test is complete. Spiritual energy value, mid-tier 3rd grade. Attack power, mid-tier 7th grade. Defense power, low-tier 8th grade. Final combat strength rating is high-tier 7th grade. After the debris of the battle, Min-tung and Kok Tweet entered, and Tabin, seeing this, lowered his voice to ask, "Is it enough now?" Min-tung kept clapping and praising. "Excellent, very excellent. Your ability as a senior instructor is also commendable." Kok Tweet was stunned when she heard him say that. Senior instructor?
Song Min-tung continued, "Tomorrow your electronic instructor card will be updated online. Welcome to join our Fengshan." Tabin looked at him coldly, thinking to himself that Bak Trak's strength was beyond what an ordinary person could handle. Without the divine demon body, he would have been brutally torn apart and devoured. This old fox. Huh? It seems like Teacher Toe's face doesn't look very good. Is it because his clothes are torn? Tabin thought about it, pretending to be stupid since the results weren't that different anyway. He was too lazy to bother and politely said goodbye to him before leaving. "If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead." "As soon as you finish speaking," Min-tung said, "I'll take you there with a special car." Tabin ignored him and replied decisively, "No need." Seeing that, he smiled and waved goodbye, then reminded, "You don't forget to hold a class every week." Cock Tweet beside her looked incredulous and said, "Her offensive and defensive skills are at level 7 or 8, but her spiritual power is only at level 3. This is too strange. Could this really happen?" Hearing her say that, Min-tung slowly analyzed only one possibility. She must possess a certain secret manual or ultimate technique, but her cultivation time is not long. He narrowed his eyes and added, "If there's a master guiding this person, you should usually try to pull him in and get to know the master behind him when there's a chance. His shop might very well hold clues to the master, so first, think of a way to secure a position at his shop." Cocktweet looked at Min-tung and happily replied, "All right." At this moment, Tabin, who hadn't left yet, leaned in and calmly said, "No need to make it complicated if you want to know. I can send you my location. Just introducing some students with money is fine." His sudden voice startled him. "Professor Toe hasn't left yet?" By this time, Tabin had already returned home, and seeing him look so exhausted, his mother was panic-stricken, worried he might be hurt. Tabin immediately replied, "Mom, I'm fine." Seeing nothing to worry about, she teasingly asked, "When did our bin develop muscles like this? Let Mom take a closer look." Seeing that, he could only shyly say, "Mom, don't touch anymore. I'll change my clothes and explain everything to you later." Then Yi saw Tabin quickly run away and said, "You little brat, what are you shy for? Don't you remember who used to tease you when you were little?" Inside the room, he hurriedly chose a set of clothes to wear, changing his shirt while glancing at the item on the floor, thinking to himself, "Even the primitive armor is broken. I wonder if it's still under warranty." Suddenly, Lang Yui pushed the door open and asked, "Tabin, are you energetic or not?" "Ah." Tabin, like he's been glued, quickly admitted, "So what if I do?" Before she could process what she saw, Ling Yue blushed at the scene. "You perverted guy, when did you wake up?" Being falsely accused so blatantly, Tabin quickly protests, "Who's the pervert? Clearly, you barged in on your own." Lang Yuyet waved her hands, then turned her face away. The perverted older brother was already dressed. Seeing his foolish little sister's actions, he immediately put on a sinister expression, barged into his brother's room without permission, and called him by his name without reprimanding her. "How can I be a good older brother in the future? Isn't it true that you like watching?" As soon as she finished speaking, Tabing immediately turned around to face Lang Yu. "Then let me enjoy watching to my heart's content." "Come on, no need to be so polite." Your quick move made her scream out loud, "Stop it, you pervert." Lang Nuyet, blushing and furious, threw a punch to threaten him. "Let me tell you, I just broke through to level 4. Don't come any closer." Bin smirked, then looked at her with sharp eyes and thought to himself, "Come here, my current brother is no longer the same as before." Suddenly, the sound of a broken egg rang out unexpectedly. "What's going on? Isn't my defense power already at level 8 lower abdomen?" Suddenly, the system announced that this was the data when the host activated, not in full combat stance. The current cultivation level of the host is only at stage 3 of the upper abdomen. Tabin immediately scolded after hearing, "If only you had told me earlier." When she sat down at the table, Lang Nuyet, knowing he had spiritual energy, asked, "When did your bloodline of the beast Tamer awaken? What is a beast companion?" Why bother looking, and then honestly answering, "I only had a young dryad before, with a talent probably around middle or lower grade. Mom bought me a mid-tier one." Lang Guyet frowned and quickly stopped her. "Mom, he just awakened. Even if you give him the best nurturing, it won't be needed," she said with a hint of disdain. "And moreover, the more precious the nurturing, the more valuable the food. With his little income, how could he afford to feed him?" "By the way," Then Yu asked Han Tubing with concern, "do you still have money to pay for the utilities at the shop? If not, just tell Mom and don't borrow randomly." Hearing this, he sighed softly. This original host. Then, Tubin avoided her gaze and spoke, I haven't earned much lately, just this much. Immediately, the system displayed your total account balance. Seeing the amount on the screen, both of them exclaimed together, 500,000. Then Than Yu asked curiously, where did you get so much money? Oh my God, you haven't done anything illegal, right? I guessed their reaction and calmly said, recently, Phoenix Mountain Academy suddenly became very popular for Thunderbeast, and since 2 of them followed the trend, they made some profit. But in my heart I think, of course I can't tell them that all the money earned in the shop is converted into energy points. This money is the profit of the second-generation rich. Hearing this, Than Yu sighed and said, ah, then Mother can rest assured. Finally Bin has a future, and from now on, Lang Nuit should guide her brother more. She immediately responded upon hearing this, Huff, who would bother guiding him? Just keep following me forever. Bin also no longer gave the child, then said seriously, be a good girl and take care of yourself more from now on. The next day, a girl suddenly entered the store and, after coming inside, looked at Bin and asked, boss, I heard you're the one training the Lightning Thunder Beast, right? Hearing the customer's question, each of you seemed to blossom with pride, secretly thinking, indeed, after becoming famous, business really takes off quickly. Bin quickly put away these thoughts and promptly replied, yes, do you want to foster, train, or see the Sung Luong? The girl picked up the box and observed it for a moment before softly saying, I want to train 4 of them to be as strong as that lightning beast. As soon as she finished speaking, the boy cleared his throat. For this guest, is he really going all out right from the start? There's a limit to cultivating the Thunder Lightning Beast. Currently, only standard training is available with a per-session fee. The girl suddenly fell into deep thought and asked, limitations. Can't that Thunder Lightning Beast be restored? After a pause, she then asked, so, how effective is the basic training? Bin chuckled casually. Well, even if that training session was a bit lacking, it can still boost the strength of the spirit beast a little. Low-level divine pets cost 10,000 each. Mid-level ones, 50,000. The girl was stunned and became a bit more thoughtful after hearing this. This way of speaking is really unprofessional. She frowned and stared at him intently, deep in thought. As expected, all the good spots have been taken by Tu Yen Din, or this shop is just using Loi Kwangthu's reputation. Just to scam money. Either way, it's not worth discussing anymore. Then the girl decisively turned away. Forget it, I'll go somewhere else to see. Bin quickly spoke up. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the system sounded, noting that the customer still had doubts, so the original order was cancelled, causing actual loss to the store. An exception was made for the owner to undergo a professional training session, but hearing about the training, Tubin became interested, and there was even a professional training session. Oh, the system continues to switch to other information. The professional training fee is 100 times higher than the regular training fee. Training period is 30 days. Training required. The spirit power of the beast must reach at least the intermediate level. A reward of some intermediate level primal energy, and a randomly drawn divine demon combat technique. Failed mission, the host's points are reduced by 10. Bin hesitates when looking at the costs. Intermediate energy pills and the divine demon combat technique are both good items, but they are priced at 100 times the usual training cost. Will anyone really buy them? Suddenly, the girl turned back and asked, do you have anything else to say, shop owner? Bin looked at her sharply and said, this customer I can understand as wanting to boost the morale of the spirit beast, but having to spend a relatively high amount of money to achieve training effects like the Thunder Lightning Beast. Normal customers probably can't afford it. The girl, upon hearing this, coldly replied, how much money do you want? I have a little more. Suddenly, Bin offered a price that made her eyes widen. 10,000, about 3 million. She didn't believe it and laughed to herself. 1 million. Is this person trying to scam a large amount of money and then run away? Owner, is this shop rented? You can rest assured, my shop is very reputable, and I definitely won't run away. If you don't believe me, you can check the Fongsun Academy website. I am Bin from Bin Voki. Hearing Bin say that, she guessed that Fongsun might also be a student at the school. To find out, she immediately activated the system to search for Bin's name at the academy. While the system was scanning, she coldly said, if he's around your age, maybe a first or second year student. If he dares to use any tricks, don't blame me for making sure you can never fit in at Fengshan Academy. Oh, the system has finished scanning and displayed all the information about the young man in front of her. Seeing that, she shouted in shock. Fengshan Academy's combat division, a special senior guiding teacher, must be fake. Someone so young as a senior guiding teacher, and also holding the highest power level in the combat division. Bin saw her reaction, and a smile appeared on his face. So, what do you think? Can I still live normally in Fongsun Academy, senior sister? The girl stammered shyly. I'm sorry, Master To, I was rude just now. Please forgive my lack of understanding. Seeing the current situation, it makes me realize that having a guiding teacher's status is indeed much more convenient. Tabin then spoke. If you're in the shop, just call me the shop owner. If you want training, then go back and prepare the money. She blushed shyly and said, Yes, my shop owner is right, but my affection isn't much either. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately summoned her magical beast. This time, training Tian Huang Chu Ha, the system into Bin's side rang again, measuring 1 million spirit coins converted into 10,000 energy. Current energy points are 10.48. My affection is not much either. After hearing this, you seemed frozen in place. Are you telling me to take 100,000? Oh my god, Diep Hao's 550,000, did I ask for too little? Tabin remained silent, looking defeated. Seeing his unhappy expression, the girl asked, Teacher To? To shop owner, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Are you not happy to see me? Please don't take it to heart. After I finish training, I want to give you a token of my gratitude. Returning to his cool image, Tabin quietly felt happy inside. What a fat sheep with money. No, I mean a customer I shouldn't overcharge. Actually, I was so pleased I couldn't help but welcome you. You immediately looked so impressive. Don't worry, I treat all customers equally. Tabin, I need to start training now. If there's nothing else, you can go home and come back next month. The girl was amazed to see Tabin like this, not only forgiving her previous offense, but also quickly reaching level 7 in just a month of training, truly generous and worthy of being a role model for everyone. Ko. The Thung bowed her head and sincerely said, Thank you to Dao Su's guidance. Tabin's system rang out again, announcing the upgrade fee and remaining energy. Seeing the meager amount of energy he had, he anxiously thought of 10,000. How should I spend this energy? Upgrade the spiritual pond, or should I upgrade the shop? Then he carefully considered again. The training ticket for Lei Ding Yunhai requires 1,000 energy points, which is better. To train into the form of Thunderbolt Beast, it takes at least 2 trips, but the current energy isn't enough for an upgrade. This professional training opportunity only comes once, so it must be carefully considered. The system interface now displays new information. The training space can be provided after the training. The remaining spirit pets that haven't been taken can rest without occupying the nurturing slot. And seeing the ambiguity, Tabing immediately issued a detailed order. The system quickly explained in detail that the basic clone image would simulate the host's actions and carry the spirit pets into regular training for the training process. Each time you use this basic clone, you need to pay 50% of the training intake for that session. He was immediately stunned after hearing this. This clone function is really powerful. Even though each training only consumes 50 energy, as long as the customer flow is high enough, the training won't be interrupted. If you take 10 orders a day, you can recoup your investment in just 20 days. Tabin was lost in thought at this moment, not noticing the people outside the shop talking. Is it here? Seems like it. So, are you just going to go see for yourself? Hearing the lively sounds, he looked up and looked outside. It's a bit noisy outside. The crowd outside is loud, lively, and bustling as they gather in front of the shop. Tabin thought that with the lively scene outside, maybe all of them were customers. Suddenly, they all entered at once, each asking, Shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, do you accept divine pet training? Shopkeeper, I want to send it for nurturing. Shopkeeper? He happily grinned and pressed the upgrade button, then said to the people in front of him, Accept. I can accept everything. The system immediately announced that it had entered the training area, with star fragment 9,527, 30 reincarnations, 7 days, and 10 energy points consumed. A station caused Tabin and the Sungthu to enter the training area at the same time, and the system panel reappeared on the ground. To unlock the shadow clone function, the host must undergo a full training session. Seeing this, he immediately activated the clone system, consuming 200 energy points. Tabin's clone makes the pet curious as it gathers around. With half-closed eyes, he looks and wonders to himself, is this the split body function? Tabin's clone stared at the pet as if seeing something strange. Why does it feel so different? Is it an illusion? After a while, Tabin and the summoned beast approached the magma chamber to observe. The key to training spirit beasts lies in the existence of the elemental environment. The stronger the fire attribute, the more beneficial it is for training fire-type skills. Here, the constantly flowing lava, along with the heat and flames everywhere. You think the underground lava at 2,000 degrees is impressive? This place isn't bad. Suddenly, Tabin slipped down and said, Hurry and follow me down, make the pets panic and react. Chirp, touching the nearby rock, surprised him. It wasn't as hot as he had expected. When facing Baija, Tobin recalled that intense heat was enough to kill. Yet he was not burned, and even activated the Golden Rooster's divine power.
At this moment, the summoned beasts were terrified by Dungnam's temperature and chirped anxiously.
Chit chit. Approaching Dungnam, he quietly observes and considers. Unless the Kim O Than Ma body has a special interaction with the fire attribute, Tabin lightly places his hand on Dungnam and is determined that since there's a chance for revival, he might as well try. Your right hand touches the lava, and suddenly it seems to cling to its owner. As expected, the fire element obediently behaves as if tamed. Is this the innate bloodline talent of the golden owl? The clone of Tubin also mimicked its owner's actions, but it seems a bit off. You realize that foolish action and say, "Pig, don't try to imitate this anymore." Then Tabin uses his power to restore his clone's hand. Suddenly, he immersed himself in the lava, his clothes disappearing without a trace. Then he issued a command. "Time is precious. Throw all of them down here to train." The pets that Tubin grabbed hold of screamed in fear. In contrast, Tubin Ru was content, soaking in the lava as if it were cool water, while each of the summoned beasts was thrown down one by one, resisting fiercely. Whoa! Immediately they turn to ash when thrown down, and the system sounds a notification. Siege VM Dog, 2 VM Cat, Flame Armor Bear, Little Fire Lion have transformed into flames. Seeing this, you sighed and asked, "What? Are you still fire-type spirit beasts? Then get excited and press the revive button for them." Once again, the summoned beasts are thrown down without a chance to defend themselves. They panic when they can't adapt to this 2,000-degree heat. Damn it, Tabin doesn't care if they are hung up again and continues to revive them. I hear a splash. You're making progress. Continuing to revive once more, the summoned beasts seem to gain additional energy, charging forward with blazing steps, fiery exterior, blazing flames, and roaring flames. Not long after, he and his pet returned to the shop. The people from before cheered enthusiastically. In just one short day, you've learned a new intermediate beast skill. What kind of black technology is this, boss? Amazing. As expected, there's a master training the guards. Indeed, there's a difference. Another crowd, seeing the excitement, started pushing and shoving. Is that so? Boss, I also want to undergo training. Boss, I want to buy some food for the spirit beasts. Boss, I want to adopt one. Tabin, seeing the lively scene, spoke up. Don't rush. Line up one by one. Everyone will get their share. After training the spirit beasts, the system panel displayed that 25,860.60 spirit coins had been converted into 258.6 energy points, with 11,650 energy points remaining. He looked at the trained pets and couldn't help but marvel at himself. I thought it would take 20 days to gather enough energy, but it's done in just a few days, and the feeding troughs are already full. Then Tabin decisively invested in buying a few more feeding troughs, but the system notification indicated that the number of feeding troughs had reached the unlock limit of 2,525 and could no longer be purchased. Would you like to upgrade it to level 2? The cost to upgrade 1,000 of them is too high. Your face darkened, but in the end, you decided not to upgrade. Tabin immediately prioritized the pet of the female guest. The immediate task was to train Tian Huangju. The high entrance fee for advanced training was too expensive for just one spirit beast, so it was better to... Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. System, I want to upgrade the spirit pointer to support chaotic nurturing. The system panel responded to Tabin's words and then displayed a message that 10,000 energy points had been deducted, leaving 1,650 points. As soon as the message appeared, the system suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a mysterious blue glow. Later, the system continued to display, with chaotic energy being infused to increase to 1 in a million, and there was a low chance of nurturing a royal bloodline spirit beast. Each nurturing required 1,000 energy points. Upon seeing the notification, he immediately recited a Buddha chant, and each attempt cost him 10,000 spirit coins. So expensive. Last time he only got a single long one. Immediately, Tabin pressed the nurture button and comforted himself. No need for a king beast. At least this time let me raise a mid-level Luchij pet. When Tubing opened a different space, the dark clouds gradually covered the light. The black clouds gathered, and the sky was more ferocious than ever. They looked up at the sky with strange resentment. The weather said it would change, and it did. The lightning strikes grow fiercer as they pour down on the city. Suddenly, a fierce dragon appears from within. Tabin stood frozen in horror at the sight before him, his eyes fixed without moving until he slowly spoke. This is the energy surrounding the dragon that has dissipated, revealing the true form of a pet beast, a 9-tier fire attribute dragon-blooded phoenix bamboo beast. Average level 3 combat power with the ability to control the dragon's breath. Long Yu, Tabin excitedly pats its head. Looks like the real deal is finally here. Once you reach level 9 and go even higher, you can become a bloodline beast king. Hey, make some money. 3 blood marks. Suddenly, the dragon spewed fire to show that the dignity of the dragon clan does not allow any weakling to touch its body, especially its head. Seeing it breathe fire to attack, Tabin quietly thought, its head isn't big, but its spirit is quite strong. You immediately grabbed its beak and squeezed hard, making it freeze. Old Mr. Toe used a threatening look. But unfortunately, in the shop, I am the champion. Obediently sign the contract for me. Once you understand, blink your eyes and it quickly withdraws to negotiate with you. The contract has been signed. Around 1:58, Tabin suddenly received a message. Master Toe, you have a public seminar with 5 or 6 people. Please come to the venue before it starts. The atmosphere is quiet and envelops Fengshan Academy. At this moment inside, the head of the combat unit looked at the clock impatiently. Only 2 minutes left, and on the first day of class, they already disregarded discipline like this, which was unacceptable. Kok Tuyet quickly lowered her head and explained, Master Toe is not familiar with the way. Maybe he's lost, sir. Please go ahead to the classroom. He looked at her with dissatisfaction and said, I've only been out working for a few days, and the combat unit has already fallen into disarray. I heard the new person was recommended by you, and if you didn't inform me, then now you are the head of the combat unit. Kok Tuyet quickly responded, I dare not. Her heart was pounding with anticipation. Tabin, hurry up and come. You absolutely must not anger the chief. Kok Tuyet then carefully said, I'm really sorry. If Tabin arrives late, I will take full responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, Tabin suddenly appeared, startling both of them. Seeing his face clearly, she immediately felt happy. Tabin! The instructor's gaze flicked over you, silently assessing. So this is the newcomer. Tabin arrived just in time and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they made it. Riding the dragon felt amazing, but I didn't notice how annoyed it was, almost to the point of speaking out. Then he smiled and replied to him. Yes, that's right. In the classroom, Ling Yui is focused while listening to classmates discussing. Oh my god, the new operations team has a very young instructor. Did everyone hear that? Could they really be related? It's hard to say. The information about that teacher online seems fake. Too exaggerated. The friend also agreed with his idea and responded. Exactly. Maybe she's the principal's daughter. Ha ha ha, I think you have to pay to get in. Lang Nuyet, annoyed, shouted angrily, What is there to gossip about? So what if you're young? Being able to be a mentor shows they have real strength. Wasting time gossiping is better spent practicing. They ignore her words and laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, does she really dream of becoming a senior instructor? That's so naive. She thinks she can become an instructor just by cultivating. As the class whispered and discussed, 3 instructors entered, with Song Kok Tuyet speaking up first. The students quieted down and began the lesson. She began to introduce herself seriously. This is a public lecture led by the head of the combat department and herself, explaining the wilderness documents and the combat unit. Professor Toe is in charge of assistance. When they see Tabin's appearance, the class immediately becomes noisy. Wow. 2 instructors' age is about the same as ours, and he's already a guiding teacher. 2 other students looked at each other with suspicion. That person is actually the guiding instructor. What is this? With Diepthan's strength, we can do whatever we want in 2 years. All right, stop talking, Lang Nguyet suddenly shouted in disbelief as the earth-shaking moment unfolded before her. Tabin, why is he up there, isn't he? The 2 guys who saw Le Kuk Kitch's reaction just now, they were mocking him. And she even defended him earlier. If you have time to chat, then focus on training more. Hearing that, her face immediately turned red. It's not him. Suddenly, a young man stood up and asked, Teacher Toe, I heard you beheaded the sea monster. Is that true? Can you tell us more details? The class was noisy again. What is a sea monster? I heard it's a high-level ferocious beast, but very rare. No one has seen it before. Did everyone who saw it die? I can't believe it's that powerful. Tabin waved his hand dismissively with a smile, slowly speaking. Of course I can, but that's not the main focus of today's lesson. I'll explain the details later if there's a chance. The head teacher standing nearby chuckled when he heard that. Ha ha, the teacher hasn't even been here a day and he's already acting tough. The students cheer enthusiastically, showing off their teacher's skills. If not, how can they prove he has the ability to teach us? That's right, that's right. Meanwhile, Diep Hao was quietly assessing. In the last fight, I didn't quite understand his true strength. I'm also curious to see what his real abilities are and what kind of training he's doing to catch up with me. Lang Nguyet didn't trust her brother and started to worry, but he just woke up. What does it have to do with the sea monster beast? And next thing you know, she'll be so embarrassed she wants to die. Seeing everyone doubting, Quoshui then spoke. Now is class time. You are not allowed to make a fuss. The instructor's strength can be assured. Before she finished speaking, the head teacher suddenly interrupted, and with her recent combat record, is it enough to be convincing? Professor Toe just put on a little show. The students couldn't help but get excited when they heard this, and feeling embarrassed for not having a say, she apologized. Sorry, head teacher, I was too impulsive. He then turned to look at Tobin and spoke. Master Toe, just perform a little, or else spreading false rumors that the master got into Feng Mountain through connections wouldn't be good. Immediately, he secretly cursed in his heart. 2. Whether it's in the combat team or the academy, they never let me live peacefully. Then Tobin sighed and warned, the cost of my action is very high, you know. You used your summoning ability to call the little dry lizard, and it came out from the crack. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this scene, and it turned out to be a little dry lizard. Ha ha, yep, then look at this. It's really a tiny, adorable creature. When I was 10, I also carried this around to play with. The teacher calmly said to Tobin, Master Toe, you can rest assured on this point. As long as you don't attack the students, I can take responsibility for the rest. Then he immediately turned to give an order, instructing not to harm others. At this moment, Lang Yu dared not look and quickly covered her face. What could the lowest level demon pet possibly do? Are you showing off your skills? Suddenly, Xiao Ko Lao swiftly swung his sword, and as the blade passed, a large splash of water suddenly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Tio Ko Lao's sharp slashes left a deep gash, and everyone witnessing this scene was instantly stunned. After Xiao Ko Lao swung his sword and cracked the stairs leading up to the lecture hall, he quickly withdrew his hand, surprising everyone. The whole room fell silent. Everyone started to chatter. What just happened? Are you talking about that little dry lizard? What little dry lizard? I can clearly see that he's the king of dry bones. Diehao is standing to the side, observing. He's really strong. Nyan unleashing my thunder dragon beast in front of that little dry lizard, I'm afraid he wouldn't survive more than 2 moves. Lang Nguyen was just as surprised. Is this the strength of a level 1 little dry lizard? Isn't he only recently awakened? Tabin asked again with an emotionless face. Do you want me to perform the demonstration again? What kind of joke is that? Cook Tweet chuckled softly and added, This classroom is built from special materials worth at least 10 million and can withstand level 8 bombings. Yet it was broken by a small dry skeleton's sword. The blue light from little dry lizard's body begins to gather. Bing Tuo shouts loudly, If anyone disagrees, raise your hand and come up here to study with me. Everyone looked at each other in silence, their hearts already chilled. I glared at them. Why is everyone avoiding eye contact and not speaking? If no one objects, then I can start teaching now. The students in the lecture hall nodded eagerly, just wanting to end this invisible pressure as soon as possible. Cogtweet then spoke up, saying, Please turn to page 45, everyone. This is the material discovered in the 2020 A-level Void bookmarks. Everyone immediately fell silent and opened their books. The next classmate sighed in admiration.
This is the quietest lecture I have ever attended. I could even hear the sound of hair falling to the ground.
But no one thought or took notes. A terrified student looked to the side. Because everyone's attention was already distracted by that deep tear, it was just a scare tactic. After class, Min Tung drove to Bin home. As soon as he got out of the car, he turned to say something to him. The vice principal himself is bringing a teacher home. That's too courteous. Min Tung chuckled and replied, Well, yes, I heard that in the very first class you made the students obedient and the whole class was silent. Master To is a top talent of our Fengshan. You just scanned Van's fingerprint while quietly assessing him. What is this old fox up to again? Is he not here to meet me and go up the stairs together? Insert your fingerprint. Tran Sun, noticing an acquaintance from afar, walks over and waves to greet them. Brother To, it's been a while. Tabin only then realized who he was. Deep Transo. The 3 of them left the meeting spot and went inside, where 3 cups of hot tea were already poured on the table for Namni to chat. Tabin noticed there was no one around, which was unusual, and asked curiously, This afternoon is so quiet. Not a single customer in sight. Master Diep has a confidential matter to discuss with Brother To, so he ordered people to clear this road. Of course, he will compensate for any business losses. Vice Principal. My friend said there's a secret matter to discuss. He nodded shyly and forced a smile. Yes, I actually have something to discuss with Master To. His eyes immediately grew sharper. Soon, the Global Elite Circle competition would be held. Min Tung explained in detail that the Inner Circle competition for top-tier beast tamers is held every 3 years, and only those with a beast tamer strength level of 7 or below can participate. The champion of the Elite Inner Circle tournament not only receives a generous prize, but also has the chance to be mentored by a legendary beast tamer. He mentioned that most past champions have successfully advanced to the rank of legendary, including some prodigies who became legendary beast tamers admired by all. Protecting the safety of an entire continent, his tone was filled with excitement and pride. Min Tung then made an attractive proposal. If Master To agrees to participate, I can approve a 1-year leave of absence. Salary and benefits will still be paid, and there will be a bonus after the match. Tabin immediately refused. No need, I have no intention of competing for now. He was surprised for a moment. What? As a beast tamer, he has no interest in the elite circle competition. He gently opens his sharp pupils. I must be stupid. Winning the championship probably means everyone in the world will know. Given my current level of fame and the money I've already earned, if I become even more famous, I might attract unwanted attention, so I should rely on the leveling system for safety.
Tron Sun, who was listening nearby, also spoke up and said, I originally planned to invite Brother To to explore the secret realm, but unfortunately I accidentally participated in the elite circle competition. So that was just a plan. Tabin then became curious about what he said and asked, what is that secret realm? Min Tung took the initiative to say, are you talking about the 3 great, exclusive secret realms of Zone A? Tron Sun was surprised and asked, secrets of the secret realms are only known to those who have cultivated the Golden Huan. How do you know about them? He stroked his beard and chuckled. Ha ha, after all, before retiring, I was considered a half-legendary pioneer. You're getting more and more impatient, so stop teasing and just tell me. Tron Sun began to explain that the connection through the irregular void cracks leads to the common Teen Vuk, where even with many treasures discovered, they are mostly minerals or primitive creatures. As he spoke, he visualized the mentioned locations to help you better understand, especially the 3 void rips at Long Dai Mountain. Based on his experience and knowledge, he delves into the Kinkot Ha secret realm, the demon god lineage connecting with the cosmic realm that once gave rise to civilizations rivaling and even surpassing the Lam realm. Tron Sun emphasizes seriously that although those civilizations have long since perished, it is said that divine artifacts were excavated inside. Small things can't be bought with money. Big things can change the current world's structure, or even contain something that helps understand the universe's higher laws. After hearing his explanation, you feel your horizons expand so much that it truly feels like another dimension of space. Min Tung also warned that inside the secret realm there are too many ferocious beasts and traps, and countless strong warriors who explored it before have all perished. The inside is forbidden, and the outside was briefly opened before the Global Elite Tournament, making it relatively safe for high-level explorers. A look of frustration appeared on Tron Sun's face. That's right. Deep Mo was lucky to gain the opportunity to explore the outside area of Long Dai Mountain's secret realm, and he was looking for teammates for this. Namely, Brother To. Tabin, leaning on his chin in deep thought, suddenly interrupted and said, I'm not interested in the elite circle competition, but both of them turned to look at me curiously, wondering about my answer, so I calmly evaluated for a moment the nurturing system encompassing all phenomena. Perhaps the Long Dai Mountain secret realm contains those unknown ferocious beasts and mechanisms right in the system's infinite resurrection, making it as easy as flipping a hand. A sinister smile crossed my face as I considered this secret realm a bit. Boss, it's my turn now. I want to train. Boss. You gently smile and refuse. Sorry, the store is closing now. The line hasn't reached your turn. Please come early tomorrow. Damn it, I should have come a little earlier if I had known. I want to wait at the entrance until Huangdong, and no one else should get there before me. The remaining customers also became overly aggressive. Ugh, do I have to stay at the nearby hotel? Wait, I want to go too. Tabin stretched and moved, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. Suddenly having so many customers is really unfamiliar. I don't have time to cultivate during the day. You suddenly change your expression and quietly give an order. Neither cold nor warm. The system opens the special training interface, and Tubin is immediately transported to another space. You request a search for the Long Dai Mountain secret realm. The system announces that no results were found. He replied, no problem. Then Dad will search for all high-level special training with the word long. The system interface appears once again. It is the illusion inheritance. The Dragon King inheritance consumes 2,000 energy. Tubin muttered to himself. A dreamscape inheritance? You secretly judged that this cactus's shape was probably correct. Tabin immediately asked further, how does this inheritance secret realm differ from those special training grounds? The system display shows that the inheritance story is as illusory as its name, inherently false. Except for combat cultivation, the host cannot take anything with them, not even objects. Tabin stared at it in disbelief. Why is the entrance to the illusionary vortex of the Cloud Sea realm and the chaotic Death Spirit realm twice as expensive? What is the reason behind this? The system panel displays different information. Secondly, each location within the inheritance site has a divine spirit that drops a royal soul for the strong to inherit through a trial. The king soul is a supreme object. How could it be treated with disdain for reconstruction? Among them, there are inheritance sites where only the strong or stronger can enter. Two strong and weak people at the same level have no room to grow together. They are treated as equals. Tabin helplessly looked at the system panel. If it's just to bring the little dry lizard in, that's too unfair. Inside the room, many demon beasts are resting in glass cages, silent and still as if sleeping deeply. You walk over to a dog lying there. Hey, the dog's owner has already missed the time to claim it. If it weren't for the forgetfulness disease, it would be Tabin gently placing his hand on its forehead. A red light from his hand quickly entered its forehead. A red mark appeared before its eyes. As if sensing him, it immediately woke up and stared intently at him. A system panel appears, showing that the contract has been signed. Its information is fully displayed on the special Moon Wolf system panel. Level 1, Combat Type. Level 1 Strength, Low Talent. Skills including Howling Steel, Biting and Tearing, Skinning and Fleshy Biting. Loyal personality as a battle pet for the first time. Tabin paused for a moment of thought. Indeed, its owner unexpectedly passed away. He gently opened a portal to another space, then turned back and said to the dog, "You've been playing with my pet storage for so long. From now on, follow me and act properly." It immediately responded with a sound. The demon beasts quickly followed behind him into another space, shouting together, "Chit chit." Tabin immediately arrived at the secret realm, and the system interface announced a deduction of 2,000 energy points. The host has connected to the fantasy inheritance story, the Dragon King inheritance story. The connection duration is 7 days with 10 death attempts. Please investigate on your own. He silently observed the secret realm, where there was no sign of life, only remnants of cactus fossils clinging to the roots of the trees. Suddenly, a strange golden light emitted from the cactus skull, and a majestic voice echoed, "Are you here to undergo my inheritance trial?" Tabin and the magical beasts resisted the overwhelming power of that golden light, determination unwavering on his face as he prepared to accept. As he finished speaking, deep cracks appeared in the ground, revealing a dazzling, extraordinary light. And suddenly, a tall tower emerged from the earth with a golden dragon coiled around it, looking extremely imposing. Tabin was stunned as he looked at the scene before him, his pupils dilating. Once again, that mysterious voice echoed. The 9-tailed dragon pillar, the 9th segment, is the highest. Reaching the 9th segment means earning the right to inherit the legacy. You look up at the tall tower before you and ask curiously, so only those chosen can qualify? How can one inherit the legacy? The dragon responds, "When I fell, my blood and flesh turned into the sky. My scales scattered and transformed into 109 continents into land. It turns out that the land of dragons and unicorns has been polluted by foul air, producing countless evil spirits. I must purify all the evil spirits inside before I can restore the king's soul." The dragon, enveloped in aura, surrounds the tower with its body shining brightly. At that moment, the one who once ascended to the 9th level will undergo the final inheritance trial. He silently reflected on what he had just said. Such a high-level existence makes it impossible for others to casually receive the inheritance, and a complex trial is reasonable. Tabin and the demon beasts raised their hands, planning to push open the door and enter the tower. He suddenly paused and said, "It's just that on your face there's a vague helplessness about your future fate." 109 dragon scales is indeed a lot. How long would I have to risk alone? The door opens, and Tabin strides in proudly, while the other beasts hesitate in fear, trembling and unwilling to enter. "Chit, chit!" You look around and wonder, is there no light in here? Suddenly a voice echoes throughout the tower. The challenger must learn to fear. A dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere, silently watching them. It suddenly unleashed an attack to suppress. Tabin Long Ui and the others. I felt my whole body suddenly grow heavy, an invisible pressure pulling at me, and I couldn't help but marvel in confusion. This feeling of pressure is really strong. Tabin's demon beast let out a cry, "Ao oo," and he felt strange. Struggling to call it while the pressure suppressed him, Truy Nguyet Quyen, he quickly sensed something was wrong. Isn't the Truy Nguyet dog supposed to follow me inside? Why does the sound seem to be coming from inside? The chaotic sounds from the monsters surround him, making it impossible to pinpoint their location. Ouch. Just like. Tabin quickly felt confused. Everything suddenly became chaotic. And then from a different location came a sound. Could there really be ghosts? Bin immediately pressed the watch on his wrist. A flashlight appeared on the screen, and he started muttering in suspicion. Could there really be ghosts? As the flashlight illuminated, he was stunned by the scene before him. A massive statue appeared, every detail exquisitely crafted, holding a sword in its hand, and he was puzzled. A statue? The light spread even further, illuminating everything around, and only then did he realize there were not just one, but two statues like that. The pets seemed frightened by the darkness in the tower, panicking and crashing into the walls, crying out in pain. Ooh, ooh! Bin felt relieved, his voice full of helplessness, realizing he was just groping and touching the wall. He stepped closer to the statue, suspecting that the unique structure of this wall might be the cause of the sound distortion. Bin's face showed a grim expression. Is it really that simple on the first level? Challengers must learn to respect. What does it mean to be respectful? After checking the statue, you turn to investigate elsewhere. Suddenly, the statue behind you moves, its eyes glowing red, and it thrusts its sword straight at you. Bin hears a strange sound and quickly turns around. Xiaoku took a blow from the statue for him. He quickly heightened his vigilance, realizing that the statue's guard was alive, and if so, another one might attack just as fast as that statue did. It thrust its sword through your shoulder. Bin clenched his teeth to endure the pain. Ugh, damn it. Fresh blood from your body splatters and sprays all over the statue's sword. At this moment, the system panel announced that the host had died, with 9 respawns remaining, respawning on the spot and respawning randomly. You hesitated before pressing the respawn button on the spot, but it was too late. If I had concentrated all my aimed energy just now to activate the primal armor, I might have been able to withstand this sword strike. Resurrect on the spot, too bad I was too quick. Luckily, the little dryad stood firm, or I wouldn't know how I would have died. Bin's body and his loyal beasts quickly regenerated, restoring their entire forms. He stared silently at the 2 statues before him, not daring to make any rash moves. Then the statues returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. Bin once again increases the brightness of the flashlight, shining directly at the 2 statues in front. Suddenly, the 2 statues charged straight at him, holding their swords pointed directly at him. Bin's eyes immediately became sharper. Xiaoku immediately stepped in front of him, holding the small bone sword to block the attack from the 2 statues. Suddenly, Bin had an idea and told Xiaoku Dongdong, like I said, turn off the flashlight on the watch. As you predicted, once the light was gone, the 2 statues also stopped attacking at the same time. You moved your hand to block the sword in front of your eyes just as you expected. The idea of respecting him means not allowing yourself to look directly at Long Non. Bin spoke to the beast companions behind him. Everyone followed closely behind, each of them holding onto the tail of the one in front, forming a line that looked incredibly adorable. I moved deeper inside, the senses of a beast tamer far surpassing those of ordinary people, especially being able to feel the flow of spiritual energy around me. So even without sight, I wouldn't be in danger. In his mind, he envisioned a vast maze, but to perceive such a large area under Long Tyrant's pressure and remain alert to nearby dangers required an enormous expenditure of mental energy, something that a battle beastmaster could never handle. Bin smiled lightly, grateful that he had understood the first level's rules, allowing him to focus entirely on sensing the direction, and he had trained himself through previous experiences to resist the oppressive feeling, turning it into a habit. Bin gradually moved closer to the Loy family, confidently thinking that finding the exit was as easy as reaching into his pocket. But strangely, a golden dragon was blocking the way, as if preventing anyone from passing. You still calmly approached without noticing that dragon, while the beast beside you was already crying in fear. It suddenly let out a cry. R froze, sensing a murderous aura approaching. Bin still stood there naked, feeling very strange. No, this killing intent has flaws. It's not emitted by a living thing. The transparent golden dragon pierced through their bodies, but strangely, they felt no pain. Bin thought it was an illusion. Then the illusionary dragon disappeared into the void, and Bin and the pets finally made it safely to the exit. A few of the pets were a little frightened and crying softly. Sniff! Huh! You slowly opened your eyes that were closed, and suddenly a voice rang out. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Please proceed to the second level. The scene shifts to your shop, where a beam of light emanates from inside, shining through the door crack before suddenly disappearing. Bin and his loyal beasts returned to the shop through the space crack, and the system notifications showed a significant increase in their skills. They not only broke through, but also gained many new skills. Bin let out a relieved sigh. Longcott Tower just reached the 8th floor with a single burst. Not a bad achievement. Tian Huangju went along 2 or 3 times, also considered as completing her training. He thought that with the 9-tier guard strength at level 9,
Even Xiao Lao at mid-level level 8, who had comprehended the Dragon Slayer technique to carve the Dragon Clan, still wasn't a match. The gap between level 8 and level 9 was so vast that he would have to wait until Xiao Lao fully absorbed the blood pearl of the Dry King to have a chance. By 6 a.m. the next day, many customers appeared outside Tabin's shop. Lang Nguyen Thop peeked from behind the wall, staring intently at his store. She pouted in anger. The useless older brother clearly couldn't even handle her level 4 punch. How could he be a senior instructor? There's definitely something suspicious behind this. Let's see how I expose you. There were already many people waiting outside the store since last night, all eager to push each other just to get a spot. Tabin calmly rides his bike to the store now, and Lang Nguyen appears out of curiosity. Loser brother, what happened? It's still early. Clearly, in the past, you only lazily opened the door around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The guests smiled warmly upon seeing him. Master To, you're finally here, Ben. Boss. To, can you help me raise a pet today? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you still remember me, Boss To? Ling Yue looked at them with suspicion. Those people seemed to trust their older brother completely, as if they've seen a savior from above. You calmly ride your bike past them, but immediately line up properly behind them, forming a neat line. Suddenly, Deep Hao appeared out of nowhere and asked the guests in front, "Can you please make some room?" One guest then asked, "Did you get married?" Who is that? Line up. When everyone saw Deep Hao coming, they became tense and stammered, "Deep Hao, of course, please, Deep Thew." Everyone around quickly moved aside, whispering and gossiping. Deep Hao also arrived, and many people greeted him. "Hello, young Master Diep." Ling Nguyen was stunned. "Deep Hao, isn't this the annual champion? What's going on in the 3rd year of looking for your useless older brother? Isn't it your older brother who carelessly provoked Diep Hao?" Tabin shot him a suspicious look. "Deep Hao." Everyone is still excited and respectful, greeting him now. "Hello, young Master Diep." You interjected to ask what's going on, and then raised your voice to remind him. Is it true that the benefactor is like something we should forget? Do you not remember the Azure Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast? At this moment, a blue pet appeared beside him, and as the Azure Thunder Dragon emerged, sharp gusts of wind swept through. Everyone around quickly gets pressed down by the strong wind. Many exclaim, "Wow, the wind pressure is too strong. It's the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast. Everyone get out of the way, or you'll be trampled to death." Everyone immediately moved away from the space of that beast. Only then did his beast fully appear. Lang Nguyen grew more tense as she watched them. Why did Diep Hao summon the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast? Could it be that he wants to settle the score here? Diep Hao looked at him with great pride. Humph. After seeing the heroic and commanding aura of the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon Beast, do you remember the training process? He confidently recalls the training with Tobin. Seeing that, he felt helpless and resigned, thinking it was something serious. He silently pondered in his mind before asking the system. Nyansa Loilong Thu is a 9th-level bloodline. When will the system unlock the ability to serve high-level spiritual nurturing? The system panel now shows that you only need to complete 1 professional training session, and the store will upgrade to level 3. The prerequisite for upgrading to level 3 is that the owner must expand the store area to 3,000 square meters. Tabin was angry at the unreasonable demand of the system, but could only show this expression. 3,000 square meters? Is this opening a store or building a factory? Many customers are gathered around, excitedly chatting. Wow, that's amazing. Seeing a level 9 dragon beast up close for the first time, and yet Deep Hao's Thunder Snake Dragon Beast also came here to nurture, after all, with such a powerful lightning trial and top-quality little dry turtle. This isn't so unusual. Foolish people say that level 9 bloodlines are extremely rare, especially with dragon beasts like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, which can't be equated with level 1 bloodlines. Even with a master guiding and supporting him, if he has never led a dragon beast, his training is just on paper. That's right. I don't think I've ever seen Boss train a high-grade divine pet. Mr. To, you haven't trained a dragon beast before, have you? Tabin thinks that Deep Hao raising high-grade bloodline pets makes him an excellent client, possibly with strong connections among his friends. Diep Hao, on the other hand, believes that revealing he can't support high-grade bloodline pets would only risk losing more potential top-tier clients in the future. Tabin coldly replied, "I don't train much, just do it occasionally, initially planning to wait for this guy to grow up, but it seems I'll have to expose him early." Suddenly, a red space crack appeared beside him, releasing a strong aura.
Hey, what is that?
The aura is too strong. Lang Nguyen shivered as she watched from afar, clutching someone. Ha, the foul smell is too strong. What kind of useless pet did you raise, brother? Everyone finally realized it was a truck-long beast from the Inferno prison. It suddenly lifted its head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. None of them, including Diaphao, could easily withstand the roar of the dragon. They were terrified by the dragon might, feeling the overwhelming pressure was truly intense. The golden serpent. Thunder Dragon also knelt down. Whew! Diaphao was surprised. What? Just relying on dragon might was enough to make the silver serpent Thunder Dragon beast submit. Diaphao was extremely confused. Clearly, my golden snake Thunder Dragon beast was superior in form. Tabin gently waved his hand to signal the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon beast to stop the silk sound. You are mistaken, Diaphao. The reason the silver serpent Thunder Dragon beast submits is not fundamentally because of its aura, but because of its bloodline. What did you say? Tabin explained to him. Level 9 is a very high strength level, with a huge gap that can even surpass the combined levels from 1 to 8, which are usually suppressed by bloodline. The Long Clan is the most prestigious and strict race of all. A clear example is the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon and the Burning Bamboo Dragon of Diaphao. Tabin continued, the most obvious proof is the Silver Serpent Thunder Dragon, which learned Long Vuong through diligent cultivation, while the Burning Bamboo Dragon was born knowing it. Diaphao blushed with embarrassment, whispering nervously, So that's how it is, Master Toe. I only trained 9th level beasts, but even their traits are clear as day. I was really naive to question like that, looking for a way out. You can rest assured, I understand very well how to increase strength, and when it's your turn, I definitely won't forget. Boss. Totobin grinned slyly. Ha 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 ha, looks like I've caught this big fat goat. Long Nguyen now sat on the ground, muttering, Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast, Top-tier Dry Lizard, Thunder Trial, Advanced Mage. Her eyes were wide with amazement, shining with admiration. Could it all be real? Since when has he been so powerful? Could it all be real? Despite Lang Nguyet's doubts, the shop was still open and extremely busy. Everyone brought their pets to rely on you. When did he become so formidable? Please help me train again, Mr. Toe. Mr. Toe, same for you. Me too. Please help me. Tabin smirked sinisterly, glancing at the 4 pets brought by the customer. No problem. Line up and pay. Is it you 4 again? Do you remember me? The pets saw him and were terrified. They quickly opened a space and ran inside to escape. All right. The scene shifts to nighttime, and the system message now shows that the income has been converted into energy. There are 43,000.1692 points of remaining energy, so you need to recalculate that upgrading the 3rd level shop requires 100,000 energy and also completing professional training and expanding the shop to 3,000 square meters. Currently, the energy isn't enough, but there's no need to worry about customers. However, if you want to buy real estate, especially a store, even in the poorest district, each square meter costs at least 400,000, so that's the minimum needed. But if the upgrade succeeds, not only will the store's earning ability increase several times, but it can also serve as an excuse to invite my mother and Tu Lang Nguyet to stay. Then I can stay in the shop all day receiving protection from the newly grown system. I don't want to end the game so soon. Besides being ridiculously expensive, this business deal is even better than earning money falling from the sky. After thinking it over, he finally gave up and helplessly asked, But what do I need to do to make that much money? Kai Huang is too dangerous. If it weren't for using points to exchange for the materials to cultivate the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body, I wouldn't want to borrow at all. Using the Prison Furnace Bamboo Dragon Beast as collateral for 10,000 should be possible, but I can't nurture the Prison Furnace Bamboo Dragon Beast before paying off the debt. Dragging your leg too much isn't good either. Suddenly, a wicked idea flashed through his mind, and he smiled slyly. So the only advantage left is my identity as a senior instructor? Let's cut to another location. At the Longjiang base in the upper city, a bustling and vibrant place unlike any other, everything is incredibly modern. Hua Kuang sat across, looking at the official website of the Longjiang Spirit Beast Trainer. It displays the full information of the owner's consciousness levels and their rental times. He impatiently stares at the screen in front of him. Why aren't there any online master trainers for Spirit Beast training on the website? Damn it, this small site is just full of ads and scams. Hua Kuang let out a helpless sigh. Phew, is it so hard for me to train a loyal beast? Suddenly, a message from the top handsome Longjiang master account was sent to Hua Kuang, showing a car speeding straight into the Longjiang base in the upper city. Bin got out of the car, pressed the watch on his wrist, and a notification sounded, confirming the payment of 1,802 spirit coins. His gaze turned toward the central area. This is the upper city, with many swords but not cheap goods. Bin moved forward when suddenly 2 hands reached out to stop him from going inside. Canvey, holding his staff confidently, looked at your outfit. Are you not someone from around here? This place is off limits to idle people. He pressed a few buttons on his watch without paying attention to them. I am a dedicated teacher coming to tutor at midnight. Where is it that looks like a place for idlers? A message from you appears on the virtual screen. Yes, tonight, Senior. This is my location. After you arrive, just tell the guard my name. Senior, I am waiting for you in the combat zone. The boy sighed as he looked at the message. Hey, who needs to look so disgusting? Tabin said a few words to Canvey. I'm looking for Hua Kwang. Please show me the way. Canvey only then realizes that they are a guest of his master's house, meaning they are a guest of Hua Tiu. Please come this way. Over here, Hua Kwang is training with the robot. A notification sounds and the security level is raised to level 3. Hua Kwang complained. Not enough yet. The announcement continued. The protection level was raised to level 4 Supreme, executing martial arts. The puppet master's power. The robot suddenly boosts its combat ability and quickly charges straight at Hua Kwang. He reached his hand behind him, clenched his fist tightly, and slowly closed his eyes, gathering his strength into his fist. When he felt the moment was right, Hua Kwang swung his fist up and delivered a powerful punch that tore the robot's body apart. The robot automatically displays a system message. Loss of over 80% power has halted operation. Jingwei then enters to inform him, Young Master Hua, your guest has arrived earlier than expected. Sweat soaked through his shirt, and a quick glance was enough to see how hard Hua Kwang had been training. He smiled and greeted To Bin. Oh, Senior, you finally arrived. You look around and assess that this is the training ground of the wealthy, not too different from Phoenix Mountain. Canvey saw this and greeted Hua Kwang, not disturbing his training. He waved his hand to signal Canvey to go outside. Yeah. He looked to Bin up and down, and then, dissatisfied, thought, what is he doing? Why do you look so young? Hua Kwang asked coldly. Are you an assistant or a student of the most handsome Longjiang? Bin calmly replied, I am the most handsome in Longjiang. A look of doubt appeared on his face, and his expression quickly darkened. You are the senior Longjiang, the most handsome. Bin smiled and replied, Yes, I am Hua Kwang. The profile says you are a spirit master specializing in soul pets, and I happen to have some knowledge about soul pet systems, so I can give you some guidance. Hua Kwang muttered as he released his killing intent. The person guiding me has an ordinary aura. Although I can sense their spiritual energy, it definitely isn't stronger than mine. Whether I can defeat them or not is still uncertain, and they're even pretending to be a higher rank to lecture me. He was so angry his face contorted. Damn it, someone like him, I still called him senior and even sent cute icons. I, the eldest young master, acting spoiled with someone like this, is truly shameful. Bin looked at him strangely and asked, What's wrong with you? He gritted his teeth and replied, I want to kill someone. You calmly put your hand in your pocket and asked Hua Wang if he was testing my spiritual energy just now. He was surprised by your words, not expecting you to have already figured out his actions. How does he know? Clearly my spiritual energy is weaker, yet he sensed my probing action. Bin smiled and said, Looks like I guessed right from your expression. Did I? If you can't even feel that action, wouldn't all my efforts in training my chaotic energy be wasted? You wave your hand at Hua Shuang, making a small request. I know you're not convinced. Come on, pour your energy into your right hand and try hitting me once. His eyes quickly narrowed. Are you trying to make a fuss? If I hit you, you won't have the strength to call the police anymore. Hua Kwang smiled confidently, quickly gathering his energy in his hand and saying to Bin, Don't regret this. Suddenly, he felt something strange, huh? What's going on? Why is it harder to gather my energy than before? Could it be that I overexerted myself just now and used up too much energy? Right behind Hua Kwang, out of his sight, he secretly gathered his spiritual energy back towards himself. He clenched his fists tightly in tension. Why did it turn out like this? It seems the spiritual energy is stagnating, clearly close, but not responding to my guidance. Bin felt his spiritual energy was enough. Then he waved his hand, and a burst of golden light from his spiritual energy surged forward, overwhelming him as he softly said, Go! Hua Chuang was caught off guard by his counterattack, only able to watch it get closer and closer. He was pushed back by Bin's energy attack and shouted out loud. Ah, Hua Kwang looked at him with a strange expression. What is that? Clearly, only a powerful cultivator with strong spiritual energy can influence the movement of the surrounding spiritual energy. Reaching the 9th rank, one can control spiritual energy to the utmost extent, with telekinesis, flying without support, all becoming insignificant. Isn't this person's spiritual energy weaker than mine? But the strange phenomenon happening in my body's spiritual energy must be caused by the person in front of me. Hua Kuang stood still without moving, clearly hiding his own spiritual energy. Is there really a young hero with the title level of Yuan Kang Han in this world? As I think about it, I keep exaggerating. To Bin's image to be even more terrifying. The more Hua Kuang thought about it, the more confused he became. Only a level 9 expert has the right to be promoted to the League of Titles, each title representing absolute strength in a certain field. Thinking this, he shyly asked, to Bin, "May I ask, Senior, is your title something you secretly admire? You're very clever to ask about titles, but we can't discuss this topic further to avoid revealing too much." He then smiled and said, "Get lost. You're not worthy to ask for my title yet. If you're not satisfied, you can try again in both ways." Hua Kuang immediately agreed. "All right, please kindly advise, Senior." Immediately, a space crack appeared beside the second brother, as if he was summoning a beast. 2 beasts emerged from the space, rushing straight toward him, and Hua Kuang shouted loudly, "Go!" Tabin stepped back. Treotrok's third beast and the Devourer beast both are 6th-tier bloodlines. The Devourer beast then released a cloud of black smoke, obstructing his sight and movement. Tabin also quickly realized, raising his hand to cover his mouth, it was the egg of the disruptive eye. Treotrok's third beast was equally fierce, charging straight ahead to attack directly. Tabin quickly dodged its attack. Treotrok's 3 beast, as its name suggests, is suited for the combat situation. If it initially had level 6 strength, after being hindered by the dry, hard stones on the ground, its actual combat power could only be exerted up to level 5, so you clenched all your muscles and firmly held its hand. And in the geography of the Dragon King inheritance, I kept using the Golden Sun Divine Demon form to fight, which allowed me to stabilize and unleash about 70% of the Golden Sun power and stance. My current actual combat strength is around level 6 mid. Thinking that, Tabin used all his strength to throw the pet beast out of the branch. Hua Kuang was even more shocked. His eyes widened in surprise as Treotrok's 3 phenomenon beast was thrown out by hand and the pet was hurled far away by Tabin, falling straight into the lake, causing water to spray in all directions. It cried out in pain. "Ooh!" Hua Kuang frowned and muttered, "Damn it, I was going to use Treotrok's soft thigh to erase the sound of footsteps." Tabin smiled in response, casually pointing out his flaw, not a bad idea. But if he can't cleverly avoid the side effects, it's all just empty talk on paper. Meanwhile, the fat soul beast hiding within the black aura waits for the right moment to attack him. His eyes flash with a golden light as his voice turns colder. Still sitting idly, "Watch me see how I pull you out." The boy raised his hand to channel his spiritual energy. In the area of the Dragon King's inheritance, the roar of that fire didn't reach, so I decided to use my spiritual power to strengthen my throat and see. Suddenly, a golden illusionary dragon appeared from within his body. It roared loudly, releasing a pressure strong enough to suppress the remaining beast. The soul-devouring beast let out a scream, ground, indicating it had endured a powerful mental attack. Hua Kuang covered his ears, coughed uncomfortably a few times, and exclaimed in horror, "That's Long Long Hong." The 2 summoned beasts were defeated instantly and are now unconscious on the ground. Tabin withdrew his hand, worried that these 2 spirit beasts would be no match in a normal fight, as they were used to fighting with the wind at their backs, causing the battle beast master to forget about tactical commands. Even if I used all my strength to unleash the long roar, although the true power of the old Dragon King's long roar was not yet fully unleashed, it was more than enough to scare the students in this small nest. Hua Kuang, looking bewildered, asked him, "Long Hong, isn't that a high-level dragon skill only used by dragon beasts? How can a battle pet also control a human body? How can it produce such a majestic sound?" Tabin explained, "It's just using spiritual energy to strengthen the body a bit, nothing strange. Although your combat skills with the 2 adorable little ones are a mess, your physical training still shows some promise." Hua Kuang froze in shock when he heard you use such elegant words for his 2 pets and stammered, "Little adorable ones, the senior's aesthetic is truly—" He then smiled happily, with a sharp gaze, using the summoning spirit to truly rival the mighty Bakak Huyan Tak Tien, but the experience of beast tamers with summoning spirits is limited, and seeing their helpless reactions was truly double satisfaction. Hua Kuang gritted his teeth and lamented, "It's just that the process of nurturing summoning spirits is too arduous, and being despised and looked down upon by classmates is even worse." Even the instructor in the class looked at me with unusual eyes. The biggest problem is my limited knowledge of soul spirits, like grains of gold in a desert. I need to cultivate more. "Meeting you today, Senior, I truly regret that we met too late." Tabin sighed helplessly. All right, stop. I see that your past victories relied too much on level crushing and overlooked the advantages of your rare spirit pets. With this move, you can still defeat opponents of the same or lower level, but when facing professionals, your weak tactics will be exposed without a doubt. Hua Kuang was surprised that you identified his flaw so quickly and asked, "So, Senior, what do you think I should do now?" Don't tell me this is the legendary Ming King Lotus Bone. Of course, I will also provide guidance to improve your leadership skills. He immediately thought you were giving him a gift and smiled brightly. Someone once offered 5 million on the market for this item, but no one bought it for the Sung Vong Lin to eat. You want to have me perform a greeting ceremony? Thank you, Senior. Tabin Jiao immediately dismissed your foolish idea. Thanks to your damn guidance, the level 9 fee is 1 million, and the actual service will cost an additional 1.2 million. Oh, and the transportation fee for 3604. Pay in advance. Service afterwards, you're overwhelmed by its cost. Well, since you know how to spot good items, I can sell more to you in the future for the spirit system. Hua Kuang carefully considers your request. What? Wang Guqian only sells for 1.2 million, and even including all fees, it's still much lower than the market price for Wang Guxian. And he also intends to supply long-term. Where else can you find such an opportunity? He thought about it, a happy smile spreading across his face, realizing he had struck gold, and he nodded politely. Yes, Senior. After a while, Hua Kuang Tian got into the car. Before leaving, he turned back to remind him, remember next time if your beast encounters a favored consort attack. First add a few layers of bone armor. Tabin calmly said that while the bone armor can block attacks and counterattack, it ultimately uses fog to provoke increased blood spirit transformation to expand the search area and slowly wear it down. I understand, Senior. After reminding them of what was necessary, he bid farewell and left. All right, I'm off. Hua Kuang, with a grateful tone, said, Take care, Senior. After the car had gone a distance, he suddenly remembered the most important thing. Oh my God, wait, I think I don't have the contact information for the Senior yet. Cutting to Bin's house, he gets out of the car and pushes the door open, softly saying to his family, I'm home. Then you saw that he just got home and asked Han, why are you back so late today? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me reheat the food for you. As he replied, his mother sat down at the table, a bit busy. After the new year, there are still so many dishes on the table. Tabin has been thinking and doesn't understand what Lang Nguyen is plotting. Clearly, that little one usually only leaves a bit of soup for him. He glanced at her hugging a pillow in the corner of the sofa. Then a satisfied smile appeared on Tabin's face as he picked up food with his chopsticks, secretly praising his sister. Yeah, not bad. Hearing that, Lang Nguyen blushed even more, burying her face in the pillow, feeling extremely embarrassed. Then Yu ruffled his hair and said, My naughty boy, my cooking skills are naturally not bad. And Tabin devoured his food. This is the first time since his soul transmigration that he had such a feast. The chicken thigh was really delicious. Could the original owner be a renowned chef? Tabin sat cross-legged on the bed practicing cultivation. Today he relied on the Golden Sun Divine Demon Body Level 1 to unleash a Level 6 combat power, but if he faced a strategist even with 2 Level 6 spirit pets fully exerted, he would have to rely on the little dry turtle as his own strength was still insufficient. But if I can buy primordial energy pills from the system shop, it's a different story. The system opens a shop interface. A mini shop appears for me, containing the materials I need for my breakthrough. Tabin glanced around and then reassessed. As expected, the primordial energy pill wasn't easy to obtain. One renewal costs 100 energy. Let's exchange it. He immediately pressed the refresh button, and the system display showed different materials. The system display shows full information about the intermediate beast set, and after reading it, Tabin thought, not bad. Even without needing to tame a beast, a small dry corpse with level 9 has a 25 chance to handle everything. Truly a divine weapon of rules, preparing a safe room. He thought, and immediately pressed the buy button. The complete beast set immediately went into his bag. Tabin saw the system panel switch to other materials and felt confused, so he quickly changed. He glanced at the shop interface and immediately noticed an item with an exorbitant price. 500,000 energy. What kind of demon is spirit control? He was torn inside. This toy was not only valuable, but also basic. If it was a flawed ability, he could become poor overnight. A beginner skill book for beast tamers, 50,000 spirit control points, holding a basic spirit control. But what if it's an extremely abnormal ability? What if the next upgrade drops a primordial energy pill? Tabin hesitated before reaching out to press the buy button. Van Van didn't know whether she should spend the huge amount of money on this item or not. Is this really worth it? Thinking that, Tabing decisively pressed the purchase button. Purchased. The system panel quickly disappears, turning into streams of code that fly toward him. Tabin gently opened his eyes, seeming to have sensed the success of the skill. He gathered his energy in his hand and spoke. Immediately, the cup on the table floated in midair. Tabin reached out and caught the cup as it swiftly flew toward his hand. He gradually controls the water in the cup, a look of excitement on his face. Success. I didn't expect the basic evaluation of the Beast Tamer system to be so powerful. He stared intently at the cup, and this Spirit Beast Tamer skill, in simple terms, is about using spiritual energy to manipulate objects remotely. In his mind, he imagined someone controlling spiritual energy in their hand, and to influence external objects with spiritual energy, one must gather a large amount, condense it, press it down, and repeat this process over and over, which made him think even further. Feeling the spiritual energy solidify into a form, perhaps this is the final result Tabin desires. He then reached out to try. After the complete solidification of spiritual energy, it can be freely destroyed or even used to create objects. This is the 9th level, the strength of a title-level expert. Tabin thought that battle beast tamers below level 9 do not have such abundant spiritual energy, nor the ability to control spiritual cores for transmutation. At most, they can release weak spiritual energy to enhance their bodies or equipment. If these spiritual energies have nothing to cling to, they will dissipate quickly, let alone move objects. As he thought, he controlled his spiritual energy to manipulate the chair in front of him. Unexpectedly, the spirit control skill allowed him to solidify his spiritual energy. No wonder it's an advanced system. Tabin then sat on the bed to test his new skill, gently closing his eyes to see what his limit was. A vein appeared on his face as he seemed to be trying his best, voice rising. The bed seemed to have shifted just a little, and he looked a bit disappointed. Tabin looked at his meager results with a sigh. Based on the current manipulation of his spiritual energy, his defensive power was barely enough for a standstill. If he wanted real combat, he was far from ready. He sighed heavily. I was planning to exchange for a pure energy pill to boost my spirit, but why do I feel even more drained this time? A few days later, on an early morning, Tabin was riding his bike on the street. His hand was already sweaty from all the activity, when suddenly a notification sounded from his watch. At 2 p.m. there is a seminar, please arrive early. Tabin didn't say a word and pedaled faster, weaving through the many cars on the road. Someone sitting in the car sticks their head out, puzzled, wondering how the other person can ride a bike faster than a car. His face is covered in sweat, but a smile can't be hidden on his face. Even after mastering the technique of exerting force, there is still plenty of room to develop spiritual control. At this moment, the bicycle he is controlling is lifted entirely off the ground by spiritual energy, and the scene shifts to another location. This is Fengshan Academy? Divyam is cornering the students against the wall, boldly saying, "Hey, I heard your academy has someone named Deep Hao, and he's pretty tough, right? Do you guys know each other?" The students surrounded by Divyam's people were a bit scared and stammered, "Of course, we know who you are. What do you want with Deep Thew?" Divyam hit a student hard on the head and said, "If you know, then quickly call him out here to greet us. Do you know that our Sword Lotus Academy people are here?" Everyone around also started laughing along. Ha ha, one of the students couldn't take it anymore and pushed him away in anger. "What do you think you're doing bullying us?" The two students loudly retort to the gang of thugs led by Divyam. "If you have the guts, go find young Master Diep yourself and see if he's gathered people." A guy following Divyam grabbed the student's arm and twisted it backwards. "If he dares to fight back, I guess I'll have to teach him a lesson." He cried out in pain. He sobbed as he spoke. The guy smirked treacherously and twisted the student's arm forcefully. He screamed painfully, That guy releases the other student's hands, smiling maliciously. "So now you're lucky to be searching for Deep Hao." The student holding his broken arm tremblingly said, "I'll go." Suddenly, Divyam spoke up to stop the two students. "Wait a moment," he suspiciously asked. Again, why? "Aren't you all asking me to find Deep Hao?" He crossed his arms and looked at them, saying, "One thing is done, but there's still another. And another. You just pushed me a moment ago, didn't you? Don't think you can just brush it off." The crowd following him burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, Dai-yen, why are you bullying the little junior?" "Huh, what junior? These trash from Phoenix Mountain." "Ha ha, crawl through. Hurry up and crawl through." The crowd forced the two of them to crawl under Divyam's legs. They are upset and can't hold it in. "You can hit me, but you can't insult Fuang Sun. We are not trash." One of them raised his fist to hit the two students. "Hee-ha, what a strange request. I guess I'll just have to satisfy you." Just as the guy was about to strike, a hand grabbed him to stop the fight.
and he suddenly turned around to look. Let them go, those guys are all looking back at you. Are you just a peot of green onion again? Then he tightened his grip even more, holding his arm as if warning that his words were not a joke. I told them to go. Bin released his hand and the guy quickly stood up and stepped back. That guy's arm is swollen and red from the pain. VM and the others are surrounding you. Do you dare to touch our Sword Cloud's people? Haha, you've got guts. This is interesting. When the two students saw that the person who saved them was Bin, they were both overjoyed to see Tu. Bin gestured to the two of them to be quiet, then reminded them calmly, "This is no longer your concern. Move quickly." VM sneered at the young man in front of him. "Oh, luckily, you're also a student of Fengshan. Look at this guy, still riding a vintage bike from the last century. And now he's like this. Haha, this is hilarious. With your look, do you still imitate others openly? Go home early and drink your mother's milk." He put his hand on his chest and took a deep breath to calm down. He immediately started to fidget and roughly kicked your bicycle. "Haha, I think from now on you shouldn't ride a bike. Walking suits you better." "So, it's like that? I also think you're better off quitting." VM then finally noticed that something was strange about the atmosphere around him. Suddenly, his whole body felt heavy as a crushing pressure pressed down on him, forcing him to collapse to the ground. Ugh. He rolled back onto his back, confused and not understanding what was happening. Ugh, damn it, what just happened? One of them laughed loudly, teasing VM. "Ha ha, VM, you're so clumsy. Even on flat ground you can fall down." He snapped back angrily. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Tian has been silent all along, quietly observing Zhou Bing. "That's not right. I couldn't see his hand movements just now." This guy, one of them, pointed at your face and asked angrily, "What did you do just now?" He smiled and replied, "Nothing much. He bumped into me. I bumped back, that's all." That guy rolled up his sleeves and charged forward aggressively. "So you're good. Come play with me for a bit." "Hey!" VM stepped in to stop that guy. "Get lost. He's my prey." He got up from the ground and stared at Bin with wide eyes. "If you dare to attack me, I will break your leg myself." With that, he opens a summoning space for his beast. A massive golden beast burst out from the crack, roaring fiercely. He said, "You might as well step aside and let me take on the mighty King Claw of Kim Tong Hung." "It's worth encouraging." VM burst out laughing. "But you should just go and die." "Ha ha." Bin looked at him with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. "This is really annoying. If I weren't getting paid by Fengshan, I wouldn't get involved at all." I looked at the watch on my wrist, saw that time was almost up, and that I was about to head to class. "Can you all come up now? I'm in a hurry." Vice Principal's office, Von Thien speaks. "Oh, Old Dong, I hear your students have a genius named Diep Hao." Old Dong raises his teacup and in a hoarse voice says, "Even at just 15, he easily reached level 5, commanding the Silver Thunder Dragon Beast to win wherever he goes." The old man looked at Min Tung with a hint of meaning and said, "This time, be gentle in the pet combat exchange." Min Tung just chuckled. "Ha, the news spreads fast. If my Vuongbai has been exposed, then I won't hide it anymore." His eyebrows furrowed. "You guys have won many times in the exchange events before the Sword Lamb, so now it's time for Fengshan to gain some reputation." Van Thien chuckled and replied, "Ha ha, it's not like we've won every time. We did have one draw, after all." Min Tung was no less direct. Pointless words. Let's settle this on the arena. Hawk Tweet, speechless, looked at the two vice deans, then spoke up to interrupt. "Are the students participating from your school here yet? We need to register some information." Yanbak calmly replied, "No problem. They said they wanted to take a walk around and are preparing for the competition. I called them over. As soon as they arrived, everyone's face were all bruised and swollen. Daiyan dejectedly said, 'Hello, Vice Principal Chu. Hello, Fei Daosu.' Yanbaku shouted loudly, 'Hey, Daiyan's people. Except for Feng Tian, everyone is terrified of the vice principal, so tell me, what are you all doing? I don't know how the competition will go tomorrow. Why did it turn out like this?" Behind them, Min Tung and Kok Tweet Sum couldn't help but stifle their laughter at their appearance. Ngan Bak, furious, cursed under his breath and sneered, "You bastards! Are you all shouting at VM? Shut up already, speak up. Do you dare to do but not to take responsibility? If you don't say anything, then wait until everyone is punished." VM took all his courage and raised his hand to speak, saying, "Report we were ambushed and beaten by students from Fenghuang Mountain." He pointed at Min Tung's face to accuse the two vice principals, then suspiciously asked, "So our students, even he is questioning. Since when have we had such strong students?" Van Thien's face darkened, his voice coldening slightly. "What exactly happened? Who hit you? Explain clearly.
Don't casually tarnish Huang Sun's reputation. Dai VM grew more nervous and said, "We were just chatting and looking for directions at that time. When the other person heard we were members of the exchange club, they acted without saying a word, and we were momentarily careless." The old man added that if anyone dared to lie, he would punish them severely. Von Teen then looked at the people behind Dai VM and questioned them sternly. "Is that correct?" He immediately turned his face away and glared to signal the others. They quickly understood and stammered in response to Von Teen. "Yes, that's right. It is indeed like this." The old man angrily slammed his hand on the chair and turned to criticize Min Tung. "So this is the hospitality ritual of your Fengshan sect. Could it really be like this?" Min Tung still had some doubts and said, "Ask them carefully again. Do you know the name of the person who attacked? What do they look like?" Dai VM recalled that moment and quickly responded to him. "He is a male student much older than us. I think they are 2. Min Tung was shocked when he heard this name. He didn't expect that the person being referred to was you and muttered, "Oh, the door is tightly shut, ending a tiring day." Inside, Tabin received a call from Min Tung. "Vice Principal, I am training. Is there a problem?" he asked seriously. To Odao Master, "Did you fight some Sword Lotus students today?" Tabin calmly replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" Min Tung shouted, "A big problem." He shouted angrily, "The students you beat up are top students from the Sword Lotus School here for the exchange event, and now the Sword Lotus people are looking for you everywhere to settle the score." Tabin didn't really mind, scratching his ear. "I was just casually teaching them a lesson. Still leaving them with some dignity, right? Do they dare come to me to settle the score?" Ming Tung listened silently as you explained. They were the ones who attacked first. And 2 students from Phoenix Mountain can testify. With his methods, he should be able to find them, right? He immediately replied, "I found the other 2. "Yes, but they can't testify to help you." "Why?" Min Tung was helpless because someone wanted to hide something and had silenced them first. Tabin frowned when he heard this, speaking in a low voice. "Do you want me to give you an explanation?" Min Tung serious. "I believe you wouldn't act without reason, but the person in blue might. I'll find a way to handle it. He warns you don't go to school lately, or if they strike, I won't be able to protect you." Tabin remains silent. He touches the device on his hand, and immediately the system displays the words, "Long Jiang Base Network Master." The message from the same day just appeared. "When will you have time to come again?" Today, the commander just asked Shu Kuang to help him with something. The annual beast taming tournament begins immediately between the Sword Lamb Academy and the Phoenix Mountain Academy. Over the past 9 years, Sword Lamb has maintained an outstanding record of 8 months of continuous victories. Can Fengshan defeat the undefeated legend of John Lam this year? Let's wait and see. The MC gestures to the right to introduce 3 top-tier Beast Tamer competitors from Fengshan, each a heavyweight contender in the annual tournament. The cheers from the students for Deep Tio rise to Hok Ti, keep going. The MC quickly turns to Kiem Lam and asks what. The MC couldn't help but be surprised. Kiem Lam only sent out 1 of the 5 contestants. The group of students with Kiem Lam started to get noisy. Weren't we supposed to select 5 contestants? Why is only 1 stepping forward? Yes, where are the guys from Dai VM? I'm still waiting for his great trampling gold sect hunk to sweep across the 4 directions. Suddenly, they turned and shouted loudly at Fenghuang Mountain, catching Leng Yue's attention. "I heard they were ambushed and injured by people from Fenghuang Mountain." "What? That's so cowardly. Even if you want to win, you shouldn't do that." Dong Then shouted loudly. Fengshan exposed their dirty tricks, demanded an investigation, and called for an apology. Lang Nuit immediately pointed and shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense without evidence." The crowd turned and said dismissively, "I saw with my own eyes the injuries of Dai Wiem. There's no way he's faking it." "Ha ha ha, Huang Sun is really disgusting. Can't fight back, so she turns her back and slams her hand down on the railing beside you." They mock loudly. Hey, look," she says. "She can't fight, so she's going to attack." As expected, the character of people from Fengshan's is just like the To family. Ha ha. Lang Nguyen was surprised to hear those words. The To family. A loud chorus rang out again, this time drawing everyone's attention below. Fengshan apologized, humble and lowly. Deep Hao stepped forward softly to mediate. "Brother Law, let's cancel today's competition and welcome a rematch another day." "Are you afraid?" Yen Dean immediately responded. "Don't get me wrong, with more people bullying fewer, even if we win, it's not something to be proud of." Deep Hao frowned and said, "That's right, don't accept the invitation and then refuse. My good intentions still suggest you should go home." Feng Tian lowered his head and chuckled. "Ha ha, I think you all completely misunderstand the situation." He recalled the scene where Tobin was fighting Kiem Lam. From the moment he attacked Yan Lan, you barely paid him any mind and just passed by him, as if the outcome of this fight was already decided. After finishing speaking, he summoned his beast companion. Deep Hao frowned in surprise, his breath powerful. Min Tung was just as astonished. Could this be a 9th-level bloodline? The Dark Abyss. Black Dragon of Van Duong sat coldly and said, "If you keep protecting that person, don't blame us for being ruthless." Diep Hao loudly told everyone, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Summon all the Dragon Lords." Feng Tian glanced and said, "Do you really think that you 5 can beat me?" Immediately, the Dark Divine Black Dragon charged at everything. The entire arena was filled with the roaring challenge of the Dragon Lords from Fengshan. Rig Wu! I was stunned and exclaimed that Phoenix Mountain was defeated in an instant. The gap in strength between the two sides was enormous. The Phoenix Mountain students whispered among themselves, yet the difference was so great that even Diep Hao's strength must have reached level M of that dark blue dragon. The Blue Sword Gang, relying on brute force, is truly overestimating themselves. The VM gang sitting in the stands cheered loudly. "Fight well, brother Feng Tian. Make them taste some suffering so Fuangsun understands the price of provoking us." Lang Nguyen covered her mouth in horror. This isn't a competition, it's outright murder. Diep Hao, covered in wounds, is tightly grasped by Feng Tian. Min Tung nervously stood up and demanded that the referee immediately suspend the match. "Useless, did you forget? This time the referee is one of us. Let's see how long you can hold out." Min Tung turned around sternly and said, "I told you, the witnesses are still unconscious. Once they wake up, the truth will be clear." Ganbok was annoyed, huffing, and asked what good these words did. How long will it take for him to wake up? Min Tung suddenly felt the pressure. If the attack on them was very heavy, it might take less than half a year. Van Duong felt dizzy. Half a year. Even the students would have changed completely. He's just delaying the time. Yanbo ordered his subordinates. "Feng Tian will teach them a little more. I don't believe the black turtle won't come out." Feng Tian replied clearly. Deep Hao tremblingly clenched his fist and said through gritted teeth, "Don't even think about smearing dirt on us." Lang Yuyet anxiously said into the device in her hand, "They still haven't stopped." Her voice was worried. "Where are you, brother?" "Over here," Tabin softly reassures him. "Don't worry, you probably guessed it would turn out like this once we got to the hall." He spoke from behind Min Tung and Van Duong, shaking his head. "I didn't expect the battle situation to become this disastrous." Min Tung hurriedly turned around and asked, "What are you doing here, Tobin? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Van Duong pinched his chin and grinned slyly. "So you're the tow guy, bringing yourself here to save me some trouble." Tabin smirked and replied, "Just here for a stroll. What do you want with me?" "Damn it, didn't I tell you not to come?" Tabin glanced down and said, "It's out of my hands. My adorable little sister begged me to come." Lang Nguyen, tears streaming down her face, silently glances at him. Nganbak reaches out his hand. "It's unreasonable to hurt our student and still act so arrogant. Accept your punishment." Min Tung's face darkened as he quickly grabbed Nganbak's arm. Nganbak raised his voice. "What do you mean?" "Are you trying to protect this kid?" I replied calmly, "This is my territory, and until there is concrete evidence, I won't let you arrest anyone at will." Nganbak furrowed his brow and jerked his hand back, saying, "Old man, I advise you to obediently hand him over, or else if I have to fight, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time coming out of this intact." Tabin raised his hand with a smile and said, "What if I say I was the one who hit him? Your students are not as skilled as him, so they lost to me. Is there a problem with that?" Nganbak gritted his teeth in anger. Min Tung quickly turned his head to cover his mouth and whispered, "Stop arguing. He's an 8th-level beastmaster. You can't provoke him. Don't worry, I will try to handle it peacefully." At this moment, Van Duong finally spoke. "Even if the Viam group are top students in our academy, even if they ambush, without real strength, they definitely won't succeed." "What grade are you in?" Min Tung stepped forward to answer. "You're not a student, but a senior instructor." Hearing that, Yanbak sneered mockingly. "High-level master. Huh? Someone so young also has the right to be your high-level master." Van Duong's eyes sparkled with interest. "This is interesting." Level 4. Spiritual energy can make someone a senior master. If it weren't for Feng Shun's complete breakdown, you would surely have a secret technique. Tabin was secretly surprised that he hadn't realized he was being tested, but it seems he only managed to gauge my spiritual energy. I don't need to tell you what I am. This time I am here to give you an explanation. Ganbak covered his mouth and explained, "A 4th-rank master can only sneak attack like you. What else do you want to explain?" Just now I was being serious. What a waste of expression. Tabin glanced and suggested, "Do you believe me or not?" Is there anything you can do to make these two gentlemen admit their mistakes and beg for our forgiveness without needing to apologize? Yanba was furious, shouting loudly, "You little brat, even with milk still on your lips, you dare to speak nonsense here, not only insulting our students and us, but also daring to insult the vice principal and me. Come and fight me if you think you're tough enough. Let me show you whether your fists or my punch is stronger." Tabin raised an eyebrow, no problem. Seeing that, Mintung quickly stepped in to stop him, saying, "Tabin, don't accept the challenge." You didn't realize what the debate between the two masters truly meant, especially in front of so many students. Your gaze suddenly became resolute. I know that if Master Phoenix Mountain loses to Master Sword Lamb, it means Phoenix Mountain publicly admits that he is not as strong as Sword Lamb, and the losing master must resign himself to the fault. He scolded you, and if you knew, you should not accept the challenge. The honor of the entire academy cannot be solely on your shoulders. If you lose to Tabin, passing by him, his tone deepens. So what if you lose? Is the honor you speak of just about being beaten and hung up by Kiem Lam multiple times without admitting defeat? There's no honor left to speak of anymore. Yanbo chuckled happily, pointing downwards. Ha ha, I thought you were planning some petty trick. So it was just a bluff. Ha ha, I'm giving you one last chance to fight somewhere else. If you lose, it won't be too disastrous. A strong pressure radiates from Tubin Yu. No need, I accept the challenge. What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, due to the urgent promotion tournament, this exchange aims to initiate a master duel. Feng Tian looks up with disdain, a reckless fool daring to accept the challenge. Very soon you'll learn the difference in skill between a master and a student. Dai Wiem also chuckles excitedly.
Ha ha! You dare to fight Elder Fei! You're doomed! Master Fei, please teach him a harsh lesson.
The Sword Lotus students stand arrogantly with their arms crossed. That young senior looks about our age, probably the same as us. No matter how experienced Master Fei is in combat, with decades of experience, how could he be defeated by a rookie? I want to restart this fight so that no one who isn't supposed to see this misses out. Lang Nuyet, holding her head in shock, thought, "It's over. Why is her older brother still fighting the Sword Lotus Master?" The Phoenix Mountain crowd from earlier quickly moved away, and the announcement rang out, inviting the next competitor to leave the arena. The MC raises his voice to energize the crowd, followed by Senior Sword Lotus Instructor Fei Yanbai, facing off against Senior Instructor Tabing of Fengshan. "Please come onto the field." Hearing that, Nganbak Lien prepared to jump, so I went out onto the field first. With that, he leapt forward, looking no different from a frog. He lands forcefully below, and the MC cheers loudly in admiration. Truly worthy of an 8th-level Battle Beastmaster, even a casual jump has destructive power. MC turns to the next person and invites Master Tobin. Where is Master Tobin? At this moment, Tobin was hovering high above, and the MC's voice was filled with astonishment. In the sky, Master Tobin was flying in the air. Unbelievable, Master To was standing on the wind. Has he reached level 9, the level of the title? Tobin simply looked down calmly, while both Van Duang and Min Tung exclaimed in shock. What? Seizing the title of the peak? He gently descended to the ground. Yanbo couldn't believe his eyes and wondered silently, how could there be such a young expert at the peak level? Isn't he only at level 4 of spiritual energy? Feng Tian here looked no better. It turns out that when Dai Wiem fell, it wasn't because he moved too quickly to see, but because controlling his spiritual energy to attack required no action at all. Langwit Pinmaman, my brother is a peak-ranked mage. Ouch, that hurts. Deep Hao glanced with a trembling voice. To Master? Thank you. The group of Dai Wiem opened their mouths in shock. How is this possible? How could this happen? No way, this can't be true. How could Fenghuang Mountain hide someone like that? Tabin politely gestured and said to Nyanbak, "Please begin." Master of Battle Beast Level 8, Taoist Fee. The protagonist continues to stir up the atmosphere as 12 master sorcerers summon their spirit beasts for the first time. Nganbak glanced thoughtfully, knowing that a 20-year-old kid with at most a decade of cultivation probably only focused on refining his spiritual energy to ride the wind and fly. Therefore, his combat skills would naturally be a weakness, unlikely to match his decades of battle experience. He thought for a moment, then lowered his body and shouted loudly at the boy. "Come on!" The spirit beast, Tufan, was summoned, roaring loudly. Master Ngan points and orders to take care of him. The Phoenix Mountain students are terrified when they see this, as it is a 8th-level bloodline death image demon wolf. Look, the number of tails on that death image demon wolf has reached level 8 upper rank. The boy clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Damn it, Lafengtian's level 7 top-tier dark dragon is already hard enough to deal with. Now there's also an 8th level shadow demon wolf, and the people around are trembling. Although level 7 and 8 are only one realm apart, their strength is worlds apart. Especially since the death shadow demon fish is the most ferocious beast in the Thunder system. The little Flame Clan members sneer arrogantly. Ha ha, do you know how powerful we are? Our Southern Sword team is not to be underestimated. Tabin glanced with a cold look, level 8 combat power, and casually reached out to summon his partner. What a coincidence. Just then, Ganbok stared in shock at the divine beast Tabin had just summoned. That is, Tabin calmly, I also have a level 8 beast companion. Ganbok exclaimed in surprise, the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast. Your beast roars loudly. Longui! The roar stunned the blue-haired students. Wow, Longui is so strong that you can even feel it through the energy barrier. Min Tung stroked his beard thoughtfully. So Tabin's pet is a Hellfire Bamboo Dragon. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He is the number 1 or 2 in the dragon hierarchy. I was worried for nothing. He reached out and ordered to maximize the energy shield, activating level 2 energy protection. The barrier was quickly erected. Tabin turned his head and smiled softly. I guess I don't need to hold back either. Nyanbak frowned and warned, don't celebrate too early. Even if your burning prison bamboo dragon is rare, I can see that its current combat power is only around level 8 lower realm. Lower level, defeating higher level is still uncertain to kill someone. With that, he released a surge of power, boosting his strength to level 8. The beast also gains strength. The MC's voice echoes as the Death Shadow Demon Lake resists the effective suppression of the dragon might. With the boost of level 8 power, I'm afraid the Death Image Demon Fox has already entered level 9 territory. Seeing Tabin's calm demeanor, the MC's voice couldn't help but be surprised. Master Tabin isn't planning to use enhancement skills on the Burning Prison Bamboo Dragon Beast? This is no different from training the Burning Prison Bamboo Dragon Beast to fight 1 against 2. Tabin chuckled softly. This is still far from a 1 versus 2. Yanbak was so angry that the veins on his face bulged as he immediately seized the tail of the Tuan Yu Ho and unleashed a powerful burst of energy. It roared. How? Clutching his shoulder in shock. 8 Trong, the destructive power of Loi Kwangthu's Loi Duan at just 1 Trong level, yet the Tuan Yu Ho can also unleash 8 Trong simultaneously. Is this the strength of level 8? The power of the Dark Phoenix Demon Wolf charges straight at Tabin. The narration builds tension as the power of the Blood Shadow Demon Wolf blocks all of Master Tabin's escape routes. How will Master Tabin respond? The beast beside him roars, causing that wave of power to shatter. Yanbo continued to command, show me how good you are with this move of mine. Tuan Yu Ho. It immediately split into multiple illusions, and the protagonist watched with wide eyes, delighted. Wow, those are the 7th level Shadow Phantom techniques, and they are charging straight at Tabin. Each shadow clone flawlessly executes the 8th level of the lightning funnel, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake, while the target of the Death Image Demon Fox remains the opponent's main beast tamer. Master Fei Yanbo truly leaves no way out. A major clash has occurred. Master Tabin, did you manage to dodge successfully? If this move hits 3 times, even a dragon beast physique might not withstand it. In the thick fog, Tabin softly said, the shadow of darkness. This move is truly nostalgic. He smiled faintly, but unfortunately his Shadow of Darkness technique is still not enough. A loud roar of the Death Shadow echoed as it was clenched by the Hell Prison Bamboo Dragon, and the MC was stunned, their true form revealed in an instant. Master Yan waved his hand and shouted, how is this possible? From the Shadow Love Lake, quickly escape. It immediately unleashed lightning cannons to counterattack. Tabin turned around and snorted, watching the burning prison bamboo dragon being struck, and with the 7th level lightning cannon continuously bombarding its head from this distance, the consequences could be unpredictable. The group of fire demons chuckled happily. Blow up its dragon's mouth. It dares to compare with Master Fi Dao. You're still too young. Let it learn what death really means. Mintung angrily slammed the table. Indeed, his combat experience is too specialized. He shouldn't let Tabin fight. Von Duong glanced, and with this sound, all the cannons fired steadily. No need to look. The outcome of this game is already decided. Suddenly, Tabin's voice rang out. Who said that? Onbo was stunned. What? The Death Shadow Demon. Fish is still tightly bitten by the burning prison bamboo dragon. The protagonist stares in shock, unable to believe that after enduring so many lightning strikes, the burning prison bamboo dragon only has a few tears.
while the Death Shadow Demon Fish is gasping due to his own actions. The armor around the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon is cracking. Ganbok gapes in shock. This is an advanced defensive skill of the earth and plant systems, with a rocky and armored defense. The armor shatters into pieces. Seeing the scene before him, the protagonist stared in shock. The burning abyss. Bamboo Dragon Beast is truly resilient. With a body as tough as a dragon, combined with the defensive skills of Nam armor and Dang armor, it is completely unharmed. Yanbo clenched his fists and shouted, "You're shameless! An apex dragon beast like that, and you make it learn so many defensive skills, that's just cruel. Where's the pride of the dragon race?" Tabin chuckled and said, "You call that pride of the dragon clan?" The image of his own kin attacking him, being crushed one after another by stronger warriors, even the top-tier dragons cowering in fear could only bow their heads and learn defensive skills. Now Wai Fong is biting down on Ziying's neck. After all, no one wants to die, right? The main character immediately declared that Tabin, the mentor, won the first match, and the Phoenix Mountain students cheered happily. "Well done, Mon. Mentor Tabin is so strong, I love you." Hey Dai Viem grits his teeth in anger. "Damn it." Min Tung pats his chest and sighs in relief. That was a close call. Yun Tung gritted her teeth in silence. Yanbo warned, Tabin huffing, "Don't celebrate too early. This is only my secondary pet. If your main pet is a 9th-level dragon beast, then I won't hold back either." After finishing, he immediately summoned the Deep Abyss Demon Snake and loudly ordered it to stir the earth. Phoenix Mountain student was momentarily shocked. That was a 9th-level bloodline, the Deep Abyss Demon Snake. Dai Viem smirked confidently. "Ha ha, the Deep Abyssal Serpent of Elder Fee has level 9 combat power. Even that burning Abyssal Trunk Dragon Beast isn't a match." The person next to him agrees without hesitation, especially after the recent battle, the Burning Abyss. "Trunk Dragon has exhausted a lot of energy, so this time victory is certain." Sword Lotus student shouted loudly, "To deal with him as a lesson, so he can see the power of Sword Lotus, he's already cornered." Tabin smirked, raised his hand and said, "I told you the Burning Abyss Trunk Dragon Beast is my pet," and then loudly summoned it, opening his eyes wide to look carefully while the MC stroked his chin in thought. The small, delicate summon opening is so cute. Could it be an agile type of spirit beast? A leg extends from the opening, and a skeletal-looking spirit beast steps out. The Sword Lamb group held their trembling loved ones. "Isn't that Xiao Ko Lu? Why summon such a weak divine pet? Could it be a miscall?" "It's freezing. What's going on?" Ling Yue held the person in a daze. That dried-up creature's shape is so strange, I've never seen this kind of dried up before." Yanbo chuckled contemptuously. I've seen many divine pets turn into mutants after radiation exposure in abandoned places. Are you saying this is actually your true divine pet?" Ha. I can summon it again." Seeing my pet change, he briefly paid attention, stunned and pondering that for decades all he felt was the murderous desire of the Deep Abyss Serpent. Why does it feel like it's afraid now? Where is this fear coming from? He glanced at Little Dry Lizard, and in an instant it rushed forward, slipping past and gone back while he was still stunned. He widened his eyes and turned his head. Too fast. Since when? Nganbak looked up at the sword that just sliced through the Tamuyan Masha's neck. Its blood dripped straight onto his head. He could only stand frozen in place. The MC was stunned with his mouth agape, unable to believe it. The level 9 Deep Abyss Serpent was slain in an instant. No mistake. So what exactly is the true strength of this little dry bone? Blood from the Deep Abyssal Snake also splattered onto the stunned fire demon. Tabin summoned a shield to block the blood from hitting him. You remind Yanbo to kneel on the ground and quickly withdraw his divine pet for treatment. Yanbo clenches his fists, unwilling. How is that possible? I spent so much effort to obtain the 9th rank Thong Yen serpent, and it was defeated by a low-level dried-up type. I don't believe it. He looked at you with determination and said, "What exactly is it?" Tabin curled the corner of his mouth. "You want to know?" he said with a teasing smile as he turned his head. "But I have no obligation to tell you." The Fengshun side kept cheering excitedly. Shung. Master Tabin is either too strong or addicted. After 10 years, he finally wins once. The Sword Lotus side gritted their teeth as the cheers rang out nearby. To the master is amazing. Such a beautiful victory. Diviem stood up, pointing. "Wait, don't let him go. He is the one who injured our Sword Lotus Exchange team member and now has seriously wounded our master's favorite. We need an explanation." "Don't even think about leaving. The Lamb Sword Academy will support this immediately." "Yes, you're not allowed to leave." "Cowardly villain, apologize and explain clearly." Tabin looked towards the stands. Sorry. Sorry. Calmly, you open the video chat on your device, wanting to explain yourself, right? I'll give you all an explanation. Tabin turned to the MC and said, "The host, please help me connect to the big screen." The MC smiled softly. "No problem." Huakwang's face appears and he grins happily. So, the master finally called for a video. "What are you doing? Who is that? What does he want to do?" Tabin glared slightly. "Come on, I haven't agreed to be your master yet. Step aside so those two can get into the shot." He answered seriously, obeying the order, then stepped aside to reveal the two people with their eyes closed. The young follower nervously pointed, "Are those two, Aviem, not going to be exposed by them?" Aviem chuckled confidently. I knew it all along." He showed a sinister expression, wanting to find them as witnesses. "I acted so harshly that these two are already like vegetables and pose no threat anymore." The two people below slowly open their eyes, and Tabin softly says, "Looks like the hospital in the upper city is quite capable of recovery. Can they speak now?" The two weakly respond. Hello, Master To," Dai Viem Ha said in horror. "What? How is that possible?" Van Duong pondered. "These two are trying to escape with Dai Viem. Damn it, hurry up, they're blocked by Hok Fuang Mountain. Where are they trying to go?" Tabin calmly told the two, "Just tell me simply what happened that day." The person on the other side rubbed his head and explained, "Yes, that day we were surrounded by some sword lamb students. They wanted to hear news about young Master Diep. We refused to talk, so they attacked us. The Dai Viem group looked stunned. Then Master To saved us. But that evening after school, those sword lamb students ambushed us, and when I woke up, I was here. The sword lamb side is in turmoil. How could this be? You guys from Dai Viem, we really lost." Ling Yue pointed and shouted that you were the ones who attacked first and then falsely accused us. Dai Viem quickly waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, they are lying and colluding beforehand." Van Duong angrily slammed his hand down. Dai Viem and the others were so scared they fell hard to the ground. Chu, vice principal. "Chu, you harshly said that day I must have told you what would happen if you deceived me, right?" He stammered in response, expelling him, canceling the bloodline of the beast tamer and banning contact with the sacred beast forever. Van Duong turned to bow sincerely and said, "Old Dong, blame me for not managing well. I will take responsibility for the upcoming treatment expenses and expenses for those two students. I hope you don't hold a grudge from before. Our sword lamb and Feng Shan will be friends forever." Mintung grinned and stroked his beard. All right. Tabin stepped forward. "Wait a moment. Are you sure you haven't forgotten something?" Van Duong asked as she looked at you. "What do you want?" he asked, stroking his beard as he made a proposal. "A rare treasure or a top-grade spiritual gift, as long as it's within my ability, I will satisfy you." Tabin smiled softly and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, I don't want much." "Kneel and admit your mistake," Yanbo shouted in anger. "What?" "Tabin, don't go too far in bullying people," Tabin whispered. "You lost. You're no longer the Sword Peak Master, so what right do you have to speak here?" He gritted his teeth, glaring at the boy with resentment. Master Mintung speaks up to mediate. "Teacher To, there's no need to go this far." He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tabin. Of course, it was necessary. "I want everyone here to know that from now on, anyone who dares to touch Fuang Sun should be prepared to pay the price." Hearing that, the Sword Lotus students were momentarily frightened. Tabin turned to look at Van Duong and said, "Our relationship isn't that close yet. It's just obedience. The best resources should be used by us first." Van Duong was angry but couldn't argue back. He knelt and snorted coldly, his hand clenched so tightly that it trembled. Mintung stood with his mouth open in surprise, while the students beside Kiem Lam all knelt down. Mintung was stunned, realizing this was the friendly resolution he had mentioned. Later, Tabin's shop was packed with people. "Sir, it's my turn now, sir. I want to buy some delicacies." "Boss!" someone exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure? That old shop really manages to attract so many customers." The person next to him looked a bit surprised. "Don't you know?" He looked inside at Tobin and explained that the shop owner is a peak-ranked powerhouse, and nurturing a treasured pet only takes half a day. Although expensive, the results are extremely effective. That person seems a bit suspicious. Is it real or fake? Hey, don't reveal all the secrets like that. The more people know, the less we can hide." Tabin secretly felt happy. Jan organized a friendly match and aimed to soothe everything. Unexpectedly, it spread his good reputation far and wide, and his shop prospered. He pointed to the sign in his hand, indicating the next person. Lang Nguyen pushed her friend aside and stuck her head out. "Line up for me. Don't push." Tabin looked at her and asked, "Why
Why are you here? Lang Nuit said shyly. I also want to nurture affection. Is that not allowed? He said with a relieved smile. It's a small matter. It should be enough to just say a word. So why wait in line for so long? She paused briefly before replying, I don't want special treatment just because I'm your sister. Lang Nuit said firmly, I want to become stronger on my own. Tabin smiled gently. All right, you want to train some spirit beasts. Lang Nuit looked at the pet beside her. SnowQuest had just recently broken through to level 4. Tabin glanced at the card in his hand. Level 4 could be achieved within the rank of divine pets. 10,000 at a time. Lang Nuit was stunned and said, What? 100,000? Even if I work hard for a whole year, I can only earn just over 30,000. Tabin looked at the pet in his hand. Next person, with such dark skin, you should be called a piece of coal. Lang Nuit hesitated. Wait a moment. She whispered softly, I don't have enough money. I'll come again next time. Tabin replied calmly, It's okay. Suddenly, a system message appeared, warning that prices are not easily negotiable and personal discounts are not available, and asking the owner to pay the loyalty fee for customers. Tabin glanced and said, I can cover the missing money. No one else is owed anything. His eyes darkened a little. Of course, everything remains as you wish, because to nurture stronger affection, I hope you can turn a blind eye. It was silent for a moment before it responded as well. No more chances, Tabin said to Lang Nuit. I learned a bit of your cultivation techniques before. Consider this my way of repaying the kindness. Lang Nuit tilted her head in confusion. I only practice at home. How did he learn it? Wasn't he already at level 9 in his domain before? I only just started practicing spiritual energy myself. At a tower emitting several streams of energy, the challenger managed to avoid the attack. After 10 minutes of resisting Kim Lan Yim Long Beast's assault, Tabin looked at the 9-level Kim Lan Yim Beast in front of him and smiled softly. After my strategy reached the 6th realm, I could finally determine some information about high-level spirit pets. Little Dry Lizard appeared and rushed forward. Kim Lan Yin immediately counterattacked, striking towards Tabin, and both sides quickly formed protective barriers. Tabin commanded the beasts, Don't worry, everyone support Tiu Kolau, attack from the blind spot with deadly intent. Immediately, the beasts charged forward. Kim Lan Yim also quickly emitted beams of light. Tabin shouted loudly, and just as he finished, Kim Lan Yim cried out in pain. Gah! It was cut in half, seemingly the end of its life. But then a golden light burst forth, and what happened next will surprise us. It grew back 2 heads, a warning echoed, with half a minute remaining. Pen. Tabin smirked. This is the 2nd stage. He spoke with a confident tone. So what if you're the Beast King? Perfect timing to capture someone for Xiaoko Lu to absorb the bloodline of the king. The Little Dry Lizard rushed forward and slashed directly at Kim Lan Yim. A loud explosion echoed as the tower shattered, revealing many cracks, and the sword swept fiercely, splitting the mountain in 2. Tabin laughed out loud, hoo, time's up, reborn on the spot. The Little Dry Lizard stands on Kim Lan Yim's corpse. The Dragon King trial has ended. A notification sound rang out, indicating successful elimination, followed by a series of leveling up sounds from the summoned beasts. Tabin was slightly surprised as the loyal beast's bloodline extended forward. He looked at the pet creature in front of him and scoffed. So that's how it is. A monster is rushing straight at them. Tabin shouts loudly, Thien Huangchu unleashes paralysis, and the dark abyssal hound swallows them. Quickly, the dark abyssal dragon hound rushes out, and he raises his hand to command, Luyan Inguk Truk Long Beast, Huyan Dim Beast to support. Tabin watches the Luyan Nguk Truk Long being relentlessly attacked, secretly thinking that after the small skull absorbed the Iron Blood Pearl, the ordinary monsters on the Longlan continent unexpectedly increased their combat power to this level. But for the Dark Abyssal Wolf and the Furnace Bamboo Dragon, it's no problem. With the support of the Huyan Diem Beast and Tian Huangzhu, they will definitely kill the Wind Birthwater Rise. Tabin grinned loudly. The Furnace Bamboo Dragon and Dark Abyssal Wolf always strike a fatal blow. After finishing, 2 powerful slashes descended. The level-up notification for the Dark Abyss dog sounded. Tabin gently pats its head. Oh, perfect timing, since there's no scent-detecting tool right now. In the future, choosing food won't just be about letting someone sniff and instantly knowing which is top quality, right? The level-up notification of the infernal bamboo dragon also sounded, but he stroked his chin in thought. Is it another head-shrinking move? Have you died so many times that you've regressed from a dragon to a turtle? The sounds of the level-up of the mystical flame beast and the heavenly fragrance beast also ring out one after another. You look at the 2 pets in front of you.
One is a level 8 fire element with the strongest area attack, and the other is a level 8 mental element with the most vicious single target attack. Not bad. The system reminds you that the Dragon King inheritance exploration has ended, and you are returning. The next morning, the shop is bustling again, just like yesterday. Boss, have you come to me yet? Boss, I want to buy divine beasts, boss. Lung and Wyatt was amazed as she held her pet in her arms. So fast? The girl beside her is no different. Isn't it supposed to be a month, as the boss said? Tabin didn't bother to look and secretly sighed. Could the 2000 Energy Dragon King inheritance mission really not be completed faster? Besides, since the secret realm is opening, I need to quickly strengthen myself. The crowd is staring in shock. Look at those muscles. Is this even my divine, fragrant beast? My own mystic beast, Huyen Diem, is the same. Where did this muscular person come from? Tabin happily holds the card in his hand. Next, if you don't believe it, just try for yourselves. The people behind hurriedly want to push the two girls out. Stop trying, it's our turn now, so move quickly and don't block us. That's right, Mr. Toe's style has always been like this. There's nothing to doubt. Wait a moment. They shout angrily. Go try somewhere else. Don't waste Mr. Toe's business time. The two girls standing far away whispering, so terrifying. Tabin curled his lips. Now there's no need to even mention the proof scene anymore. The system sound rings out, the professional training mission is complete, and you receive a universal primordial energy pill. The demon god combat technique appears randomly, and he stands still, watching it emerge. Tabin couldn't help but feel excited. What kind of battle technique is this, received? As he finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the book. Tabin reached out his hand toward the foot of the demon god fist. You touch the book, and the energy begins to merge. Tabin is stunned to find himself in a remote place filled with ferocious beasts. Damn, just look at what you're seeing and marveling at. This beast is too big. Seeing how terrifying each of them is on par with a king beast, a golden light appears to attract their attention. A fist emerges from the gap of light and suddenly plunges straight down. It crouched down, causing the ground to crack and break apart. The monsters were also stunned. Tabin marvels at how powerful that palm strike is. He looks at the proud figure standing before him, who explains in a deep voice, the Demon Suppression Divine Fist consists of 5 stages, the first being the perfect stage, capable of defeating level 9 enemies. But once this fist is unleashed, it is the ultimate attack, domineering and invincible, with a very strong backlash. Ordinary people can only activate the first move at most. Reaching the second move, their bodies would definitely not withstand the backlash, suffering broken bones at best or flesh and bones shattered at worst. Suddenly, he was stunned to realize that only the pure Kim Dew bloodline can endure the full backlash of the 5 moves of the Tran Ma Than Queen. If you want to cultivate, you stare blankly at the 2 words in front of you, then chuckle softly. With the Kim Dew divine demon body already in hand, what cultivation method could suit me better than the demon-suppressing divine fist? Tabin reached out and pressed the cultivation button, then laughed heartily. All right, it's been a long time since I met someone as brave as you. The glowing orbs fall near Tabin, each representing a different stage. The first stage, the second stage of the demon cultivation, the third of the demon suppression, and the fourth of the demon quelling, and the 5th of the demon destruction. It reminds me that after mastering the first stage, you can learn the next stage. Tabin briefly pondered. The secret realm isn't like an ordinary wasteland. It must have experts. If I only have the small skull, I'm afraid 2 fists can't withstand 4 hands. I need to increase my strength by another level to be safe and not put too much pressure on the small skull. The boy clasped his hands behind his back and smirked. All right, wait for me to train for a few days. I will definitely destroy all the monsters in the Dragon King Transmission Palace. 2 days later, after half a month of training in the training ground, Tabin was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Panting at the Long King's inheritance hall, he and his 2 pets stood on the corpses of fierce beasts, and the first level of the demon suppression divine fist was fully mastered. The system's voice echoed loudly, indicating that the remaining energy was insufficient. Do you want to return? Tabin still remained calm so fast. Almost perfect, but the Kim Eagle divine demon body also made a significant breakthrough, about to reach the 2nd level. Hopefully, this bit of strength will be enough. Captain Yeet, with your team's strength, why do you want to invite both of us? Aren't you afraid we'll fight over your treasure? Strong in strength? Ha 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 ha. To be honest, we came here this time because we also have our eyes on a certain treasure. He returned to a serious expression and said, according to my investigation, that treasure is guarded by a super powerful, ferocious beast.
Don't think our North God battle team is famous worldwide. In reality, we just have more experience. Only I, Diep Tranzon, and Xiao Tiet have reached such a high level. To attain this position, Bei Shen and others have fought crazily against monsters. Thanks to experience, to safely seize the treasure you need at least an 8th-tier expert. Hearing him talk, he and the old man exchanged glances. Tran Long sneered inwardly, so they were eyeing a good deal, but still wanted to swallow it whole. Alongside Elder Min, there are also schemes in place, and they might offer a good deal. Quickly, he got up and placed his hand on the table. Captain Heap has his eye on me, Tran Long, and I will definitely support him with all my strength. But the secret realm is not only filled with ferocious beasts, many others also intend to monopolize this treasure. I'm not a fool either. If we succeed in getting that treasure, you must let us choose our own treasures. The condition that Tran Long is fully accepted by Bak Than is, if successful, Elder Min chooses first, then it's your turn, and the remaining items are distributed based on merit. Is that okay? Seeing how he distributes, he thought to himself, the treasure in the secret realm does not belong to the one who finds it, but to the survivor who brings it out. If there are greedy wolves like this in the team, the consequences could be disastrous. The old man with the beard stroked it lightly and guessed, as the captain, you choosing first is certain. Hearing this, the North God smiled in rebuttal. Old man Min, you're mistaken. I am not the first to choose. What? Tran Long's expression darkened, and Elder Min's face grew grim, as there was still someone outside capable of challenging us. Outside the door, Tabin was being led in by Tran's son, and seeing Bak Than, he signaled, Captain, Mr. To has arrived. Old Master Min and Tran Long quickly turned their heads back. He asked the guy, Who is the person next to Tran's son? Tran Long observed and replied, with such weak spiritual energy reaction, he's probably not at level 6. Not the type to get in through connections, right? Seeing you, North, God quickly reached out to shake hands and greet you. To Senior, welcome to see you, you immediately guessed. You must be Captain Heap Bak Than. Let me introduce you to my brother. Please have a seat. He looked at him with a doubtful expression as Tran Long questioned him. Captain Yeep, the one chosen for the first protection head, isn't it this little brother here? Bei Shen suddenly clasped Tabin's shoulder with a bright smile. Junior 2 has saved little Tweet's life once and killed an 8th-level top-tier demon bone beast. He won't refuse to be chosen as the first protector, right? Since you have shown goodwill, I am ready. I will humbly follow your command. They and the old man were stunned. An 8th-rank top-tier demon bone beast, yet it was defeated by someone so young. Seeing that both of them remained silent, he spoke up. What's the matter? Is there any issue with the order of choosing treasures? Old Man Min replied with a nod of approval. A young person with such astonishing achievements naturally has the right to compete with us. Tran Long also agreed with him. Not only that, he is also a benefactor to the people of Transon, so I have nothing more to say. It's morning now, and the 6 of you are climbing the entrance to the secret realm of Longdai Mountain at Dang Longdai. The North God leader turned back to ask Bin how he was doing. To brother, the Dang Long Tower is quite tall, so the air is very thin. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me and we'll slow down. Seeing that, you calmly replied that climbing stairs isn't tiring. It's just that walking like this takes too much time, and Dang Long Dai can also be reached by flying. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be involved with you in the future. Beijing God quickly intervened to calm both of them down. Haha, Brother To is new here. Not knowing these rules is quite normal. He just came back and told me the rules of this place. The Dang Long platform is very dangerous, and accidents can happen easily. If you fall down, only flying beasts can save you. Otherwise, even we 8th-rank experts are terrified. That's why there's an unwritten rule in the Reign of the Dead. No fighting or summoning spirit beasts on the Dragon Peak platform. He also said that anyone who violates the rules will be isolated by other teams or even retaliated against, all for the safety of the experts. With that, Bei Shen glanced at him and said, So it's better to hold back. Suddenly, from afar, a man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Based on their appearances, Bei Shen immediately recognized them as the young masters of the Kuang and Duong families. Their actions made Tu Bin suspicious. Wasn't it said that fighting was not allowed here? He quickly explained, the rules only apply to ordinary people like us. The major clans and powerful families don't bother with it. Even the management turns a blind eye. The incredible power made the stones move. Bei Shen guessed that the Kuang family probably wanted to seize the long-caught Tianqiu Dia Nyetbang from Duong's hands. Stones fell from above towards them, and someone shouted behind, We're doomed! We've got ourselves into trouble. He quickly reassured, "Don't worry, no matter who is afraid, Tran Long and old Min behind you just sneer and let the stones fall slowly. How could they possibly hit us?" Without saying a word, Bing rushed forward like an arrow, causing Bei Shen to panic. The brothers unleashed their strength, punching the rocks to shatter them quickly so we could avoid them. Shattered fragments flying. Bin shouted loudly, but could the others avoid them? Seeing him like that, he also followed. "All right, I'll go too. Beast God, Transun, and Kok Tuyet also work hard to help you break the rocks." After a while, at the place where the four of them were, rocks fell like rain. Seeing Bin in front of them, Tran Long and Min Lao highly evaluated him, as his judgment and leadership skills were too strong, raising the morale of the battle team in just a moment. At the top of the Dragon Ascension platform, a crowd is gathering. Below the path, someone issues an order, and the crowd parts like an army. A young, beautiful girl steps forward, flanked by two old men behind her. One of the elders challenges, "Our young lady wants to challenge Longcott for the 6th time. Her appearance surprised everyone. She is from the Dong family. Not only is she outstanding, but the two old men also astonished everyone. Look quickly. The two experts on the right are 8th rank Peak Trak Fong, and on the left is 9th rank middle position Feng Mo. The girl being escorted by the two elders is the 9th rank Peak young lady of the Duong family, Duong New Yen. Everyone marvels at the legendary twin peaks of the Duong family, and that person is the young lady of the Duong family. She has surpassed Longcott 5 times already. Yu Yen started to speak. "This secret realm has been opened so many times. It's terrifying. Longcott Heavenly Bridges #1 will belong to our Duong family." Seeing her arrogance, a voice from behind corrects her. "I still hope you won't waste your effort." Is it really that easy for you to say? None other than Kwang Tiutian, level 8 mid-tier, crossing his arms as he looks at her. "Coincidentally, I have also reached the 5th longbone, and am about to challenge the 6th longbone." Everyone was surprised by Tiutian's presence. The young master of the Kwang family is Kwang Tiutian. Seeing someone challenge him, Yen channels her energy in response. "Haha, this match is worth watching. Only the Kwang family has the right to challenge the Duong family." Tiutian also didn't hold back in provoking again. What happened on the mountain was just a game. The outcome is still undecided. So the two rush forward, and Yen looks at him, wanting to continue, but he doesn't hesitate to criticize her. "Woman? That was me giving way earlier. Don't think it was real. Stop talking nonsense, or someone will shout loudly, 'Talking is useless, just fight!'" Up above, someone is watching them, just as I expected. That person is Dao Ton. The Long Dai Sun secret realm has opened, and he has allowed the battle. The people below argue, so yeah, hurry and go in before he gets angry. Since it's Dao Ton's order, let's go in quickly. Before we could enter, they were blocked by a flash of light hitting the ground. Standing before them, Feng Jun angrily warned, "The exit is not yet clear," and he continued to threaten, daring any of you to take a step forward. Suddenly, someone steps onto the wet trail. It's none other than our protagonist, Bin. He walks forward calmly, causing Feng Quan to turn pale with anger, and someone behind him speaks up. "Who is that? How dare you cut across the road and enter like that?" Seeing your arrogance, Master Hu Fong, disheveled, shouted loudly, "Do you want to die?" A powerful shove from his hand shattered the stone and struck with the force of my attack, while Bing remained calm and stood there, watching from above as a wave of strength descended to deliver a powerful blow, leaving everyone around stunned. The sword strike shattered the ice, creating a boundary between you and him, causing chaos around. Dao Ton then stepped in. In the air, Dao Zun calmly raises his hand to remind them, "Any grudges should be settled privately. Don't act recklessly here." Seeing your brother, he respectfully bowed his head. "Thank you, Senior." Bin's heart was filled with admiration. "Your swordsmanship is truly powerful. Even without using divine techniques, your strength is impressive." Fote shrugged at Dao Ton and said, "No need to thank me. Dead ants are no concern of mine. I only punish those ants that violate the boundary, and moreover, that single ant's attack couldn't possibly hurt you." Hearing that, Bin turned around with a smile on his face as the dragon's mouth opened. Long Sun Tower was now open, a continuous beam of light shooting up the stairs. It was Feng Quan and Hu Fong, both furious and daring to disrespect Duong and us. "Don't run. They are rushing straight into that tiny crack." They were blocked by the crack and watched from outside. Impressive. That young guy boldly ignores the way out. If it weren't for Dao Ton stepping in, he would have been torn apart and his bones shattered long ago. Lucky indeed. He dares to offend Lord Tang. Does he even know how to write the character for death? Everyone wants to know his identity. Which team is he in? If we catch them and hand them over to the Duong family, will there be a reward? Why think so much? We don't want to wait. They advise each other, but the Songfang family has already entered, so we should go in quickly too. Among the people discussing, there was also a group led by Bei Shen. Behind, Chen Long covered his face to avoid, "Is that little brat trying to kill us?" Bei Yan chuckled and said, "Is that kid brave or just naive? To do something even we wouldn't dare to imagine." Qiu Shui also spoke up. That attitude still the same as before, neither arrogant nor submissive. After a while, he finally arrived, standing on the dragon pillar at the top of the tower, accepting the inheritance trial. He touched his chin, excited to explore. Taking advantage of no one around, he decided to check if it was different from the system's nurturing ground and to test how far his strength could go. And he accepted. From afar, Niu Yin has passed through the dragon's secret realm. The two men saw her hurriedly bow and reminded her, "Young lady, why haven't you responded for so long? Did the team go into the secret realm there?" "I am sorry, miss. I couldn't find that young man, but I have sent people to investigate his identity. It was my fault that he is still alive, and I humbly ask for your punishment. It's been 4 years. Only our Duong family and Kuang family have passed the 5th floor of Longcot Tower, also holding the number 1 Longcot Tianqiu ranking. Last year, the second-place Liu family and Diep family only managed to pass the 3rd floor. This Longcot Heavenly Tower is a symbol of our Duong family's strength." He looked into the distance with a peaceful and calm expression. A minor character with no power or background, perhaps only able to reach the 2nd floor, so what if he is included? The purpose of this trip is to secure our position as the number 1 heavenly tally. I don't care about anything else. Feng Quan and the effect of his aura immediately understood. "Yes, I will do my best to help the young lady pass the 6th floor. The tower in front has started to light up, surprising everyone nearby." Look, everyone is whispering in confusion. The 6th floor of the Dragonbone Tower is lit up. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means someone just passed the 5th level test. They didn't stop there. The lights kept shining on higher levels, and more levels lit up. The 7th floor has also been broken through. Only 2 more lights left. Only 2 more levels until the Dragonbone Tower is breached. The 8th floor light is also on. Below, Niu Yen and the 2 elders also arrived, all 3 stunned. Who could have such formidable strength to break through the top 8 consecutive first places of the Duong family? Feng Quan saw the situation of the Duong family and trembled with anger, questioning whether it was the Diep family or the Liu family, and said, "Not only did that kid get into the secret realm, but the number 1 spot on the Heavenly Bridge list was also broken through. It's driving me crazy." A powerful punch shattered the last level. The 9th level was passed. The top candidate for the Heavenly Bridge gained the right to compete for the inheritance, and the remaining challengers also entered. Bak Then was stunned to see him suddenly break through, even shattering the top of the tower with his punch. It's impossible. The Duong family and Kuang family probably wouldn't dare to reach such a level in their dreams. The scene made Yen Tai pale. An apex expert? Even Tiu Tian looked helplessly on, wondering which house truly possessed such formidable strength. Without hesitation, the crowd below rushed in to see what was happening. So it was Tu Bin who shattered the main floor. Could this be the Demon Suppression God King? Holding great power in hand, he smiled as he wiped out every boss with a single move, only using stage 2, so domineering. After finishing, he prepared to return to the group. The check has been done, and the system's training ground is like this. The others are also drawn to the Dragonbone Tower. Now is the perfect opportunity to go back and loot the treasure. Taking advantage of the moment when Bacon's group is chatting, Tabin sneaks down from behind. "Although we came to seize treasures, we didn't intend to rush into the Dragonbone Tower, but seeing someone easily pass through the 9 levels firsthand, I also feel a strange feeling." From behind, a voice said, "Captain, shall we proceed?" Tran Long was startled to see Tobin, and Bei Shen happily ran over. "It's good you're back. Where did you go, to brother?" "We were about to go look for you." Tabin made an excuse upon hearing that. "Let's warm up a bit before heading in. While others enter the Dragonbone Tower, we should go too." Hearing that, Tran Son Kok Tuit was surprised, warming up a bit. "Brother?" Tu rushing into the secret realm first must have a reason. Could it be that he is the one who broke through Longcot Thap? No joy. Tran Long stood aside criticizing him, relying on the captain's favor to do as he pleased, which is really annoying. Old Master Min stroked his beard and advised him, wait for the right moment to threaten him and make him realize who is truly the core of this team. The North God group has arrived, Longlan Continent Marker 92, with mountains full of lava. The North God began assigning tasks. Elder Min took charge of the ground. Little Snow was responsible for the air, and she waved her hand to create a path for the spirit beasts to appear. Yes, appear now. Holy Leaf Bird, Old Man Min is just like her, no problem. He asked that person for the Fire Eye Dark Beast. Tabin is just like them. another spirit beast appears. Let me see what your new skills are capable of. The Dark Abyssal Hound, seeing what you did, he got angry. Little brother, what do you mean by summoning a bloodline level 7 Dark Abyssal Dog? Even though there's a level 9 Earth Fire-Eyed Dark Beast here for reconnaissance, you still don't feel safe. Forget Elder Min. Tabin strokes the Dark Abyssal Hound. Listen to see if those guys are nearby. Tranlong sneered and advised, still better to withdraw your pet. Your Dark Abyssal Hound is too large for scouting missions, and this is a secret realm, not an ordinary wilderness. Bringing a level 6 beast to make a fool of yourself is pointless. The Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog suddenly growled, received the signal, and reported, I knew they were nearby. Captain, enemies are approaching. Beijing was startled and asked, what? Old Min doesn't believe there are enemies? He immediately ordered Earthfire Eye Shadow Beast, Earth Hearing Technique. Watching his spiritual beast work, Beishan anxiously asked, how is it? Who is it? Old Min glanced at you. There's no enemy, just nonsense. Behind Ku Tuit, she also arrived and reported that my Saint Diembird did not detect anything unusual. Tranlong took the opportunity to look at you with disdain. Tabin, you just wanted to make an impression, right? Do you think anyone would bother to believe you? Just as you said, far away a group of snake-shaped beasts is attacking. The two spiritual beasts suddenly roared in surprise, their cries making Kuk Tuit and Elder Min fearfully watch them. Then Diep's Fire-Eye Dark Beast, a swarm of insects flying towards them, was the fierce flame mound, causing the group to stand firm. It's too close. Since when? Beishen led the observation, shouting loudly, this group's scale is at least level 9 in threat. There's no way out now. I won't be able to escape in time. The entire army prepares for battle. A new spiritual beast appears, a demonic beast with a 9th level bloodline and 9th level combat power. Below, Beethan orders Tranlong to use the great Earth Dragon to protect the beast Tamer. Then he divides the troops further. The remaining battle beasts follow my demonic beast into battle. Everyone complies together. Gradually, the spiritual beasts reveal themselves, one after another. Lakduk Jue Sheng Diem Dieu, an 8th level bloodline with 8th level mid-tier combat power. Tranlong, the great Earth Dragon, 8th level bloodline with 8th level lower-tier combat power. Min Lao Diem Wei Jia, a 9th level bloodline with 9th level lower-tier combat power. Dip Tran Sun Koi Lan Tuong, 8th level bloodline with 8th level upper-tier combat power. Following orders, the giant Earth Dragon lifted the boulder, and everyone stood on it to form a 4-layer defensive barrier. When Tabin's group reached the safe hiding spot, they began to defend. Cocktuit suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment. To Dao Su's Dark Abyss. Wolf hasn't entered yet. He looked back at her and reassured her, there's nothing to worry about. Outside are 2 powerful experts at level 9. As long as the Dark Abyssal Hound isn't as carefree as its owner, it should be fine. But she still felt uneasy. No, the Windfire pack is too large. There's no way to escape. Quickly recall it. He seems annoyed as he explains to her. It's easy to say, but what if we open the protective barrier now and a swarm of chaotic bat monsters rushes in? And a level 7 pet, is it worth risking our lives? Trần Son, dừng bên cạnh, liền lên tiếng bảo vệ. Giang hắc am long queen la sung thu dầu tiền phật hiện nguy hiểm. He confidently added, moreover, Boss To is our benefactor, and my Koi Lan Thuong injured beast will take care of our safety. Please open the underground treasure protection. Tabin looked up at everyone and gratefully replied, no need, I appreciate your kindness. Then he calmly introduced himself, saying, don't worry, my dog is also a mixed breed and not purebred, with only that much fighting power. Glancing at Tranlong, he smiled and continued, if we can kill the alpha now, the others will naturally scatter, so let's just go all in. His words made him frown. Elder Min patted Tranlong on the shoulder to remind him, he's just good at talking big. A 7th level bloodline Dark Abyssal Dog only has a 7th level combat power. Standing before the 9th grade Dan, it was already reduced to nothingness. The guy also agreed, just enough to cause him some loss and make him lose his composure. After finishing, he immediately summoned the spirit beast, the Earth Fire Eye Shadow Beast. It turned invisible and appeared growling a few times. Cook Tweet stands nearby, observing, and discovers that the stealth technique is effective. A transparent glass layer gradually appears within the Earth concealment shield. Seeing everyone's confusion, Elder Min admitted, yes, I have hidden myself in the protective formation so we can observe the battlefield. The scene outside is chaotic, and the North God's monsters are destroying those who fall into it. All the remaining spiritual beasts are attacking fiercely. Inside here, Cook Tuyet is searching for your spiritual beast. Where is the Dark Abyssal Wolf? Could it be that it was already torn to pieces and turned to dust? Transun quickly waved his hand. No, Look, inside the flock of falling stars, there seems to be a streak of light. She pushed her hair back and looked at Cocktuet in amazement.
That's it.
No one else. The dark abyssal wolf is still alive and fighting the falling beasts. Looking at it, she hesitates.
So that light is a protective barrier.
All 5 of them are stunned. Cocktuet stood frozen in awe, surprised that a 7th-level spirit beast could freely roam among a pack of fierce 9th-level wind beasts.
Tranlong also added, yet he claimed it was just a little combat power. The leader of their fallen group has arrived. The Crimson Gale Swift Horse, Lord of level 8 upper position, curls its tail and charges at the Dark Abyss Dragon Dog.
A powerful strike shattered the earth and rocks, causing everyone to worry about the situation. The Dark Abyssal Wolf Dog is truly surprising. It remains standing behind its protective barrier unharmed. Elder Min and Tranlong are both stunned. Its defense is incredible, almost as if it's even tougher than my ultimate Earth Dragon. The Dark Shadow Wolf Dog crouched and charged, aiming straight at the back of the leader. A sharp claw struck out, slicing through Fong Duk Thun's light armor. Inside, Tranlong immediately underestimated its power, a single palm only causing a small crack. It turns out the entire ability of the Dark Black Dragon Dog is just defense. No wonder its shell is so tough.
My giant Earth Dragon still has offensive skills.
Suddenly, Fong Duk Tanman's eyes widened as it roared. It fell straight to the ground, mouth spewing green water, its body trembling, turning purple, with foam in its mouth, emitting growls.
Yes!
Elder Min was startled and shouted loudly.
Hit by poison, Tranlong was also surprised. With thick armor, it's one thing, but this time it's extremely toxic. Both of them marveled, this dog is too formidable. The Dark Abyssal Hellhound still charged forward, slashing fiercely at Fong Duk Than Min, causing it to bleed profusely.
Seeing his spirit beast perform, Tabin smirked secretly, knowing that the Long King's training had produced even more terrifying monsters. These mixed-breed creatures should have been enough with just the Dark Abyssal Hound.
Let's finish this quickly.
After dealing with it, it roared loudly. The dragon roared, and the pack of them scattered like headless snakes, fleeing instantly. The team cheered loudly in celebration. The entire team is unharmed, a complete victory. The Northern God nodded in approval. The Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog is too powerful. Tranlong hurriedly approached and forced a stiff smile. Toto, are you guys a bit too proud? He immediately praised it, saying, your Dark Abyssal Dog truly is a top-tier creature. Tabin twirled his ear, speaking politely with a hint of sarcasm. It's okay, I guess.
Your innate talent is average. Elder Min modestly said, Brother To, you're too humble. Your Dark Dragon Hound has average talent, so all our beasts are just inferior grade.
The system appears, assessing the beast. An Earth-Fire Shadow Beast, Earth Element Affinity, 9th Bloodline level, mid-7th Combat Power, ability to turn invisible and hide, Wind-Fire Skill, Thunder. 10 miles Soul Pursuit, with a talent lower than the low grade. You froze, thinking it was a low grade?
This old man seems a bit narcissistic, doesn't he? His glowing, egg-filled mouth brings it. Transun was startled, shouting loudly, These are the larvae of the wind-winged strong horse.
Seeing it sniff the group of tokens with apparent pleasure, Tranlong explained, These larvae are not yet formed,
absorbing all the essence of nutrients from the mother. If the divine essence hits, it will definitely be a great boost. Old Min looked at the Dark Dragon Dog that Brother To found, first killing the leader to earn the right to use this.
Tabin holds the large-scale Killeen scale generously, not bothering with trivial matters. It's usually used for concealment. The price on the market isn't cheap, so if you don't mind, you can take it and use it. Hearing what you said, the two of them exchanged glances, and Tranlong asked quietly for us. What's wrong with this person?
If they don't come after us, then fine, but sharing the spoils with us. Old Man Min is a bit cautious. His strength is unfathomable, so it's better not to make enemies. Let's take this opportunity to make peace.
He agreed. Yes, I was planning the same. After discussing, both of them clasped their hands in front of To Bin respectfully. Thank you, Brother To. We won't be polite anymore.
Tranlong suggested that if there's anything later, just give the orders, and I agree.
Understood. Open the map. Beishin points north. There is a cave here, and he points to a specific spot, saying, This is also our destination.
Elder Min and Tranlong nod in agreement. All right, we should arrive by early tomorrow morning.
Captain, did you draw this map yourself?
I don't hide my enthusiasm for answering. I spent a lot of money to buy this. To Brother, is there something wrong?
Seeing that they kept staring, Tabing quickly changed the subject.
No, I'm just curious why the location of the secret treasure on this map seems a bit strange.
Hearing that, Bak Than burst out laughing.
Ha ha, treasures in the secret realm are just about who can grab them faster. Nothing strange about it. Tranlong sat beside him and added, Exactly. To brother, maybe when they drew this map, all the treasures had already been stolen. He looked thoughtful and contemplative.
The next day, at a cave surrounded by cliffs, your group was cautiously entering when suddenly a shout warned, Wait! Don't go in yet! There is a level 9 ferocious beast inside. Brother Toe, we're not inside yet. How do you already know? He chuckled softly and said, Of course I came here, but in my mind I was thinking that although we just entered the Dragonbone Tower and haven't been here long enough to memorize everything, I at least know where the monsters are. Glancing at them, he questioned, Doesn't the Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog still make you guys uneasy?
North. God stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, It was thanks to the Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog that we discovered the Fierce Flame Pack. It's really good to have you here.
Trần Sốn dĩ sau bực bội, thật là dạng ghét, lại la quay cúp chìn. Nghe tổ binh nội, mồ hôi uất dậm trên trần.
The fierce wind beasts are fighting together, although they are level 9. Fighting each one individually would only be like level 7 or 8, and the one inside the cave is definitely a level 9. Plus, we don't know what the terrain inside is like. Elder Min's attitude is just like yours, as if the difficulty has increased by a few levels. Although we have Brother Toe's powerful beast, it's still hard to take down the snake's head. Bei Shen confidently suggests that if we strike the snake's head, then we force it to leave the cave. Your plan is approved by Tran Sun. It makes sense. We set a trap outside the cave entrance. As soon as the beast shows its head, we strike and catch it off guard. Tran Long agrees as well. All right, let's do it. Great Earth Extreme Dragon. Tran Long's spirit beast appears, earth magic forming a sphere of soil. After a while, the large chunks of earth gradually emerge. On this side, Kok Tuyet also summoned her spirit beast, the sacred leaf bird, and the blazing flame phoenix. The stones of the great earth extremes were engulfed by its fire. The remaining spirit beasts also appeared and were used, invisible and hidden, staying out of sight. Transun turned to Bei Shen and reported, Captain, we've set the trap. Now we just wait for his impatient expression and you choose. I can't wait any longer. I will go in and lure it out. Transun was startled. How will he do that? Captain, that's too dangerous. Looking deep into the cave, Northgod reassured him, Hey, didn't you forget? I have a level 9 demonic beast. No need to worry. If we just wait, we won't know if there's really a level 9 monster inside. The others are probably already heading back into Longlan Continent. I'm just worried I might not make it in time then either. Hearing that, he hesitated. But suddenly, Tabin stepped forward from behind. No need to worry, I'll go with you too. This surprised Transun quite a bit. Boss Tobak Than agreed confidently. Having you to brother with me also eases my worries. So the two of them stepped into the depths of the cave together, with their faces carefully protected, and Bei Shen turned to look at Tobin. Brother To, the aura of eggs in this cave is too thick. Your energy isn't strong enough for your body to resist the poison, or you should wait outside for me. You were chosen for the first treasure, so there's no need to take such risks. Relaxing his energy, he reassured, Don't worry, I have the primordial protective armor. Toxins below level 8 won't harm me. Tabin, with fiery eyes, questioned, But I heard that during this treasure hunt, you always let others choose the first 3 treasures. There's one thing you can't understand. Now you're going in alone into danger. I feel like the captain isn't as selfless as he seems. You stand there watching Bei Shen walk away, taking this chance while no one is around. Tabin raised his voice and said, You try saying that. He could only smile wryly in response. Ha ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. So Bacon quickly told everything. There is still a spiritual pearl inside this cave. This type of plant produces spiritual fruit that can activate the potential of beast tamers below level 8, like a transformation, and may even break through to the next realm. An invaluable treasure of the world. I must have it. I understand now. Tabin was stunned. So that means you gave up the 3 chosen positions and now you're risking yourself again. Just because he wanted to seize the spiritual seed, Northgod suddenly became serious. That's right. Memories flood back to him. A girl lies beside the hospital bed. 2 brothers have some secrets you better not ask about. The northern god insists even more that I must get this spiritual tree. His eyes shone brightly as he reminded you first. If you also want to get it, even if you are Tran Son Xiao Tuyet's benefactor, I won't hold back. Tabing stroked his chin and just smiled softly to himself. So it turns out that to get the spirit fortune fruit, which is similar to the source energy pill system for him, he only wants such a rare treasure. But for him, it is very important. It seems that this Nieptan is not a bad person. He also doesn't want anything valuable, so just lend him a hand.
You speak up. I'm not interested in that fruit, but I want to warn you, the monster inside this place belongs to the 9th rank upper spirit level, called Flame Lizard Blood Demon, extremely cunning, specializes in mental attacks. If he directly goes in to take the fruit, he will very likely die. Your information makes him a bit nervous. What? Level 9 upper rank and still the most complex mental attack. How do you know so much? How much more are you hiding? Captain Noyet, it's best not to ask about certain secrets. Anyway, if you want to get the fruit, follow me. A punch shatters the stone, leaving Bei Shun stunned. What? So this is the treasure you were looking for, the spirit-locking talisman. Tabin briefly explains its function, saying it can resist most mental attacks with a surprised expression. He asks, how do you know the soul-sealing lamp is hidden here? Looking at what's in front of him, Tabin pondered and said, of course I've been here before. Such a powerful treasure can only be used in the Dragon King's inheritance and can't be taken away. He turned to you and replied briefly, secretly signaling with the lamp in his hand, let's go, with this lamp now we can go get the fruit. Suddenly the ground trembled, causing both of them to panic. Observing the situation, Tabin shouted, no, it seems like it doesn't intend to attack us. In front of the cave entrance, a giant spiritual dragon appears. Someone shouts, they are in danger. A fierce dragon surrounds the cave entrance. Tranlong stands atop it, his eyes blazing red. Seizing the moment, the giant beast Lok Thok shouts loudly. Die! Elder Min also gave the order, the Leem Guard kills. The fire-encased stone was thrown directly at it by the giant beast. Before it could counterattack, the Liam Guard immediately launched another attack on the dragon. A direct strike to the eye made it scream in pain as blood flowed. Then limbs were severed, and the Liam Guard delivered a deadly horizontal slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Its head was already severed, and it howled painfully, tearing at the ears. Inside the cave, Bak Than and To Bin hurried out slowly. Around them, a sea of red. The four outside cheerfully look at Tran Long, reporting, Captain, we succeeded. Kutuit waves her hand. Look, we killed it. The scene in front of him makes him frown. Damn it, did we still arrive too late? Beitong Shen stammered and asked, what are you all doing? So, all the spirit beasts have been killed. Tran Long was very confused and quickly asked, Captain, what do you mean? It wasn't us. It was all caused by the gem on the dragon's head, killing all the level 9 monsters. Its mouth opens wide as it screams. A spell emanates from the gem, causing everyone to become like puppets under the captain's protection. Beast God cursed angrily, damn it, it's a spell that makes my subordinates kill each other. Tabin shouted loudly, summoning a dark beast, and reminded him not to leave the protective barrier of the soul suppression lantern, or we will end up like them. Hearing that, the North God agreed. The Liam V soldier suddenly acted, swinging his weapon directly at the four people in front of him. Luckily, something blocked him. It turned out to be the demon beast of Bei Shun protecting them. He raised the lantern high and urged at this moment. The team leader expanded the soul-trapping lamp. The divine beast received the order, so the protective circle was expanded. The four of them held their heads in pain. Ah, my head hurts so much. What just happened? Our battle pets are all... Old Min cursed angrily. You damn idiot. Bei Shun jumped down from above and asked, are you guys okay? Don't stay within the protection of the soul-suppressing lamp. Tabin raised the lantern high, commanding the group. Everyone quickly pours energy into the soul stabilizer as it expands the protective barrier capable of breaking through the mystic arts, and everyone agrees on this. In the distance, a monster with a sharp, venomous tail is glaring at them. Over here! Tran Long saw the terrified face and shouted loudly, hey, I think this is not good. The North God's beast is fighting back inside the protective barrier. Brother To, be careful. A spike was coming at him. Tran Long quickly shielded him. Ting's shield Tabin was stunned Tran Long. Everyone quickly raised their shields to protect themselves. The Northern God shouted loudly, hey, protect the soul stabilizing lantern. Quickly support him. Who is it? Come out quickly. Ha ha ha, the destructive power of the Tui Tinkich isn't bad at all, is it? No one else but Kich Tha, the 8th level deputy captain of the evil poison combat team, and Shukich Siet, a top 8th level fighter. He smiled faintly and said, sorry, but the boss has given the order. Stabbed by a deadly thorn, Bei Shun trembled and said, you must not let you kill Yuan Lan Yue Jiao. Look closer. He realized it was the poison demon combat team. We have no grudges or debts, so you must plan against us. Kich Ta lightly taps his forehead with his hand and smirks maliciously. Planning something? Haha. You're about to die and still don't understand how pitiful that is. He's rushing to bring up the past and see for yourselves why you have that map. That statement left him stunned and speechless. That map. Remembering that map, Bei Shun realized that from the very beginning, you had deliberately led us to the Fire Lizard Blood Clan.
Knowing he understood, he played his hand openly. Ha ha, it's too late now. Kichtha slowly explains how precious the treasure map is, and that you can't buy it with just a little money. It's best to obediently become prey for the Flame Lizard Blood Clan. Not wanting to say more, Tabin grimly summons. Xiao Ku Lao, it appears suddenly. Kichtha scoffs at this. What do you think you're going to do? Before you even have a chance to fight me, your team will have been devoured completely. Tabin waved his hand and ordered the intermediate beast-taming robe. A beam of light shot straight at the dragon. Tie it up with a series of chains and let out deafening roars. The scene left everyone stunned and frantic. What is that thing? I didn't expect it could be caught. He shouted anxiously. The level 9 blood flame beast with its enormous sword is now trapped, bound tightly by chains with no escape. Suddenly it vanished without warning. Koktuyit Transun, covered in wounds, cheered with joy. The fiery lizard blood mutation has disappeared. Only Kichtha, with his mouth agape, floats in the air asking calmly, "Are you just standing there like idiots, not planning to stop us? Your face is emotionless now. Hurry up." Everyone turned to look at you. One knowledgeable-looking person who doesn't seem too bad, flying without a ship. A member of the Divine War Team with a level 9 character. Another person also flinched, and they're so young, not like in the intelligence reports at all. Damn it, we've messed with a big shot. Glancing at his followers, Kintha was excited. What was there to be afraid of? He continued to be arrogant. What if he stole the title of the wind? Is there only that dry corpse? Kichtha, order the monsters and the beasts to attack all of them. He still looks quite arrogant, I don't believe it. Pointing straight at you, he insists that only he can do it, and the others will follow suit. Captain, stay strong, but these are the words he could say at the end of his life, as a sword cut off his head. The attacker was none other than Tabin, who even destroyed the demonic scorpions, and then the scene shifts to another side. At this moment, Bei Shen, badly wounded, is lying on the ground gasping. Cough. What happened to the others? His voice has become trembling. Elder Min and Tran Long. Transun quickly assessed the situation and reported that things hadn't improved at all. Beaten and bloodied, Bakthan struggled to call out his name. Brother To. When he heard someone calling him, he responded immediately. I am here. Tabin looked at Bakthan, leaving the rest to him. His expression had already begun to darken with danger. Brother. Tu Huin, I feel a bad premonition. If I encounter trouble, can you help me bring Tin Van Lien back home? Tabin glanced at Bakthan with curiosity. Captain, is the Spirit Rebirth Crystal really an upgrade for cultivation? You quickly asked, if he's gone, what does he need it for? He honestly told my daughter. Bakthan's face was tense as he speculated, hearing that the Spirit Flame Fruit could activate the potential of a beast tamer, possibly helping the girl defeat the demon. His eyes were determined as he straightforwardly said, only leaving the after effects. The reason I want that is because my whole life has been spent on the battlefield, and I haven't had time to care for her. Bakthan said sadly, this is the only thing I can do for her. Back in the present, Bei Shen lay on the ground, trembling, and called out to him, Brother To, I leave the rest to you. Tabin, filled with murderous intent, entered the cave. Koktuyt Baksun anxiously kept calling out, Captain, your sharp eyes, please promise quickly, I'll go and come back. A treasure trove appears before us, and there are commands. Take everything except for one, so that's where those people are. One of them shouted, Captain, this spiritual tree is too big. It's not easy to take. The leader replied, useless. The person in front of you is the Poison Demon Combat Captain, an 8th level peak warrior. He's playing a bad hand, and he still asks why. If you cut the fruit from the tree, it's gone. And if we don't get it, no one else will either. The subordinate hurriedly holds the staff and nods. Ha ha, the captain is right. Suddenly, a glowing, sharp object shot forward, piercing through that person's neck, causing the subordinate to collapse on the spot and die. The people around looked around in confusion. Who do they suspect? Could it be that the North God team has arrived? Sitting in front of that guy's body, LaFan was sure it couldn't be him. He seemed unconvinced. The Fire Dragon Blood Beast out there is said to be mid-level 9th rank, and with the second Elder helping. Unless the North God battle team has a divine being. He looks a bit scared, judging by his wounds. This level of injury suggests a level 9 expert. LaFan's eyes flicked over the defenses, unsure which venerable master had spotted the secret treasure here and might come to negotiate, so we willingly share half with him. 2 more guys stepped forward, but they were no match for him, while the rest, terrified, gathered into groups. Who could be coming out here so quickly? What skill do you have if all you can do is assassinate others? Your eyes are soulless, your hand channels energy, and your spirit and spiritual power turn into legs. With a light flick of your finger, the remaining 5 also go sell salt. Seeing Tabin, Lafon shouted, "I found you!" He challenged you arrogantly, refusing to drink wine and wanting to drink punishment wine instead. Then he ordered his spirit beast to attack, but suddenly Lafan froze in place, realizing that Xiaolu Ku had dealt him a blow. The unexpected event caused him to collapse to the ground, trembling. My 2 level 9 beast companions were killed in an instant. Knowing Tabin was unusual, he paled and begged, "Master, spare me, I will give you all my treasures. Please have mercy." Your bones are gradually dissolving, you appear, and he asks, "You didn't come to seize the treasure? Did you come to kill us?" Lafon doesn't want to die at the hands of a stranger, so he probes for information. "Tell me your name. At least I should know who I am dying at the hands of." Tabin, hot-tempered as always, shot through his head and sent him to meet his ancestors. His face was expressionless as he silently thought, "The person I am determined to kill will not be given a chance to resist. You'd better die in that doubt." After dealing with Lafon's men, he piled them up and lightly summoned a spirit beast to burn them all, leaving no trace. Tabin moved toward the glowing tree and released his demonic energy. He thought back on the treasures he had collected and realized that just at the beginning, someone already wanted to target us. Luckily, thanks to the Tran Long Society, we still have 1 life left. Now, with the fight for the Huangvuk everywhere, we must quickly adapt to the new situation. Let's return to the Thak Huang Chi Di building number 7. You asked, what do you plan to do next? Kok Tuyet, holding her wound, replied, "We have to go back and bury the captain." Tran San, while bandaging his foot and reminding him, also handled matters with Lao Min and Tran Long. Looking at Tobin, his face full of gratitude. "Boss." "To, I owe you again this time." I sigh and continue. "I really don't want you to see me like this. I didn't expect there to be so many casualties this time. I'm afraid we can't continue fighting recklessly." Finally, Tran-san hurriedly asked, "Boss, does to want to come back with us?" He straightforwardly refused. "No, let's say goodbye here. I still have a little business to attend to." Tabin pointed towards the tree and instructed them to guard it carefully. Its fruit was for the captain's daughter to use. Seeing that you didn't take the treasure, Tran-san was startled. "Boss To, this is the legendary spirit essence herb. You don't really need it, do you?" Kok Tuyet suddenly remembered something and questioned you. "Wait, how do you know the captain has a daughter?" Tabin refused to answer directly. Xiaotit didn't need to ask why. This was the captain's wish. Can you do it or not? Both of them said together, "Just leave it to us." Hearing that, you also felt at ease. "All right, I'll quickly point out the remaining items and divide them up. And selling these treasures will also bring in a good amount of money. All of it will be shared with you as compensation for the families of the deceased." Your actions brought Kok Tuyet to tears. "Teacher To, with so many treasures like these, you're not really going to take them all, are you? You played your role well. Yes, Captain and Tran Long sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to live. But no one expected that he had already figured it out in his mind. The most important item he had also obtained. Now, continue to take the treasures. Anything unused can be traded for some humanity." Suddenly, the system started announcing that anyone wanting to leave the power station with their treasures should proceed to the security check room. Items not yet inspected cannot be taken out. Seeing that Tran-sun looked a bit tired, she quickly asked Han, "Are you okay?" Seeing the two about to leave, he offered to see them off. At the security check room, a group of people began inspecting the treasures on the conveyor belt. Ferocious beast crystal successfully entered data level 6. The Celestial Power Battle Technique successfully uploaded data, level 8 treasure. The Mysterious Copper Sacred Blade also successfully uploaded data, level 7 treasure. Hao Qi Phantom Talisman successfully entered data, level 6 treasure. Feng Duke Thanman Lan successfully entered data, level 7 treasure. In the distance, 3 people including Tranan and Hoa Lam listen lazily to the system report. Doc Huyet Nyam successfully uploaded data, level 5 treasure. The Shadow Dark Beast and the Crimson Red Stone have successfully uploaded their data, both with level 6 treasures. Someone still yawned loudly. You find it strange and wonder where those 3 people came from. Transan gestured quietly and introduced them as representatives from the inspection department sent to oversee the scene, so they are basically the Elders Har. The person in the middle is a level 9 expert, with both sides being peak level 8. Once another item is checked, the spirit of the celestial tree is successfully recorded, a level 9 treasure. Looking puzzled, Tin Van Lin too. Trun-Un's eyes lit up as he replied, "Wow, that's pretty lucky." Hulan sitting in the middle reminds everyone to keep order, and he quickly laughs it off. "Ha ha ha, got it," Tran-Un said with a dangerously persuasive look. This isn't bad. How much for this? Name your price. Grandson waved his hand to stop him from speaking. Sorry, I don't sell this. If it were something else, we could negotiate. Seeing that Fong thinks you're stubborn, he immediately kicks you.
What kind of trash is this causing? Get out!
5 million. Both of them reached out to pick the fruit from the tree. Just one fruit is enough for us to level up again. There's an arm blocking the way. Held tightly by Tu Bing, the guy sneered. Who is this person? He boldly kept his hand in place before shouting, What do you want? He calmly replied with a cold gaze. Nothing. We are not going back anymore. The check is complete. Inside. To Bin's heart, he kept cursing and checking the safety of the item, a bunch of thieves trying to steal good stuff, but he didn't expect even the manager would be so intent on snatching the treasure here. If I had known, I would have hidden everything so you wouldn't check. As he was about to leave, they blocked his way. Tranan looked at him and laughed. Where are you going? Following Fong, he also shouted, What are you? Without saying a word, both of them threw punches and knocked To Bin away. It's not your turn yet to check if it's finished. A blow sent him crashing through the wall. Tran's son rushed over. Boss Tokok Tuyet is panicked. Teacher To. Everyone looked on in confusion and gathered around To Bin, asking what was going on. Was there a fight? Don't worry, I'm fine, said Tron An confidently, reciting Article 72 of the Management Law. Following Fong's lead, their behavior of preventing An Kim from using force could be met with immediate suppression if the situation is particularly serious, both of them secretly thinking, how can I let you go when the opportunity for a level 9 upgrade is right in front of us? Seeing To Bin break the rules, the crowd around him mocked, and another kid dared to challenge An Kim. That guy got beaten to a pulp before. This time he's in real trouble. Another guy remembered, so he shouted, but this little black kid looked familiar. Another one quickly reminded him, he's the one who dared to surpass the Duong Ra. Maybe we should all go catch him and hand him over to Duong. Suddenly, I hear someone calling out somewhere. That kid is a bit too much. The sound made everyone look around in confusion. Whose voice is that up there? That voice keeps going. Hiding your true strength blindly will only attract more annoyance. That man on the upper floor, sipping wine, advises To Bin, the young man, if you want to reach a bigger world, just show them your claws with confidence. Someone suddenly recognized him. Dao Ton. Dao Ton, holding a wine gourd, smiled softly and assured, they will clear the way for you on their own. It seems To Bin has understood what he said. Is the world bigger than this? You reply, thank you for the guidance. Seeing To Bin standing still, they couldn't wait and rushed forward in fury. What are you just standing there for? Use both hands to strike straight at their faces. This was a direct hit to Face ID. They finally realized the true power of the cultivation technique. One punch was enough to knock the guy and him to the ground, shattering the floor. Tranan, clutching his face in shock, a master of the peak realm, gazes at To Bin Waifong in front of him as everyone around whispers non-stop. You're so young, but you've already reached level 9? Impossible. Even the young master of the 4 great clans hasn't reached level 8 upper rank. Who exactly is this divine being? To Bin channels his energy and raises his voice, so it turns out he used his magic to lift the treasure tree. Standing in front of both of them, he chose to absorb the magical treasure, surprising everyone. Look, it's a non-material spiritual energy. With wide eyes, it disappeared. Could there still be a space-type secret treasure? The man glanced at Tranan to change the subject lightly. The secret treasure of the space system has always been an invaluable item that money can't buy. What is this person's background? He also stands there stunned and defeated. What can I do? Damn it, I thought I had a lucky break, but it turned out I messed with a big shot. So they hurriedly went over to To Bin. Tranan forced a smile and said, we were blind to the greatness of Tai Shan. According to Fong, who also stroked his chin, I apologize for the rudeness earlier. The slap has been settled. It was our fault, please forgive us. To Bin's eyes were blazing red as he smiled brightly. Forgive us. That slap was revenge for my friends. He lightly suggested, now that we're settling this, according to Feng's cautious estimate, can we compensate with 20 million spirit coins? Huolan stepped down from the broken wall and rejected the amount. 200 million spirit coins are not enough. Each person should compensate 300 million. As he left, he analyzed that if this matter got out, your security chief positions would be gone. Both of them were stunned, the chief security officer. He angrily scolded, originally just to let you be comfortable without causing a big fuss. But unexpectedly, you didn't want to say more. Huolan asked about the materials for cultivating the mind. Hearing that, To Bin insisted it wasn't necessary, saying he wouldn't be bought off with money. But since money is important, he reconsidered. And this time, upgrading the pet store also requires quite a bit of money. 60 million is acceptable for now. You agree to unlock the account code, giving money. Did Tubin's actions surprise him and that guy? Looking at Transon, Kook Tuit suggested a better spiritual item for me to hold. Chat An said with a guilty tone, "It's all because my strength isn't enough that they can oppress us." She also blames herself. If I had been a bit stronger, that would be better. I still had to trouble Master Toe to step in. Hearing that, Tubin comforted both of them. I can't blame you. I didn't expect many people to welcome this so warmly. With a bright smile you choose, so I decide to take it as my bride. Once you cure the captain's daughter's illness, you can use it as food for the pet beasts. When you break through level 8, I will give you a level 9 upgrade support item. You're giving this to us? Transun was excited and grateful to Tubing. Boss Toe is so kind. A peaceful place surrounded by rivers and mountains. Longlan Continent 98. You ride on the beast's back to observe. After a while, Tubin jumps off the creature's back and gives an order. Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog, check the surroundings. I'll go underwater. If anything unusual happens, call me. It fought back, so they split up, with it on land. I swam deep into the water to an underground palace. I remember there's a secret treasure hidden deep inside. Tubin remembered the treasure. Its power enough to leave the mountains and cross the seas. He threw open the tower door and praised it, hiding it so well. I remember if I hadn't seen it before in the Dragon King inheritance, I wouldn't have known. Tubin saw the skeleton of a certain master meditating and cheered with joy. I see it, he approaches and takes the treasure box, then quickly opens it. Holding the universe painting scroll in his hand, it must be it. This scroll can use spiritual energy to create a small world similar to the space of the character diagram, although it cannot hold as many items as the system, but it can contain living beings and its capacity increases with the user's spiritual energy. With my current 5th level spiritual energy, I can create a space 4 times the size of the Blue Bridge, where the spiritual beings can be cultivated in the future, the Dark Dragon. Hound on the shore saw a spiritual beast and quickly used a call to signal. Hearing the sound, he immediately knew something was happening above. A bird flying high up, scouting. Hidden underwater observing, Tubin realized it was a shared vision skill with his pet. Are you suspecting that someone else is paying attention to this place? I remember there is a top-grade secret treasure called Dragon Spirit Love Fruit here, which can make pets of the undead and demon affinity systems gain a lethal, unmissable power. The Dark Abyssal Dog is best suited for pure attack. Tubin quickly signals it to start tracking. Dark Abyssal Dog, find the location of the owner of that bird. I want to know if they have already obtained the spirit-devouring fruit. The Dark Abyssal Wolf Dragon received the command to attack, while elsewhere, a group of people sped through the trees, surrounded by a sea of demonic energy. Cat Mok Vong Quang. As they rushed forward, one of them muttered in frustration. Annoying, this bird is like a restless spirit. It's the 8th level Battle Beast Master. With another name holding a treasure box, we must be targeted by someone. A gentle cut, the branch they were standing on snapped off. They're dead. Both of them quickly jumped down and landed safely. Who else could it be but Feng Jun and his spirit beast? Why are you in such a hurry? You must have found some treasure, right? They recognize that the person in front of them is from the Duong family. Puffing and panning, he asks, "What do you want?" From afar, Ru Yan approached, and if they already knew we are from the Dong family, why not quickly hand over the items in your possession? She circulated her energy lightly. I also don't want to have to deal with you guys. Hu Feng, standing beside her, is also on her side. Exactly. Hand over the soul-devouring fruit. If we weren't busy crossing the celestial bridge, why would the soul-devouring fruit end up in your hands? The two reckless fools ignore her words, speed up to run away. One confidently says, "We took this first." The other adds, "Escaping is the best strategy." A magical hand appears out of nowhere, grabbing both of them. The magic before their eyes throws them into chaos as their energy concentrates. Heng Feng glares and snorts, still daring to run in front of me as if to dance past my sight. So a spell from above suddenly struck down, crushing both of them. The one clutching the treasure spat blood as he argued, "Do you not fear damaging your reputation on the way out?" Feng Quan channels his energy and says, "As long as you two shut up, there will be no problem." He flicks his hand lightly, severing one of their arms, and the treasure box flies straight up. Feng Quan reached out to take the item, disdainfully saying, "You refuse good wine, then don't blame me for punishment." Using his magic, he lifted the box high with both hands when suddenly someone faintly smiled. In an instant, the sword vanished without a trace from his hand. All three were stunned. The incident caused Feng Quan to be taken away. Where is the box? Like a gust of wind, a yellow magical energy pulled the box away. Seeing the danger, Commander Fong stepped in front of her and gently warned, his spiritual energy concentrated as a master of the guild leader level. "Young lady, be careful. Peng Quan, furious, immediately summons a spirit beast. The demon shadow beast of the 9th rank dares to steal from the Dong family. The underworld shadow beast orders him to obey. It quickly rushes to catch the thief with the box, while Tobin offers a dangerous smile and a tempting invitation. Go ahead. Then he guides the dark abyssal dragon dog to increase Long Kai for the hellfire venomous dragon beast. The Inferno Poison Dragon unleashes its hardened armor, encasing itself in ice and fire, doubling its defenses and increasing damage. The two spirits clash fiercely, and sensing an opening, he shouts Long Q at Son, catching it off guard. It shouted, "Wow!" Seeing the summoned beast defeated, Fong Quan froze. The evil demon beast was beaten. Not wanting to lose face, he plans to summon again. Come on. Hu Feng quickly warned, "Wait a moment. He defeated the 9 tamed beasts in just a few moves. His strength is beyond measure. Aren't you afraid that rushing in blindly will fall into his trap? So what? Are we just going to let him escape?" Hu Feng quickly channels his energy, confirming he cannot escape. Another magical hand appears. Master Feng shouted loudly, "Watch this old sorcerer!" Seeing the demonic energy attacking him, Tabing calmly gave the order. Little Ko Lao, a gentle slash from it. His power was dissolved. You proudly hold the treasure box in your hand. Was it defeated so quickly? So using this thing is just a waste. Your words make Feng Jun grind his teeth in anger. You, Fong, your eyes are cloudy. You're still young but have already reached the level of a talisman mark, surely causing trouble, kill without mercy. Fong Quan swallowed his anger and summoned his spiritual beasts. How dare you kill my beloved beast at Dong Long Dai and let you escape? Now see how you run. The violent wind spirit king of Hell's family beast launched into battle, and Tio Ko Lao suddenly appeared, striking at the wind soldier with a soul-shattering attack, its eyes blazing with high-grade aura, wielding a powerful sword that slashed across his face. Seeing the danger, Hiofeng quickly embraced Like Yen and pulled her to the ground. Is the broken tree like Yen confusing and deceiving people? She shivers in shock. With such powerful attack force, I can't believe a little kid could do it. Effect Fong angrily strikes, transforming his energy into a sword, thousands of spears rushing forward to attack the young lady. Die! Effortlessly unleashing his ultimate move, Master Hu Fong's thousands of swords surge with energy, rushing swiftly toward the boy. The boy channels his power into his fist, sneering with disdain. I haven't had a chance to learn that move at Long Long Tower yet. Now let me see if this brat can beat me. A figure of magic power appears, and Effefong frowns. What kind of strange martial art is that? He stammered, but had it. The divine power pushed lightly to suppress the Demon King's staff, first sealing his magic, then unleashing the 9-weight star shield. But in the end, he was pierced through by your magic. Bleeding as if worried, Elder Fong hesitated, his strength too deep to fathom. He summoned a spirit beast to hold her in his mouth for protection, then signaled Long Truk Vuong to quickly take the young lady and run away. Tabin's skill is not so easy to deal with. If he wants to escape, he must give a light command for the spirit beast to bring her back here. Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog obeys the order, as F. Fong uses a disappearing spell to respond. Victory or defeat is not yet decided. He dismisses your ability to deal with me and is still distracted by other matters. Seeing F. Fong turn into a purple mist, Tabin quickly deduces that the escape route is a secret technique. He has already become a soul-stealing spirit before his face. Like Yen, lying in this beast's mouth in shock. Possessing the soul to seize the body and exchanging it for another's body is a last-resort deadly move that can only be used in desperate situations. He has pushed Elder Fong to this point. Hu Feng transforms into a smoky skeleton and screams, taking his life. Tu Bing also orders the 3 spirit beasts to attack together, but when they try their moves without success, Hu Feng mocks them. Ha ha, you think physical attacks can stop me? You only have yourself to blame for facing the Duong family. He stared with wide eyes, opening his mouth to scream desperately. Even if I am shattered into pieces, I will take you down with me. He shouted louder than your body. You took out a lamp to create a protective screen, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Why can't I pass through? Hu Feng's face was full of doubt. Could it be that seeing the treasure in your hand, Hu Feng recognizes the secret mental defense, and he gets furious? Damn it, I must kill you at all costs. I must. A glowing spell emerges from the mouth of Hu Feng's beast, opening its mouth to let Nu Yen come out. She feels like something is wrong. What's going on? King Long Truck of Lord Fong wants to eat me again. The request has been made. Take me out quickly. A sudden streak of purple light shot through in front of you, blasting away the dirt and rocks. Tabin sneered. You've given in, haven't you, young master? Nu Yen, sitting on the shoulder of King Trui Duke, a level 9 mid-tier combatant, holding the tail of the spiritual beast of Hu Feng, angrily warns, "Don't call me young lady, you're not worthy."
Suddenly she froze, her face covered in sweat and worry. I can no longer sense the aura of Elder Fong. A strange feeling told her something was wrong. Watching the scene of Hu Feng and Feng Quan before her, she was stunned. Even the level 99 realms of Feng Lao couldn't do that, yet he calmly focused his energy while questioning. Who are you really? Why do you want to hunt down our Duong family? Without letting her speak further, Tabin asked back, so what about you two? Looking back at the two who lost their lives at their hands, he couldn't understand why they had to kill them. Yen paused, then slowly explained, strength over weakness is only natural. Or do you mean in your eyes we are no different from beast tamers slaughtering people like flies? Tabin replied with a contemptuous smile without hesitation. Exactly. You are just little pests beneath me, waiting for me to come and tear apart. Suddenly, her spirit beast roared, turning back to look at Tabin in shock. He could stop the 9th-level king of the sky. She shouted in frustration, just tell me what you want now. As long as you release me, my family will accept any demand. Hearing that, he felt pleased. If you want to spare her, you need to show some sincerity. He looked up at the spirit beast, who seemed stunned. What do you want to do? Tabin gently urged with a smile. Stop standing there and break the oath with it. She asked again, confused. Dissolve the oath? Her thoughts were hazy. If a beast Tamer breaks their oath with a beast, will they become weakened and try to kill me? Thinking of this, her legs slightly stepped back, and Nu Yen nodded coldly. Fine. I will lift the curse. But behind her, her hand had already begun to summon energy. Suddenly, she shouted loudly and summoned the fallen Wing King Wind Spirit Beast. She ordered it to kill him. Before it could attack him, Xiaolu Kuo had already cut off its arm. The scene looks calm, but is actually maddening. I hate it. Tabin takes out the Book of Fate and Judgment. If you really want it that way, let me help you. Xiaolu's sword swung out and struck the spirit beasts, cutting both of them in half. The celestial diagram of the universe was extended by him. After the command to retract, Nu Yen was pulled into it. After a moment, she fell into another dimension. Looking around, Nu Yen realized this was a space-time treasure. Your face appears in the sky, and you comment, this scroll is quite large, isn't it? Nu Yen kneels on the ground, frozen in place. Why don't you kill me? Tabin sneered. If you want to die, that's fine, but everything has its price. You said more, but I also need to see something first before I can kill you. She looked at you with boredom, her expression blank, and on your forehead was the symbol she had seen before. The inherited seal. Nu Yen chuckled softly. So it was you who broke through 9 levels. Ha ha ha. Tabin quickly covered the image on his forehead with his hand, awkwardly laughing. Ha ha, do I look that bad? Still unaware even as you face death? You are about to become a legendary hero sacrificed for this evil. Her confusing words made him ask for plain speech, smiling brightly. She replied softly, Anyway, we're all going to die, so what's the point of talking? He chuckled lightly in mockery. If you dare to threaten me while in my hands, I will kill you in an extremely abstract way if you don't talk. And then your image will be spread across all continents. I know you're also a pragmatic person. That attitude makes Yen Ung look angry and shout loudly. You wicked demon! Tabin still wears that strange smile. It's because you forced me first. Nu Yen gritted her teeth and growled, You will be hunted down by a legendary divine beast-level war beast master. This inheritance slot of the Dragonbone Tower was originally meant to be passed down to his granddaughter, so all the previous inheritances were eliminated. Seeing her say that, he asked back, Aren't your 4 great clans still deliberately rushing up here? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you to silence you? Nu Yen warned. Don't joke around. Reaching the 9th floor of the Dragonbone Tower isn't something you can do just by wanting to break through. Moreover, we all promised Lord Yuan that even if we were lucky enough to pass the 9th level, we would willingly give up the right to inherit or face destruction, along with our families. Closing the universe and earth painting to trap her, Tabin pondered, meaning this secret realm was all in the hands of that legendary expert. He remembered the vice principal saying that the Federation government had sealed off the area for security and development reasons, but it was just a cover for Yuan Tianshen to monopolize the secret realm. He looked at the corpses before him and ordered the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast to burn everything to ash. Tabin fell into deep thought, with the 4 great clans covering the sky just like other regions, only as scavengers picking up leftovers. Standing before the blazing fire, Tabin's head was filled with thoughts. Even though he had defeated a king-level battle pet master, he still had to be resurrected countless times to achieve that. This time I will face a legendary opponent more powerful than ever before and cannot be underestimated. I continue to ponder even though no one has seen me break through the Dragonbone Tower. If he wants to investigate, it's only a matter of time.
The most important thing now is to upgrade the shop to level 3 so I can protect my mother and sister and not let them be affected by me. When everyone saw Tubin return, they cheered loudly. Boss To is back. They started to surround Tubin, competing to express themselves. I miss you so much. Help me raise my pet. I also want to raise 5. I want 7. Tubin hesitated, then agreed. Okay, everyone, take your turn. There's enough for all. You feel reassured that everything is still normal for now. The store's collection notification will be converted into energy, which now stands at 11.3. Tubin realizes that the current income of the shop is around 10,000, and it will take 10 days to earn enough energy to level up. The most important thing he should do now is check the land prices. Tubin touched his bracelet and accessed the Hu Huangjia network on the system screen. As he understood, the Hu Huangjia network is a private service structure provided by Hu Huangjia, and as long as you have money, they will fulfill any request. As soon as Tubin accessed the Hu Huangjia network, a customer service representative immediately appeared on the system screen and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Tubin told her that he wanted to expand his shop and needed to buy more land. The customer service agent then recorded the information. All right, your store address has been confirmed. May I ask what size area you need? At this time, Tubin replied, 3,000 square meters, and the customer service staff looked up the information and informed him, based on the current prices, you will need to pay 200 million yuan, and the remaining 100 million can wait until the land is acquired before paying the rest. Tubin was surprised when he heard the price. 300,000. When did the price double? Customer service quickly reassured Tubin, sir, because the Global Elite auction has opened, the opening fee has increased and the rent will go up accordingly. After hearing the reason, Tubin pondered deeply and felt it was best to act quickly before it was too late. Suddenly, he remembered he still had a Blood Dragon Flame Blade. Then Tubin asked her how much a 9th-rank ferocious beast could sell for, and the care worker was stunned upon hearing his question. Level 9 high tier, please wait a moment. After checking the system, she finally spoke. A level 9 top-tier spirit beast can sell for 400 million spirit coins on the market, but the price of fierce beasts drops quickly. Yet level 9 top-tier beasts are already rare. This one of yours is unique in the city, and she hurriedly informed you that someone has already offered 250 million. The customer service representative asked Tubin again, do you want to sell it? If you leave it here for a few more days, the price will go up significantly. Sell it all for the shop. After some thought, Tubin finally agreed. Okay, I will handle the paperwork immediately. The customer service staff's eyes suddenly turn into blades. All right, I will help you finish writing this program immediately. Tubin started calculating. This 250 million plus my 60 million should be enough. I need to keep increasing my strength these days. Then he called the system to find a way to strengthen his power. Is there a training facility more difficult than the Dragon King inheritance? The system now lists for Tubin the secret realms where he can improve his strength, with divine-level training grounds costing 10,000 high divine energy, semi-divine training grounds costing 1,000 semi-divine energy, and still divine training grounds costing 1,000 semi-divine energy. Tubin quickly glanced and saw that he had already surpassed the initial stage of the high divine realm with 10,000 energy, and each time he could recover 10% of his energy, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Tubin placed his hand on the semi-divine still electric, contemplating, but this semi-divine still electric isn't bad either. His golden crow divine demon body needs the heart of a divine flame insect to cultivate to the 2nd level. The demon flame, level DM beast, belonging to the 2nd line with fire attribute, maybe can be found here. He reconsidered. If his golden crow divine beast body successfully cultivated to the 2nd level, with defense reaching level 9, his survival chances would increase significantly. Tubin decides to enter this secret realm. Let's go. Tubin entered the divine realm with his divine device. As he landed, he could also sense everything around him. Tubin felt, this place is quite different from the previous training grounds, like comparing a wild world to a civilized society. Are these things really built by gods? A system prompt appears in front of Tubin, asking if he wants to buy the divine language translation function for 500 spirit coins, buy or cancel. Tubin now realizes the system also has this function, and this time there's a translation feature as well. Indeed, the difference is quite obvious. He feels that if he can communicate and avoid many unnecessary deaths during exploration, he will agree to buy it. The system received the request and immediately processed it. The divine language translation function is being installed. Please wait. A person suddenly appears walking on the water behind Tubin. This person is speaking in a language I can't understand. Goddess. Tubin heard a sound and turned around to check. Yes, The system suddenly announced that the installation of the translation-free function was complete, and now the host could communicate normally with the divine race. Anna, a goddess, was humming a tune while controlling the water. Tabin saw the annoying scene ahead and started to look embarrassed. Damn it, what do I say now? Anna now feels a wave of energy. She was still wondering if it was an insect, but when she turned around and looked again, she realized it was not an insect but a human, prompting her to quickly cover herself with a cloth and then attack swiftly towards Tabin. Damn it, go die! Tabin, feeling himself under attack, quickly countered with a defensive move, summoning Little Drybone and the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon. Tabin recites a move, Cow Dong Sword Technique and Hellfire Dragon Flame, causing Little Drybone to charge forward. But after Xiaoko Lao and the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast were hit by Anna's attack, they were pushed back. The Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast was defeated in the battle. Tabin watched the attack and couldn't help but marvel at its power, then quickly used the Soul Spirit Fruit, which was effective in avoiding damage. The move he just used helped restore Xiaoko Lao and the Burning Prison Trunk Dragon to their original state. Little Dry Lizard, recently reborn, quickly blocks Anna's attack on Tabin. At this moment, he calmly assesses the situation, uses the Burning Prison Bamboo Dragon Beast to revive himself on the spot, and realizes he doesn't have enough energy for a better revival, so he chooses to communicate peacefully with her. I have no ill intentions. Listen to my explanation. You don't need to explain. I know you come from a different world. Tabin looked extremely surprised after she said that, then asked, Why do you know I come from a different world? And Nacho. Tabin, judging by your figure and appearance, you're probably from the Hadong race. This is the territory of the divine race with supreme energy. If you weren't teleported here by someone else, how could you have arrived? So you're not surprised to learn that I am of the human race? Anna shook her head at his intelligence. When the divine race and the human race unite, having subordinates here wouldn't be surprising. Which star realm are you from that even we don't know about? Tabin realized some truth. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I didn't expect humans to have already set foot here. Then he wondered to himself, why haven't I heard about this before? And Na looked at To Bing with intense focus. Although this bastard is only at the apprentice level, the beasts he uses are all from the Maritime Patrol and can be revived at any time. Xiaoko Lu also thought she saw him, his eyes shining brightly, full of love. She felt his aura was still extremely strange, making her feel terrified, to the point that she began to have such thoughts. Or is he not human, or does he have some powerful backing behind him? In the end, Anna no longer held back and decided to make a decisive move. That's enough for now. She asked Tubin if he came to the Divine Central Land with any particular purpose. As she finished speaking, Anna's appearance changed. Her white outfit and angel wings like a messenger descending from the heavens to deliver judgment. She asked you, who is backing you? You brought him here for me? Tubin replied, very calmly. Huh? Central Divine Land? You still carefully ask her. This place should be the semigod realm, right? Anna was stunned when she heard Tubin ask, never expecting him to know so much. Then suddenly, she struck a fatal blow that left Tubin and Tukolao injured. The system also announced that the host had died. Tubin escaped from the secret realm, clutching his chest in pain. Huh? So her expression, claiming to be a semi-god, still isn't willing to accept it? Tubin thought to himself, forget it. His goal this time was to strengthen himself, and he didn't care about her anymore. He had to get there quickly to see for himself. Before Tubin even set foot in the secret realm, the system kept sending notifications. Minus 500 energy points, minus 535 energy points. As soon as you land, you immediately feel that something is not right. Why is the ground you're standing on sinking so deeply? Tubin looked up ahead and realized he was inside a giant mouth with sharp teeth of some monster in front of him. A giant mouth suddenly opened to trap Tubin, followed by a fence made of sharp bones surrounding him inside. It seemed like today would be a feast, but unexpectedly he escaped just in time, wanting to eat it. Tubin uses the Demon Suppression Divine Staff, delivering a giant punch into its mouth. His move shatters the sharp teeth of the beast into countless pieces. It screams in extreme pain. Tubin looks down at it and asks again, Do you want to eat me? Then, using the appraisal technique, it was immediately discovered that it was a demon clan assassin from the post with a chaotic star attribute, unknown theft, level 9 supreme combat power, ordinary talent, and unknown skills. Tubin didn't expect it to have level 9 combat power. No wonder it was from the Divine Clan territory. Then he immediately summoned the Little Dry Lizard, the Dark Abyss Truk Long Beast, and the Black Abyss Hellhound, ordering them to kill while instructing the Hell Abyss Hellhound to protect the Hell Abyss Truk Long Beast, which in turn assisted in training the Helibis Longdium for the little dry lizard. Tabin monitored the battle throughout, giving orders and directing the attack, with the prison hell bamboo dragon fighting at the front. Long Dusun Little Dryad advanced. Xiao Kulao uses the infernal bamboo dragon slash to make the monster scream in pain. Scream. Tabin feels it's still not enough. He immediately ordered Little Drybone to attack. The dark abyssal dragon dog charged forward, and Little Drybone let out a roar as if to declare its loyalty. Screaming, Little Drylong approached the monster, its eyes suddenly shining with crystallization, causing Little Drylong to stiffen. Then its body shattered like broken stone, and the dark abyssal hound perished. But Tabin was quick-witted, drawing on his experience from the previous battle, and swiftly used the Soul Spirit Cursed Fruit to effectively boost his attack and defense. Tabin felt extremely excited. After reviving, Xiao Kolao was in an unused state and marveled that each resurrection was amazing. Then Tubin ordered the Dark Abyssal Dog to be resurrected. Xiao Kulo seizes the opportunity to attack, and the monster howls in pain again as it loses its eyes to Xiao Kulu. Tabin orders everyone to deliver a fatal blow. He also charged forward, launching a barrage attack. The burning inferno bamboo dragon beast incinerates it. Tabin stepped forward and threw a punch at its head. Use the inferno wind. A single punch from you made its body feel as if a sharp sword had pierced through, splitting it into 3 pieces and shattering into a pool of blood. The dark abyssal wolf then found a shimmering object among the scraps of flesh. It quickly rushed over, grabbed it, and brought it in front of Tabin. Try to examine it. According to the system, this is a divine crystal. The energy crystal formed after the divine race devours the evil clan, possesses strong divine properties, and can transform pets into divine beasts. Tabin saw the system mention divine beast transformation and asked it to explain in more detail. The system now clearly explains that after becoming a divine beast, the lifespan, physical body, and intelligence of the spirit pet will directly increase, and it will have the ability to counteract evil and immortal spirit pets, as well as the chance to master divine skills. According to the system, its power upgrades basic skills by 5 to 10 times. Tabin didn't expect it to be so strong just by looking like that. He thought this thing wasn't bad. Upgrading the spirit pet is possible. You give the divine spirit to the dark abyssal dragon dog, and if you find this divine spirit, it will be your. Seeing the dark abyssal dragon dog about to upgrade, Little Dry Lizard immediately flew out with sparkling eyes as if he desperately wanted to be like it, making Tabin have to remind him. Hey, Little Drybone now has a high-grade bloodline. Watch your image. I suggest Little Drybone learn more about the Inferno Bamboo Dragon Beast. Forget about that divine crystal. The Dark Abyssal Hound has upgraded, but its appearance doesn't seem to have changed much. According to the system, the Dark Dragon Hound is undergoing divine transformation with a level 6 lower position. Dragon attribute, Demon Suppression System. Combat power level 8, intermediate talent. Skills include Dragon Revelation, Dragon Chant, 100 Miles Soul Pursuit, Death Poison Claw, Earth Beast Guard, and Thunderbolt External Armor, with Divine Nature at 1/10. Tabin felt that the data didn't seem to change much, just an additional point of divine transformation. He wondered, so what else is needed for divine beast transformation? But then Tabin also agreed, all right, let's just kill this monster first. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Is anyone going to save them? Do you feel that, Tabin? A sound from below. You see 2 people being attacked by a monster of the same species as the one you just defeated. They scream desperately for help, but what catches Tabin's attention most is that both of them are divine beings. Alex shouted desperately for help as the 2 sharp-toothed monsters charged toward him. The young boy gathers energy to form a shield, panicking and shouting, "Don't eat me." Suddenly, a golden fist appears, smashing away the 2 bugs with Tobin's Tranma Divine Fist. After the attack, Tabin also appeared. He stood on the head of the summoned beast, observing as it flapped its wings to create gusts that shocked Alex and Joe. He is a human hero. He commands his beast to come forward and orders it to catch them. The surrounding insects are rushing toward us. At Tobin's command, it quickly catches them. A loud roar echoes as it quickly evades the swarm of flying insects rushing at it, and after being rescued, Alex sincerely thanks. "Thank you, brave warrior, for your help." Tabin explained, "Don't misunderstand. I only saved you so you could lead the way." Then he asked, "What are you doing here? Why did you end up in such a dangerous place?" "The Void Demonic Clan constantly invades our territory through temporal rifts. We are the ones responsible here. Our team was just hit by a high-level demon creature, and 2 of our people have fallen in battle." Seeing those strange deep holes, Tabin continued to ask, "Are you going to deal with those broken caves?"
Ja said, yes, and you? How did the human race get in here? You casually answer and pass by, just stopping for a moment. On the other hand, you secretly think, so Lam Tin doesn't have a divine mark, but these gods are pretty unlucky. Who would have guessed they'd be targeted by demons? Tao Bing continued to ask, don't the gods have wings? If you can't beat them, just fly up. If I'm not mistaken, with your level, you should be able to fly without wings. Joss clenched his fist firmly and said, we cannot use divine wings for such despicable acts. Sacrificing ourselves to fight the demon clan is the honor of our divine race. The divine wings, so the one we saw earlier, was a half-god with pure blood divine wings. Thinking about the attack that wounded me, I quietly pondered, no wonder her strength is so much higher than mine. If it were a divine pet, her talent would be even better than Zhao Kulu. I really want to raise her as a divine pet. Bin continued to inquire. Do you know about the place in the semi-divine realm? Alex asked back. Where is that? We live at the border of the divine temple and have never heard of a semi-divine still having a temple. Speaking of this, the little boy happily asked. But the divine realm also has legends about the high divine realm. Do you want to hear, hero? Joss felt speechless with this kid. Huh, here we go again. Only a fool would believe in your high wisdom realm. What do you mean by pure-blooded gods? Training there for a day is like training for a year here. It's just a fantasy of the weak. Hearing that, Tabin remembered the image the system provided, the legend of the supreme divine realm. And from their tone, it seemed like the divine realm of the supreme god didn't really exist. Suddenly, Alex spoke sadly in a lower voice. But over the years, hasn't the central divine land been trying to find traces of the high wisdom divine realm to completely eliminate the void evil race? If I could train there, that would be great, even just for a moment. Joss sneered again. So after all these years, have they found anything? Or is there not even a trace? If you keep dreaming about those false things, just focus on training hard. Suddenly, purple energy arrows shot through everyone and Tabin's pet beast couldn't react in time, causing everyone to fall down. All three land safely, though Alex hit the ground face first. Joss grits his teeth in anger and says, it's him. They're chasing us all the way here. Tao, leader of the Ta clan. As he finished speaking, a powerful spirit beast commanded the surrounding swarm to gather energy and prepare to attack. Alex, desperate, collapsed and muttered, when will these monsters be done? We're all going to die here. Joss, using his power to move forward, said, you two go quickly. My moment of glory has arrived. Seeing that, Tabin thought to himself, this divine race also has a sense of honor, but I've already targeted their divine star. Then he shouted, do you still not see the high wisdom divine realm and are willing to die like this? As he spoke, he opened the gates of space to summon divine beasts. Seeing this, Joss was shocked and exclaimed, what is happening? How can a human warrior at the apprentice level have such overwhelming aura? Saying that, Tabing unleashed his powerful energy radiating outward as he shouted. Hearing that, Joss clasped his hands and said, I didn't expect the human race to be so strong, so I rely on you. Brave warrior. Take care. After finishing, he and Alex quickly left. Seeing the bugs, he smiled nostalgically at these insects. He recalled the first time he met these insects, feeling his blood boil and his potential erupting in the face of death. That's what he wanted. Then, Tabin prepared to charge, instantly soaring upward. Tabin gives the order to advance, and his summoned beasts fly forward in response. Surrounded by blazing energy, Tabin and his creatures await his command, ready for an exhilarating battle. After a moment, Tabin gasped for breath in the system space as the system sound buzzed, minus 535 energy. He tiredly said, I only have one more reincarnation left. I didn't expect those bugs to be so strong. I've used up all 9 resurrections. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to surpass. According to Tobin, outside, the subordinate bugs were all killed, even the leader was badly injured. Looking at the spoils, Tabin considered that he also gained quite a few divine crystals. So it wasn't a loss. The scouting time was almost up. Continuing to fight it wouldn't be beneficial, and honestly, he couldn't win. You click on a choice, revive at will, and just see what happens in another area. A voice echoes somewhere. Little Maomi is the best, a white tiger being petted on the cheek, happily exclaiming, wow, that's the girl Tabin met earlier, named Anna, playing with her pet. Bite, bite, my little Maomi. Haha, you also happen to be reborn from the void right here. Seeing Tabin appear, both of them were stunned. Huh? You exclaimed, what a coincidence! Anna used her divine light power to flash, gritting her teeth in anger and shouting, you, the shameless human. Shameless! Immediately after, the divine wings and the long spear reappear. She brandishes the divine spear against Tabin's neck and questions him repeatedly. What do you really want after following me so persistently? Her pet also entered a fighting stance, growling and threatening. Yeah. Faced with this situation, Tabin pondered his options. Well, I'll just adapt as needed. There's no time to summon Little Dry Lizard now. Then he sighed and explained, It was just a misunderstanding. I am truly no match for you. Can you let your guard down with me? Hearing that, Anna still kept her divine weapon and continued to question. I'm not your opponent, so why are you still standing here unscathed after being pierced by my holy spear? And An Nian seems unaffected as if nothing happened. If I find even a hint of deceit, I will throw you into the 10,000 sins prison to suffer a pain worse than death. Tabin silently thought that revealing his resurrection was not an option, so he had to find another way. Then, with a serious expression, he said, I know the way to the divine realm of wisdom. And Nung, hearing him speak seriously, asked, You mean the divine realm of wisdom? Then she pondered silently, knowing that many divine clans dream of reaching that land. If it weren't for the fact that the Trakao Than Vuk no longer has its power, we would have destroyed the demon race long ago. We've exhausted so much strength and still have no clue. Yet an ordinary human can get there. How I get there is more important than that, isn't it? You must also know that I can freely enter the central divine land and you cannot kill me. These 2 points alone are enough to show that I am a person of real strength. Hearing that, Anna's face darkened as she retracted her divine weapon. Seeing this, Tabin silently pondered. She is suspicious. Well, let's add a bit more to it. Thinking it over, Tabin turned and walked away. I will leave here immediately. Tri Kao Than Vuk. You can take your time to find it. Seeing Tabin about to leave, she asked, Power, treasure, or territory? Tell me, what do you want? Of course, it's strength. Without power, wealth, and territory are just waiting to be taken by others. Listening to his answer, Anna raised her hand and took out a book as a stream of golden light appeared, and she replied, All right. Na handed the book to Tubing and said, This is a modified divine technique for humans to cultivate. The divine essence technique, which will enhance your magical skills and speed up your comprehension. Holding the book in his hand, Tabin silently thought, This can be used to increase speed, so it's not a loss. He checked the book and then opened it to review the contents. Suddenly, the book was surrounded by lightning, causing Tabin to let go and shout for protection. And Na smiled, waiting until you enter the high wisdom realm. Then she will help you open it. All right. But before entering the divine realm of wisdom, to prevent you from getting lost in the chaos of time and space, I need to draw a talisman on your forehead to mark your position, okay? She nodded with a smile. All right then. Tabin looked up at her and said, I didn't bring a ladder. Could you kneel down, please? And Nina sat directly in front of Tobin and said, Draw. Seeing that, Tobin smiled to himself, thinking, It's my turn now. Can the system use the contract with the beast to control her? The system screen responds affirmatively. The contract can be used on all things, including the goddess. After he performed the contract on his forehead, Anna also appeared with a sigil. Feeling the sigil, she silently pondered that this human race was using a beast-taming contract. I really underestimated you. With that thought, she smiled cunningly, reaching back to form a seal that created a sigil opposite to Tobin's. Watch me reverse your spell and show you how the hunter becomes the hunted. Suddenly, the chains are blocked by a ring of light, and Anna also shouts, The curse reverses. Immediately after, the situation reverses, and yellow chains appear behind Anna. The contract can still be reversed, Tabin exclaimed in surprise. And A confidently said, Wait until you become my pet and then spit out all your secrets. All. As the chain neared, everything suddenly froze in midair. Feeling something, she gasped out, Time has stopped. The contract chains in the air also shattered. At the same time, a pair of eyes appeared in the space, their aura flickering between hidden and visible, surprising Anna. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, she felt a surge of pressure. Before she could react, the force pressed Anna Na to the ground, and she cried out in surprise. The initial eyes have opened, revealing 6 pupils like the cosmos. Anna. Na lies on the ground, unable to move in shock. How can that gaze suppress me? It is the hidden power within that person's bloodline. Not an extremely terrifying existence. After the time rewound, the surrounding space gradually returned to normal. Tabin looked at Anna lying before him and wondered silently what was going on. He thought he had been caught in her reversal, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed she was the one being suppressed. Then he noticed something and quietly asked the system. The system's notification appeared, saying that the goddess's force had violated the defensive barrier, causing a backlash.
Seeing that, Tabin was very surprised. It was hard to believe that the backlash had occurred. It seemed the system's contract beast couldn't be used. Is there any other way to subdue her? The system suggests that high-intelligence beings can sign a contract of servitude. Then a contract appears in Tabin's hand. He secretly thinks I thought I could only subdue her, but surprisingly I can also sign a contract. That makes sense. Thinking it over, Tabin stepped forward and handed the oath to Anna. He cleared his throat and said, "That was just a bit of reconnaissance earlier. Congratulations on passing the test. From now on, the real show begins." Read it, the employment contract. The contract states, Pet Shop Employment Agreement. Clause 1, ensure the safety of the shop owner and obey their orders. Clause 2, maintain the shop's reputation. Clause 3, take the opportunity to improve the shop and increase employee benefits. A 7-day trip, valid for 1 year. Tabin added, "See that? Top employees also get a 7-day trip. I'm not lying to you." Seeing the words on the oath scroll, Anna couldn't help but be amazed. "I feel a domineering aura from this object. Once signed, both parties will be bound and unable to disobey." Anna looked annoyed and shouted, "Why should I be your slave for a year?" Tabing calmly replied, "The atmosphere is fine. I'm leaving now. If I miss this chance, there won't be a next one." And Na quietly considered that this human race was very cunning and untrustworthy, but the power behind him was reliable. Then she made her decision, saying, "I am willing to try for the future of my divine race, but if you dare to betray, I will make you pay 10 times over." Then she used her blood to sign the oath. Employee Anna signed. After Anna signed, her information appeared. Employee named Anna, pure blood goddess attribute, divine level, combat power, wind god realm, employee points 100, reached 200 points to become an elite employee, below 60 points will be transformed into a pet. Tabin was surprised and thought, I can even see others' points. This shop really has a lot of power. What exactly are the divine sovereign and storm god realms? Upon hearing your question, the system explained that Lam Tin usually has 3 legendary realms, the Sea Realm, the Void Realm, and the Destiny Realm, with the 2 higher realms being the Wind God Realm, reserved for those capable of manipulating the universe. Tabin was stunned, thinking to himself how powerful she was. No wonder even the divine beasts couldn't do anything to her. So the levels are so far apart. Luckily, this system can cause even a powerful expert to be countered. Just how deep is its true strength, and what exactly is the origin of this system? The system scoffed at him. Now you finally realize you should show me some respect. The time remaining for the semi-divine connection is almost up. Are you helpless, Tabin? Since when does this system update with new meme words? It feels like a familiar space transition scene returning to Anna's pet shop. This is your territory. Tabin replied, which is also considered as such. Seeing Anna's size, he wondered and asked, "What about your body?" Anna contemptuously replied, "My demeanor doesn't suit your world, so I will change it." "What do you think?" Tabin said with a strange expression. "No, I just want to ask why it's a young girl. In my world, exploiting children is illegal." Anna didn't care. "You don't need to worry. I've lived for 10,000 years. Tabin turned away and said, "Whatever, get ready. The shop is about to open for customers." Anna asked the customer in surprise. Only now does she sense her surroundings. Anna detects that there are many suspicious people outside the shop. Tabin turned around in surprise. Could it be someone from Yuan Tianshen? So fast? Then he quickly called Li Than Ni while secretly calculating. Damn it, I thought waiting for the shop to upgrade would be enough, but I underestimated the power of the legendary level calling Li Than Yu. Only now do I find a way to get my mother and sister through, even if it means some trouble entering the cultivation area with them. I can't control much anymore. Suddenly, an unfamiliar face answered Tabin's call and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Tabin. Instead, he said himself, Tabin, a normal person who just awakened as a battle beast trainer, a senior instructor at Fengshan Academy, owner of a pet shop, right? Seeing the scene through the screen, Tabin silently pondered, not knowing what had happened to his mother and sister, and asked, "What do you want?" Suddenly, the image changes to show Then Yu and Lang Nguyet unconscious, leaning against the wall, as the man's voice rings out again. Mother Lai Then Yu, an ordinary person, elementary school teacher. Father To Nguyen Son, an ordinary person, a low-level crew member. Younger sister To Lang Nguyet, a battle pet master, a first-year student at Phuong Son Academy. Seeing that, he angrily shouted back, "What do you guys really want to do?" Only then did the man reply, "Master Yuen wants to see you. As long as you obediently show yourself, we won't hurt them." Tabin silently reassured himself and calmly said, "The target is me." Then he gritted his teeth and replied, I'm outside the shop now. If you want to meet, come here. But you must also take them with you. I want to meet them first. Then, he sneered, a little setback means nothing. You can't escape Lord Yuan's grasp. Soon after, he respectfully contacted Yuan Tian to report. Master Yuan, Bing's location has been sent. Yuan Tian smiled smugly through the screen. All right, I want to see which young man dares to steal the inheritance position of Longdai Mountain. Soon, many people flew into the sky, surprising the students of Fangshan Academy below. Look, the person flying there is a peak-ranked expert. Seeing them all land in front of the pet shop, everyone backed away in fear. Wow. So many strong experts gathering here. What's really going on? Seeing the scene around, the Beast King stroked his beard and asked,
Yes, is that right?
Are you doubting Lord Yuan's intelligence just because you managed to break through the Dragonbone Tower and survive among a bunch of trash like this? King of Poison thought differently and intervened, or perhaps the young man inside was just lucky. He quickly concluded that no matter what, anyone daring to steal from Lord Yuan would only meet one end: death. At this moment, the legendary heavenly spirit Yuan Tian, with power comparable to the sea, appeared alongside Dao Lord's title level, with strength at the 9th tier upper position, coldly commanding, "Fight quickly and win fast, don't waste time." The students outside the shop, upon recognizing Dao Tone, trembled and exclaimed, "It's Dao Tone." So terrifying, the old man beside Dao Tone is incredibly powerful. Could he be a legendary level expert? Even a single glare is full of deadly intent. The old men also approached the pet store, with the Beast King leading and shouting, "Get out! These young ones!" He bent down to lift the rolling door of the shop while saying, "Master Ningguyen has arrived. You still haven't come out yet." Then he gathered his red energy around his body as the Beast King roared, "Watch me now." Despite the old men watching, the automatic door didn't move at all, and the Beast King was just as surprised but didn't budge either, while the herbalist wondered if this shop was protected by a high-level formation. Suddenly the automatic door opened, and Tobin spoke from behind it, saying, "Don't be so presumptuous." The door was pulled open, revealing Tobin and Anna standing behind it. His voice was icy as he said, "They want you to take them to the school." Dao Tone saw a flash of surprise in his eyes and asked, "Why is it him? The talented young man is no less than any sect master's heir, and we were planning to nurture him. But unexpectedly, he became a thorn in the side of legendary-level powerhouses." Zatam shouted with spiritual energy, "You still have the nerve to talk back when you're about to die? You have no right to negotiate terms with us." Along with his words, the spiritual energy formed an arm that grasped Tubin, trying to pull him out, but the arm shattered instantly without a scratch, and Tubin coldly responded, "Get lost, your attack was broken," and Zatam was repelled, coughing up blood. Cough, cough, he was surprised. I didn't expect my move to be so easily countered. The remaining people saw this and quickly prepared to attack, shouting loudly, "If we surround him and he still dares to resist, you should teach him a lesson too. Master Nguyen, let us handle them, we can still fight." Nguyen replied, "Do you want to send you to your death? The strength of this young man is truly worlds apart from yours." He waved his sleeve and said, "You've got what you need here." Immediately, Thien Nguyen's subordinate brought out the unconscious mother and daughter of Lang Nguyet. Seeing this, Tabing's pupils constricted as he silently gathered his energy, then angrily shouted, "Release them!" His spiritual power formed a grasping hand, grabbing the two henchmen and pulling the mother and daughter into the shop. Seeing that they are in normal condition but still unconscious, Tabin asks what is going on and what have you done. "They're just unconscious and will wake up in half a day." "How do you feel now?" "Like someone else took what belonged to you." Tabin gently moved the two of them aside and replied, "Do you want trouble? Is your name engraved on the Long Tai Mountain inheritance? If you like it, then we have to accept it." The Beast King, seeing this, angrily pointed and shouted, "Do you dare to speak to Lord Yuan with that attitude?" Instead, Yuan Tian calmly stroked his beard and smiled. "You mean as long as you have strength, you have the right to inherit, huh? Interesting indeed, a cub not afraid of the tiger. Strange, huh? Be careful, there might be experts hiding inside. I am a legendary level beast tamer, just a small city kid. What can stop me?" He calmly entered the shop and said to Tu Bing, "So what now? Your small shop doesn't seem to be able to stop a legendary level expert." Nguyen Tin extended his hand in front of everyone and said, "If you are also wise like the four great clans, I will never trouble you and can even take you into nurture." Hearing this, the elders all murmured among themselves, "So Lord Yuan actually wants to recruit that young man. Someone so young has already reached the realm of fame. Truly enviable," Dao Tone thought to himself. A disciplined approach. This is also how Lord Yuan conducts himself. On the surface, he appears friendly, but his aura is constantly suppressing the surroundings, to the point that even the four great clans cannot refuse. At the same time as Dao Ton's thoughts, Yuan Tian used his oppressive aura to say, "The resources in the secret realm are wasted if left unused. Only by gathering them in the hands of the talented can their full strength be unleashed." Tu Bin looked at him with disdain and thought, the talented one must be the person he already decided on. Then he coldly replied, "I hate people who think everything is theirs and won't let anyone touch it. If someone steals it, chase after them and catch them." Nguyen Tien radiated his energy all over his body in protest. "Ridiculous. If you have the ability, of course you should pursue and catch them. You little brat standing on equal footing with me is the real joke." Then his spiritual power transformed into a giant sword and roared loudly. "I ask you one last time. Submit or die." He coldly and calmly replied, "It's the same every time you ask." Hearing that, Yuan Tian raised his hand and said, "Very well, then die." As his arm fell, the giant sword attacked Tu Bin, and Anna quickly stepped in front of him, calmly raising one hand toward the great sword. Immediately, an invisible force caused the giant sword to shatter in midair from Nguyen Tien's spiritual energy. The old men outside the shop stared with wide eyes, amazed and confused. That attack from Lord Nguyen would even force a 9th-level warrior to hold back. Yet that child blocked it with one hand, unless he is also a legendary level. A legendary place like Longjiang also has a legend-level expert? Inside the shop, Yuan Tian was suddenly stunned. "Huh? How is that possible? Your hidden energy almost escaped my notice. You are his master." Tu Bin and An Na seemed to understand each other, and both ignored Yuan Tian's question at the same time. He questioned, "I didn't tell you to act." Anna responds, "Rule 1, protect the store." Anna continued, "If I have protected the shop just now, according to the rules, I should be awarded points to upgrade to a top employee, but if not, I will be penalized with points as a punishment." Seeing Nguyen Tien ignored, he was furious and ignored Nguyen Tien's anger as he shot in all directions in front of Han Kuang. An Na continued, "Do you mean to deduct points from me just now?" "Little Chi," Tu Bin helplessly replied, "Ha ha ha, this is pretty good." At the same time, his anger also reached its limit and erupted. "Yeah!" Immediately, the Yuan Heavenly Hand Seal attacked and shouted, "You dare to ignore me!" Before they could finish speaking, he was blasted out of the shop by a blinding golden light, causing Yuan Tian to be thrown into the wall across the street. He was knocked down and sat there like a crushed bug, unable to stand up, leaving Dao Ton speechless with surprise. Only then did the old men react, turning around and shouting, "Master Yuan!" An Na stepped forward coldly and said, "How dare you interrupt me while I'm speaking? Do you want to die?" Tu Bin quickly reminded her, "This is not a wasteland, don't kill people. Those kids are connected to me, don't hurt them, the rest is up to you." She used her spiritual power to ask again, "Missing a leg and missing an arm is no problem, right?" Then beams of yellow light appeared around her. "If you activate your powerful judgment energy, I will control the force. Killing them won't be easy." They saw the two transforming into demonic forms, looking terrified. Demons are truly terrifying. If even the staff's strength is this formidable, how much more powerful is the shop owner? I never expected Lam Tin to have such a powerful existence. On the other side, Yuan Tian tries to recite the dark spell, transforming into a heavy fortress. An instant, a space portal appears and Yuan Tian gives the order, "Come out, my strongest loyal servant." Yuan Tian stepped out from the space gate, with the Min King Beast's nightmare behind him. The King Beast's combat power rivals the Maritime Patrol, wielding all kinds of weapons. He shouted loudly, "Not finished yet." The Min King Beast merges into a single form. The body of the Beast King started to break into small pieces. Immediately, the small pieces fused with Yuan Tian's body. Seeing this, Tu Bing stroked his chin in surprise. Is there such a thing as a fusion form? Wow, I didn't expect that. He involuntarily praised after Yuan Tian completed the fusion of his combat state in the Void Realm, his eyes emitting deadly rays as he shouted loudly, "Lamb Spirit Legendary Grade Battle Beast Master Yuan Tian, learn from me." Seeing this situation, the old men also started discussing excitedly, "Only the Legendary Grade can fuse. And this is the first time seeing Master Yuan like this. This is terrifying. After the fusion, his combat power has broken through to a higher realm. This place is no longer safe for us. Run now, or everyone will die." Dao Ton hurriedly warned, "Please, Lord Yuan, calm down. If two legendary-level experts fight here, the city will be destroyed." Nguyen Tian sneered in the sky, saying, "Fighting here is ridiculous. They are no different from rats stealing from others." Then he suddenly unleashed his speed, appearing behind Anana and raising his weapon, claiming, "Tri Thuong's arrogance says that with one strike, they'll all be sent to Yama." According to Yuan Tian's words, he swung his spear down, and at the same time Anana turned her head lightly and caught the spear with one hand. She immediately crushed the spear with her hand, her eyes showing disdain as she said, "What's wrong?" "Not at full strength yet?" Nguyen Tien was no longer calm. "What?" Anna's hand condensed a divine weapon, which immediately shattered through the air and pierced through Nguyen Thien's body, who had merged with the beast. "Hook!" Anna calmly said, "The divine weapon, a sacrifice for you." As the divine light blazed brightly, Yuan Tian cried out in pain. "Ah," Tu Bing quickly reminded him. "Stop, don't kill him." Anna withdrew her divine weapon from Yuan Tian's kneeling body and replied, "Don't worry, I only burned his primordial spirit. It will take at least 35 years to recover his cultivation." The old men and Tao Lord watching were extremely surprised, having lost in a single move. "This matter." You smirk mischievously and beckon with your finger. "Stand up and come here." After a while, Lang Nguyen woke up from her coma. Tabin, sitting right there, immediately asked, "Are you awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Lang Nguyen responded, feeling a bit dizzy. She asked him, "What's wrong with Mom?" Tabin, sitting opposite, replied, "Maybe Mom is too tired and just fell asleep." Suddenly, the playful Huang appeared, making her gasp. "Hi, Miss To. Hello." "Ah, who are you all?" The old men respectfully addressed Miss To. "Just call me Tio Muk. I am Tio Tan, Tio Liu, and Tio Duong." Lang Nguyen stared in surprise. Then she turned to Tubin and asked, "Are you kidding me? What are they up to? Why are they in my house? What trick are you up to now?" Tubin calmly replied, "Do you mean I caught him?" "No, I just hired some tutors." Lang Nguyen looked helpless and said, "Huh? You just said you caught him? What more do you want to learn? My results are in the top 10. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Tubin replied, "So have I reached the top 1 yet?" He gestured towards the old men and continued, "The elite competition is also about to start, and they will be teaching at the academy during this time. So I ask, what will you teach?" Poison King respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Little Liu, the Poison King title can teach you how to use and detoxify level 9 poisons." Hui Sui also replied, "Little Tan, the rejuvenation title can teach you healing and strengthening techniques at level 9. Zatam introduces, Little Dragon with the title Snake Heart can teach you how to tame 9th level poison darts. The Beast King, holding a pet in his hand, responds, Little Muck with the title Beast King can teach you how to control 9th level spirit pets and is preparing a silver bone spirit moon dragon hatchling for you." At this moment, Lang Nguyen looked surprised at the baby dragon in the Beast King's hand and said, "All level 9, is this a dream? I really can raise it." "Hi." She still felt a bit doubtful and turned to ask, "Tabin, do they really mean it? Can we trust them?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, 3 hours ago, Yuan Tian was kneeling on the ground unconscious." The old men, seeing this, exclaimed in horror, "I am truly sorry. We failed to see the greatness of Taishan." They all bowed their heads respectfully, begging for your forgiveness. Tabin whispered to Anna, "Do you have any curse or dark magic tricks?" Anna replied, "It's ridiculous. I am a noble deity from the divine race. Why would I need to use such dirty tricks? Are you worried that they might be disloyal? You want to keep them, don't you?" Tabin praised, clever. She extended her hand forward, summoning a swirling golden source of energy. "Take a good look. This is how I, the Divine Lord, deal with these pests." The group of old men exclaimed as if they saw a god. "It's a god. I saw it. It's your brother." Dao Ton was surprised and thought to himself, a high-level title of a grandmaster in the form of a child. I have never heard of such a powerful technique. Could this person be from a different star system? If so, the expert hiding in this shop might not be the only one. Seeing that, Tabin asked, "What did you do to them?" Anna explained, "The blessing divine seal is just a divine mark that causes their faith to fluctuate, if cursed with a seal. Then a faith seal can be created that you can control at will." Anna calmly added, "If you break the curse and go against the will of the sigil bearer, you will be burned by the divine flame for 10 days and 10 nights and turn to dust." Tabin marveled at her cruelty. "All right. I will place the divine seal on you now, and you must not disrespect the To family." "Yes." Looking at them kneeling before Tabin, I said to Dao Ton, "Would you be interested in passing on your swordsmanship to me since you are already here?" Dao Ton was surprised and replied, "Master To, you are too polite. I mean no disrespect, but with your strength, do you really need to learn my swordsmanship?" Tabin also clasped his hands and responded, "Of course, I still hope the senior can teach me." Seeing that, Dao To said seriously, "If you are persistent, I agree. But I have two questions. First, my sword-breaking power is very strong and requires a suitable training place. Second, based on Tubin's body, you really want to learn. And from my observation, your combat cultivation mainly relies on fists, right?" He smiled and said, "Rest assured, leave me your contact information. I will prepare over the next few days and call you." Back in the present, Tubin said to Lang Nuit, "Keep learning from them properly. I have to go back to the shop now." At that moment, a message notification also sounded. Through the screen, a figure appears and reports, "Master To, the location you arranged with DM Lan Huiet Jiao for the sale is ready. Are you available now?" You praise its professionalism, and its work efficiency is very different. Then he mentioned the trading shop, and 10 days later, Tubin was closing the shop. The system announced that the energy transfer had been received with 125,348 energy remaining. Seeing that, Tubin silently thought about opening the upgrade interface. He calculated that unlocking level 3 for the shop and maxing out the pet cultivation at level Bak Chi could allow him to receive orders worth 1 million each time from the local landlord Diep Hao, and his income would surely increase. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but smile, knowing he could sell the pet function and become more and more like a pet store, leveling up. The system announced a deduction of 100,000 energy, leaving 25,348 energy transformed into the store, covering a total area of 3,078 square meters, with nearby streets also entering the protection zone. The system asks, "Would you like to divide the area?" Note, after dividing the area, different zones will automatically generate spiritual energy. Tubin smiled secretly. "So this function exists too? Then training equipment can save even more. You circle an area on the system. Now you must secure a place for your mother and sibling. 300 millimeters to build a residence." Immediately, the system sounds a notification. "Done." The objects quickly appeared. Seeing this, Anna silently thought that the mysterious force was creating objects. But what it produced was not ordinary items, it was a type of eternal object. Our high-level divine beings can't reach this level. Ultimately, where does this energy come from? On this side, Tubin continues to mark the area on the system. The remaining space is fully designated as a reception and work area. The system rang again, confirming completion, and the objects were also created. Tubin continued to consider. One of the remaining 5 would be used for the feeding area. The system continues to sound, indicating completion, and objects are being created one after another. The boy decides to use all remaining space for the breeding area and laboratory. The system announces that the task has been completed. The area division is now finished. Note that the nurturing capsules will increase the number of nurtured creatures from 25 to 50. The character decisively bought 25 level 2 nurturing capsules. The notification sounds, leaving 348 energy after deducting 25,000 energy. You ask the system what permissions the staff currently have. The Thong replied, "Using the nurturing orb, the cultivation space, the clone image, nurturing function, and spending an hour each week with the shop owner in the cultivation hall. Do you want to arrange that?" Tubin smiled. "Arrange it. You secretly think this is enough to keep the store running." After some time, Lang Yue was surprised by this. She asked her mother, "Isn't that right?" Her mother was also surprised. I stood in front of the grander, much larger shop, with 2 dragon statues on either side. Lang Guiet asked in surprise, "Did it really start from scratch?" He stepped out of the shop happily and asked, "Everyone's here. Did you bring the belongings?" They respectfully replied, "Sir, following your orders, we have brought the belongings here and have nothing else to say." Tubin gestured with his hand. "Yes, go back now. The items have been moved inside." Lang Nguyen pouted and pointed out, the teachers also moved everything out of the house. What am I supposed to do since I still have school?" Meanwhile, Tubin's mother also tried to persuade. "That's right, Bin. How did our shop become like this?" Bin points to the store and smiles, saying, "I'll arrange to take a leave from school. Let's go inside now." Inside the shop, students are bustling around. "I want to enroll my 3 children." "Can I get your number, beautiful Anna?" Anna replied coldly. "No cutting in line. You bugs, get out. You're not allowed to call customers that." Anna, dressed as a store clerk, attracts many looks from the boys, but she only responds to a bunch of pests. With so many customers, where are you going? Tubin turned around, waved, and walked away. She had some things to watch over herself. Going to the pool, Lang Nuit looked excited. "Wow, there's even a private pool here." Tubin proudly replied, "There are more." Tubin led Lang Nguit to the new room and said, "This will be your new room. What does everyone think of this place?" Then Yu sat on the mattress and felt so comfortable, softer than her bed at home. Lang Nguyen added, "Yeah, The old bed was really hard. She asked Bin worriedly, "This room probably cost quite a bit of money, right?" He replied, "The money comes from taking good care of our clients." To Bin added, "The last time we treated their pets well, they were very satisfied, so this small amount of money isn't a big deal for them. From now on, we can rest assured here, and I will hire a maid if needed." Then Yu politely declined. "No need. I've been free since I quit my job to do some housework myself." "No need to hire a maid," Lang and Wit sneered. "Oh, who was the gentle beauty just now in the shop?" Tabin helplessly replied, "The gentle one is the new employee," and thinking of the previous scene, he was at a loss for words. "Your aunt nudged you, Mom understands. She hasn't called her to eat yet." Tabin was stunned. "Mom, don't joke like that." After a while, Anna politely greeted the matriarch at the dining table. "Hello?" As Thendim politely asked, "What is this girl's name?" She replied, "I am Anna." Lang Wheat praised, "Her hair is so beautiful. Can I touch it a little?" "You didn't have time to stop him. Hey, don't," Anna replied. "Feel free." Lang Nuit is satisfied, so soft and smooth. She picks up a piece for her and continues to ask, "Where do you live? How old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend yet?" Anna responds professionally, "I am a foreigner, only 18 years old. I haven't decided to look for a boyfriend yet." Like Than looked disappointed. "Oh well, what a pity. You speak quietly, huh?" In front of them, it's unusually gentle. Anna also responded, fulfilling her duty as an employee. If she didn't like it, I would give her a little strange point. Tabin coughs dryly. "Cough, cough, do you like it or not?" "This is perfect. Such a heartless person." Like Than asked nervously, "There are only 2 people in the shop now, right? Are you busy?" She replied, "With the current number of customers, 2 people can manage it. One person might find it a bit tiring." Lang Nuit praised, "You're really talented, sis. I think there are over 100 customers now." Tabin silently thought that with Anna's ability, just one more helper and I wouldn't have to run the shop all day. Then he remembered something, looked at the picture in the system space, and smiled thoughtfully. "The young master of the Duong family is still trapped here, huh? Hey, let her go. Planting a spirit tree isn't convenient either. Is it okay to do that?" The screen lights up, showing that the host's manpower needs have been reviewed. A temporary employee contract has been issued. Note that temporary employees do not have access to any store functions. After becoming a top employee, 200 points will promote you to official staff. If you score below 60 points, you'll be forcibly stripped of everything and turned into a pet. Tabin folds the paper with satisfaction. "Excellent." Ru Yen materialized from the paper. She stepped back to defend herself. "What do you want?" he asked. "Take off your shoes and leave them outside, or you'll be responsible for cleaning up later." Yu Yen looked around, thinking, "This place looks like an ordinary bedroom. Could it be this guy's house?" She looked at him and continued thinking. Moreover, he was alone, without a pet, and there was no aura of any expert nearby. Truly unguarded, as long as she seized the right moment to break the window, she could escape. She rushes forward, just like that. After returning, she will endure learning all the secrets of the Duong family. Nguyen thinks further, to make you understand what it means to imprison this young lady, and that crossing the Duong family will come at a heavy price. She was rushing forward when she hit her head against the door. Nguyen rubbed her head in pain and wondered what kind of door or window that was. "Why are you so stiff?" she complained. "Damn it, I must have been locked up for a long time and not eating. That's why I'm so weak." "Despicable bastard." Tabin's eyes blaze with anger as he steps forward with a stern face. She hugged Chucheo's stomach and asked, "What do you want, you coward?" Tabin smiled softly and said, "Of course, I am thinking about how to drain your value." Nguyen nervously demands, "Stop beating around the bush." Tabin raises his large hand in front of her. She quickly covers her face with both hands. "I will never let you have what you want." Tabin held out a bun in front of her, looking puzzled as he saw this. And she frowned, continuing, "Do you want to humiliate me with this? Huh. Our Duong family are all people of integrity with special training, even if it means death." After thinking it over, only what is real can uphold the way, Nguyen took the bun and broke it in half. She was eating her bun, but still stubborn. "Stop dreaming. I never had any value to exploit from the beginning." He held up the paper. It wasn't a temporary labor contract. The next day, everyone was abuzz. The number of beauties had increased again. This store is really top-notch. Anna calmly stands there, greeting customers, welcoming them, and asking them to line up in 2 rows for service and refreshments. Ruo Yan blushed with anger. "Why should I stand here and be stared at by those men?" she asked irritably. "Is this so-called value meant to serve these useless people?" Anna sighed and replied, "It's to serve these little bugs." She looked at the door, calculating. It was opening right in front of her, and this time she couldn't be stopped. Tabin came to hand over the contract. Don't forget, she had already signed her name on it. The temporary employment contract made her extremely uneasy. She wouldn't be able to step out of this door for a year. New Yen rushed forward regardless. This is the thing you took advantage of last night when I was in trouble to force me to sign. Don't think you can bind me with this paper. She flew to the door but was blocked by magic and was knocked back inside. She painfully struggled to stand up. Damn it, what kind of magic is this door under? Not even the window can be broken, and the front door is impassable. He turned and said, Anna, since she's an old acquaintance, help the newcomer. I'll give you a point to teach her how to work. She replied, no problem. Suddenly, two people were standing in front of the door taking pictures, and they asked, who is Mr. To? Tabin stepped out and said, it's me. They asked, are you scheduled for filming services and short video advertisements on the subway? Yes, that's correct. They then asked, where do you want us to shoot? Are you looking to photograph anything else? He is considering that most of his current clients are regulars raising pets below level 6, and he needs to find a few new clients who require training at level 7. A dragon was created, and you told them to photograph it. Everyone was excited to see. The smell of blood is overwhelming, and this dragon's aura is terrifying. Oh my god, what is he trying to do? That's amazing. Are they filming? Someone tremblingly steps forward for an interview. Mr. To, may I ask what the slogan is? You calmly replied, no need for a slogan, just capture the dragon beast and the shop name. He thought, the third-ranked dragon prison bamboo dragon beast is his biggest trump card. The senior combat masters of Long Tu could recognize at a glance. Ling Yue stepped forward and called out to him. Her appearance surprised him a bit. Are you not coming to class today? She recalls everyone's behavior at school. They are all high-level warriors, quickly turning back to complain. Yes, but they always follow me, even waiting outside the bathroom. Their aura is very strong. Your teachers and classmates were terrified to death. Tabin laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You're curious. You're still smiling. What's really going on here? He quickly reassures his sister. Yen tam bon ho kong koaki dao. Lan yuko bon ha bao ve em. Ni Yen looked at the figure's back with curiosity and asked, is that Senior Snakeheart? She crossed her arms, thinking, amazing. I can meet Senior Snakeheart here. Tabin, do you think I can't contact my family? If my device hadn't been taken, you would have defeated Elder Fong and you would be 8th in the Tuong family. Meanwhile, Senior Za Tam is the 3rd-ranked expert, with hidden weapons in his hand that are incredible, capable of killing from hundreds of miles away. Yen Yin used the sound transmission technique and asked, Zatam Senior, is that you? I am Yen Ni. Did Shatam realize it was a spiritual transmission? That sound was him transmitting the voice. Lord, why are you here? The family has been searching for someone in the secret realm for a long time. I hurriedly called on Senior Snakeheart for help. It's a long story. I was captured here by a villain. Please save me. Zatam looked confused and asked, so I was also captured by him. She was startled and wondered, then... Tabin turned to look with a dangerous expression that made her panic. Ru Yi En, feeling guilty, quickly hid and almost got caught. What the senior just said, what does it mean? She looked out and watched. Tabin instructed the two of them to be careful and not disturb her even during the day at the academy from now on. The two of them bow respectfully. Yes, you may continue. Our main focus now is training, and you can take turns coming. The Poison King and the Serpent Spirit are obedient like pets, yes. Seeing them obeying obediently, she broke out in a sweat. No wonder they come from the Zatam clan of senior elders, and even have the Poison King from the Lu family. They are all ranked among the top powerhouses in this city, yet they are still under Tabin's control. What exactly happened? The screen shows Anna's points increased by 1, totaling 100 ranked. Tabin felt pleased. Anna's points increased again, monitored by the system and with no one sneaking behind his back. A well-trained employee worth exchanging 1 point. He used his power to create a large tree that grew deep into the ground. He mused that this tree could also find good soil. The screen appears, showing the evolution of the spiritual tree through spiritual awakening and actualization. Unfortunately, this spiritual tree's innate potential is too low, having lived for tens of thousands of years without opening even 2 parts of its spiritual awakening, and its consciousness has not yet been awakened. Tabin has been in deep thought for over 10,000 years, but at most 2 parts only show these kinds of signs. If it's fully unlocked, I guess the spirit beast can use it right away, right? You smile softly and continue thinking. I've heard that it takes a few decades if the spiritual plant is short-lived, and hundreds of years if it's long-lived to get results once. Making it into a product is quite difficult. If I can evolve into a spirit beast, as the system said, combining it with a nurturing skill could improve healing ability and yield results every year. The system notification appears, reminding the host to learn the spirit awakening skill first. So your mind just figured it out now, I see. After becoming a combat beast master, the next step is to become a nurturing master. Although I have learned quite a bit about pet shops and pets, I haven't really studied much about nurturing. For now, nurturing relies mainly on the system's power. In this regard, I really need to learn a bit more. Tabin decided to take a risk, but right now I don't have the luxury to think too much. Although the matter of Yuan Tianshen has passed for some time, it's hard to guarantee that unexpected issues won't arise. The most important thing now is to increase combat power and reputation, so he immediately activated the nurturing device. He used his power to activate the nurturing device, but his mind was still immersed in thoughts. Even though I don't want to make a name for myself, maybe I can develop daily at home using the system's abilities, but my mother and sister need a normal life. I can't let them live their whole lives under surveillance in the shop, so I need to become even stronger. Anna has noticed that power has reappeared. This familiar aura. You flop onto the bed and sigh. The spell battle felt so good, reviving over 100 times, and finally killing that monster. Tabing stood up and complained. Ever since the free resurrection for new players was removed, I can't fight freely anymore. Gathering from the shop isn't wasted either, so I'll take a shower and then continue fighting. Anna walks in from outside, holding a tray of food. She introduces herself, saying, "This is the nanny's order for you." He wondered when she had become so enthusiastic. "Forget it. It's fine in the shop. Poisoning would be useless anyway." You gulp down the soup and ask hesitantly, "Did you just use your powers to reach the Bien Duyen Divine Palace?" Tabin thought to himself, "Her sense of gratitude is sharp. She even knows where I go. If you're playing your cards openly, then just say what you want to say. Next time, take me along, and I can use my divine authority to help you increase your cultivation." The boy looked at her cautiously, sensing there was another purpose behind her request. She quickly calmed herself inside and said, "Don't worry, this time I don't need staff points, just let me handle some personal matters." Tabin remained deep in thought, sensing she was testing the store's limits, figuring out what was allowed and what wasn't, her mind full of schemes. But even if she had a way, under the contract's control, she wouldn't go too far. This deal also brought me quite a bit of profit. He stood up and asked, "Where is Yen Dao? If she goes with me, how can she manage the shop alone?" She calmly replied, "Don't worry, I have everything arranged myself." She must be very tired after working all day, plus her own sleep magic. Now Yen is already deep in a dream, saying, "Senior Zatam, save me. Yen Ni doesn't want to work overtime." Anna firmly states that unless something harmful happens, she will sleep straight through until morning. Tabin turns to praise her, Pondesh, Sir, saying, "You're efficient." As soon as he finished speaking, he took her hands and pulled her along. "Come with me," she wondered. "So now? Hurry up and move faster." Tabin led her into the training ground and into another world. Anna widened her eyes in surprise. "It's the world of the submissive? I'm really back. I just wanted to investigate if there was any clue." And Ina was suddenly surprised, not expecting that activating such a large space just with a wave, this person's strength is truly too powerful. If I can seize this opportunity, I might be able to enter the realm of the divine. Stop dreaming and stop smiling foolishly. You're far from being a top employee. Then he gestured with his hand. "Where to now?" "I don't know the way. I'll just follow you." Nah. Don't you realize what your energy could mean for my clan? Forget it. I already told Lord Tanthan that he will come to pick us up soon. Lord Tabin asked curiously, "What level is that? How do your divine realm levels work?" The pure blood divine clan naturally grows into true gods, just like the spider I defeated with comparable strength. I guess the pure blood divine has power equal to the M-grade sacred beast, Anna explained. Our divine realm isn't as complicated as yours. 6 levels. She lowered her head sadly and continued, but with the disappearance of the high wisdom god, fewer and fewer people break through to the high wisdom realm. Now it's considered only 5 levels. Hearing that, he thought to himself, so the limits are tightening, which means more enemies will be watching. No wonder Anna is risking everything. A person with wings flew over and knelt respectfully. "Your Highness, I have come to pick you up. This is Anna, my honored guest. You may bring her along." He reached out his hand and said, "Hold my hand tightly," then led the 3 of them to jump down onto each island. The scene here is breathtaking, almost like it was painted. Upon arrival, Anna said, "You can go now." He respectfully said yes. The 2 entered the palace. Divine servants on both sides knelt respectfully. "Welcome to the palace, Your Highness," she ordered to prepare the divine pool. They responded in unison. "Yes." Tabin thought to himself, the divine spring is prepared, huh? You need to purify before leveling up. The two of them open the door and enter the room where giants are chained up. Their next actions are obvious to everyone. Its blood flows into a boiling large pot. He was surprised and exclaimed as the blood poured down. Anna calmly explains, the divine declaration can purify impurities and enhance talent, which benefits the upgrade process. She continues, only the celestial genius peak has the right to soak once a year, so it's convenient for you. He chuckled and Anna said, wait until you're done soaking. There's a training arena for you to practice combat skills nearby. I agree. If I can soak regularly, that would be great. Then we need to make the deal. Every time you take me along, I'll let you soak once, so next time you won't kill the Taint Beast troop, right? Tabin wondered why you guys haven't always been fighting against the Taint Demon clan. If we share the same goal, why stop me from destroying them? She said seriously. I can smell divine aura on you. He sniffed himself and asked, why can't I smell the divine essence? Anna turned away silently. When you first arrived, you probably also noticed the world tree, right? The boy replied. Madame Shi looked up and then explained. That is our mother. After the divine race dies, the body turns into divine power that flows back to the tree. Mother will refine and purify us, then transform into our individual selves. She asks, you're so clever, you must understand that too, right? Tabin was a bit hesitant. After the divine race was devoured, the divine power in the form of divine essence remaining in the demon race's body prevented it from returning to the tree. She clenched Dongtin's hand and said that the higher our cultivation, the more divine power remains after death. So the divine power of the entire divine realm should have increased. But if they are eaten by those Ta-Talk, causing casualties and loss of divine power, the divine power will also balance out because of that. She continued to tell him, adding that the supreme god realm had disappeared and no one could break through to the highest divine stage anymore. We can't go back to that glorious divine realm, Anna said quietly, looking down with sadness. I'm telling you this only to... Suddenly, he held her hands as if to comfort her and ease her sadness. Tabin places a large gem into her hand, and today she suddenly looks up at him. He smiled softly and nodded. Tabin raised his hand to activate the promised supernatural power. She understands. It's to prevent me from absorbing all the divine essence like those demon tribes. From now on, I won't bother with them anymore. You keep talking. Raising our strength just requires soaking in here, then quickly bringing them to the arena. No need to hold back. Let them taste the tricks of the divine race. Tabin jumped into the blood-thin lake and sighed. Is this what it feels like to be reborn? She is more energized now. Thank you for understanding. Then I'll go ahead, call me if anything happens, and he spun around 181 degrees, looking pitiful as he begged. Wait a moment, have you ever heard of the divine flame starfire? I couldn't find this on Lamtin either, so I have no choice but to help you do a good deed. I know the core of the true god realm divine flame is extremely fiery, although rare. If you need it, I will go find it for you. Tabin said back then, hurry up, I need that to break through to the second level in my cultivation. Ha, this water activates my entire potential, so my cultivation will definitely be much faster. She listened, then respectfully bowed her head. Anna ordered, the arena over there, follow me. Thinking about the great deal she just got, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't believe he had found so much after just half a day of fighting. Normal divine soldiers wouldn't earn this much even after 2 or 3 days of battle, yet he didn't hesitate to give it all to her. It seems like he has the potential to work for free, to help our entire clan prosper again. I must establish a good relationship with him. Tabin activated the space, which contained many gemstones, and he immediately thought that he could hide here to secretly steal some. After a while, the two of them began to return to the old space. Tabin's whole body radiated with power. Great. Kim Diuthan demon body has broken through to the second level, with physical strength comparable to a level 9 expert. The Ma-suppressing god within the previous battle has reached the first phase of perfection, capable of killing level 9 experts at full strength, plus the flying spirit ability, but his spiritual energy, now at the 6th lower stage, can only disguise as a level wind aura. He frowned and thought back. Yuan Tianxin's battle with Anna left him seriously injured, likely kicked out of the Triumphal Sea Realm, and now the remaining threat is only that legendary level, and his own strength has surpassed him. I rubbed my hands and called Duong Nu Yen to prepare. How much money did I spend on advertising yesterday? Today, the store will be busy. Get ready to work. She replied. Lang Nguyen arrived at the shop and saw you sitting alone in front, feeling lonely. She happily ran over. Hey, is today the day? He pointed at the system screen and said, aren't you still working? Why are you still here? It doesn't seem like anywhere else, since school is over and tonight there's still the story of King Duok. The screen suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, showing Phi Pham proudly holding the top 10 treasure hunter title. She was furious, yet she dared to use this trick to attract customers. The whole city has over 10 branches, and even if they have to pay compensation, they still make a lot of money. Tabin suddenly laughed. Haha, she turned to ask why. Isn't that so? What are you laughing at? You turned to tease him and he just thought your previous look was pretty cute. Lang Yue blushed shyly.
What nonsense are you talking about? I just feel it's not fair to myself at all.
She felt a bit embarrassed and explained that it was the righteous man who saw the injustice. Tabin remained silent and continued speaking. He also felt it was unfair, but their tactics were more complicated than this. They even invited the previous champion to be the spokesperson. That's the real key to attracting customers. Most customers will be easily attracted, and I predict the entire city's customers have already been lured by them. I refused immediately. No, we can't let it happen, or we should also use tricks like them. Tabin suddenly had an idea. If we're going to do it, let's go all out and make a big move. We'll send each champion. The latest news on the search bar, the little starlet bringing the city the championship title, and the pet store ranking in the top 10 of the city. Everyone was talking excitedly, saying that Xiao Daoqi had already started to get nominated, even for the top spot. And since there are so many people over at Fei Fan, with only 3 nomination slots, it's better to try their luck with Xiao Daoqi. That's right, Fei Fan has too many people. I probably won't even get a chance to compete. Someone angrily slammed the table. Where did this shabby store come from? They stood up annoyed to voice their opinion, even proposing the top position. This is clearly provoking us. President Liu, I will teach them a lesson. President Liu, do we need to allocate more quotas to keep our customers? Liu Yan raised her hand and said, sit down everyone, there's no need to compete with a bunch of clowns. Aren't they trying to become famous? Use public relations to force them to reveal information about the nominee, then leak it. He smiled cruelly and continued, tell everyone that their store and the strength of the nominee are being maliciously promoted. The more extreme, the more enemies they make, the better, so they turn from innocent to guilty and become targets of attack. They burst into loud laughter, marveling, Liu is truly clever. Without even killing anyone, we haven't spent a single soldier or weapon. As long as that person fails, the store will naturally collapse. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Liu is basically telling them they won't even have a place to stand in Longjiang later on. Ha ha ha, even the Chao family estate is discussing this topic. Interesting, very interesting. This pet shop called Tiu Daoqi somehow dares to nominate the champion, and the elders of Chaojia are discussing it openly, hearing rumors online that the owner claims to train 1 rank higher in a day. My subordinates have countless titles. Just 1 finger is enough to kill a legendary expert. Tian Xiao stroked his beard and said gravely, this little pet shop is really bold. Daring to compete for business with the Liu family, they truly don't regard the 4 great clans as anything. Chu Kei said, we have fought against the Liu family for many years, and now is the perfect opportunity to weaken their power and ensure they are removed from the 4 great clans. At the same time, loud shouts came from the Liu family estate. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Who is behind this little beauty, and what backing do they have? Someone kneels respectfully and reports, Sir, the shop owner Mr. To is a senior instructor at Fengshan Academy and has no special background. The elders of Liu family say to each other, Tu is not involved in the main affairs Muktan. Liu's 4 great clans are not like small families such as Diep Chao. Clan leader, I heard that Lord Yuan went there and was carried back, and he still hasn't taken a step out of Yuan Mansion. Are you saying that legendary Yuan Darren really went through that? Is this true? That person continued. The matter involving Cap Tree and Key's honor has already been secretly dealt with. Even unrelated witnesses have been silenced. If it weren't for the Poison King saying he personally carried him back, I still wouldn't know anything to this day. Tiantong warned seriously that this must not be leaked out. Before uncovering the true nature of that little fire spirit, don't provoke him. Let's just observe quietly for now. A few days later, in front of the little pet shop, a screen displayed the top contenders for the championship. The leader in spending, everyone who saw this news was stunned. What to select the champion? Hua Kuang, the 3rd-year battle god battle beast Tamer, suddenly spoke up. Master, you're not joking, are you? Are you serious or are you just joking? He asked. So, the person chosen is Ling Yue, who has the same question as you. Yes, are you really planning to do what the advertisement claims? To have the customer top the spending list? The boy said quietly, no, that's just a marketing trick to attract customers. He thought that if he appointed an outsider, there would be too many uncertain factors that could directly affect the future of the young apprentice, so there must be no mistakes. Tabin continued to think, therefore he had to choose someone he trusted. He still wondered and asked, but could false advertising backfire? The boy sighed. How could that be? For example, If I nominate you, as long as you put in more money than others, sitting firmly at the top spot should be easy, right? Hua Kwang said teasingly with a confident smirk. This is a piece of cake for me. Lang Nuiet also confidently patted her chest to assert. Brother, I want to be number one. I am determined. No matter how tough the training is, I can endure it. Train me, okay? He was surprised to call her little master. Seeing them so heated, Tabin quickly cooled things down. Don't cause trouble. Being nominated for the championship isn't that easy either. With the inheritance from Elder 2 and the addition of the Silver Star, the Moon Dragon. As long as you step onto the stage one by one, being in the top 10 is not a problem. She suddenly seemed to realize something. A top 10 ranking is still not enough for me. I want to become stronger quickly and catch up with you. She begins to analyze. Where you can't see, you must have gone through a lot of hard training to achieve the strength you have today. Therefore, if things continue as they are, you definitely won't be able to become as strong as me. From the perspective of an older brother and a mentor like Tabin, just entering your first year at the Beast Taming Academy and managing to rank in the top 10 in the elite competition is already a promising start. What are you rushing for? Being nominated as champion means the whole city will see you as an enemy. You stand up and say seriously, the rival stores from the 4 great clans will definitely use dangerous tricks. When that happens, strangers and even your old friends will no longer look at you the same way. Tabin continued speaking, but at that moment, Lang Nuiet straightened up and braced herself, ready to sacrifice herself. Everything he mentioned about becoming a battle beast she had already considered. She then added, the day my mother and I fainted was already stepping into danger. The instinct of a beast tamer is very sharp. Ling Yue firmly believes that you have been secretly protecting us from behind. Lang Nuiet stood firm and confident. I am not a child who only knows to stand behind and wait to be protected. This opportunity cannot be given to others. I also want to protect those around me. Since being tough didn't work, you decided to soften up, so you must have thought it through. Suddenly, a loud shout, "Pay up," appeared along with a system notification showing that someone maliciously blackened the store, temporarily assigning a mission to restore the store's reputation and eliminate the culprit. Reward for the mission, a legendary pet training skill book. Punishment if failed. The host's points will decrease by 5. The mission deadline is 24 hours, and refusal is not allowed. Tabin was surprised by the kill system's attitude. It was the first time seeing it react so fiercely. What happened outside? Outside, Sunku was furious and slammed the table. This shop's nurturing of my divine pet has failed. Not only has my strength decreased, but my lifespan is also running out. I still have the contract in my hand. Don't even think about covering it up. People around are whispering, could it be that the training went wrong because they gave the wrong medicine out of haste? The speed at which Boss 2 nurtures and spoils is always very fast. I actually suspected this store's speed a long time ago. I don't know if it's because of the stimulant drugs. Could the failure in nurturing be caused by the... This is really too much. I've always kept her here and nothing ever happened. You're just lucky. Where's the boss? Come out here quickly and give me an explanation. Everyone is still making noise louder than a market. That's right, raising someone else's pet and spoiling them without explanation. Are you planning to run away? No way. I spent quite a lot of money just to be nominated as the champion. Pay up! He seems to have achieved his goal, so he's laughing. Ha ha ha. Anna stepped forward and stomped her foot down to threaten. She suddenly unleashed her power and shouted loudly, causing them all to fall to the ground silently. Yes! Tukao tremblingly pointed at her. Are you planning to bully people with your strength? I want to call the police to shut down your shop. Tabin stepped forward to stop her. Anna stops and respectfully replies, Yes, you said I am the shop owner. What did you just say? He uses his power to summon the demon beast. Yeah, take a look yourself. A severely injured demon beast appears, and he says, It's your good deed. Tabin asked, Your name is Ton Ko. Yes, you continue, he said. You brought the spirit beast to our place for training the other day and took it away yesterday. You hold up the paper for him to see, and we still have your signature on the spiritual pet acceptance form. You're not at fault, right? Ton Kao irritably said, I am the one who argued stubbornly. So what? Don't think you can use this to deceive me. He started adding fuel to the fire. My luminous lake spirit only started showing symptom after I got a new home. Don't worry, let me check your pet's spirit essence first, he said irritably. Suit yourself. Use your appraisal spell. The screen displays information that the Spirit Lake's pet attribute is an ice element. Level 6 Thunder, combat power Level 4 lower position, poor talent, proficient in skills, with abilities such as lightning discharge, thunderbolt, lightning cloak, ice drilling spell, and obedient nature, making it one of the few lake clan species with loyalty traits that protect its owner.
You also realize that, as he said, the combat power has decreased significantly, but these spots don't seem to be caused by illness. Instead, they look more like poisoning.
Tabin turned to Anna and asked, "Do you know healing techniques?" She nodded and replied, "A little." Takao still shook his head and said, "I've already been to the pet hospital in the city center for a checkup."
Don't pretend anymore, the doctor said. This is a mutation caused by reckless training and drug abuse. Don't talk about treatment now or you'll barely have time to finish your sentence before Anna slaps you in the face. ID. Be quiet, get out of the way.
He covered his face and said, "How dare you hit me?" Anna began using healing magic. The Aurora Spirit Lake is starting to wake up. Oh, the Prism Lake stands up so she can pat its head. Good boy, everyone is excited to see that. Look away quickly. It's incredible. Just now, the Kuk Kwang Lin Ho was so weakened, but now it's standing up. In just a moment, it was already healed. The system has updated its new status. The Cosmic Aurora Spirit Lake is a 6th rank ice and lightning element, a pet with a mid-tier 7th combat power, possessing basic skills, lightning beam attack, thunder cloak, and ice drilling techniques. Impressed by its strength, not only did it dispel poison, but it also raised its innate talent by a level. The ultra-bright Spirit Lake licked Ton Kao's face. Huh? Tabin looked at him coldly and said, "Huh. If you've finished healing it, then I won't pursue the matter anymore. I guess I was rude just now." Tonkao just turned around and called the spirit beast, the Aurora Spirit Lake, to come, but was suddenly pulled back by Tabin's arm. The boy sternly told him, "Don't rush. Our store still has the next healing service. Please follow me to the first floor." He was knocked into the wall by Tobin and shouted out loud, "You start questioning." The first reaction upon seeing the divine pet healed is not to relax, but to become tense, indicating that the chaos you caused was not just about the divine pet. "Who sent you here?" Takao nervously denied and pushed away. "What are you talking about? Who sent you?" "I don't understand what you're saying. Let me go now or I'll call the police." He uses his power to make him and the Aurora Spirit Lake rise up. It seems he hasn't suffered at all. "You're not planning to speak up, are you?" Ton Kao unexpectedly reveals. "It's the Feng Hao level." The boy frowned slightly and continued with a gentle smile. "If I remember correctly, stealing a title of honor seems to give the power to kill offenders without guilt. Can someone truly be innocent?" "I haven't tried it myself yet. Do you want to give it a try?" He trembled in fear upon hearing that. "I said it was the Liu family." Tabin didn't quite understand and asked again, "The Liu family? Is the Liu family behind that extraordinary pet shop? Be more specific." He calmly recounted, "My pet was accidentally injured during a match yesterday and needs a large sum of money for treatment before the elite tournament begins. Then Liu family's people came to find me, saying they would cover my treatment costs if they blamed it on you." Tabin asked further, "What is the name of the person who ordered you? What does he look like?" He panting replied, "I can't tell because the opponent was wearing a mask and I couldn't see his face clearly." You whisper to Anna, "Do you have mind-reading magic?" I can assure you our divine race has never used such despicable methods. He raised 2 fingers, 2 points, and she said, "Hasn't he already confessed? Don't worry, he's lying to you." Tabin expressed his suspicion. "He's not wrong. His declaration was too smooth, and the reasons and consequences were too detailed, as if they had been arranged in advance. If the extraordinary pet shop really uses such petty tricks, once reversed, they will be the ones to suffer losses." Anna then stood in front of him. He covered his face in fear. What does she want to do? "Kuk Kwang Lin Ho, save me." The cosmic light, Spirit Lake, immediately unleashed magic, but she blocked it. She used her spiritual power to scan his soul, and Anna read what was inside his mind. "The training results are excellent. It will definitely secure a good ranking in the tournament. Where do you want to go?" Ton Kao believes you should have paid off the principal and interest to the Chu family already, so can we have a 1-month extension? I'm waiting to get my prize money from the tournament. Don't talk too much. This is level 9 black hell venom. Just inject it into your pet and then blame the Liu family. Our debt will be wiped out. Ton Kao looked at Kim Team with a trembling voice. "But I heard that this poison causes the whole body to ulcerate and suffer before death, and there's no cure for it. The Chu family's people are trying to persuade him now. Isn't it just a 6th level divine beast? If you frame me successfully, I will reward you with an 8th level bloodline." Ton Kao seemed to be enchanted and approached the pet. 8th level bloodline? I'm sorry? Kuk Kwang Lin Ho. Hearing that, To Bin, furious, gritted his teeth and strangled him. "You're really damnable," Takao begged in fear. Cough, cough, I was also forced into this. I had no choice but to do it. Please, forgive me. The polar Aurora spirit saw its master being beaten and howled fiercely, then lunged to bite down hard on your hand. Takao begged in fear, as if for its sake. Please forgive me this once. I will definitely treat it well in the future. It can't live without me.
You call Chow Anna. This is Tubin's order. Give me 2 points to break their contract. Use your power to transform into a weapon and attack.
Yes, the Aurora Spirit Lake is biting your hand hard. It suddenly realized and let go of your arm. Seeing that, he struggled to hold on to the pet. The Aurora Spirit Lake turned back. I am your master. Come back quickly. Tubin's temper is hotter than 90-degree alcohol, scolding. You no longer deserve to be its master, trash. Tonkao trembled with fear. He didn't want to. Boss To, please don't kill me. You pull him up into the sky.
Kill him. I refuse to dirty my hands. You use your strength to send the 2 of them soaring into the sky.
Everyone saw this and said, look quickly. That is Tubin holding his clothes and flying with his 3 pets to the troublemaker.
Level of honor. May I ask the esteemed master of this expert, what brings you to Chu Mansion?
He coldly orders them to bring out your clan leader, the owner of the small dagger, as he has a matter to discuss.
The subordinates respectfully reply, this senior requests you to stop. We have reported to the clan leader. Please wait a moment.
Tubin sternly said, I don't have that much patience, and then ordered the hell prison bamboo dragon beast. It roared loudly and flew away. Roar! The dragon beast flies straight to the barrier created by those people. It is the Chu King Army, the Black Tortoise Formation, one of the 4 great formations of Chujia. Because 32 Chu Vuong generals with combat power of level 8 or higher formed a defense capable of resisting level 9 mid-tier attacks, suddenly a scream was heard and the enemy retreated. Tubin saw
They were still pretending not to hear and emphasized again, I want to see your clan leader. Can't you hear me? The level 9 king-class warrior leader standing in front of everyone confidently shouted, Hoduox, is the clan leader someone you can meet just because you want to?
Unannounced, even if you're at the peak rank, you won't get in. Being underestimated makes you extremely uncomfortable. If you won't meet me after calling, then I can only knock on the door. Tubin cast a spell, unleashing the second strike of the demon-suppressing Divine Fist, creating a deadly golden energy wave. Next is the Demon Resurrection. The energy instantly condenses into a shadow that rushes straight into the formation. They are alarmed? What kind of martial art is that? This is not the aura of an ordinary rank honor expert. Vuong Quan began to gather his strength. Everyone fought to hold on for me. Thoidya Trem, he still struggles to create the barrier. He's only at the level of a wind rank. He definitely cannot break the Huiyin Vu Hong Ho battle formation with a single strike. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind spat blood. How can Vuong Quan keep going? His strength shows no sign of weakening at all. Does he really intend to level the Chu family to the ground? Where did the 2 people come from to jump down and land beside him?
King General respectfully said, Guardian Master, Guangjia and Chuji then circulated their energy and said, better to kill Vin than to shame him alive. Use your strength.
Huiyin Vu violently breaks the formation, shattering the array completely. He still kneels there, thanking the Guardian for stepping in. Tianxiao criticizes, Chu King military is formed from the elite disciples of my Chu family, and the minimum requirement for selection is a 7th level beast tamer. Since when did they become so incompetent that they even need to rely on my left and right guardians? He respectfully bowed his head, admitting his failure to catch the thief, and asked the clan leader for permission to fight off the thief and redeem himself. Tubin and the loyal beast descended and asked, You are the clan leader of the Chu family, so you want to settle the score right now. Then this is easy to settle. Your people set up a trap to harm my shop. Hand them over here. Guangzhou angrily raised his hand, brazenly daring to offend my residents, slander without proof, and even dared to give orders to the clan leader. Chu Kei stepped in and added, huffing alone as he charged in here, still demanding people.
He summoned the Chaos Beast, the 9th-tier middle-level battle beast, and then shouted for death.
Then he ordered Commander Chu to deploy all forces, leaving his remains nothing but bones. Tormenting them, Tubin despised these rotten family clans. No matter how many of them rise, it's all useless. Guang Ta, with his hand channeling energy and a crooked mouth, said, A frog at the bottom of a well, let me broaden your horizons. He shouted, Set the formation. Everyone respectfully responded in unison. Then they began to arrange the formation, each taking their position, as the blue lights gradually took shape into a dragon's head. The image becomes clearer, revealing a green dragon carrying a sword with ancient inscriptions on the sky. The Azure Dragon Formation. Tubin smirked and sighed. So it's actually a dragon? Chief Chu, are you sure you want to continue protecting the criminal? Tian Xiao asked coldly, stroking his beard. Huh. Even in death, you're still arrogant. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now, but no one knows that in his mind he's secretly calculating that the gap within the 9th level is enormous,
comparable to from level 1 to 9. For a top-tier 9th level expert, fighting a lower-tier 9th level is like a 3rd level, fighting a 9th level. The old man analyzed like a seasoned veteran, estimating your combat power at most as a top-tier 9th level, while the combat strength of the Azure Dragon Chu Tian formation. Tubin immediately seized the stage of the extreme 9th level, half a step to the king rank, even comparable to the Sword Saint vying for dominance. He called out his 2 pets, the Inferno Bamboo Dragon Beast and the Dark Abyss Hound. Following orders, they charged out at full speed. Tubin confidently commanded them to show their exceptional skills. His 2 demonic beasts charged toward its source of power. Thundercloud trembled with fear. Save me. Chuka was suddenly at a loss for words. What? The Thanlong technique is equivalent to a level 9 ultimate attack, but it was blocked. What kind of freakish defense is this? He closed his eyes and said, "Forget it, I didn't come here to preach to you anyway. Where did this little dry corpse come from and run over?" But unexpectedly, the little skeleton was very fierce and shot up into the sky. Tian Xiao was still confused. What is this little skull trying to do with its broken teeth? I won't keep the old man waiting long. It raises its sword to perform the dragon slay. Tian Xiao was stunned and said, "Dragon slay, this is bad. It's an extremely rare move that counters dragons." The old man hesitated slightly, as this dry skeleton couldn't be underestimated, then raised his hand to channel energy and create the fire-immersed vermilion bird armor. Ko Lao's tramlong pierced through the armor, shattering it into many pieces. Tubin is pleased with himself, only now remembering about the broadcast. It's too late. Little Ko Lao charged forward fiercely, striking again, and a bright flash immediately erupted, completely destroying the fire-absorbing armor of the vermilion bird, causing Tian Tian to vomit blood. He suddenly said, "So easily finished with a single sword." Guangzhou was injured at this moment and asked worriedly, "Big brother, are you okay?" Chu Ji, standing nearby, angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, I only wanted to lure the little girl into the shop and stab Li Liu in the back. How did I end up bringing trouble on myself?" Clearly, each person in the chain had their important memories erased by my spiritual power, and even the video footage was not saved. In the end, where did he find it? Tubin, standing above, calmly asks the old man again, "Do you still intend to cover up?" At this moment, Chief Tian Tiu surrenders and gives the order, "All right, where's this person I want? Bring those people up here." The old man's face darkened, and Tian Xiao felt helpless inside, thinking, what's the point of borrowing a sword to kill someone? This isn't borrowing a sword, it's clearly Sun God Slayer, and what's more, he's coming straight at us. The Quan Chu family has suffered more than half casualties, their ancestral home destroyed, 4 Fengshan tier experts wounded, and these losses far outweigh any potential gains. At this point, there is no choice but to compromise and finish the matter. Another disciple arrived to report that the elder had already brought the clan leader here as you requested. At his feet, the trembling people begged, "Please don't kill me, give me a chance." Tian Xiao frowned painfully. "These wicked beings have already overstepped their bounds. Please, your majesty, do not punish him." Tubin hovered in the air, dropping Tong Kao to the ground as he ordered to check if anyone else was missing. He was thrown down, crying out in pain. "Ah!" He looked at them in confusion. "I don't know them." They all answered the same as him. "I've never seen this person before." "Exactly. Who is he?" Tubin thought grimly. Everyone said they didn't recognize him. Clearly, these guys are the 3 who appeared in Tong Kao's memory, unless their memories have already been tampered with. Chu Ji stood to the side, watching them silently, thinking that he had sent many groups of people, assigning tasks layer by layer, to erase all traces of the Shang family that had been embedded in their memories. It seems these important memories are not being restored. He smiled smugly, thinking that this young man probably used a secret treasure to search through Tong Kao's sea of consciousness, seeing some remaining fragments, but based on his knowledge, such a powerful treasure either consumes a huge amount of energy or has strict limitations on how many times he can use it, preventing him from finding himself through them. A strand of Tobin's rope shot out, piercing through their necks. They cried out in pain. The young man said coldly, "Captain, these guys are just a small part of the iceberg. Don't think you can fool me. I'll say it one last time. Hand over everyone involved in this entire matter. Smear my shop's reputation and wash it away with blood." What is Chu Kei suddenly thinking? How can he be so sure of that? Tian Xiao nervously said, Actually, some people are still on their way. Please don't be angry." Then the old man waved his hand and ordered his subordinates. "Who's them?" The people nearby immediately obeyed. 8 of them were captured and knelt on the ground. They begged for mercy, pleading for you to forgive them. "I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Xie Qiangjia forgives and spares them.
Tian Xiao tells you these are all the greedy ones. Please handle it, Tabin thought to himself. To be fair, among these people, except for the culprit, the crimes are not really deserving of death. But this time I came here, besides completing the system's mission, there is an even more important goal. Lu. He closed his eyes, thoughts racing in his mind, because he couldn't afford to be soft anymore to prevent such things from happening again. A series of bloody sounds echoed. Having killed so many people, he's probably furious now, and at last I can send this god of slaughter to his death. Little Skull, the system screen displays a notification that all the mission executors are dead, but the main culprit is still alive. There are 20 minutes remaining. Tabin lowers his eyes and calls out to Little Skull. Little Dry Skull leapt up and swung his sword, instantly creating a deep cut in the ground. In a flash, his master's mansion was ruthlessly destroyed. Quanta shouted angrily, "Why did you destroy my family's ancestral hall when all the people involved have already been handed over to you? That's just too unreasonable." Tabin glanced at him and said coldly, "I never said I was here to reason with you. Besides, you never handed over the mastermind behind this, so I can only eliminate them one by one." Black Dragon appears behind you, and Tabin without mercy says, "Then start with your clan leader." Thien Tiu frantically waves his hands. "No, no." The old man's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Damn it, losing the left guardian is like losing an arm for the Chu family." Now, to protect his left arm, his whole body is paralyzed. Tian Xiao whispered. Chu Jai stepped forward. Chu Ke was stunned by the hint. Bin glanced at him coldly and said, "The main culprit is you. Do you have anything else to say?" He was so angry he burst out laughing. "Ha ha. Is there really such a thing in this world that a small shop's shame can cause the entire family to face such disaster?" Chu Ke pointed at Ton Kao and shouted angrily, "I have dedicated my whole life to the Chu family, and I consider nothing to be lacking. If it weren't for you, my perfect plan would never have been exposed." The old man raised his hand to move forward, shouting loudly, "I am dead, and you must follow me to the grave." Chu Ke rushed at Ton Kao and stabbed into his chest, blood immediately gushing out. Xiao Do Lu from behind struck a ruthless sword, and Chu Ke cried out in pain. Burn the hellish bamboo dragon beast completely." A fire flared up, burning Chu Ke, and he cried out in pain. Quang Ta and the others thought in fear, "It's terrifying. I'm lucky not to have been involved in this." Tian Xiao was no exception. The old man was stunned, thinking that in the future, the path where the small peach blossom shop was located would be declared a forbidden zone by the Chu family, and he must never provoke this person again. This powerful expert at this point respectfully bowed his head and said, "The matters related to your store's reputation and those involved have been handed over to you. Please hold your anger." Tabin crossed his arms and replied, "It's not over yet. I've only dealt with the evildoers, but those who still negatively impact the store remain. The Chu family must issue a citywide announcement to admit everything, clear my shop's name, and compensate for the delay of a morning." The old man outwardly carefully agreed to your request. Of course. The apology notice will be handled by this old man himself." Inside, the old man was furious, thinking that based on the online rumors about the young lady's store owner being a martial arts legend with extraordinary skills, it was not just gossip, but the truth. If this old man discovered who spread the rumors, he would definitely expose him. Tabin smiled and raised a finger, saying, "I want no more than a set of divine treasures to train my beast Tamer." His eyes flickered slightly, the level that your family nurtures the young master to. Tian Xiao was stunned and said, "What?" Inside his heart, the old man thought that the young master was the first heir of the family, and in order to cultivate the young master's talent to a level that could surpass the previous head, these were the best resources the family controlled. He disagreed, thinking that if they handed over these resources, the Chu family would never be able to develop further in this lifetime. "Are you trying to treat us like raising pigs?" Tabin's mouth curled up, and he said, "You could say that, but there's one thing you're probably not paying attention to." I calmly told the old man that even if it's a pig, I am confident I can push it into the position of clan leader. The people below, hearing this, angrily retorted, "You dare compare a pig to our clan leader? Soldiers may die but cannot be humiliated. If you want to fight us, we will respond." Tian Xiao stepped forward and shouted, "Shut up! Are you all forgetting? The dried meat that he brought, although oddly shaped, is only a first-level bloodline divine beast." Remembering the destruction of the little skull, the old man continued, "This first-level bloodline divine beast revealed its strength and aura of a king beast under his tactics." Thien Tiu hesitated, saying even pigs can be raised to level 9 supreme position. From the old man's perspective, it's probably not an example. Hearing these words from the old man, they couldn't help but be stunned. Tabin didn't turn around and continued,
Truly worthy of being the clan leader, that's right. If you cooperate with me, I can nurture super powerful divine pets for you and provide rare pet food at a price much lower than market value.
Then he glanced at the old man and said with a smile, You've probably been craving a position in the 4 great clans for a long time, right?
To challenge the 4 great clans, you need a well-equipped army, and I am a merchant who can help you supply the firepower you need.
Hearing that, the old man was stunned and responded, Could your goal also be the 4 great clans? Tabin patted his shoulder, looked into the distance, and sat on the black dragon, overlooking the entire city from above, thinking that this entire city base would become my store. The next day, the loud voices of the crowd echoed with the conversation, revealing it was all a trick by the Chu family.
I told you there's nothing wrong with Boss Toe's shop, right? You're clearly just flattering him. I heard that my boss, in his anger, went to Chu's family and chopped their ancestral hall into 4 pieces, and now it's about to become the DN family's land.
Ha ha. Another person said, I didn't expect the online rumors about this store to all be true.
At first I thought it was just the Navy hyping it up, but it turns out the official announcement was from the party newspaper.
Mr. Toe doesn't play tricks, he only plays honestly. The store's reputation system screen has been restored, and I just retrieved the legendary level pet skill book. Tabin pressed the screen and said, Bring it out. Immediately, a fusion orb lit up. I wonder what it will be this time. The system notification says a soul beast fusion, as long as you temporarily fuse the spirit with your partner. You will gain all of its combat power, and each fusion allows you to temporarily acquire one of its skills. Tabin tremblingly held the object in his hand, stunned as he said, Fusion? A power that only legendary beast tamers can grasp, but now spirits can acquire it directly. This reward is quite tempting. I'm a bit worried about which pet to give such a terrifying skill book to.
Tabin pondered, if I give it to the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon, I could transform into a dragon warrior, breathe out dragon flame, and with dragon wings I could fly. Sounds pretty cool, yet I feel like rejecting it.
But I've long been used to using spiritual beasts that don't fly, and turning into a dragon is somewhat appealing. Tabin continued to choose, what if it's an abyssal dark dragon wolf? Ha! Using Bai Li Shu Hun's enhancement skill wouldn't be bad either. But then he suddenly remembered something and immediately gave up. The so-called dog soldier doesn't sound very promising. Tabin stood up and summoned a gap. You made the decision. Indeed, you're still the one best suited for this skill book. Go ahead and give the order. Immediately, a small skull stepped out from the gap. Tabin watched Ko Lao wildly swinging his sword on the floor and helplessly said, Boss, I didn't call you this time to cut people. Immediately, he shoved an item into its hand and said, For you. Tudo Lao immediately blushed and looked at him. Tabin was speechless. Yes, it's for you. Eat it quickly. It's very delicious. It immediately absorbed it. The screen shows the little skull and the book merging together. Tabin happily says, Battle power increased by 0.5 point. That's great. You rub its head softly, thinking that since the little skull absorbed the complete blood crystal, its appearance changed like that, and its combat power soared by 10 points. Remembering that moment, Tabin silently thought that from that point on, little Dolu could no longer level up through normal battles. Tudo Lao's 10 points of combat power are comparable to the top-tier pets on the highest floor of the Dragonbone platform, where in the second phase of King Beast level, strength is evenly matched, and victory ultimately depends on continuous resurrection. Last time, the combat power leader increased to 10.1. After entering the semi-divine realm and fighting multiple times against space bugs, and with Kiwana's help, it finally broke through to 11. I didn't expect this skill could directly increase Little Skull's combat power by 0.5. You happily said to the Little Skull, that's a legendary skill level. It's really powerful. Tabin checked the watch on his wrist and said, the chaos in the shop is finally over. Then he sent a message saying, Deep brother, I want to bring the 2 level 5 newcomers into the wilderness area for training. Please help me find a suitable one. You also said it's time to settle the issue of the champion. The scene shifts to the next day, and Huachuang wonders if the powerful expert talking with owner To is the same person who is now conversing with Tubin, a master of swordsmanship who has slain countless 9th-level ferocious beasts with his own strength and stands proudly at the peak of his rank. Dao Lord, the legendary leader. Tabin respectfully saluted Dao Lord Sr. and beckoned him over. Dao Sun follows Tabin, glances around, and says, Master, I haven't seen your shop for a few days and it looks more splendid than ever. I almost didn't recognize it. This time you called me here, you must be well prepared to learn the sword technique. Tabin replied, That's right, I wonder what kind of scene you find satisfactory. The two of them reached the system interface where Dao Ton selected the scene. The best swordsmanship setting is one with mountains and rivers. Tubin replied without hesitation and selected the scene. The teleportation gate opened to reveal a landscape with mountains and rivers. The waves crash repeatedly against the mountain cliffs, and upon entering, the demon lord is surprised by how realistic the scene is. How can this 3D image be so realistic I can even smell the salty sea air? Tubin replied modestly.
My humble skills are not worth mentioning. You can use this training ground without worry. Even if it gets damaged, it will be restored immediately.
He immediately drew his sword.
Not bad. Many people have tried to learn my swordsmanship before, but either their foundation was lacking or their comprehension was too low.
Master Tone, if you can control it, then please draw your sword. Tubin is ready to unleash his skill. All right, Senior Dao Ton. I am here. Tubin immediately summoned Little Skull to fight, and the system announced that a wild skull monster had appeared.
Dao Ton was a bit surprised by the appearance of Little Skull and said, "Don't let anyone think that this Little Skull is the one learning swordsmanship. Yes, I have to go out for a while and can't train it during this time. When I'm not here, you'll oversee it." At the same time, Tubing presented the Spirit Essence Fruit as a reward for the training. "Of course, I won't let you work for free. Please accept this."
The Spirit Essence Fruit was handed to Dao Ton, who took it with a slightly surprised and admiring look, as it can directly elevate the spiritual power of a Tier 9 beast tamer to a new realm. He held it in his hand, thinking that while it couldn't push a 9 guy to break through to a legendary level like himself, shortening the 2 years of cultivation was already quite good. More importantly, this item is extremely valuable to a beast tamer and cannot be bought with money. Without connections, even hundreds of millions might not get it. The Dao Lord then raised his sword, his gaze fixed intently. "But Mr. Toe, this is not about the payment. My Chaos Spirit Reversal Blade cannot be learned without a foundation of at least the 9th realm, and probably not even seen clearly without it." Tubin immediately ordered the Little Skull, which then soared into the sky. At this moment, the Little Skull transformed into a giant, unleashing a high-level sword technique that tore the sea apart, revealing what looked like the ocean floor. After executing the move, Tubin raised his hand to shield the falling water droplets and confidently said, "Dao Zun, the foundation of the Little Skull's skills is already clear to you, right?" Dao Zun was slightly stunned and replied, "Advanced sword techniques are the ultimate skill level that can increase strength by 60%, which can be considered as reaching the threshold of swordsmanship." Dao Ton looked a bit stunned by the attack just now from the Little Skull, which had only used beginner swordsmanship but already displayed such power, even though his unique skill, the Chaos Spiral Reversal Blade, could increase basic attack strength by 120%. If this Little Skull can learn everything by then, I really can't imagine how powerful it could become. Dao Zun immediately circulated his energy, releasing a bright yellow aura around him. My eyes are shining, hair standing on end, ready to teach the sword technique to the Little Skull. This foundation is enough. It can learn my swordsmanship, or rather, let me do my best to pass on my sword technique to this exceptional Little Skull. If I can't teach it today, I will really lose sleep over it." He raised his hand to throw the weapon, and it's a pity if such valuable promotional materials are not kept. The Sword Saint and Little Dry Skull charged at each other, releasing a fierce surge of energy with black lightning crackling around them. The swords of the Sword Saint glowed brightly as they moved around him. Seeing that scene, Tubing immediately took out his camera and called Xiaotong to quickly take some photos of their sword training to make into posters to hang in the shop. Xiaotong was startled when called. Then Tubin pointed and called out to To Langenguiet and Hua Kuang Sifu, "Everything in the shop is now arranged. Let's go explore the wilderness." Let's go. Tubin drives his spiked-covered vehicle, and inside the car, Hua Kuang marvels at Lang Nguyen. "Wow, this is a real war chariot." I heard my sister mention before that ordinary people doing reclamation can't even afford this kind of vehicle. You need to reach at least the level of Silver Pill to be qualified to buy it. No wonder the master rides this kind of car to the wilderness areas. It's really impressive. Tubin was driving and chatting. I asked a friend to recommend a place that's perfect for everyone. I didn't expect he would also think so carefully about even the vehicle, and everyone's excavation permits are all ready. Wait until later to take everyone to the abandoned base's warehouse to choose a suit of armor. Hua Kuang's eyes light up with excitement as he exclaims, "Battle armor." Lang Yu then asked Tubin where he had gone yesterday. "Are you a little worried? I heard online that you had a conflict with someone else but weren't hurt." Tubin replied, "It's just a major force called the Chu family. He wanted to provoke us into attacking another major force, the Lu family, so he could profit and then talk to them peacefully." Tubin calmly said, "Kill all the high-ranking officials involved along with their subordinates." Hua Kuang and Lang Nguyen's faces darkened, sweat breaking out on his forehead. "We've killed them.
The Chu family in our city is a major clan with reputation, yet it was so easy to deal with.
She wondered if it was because of the nomination for me. Tabin replied softly to comfort her. Foolish. Isn't there always a strongest martial artist? As we grow stronger, conflicts with old powers are inevitable.
That's something unavoidable and not your fault, so don't carry the burden of everything on your shoulders. It's just his own intention, and I never meant to drag you into it, Huaxuang asked innocently. So originally, the master decided the first place himself.
I am the shop owner, so winning the first place myself isn't as appealing as nurturing someone to take that spot. Again, the best part of being the champion is just a little hint for the beast tamers to reach legendary levels.
For most people, it's a great opportunity, but for me, it's not even worth a toothpick.
Huaquang scratched his head awkwardly. That's right. With the strength of my master, he's more than capable of participating in the King's Fall competition. In a Level B wilderness area, 4.3% of the exploration has been completed. The scene shows a 5th-ranked demon dog biting a person, with bloodied corpses scattered at its feet. Lang Nguyen and Huaquang are now lying in ambush on the cliff, and she anxiously says, "We just wait like this." Huaquang replied, "It's okay." The illusion beast unleashed a palm strike from its mouth directly at the target. Dark flame technique. The monster, showing anger, counterattacks by shooting out sharp spines. The attack hits the illusion flame beast and its shadow gradually disappears. At this moment, another tentacled monster with a cross on its body suddenly appears and charges forward. The illusory flame beast jumps up in panic and shoots out a tentacle that tightly wraps around the demon's leg. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Nguyen commanded, and the Huyen Diem Thu immediately unleashed fire at the monster, which roared in pain. Hey, after the attack just now, the monster with a battered body went berserk with red eyes, roared, and spines on its body shot toward the enemy. It suddenly leapt and charged toward where Lang Nguyen and Huaquang were standing. At this moment, Lang Nguyen has also activated her skill and is ready to fight, outlining her battle plan. We almost finished it off just now. The next move, you block for me. Lang Nguyen summoned the Silverbone Spirit Moon Dragon. It rushes forward to block the monster's attack. She summons a dragon from the portal behind her and strikes back at the creature. The 4th-rank enhancement grants Sharp Claws. A powerful strike directly hits the monster's head, causing it to fly off. Huaquang happily said, "Good, we've finally finished this." At that moment, Lang Nguyen, with a passionate gaze and still fully focused on the battle, suddenly froze, as if realizing something. Just as another Level 6 Triceratops-headed monster launched a powerful attack at Huaquang. Fortunately, Ling Yue realized in time and helped him avoid the Triceratops monster's attack, but the blow just now injured her back, and Huaquang hurriedly summoned his demon beast, "Little Master, Soul-Eating Beast." The soul-devouring beast immediately released a series of black fumes to obscure the aura. Huaquang led Lang Nguyen out of the black smoke. When they stepped out of the smoke, a long cut appeared on her back. He immediately asked Han, "Thanks earlier, that beast seems to be poisonous. Little senior sister, are you okay? Wasn't it just now that you also saved me once? Hoikot and Master Vuong just taught me advanced healing and detoxification techniques. This small wound just needs a boost of spiritual energy, and the back injury will gradually heal and close easily." Huaquang marvels with a humorous tone, "Little Nun is really impressive." Lang Nguyen responded with a tired, cold expression. "From now on, don't call me a senior sister. I'm already too old for this." At this moment, he realized the beast just now was calling for reinforcements. Oh, this is bad. That beast is calling for its allies. The aura hasn't dispersed yet, helping them stay hidden.
We can't find their whereabouts. Our advantage still remains.
Meanwhile, Tabin's figure was still watching their battle from above. He thought that when he came to the wilderness to endure some hardship, he would immediately cry and want to go home, but he had underestimated it. Meanwhile, Huaquang and Lang Nguyen are still working together in battle. Huaquang orders to maintain the spirit aura so the beast can absorb it and coordinate with my illusion beast to charge forward. Lang Nguyen agreed that I would let the beast devour the soul to maintain the aura. At this moment, Tabin was also quite surprised by his sister's ability. Upon closer inspection, Lang Nguyen's personality and cooperation skills are on par with any young master from a prestigious family. I initially thought of using Huaquang to help ease the pressure of the competition, but it seems I was overthinking. Huaquang and Lang Nguyen are still very focused on the battle. Lang Nguyen issues her next order, attack and defend. Huaquang responded affirmatively. Lang Nguyen issued the order. 4th stage of defensive enhancement. Tabin is still assessing her abilities. If Lang Nguyen truly has the chance to become the champion of this elite competition, she won't have to worry about her safety anymore in the future. Once I have trained them both to the level of a top expert, I can leave them at home. Rest assured, go out to the river. I heard that the Holy Light City base on the neighboring continent has a very developed nurturing master industry. I wonder what the scene will look like now. Below, the battle continues with the seamless coordination of the two. Huakong suddenly devoured the soul. Ling Yu continued, I will heal it. Huakong, you must not let the energy vanish. Huakong replied, no problem, leave it to me. At this point, it seems the battle has ended, and the monster's corpse lies sprawled on the ground. Huakong hands Ling Yue a bottle of medicine, but she hesitates to accept it. It is a high-effect restorative medicine. I remember it was very expensive. He chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha, don't be polite. If it weren't for your healing techniques, I'm afraid my beloved would have died several times. Tabin approached the two of them. Let's stop here for today and rest. Huakong and Lang Nguyen are still eager to continue training.
Master, I feel like I can keep fighting. My brothers aren't tired either and want to take down a few more fierce enemies.
The two are ready for the next battle.
Lang Nguyen excitedly said, I've never been addicted to fighting before. Let us continue to fight. I want to save money to take the Silver Star Moon Dragon to the shop for training to improve the top spender ranking.
Tabin agreed for them to continue training.
All right, let's proceed at everyone's pace.
At the Wilderness Base Camp, a group is gathering to collect merit points. The surrounding area is filled with the corpses of successfully collected monsters. Person number 09 didn't come forward to claim their points yet. Tu Hao was excited that he had finished collecting his contribution points and was very curious about how many points he had accumulated. How many points do I have now? The collector announces that Tu Hao has accumulated 1,280 merit points. I was stunned. I didn't think I had such a low score when I had hunted so many beasts. What? I killed many fierce beasts, but only got a few points. The collector then explained how the merit points for Tu Hao are calculated. The points for hunting monsters are based on their value. Level 1 monsters are worth 10 points. Level 2, monsters yield 50 points. Level 3 gives 100. Level 4 grants 1,000. Level 5 offers 10,000. Level 6 provides 100,000. And Level 7 awards 500,000. They explained while mocking, and your highest level monsters are only at level 4, but just returning here alone makes you much stronger than most people. Ha ha, youth is for training, ha ha. The next group is called in. Next is the Da Lang Combat Team, with 64 members registered and a total of 172,540 contribution points. The group was very surprised when they heard this number, unable to believe they had earned such a high score. Over 1 million contribution points. Is that the amount one guild can kill? The collector then asked about how to divide the points they had gathered. How do you want to split the merit points? Team 1 gets 100,000 each. Team 2 gets 20,000, and the trainees get 5,000. Tu Hao is really annoyed right now. Damn it, I was the only one to charge in half dead and barely got over 1,000 contributions. A mixed combat team with a few weaklings can also earn 5,000. Only a fool would go in alone. I also want to join the combat team. The reward collector calls the next person to tally the points. They have defeated the monsters. Next up, 09109. 20983. The 3 registration numbers. Seeing the score on the screen, the collector was stunned, sweat running down his cheeks as if he couldn't believe the number. It turns out that the merit points came from Tabin's group, which had many monster corpses. They collected a huge amount of points with only 3 people, 2,567,200 points. At this moment, the Da Lang Combat Team and Tu Hao were both very surprised by the points collected by Tobin's group, with over 2 million merits divided among 3 people. So each person gets nearly 700,000 points. The collector asked about how Tabin's group wanted to divide the points. May I ask how you want to divide the merit points? Tabin pointed at Lang Nguyen and told those two everything. I won't fight. You ask for their opinion, what do you all think? Half each is fine. Huaquang scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha. The master still gives most of the credit to Tulang Nguyen. She has saved my son quite a few times, and Ling Yue agreed to split the points equally. I just did what I had to do. Each person getting half is fine. At this moment, a group of dissatisfied people shouted loudly about the points they had collected, refusing to accept them. Why did we only get so few contribution points? They all shouted in protest against the scorer's point calculation. With so many kills this time, they should have earned hundreds of thousands of merit points. That's right. It's unfair that we only got 5,000 merit points each. At this moment, Tahak remained silent, and the girl beside her asked in frustration, Tahak, why aren't you saying anything? Are you willing to let your efforts over the past few days only earn you a little merit? Not much.
just enough to buy a few secret treasures. How can I buy training supplies with this? The leader of the Dalang battle team stepped forward and shouted loudly. Everyone around had to cover their ears at that powerful shout.
Ah! 2 of our Dalang team members are sarcastically chatting about those with fewer points.
This time, the newcomers don't know the rules at all. For their first participation, they will go with the extended training team to broaden their horizons. If they want more credit, sticking to the team leader's side is fine, but we won't take all the credit away.
The team members immediately protested fiercely,
clinging to their claim that as students they might not understand everything and could cause some trouble for the team, but it was never life-threatening.
But the level 8 fierce DM Long Tuong was killed by Sister Toe's Thunderbolt Guardian. How can you share the credit with others?
Yes, we also killed a few level 5 and level 6 monsters, so the credit isn't deserved by us.
That's right, we want to claim our merits. Lang Nguyen saw that Bot Bin seemed to want to speak up for him. Tu Bin then gestured and said,
"Wait, don't judge too quickly. Be careful and listen to the rest of the story."
"Keep listening." The group was still arguing loudly. "Newcomer, don't think you're impressive just because you've killed a few monsters." "What? Killing monsters and earning merits shouldn't be something extraordinary, right?" The team leader now spoke up to defend Bin and Team 2.
"If it comes to killing fierce beasts, those 2 are much more experienced. There's no way they can't handle a few of those. This harvest is plentiful, and the rewards are considerable." The team leader shouted angrily, "But don't forget how you will return."
He started talking about the effort they put in, scouting, commanding, healing, and supporting. "Have you done anything yet?" At this moment, the expressions of the trainees fell silent in response to this statement.
The team leader crossed his arms and presented sharp theories. "If you want to join the combat team, we will naturally ensure your safety. Even when you get injured, you'll have to pay a large compensation. But in return, we won't fight on your behalf.
The credits you earn must also be shared among team members." He loudly scolded the members complaining about receiving too few points.
"If you're not satisfied with this amount,
next time you can go in and tell them yourselves. Everything has its price." Mat Lang Nguyen carefully considered Captain Da Lang's words. Tu Bin glanced at her, thinking that although Loi Lak Fong Han's actions weren't necessarily bad, her true strength could easily shake her confidence. "Joining this will also help you train more. Why are you just standing there dawdling when you should be urging him to move? The path we take is much harder than theirs. Hurry up and claim your credit, then head back to the shop. There's only 1 month left to prepare, and every week I'll bring you 2 here to earn money.
Whether you can reach the top or not depends on your abilities."
Ling Yu replied cheerfully, Back at the shop, she has changed into a new outfit and is talking about her magical beast. Hua Kwang has also packed up his goods and his cart. The scene now shifts back to the battle between Tu Lang Nguyet and Hua Kwang in the B-rank wilderness, with Tu Bin Yu standing above them directing the strategy. At this moment, the system panel displays the small excavation team's expense chart with the current positions. 7. Deep Tao, 8. Luk An Phi, 9. Tu Kwang, 10. To Lang Nguyet. The scene shifts back to the previous battle, surrounded by many monsters. The small Dao Chi expenditure table updates the positions again, with 4 Bao Tin chapters. 5 Tulang and Guyet, 6 Tu Kwong, and a monster split in half by an attack. Returning to the present, Tabin stands in front of the small Daochi expenditure table to announce the next program. Today is the day the fee list for the store ends, the champion recruitment. At this moment, the scene shifts to a place where a person stands with folded arms, sneering and saying, "Finally, I've secured you." I want everyone's gossip about this person to spread throughout Longjiang City. That soft persimmon won't do anything to you. I refuse to believe the 4 great clans can't bring you down. The scene shifts to a place where only 2 shadows kneel and report to the clan leader. Can the top-ranked yet unproven individual withstand 2 moves? The leaderboard appears, and those 2 are still talking. Clan leader, if I face this person, their current target seems to be Ling Yue, the top champion of the elite tournament, announcing Tu Lang Nguyet. The question is whether it's okay to kill him immediately, no problem. The host on the big screen starts announcing the 52nd Global Elite Tournament. Longjiang, the city of the qualifying arena. The scene shifts to the arena of the 52nd Global Elite Tournament as the referee's whistle sounds. The official qualifying round begins now as the audience below the stands cheers and urges the competitors on. Hurry up and get on the stage, I'm not waiting any longer. That's right, let's see blood flow like a river. The MC sensed the excitement and anticipation of the audience, and without hesitation, agreed to start the match. He also recognized their passion for this game and quickly invited the players onto the field. MC Thoy explains to the audience that due to the large number of participants, the preliminary round will consist of 30 matches happening simultaneously. The first contestant to step forward is Talang Nguyen, a beast tamer from Phuong Son Academy. The other contestants also gradually appeared. Jianfeng from Latan Tian Academy, a disciple of the Dung family and the Guo family, the MC estimates that today there are up to 1,000 participants. He doesn't hesitate, immediately opens the gate, and activates the energy on the screen. Next, the theme of this round is announced. The first round's theme is a command, opening a container lid, and a swarm of insects escapes from the opening. According to the MC, the theme of this round is to fight against 7 venomous bees. The contestants gradually recognize these insects. A contestant speaks up, and that is the unpredictable, fierce, and deadly 5th-level demon bee. The host listens carefully to the contestant's detailed explanation and confidently affirms, "That's right. The theme of the tournament is surviving among the swarm of bees whose venom can paralyze them." With only 6 hours, the contestants immediately fled upon seeing the deadly bees. Someone was running and crying, how could they endure for 6 hours against a swarm of level 5 demon killer bees? Others also voiced their discontent, even when signing the death certificate. They shouldn't joke like that. The remaining ones were even more panicked. This isn't a competition, it's to select the 1,000 lucky players and the rest will die. He was so terrified he started calling for his mother. "Mom, I won't be coming home for the new year." The MC, observing the situation, saw the contestants all fleeing with their groups and started urging them on. "Contestants, summon your spirit beasts." Vice Principal Dongming Song from Fengshan is also watching this round. He observed while stroking his beard, showing complete confidence. This competition is much more difficult than previous ones, but for Latan Tian, it's probably just a walk in the park. The vice principal looked at Feng Chu Yun Tian sitting in the same row and sighed. Diep Hao, whom he carefully nurtured, is no less impressive. Min Tung, although proud at this moment, tried not to show arrogance and calmly replied, "That's about it." But Tulang Nguyet, the sister of Supervisor To, is the focus of today's competition. Tabin is caught between these two men. "You just wanted to ask why you guys are also here?" At this moment, Van Teen turned to explain to you. He. After the last exchange, Tabin's heroic demeanor continued to haunt the hearts of all the teachers and students at the Fong Sword School. Their admiration for you is like a vast ocean. And he even recruited you. "May I ask if you want to come to our school as a Kim Bai tutor?" "How much does Fengshan give?" "We give 5 times that." Min Tung, upon hearing those words, was furious and confronted him face to face, directly arguing. "Are you trying to die by digging a corner behind my back?" Von Thien also didn't hold back. "With Teacher Toe's incredible powers, isn't it too unfair for you to be the advisor?" He immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I was targeting him first." Stuck in the middle without communicating, minimizing my own presence as much as possible, I could only helplessly sigh. "Hey, I almost forgot I'm still a teacher." After the verbal duel ended, although I felt a bit guilty, Tabin had no choice but to speak up, saying that I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't been teaching. I also often use my connections at school to find training materials, so choosing me as a teacher doesn't seem very suitable. Min Tung remains as firm as a nail. "With me here, who dares to bother you?" He started explaining why Tabin couldn't leave. "Teacher 2, I heard you were oppressed by a man named Chu. With your strength, even if you don't come to teach, you are still a great support for our Fengshan. Additionally, many students trained at your shop have reported that the spirit nourishment has improved significantly. Thanks to your shop, our teachers have easily met their KPIs. After presenting a series of reasons, he was determined to keep you on board. So I plan to nominate you as the head of our cultivation department in Phoenix Mountain. Although it is just a new department, half of the school's resources can be allocated at will. You don't need to attend regular classes, just take care of raising the spirit beasts for the entire school." I wonder what Director To thinks. After hearing about such benefits, Tubin might need to reconsider his initial plans. I don't want to hear any more about the competition right now. Let's talk later. Seeing them whisper and smirk so slyly from afar, Von-Tien was furious. That damn fox, to lure Tabin, she didn't hesitate to give up half of the school's benefits. Does she still have any integrity? If I had known earlier, I would have taken the lead. Back to the selection round, the MC asked, "Are the contestants ready?" Those who surrender their rights or are unable to continue will be escorted off the stage by our adorable staff. Just a reminder, anyone who harms the wildflowers will also be disqualified from the competition. When no one requests to forfeit, the host immediately announces, "The competition officially begins now." These poisonous bees began attacking with their sharp stingers filled with venom. As each toxic dart was shot, all the contestants hit were severely injured. They cried out in pain, yeah. Even the host didn't expect the match to progress so quickly. I didn't expect someone to be eliminated so soon. It seems this competition is quite intense and thrilling, with eliminated contestants constantly appearing. The eliminated contestants are carried out one by the medical staff, and from the MC's perspective, he quickly notices that another unlucky contestant has been targeted by a swarm of bees. They rushed towards the player at incredible speed. Unfortunately, she managed to dodge. It's none other than contestant Lang Nguyen. The narrator is very surprised. Since the start of this match, it's rare to see a player dodge the poison stings, but somehow they managed to avoid them with agile movements. She observes that the swarm of bees is too large and ponders in her mind. Maybe it's not controlled by the beast Tamer, but if they are forest bees, then why aren't the wildflowers in the arena being attacked? Is it just a coincidence? The protagonist shifts his perspective to another part of the arena and sees a competitor rushing to attack the deadly bees. This contestant also comments a bit on the bees. It's really simple, just crush them with strength. His fist somehow hit all the bees in front of him, and this contestant even came up with a way to win by killing the entire illusionary swarm of butterflies. Isn't it already past the test? The protagonist observes and notices that this contestant also chose a non-violent battle pet, relying only on his own cultivation techniques to kill the illusionary swarm of level 5 butterflies. This serves both to conceal true strength and as a subtle display of power. The poisonous bees that this contestant dealt with all burned to ash and fell to the ground. But at the same time, another barrel of poisonous bees was opened, and the swarm attacked the contestant from behind. He was so focused on attacking in front that he was caught off guard and had no time to react. What? In the end, this contestant still has to go on stage. Now the main character is finally feeling proud. Oh dear, it seems this contestant chose the wrong approach to solving the problem. The speed at which the illusionary swarm of bees and butterflies multiplies is very fast. The organizers have prepared an extremely large reserve, so even if your own strength is superior, you shouldn't underestimate your opponent. Long Yu kept moving, having now gauged the situation. Most participants were at level 4, with only a few reaching level 5, and level 6 was counted on one hand. But even a level 7 powerhouse might not be able to endure 6 hours of this relentless assault, let alone the swarm of bees that cannot have their strength diminished. She quickly realized the intention behind the qualifying round, indicating that this competition was not just to test strength but something else. But soon after, Ling Yue also fell into the sights of 3 other contestants. These contestants are actually descendants of the Dong family. They realize that Lang Nguyen is the one aiming for the championship alongside their young master, so they immediately mock her. They really don't know their limits. These 3 contestants from Duongjian want to give to Lang Nguyen a taste of what she's in for. He. Lang Nguyen glanced at the medical staff on duty, wanting to see what would happen if she lured the swarm of bees and butterflies near Hua Dai. When she saw the swarm of bees not attacking Hua Dai or the medical staff, it was clear that Hua Dai was not seen as an enemy by the bees, and she immediately understood there were only 2 possible reasons for this clear distinction. To distinguish enemies from allies so precisely, Lang Nguyen could only think of 2 methods. First, using a spiritual pet capable of controlling a range to dominate everyone. The second possibility is that Hua Dai has some secret treasure on her that can repel insects. In her opinion, if it were the first situation, she might use her spiritual power to sense a higher existence. But for now, she hasn't detected anything. While Lang Nguyen was lost in thought, if it was the second situation, the 3 Duong family contestants would have taken the opportunity to ambush her by now. They launched hidden weapons at her. And Lang Nguyen still remained unaware. Moreover, she just realized a truth that relates to the rule of not harming wildflowers, and Van Thien and Min Tung, the 2 elders, watched the fight and started to panic. This is the deadly poison dart of the Lang family, with the tranquil mind needle and the chaotic mind bag. Min Tung also heard that these 3 types of hidden weapons are extremely deadly, and anyone below level 6 who is hit would die instantly. Only Tu Bin remains remarkably calm in this situation. Even without turning back to look, Lang Yue can easily dodge her opponent's attack. When she turns around to assess the situation and counterattack, she does so against all of them. Lang Yue, in a stance, lifts her leg high, directly responding to those claiming to be descendants of the Duong family with the secret snake heart technique. She kicks the hidden weapons back at them, transforming the situation. None of them could counterattack. They couldn't even keep up with Lang Nguyen's reflexes. It wasn't until the poison dart finished them off that they realized what had happened. What? How does she know about today? He's done for. Quickly get the medicine. The MC keeps updating the situation. It seems that 3 of the top seed contestants from the Duong family were stung by a swarm of bees. Yet they still failed in the preliminary round. Such an unexpected defeat is truly unfortunate. Langenuyet firmly believed that somewhere on the field there were still hidden secrets to repel the insects. Once she found them, she would definitely pass the trial. The deadly wasps, full of rage, flew toward their prey. Finally, a competitor summoned the fiery armored beast to use the blazing flame wall. This contestant's pet immediately created a wall of fire to surround and protect both it and the contestant from the swarm of deadly bees. Oh! At this moment, the poisonous bees are burned to ashes and fall to the ground. The surrounding hunters notice the firewall and rush over. Wow! This is the 6th level flame wall skill. Then they want to go inside and beg this player. The outside world is too dangerous. Please let them in to hide. Of course, this contestant does not agree. Do they think you're an idiot? This is the qualifying round. What if when saving them, he pushes him down? What should be done then? The other contestants outside are still desperately calling for help.
After the competition, they will pay him and even promise not to betray him behind his back, and the contestant inside the firewall was secretly relieved.
He feels lucky that he was persistent in going to Tubin to encourage him, or it would have been a disaster. At this moment, Lang Nguyet quickly spots the glowing tail of a bee, realizing she has connected all the clues. Searching the entire arena, she can't find any insect-repelling secret. Finally, Lang Yu speculated that perhaps it was hidden among the swarm of bees wearing the illusion of the flying wind so she could sense it with her spiritual energy. She began to notice differences among these bees, some relatively small, others quite large. Finally, Lang Yue was able to find it. She used all her strength in her foot, aiming to catch the bee in one go with 5th level power and increased speed. Lang Nguyet rushed to the position of the deadly bee she had spotted, moving with incredible speed and catching its wing with her bare hands. Got you. She directly broke its wing to reveal the glowing yellow object connecting the tail and body, which is exactly what she was looking for. This is the one. MC quickly caught up with Lang Nguyet, feeling extremely surprised. I never expected that in such a short hour someone would find the exact method to pass through the main entrance. All the other contestants were stunned as they were busy trying to escape from the deadly bees. Who is she? The MC announces to all the spectators and other contestants that this contestant is the first to earn the qualification to level up in this competition. The other contestants are only focused on stopping the bees and not thinking ahead. Now, they are feeling extremely regretful. So, that's how the method of passing through the door works. Damn it, wasn't he just killing the bees earlier, which must have ruined a few of the secret protective rings? Mintung in the stands breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the danger was just a scare, and worried that Fengshan and the others might lose another star. Vanthine marvels at how skillfully and swiftly Lingenguiet used her hidden weapons to break through and fight back earlier. Then he turns to Tobin and asks, "No, Director To, where did your sister learn that?" He just smiled very contentedly and responded to the old man in an unclear manner, saying nothing special. Vanthien also learned a few tricks from the ancestral elders of the Duong family in throwing hidden weapons, but he didn't expect to be able to use people from the Duong family. How deep are their connections? Returning to the arena below, the host continued to announce that just a moment ago, several contestants had followed Ling Yue's method to earn their qualification for promotion. This competition will issue a total of 100 military signal orders. He encouraged the other contestants, hoping the remaining competitors would keep trying. Those who have advanced can leave the arena and rest. Please prepare for the martial arts competition in 3 days. Lang Nguyet is feeling very lucky right now. Glad she spotted it early. If the fight on the arena had continued a little longer, everyone would have lost their chance to level up. She steps off the arena, just wanting to go home and tell her mother she's safe. Another competitor from behind is aiming at Ling Yue now that those useless obstacles from the road are gone. It's his turn to act. Demon Claw Beast, a 4-eyed swift beast, immediately appeared, roaring fiercely. Tong Lang Nguyet heard the sound and turned back, realizing that this creature and its demon claw beast had been waiting for her for a long time. Blood market sign. The venomous bee arrows suddenly attacked her continuously, but Lang Nguyet quickly dodged. Just by looking, she could tell this was the secret blood toxin from the Mu family that could drive surrounding spirit beasts with low willpower into madness, causing them to attack recklessly toward the marked target. However, this skill has a severe side effect on mental strength, so spirit beasts need to share the pressure equally to activate it. The contestant in front of her didn't expect her to know this, did they? Do you even know about this? But so what if I know? The MC quickly realized it was a mistake. It seems some bees on the field have been controlled by a player and are rushing toward Ling Yue. It's really scary. The spectators below are showing great disapproval of this situation. It's just too despicable. Isn't it obvious they're targeting him? Who could it be? They must have rated that person poorly in the popularity vote because they hated him so much. MC Latong explained, although there are no clear rules prohibiting attacking other players, morally, they can condemn that person. So what if he's despicable? Can someone noble really cook? The one who can win is Vuong Dao. He doesn't believe that with this number they can't trap Lang Nguyen. The swarm of deadly bees rushed toward her, and he boldly declared that the champion of this year's elite competition must belong to the Mu family. Lang Nguyen finally opened the crack. This time, she could no longer show mercy. "Come out here!" The protagonist saw the situation becoming more intense and was even more excited, finally opening the crack to summon. The Muck family contestant successfully forced Lang Nguyen's beast out, but she was completely surrounded. How should she counterattack now? A fire dragon appeared, the blazing fire dragon roll. Lang Nguyen's beast, and she moved forward. The MC was stunned to see her beast use the 8th level wide-range fire attack skill, the most powerful fire dragon ring frenzy. The divine beast showing this high-level skill is Lang Nguyen's illusion flame beast, which only has a 3rd-tier bloodline but can master an 8th-tier skill. Truly a top-tier treasure among treasures. Now he finally understands what it means. No wonder she kept it hidden so well. Her trump card is actually such a freakish battle pet. Still, he remained confident in his abilities, but the illusion of the swirling wind on the arena was endless. He wondered how long she could hold out against such a high-level 8th-tier skill while clutching her beast. He hadn't even had time to do anything before his entire body was surrounded by venomous snakes, and he quickly panicked. Where did these snakes come from? He still confidently commands his beast. Demon Claw Beast, wipe out these snakes. This is the Demon Claw Beast attack from Ling Yue Meng Yiem's Illusion Flame Beast. This contestant is becoming more and more unhinged, and this snake is completely out of his control. What should I do? His body is also unable to move. He paid no attention to what was in front of him. Lang Nguyen had already quickly stepped forward and appeared before him without him noticing. That was when the divine beast helped its owner share the mental pressure, lowering his guard and making him extremely easy to approach. She quickly took his secret treasure ring, officially stealing his upgrade rights. He trembled, powerless to stop her. Wait! Lang Nguyen ordered the illusion beast to use the killing restraint to kill. The swarm of poisonous bees he controlled turned back to attack him, their bodies enveloped in a dark cloud of venom. Lang Nguyen proudly told him for the last time that her brother was the one who taught her. Immediately after, the guy was on the ground, and the descendants of the Mu family were eliminated. The spectators couldn't help but be amazed. How terrifying is this woman? Feng Thian was surprised to see this. Is this the true strength of the champion preserved by the Riju pet store? Remembering the comments, the store is the only true deity. Other pet shops are just trash patched together for debate, full of praise. It seems the rumors online are like low-level naval battles. Now Ling Yue also enters, and others agree that it's not wrong. Min Tung and Van Thien clapped and cheered. Excellent, truly excellent. Director To, congratulations on your sister's successful promotion. But when they turned back, Bin, who was sitting in the chair, had long disappeared. Where is everyone? Over here, the lights above flicker intermittently, and her face is unclear. Ling Yue slowly walks into another area where the lights keep flashing non-stop. Suddenly, another sound unexpectedly appeared. She stopped, then quickly turned her head to look behind. Is the wiring broken? In another place, blood is splattering everywhere, and bodies are scattered around. The man chuckled softly, this unlucky guy Lang Nguyen. As he wiped the blood off his knife, he said, "Daring to steal from the champion of the elite tournament of the 4 great clans, what does the boss plan to do with her?" A mysterious person then took out her photo. And what could be done? According to the client's wishes, she should have her legs and arms disabled. At this moment, a group of masked individuals with dangerous expressions said, "Looking at this photo, this girl has some charm. First, let's eliminate her. It's been a while since I played with a soft woman like this. This is the Black Dog Squad. They do all kinds of evil, but because they usually work dirty jobs for the 4 great clans, no one dares to mess with them." They gradually approached the house. It's still the big brother who knows how to enjoy himself. Once he's done playing, he'll let the others have their turn. Hearing the footsteps, she's coming soon. Attack now. Suddenly, an arm slowly reached out towards Lang Nguyen, hand directly aiming to grab her shoulder, but unexpectedly she reacted extremely quickly, turning around and amplifying her strength to level 5. She shouted, "Go to hell," but her punch was blocked by Bin. He smiled and said, "Not a bad reaction." Recognizing it was Lang Nguyet's brother, she sighed in relief and said, "Can you stop always testing my reactions like that? One day if you don't catch up in time, you'll ruin him completely." Tabin smiled and said, "If you can do that, I'll come pick you up here. Go this way."
What is that?
Was that the sound of footsteps earlier? Kolao took out his weapon and softly told Lang Nguyet, "I've already called someone to clean it up. Don't go." Immediately after, all those people were cut down and scattered by Kolao's swirling attacks. After dealing with the minions, it left leaving a trail of bright red blood, chaos swirling in the first cycle of the 100 Blades breaking star. At this moment, they have returned to the hall, where a cool-looking car is parked in the corner, and as they arrive, Tabin waves his hand. "Dalton Sr., are you also here to train the divine pets?" He scratched his head and said, "What can I say? I was just passing by to see if Little Dry Lizard was free." Dauton crossed his arms and complained, "But if he's busy, just let him go." Hearing that, I thought to myself, what kind of situation is this? In the month I was away, what happened to Xiao Kulao and Dauton? At this moment, Tobin took out Xiao Kulao and said, "My pet asks for your extra care." Then he went inside and saw something strange, asking what it was. Anna looked and replied, "The so-called Chu family sent these, and they even placed over 100 high-level training items." Then she said they also left a message, "But the secret treasure used to train the young master is, please accept it. I hope Lord Tu does not blame the Chu family, and in the future the Chu family will follow your commands." Tabin asked if the item was clean, and Anna, with golden eyes, replied, "I checked with my divine eye, and although there are no deadly traps inside, it is just a piece of trash. Those little bugs actually dared to use trash to insult you. Do I need to step in and kill them?" I immediately reached out to activate it, and then it opened. That light almost blinded Tabin, and he had to cover his eyes. "Oh my God, I almost went blind." She asked, "What's wrong? I'm not mistaken, right? This is trash. One day when I have time, I need to go to that treasure of hers and see her strength." Lang Guit was surprised and asked, "What do you want to do with so many high-level treasures?" He immediately replied, "Of course, to use them for your cultivation. Make the most of these 3 days of vacation to absorb these treasures quickly." "You want to give it to me? But I've only seen these things in books. I don't really know how to use them specifically." When Nu Yen appeared, she immediately agreed. These items are too advanced for her. She coldly said, "If you forcefully lead her in, then wait for her to die in vain, you're really an idiot, lacking even basic knowledge." Tabin, hearing this, thought about what Duong Nu Yen said. She's definitely the young mistress of one of the 4 great clans, and these mysteries are surely within her grasp. You smile and say, "Little Tang, let's talk slowly." At this moment, Nu Yen was startled by your expression. At this moment, the leaf touched her back as the water rippled, and Lang Nuyet cried out painfully as Duong Nu Yen restrained her wrists. "Ah, wait a moment, stop, it itches so much." Seeing Lang Nuyet like that, she smiled kindly. "The younger sister, because you keep moving around wildly and I don't want you to go astray while practicing, I have no choice but to bind your hands. Please bear with it a little and focus your attention on your body." Lang Nuyet, listening to this devilish voice, drifted into a daze. What exactly is going on here? Going back to just 1 hour ago, Tabin directly asked Duong Nu Yen how these secret techniques should be used. Hearing that, she became aloof and asked what benefits there were in telling him. "Can you let me go?" Tubin said generously, reaching out and saying, "You can be released, but you are too dangerous when you get close to her. I'll wait until I've subdued Duongra first." "You won't wait long, don't worry. It's starting soon." Seeing how dangerous and terrifying you look, Lang Yue was also startled. "Wow, big brother, you're starting to look more and more like a villain." Ruyen confidently flicked her hair and said, "A dozen peak-level experts like you dare to boast about conquering us. Let me tell you, the Duong family is a major clan spanning several cities. In this Longjiang city, we are just one branch among the 3 great clans." She started to talk endlessly. If we're talking about the history of the Duong family, then we can't ignore our long-standing heritage. One day in the 2nd year of Yuan He, a poor gambler came to stay at our ancestor's house. Tabin couldn't help but look away, lost in thought. The previous system when capturing Joan, you said that the contract target was unlimited to divine beasts, right? If it can be used with gods, then it should also work on ordinary people. The system immediately responded. Of course, everything can become a familiar when using a temporary contract with humans. All the knowledge and power I once had remain unchanged, but my ability to think will be reduced to the same level as my spirit beast. The effect lasts until the end of this nurturing ground. Chaos Eternal Beast, temporary contract. At the same time, a small notification also appeared. It is recommended to use it on opponents with weaker strength than you, otherwise you may fail or face a counterattack like last time. Immediately after, Tubin suddenly approached, and as Yen saw this, she was startled. What is he trying to do? He secretly thought about making a deal with her, but unexpectedly, he grabbed her wrist.
Tabin held her hand above her head and smiled. Too bad, we can't come to an agreement. Then I have no choice but to use force. New Yen shouted angrily. You beast, let go or something bad will happen to me.
You suddenly pressed your hand to her forehead, and the temporary agreement was made. She immediately pulled back and asked, "What did you do to me?" Tabin smiled. "It's nothing. How do you feel about me now?" Ruyen felt confused.
Right now, I just want to get rid of you.
Then she was stunned. This didn't feel right. The man in front of her was clearly her enemy, and she absolutely wanted to tear him apart and kill him quickly. But why did she suddenly feel his aura now? At this moment, his words and everything about him are as vast as the sky, impossible to resist. Little Yuan kneeled down immediately.
Yes, master. May I ask if there is anything you command?
Tabin still looked at her calmly and said, "Stand up. I still prefer your proud, stubborn look from earlier."
New Yen, now angry, stood up and said, Say it quickly. I don't have time to mess around with you. Turn back now.
"I want to spend these 3 days nurturing to Lang Noyet." Na Yin scoffs. 3 days, are you dreaming like a fool? Then she opened the Yang secret treasure box and looked inside. These secret treasures are numerous, but can generally be divided into 3 categories: medicinal materials for body tempering, combat techniques for cultivation, and spirit stones for spiritual energy. However, the medicinal materials for body tempering in the initial stage still require at least 3 months. If the cultivation isn't suitable, continuing with light training can be extremely painful. And if too intense, it could break your body and kill you. Tabin wondered, do I have to bathe for 3 months? Suddenly, he remembered and thought,
That's right. If I have a beast contract, then I should be able to lead it into the nurturing ground where there's a sound outside. And with 3 days off from the exam, I can stay there to cultivate for 72 days, enough to complete the initial stage. He immediately turned to Bao Lang Guit and closed his eyes. The girl asked, confused, "What do you want to do?" Tabin confidently listened and said, "Could I still harm you?" Lang Nguyen replied. Tabin touched Lang Nguyen's chin and said, "I will take you to a good place. Be good." She closed her eyes, listened, then asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Kikeuwak's plan was temporarily successful. You can rest assured, very comfortable. Now Lang Nguyen can't help but laugh uncontrollably. "Ah, it's so itchy. I'm going to die from the itch." Over there, you're practicing your thoughts, a bit slower than expected, but after each round of tests, you get a few days to rest. If you accumulate enough, you should be able to absorb all these secrets before the final match. The chaotic energy map is still training, and in the distance, screams of agony can be heard. "Ah, save me." Like Yen beside her said, "Sister To, don't avoid it anymore. This is to cleanse your meridians and strengthen your bones." "Improving your physique," Lang Nguyen exclaimed, "but I'm most afraid of the itch." "You should focus," I told him. "Stay calm and soak in the medicine during this period. Isn't it much better than risking your life fighting monsters in the wilderness?" Many people want to soak, but can't get the chance. Lang Nguyen sniffled. "Please, let me go to the wilderness zone, I beg you." Sometime later, out of the Mu family, a report was made that the Black Wolf battle team had been attacked. The person sitting above asked, "What was the outcome?" The subordinate replied, "The entire army was wiped out, but Tu Lang Nguyen is safe." They were furious upon hearing this. "What? The entire army was wiped out? Who was responsible for dealing with the black dogs? It can't be Tu Lang Nguyen, right?" He stammered and said this cannot be confirmed for now. The cameras and other data have all been destroyed by the Black Dog team. The old man asked grimly, "So where is the body? Can we determine the weapon or technique used by the opponent from the wounds?" The subordinate immediately panicked and said, "I'm really sorry. No body was found at the scene. The Hak Queen team members seemed to have been crushed in a juicer. All turned to blood." Bak Hai was suddenly overwhelmed. The fat man who spoke first could kill an entire 8th level expert team, leaving only a pool of blood, probably with help from a high-level expert outside. Bak Hai also thought, if he couldn't handle things outside, then deal with her inside so she wouldn't reach the finals and hinder the young master. Then he shouted, "Where is everyone?" A group of people suddenly appeared. "Hello, clan leader." "Elders, what are your orders?" The man with golden eyes said, "Reward a young flame spirit demon prison dragon and 2 7th-tier secret treasures." His voice echoed in the blue sky, helping them win the tournament in 3 days. Now, the 2 others clasped their hands in thanks, again acknowledging the flame spirit demon prison dragon rank 15 on the dragon ranking, and thanked the clan leader for the order. The Tan family also quickly issued orders, vowing to complete the mission at all costs.
Next was the Duong family, with furious shouts determined to cut her down on the arena and use the enemy's blood to boost their clan's reputation. The MC spoke, asking how the qualifiers have been resting over the past 3 days. The airship floats above the arenas as the 5 fighters clash, and the spectators cheer loudly. I will say immediately that the match is about to start. He is about to announce the details of the fight. In the first round of qualifiers, the speed and observation skills of the contestants are tested, while this match will evaluate their combat strength and situational judgment. The 5-person melee battle takes place within a limited arena. Each participant can bring up to 2 secret treasures, and surrendering, losing consciousness, or falling off the arena results in elimination. Only one of the 5 contestants can advance, so a quick reminder. Destroying the arena also counts as a violation. Contestants should think carefully before using damaging skills. The battle list for each arena has been announced. Please have the contestants enter the waiting area and line up in order. So, who will be the last one laughing? I invite the first group of contestants to enter the arena. The 5-person Chaos Arena battle officially begins now. Min Tung sat in the stands and assessed. This year's contestants have quite a presence. Indeed, interesting. Did you hear that? The people from the Void organization have already arrived in our city. At this moment, Tabin was sitting between them. Min Tung was stunned when he heard the old man say that and asked, "The Sky Organization, the strongest organization in our A region? I heard the original founder was a legendary beast tamer master, so why would they lower themselves to come to us?" The old man whispered uncertainly, but Tin Kong has never had any good intentions. Last month, I heard that a powerful family in another city's base was destroyed because the Sky Organization targeted them over a secret treasure. Even the city's defensive wall was damaged and had a big hole, almost causing a beast tide. He was surprised and said, "Are they crazy?" "Just for this little thing." Van Thien replied, "Well, I can only hope that you and your team slowly open your eyes now." The guy continued, "Nothing was targeted by them." At this moment, a notification sounds, inviting the 5th group of contestants into the arena. And at the same time, Ling Yue enters. "I'd like to say the battle begins, facing 4 people. A man named Zhang Shuo stuck out his tongue like a snake and said, "So, this is the girl who took the championship." Ma Tong stepped forward and said in a stern voice, "Huh, unlucky for you to meet me." A girl named Kaloi spoke up, advising her to surrender now, or she would be the one injured later. Lang Yue replied confidently, "Let's see if suddenly Tu Jiang pops out of nowhere crying and says to you, sister, their eyes are so scary." Lang Nguyen helplessly said, "Nothing they do is aimed at you. And besides, we're opponents. Don't call me that affectionately." The kid, wiping the tears from the corner of his eye, said to her, "But they want to team up to defeat you. And soon the one with the black thigh will come for me." "Hey, can we team up first?" She didn't refuse and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to assess the situation like that." "All right, I have no objections." The kid happily smiled upon hearing that. Tu Jiang, with an innocent face, reaches out a hand to her and says, "Big sister, I leave what's behind me to you." Lang Nuyet also extends her hand and cheerfully replies, "All right, then I'll also leave what's behind me to you." Suddenly, Tu Jiang's face turned cunning. The kid thought to himself, with this innocent look, I've fooled countless tender-hearted young women. To Lang Nguyet, you won't escape either. Behind Tu Jiang, the secret treasure appears. 7th tier Mukjia artifact, Thon Tin Toa, capable of sealing all spiritual energy of anyone below level 6, impossible to break free from, requiring direct contact to activate. As soon as Lang Nguyet's hand touched the kid, Tu Jiang immediately rushed over, feeling triumphant, caught her hand, because without spiritual energy, she couldn't summon battle beasts. An ordinary girl like her on the arena could only be humiliated. Suddenly, the kid's body stiffened, then Tu Jiang fell to the ground, and the magical artifact in his hand also dropped, rolling across the floor. The narrator exclaimed, "What happened on the arena? Why did the contestant Yu Zijiang suddenly fall?" The others were just as surprised. Lang Nguyen bent down to pick up the item. Tu Jiang, unwilling, lay on the ground, struggling to get up, trembling as he said, "You used a paralyzing poison. How dare you poison me?" He winked triumphantly at the kid and said, "It's you who grabbed it with your own strength." "I took this item. Accidentally poisoning someone else? How could that be possible? He and I are both from the Mu family." Tu Jiang shivered and exclaimed, "What?" She continued, "There are 2 more people from left to right, the Tan family and the Duong family, right?" Both of them were surprised and thought to themselves, "That's right. How does she know?" Lang Nguyet threw the kid off the arena with one hand and calmly said, "From the moment you stepped onto this stage, your gait and breath completely revealed your identities." The kid cried out in pain as he hit the ground. Lang Nguyen opened a space and coldly continued, "My brother said it. If you're from one of the 4 great clans, there's no need to hold back." Zhang Shuo angrily said, "What the hell? Do you think the battle techniques I practice are as easy to recognize as a white radish?" The lay beside her grew impatient, telling her to stop talking, and the 3 of them went up together. She absolutely cannot be their opponent. One by one, the spirit beasts flew over, and they ordered them to leave. The sound of the demon bee tearing it apart. Feng Bao, the sandstorm, turned to him and asked, "Hey Mujia, why don't you switch to a battle beast?" Ma Tong, upon receiving the order, responded unhappily, "Don't tell me what to do." In the blink of an eye, my master suddenly lost someone. In To's hands, I don't know if there's still a trump card, of course I can't attack blindly. She angrily scolded, "How dare you use us as stepping stones?" The Ma Tong replied, "Wasting time arguing with us is pointless. You'd better command your beast servants instead, they've already fallen." Kai Loi immediately turned around and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" It's clear that after just a few exchanges, the demon bee and the storm wolf were overwhelmed. At this moment, Lang Nguyen's spirit beast is in a dominant position. Cat Loi was uneasy, so she took out something and said, "Damn it, I can only use the secret treasure given by my family. Hey Duong, quickly use your tricks to deal with her, or else if this drags on, both sides will suffer, which only benefits that muck." The thing she's holding is a 6th rank Luke Jia enhancement potion, which increases strength for 10 minutes and can turn the tide against 6th rank or higher ferocious beasts. Truong Thuok replied, "No need for you to say," as a snake suddenly emerged from his mouth, which is a 6th rank secret treasure escape tool. The snake puppet moved swiftly but didn't sense spiritual energy, automatically attacking enemies, and its poison could kill 6th rank experts. They ordered to surround it, with all the spirit beasts closing in on the snow bridge. The secret ancestral beast spirit technique is revealed. Lang Nguyen pulled the item from her neck and whispered, "Do you feel ashamed for bullying the weak?" She immediately transformed into a blood beast hybrid form. Lang Nguyen with determination said, "Tuyet Kao, let's go together." Psst. Suddenly, Tuyet Kao in front of them vanished, and Lei unexpectedly said it was an illusion. Immediately, Ling Yue and Shui Qiu rushed down from above. Kai Lei quickly ordered, "Don't bother with that illusion beast up there, just deal with it directly." The continuous attacks were all dodged by Ling Yue, who found her dismissive tone too slow. Then Lang Nguyen flew past us with a large scar of dark flames spreading across her body. The lightning below looked on and said, "What kind of strange combat technique is that? Making humans as fierce and agile as beasts annoying, can't fight back at all." Zhang Shuo was also surprised, saying, "The physique is too terrifying. Fighting head-on with a 6th rank battle pet is not at a disadvantage at all." Kai Lei was furious. "Don't be too arrogant. In terms of strength, you can't compare to me, Zhang Shuo. Also support and take one of my arrows." At this moment, Ma Tong stood to the side watching the scene and said, "The strategy Tu is using isn't what he thinks. If I'm not mistaken, it's the royal beast combat tactic only high-level descendants of the Mu family head are qualified to learn." Truong Thuok ordered his spirit beast, and the dark wind curse wrapped around her blind spot. Normal beast tamers usually achieve a synchronization rate of about 40 to 60% through voice commands to control their spirit beasts, but with experienced beast tamers and long-term cooperation, a glance or a shared idea can be enough to understand each other from the stands. Yun Tian said to Tua Bing, "Your sister can still handle 2 enemies at once. Women truly are no worse than men." At this point, the synchronization rate has approached 90%. But ultimately, the commander is still the commander. Theoretically, the highest synchronization rate is also 100%. Only the exclusive Imperial Beast Control technique of our Mu family can allow the consciousness of the Divine Beast and the Beast Tamer to see through each other and think what the other is thinking. The maximum synchronization rate can reach 200%. Lang Nguyen ordered Tuitko to stay nearby and throw hidden weapons, then aimed at Chuang Thuok and said, "Deal with him first." He shouted in fear. Oh my God! A huge claw suddenly appeared in front of her. Lang Nguyen quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. I just want to say that's a dragon beast. The champion Ma Tung Quan has finally stepped into the fight after a long time. That is the Firestar Demon Prison Dragon, rank 15 on the Dragon Hierarchy, an 8th tier lower-level combat force. Matong, standing beside the beast, said, "Pretty fast." The Firestar Demon Prison Dragon unleashes its aura. The beast opens its mouth wide, and Lang Nguyen collapses, crying out, "Huh?" The illusion beast isn't afraid of the dragon might. The training shop really has some skill, but it's enough that she is affected by the dragon might herself. He continued, "Because of her unstable mental state, she cannot maintain the blood beast resonance state." On the stands, Van Teen sighed regretfully. If only the Mu family hadn't caused trouble. Min Tung, sitting nearby, also responded to Lang Nguyet has already dealt with 2 members of the Duong family, and letting outsiders use 8th rank level 15 dragon beasts on the dragon rank, only the Mu family, who won the last championship, has that kind of power. Catloy at this moment says, I want to see how arrogant you are without that strange fighting technique. Trung Thuk, beaten to a pulp, goes crazy and curses, you damn dog, how dare you hurt me like this? I will make you regret it. The voice of the MC rings out as contestant Chuang Thuk and contestant Cat Loy team up to approach contestant To Lang Nguyet, who is being suppressed by Long Ui. Is Tu Lang Nguyet about to become the second person eliminated? At this moment, Long Noyet felt a bit awkward and said, There is such a powerful dragon beast, yet it cowardly hides until the end. It seems the winner of this match has already been decided. The man laughed and said, Haha, looks like you're finally aware of the situation. Lang Nguyet continued, but she still felt sorry for the 2 from the Duong and Tan families. After half a day of effort, even the treasure was exhausted, and it was snatched away by someone else. What a pity, her voice suddenly rang out, causing the 2 behind her to startle and look at her. Ma Tong said grimly, Hey you bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? Could it be not so for the 2 of you from the Duong and Tan families? I was already exhausted from the previous battle. If the 3 of you team up now to defeat the Mu family, it would be justified no matter which family you defeat in the future. If you still side with the Mu family after I fail, even if you team up, you won't be able to defeat him, and the throne upgrade could be exploited and taken away by others. Zhang Shuo begins to waver. Although I'm very unhappy about it, the situation is indeed as she said. Continuing like this is just working for the Muck family for free. Let's team up to weaken the Muck family first. Cat Lin stopped her, saying, Wait a moment. Her face darkened as Niu Tai said, They're in better shape than us, probably still holding a trump card. Let her fight alone against the Muck family while we rest here and wait for them to deal with her. We'll fight the Muck family and let him taste what it's like to be a stepping stone. What did you say? Do you believe I can conquer you first or not? Cat Lin and Trong Tuok sit down to perform basic healing techniques while she threatens them. If you dare to come to us, we will deal with you together with the To family. I advise you to obediently settle her first. Trong Tuok nearby agreed, saying, Ha ha ha, very good. This way we can ensure that the To family will definitely fail, and we can also keep a chance to win. Stop showing off and be angry for me. I'm secretly planning. If it weren't for the easy destruction of the arena by the attack skills of the Flame Spirit Demon Prison Dragon, combined with my Magma Aura and Still Stone Fire Vortex, I could have killed your 3 families the longer the fight lasts, the more the 2 Muck families recover, which is disadvantageous for us. Strike quickly and win fast. Ma Tong and the Long Beast rushed towards Lang Nguyet. She thought to herself that although she didn't succeed in breaking the siege, she was lucky not to be surrounded anymore. She ordered Snowbridge. Tweet Komong Eam shot an arrow, immediately unleashing its power towards the Long Beast. The Long Beast instantly used its Dust Dragon Claw to knock it away. Tuitko cried out in pain, and Kalang Nuit called out worriedly. Tuitko suddenly Ma Tong rushes in from somewhere and punches her. He says, Take care of yourself first. Kick her hard with a punch. Lang Nguyen cried out in pain. From behind, Tuit Kao rushed in to catch her, preventing her from falling during the fight. Long Nguyen silently thought to herself, Damn it, Long Yu has made her skills just average. Luckily, Tuit Ko trained her not to be affected. Ma Tong and the fire spirit beast behind him stepped forward with murderous intent, saying, Don't waste time. Surrender early. My fire spirit demon abyss dragon is invincible. She pondered in her mind, why didn't the Dream Curse Headsect's attack earlier have any effect? If I can find the cause, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Kai Lei and Zhang Shuo sat down, calmly absorbing healing energy into their bodies to recover. Ma Tong stood firm with blazing red eyes, fist clenched to his chest, and said, If she surrenders voluntarily, I will give her a fate that can be destroyed. Snow, spirit bead beside Leng Yue with a fierce look. She was a little worried, thinking, although the Snow Spirit bead only had 7th rank combat power, but had once controlled 8th rank. Ferocious beasts, unlike earlier when she controlled the flaming demon prison dragon without any reaction. Could Ma Tong have used a battle technique or secret treasure to resist the mental attack? She stood facing Ma Tong, suddenly darted to the left and shouted, Let's test it out. Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance and muttered, unaware of his own limits. Ma Tong and the Abyssal Dragon charged forward together, and he ran quickly toward Lang Nuyet, giving orders to the Abyssal Dragon as he ran. Fire Spirit Demon, Enguk Long, go deal with that illusion beast. Ma Tong quickly stepped in front of Lang Nguyet and said, I will personally handle her. Lang Nguyen saw him running over and immediately leapt up, shouting, "Snowbridge!" When given the command, Snowbridge jumped in front of the dark prison dragon and unleashed its power into its eyes. Dream Curse Headshot. He suddenly jumped up, catching her off guard, then approached her and said, "It's useless." Huetko quickly was counterattacked by the prison dragon. It hurriedly dodged Inguk Long's attack. "Get out of the way!" Ma Tong leapt to the ground, swinging his hand with the sharp bone towards her. Lang Nguyen quickly dodged the attack and said, "So it's really your secret treasure playing tricks." He still swung his hand toward her and replied, "Huh, caught you out already?" He straightened up, revealing the secret treasure. After channeling spiritual energy into Long Ming Kot, it can make a dragon beast nearby immune to adverse states from level 7 and below. He retracted his hand, smirking and saying, "But what if you do know?" Ma Tong suddenly glanced at her and then moved quickly. He blinked and quickly circled around her, using the sharp bone in his hand to slash a wound on her hip. Ling Yue was caught off guard and couldn't defend in time, glancing behind her while struggling to protect the injury. Too fast! Seeing that, he became even more excited, clenched his fist, created many illusions of himself, and gritted his teeth to say, "Stupid." Being suppressed by the dragon's aura and deliberately escaping from the protective range of the illusion beast, without a beast companion, the 6th rank combat technique aimed at the illusion beast, the shadow image step, can blur the body when moving at high speed back and forth, mimicking the 8th rank divine beast tearing snow shadow. Ma Tong kept moving quickly, attacking her relentlessly while mockingly saying that she was just a lamb being slaughtered. Lang Nguyen couldn't dodge, only curling up her knees, covering her head with her hands and shouting. Yue Lang Nguyen was beaten so badly that she couldn't resist and collapsed to the ground. The MC watched the fight and immediately praised her. Too strong, under the fierce pursuit of Ma Tong, to Lang Nguyen, the champion, had no strength to resist. Ma Tong, seeing her collapse, let out a sigh, wiped sweat from his face, and sneered, thinking, "Damn it, the stamina consumption is really high, but with this amount of blood lost, she must have already fallen." But Lang Nguyen suddenly used her power to heal her wounds, flipping herself over and then springing up. "Heshi, healing." This action of hers made him shout in surprise. "What?" Loi and Trong Thuk exclaimed together. "Oh my god, if you can fight and resist, that's fine, but you can also recover." She kneels on one knee, the other leg extended for balance, her left hand pressing firmly on the ground to unleash a powerful healing spell. Ma Tong creates multiple illusionary clones of himself, smirking as he frowns and says, "Knowing a high-level healing magic is troublesome. Next, I won't hesitate to rip out your heart." Ma Tong's clone images quickly form a circle around her, flickering and moving rapidly in a loop. Lang Nguyen gently lowers her head and closes her eyes tightly. She closed her eyes quietly, thinking. Suddenly, from behind, Ma Tong jumped up, claws reaching toward her, but sensing it, she quickly turned around, grabbed with both hands to keep her balance, and kicked out. "Ha! But it was only a clone of Ma Tong." The real one appeared swiftly behind Ling Yue, lifting a sneer. "Idiot, I'm here." Ma Tong swung his hand and pierced through her chest, shouting, "Die!" The protagonist exclaimed in panic. To Lang Nguyen, the contestant has been hit in a vital spot. Lang Nguyen not only didn't cry out in pain, but also smirked and said, "I caught you." Ma Tong's face darkened as he frowned and asked, "What?" Actually, he was about to stab her earlier, but luckily Lang Nguyen dodged. She jumped up, wrapping her arms around his arm, while her other hand gathered strength. Seeing this, MC quickly reports the Fei Tin Toa. Player 2 Lang Nguyen Jia just revealed a gap to lure player Ma Tong closer, then relied on the Fei Tin Toa to trap his spiritual energy, preventing him from escaping on his own. Next is total annihilation. Lang Nguyen forcefully pushes the guy away and says, "Without any spiritual energy, you're just an ordinary adult, and even if I am suppressed by Lang Nguyen, I can easily deal with you." Ma Tong, afraid, shouted to the demon prison dragon, "Save me!" When Nguk Long saw his master face, Ngui, he quickly flew over. Just as he was about to unleash his power at Lang Nguyen shouted loudly at Tweet Cow. "Tweet Cow, their signals are no longer effective. Hold it back." Dream Curse Shot. She uses her strength to throw Ma Tong forward, taking out one enemy first. He was thrown into the air by her and shouted loudly. Ma Tong, with a panicked look on his face as he falls, was suddenly caught by a flying bug. Lang Nguyen saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" He was carried by the flying bug to where Kai Loi and Zhang Shuo were standing. "Please let me speak." Candidate Cat Loi and candidate Truong Tuok have recovered and rejoined the battle. Ma Tong was lowered behind Kai Loi. She immediately raised her hand to use her healing power for Ma Tong, emphasizing that the overall situation cannot afford to let Tu Lang Nguyen deal with him easily.
Zhang Xiufu stood with his arms behind his back and looked straight ahead, continuing. Her strength cannot be underestimated. You don't want to be punished by the family for failing your mission either, right? I suggest letting go of personal feelings and dealing with her first.
He snorted loudly when he heard what they said. Huh. Got it. The fiery star demon prison's dragon might. Ling Yui also naturally lost her strength and fell beside the snow bridge. Huh. I'll continue. Contestant. To Lang Nguyen fought alone against contestant Ma Tong, risking her life to create an opportunity to win. But then, the three sides united to fight against To Lang Nguyen, and the situation suddenly took a turn. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed inside her head. Use it. When Ling Yui heard the familiar voice, she instinctively glanced to one side and whispered softly, This is her brother's voice. Tabin sat in the stands, crossing his arms as he watched his sister, while Min Tung, sitting beside him, sighed. It's a pity. Both times almost succeeded. Van Tien, sitting beside, also raised her hand to her forehead and sighed.
That's right. Such a good seedling is discarded here just because it was targeted.
Yeah, the people of the four great clans are really annoying. Tabin's face was serious, his eyes turning golden as he stared intently at his sister, thinking to himself, Use your royal card now. Lang Nguyen, upon hearing her brother say that, looked down at the ground, pursed her lips, and replied, Yes. All opponents rushed towards her, mocking, Ha ha, you're not willing, are you? Do you regret it? If you want to regret, then regret being an enemy of this family. Ling Yue stood firm and used her power to open the gate, saying, Come out here, Little White. Little White quickly appeared from the gate, standing tall behind Long Bing Feng Tianli. Seeing Little White, Ma Tong Catlei and Zhang Shu froze in panic and exclaimed simultaneously, It is 8th on the Long Dragon ranking. It uses its power to freeze all the approaching beasts. The Silverbone Spirit Moon, Dragon's combat power, is at the extreme level 8. The narrator now adds a blue hat and says, That's too terrifying. Following the appearance of the Silverbone Spirit Moon Dragon, Han Truong, a heavy snowfall fell again. Contestant To Lang Nguyen used a 9th-level ice storm technique to devastate 3 clans. Lang Nguyen stands upright, facing opponents frozen solid, as the narrator continues to describe the Ice Wind Heavenly Strike. I heard that the Celestial Bone Spirit Moon Dragon once froze a 1,000-mile radius with this move. Today, meeting it proves the reputation is well-deserved, but be sure to be careful and don't destroy the Thunder platform. She slightly bowed her head and ordered Xiaobai to release it. The 3 of them escaped the ice, but their eyes were already blank from losing consciousness. The other 3 competitors have also lost their awareness. The winner of the 5th arena is Tu Lang Nguyen in the stands, and the audience watching the match kept marveling and praising. With such a powerful royal card in hand, no wonder he dared to target the champion. Truly a move that can decide the fate of heaven and earth. That was so powerful. It's the first time I've seen a noble's affection technique in person. Sniff. I've never even been to Long Thu. Even hearing those compliments, Lang Nguyen doesn't seem happy at all. She clenched her fist and raised it, still hearing the praise. Her silver bone spirit moon dragon was truly beautiful. So admirable to own a dragon beast at this age. The MC announced the end of the match, congratulating To Lang Nguyen for earning the right to enter the Dream Yem Thu Elite match 3 days later. Min Tung and Van Tien, who had been complaining earlier, now clapped happily and congratulated her. Congratulations, Commander To. Sister Lean's performance was truly outstanding. No wonder she was chosen as the internal candidate for Commander To's top spot, and she will surely become a strong support for our school in the future. Lang Nguyen hesitated in front of the door, unsure whether to knock. After a while, she raised her hand to knock. Before she could knock, a voice from inside spoke, What's going on? Today, I still have an hour before my training session, right? She was surprised and startled. Hey, like Yen is sitting in meditation with her eyes closed, saying, Go ahead. When Lang Nguyen hears her say that, she shyly opens the door, sticks her head in, and says, Sister Duong, I've caused trouble. Yes, I did disturb you, standing outside the door like a tropical rainstorm, draining my energy. Tell me quickly what you want, say it, and then go. Lang Nguyen stepped in and offered a box of delicious-looking pastries, saying, Please enjoy, then bowed slightly and presented the tray to her, saying, Taoist sister, I want to be able to train more every day in the future, so I came early to bother you. So what? Last time you scolded me, you did it unwillingly, but now you're being so sincere. Surely you don't have feelings for the tactics of this young master, do you? When Lang Nguyen heard her say that, she lowered her head and started to blush as she argued. No, after a battle in the arena, I realized the champion of the elite match is still far from me. Nhu Yen stood up, holding a small cake from the tray, her other hand on her hip, and said, "Oh, I see. You're just discouraged by your opponent's strength, huh?" Lang Nguyen, still blushing, trying to calm herself, said, "If Little White has become so strong in a big brother's hands after just one victory, and I keep falling behind 3 times, I'm afraid that if I stay like this, I won't even have the right to fight alongside it, let alone become the champion, so I want to become stronger."
Are you worried you can't control your own battle beast? She took a bite of the cake, puffed her cheeks while chewing, and asked, "Specifically, what do you want to learn?" Lang Nguyen, with a determined look, replied, "I was suppressed by the aura of the 8th rank flame-bone demon prison dragon during the duel on the arena, affecting my snow crystal. Now I want to make up for my lack of mental power." Even in dreams, it's beautiful. Mental strength is a difficult attribute for beast tamers to enhance.
Rarely are there battle techniques that can boost mental power, usually relying on the supportive properties of secret treasures. Otherwise, I wonder why most 4-star beast tamers can only contract 4 battle spirits.
Nhu Yen dusts off the crumbs from her hands and looks at her now,
saying, "But the Duong family has a secret technique passed down only to women, called summoning your dragon. Try it out."
Lang Nguyen looked at her and asked curiously, "Is it here? It's too cramped, isn't it?" She leaned on the table, closed her eyes, sighed, and said, "That's so stupid. Just showing the head of Long Yu to you and her would be enough. Your school probably doesn't teach summoning techniques or dragon selling."
After opening the summoning space, don't just dismiss spiritual energy like holding in a fart.
Lang Nguyen blushed when she heard her, then waved her hand behind her to open the space gate. "Yes, I'll try my best. Come on out." Little White, Little White. A giant appears in front of Nhu Yen, and she calmly looks on. "Oh, a silver Xuan moon dragon?"
Nhu Yen, with a confident look, she flicked her hair back and said, "Being locked in the shop for too long, I really miss this kind of fighting atmosphere. Even the roar of the dragon is deafening now." It opens its mouth wide, claws reaching out, making Lang Nguyen startled and remind her to be careful. "Taoist sister, be careful. It seems that Little White is angry." Nhu Yen raised her hand and lifted one leg to generate a source of power to block Xiaobai's attack, confidently saying, "Little 8th rank dragon beast, you're nothing." Xiaobai then disappeared.
Lang Nguyen clasped her hands tightly, gazing at her admiringly and praising her highly. "That's amazing. You managed to block Xiaobai's attack."
Yu Yen crossed her arms behind her back and calmly said, "This secret technique not only provides defensive power for the physical body of cultivators far beyond their peers, but also offers equal mental defense." She closed her eyes and continued, "Although it can't fully meet your demands, at least it will prevent you from being at a disadvantage when fighting Longbeast in the future."
Compared to the body cultivation technique from the Zhou family that I practiced, this one is 100 times better. Sister Dao, I want to learn."
Yi Yen crossed her arms, tilted her head up, and said, "Grandma here likes salty food. You'll know what to do in the future, right?" Lang Nguyen eagerly agreed.
From now on, every day I will bring delicious food to show my respect to you." Nhu Yen half opened one eye and smiled softly, lost in thought. "Humph, silly child. This isn't just a lecture for you. The immovable lapis body is the battle technique our young master's clan has just cultivated. In the match, just by using it, our family will definitely notice. Then I won't have to worry about no one coming to save me, and I might even have a kid tailing me to buy delicious food. That really is a 2 birds with 1 stone move. Damn, Tabin, the little bastard who makes the young master eat canned food every day, finally gets to improve the meals."
Tabin stood outside the door with his arms crossed, listening to the whole story, then chuckled softly.
"I find this very interesting." Using his power, he created a soundproof circle. With the elders nearby, I have used my spiritual energy to block sound. Continue reporting. Everyone there all clasped their hands together and bowed to reply. "Yes,"
Lord Thu Huang respectfully said, "Our clan is very dissatisfied with the outcome of the arena match, having punished 2 outsider disciples and considering Nguyet Ni as the 4th threat, after 3 threats from the heirs of 3 major clans. Huitui also said that our clan leader doesn't seem to care much about the elite battle, but young master Tan Thiu Tien hopes to fight a match with Nguyet Ni. Our young master's royal beast, the blood spirit demon beast, has a combat power that suggests avoiding the fight. Tam also reported that our clan's main concern remains the missing young master, who has yet to be found after being detained by the master, so we have sent additional forces to search in the Longdai mountain secret realm."
Ha ha. Tabin looked at them with a puzzled expression. "What?"
"Why are your Liu family members the most cowardly?" King Du immediately knelt down and replied, I have reported clearly that Lord Yuan was betrayed and assassinated. Our family is examining the matter of the ancient poison, acting treacherously and maliciously. If we confront the master directly, it will be truly difficult to guard against, and it will also hinder Yuan's growth, so we must act with enough strength to maintain a neutral position. Tabin crossed his arms and said, "Well, that makes sense. Get up." He then stood straight in front of the elders and asked, "Do you have any news regarding the Void Spirit?" They responded in unison, "We have investigated. The envoy from the Void Realm is a woman named Nanbang Nguyet, along with Dong Han and several other powerful experts, but the exact purpose is unclear." He turned around and said, "All right, report any new information promptly. Take 3 days to rest during this match and keep an eye on the contestant called Hua Kwong for me. I might be busy these days, so pay more attention to him and disperse."
They answered together and then disappeared. "Yes, master." Tubin stared intently, lost in thought. Nanbang Nguyet Tin Hong, the strongest organization in Aluk-Hu. Why come here at this elite match just to do what? You raise your hand to look at the string, but thinking too much is useless. You'd better focus on improving yourself.
It's time to take Anna to the training area for her weekly upgrade, and then you speak into that wire. Anna immediately appears before you and respectfully says, "Yes, I will follow your orders, sir."
Go and meditate on the divine spring. She looked straight at Tobin and asked with concern, "It seems a powerful enemy has entered the territory. Are you very worried?"
"How do you plan to lead me to the high wisdom divine realm? With a cultivation speed surpassing the spirit spring, once you try it, you will never forget."
Tobin's face immediately darkened as he pondered. Did she hear what just happened?
"Dream on. If I had already taken you to the high wisdom realm, what else would I have to lure you with in the future? For now, the benefits of the half-god still land are not fully exploited, so there's no rush to explore new areas."
She is not wrong, but the condition to reach the divine realm of wisdom is that she must become an outstanding employee.
The contract clearly states that I cannot violate the true spirit agreement, right?
Go ahead. Do you have any suggestions regarding the speed of leveling up your combat power? Anna lowered her eyes and thought, yet she didn't fall into the trap.
"Well then, there will be opportunities in the long run." She then smiled and said, "If you want to achieve the maximum promotion in a short time, I also have a suitable method for you."
He replied, "Oh, tell me more." There are many tribulations. The sky gradually becomes more terrifying, with clouds gathering into a swirling circle. As a cultivator's level continuously rises, the heavenly way that holds justice over all things will bring down calamity. This calamity is called a heavenly tribulation. Van Tan stood still with clenched fists, looking up at the sky. The heavenly tribulation can be divided into 4 types: wind and fire, thunder and lightning, depending on different circumstances.
If I can survive this heavenly tribulation, my cultivation level will enter a legendary stage. I kneel down, raise my hands to absorb the power, and shout, "Come on, if I succeed, I can become an official member of the 7 divine wind teams."
The Thunder Bull god descends from the sky onto the rocky mountain where he stands. Then a golden bull appears, still in the semi-divine realm, facing the thunder tribulation of the earth. God Ding Feng. Tabin witnessed the event with a terrified face and trembling hand. This is the heavenly tribulation. From such a distance, I could also feel the overwhelming pressure. She stood beside him, nodded gently, and said, "That's right. Unfortunately, we arrived a bit late. The person on top of the divine pavilion has already begun their tribulation. Otherwise, we could have benefited from it now." The boy still looked a bit scared, smiled softly, and said, "I just arrived. Adapting a little is good. I spent some time just to find someone to place an order on our online booking website. If most customers don't switch to online orders, my mother will be very exhausted, managing the store alone today." Than Yu looked determined, raised her hand and said, "The older I get, the wiser I become. So you kids can go ahead and work." Anna glanced at him and asked, "Are the 2 companion ants not coming with us?" Tabin was stunned when he heard her question. The insects she mentioned are Tolang Nguyet and Duong Nhu Yen. Nhu Yen said, "Today we are learning the immovable Leiyu body technique." Lang Nguyet nodded in response. Yes, yes. He immediately thought of those 2 and replied, "I still don't understand their divine tribulation."
"They're too early. I've left them to cultivate in your palace. No need to worry about them." Everyone standing there witnessed what happened to Van Tan and said, "The range of Lei Yun is 10 miles radius. No wonder they are part of our 7 teams.
He also has high talent." Tabin, standing from afar, listened to the conversation and turned to look at the group of people standing there. "Huh?" The group continued their discussion.
6 teams last year also produced many talented Thundercloud warriors over 10 miles, all becoming outstanding soldiers with remarkable achievements. It seems your 7 teams will develop strongly this year.
Tabin glanced at them and wondered if the talent they mentioned was the same as the innate quality the system referred to.
Does the level of talent relate to the range of thunderclouds, Chids?
My pet's talent is only around average.
I wonder how many miles of thundercloud it can reach. The lightning from the sky grows more frequent, striking down continuously.
Vantan endures the onslaught of lightning strikes of all sizes, while above him the image of the golden buffalo gradually dissolves, causing him to scream in pain. There is still one more heavenly tribulation. The nerves on his face gradually became visible. His eyes covered with a blinding golden light, and he clenched his fists as he cried out in pain. Mother, please witness my glory. Suddenly, a massive lightning strike hit where he stood, destroying the golden buffalo. Vantan's strength is exhausted, his swelling is broken, and he screams in pain. A blue light surrounds Vantan as he kneels in pain, spreading his arms wide, and from within his body, a buffalo-shaped mask rises and flies out. The buffalo-shaped mask is being swallowed by the blue light, gradually cracking into pieces. When Vantan loses the mask, his eyes turn white, and he collapses to the ground with his mouth agape. The lightning in the sky gradually faded away and disappeared, revealing a clear blue sky and the sun gradually reappearing. Everyone was stunned in shock as they witnessed everything that happened. What? Loivan has left? He lost. Lost already? None of them could believe this was happening, grinding their teeth in frustration. In the end, he's still just a level 10 Loivan, still too reluctant. Ah, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. They can't even withstand the lightning tyrant sea protective artifact. It's a pity for that proud young master. Vantan lies on the rocky peak, hand over his eyes, biting his lip as he cries. People below keep talking, afraid that it will be hard to turn things around even though they barely survived, and their divine shield is shattered, leaving them disabled. Vantan pulls a knife from his pocket, kneels on the ground intending to self-destruct, and then his body disintegrates. Tu Bing witnesses everything, his face serious as he contemplates. Truly brutal. If I didn't have the protection of the system, I would probably vanish like that smoke too. From now on, I must make good use of this power. Is the failure rate of this thunder tribulation high? Anna closed her eyes and replied, This has nothing to do with the rate. You probably heard about talent earlier, right? She looked up and continued. Talent not only affects the intensity of the heavenly tribulation, but also represents the upper limit of future strength. But whether one can pass the tribulation depends on their combat power. But your expression earlier, what was going on? I saw everything myself, unless it's something to be pitied, right? Tabin crossed his arms and turned his face away. There's no way. Our divine race, even if our bodies die, as long as we pass through the embrace of Lady Mother, we can return to this world quickly. So you should worry about yourself. Tabin widened his eyes, deep in thought, even though his strongest little dryad had just reached the Han High realm. The energy gained from the shop was no longer as powerful as before. At worst, he could use his life to defeat his past. Your Highness, it is my turn to undergo the tribulation. I respond by crossing my arms behind my back and bowing respectfully. Yes. Anna, using her power, transformed into Articus and said, Let me borrow a treasure to take away. Tanbin raised her shield in surprise and exclaimed, This is the Articus shield, Your Highness, giving such a treasure. I am very scared. It's been a long time since I went out, and I can't help but laugh out loud. Aha, it's been a while since I saw the outside world. He and Articus, a divine artifact forged from the body of a mighty god, with extremely strong defense, can ensure the user's immortality and indestructibility. She said that according to the principle that no one else can be present during the tribulation. Anna stood with one hand on her hip and the other raised as she patiently explained that the strength of the heavenly tribulation accumulates based on the innate talent of the person present. The tribal warrior sharing this tribulation would also introduce many variables, so I have a duty to protect you from dying. Hearing her words, Tabing stood nearby and couldn't help but glance, then used his strength to fly up and say to Tan Bing, We can't delay this, let's go. He cried while wiping his tears and flew after him, sniffing, Thank you. Your Highness, even if I have to give everything, I will protect this brave warrior. Seeing Tan Bin cry, he sneered at him. This kid is crying again, huh? Let's quickly fly up to the top of that rock mountain. Peak of the Divine Temple leads to the Thunder Arena. He confidently raises his hand and says to Tabin, Hero, when the heavenly tribulation comes later, just hide behind me. With this shield here, even 50 miles of Loy Van is no problem. Articus, lying in Tan Bin's hand, also chimed in, Don't underestimate me, 100 miles is no issue. He nodded and said, All right, you go face the heavenly tribulation. The sky began to darken, and clouds started swirling into a large vortex just like before.
Princess Anna looked up as the crowd approached. Your Highness. Everyone kept asking her why she let a mortal with 6th level cultivation share our heavenly tribulation. With 9 layers of thunder in total, a mortal body like his would probably be struck dead by even the first layer's 1,000-mile thunderclouds. So, that could lead to effective training? That's right. If this gets out, it would shame the prince's reputation. And Na didn't hear a word of it. Seeing that, they continued calling, Your Highness, are you still listening? Look, the sky is changing color. The sky shifts from deep blue to red and orange, and lightning begins to appear. Tanbin was immediately alarmed when he saw this. Could it be a rare divine thunder tribulation? Tabin looked confused and asked him, What does a rare divine tribulation mean? Is it normal or abnormal? Tanbin was so scared that he was trembling and couldn't speak. Rare and impatient, he cut in and said, Let me explain. The rare multicolored thunder tribulation has only appeared a few times in the past 100 years, and its power is 3 times that of a normal thunder tribulation. Everyone below looked up in panic. There is a 9th level and a 6th level above, so why does it lead to the strange-colored heavenly tribulation? Could it be because of His Highness's Atticus shield? Because of his... Anna stared intently at the mountain peak, muttering nervously, If it wasn't the Atticus shield causing this, then maybe there are people on the mountaintop who committed a heavenly crime in a past life. Everyone below was still watching what was happening. 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles, roughly equivalent to a level 21 divine tribulation. Tanbin got annoyed and shouted at Articus to stand in front. Tanbin, do I also need to step in with your little talent? You're really as weak as a chicken. The result is not much different from what I checked and calculated earlier. He closed his eyes, sighed, and said, With this level, Senior Articus can easily defend. That's really great. Tabin, feeling helpless, said, Hey, how can I be happy about having low talent? Tanbin, with a cheerful and excited expression, shouted to him, The first thunder tribulation is about to descend, hero. Come here quickly. Tabin replied, Okay, you make the move, open the gate, and Kautu begins to step out from inside. Let's go, Kautu. Try it first. The sky is turning increasingly blood red, swirling deeply, as lightning begins to emanate from the vortex. Everyone below keeps counting while looking up at the sky. Loivon's accumulation still hasn't stopped. 8 miles, 9 miles, breaking through 10 miles, and 11 miles continues to grow. Tanbin looked up at the sky and suddenly said 227 miles. Articus squinted one eye, pleased, and said, So? You've reached the intermediate noble level. Keep going or my lord will fall asleep. Tabin opens the gate and then asks, Is the talent of the dark abyssal wolf 20 miles? He gestures behind him. The Silverbone steps forward. Go on. The Silverbone lunar dragon. The people below are still witnessing what is happening. It was still growing, reaching 30 miles, then 40, even 50 miles. A black dragon steps out from the gate again. The Silverbone spirit moondragon is now 23 miles away. Tabin stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought, clearly weaker in combat power than the dark abyssal wolf dragon, but more talented, proving he's one of the top 10 dragon beasts on the dragon rank list. Thinking for a moment, he continued, Very interesting. The Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast. The toy still blazed with red, lightning striking more and more frequently. Tanbin was suddenly impressed when he saw your beast team. Oh my god, does the hero really have that ability? Wow, rookie. I'm starting to feel that something's not right. What exactly is happening above at 70, 90, and 100 miles? What kind of divine gift is this chaos? The sky grew increasingly red, lightning strikes became more frequent, and it led to Loivan 100 miles away. The others sensed the danger and rushed to where Anna was, urging her to leave. Your Highness, let's quickly go down the mountain. If we stay under this 100-mile thundercloud, we'll be in danger. But she still stood there, not taking her eyes off, replying, You guys can go, I've faced this kind of thunder tribulation before. Annie looked at the sky, her mood growing more anxious, her eyes narrowing as she thought, Shh, I just wanted to use this chance to probe Tabin's secret. Why did he turn it into a battle like this? Suddenly, Anna raised her hand high into the sky, channeling her power to create a small vortex, from which a golden object appeared. To protect the main character during the tribulation, I can only unleash my true divine weapon. She launched the object and her source of power onto the mountain peak, where Tubin's group was standing, shouting, The person on the mountain top receives the treasure! Tanbin quickly reached out and grabbed it, loudly saying, This is the prince's treasure. Tanbin stepped forward, still holding out his hand to keep the gate open. Anna indeed left a way out. If that's the case, I don't need to worry anymore. He chuckled softly and said, Let's go, little Kolau. The people down there are running chaotically while looking back and asking, What's going on?
Is it the people on the peak of tribulation or us, going through the tribulation?
In short, run fast, the sky is getting redder, and the thunder has already begun to fall.
The lightning tribulation within a radius of 200 miles, including the entire Divine Palace peak with a radius of 100 miles, is no longer survivable.
Tan Bin was now very scared, eyes wide as if they might fall out, mouth open wide, and said, 200 miles is one thing, but this is a divine calamity. I've never seen such a celestial tribulation in my life. Senior Articus, seeing this, also broke out in a sweat and smiled in response. Ha ha, honestly, I've never seen anything like this before. I can no longer wait for glory. Tan Bin's mouth opened even wider at his words. Huh? Waves of arrow-shaped lightning bolts are rushing towards Tan Bin and Articus. He raised Articus as a shield, closed his eyes, and with his other hand holding the treasure Anna just gave him, he said, "Hero, run behind me, Mother Queen. Please witness my honor." The four beasts released by Tabin immediately flew over, forming a solid barrier to block this lightning strike. But the lightning was too powerful, breaking the beasts' defenses and striking them one by one, destroying them. Xiaokulao activated the Soul Curse fruit to avoid a fatal blow. Xiaokulao suffers a fatal blow. All of his primordial spirit destroyed. The Hell Bamboo Dragon Beast's primordial spirit is destroyed. The Silver Bone Spirit Moon Dragon's primordial spirit is destroyed. And the Dark Abyss Wolf's primordial spirit is destroyed. Tan Bing, worried, kept shielded himself and turned around to tell Tu Bing that all your heroic pets are safe. Tu Bing, with a calm face, slightly smiled. It's just his divine spirit that was destroyed. You continue to command the beasts, all resurrecting on the spot. The four beasts quickly revive, gradually regaining their strength. You stand there with your hands in your pockets and say, "Take the hit, these guys are pros. You just focus on staying alive. I'll handle the rest." Tan Bin gasped in amazement, thinking how powerful he was, turning life and death in the blink of an eye. He turned around and told Tu Bin not to underestimate it. The Thunder Tribulation has 9 levels in total, and the lightning earlier was only the first level, with each level being more destructive than the previous one. This time, it's no longer ordinary lightning. They have transformed into red snakes, rushing down the second layer of the colorful Thunder Tribulation. Tu Bin and the beasts with red eyes soar upward, shouting loudly. The murderous intent of the little dry crocodile swung its sickle to cut down a flying snake, splitting it in two and causing it to explode. It absorbs the black smoke energy emanating from its body, activating the spirit beast fruit to avoid a deadly strike. The black dragon is spewing fire onto each snake. Tu Bin, surrounded by flames in midair, turns back to warn that those demons who are cut down will explode. Keep your distance in battle. Tan Bin saw something, his eyes wide with worry as he shouted, "Watch out, hero! The next Thunder Tribulation is coming, and it will get faster and faster." By the third level, the wolves started to appear and charged at the strange lightning tribulation. At the third level, Tu Bin raised his fist and shouted, "Just in time, Demon Suppression Divine Fist." Waves of wolves were blown apart by his punch. This time, at the fourth level, the Silver Bone Dragon was destroyed, along with the Black Dragon and Little Dry Skull. The entire primordial spirit of the Dark Abyssal Dragon, the Little Dry Bone, was destroyed. Tu Bin clenched his fist toward the dragon and shouted, "Resurrect the demon!" The fifth level features a giant elephant, and this time Tu Bin was also struck by it. The fifth level of the strange Divine Thunder Tribulation, the entire primordial spirit of the Totem Master, was destroyed. He kept shouting orders to revive them on the spot, but the creatures he revived were gradually killed one after another, dying repeatedly through the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels. Resurrect on the spot. Dead again. Resurrect on the spot. Tu Bin's words kept echoing as the beasts kept resurrecting and then being slain. Dead, resurrected on the spot, dead again. Tu Bin shouted exhaustedly, "Resurrected on the spot." Seeing that, he quickly turned to ask if the knight was okay. "Are you all right?" The knight knelt on one knee, exhausted and panting, and said, "I can't stop resurrecting. My spiritual power is about to reach its limit. What level are we on now?" Tan Bin replied, "It's the final level now." A man with horns appeared, a strange thunder tribulation. The 9th level, his large hand descending toward Tu Bin. He struggled to say, "Damn it, I have no more spirit energy to resurrect." "Should I stop here?" Suddenly Tan Bin shouted, "Hero, just a little more! Don't give up now!" Tan Bin threw the treasure talisman to him, and he reached out to catch it. This is the magic artifact Anna used earlier. That artifact continuously supplies energy and power to you. The Prism of Love Core, the divine wind artifact forged from the internal essence of the 10,000 ancient demons, greatly increases the user's energy limit and continuously supplies energy.
Bin absorbed a large amount of power along with the mental energy provided by the divine artifact and shouted,
"Ah, the spiritual energy and mental power are overflowing. Let's fight."
Bin radiates powerful energy around him with a determined face, thinking that the secret treasure is truly terrifying. Continue strengthening the core within this prism, and with the demon-suppressing power of the golden bird's body, he will reach a new level while shouting loudly, "Little Drybone, beast embodiment, the body of the little Drybone gradually dissolves into black energy."
In an instant, the black energy was absorbed by Bin, creating a magnificent scene. After the fusion state was successful, the system immediately displayed each skill of the little dry lizard. This little dry lizard has a total of 9 skills, including beast soul fusion, puppet technique, and so on.
Suddenly, the system announces a secondary message, allowing you to temporarily acquire a rank of pet fusion skill.
These 2 skills will be twice as powerful as before.
After hearing this, Bin felt happy and secretly rejoiced. The previous battle was either killing or being killed. Combat insight was limited, but the crystal core prism could provide endless spiritual energy.
If my golden bird flesh body can be combined with the segment of the core, wouldn't it become a worm that keeps fighting without dying? At the same time, he decisively pressed on the screen. To enjoy the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, I must enhance the quality of each new life. The segment of the heavy organ immediately merged successfully into the beast soul body, a form of power, and Bin's body is now tall and armored with a strong suit. Suddenly, a giant hand swiftly lunged toward him. The 2 loyal beasts beside Bin reacted quickly, training the Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast to armor him with piercing armor, fire armor, hardened spikes, a bone ice exterior, fiery flames on the outside. The Dark Abyss Hound added protective gear for Bin, including the Earth Shield, the Thunder Shield, a tough outer shell, and lightning armor. The overwhelming pressure of the giant hand pushed Bin back, but he still managed to control it afterward. Bin watched it disappear and then sighed in relief, finally managing to withstand this attack. Hitting straight into the pain of the soul, huh? When Bin peeked out to observe, he was deeply shocked. It's terrifying that he actively confronts the heavenly tribulation. Articus, witnessing this scene, spoke up. Seeing this, even I feel itchy to intervene. Suddenly, he took to the air and flew toward Bin, shouting loudly, "Tanbing, stay here. I'm going too." "Hey!" Suddenly pressing onto Bin's chest while at the same time he uses a shield to protect Asi, increasing the defense. Then Articus confidently said, "I will protect you, just focus on fighting." Seeing that, he smiled to himself and thought, whoever it was, I no longer feel pain, and at the same time he responded, "Now it's my turn to counterattack." Heavenly tribulation, wait until I swallow you all completely. Bin immediately unleashes the 3rd form of the demon-suppressing divine fist, demon-suppressing. At one point, the opponent squeezed and shattered the Tron Ma's hand, catching him off guard. Even the Tron Ma couldn't defend. Bin remained calm, strategizing. If 1 punch doesn't work, then 100 will. Then he shouted, "Again!" Tron Ma immediately recovered and kept attacking with his hands. Seeing that the attack speed was still not enough, Bin ordered again, and it immediately went berserk, punching wildly at every part of the opponent, each powerful strike smashing the enemy into pieces. But that still wasn't enough, so Bin shouted. Suddenly, Tron Ma threw a punch at the opponent's face, which seemed to trigger its furious instincts. Seeing the angry look on his face, he happily thought to himself, "Shouting is ineffective. Try again." Sure enough, at this moment, he suddenly became furious and attacked relentlessly. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be amazed by how brave this human warrior was. In terms of talent and combat strength, he is an extraordinary presence even in our divine realm. No wonder His Highness values him so highly. And Na, with a strange expression, watched the fight intently, then suddenly guessed that this martial art might really be connected to the Kim Bird One clan from the chaotic prehistoric era. Bin, full of fighting spirit, issued commands, and you then emphasized to break it apart for me. The demon suppressor obeyed the order and fought with all his might, while the opponent also vanished in a blinding flash of light. However, the battle still bears the remnants of the crimson chaos, and the continuous streams of aura swirling toward Bin make him hesitate slightly. Suddenly, Tan Bing cheerfully said, "You did it, hero. We passed the heavenly tribulation test." At the same time, he and Xiao Ho Lu had separated, and as soon as their feet touched the ground, Bin replied, "Yes." "So, what does it feel like to face the heavenly tribulation for the first time?" "Great. The battle earlier caused my body to continuously break down, regenerate, dry out, and fill up.
Now my body is lighter and stronger, and my spiritual energy level has risen from the 6th lower stage to the 6th peak stage.
Tan Bin, hearing that, quickly expressed his admiration, thanking His Highness for the secret support, while us was feeling proud. Ha, ha, we are really strong.
At the same time, Anna spoke calmly.
All right, let's go.
Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "What is that progress above the divine being's head?"
The system immediately explained, that is the Then Go Tin, which allows you to comprehend a skill each time it is full. Hearing this, Tabing was confused. So that's why I've never seen this before? The system explains again. Previously, the host's skills were insufficient, but due to the recent baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, the host randomly encountered the Thunder Path. Now, the host can mark the Thunder Path skill for the person who sprays the Enlightenment ability, but be careful not to probe the combat power of someone with higher strength than the host. Remembering the feeling just now, he immediately thought, could it be that the lightning path was what just flashed through his mind? The thought continued in his head. Indeed, just by thinking about it, countless lightning-type skills I've never seen before appear in my mind. It's amazing. At the same time, the system interface rang out, interrupting Tabin's train of thought. The Thunder skill has a total of 999 types, arranged by overall ability, and is a different lightning system from the blue spirit lineage that the host belongs to. Then he asked, so what is the power of the lightning skill? Can I carve all 999 types? The system quickly explained that the host has just touched the lightning path and is at the beginner stage of understanding lightning. Only the first 333 skills can be engraved. The deeper the master's understanding of the lightning path, the more skills can be inscribed. As for its power, please test it yourself. Tabin was immediately interested upon hearing this. Interesting, I can create skills based on the characteristics of my pets. In the blink of an eye, Tabin was at his shop. As soon as he arrived, he immediately spoke to his two pets. Ngan Shuangtin Wheat Lung's Enlightenment ability and the Dark Abyss Wolf just activated. Let's try you two out first. After hearing that, they looked at Tobin blankly, confused. It's done. Then he stroked his pet. The dog's defense is very high, so he needs to enhance its abilities a bit. The skill is quite suitable for a tank-type battle pet, engraved with 773 Thunderpath. Loi Min Hung Destruction Zone. Loi Min Hung's abyssal skill is a domain that destroys all enemies entering it with divine lightning power. The domain's radius is 10 meters. Then Tubin immediately touches the remaining one. The Silverbone Moon Dragon has more area damage skills, so it needs to add a high single-target burst skill. Inscription 689, Storm God Thunder Lance, Storm. The Fongthan Loilang Teen skill directly transforms the power of the Thunder God into arrows that shoot out, bypassing all defensive skills. While inside, he smiles to himself and thinks, good, this way the combat strength of the Silverbone Celestial Moon Dragon and the Dark Black Wolf will increase even more. The next match might be against another young master from a powerful clan, and the Dark Black Wolf could be using Hua Kuang as a backup. This city has a total of 1,000 contestants who passed the final screening round of the group competition. And inside the arena, the voices are still echoing as these 1,000 contestants compete in the Nightmare Hunting Contest held at the largest arena in Longjiang to select the final 5 contestants. Hearing this, thousands of spectators in the arena eagerly competed to choose the final 5 contestants. 1,000 choose 5. It's really exciting. I especially love watching the selection process. At the Nightmare Abyss Beast level of 9 and above, the MC announced, you will be put into a deep sleep in the sleep chamber. Then your consciousness will be led by the Nightmare Abyss Beast to the designated arena within the dream world. This competition uses a scoring system. Killing someone with no points grants 1 point, while killing someone with points earns you their points. As soon as the MC finished speaking, Lang Yue suddenly said, this Nightmare Abyss Beast is truly terrifying. Unlike her, Huocheng looked very fascinated, clearly so outstanding. They are getting ready for the battle when suddenly the MC's voice rings out. The contestant who dies will wake up from the dreamscape and be eliminated. When the competition time ends, the 5 contestants with the highest scores will advance to the final. Lang Nuiet thumbs up indicating she is ready, and the MC announces that the duration is 5 hours, with each person allowed to use at most 1 secret treasure not exceeding their own cultivation level. Tabin, in a cheerful mood, watched and listened while reminding everyone that to prevent sneak attacks, those with over 100 points would be marked for viewers, as Lang Yue closed her eyes to find her own sense. Release your sleep energy and enjoy your journey through the dreamscape. As the dream guides you, thousands of contestants begin to hover over the central stage, gradually moving toward their destination. Outside, Min Tung saw Tobin empty-handed and approached, saying,
Chief To, the contestants are all in the dream now. We need to use this to observe the match. And then turned around, looking surprised. Oh, what a coincidence. You're here too? The item Min Tung gave to Tobin is a pair of specialized glasses used in the nightmare competition made with biotech technology, allowing free observation anywhere in the dreamscape. He turned back to his seat and replied, That's right, what a coincidence. Though he was secretly thinking that he had spent a lot of money to buy a seat next to Tobin, which looked a bit familiar. Lang Nguyen just landed when she heard the announcement that the nightmare hunting competition had officially begun. She looked around and thought to herself, is it a jungle terrain? Focus on securing your line of sight first. Then she spread her hand to activate the secret puppet mechanism, instantly summoning a 6th-level owl puppet that moves swiftly beyond detection by mental energy, capable of scouting within a 20-mile radius centered on herself. Lang Nguyen quickly ordered to see if anyone was around. It immediately flew up to observe the entire area and suddenly detected a fight happening nearby. Lang Nguyen also saw it and said it's found. This battle is between the steel-toothed beast and the red-maned fire bear. Both sides keep issuing attack commands. The steel-toothed beast bites its throat, while the red-maned bear burns it to ash. Suddenly, a sniper appeared from afar, aiming at the battle. It turned out to be a contestant using a 6th-level biological weapon gun, muttering under his breath, "Those two fools causing such a commotion, they're just bait to lure hunters in." Did Ling Yue fall from the sky or something? Face him and calmly ask, "Are you aiming at someone?" It seems so sudden that he can't help but stare in panic. Without waiting for him to say another word, she jumped down, causing Koan to shift sharply to the side, successfully taking 3 people. After finishing, Lang Nguyen quickly turned around and sat back on the branch. "Hi, your total score is increasing now." Lang Nguyen looked on and sighed. Has this person already killed 5 people so quickly? Impressive. Hearing the powerful voice say, "It's not over yet, watch my move, die," she started climbing higher to get a better view. Immediately, Lang Nguyen thought to herself that if they kept fighting, they would keep attracting others. She might as well wait and see, just like fishing for a turtle, benefiting from others' efforts, safe and effective. Once she reached 100 points, she could then use her brother's little white to fight head-on. Suddenly, 5 pillars of light appeared, startling her as she looked up. At this moment, Mu Chen's score was 104 points, and the host was amazed. Too exaggerated, the match had only just begun an hour ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's total score was close at 105. The host's voice continues to marvel as a contestant reaches 100 points, while Thanfang with his fierce expression scores 101, and Long Tian also hits 102, estimating that more than half of the contestants have been eliminated. Chu Van also just reached 100 points, surprising the host, truly worthy of being the heir of a prestigious family. From above, I can see the 5 pillars of light shining simultaneously. Seeing this, the host suddenly realized the meaning, their positions forming a pentagon. Could it be the old rule? Bin, hearing this, was confused and wondered, what is the old rule? Min Tung next to him chuckled and said, "Ha, those young masters of the big clans had already negotiated among themselves beforehand." He continued to explain clearly, first meeting at the center of the map, then gradually fighting outward. In this way, none of them would eliminate each other before the final, and they could also catch those who cheat outside the official rules. You realize that means no one else can compete for the top 5 spots. He doesn't give others a way out at all. Hearing Bin say that, Min Tung immediately burst into laughter. Director To is really funny. Besides you, who in our city dares to compete with the great family? He added, after all, just talking in circles, why haven't we seen the young lady owner of the Duong family this year? Behind Thanfang, 2 useless machines suddenly spoke up, saying, "The sword of the Yuok family is really good. One strike through here, no one can stop a single sword. At this rate, Manamintul Mamire, the match will end soon." Ugh, so cool. Hearing that, he couldn't hold back and coldly replied, "No need for polite words." Thanfang's total score keeps rising as he turns to say, "I guarantee you will be in the top 10. It's just because you bought 10 extraordinary slots in the Beast Cultivation Shop. Remember? Without our family's protection, you're nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, those 2 fools solemnly pledged, "Yes, from now on we will definitely repay the kindness of the clan." Suddenly, another pillar of light appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Lăng Nguyệt, dạng thực hiện nhiệm vụ, cũng nhận thấy một luồng ánh sáng vàng xuất hiện. Ngay lập tức, MC vội vàng thông báo thí sinh thứ sau giải một trạm diễm. With this speed, Could it be the young Master Du? Huo Kuang, relaxed, is riding his beast and laughing. Then he looks down at the people below and thinks they are just trash. Your total score keeps rising, then happily orders Long Beast to eliminate them all. Lang Nguyen immediately realizes and exclaims, Hua Kuang, why does he look like a villain? Hearing the noise nearby, Tan Thiu Tien and Liu Tenfang had an idea. Oh, it's quite close to us. Is it someone we've never met before? Let me show you what it means for a tall tree to sway with the wind. In an instant, Ling Nguyen executed a double kill, her total points immediately rising. Then she turned her gaze elsewhere to see Tan Thiu Tien and Liu Tenfang approaching Hua Kuang. This isn't good, I should just let them be. A rush of urgency fills her heart. I must get over there quickly to help. Slash! A streak of lightning-fast light cut across the tree in the forest, causing all of them to fall and lean in different directions, revealing 3 figures. Thanfang, holding his sword, approached with Luke Lam and Tho Lam and said, Seeing me coming to find you, standing proudly and waiting instead of running away. Then Thanfang saw Hua Kuang riding on his beast and said, You are brave indeed. Watching his skillful move, he thought to himself, with just one move, he could fell several trees that 2 or 3 people would struggle to carry. His swordsmanship is truly sharp. No more thinking, Hua Kuang replied. I'm a man aiming for the top 5 anyway. Sooner or later, I will have to fight you. So why hide? Luke Lam and Tho Lam couldn't help but laugh, and said together, Are you trying to take the 5th place from Liu Thieu? Don't underestimate your own strength. I advise you to surrender quickly, or Liu Thieu's men will show you what real power difference looks like. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to provoke. 2 stray dogs just barking for fun, I guess. Soon I will show you what real strength looks like. And that made them so angry they turned purple with rage. What are you? Suddenly, Thanfang, with a cold expression, raised his sword as a sharp streak of blue light from Chiao Thu Fang Lak Deep shot straight toward Hua Kuang. He and his beast companion not only refused to fight back but also didn't bother to dodge the slash. Yet, after the flash of light, Hua Kuang sat there unscathed, smirking disdainfully. For a moment, he and Thanfang looked at each other with confusion. Realizing that this situation made him think, no way, not even a piece fell off. Then Thanfang immediately raised his voice. You have skill, but I've never seen you before. I am Liu Tanfeng, may I ask what your respectful titles are? Hua Kuang happily laughs out loud. With a loud and commanding voice, he said, Listen up, I am Liu here. But before he could finish, Thanfang's face on the opposite side suddenly turned blue with veins bulging as he launched his attack. Immediately, he skillfully used Fang Xiaovu with slashes rushing towards Hua Chuang rapidly. Luke Lam and Tho Lam, as if watching a short film, laughed loudly with contemptuous voices. Ha ha ha, you fool, daring to provoke Liu Xiao, this is the result. But after that strong wind, Hua Kuang's voice still echoed in my ears. I am Mr. Hua, with the single character for my name. Crazy. Before they could rejoice, they both suddenly lost their brightness. What? You stand there leisurely with your arms crossed and say, Can I wait for you to finish talking before you attack? You only know how to attack by surprise? Seeing that Hua Kuang was unharmed after my 2 attacks, Thanfang looked at the sword with suspicion. The crowd watching outside was abuzz seeing this. Even the young master, wielding his sword to cut down 100 people, was forgotten in an instant. Where did this crazy Hua come from? Usually the dark dragon dog is only about 2 or 3 meters tall, right? But that dark abyssal dog must be at least 5 meters tall. How did they raise it like that? Are you giving it growth stimulants? Min Tung, watching the battle, suddenly had this thought flash through his mind. Why does this crazy Hua Kuang guy look so familiar? Looks like his brain is running KPI pretty fast too. Immediately, the past flashes before his eyes, revealing a young man smiling brightly. And then Min Tung instantly realizes in shock. Wait a minute, I think he's the person who called Tubin master. Back then, he was Tubin's disciple. Meanwhile, Tobin watched the match with a proud smile, as Thanfang summoned his companion and emphasized his point. Hua Kuang, I will remember you. In an instant, a mighty dragon burst out from a crack. He took advantage of this momentum to boast, saying, As the first person to see my beast on the arena, you should feel truly honored. Tholam stared in shock, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. Is this Liu Xiao's beast? Luke Lam glanced over and immediately recognized the 5th-ranked Dark Minx Black Dragon. The vice principal outside also looked tense. The Dark Minx Black Dragon that previously interacted with the Sword Lotus Academy, La Fengtian also used a similar beast to eliminate 5 top students in his school.
But Liu Tanfeng's dark luminous black dragon is more ferocious and growling than Lefeng Tian's blue dragon, and it is simply a terrifying creature of a different level. Under this intense pressure, Hua Kuang struggles to resist. Who is the mighty dragon? Thanfeng performs a few basic sword moves, then stops, glaring at him with sharp eyes.
How does it feel to be suppressed and have your bloodline restrained? Let's see if you can withstand this strike from my sword.
Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere in mid-air, and surprisingly it didn't land but shot straight into his face. Then she and her spirit beast gathered momentum and spun around. Thanfeng seemed to realize this and looked suspicious. You are. To Lang Nuyet. Lang Nuyet, with her commanding presence, landed gracefully and replied softly, Yes, I am here to be your rival. The situation changed so quickly that Tho Lam and Luke Lam were stunned. Is she the one who claimed she wanted to take the top spot in the entire city? Why isn't she affected by Long Yu at all? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The body you used earlier was the immovable luminous body, right? Thanfeng and Lang Nuyet turned at the same time. The immovable luminous body, how do you know? Tiu Tin calmly stepped forward and said, I have fought with the young master of the Duong family before, so of course I would recognize him. I heard that the Lu Lai body is an exclusive cultivation technique only for the young master. How does Lang Nuyet know about it? That's not right. In this multi-competition, I don't think I've seen the young master of the Duong family appear anywhere. Unless, it seems I've found something interesting that makes Thanfeng slightly smile. No wonder my father's attitude towards the pet shop is so strict. No wonder the little pet dares to call itself number one. Ha, crazy, truly crazy. Truly. What are you smiling at? Thanfeng looked up and said, Nothing much. I heard Brother Tan hopes to compete with Tulang Nguyen, right? Why not let me help you achieve that? As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself that if the Tan family made enemies with the minor noble forces, it would lead to great losses. At that point, our Lu family could take advantage and crush the Tan family. Hua Kuang suddenly raised his voice from somewhere. Liu Tanfeng, just in time, your grandfather also wants to have a few battles with you. Lang Nguyen heard this and turned to call Hua Kuang. That young master Tan Thien is under my care. Be careful yourself. At the same time, Xiao Tian began to use his power. All right, let me see what your so-called strength to become the champion really is. From the crack, he shouted loudly and summoned two giant spirit beasts. Come out, the Earth Colossal Dragon and the Thunderfire Han Dragon. So, the two divine beasts of Xiao Tian appeared right beside him. At this moment, viewers were buzzing with discussions about the legendary Great Earth Dragon Wall, the Iron Wall, and the 7th-ranked Thunderfire Dominant Dragon Beast in the Dragon rankings. Having two dragon beasts is incredibly luxurious. It's as hard as an ordinary person wanting a plane. Tan Thiao Tin almost has both a plane and a yacht. Tan Thiao Tin, with an imposing aura, stared directly at Lang Nuyet and straightforwardly exposed her. To Lang Nuyet, I know you have a dragon beast. No need to hide it. Summon it now. Hearing this, Huang frowned, clearly realizing that a single illusion beast couldn't handle a long beast. Lang Nuyet also didn't bother to hide and decisively summoned her pet. Go away, little white. The four pets face each other and roar, creating pressure on each other. Seeing this scene, Tho Lam and Luke Lam were so frightened they stammered. Even my third brother wouldn't buy me a single one of the four dragons. In another formation, Thanfeng no longer remained idle and immediately unleashed his 8th-level dragon technique. Min VM Totuk, taking advantage of the gathering energy, suddenly asked, Hua Kuang, do you dare to face this move of mine? Hua Kung and the beast companion were unafraid and stepped forward, saying, Bring it on, let's go, to the dark abyssal wolf. Immediately, the two opposing energies clashed like fierce rivals. Seeing him persist, Thanfeng clenched his teeth and thought, Min VM Thotuk is the terrifying storm technique of the bone-piercing poison. Can this reckless guy really withstand it? Hua Kung then commented on his move. Liu Tanfeng, your attack level isn't enough to even scratch the tail feathers of the dark abyssal hellhound. This seems to have provoked Thanfeng, who immediately became angry and spoke in a similar tone, the dark minx. Black Dragon tightly held the dark abyssal hound, and it was the beast tamer himself who was the real breakthrough. Flying from the sky to Hua Kuang's location, Thanfeng threatened, but now under the dragon's pressure. I want to see how you escape. Seeing the danger close, Hua Kuang still didn't dodge, but instead pressed his face against the attack. If I blink, from now on I will be called Hua Coward. He radiates a powerful energy and decisively attacks, breaking his sword in half. Thanfeng, still unaware of what was happening, was suddenly shocked and stunned. Their two pets were still facing each other, the dark abyss. Dragon Dog has gained the Wind God Talisman.
a tough armor, and the Storm Thunder Blood Battle Armor for Hua Kuang. Then Hua Kuang swiftly punched his disgusting face.
Ha ha, is your grandpa tough or not? You got a bitter taste too quickly. Thanfang couldn't react in time. Is that voice still ringing out? Dogs rely on their homes and chickens stick close to the coop? He used all his strength to punch him away, leaving him dizzy and crashing to the ground. Thanfang's soul has probably already gone to meet his grandfather. Seeing him so miserable, Hua Kuang taunted provocatively. Well done, is there any other trick? Bring them all out? Thanfang painfully and slowly opened his mouth. The maximum limit of the competition only allows a 6th grade magic sword. If I had used a regular magic sword earlier, your head would have already hit the ground by now. Then you forced yourself to give an order.
The Dark Shadow. Black Dragon. His pet received the command and immediately obeyed.
It moved to its owner and wrapped around Thanfang, then quickly climbed onto the beast's back. Hua Kuang said, "You're running already."
Thanfang immediately soared into the air with his beast, gently warning, "Don't celebrate too early." He immediately empowered his beast and activated the death move of the Mortal Destroyer.
Thanfang's face looked furious as he shouted, "You talk big, huh?
If you have the courage, then try my next move." While fighting, Lang Guyet was surprised to see that it was a 9th-level death technique of the human extinction, and when she saw her opponent distracted, Tiu Tian launched an attack. But luckily she reacted quickly. Then he sneered and asked, "Are you afraid now?" "My great Earth Dragon can protect you," Lang Guyet replied coldly while attacking continuously.
"Think for yourself. Your 2 dragons are so weak they can't even carry themselves. They're about to turn into ice sculptures."
She stepped forward to attack Tan Tiu Tian, who immediately caught her and said with a smile, "I think your dragon beast will turn into a tooth-grinding tool for my dragon beast first." Everyone watching was excited and discussing eagerly, "Too impressive." Lang Guyet and Tan Tiu Tian are evenly matched in their fight, capable of dueling with the young master of a renowned sect, which makes them quite outstanding in a way. If it were me, I'd be dead in less than 2 moves. Just look. The death toll is almost enough. Probably 1/3 of the island will vanish. In the sky, Thanfang, a sphere of energy,
rushes toward Hua Kuang and shouts, "Everyone will die!"
Quickly, he climbed onto his beast's back and used a counterattack move. The Dark Dragon Dog responded with that move. The beast immediately obeyed the command and transformed into a bear.
Then it charged up to confront his purple energy, and Hua Kuang shouted, activating his domain.
Immediately, a powerful energy source with overwhelming momentum appeared. The 2 opposing energies clash fiercely, causing everything around to shake. However, Hua Kuang's energy, with greater friction, pushes Thanfang's energy away, instantly transforming the scene and leaving only his energy in the air. The audience outside is in shock, unable to believe it. What? The death manifold has disappeared again.
Hua Kuang's Dark Dragon Dog's domain skill devours the death manifold once more.
That's also very strange. As soon as I entered that domain, I turned into dust. This terrifying domain is the first time I've seen something like this. Returning to the fight, Hua Kuang looked directly at him and said, Hey, the beast cage my master cultivated, of course you haven't seen it before." Thanfang frowned and lowered his voice. "Master, who are you?" Seeing his voice trembling like that, he calmly reminded him, "Remember this." Then Hua Kuang suddenly ordered to attack Thanfang's pet, his voice ringing out. "Master, I am the renowned owner of the Little Diao Qi Beast Shop." He swiftly snatched his pet's head before he could react and spoke proudly. "Tu Bin!" Thanfang's body gradually disappeared, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. Tu Bin's disciple? Hua Kuang's strength is this formidable, yet he's just the power of a little pet? Thanfang chuckled softly. "Ha ha ha, the secret dealings of the Duong family will surely come to light. This duel of elites will be quite entertaining." At this moment, the announcement sounded, Liu Qingfeng had been eliminated. Huo Chuang looked at the 2 people below and coldly said, "You 2 also go die with him." Those 2 immediately panicked and begged, "Don't kill me. After the match, I will ask your 3rd uncle to give you many good things." Hua Kuang rode his beast down contemptuously, mocking. These 2 useless trash. Are they really the ones nominated as extraordinary? This scene has everyone in the audience buzzing with discussion. Too strong. Phi Fam Pet Store can't compete with Xiao Dao Qi. Not even the Liu family young master can compare. After this match, I'll go train at Xiao Dao Qi. What else should I watch? Now I'm going to Phi Fam to cancel the order and switch to Xiao Dao Qi. Meanwhile, Min Tung Tran waits to question Tu Bin. Boss Tu with the arrogant Liu family young master is like slapping the 4 great clans in the face publicly. Isn't that a bit excessive or inappropriate? Hearing that, he smiled and replied, "I'm planning to make a big fuss." Previously, Tubin warned Hua Kuang this dark dragon dog is temporarily loaned to you for protection.
Hua Kuang immediately excitedly asked, "Do I have a chance to use my master's battle pet treasure?"
Are you not dreaming right now? He replied casually. Of course not. Borrowing a pet is our official service, and a temporary contract fee will be charged. Hua Kuang agreed without hesitation.
Money is not an issue. Master, I'm afraid the beast might be too strong for me to ride.
Tubin raised his hand to point at the beast behind him and smiled reassuringly.
Don't worry, the limitations of the temporary contract only require a rank relationship. This kid may have a level 9 extreme combat power, but his current rank is only 7. So with your energy above level 6, you can easily sign the contract with it.
Extreme level 9? Thank you, Master.
Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog Senior, I'll be counting on you next.
Just call it your partner, not a senior. Outside the arena, it's just your battle pet. During the match, be bold and show your strength. No need to hold back. Tubin's eyes are sharp. Rarely does he get such an opportunity to promote himself like this elite competition, which also clears all doubts about our store. The others watching below can't help but be surprised. What is that? A blue beast, like an ancient divine creature. A dragon with large wings appearing before their eyes. The hand made of spiritual energy moves down. Then the skill activates, sealing the Lei Lang coin. The Longjang enhancement controlled by the 4 great clans is about to change. The referee quickly announced his assessment, focusing on Xiao Tian's pet skill, when suddenly, a lightning-based ability never seen before appeared. Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel worried, as the oppressive sensation was overwhelming. Here it is. Come out now. Suddenly, a monster appeared before them. It was a natural guardian beast with a level 9 lower position combat strength. Next is the Blood Crystal Demon Beast. The commentator immediately said, "It's the Blood Crystal Demon Beast." I heard that the Blood Crystal Demon market is home to the most ferocious and hardest to tame evil beasts in the 9th bloodline, fierce and often turning against their owners, similar to the Hellfire Dragon Beast, which is considered one of the most savage beasts. Immediately afterward, the figure in the sky like an angel shot an arrow down. Below, the monsters were also ordered.
Lightning Fire Han Long Beast, naturally Tihojia, Earth Giant Dragon.
Next came the Dragon Blood Battle Armor, the guardian of the Little Protector Goddess, embodying both good and evil. Seeing this scene, the commentator immediately spoke up. 3 level 9 defensive skills appeared in an instant, and Tiu Tian's strength was not inferior, but she smiled here, her eyes shining with useless yellow. Then something flashed by with a white light. Immediately, all those monsters were knocked away and shattered. Seeing this, Tiu Tian was furious. What's going on? Why didn't my defensive skill work? The Blood Crystal Demon immediately followed the command and rushed forward to block the attack. But that power was too great, pushing the Blood Spirit Demon back a distance. It struggled to defend while shouting, then suddenly the light shifted and attacked elsewhere. An explosion suddenly erupts in the distance, soaring into the sky and causing a shockwave. Lang Nguyet, at this moment, stares blankly at the data notification. Oh, removing 36 people. The evaluator couldn't help but get excited. Sweetheart, this pressure really makes me watch with fascination. The commentator doesn't forget the opponent, that terrifying skill. Like Yu Lin piercing through 2 level 9 defenses, hard to defend against. Fortunately, the physical ability of the Blood Spirit Demon is among the top 2 in level 9, allowing it to barely escape that attack. Xiao Tian immediately spoke, seeming exhausted, and asked, Lang Nguyet, was that attack just now your full strength?
It is indeed a powerful beast skill not to be underestimated, but I have already neutralized it.
Blood Spirit Demon Clan, but then suddenly a loud shout rang out, lightning flashed, and his beast suddenly appeared behind Ling Yue. She was startled and quickly turned around, saying, "Too fast?" The commentator continued, "Both sides' battle pets are aiming directly at the Beastmasters, with no intention of showing mercy." Just as that creature's mouth was about to reach Lang Nguyet, something like a blue gemstone blocked it. Theotian was amazed. This was the 9th level Ice-type defensive skill, the Ice Shield of the Guardian Goddess. Lang Nguyet said, "Your Blood Crystal Demon is very fast. Her entire body is covered with blue stones, almost catching up with my Little White." Suddenly, Little White bit towards the Blood Crystal Demon. He looked worried. "Blood Crystal Demon." At this moment, Ling Yu turned to ask Xiao Tian, "So that arrow from Little White earlier was just a probe. How do you want to deal with it now?" Immediately afterward, a group of people flying in the sky aimed their arrows at him. Could there be some mistake? Then all the puppets' arms pointed in one direction and fired. The spot they hit immediately caused a huge shockwave. Others looked on and sighed, shooting arrows continuously from such a distance. Seeing the score points added to Ling Yue, the commentator was surprised.
After Hua Kuang, the second contestant to reach 200 points, who could possibly stop the great assassin of the four directions? Someone else saw this and smiled, so Tian and Thanfong lost again, underestimating the enemy. It's okay, I will take action. Then the competition continued fiercely. The constant sound of announcements kept ringing out, eliminating one person after another, mostly loud. Ling Yue soared through the air. Hua Xuang, I drop bombs from above, you gather the others below, all in one swift strike. As he rushed forward, he replied, No problem. Watch my long beast war chariot crush them. The commentator observing the battle then said, The contestants Ling Nishiet and Hua Kuang are using their momentum to crush towards Muktran and Diep Long Thien.
What will the young master of the Muk Diep family do to respond? Seeing this, Long Thien began to think, which part of the island should I attack from first? It's all because of the restrictions in the competition that we can't use our high-level secret treasures. That careless guy isn't nearby, so it's considered their luck. Mutran also felt confused. Well, me too. If I can't, I will find them and clash. Immediately after, the commentator continued speaking, sneaking away, with no contestants remaining to fight. What a pity. In front of everyone's eyes, figures made of ice and snow appeared. At this moment, only 5 survivors remained on the battlefield out of 1,000, and he eagerly assessed the final 5 remaining competitors. The nightmare hunting competition has ended. The 5 finalists of the epic city of Dilongjiang have leveled up. Let's celebrate their victory. Long Tien on the other side wiped his sweat, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, I almost got caught up in it. Mutran muttered to himself. A bunch of monsters. His score is 118. Chuvan's final score is 149. Hua Kuang's final score is 327, and Lang Nguyen's final score is 289. Finally, the commentator's voice echoed again, calling on the players to leave the sleeping area for some physical activity. If you're not feeling well, please inform the staff promptly. Hua Kuang proudly turned to Lang Nguyen and said, Did you hear that just now? We're in the finals now. You don't think so? You can't be careless. There's still a final match waiting for us. He replied indifferently, Haida, you're too cautious. Those 3 can't beat us. During the final match, you take down one opponent, I take down one, then I'll concede with nothing left. The champion title will be ours. Seeing his expression, Lang Nguyen couldn't help but remind him, Don't go planting flags randomly. Then Hua Kuang excitedly said, Little senior sister, cheer up. Tonight I invite everyone to the biggest entertainment zone in the upper city to relax. Seeing Hua Kuang's expression, Lang Nguyen couldn't help but hold her head and retreat to a corner, suddenly feeling overwhelmed and thinking, I need to go home to train, not going anywhere. At this moment, someone suddenly approached and said, I really can't believe it. This tournament ended up in your hands. The person was Thanfong and Tio Tien, both immediately on alert. Tio Tien quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I just came to congratulate you on your promotion and to make friends. Lang Nguyen asked coldly, Making friends isn't about wanting to take revenge after the competition, right? He then laughed to smooth things over. Ha 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 ha. So my younger brother was worried about this. You're overthinking it. I never intended to win this elite tournament. My true goal is the Martial Arts Academy. She was stunned to hear that. Tranvo School, the #1 academy in the Aluk region. Over here, Hua Kuang put his arm around Thanfong and said, That fight just now was really exhilarating. Thanfong, if you're free, let's spar sometime. Thanfong gritted his teeth in anger. Who would want to fight a monster like him? Your beast is tough, but your skin is so thick. And Hua Kuang asked cluelessly with a carefree look. It seems like your face doesn't look very good. He immediately replied that he was bitten by a dog. Then Thanfong turned and walked away. I have something to attend to first. Someone quickly approached him and reminded him, Young master, please calm down. It turns out it was Liu Yuan. He said, This time Du has the upper hand, but it's just luck. I have a new plan. But Thanfong didn't show any respect and hit him, saying, Get lost, how strong is Vu? Can he really do anything? If you cause trouble for our family because of him, I will go ask him myself. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Duong family area, they began to discuss. Lang Yuyet's fighting style isn't bad. She's using immobilizing obsidian. Report to the family quickly. This is the best achievement in our Huangshan's history. Director To, if you're free later, just say you're not available. A message from Jatam arrived unexpectedly, reporting that someone in our family network has informed about the young lady using the immovable lycanthrope, which could cause trouble. The news has been stopped by me. How should we handle it? Hearing that, you wonder if the Dung family is finally arriving soon. Tabin immediately replied to Jatam, The news will be spread in a few days. I can't suppress this matter. I have my own plan. Now we move to the Chu family estate, where a serious shout echoes. Train seriously for me. Don't be lazy. The soldiers in the courtyard kept practicing diligently. As soon as Wang Jun returned, he saw Tobin. He muttered, "It's him." "Humph, everyone stop now. The clan leader's order is to inquire about Tubin when he sees him." Immediately after, the others stop what they're doing and speak with displeasure. "Hello, Lord Tu." Seeing their unhappy expressions, he thought to himself that although the chief had sworn loyalty for mutual benefit, the others were only outwardly obedient but inwardly unfaithful, so their loyalty was not high and needed to be adjusted. So, Tubin directly said, "I don't want to be called that, I want to see the clan leader." Vuong Quan then called someone to come over. That guy then stepped forward and nodded, saying, "Take him to see the clan leader." Yes. Then he was handed a cup of tea, and the two of them started to talk. "Master Totram Kong Ngenvik, why are you free enough to come to Taisha today?" Tubin sat opposite the clan leader and asked, "How effective were the over 100 high-level beast training orders you placed earlier?" Tian Xiao immediately replied, "The training results are very good. I can say that our Sung Thu, whenever brought to your palace, all show progress as if they are standing among chickens." Hearing that, you find it hard to understand. If that's the case, why did Lord Chu Vuong Quan not notice any improvement during the training earlier? He stroked his beard and replied, "These over 100 orders are for our high-ranking members of the Chu family. How could servants deserve such good things?" Tubin then understood, so that's how it was. Low-level workers, aside from being beaten by me, don't get any benefits afterward. No wonder Chu Vuong Quan acted that way earlier. Then I asked if they had watched the elite tournament yesterday. Tian Xiao immediately replied, "I saw it. Your disciple and sister's performance were dazzling, especially the two lightning skills I had never heard of, which made people feel excited and moved." Many of Chu Vuong Quan's descendants have recorded and watched it every day, hoping to someday learn a divine technique like that. Tubin immediately stood up and said, "Very good, have Chu Vuong Quan and them line up to summon the main battle pets." The clan leader was startled to hear this. What is Master Tu trying to do? I smile and reply, "To give benefits." On the arena, a giant snake with glasses appears. It is a mid-level puzzle guardian beast, but facing a mid-level spiritual beast, the opponent shows no fear and orders the spiritual beast to attack. Yuan Tuku, the martial arts arena. Chura. The treasure puzzle collided with that mighty flame and could only use a defensive barrier. Suddenly, its tail emitted a green light. The person beside it praised, "Well done, the 7-layer green light is shining, and GVM's final move has reached level 7 mid-tier combat power." Chufeng smiled arrogantly as he took out something from the space, a 7th-tier item. "Watch me." Suddenly, a powerful spirit beast appeared beside him, emitting mysterious lightning and thunderclouds, and immediately its fierce energy struck the protective barrier of the puzzle trap, causing its tail to shift from blue to orange. Everyone around couldn't help but marvel at this scene. 8 layers of orange light, level 8 upper position combat power, too strong. Clearly just last month you reached the 8th lower level. Almost got shot to pieces. This level up speed is also too fast. Chao Feng is proud not only of his strength, but also because he is the heir of the high-ranking Chao family. Even the king himself is somewhat wary of him. At such a young age, already possessing a level 8 top-tier beast companion, in a few more years. Reaching the position of guardian won't be a problem. Hearing this, Chu Feng quickly replied, "In terms of background, do you have the advantage, senior? Otherwise, you might as well take the opportunity to watch." He clasped his hands together and looked reverent. "I dare not. I'm already this age. I guess I'll be stuck at this level for the rest of my life. Based on your leveling speed, I believe you'll surpass me soon." Chu Feng's face was already beaming with joy, secretly thinking that the nurturing service of that little girl was truly impressive. Just take them to battle, and they could become master beast tamers through daily fun and food. Then he continued, "Ha ha, not bad. Very self-disciplined, old man. You should retire early." Suddenly, a voice rang out, though it was just a few visits to my training shop. A guy who just advanced a few small levels. Is he that fast? The owner of that voice is Tobin, with Tian Xiao Lao and Chu Vuong Quan lining up behind him, calling out your main battle spirit to let Boss 2 check it out. Everyone in the arena shouted yes in unison and summoned their spirit beasts, which appeared one after another in various shapes and forms. Are you satisfied? Our Chu Vuong Quan's aura is truly impressive, isn't it? Tobin sighed softly, looking at each one with a fierce appearance, but deep down he was thinking the opposite. Is it bad luck or low innate talent? Even a loyal beast with quick comprehension isn't here. Keep searching and see. He notices another spirit beast. Found it. Step out of line. Tobin approaches and sits down to observe the mystical beast carefully. This ancient plant spirit of yours is a 7th-tier botanical lineage with healing abilities.
Relying mainly on the blue battle beast isn't enough for output, is it? That's right. I plan to train it to become a versatile companion that can fight and heal, capable of charging to the front lines to protect my allies. Seeing his spirit beast highly valued, its owner replied excitedly, while Chu Fong maintained an indifferent, superior attitude and spoke sarcastically. That's a good point. That ancient dragon beast isn't as good in battle as an assault beast, nor as effective in the rear as a healing beast. This crippled pet with a broken leg could be kicked out of the team at any moment. Why does Boss 2 care about it? Might as well come see my Thundercloud beast. You don't care and just focus on the spirit beast in front of you. Can a person be both a warrior and a singer in the same body? Truly an interesting combination.
I understand now. Carving the seal. 993 of the Thunderpath Ancient Dragon Hum. Suddenly, a giant bolt of lightning strikes directly at the spiritual beast, and Tobin! Tian Xiao exclaimed in shock, directly inscribing a new skill seal, a method even a 9th-level nurturing master has never used before. After the lightning disappeared, Tobin stroked the head of the spirit beast in front of him, which silently enjoyed it. Based on your way of thinking, I assigned it a new supportive skill. Go and see how its healing ability and battle cry work. The owner of the ancient vine beast was so shocked that they fell to the ground, speechless with amazement. A new skill, yes, but how can healing ability be used if no one is injured? Tobin calmly replied, "This is easy." He clenched his fist and aimed it at Chu Fong, performing the first demonic suppression fist. He smiled as if he hadn't heard Chu Fong's screams of pain from losing his arm. Now it's fine. At his command, the boy immediately ordered Gudong Beast to unleash its magic. Gudong Beast quickly used the ancient cursed dragon. A powerful strike of spiritual energy gathered into a dragon head aimed straight at Chu Fong. Chu Fong shouted, "This isn't about destroying the corpse and erasing traces, is it?" Powerful spiritual energy pierced through his body, causing excruciating pain that made Chu Fong scream out loud. Seeing his severed and deformed arm, he screamed in panic. My hand, but suddenly a tiny, bizarre-looking hand grew out of the wound, seemingly uninjured. Everyone there was so amazed that even Elder Tian Tiu couldn't believe his eyes, as the severed hand was reborn. Wang Jun and the other contestants stared in shock. Wasn't that only possible with an 8th-tier healing technique? The spiritual power of the ancient spirit beast did not dissipate, but focused on the secret puzzle. And with just one strike, it completely destroyed the statue before their eyes. Everyone was stunned again and again. The broken target is now at level 8 extreme limit, proving that there really are skills that combine attack and healing and can be wielded so effortlessly with just a flick of the hand, boosting combat power several levels. The boy with sparkling eyes pats the ancient divine beast's head and says, "You're so strong, my ancient divine beast can actually unleash such terrifying power?" Tobin quietly thinks to himself, but he doesn't fully heal the severed arm, then speaks up. "According to my teachings, you haven't yet fully unleashed your true strength. Your ancient divine beast still needs more training." As soon as the words finished, everyone fell into deep thought, each with their own ideas. Such a terrifying skill, it could be taught instantly. He's too generous. He says that's the only way to get the good stuff. I shouldn't have upset him earlier. Now I wonder if it's too late to make peace. He won't hold a grudge against us, right? Forget it. Missing this chance won't take more than 5 seconds, and all the contestants kneeled down and bowed respectfully in unison. All the Chu King army in this life, even if it means dying, will follow Lord Tu. Seeing this, you don't seem surprised by the outcome and simply reply softly, "Very well." Then Tubin thought to himself, but only the loyal team is not enough. He then continued, saying, "These days, everyone who comes to train with me will get a discount, so make sure to time your level up." Hearing that, Elder Thien Tu frowned in thought. Is young Tubin planning to directly seize control of the Chu Vuong army's defensive system? Boss To, do you really need to rush like this? Tubin looked ahead calmly and replied, "Clan leader Chu, haven't you noticed yet? Longjiang is about to change." Suddenly, the watch on Tobin's wrist beeped to alert him. "Set Tam Sen's regards, master. Rest assured, the purpose of this spiritual journey is for Nanbang Nguyen to win the city championship. The two houses plan to cooperate with Nanbang Nguyen and others to eliminate us on the final day. Please be careful." Around the main arena, tens of thousands of spectators are seated watching. The MC loudly announced that the City Elite Tournament final has arrived and introduced the competition clearly. Today, the champion of the tournament will represent our Longjiang stronghold city in the global competition. Suddenly, the audience noticed something unusual and couldn't help but whisper to those around them. Look over there. The person sitting on the tall tower. From the vantage point overlooking the 7 chairs and 6 people sitting quietly, it's clear at a glance that they are not ordinary figures, but important personalities. Who is the one left to sit in that empty seat? One after another, the clan leaders from Longjing branch arrived, and Longqin looked annoyed to be sitting here. Boo, damn it! He's making me join this boring competition again. The person next to him replied, Brother Duong, don't rush. If you stir up the finals, that great person won't be able to sit back and relax. He is the patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Beihai. Patriarch Tan of the Tan family, Tan Du Huang, looked down intently and asked, Is that girl the one who defeated my son? Head of the Liu family, Liu Tiantong, is also somewhat interested in this tournament. I wonder what his true strength is, so I will come to watch personally. Next, Patriarch Deep of the Deep family crosses his arms and observes, as if something terrible is going to happen today. Patriarch Chu of the Chu family, Thien Tiu Chi, chuckles softly, just as the sound of metal clashing with the ground echoes across the arena. The surrounding elite guards part to let them through, and one of them softly says, Please wait a moment. A light shines on a young girl leading the elite guards, revealing her face. It's Nan Bang Nguyen, who calmly signals, Let the competition begin. Min Tung sat next to Tobin, unable to contain his curiosity. Who is that young girl? Tobin frowned in confusion. Is it really her? With that, the host's voice continued. Long Trong introduced everyone. Seeing Bang Nguyen sitting in the middle of that special row, he couldn't help but be surprised, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heads of the great clans, followed by the announcer's introduction. The person sitting in the center is Nan Bang Nguyen, Miss Nan. She directly participated in our city's final match as a member of the Ting Kong organization. The audience on the stands immediately started to discuss. Is the Celestial Realm the strongest organization in the Alu region? For outsiders to directly advance to the finals like this, it's really unfair. Keep your voice down and run. This place is a bit dangerous. I should go back and watch in person, the MC quickly added. Today, 6 contestants will compete for the championship throne, which is truly an honor for our city to attract the attention of the spirit realm. Then, he briefly explained the finals today, noting that due to the change in the number of contestants, the rules had been adjusted accordingly. 6 competitors will be divided into 2 groups, A and B, and the one who consecutively defeats 2 others in their group will advance. The champion of this final will be chosen from the 2 teams' top performers. The remaining 4 will be eliminated at Liu Kuang. Lang Nuiet and Hua Kuang, upon hearing this, clearly showed worry on their faces. With this team division, doesn't that mean we... The results are in. Team A consists of Bang Nguyen, Long Thien, and Muk Tren, while Team B includes Lang Nguyen, Hua Kuang, and Chu Van. Looking at the board in front of him, Hua Kuang pondered that even before entering the finals, they had already started to destroy each other, yet the elders still smiled sinisterly at this outcome. All right, let's start with the first duel between Team A's Bang Nguyen and Muk Tran. The first match has left the audience very curious about how strong that young lady really is, as she boldly advanced straight to the finals. Suddenly a hand raised to stop the match. Beihai chuckled softly and said, The Muo family concedes. Everyone in the stands was stunned by this news. The Muk family champion from last time voluntarily gave up the chance to defend their title. Could it be the Void? Even the great clans don't dare to oppose the Void. The only city upgrade opportunity is about to be taken by outsiders. Who relied on her and became a dark horse? Even Tabin couldn't help but be surprised and let out a sigh of relief. Mintung sat watching closely. Although the government never officially announced it, Chairman To is surely aware of that rule, right? Then he patiently explained to Tabin that competitions like the Elite Tournament and the King Tournament, along with various talent selection mechanisms of all sizes, are opportunities for individuals to advance in rank. But for the entire city, it is a card to seize the resources poured in by the Lam Min Alliance. If the city does not nurture strong fighters, it will not be valued by the Federation. If the champion position in the Elite Tournament is taken by outsiders, our city's development over the past few years will come to a halt or even regress. Usually, these major clans boast and show off, but when they see someone from Ting Kong, they act like broken dogs, his voice deep and steady. Chief To, you must definitely secure the championship. After hearing this, Bing remained silent in thought, then continued to watch the arena. The Mu family conceded, and Bing Yue naturally became the winner of the first match. In the second match, she will face Diep Long Tien. Vomin finally understood. I get it, the old foxes of the Mu family are planning to use Ting Kong's hand to eliminate Diru. In this raid, our Diep family also has a stake. Although the cost is a bit high, as long as we can stop in time and win some part of the next King's tournament, we can still accept it. Miss Nan will directly advance to the final match. Then he turned to whisper to the person beside him. Old Chu, let me give you a piece of advice. If you still want to stay in Longjang, tell your young master to risk himself and leave some wounds on Lang Nguyen. The first match in Group B is between Talang Nguyen and Chu Van. Thien Tiu calmly strokes his silver beard and responds, Old Master Diep, I also advise you to be careful. This time Tin Kong and the others are probably struggling to hold on themselves, so if you want to keep your place in Longjiang, don't make reckless moves. Seeing himself being mocked, he suddenly shouted in anger, What? Are you saying that the Chu family, who are known for shaking the tree, are admitting defeat? Tian Xiao did not respond to him, but also admitted defeat. The MC and the audience were surprised. What, even Chu family admits defeat? Turns out Chu family is really on Ru's side. The victory margin is already quite significant, so Beihai frowns and chooses to withdraw Ru. Longqin looked annoyed. You're older now, are you also losing your mind? Chu and the others wait to be eliminated after the match. In the second round, Team B faces off between Lang Nguyen and Hua Kuang. Hua Kuang whispered to Lang Nguyen, My master said Nan Bang Nguyen has never revealed her true strength to outsiders. You must be careful. Yes. Then he raised his hand and loudly said, Oh, Hua Kuang, admit defeat and go kick her hard on the butt for the guy who wants to steal the championship before teaching her a lesson. Lang Nguyen's eyes were filled with determination as she responded to him. Okay. Then she jumps onto the stage as the announcer's voice rings out, stirring the crowd. Next is the final round of the Longjiang Fortress City Elite competition. The lively crowd on the stands cheers loudly. Come on, to Lang Nguyen, keep going, don't lose. Lang Nguyen also boldly challenged her opponent. Let's settle this once and for all. To Lang Nguyen and Bang Nguyen. She sat arrogantly on the elder's chair. Seeing Lang Nguyet's determination, Bang Nguyet smiled softly. So adorable. Bang Nguyet recalls her childhood when she gently offers a sausage to the little cat. But her eyes at that time are no longer innocent and naive for her age, only calmness that shouldn't be at that age. Little Fong praised, The little cat is very adorable. Miss, would you like to keep it? I went to get the cage, but her father only said that one sentence before leaving, and her expression darkened as she replied, No need, yet now that cat was curled up in the blood-stained body of a terrible wound. Bang Nguyen looked at it with no emotion on her young blood-stained face. She said coldly, I hate things that are adorable. Back in the present, Bing Yue stood up and approached her opponent's arena, emanating a deep crimson spiritual energy. The Baoan team also took their positions to set up the barrier for the match. Both teams' contestants have taken their positions to activate the 9th level protective shield. This match will be decided by the best 2 out of 3 wins. Surrender or losing consciousness counts as a defeat. Secret treasures carried cannot exceed level 7. Everyone in the stands was cheering loudly. To Lang Nguyen, keep fighting and send them home. Curse her. Longjiang, we are not either. Suddenly, a fierce attack came out of nowhere, heading straight for the cheering crowd. The surrounding spectators were so shocked, their eyes widened in fear, and they screamed uncontrollably, He's killed someone! He's killed someone! Hey! Tabin frowned silently, watching the scene that just unfolded. The perpetrator of that attack was a member of the 3-star faction of the Void, the war demon with a level 9 top-tier combat strength. His face showed clear signs of discomfort mixed with anger. The one who speaks disrespectfully to the Void ends up like them. The person next to him chuckles softly. It seems Longjiang's education needs to be improved. Sit back down, the match continues. He is Feng Hu, a 9th level top-tier Long Qi with a 4-star member of the Void Don Feng Tu. The people sitting nearby were splattered with blood, trembling in fear as they clung to themselves. The MC continued, All right, let's proceed. Please, the referee, continue reading the rules. Before I could read it, Ling Nguyen spoke up. The rules. During the competition, the government does not provide healing. Contestants should pay attention to the appearance of their spirit beasts. Why come to us for their position? Is it because she lacks confidence and strength to win the championship in the city? Bing Yue didn't say anything, just snorted, and a bright seal appeared all over her body. Lang Nguyet raised her guard and used her magic power, preparing to summon her beast. In the blink of an eye, a red light shot toward her, leaving her no time to react, only able to raise her hand to defend. Leaving Yippokat, Lang Nguyet was slammed against the wall by a sudden punch, a force far beyond her 6th level. Can the contestant, to Lang Nguyet, defend against it? Luckily, in the midst of danger, she created a barrier that prevented herself from being hurt or exhausted. Did I guess right? MC continues to comment on the match. Unharmed contestant. To Lang Nguyet successfully blocks this punch. Long Qin clenched his fist, secretly thinking that it was indeed Yen Ni's immovable lapis body. He frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Long Nguyen, To Bin. After the match, I will definitely expose you to everyone. Tung turned to To Bin and said. The referee hadn't even finished starting before he struck. That's really despicable. You responded, and the spiritual pattern on Non-Bang Nguyet's body isn't simple either. Two-Tone explained to hate him. Based on her immovable sapphire body's defense, she could be knocked far away, and her spiritual energy linked to her spiritual power, likely exceeding the 7th rank. Hearing this, Min Tung was surprised. If they surpass level 7, why do the referees pretend not to see? I continued, suspecting Wen organizing Group A-B. Tu Bin calmly expressed his suspicion. The organizers, including the referees, also have many followers of the spirit realm, and even if they violate the rules of the spirit realm, there's nothing that can be done to them. He seemed unable to believe his ears and asked suspiciously, Do they are all their people? Is there still a need to fight? Of course there is. Tu Bin remained silent, showing his determination. That's why he needed to defeat them even more. Then Lang Nguyen quickly opened the barrier to summon the demon beast. Come out! The silver-bone, lunar dragon stands tall on the arena floor, radiating icy coldness around it, as the spectators begin to stir. Look quickly. The appearance of the silver-bone celestial moon dragon seems a bit different from before. Has it mutated? The golden light has a divine aura. Bing Yue was slightly surprised by the spiritual power of the demon beast before her, not knowing when it had appeared in front of her, giving her a blow as if to respond to the previous attack. The attack was so powerful that even Bing Yue, despite her superior strength, suffered significant losses. 2 members of the Void Realm grimaced, secretly wondering if they could suppress the 8th-tier Divine Scholar Lady with just their physical bodies. This silver-bone spirit moon dragon is not simple. Little Feng quickly hands the sword to Lady Bing Yue to receive her sword. As the sword is drawn from its sheath, a flash of light erupts, causing the audience in the stands to cover their eyes simultaneously. That was dazzling. What just happened? Bang Nguyen inside the barrier shouted out, Xiao Bai, deal with her! The sword kept pounding against the barrier, then pierced straight through it as if nothing could get past. Bang Nguyen gently caught the sword with her hand, swinging it to create a curved arc of spiritual energy aimed directly at the silver-bone moon dragon. The silver-bone moon dragon looked down at its wounded arm, and the protagonist continued, The sword of Lady Nan not only easily broke through the 9th-grade protective shield, but also injured the silver-bone moon dragon, truly terrifying. Min Tung was stunned and exclaimed, That is a 9th-grade divine weapon sword. Qi Thien is said to cut through iron like mud and has slain countless fierce beasts of the same rank. But isn't this sword a family heirloom from a clan in another city-state? How did it end up in her hands? Fong Tu sneered. If she managed to force Kai Thien out of his sheath, she's got some skill, but that's as far as it goes. The audience was outraged and criticized the organizers, saying, I can't take it anymore. Using a 9th-rank secret weapon in a 6th-rank competition is a violation of the rules. That's right. The elite tournament is about pet battles, not about comparing magical treasures. Wu Ju calmly said, then unleashed his spiritual power to transform into a spear. Our void sect doesn't interfere. You just point and shoot at the cheering crowd from earlier. They scream in fear. Ah! At the same time, a hand of spiritual power appeared just in time to protect the spectators. Seeing that, Zhao Wuji frowned. What? If you want to compete, do it properly and don't cross the line. That person is none other than Tu Bin. He has been holding back until now, but finally couldn't stand it and stepped forward. The referee of the 9th-level battle was a bit suspicious after hearing this, thinking to himself, could it be that he's warning us? This young man can easily withstand the attack of a 9th-level expert. He's not someone we can mess with. Then he looked towards the elders and said, why not ask the spirit for their opinion? Uzi was furious and said, don't know what's good for you, yet you dare to preach. Stay calm and don't be impatient. Our goal is to help the young lady win the first place. After they finish fighting, you can do whatever you want. Then Zhao Wuge said to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, explain. Yes, the young lady's divine talent through opening spirit allows her to form a contract, so it's also considered a divine beast, and I am the keeper of her beast spirit. The referee looked at each other and said, there is indeed a precedent for top-tier beast tamers to awaken their divine weapons for items that grant mental power, and Miss Nan's sword matches the conditions of a divine beast, so it may not be limited by rank. The competition continued, and then the MC announced that only the strongest organization in the A-Luke region could have such prestige. The resource and manpower sources are quite abundant. Even top-tier beast tamers work for them. The audience may be dissatisfied but only dare to whisper, what kind of sect's treasured beast is that sword?
It's obvious she's cheating. With such powerful divine weapons assisting her, this will be a tough fight. Bang Nguyen paid no attention to the gossip and used her sword to activate the spiritual sword spirit projection. As Nan's mastery of spiritual energy began to increase, she summoned them here. Behind her, the tier in space gradually opened, revealing sharp eyes as she summoned 3 battle pets at once. One after another, the 9th rank Sadness New Chong Beast and the 9th rank Evil Spirit Beast appeared, all reaching 9th rank combat power. Finally, the Tula Demon Dragon of the 9th level of the upper rank, including a 2nd-ranked Tula Demon Dragon on the Dragon leaderboard, unleashes all its firepower, leaving no moves for the remaining battle. The Spirit Beast unleashing terrifying power appears before Long Nguyen. Long Nguyen, while touching the string on her neck, said, "Xiaobai, let's go." As soon as the dagger was drawn, Lang Nguyen's eyes changed to black sclera with blue dragon-like pupils, and 2 horns grew from her head. The Tula Demon Dragon's mouth gathered a dark magic orb. The silver-boned Spirit Moon Dragon also exhaled icy spiritual energy, and the 2 demonic beasts charged into battle, neither yielding to the other. The sorrowful beast and the evil demon also charged forward together. Lang Nguyen was unafraid and even looked down on them, revealing some gaps. She did not hold back and used the Moonclaw. The 2 mid-level 9th-tier demon beasts roared in pain. True to the Muck family's exclusive summoning technique, their minds unified after reaching the target. Then she continued to use it. The 4 Fangthan Loilong arrows appear faintly, aiming directly at the 2 monsters, with 5 fingers cut off in the process. To Lang Nguyen's ultimate move has indeed been used. The arrows shot at them like lightning, but a streak of red light from the sky shattered Lang Nguyen's arrows, catching even her by surprise. What just happened? To Lang Nguyen's ultimate move was blocked. Bang Nguyen finally broke her silence and spoke. This Thunderbolt technique can bypass defensive skills in a very strange way. The more you focus your spiritual energy on defense, the weaker it becomes. If she hadn't revealed herself in the previous match, it's really hard to imagine using an attack to destroy each one's true form on the first encounter. Her face clearly shows a murderous intent. Surprise attacks are still surprise attacks. Don't expect to use them every time. As she finished speaking, both Bang Nguyen and her demon beast charged forward together. Here comes Miss Nan's direct attack. But after being hit early in the fight, Lang Yui became more alert and managed to block her attack, allowing the contestant to Lang Nguyen to fight back against Miss Nan. The beasts of both sides also charged in fiercely, and the battle pets were evenly matched. Bang Nguyen swings her sword fiercely at Lang Nguyen, but she manages to dodge just in time, causing her to snort in frustration. To Lang Nguyen's contestant kept being pushed back by the sword, widening the gap with her beast companion. If this continues, the full potential of the Blood Beast's energy will not be realized. Contender to Lang Nguyen, under the fierce attack of Lady Nan, is gradually losing her strength and can only evade to find an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Nguyen's mind flashes, while the silver-bone Star Moon Dragon is overwhelmed by 4 arms closing in from all sides, making the situation even more dire. Without hesitation, she immediately used the 8th level divine skill, Divine Wing Slash, covering the entire arena with both her and the 2 beasts surrounded by dazzling golden rays. The next scene was astonishing, as a new pet technique appeared for the first time, causing severe damage to the 3 9th-level battle pets. Is the outcome about to be decided? Utsi outside just smirked without any worry. Ha! The young lady's battle pet is completely different from the useless ones you faced before. Bang Nguyen's eyes turned red with killing intent, and suddenly her 3 monsters lost control, growling as they charged toward Nyan Shuang Tin Nguyen Long. Such a cruel tactic. Is she really willing to risk her battle pets' lives just to suppress the Silver Moon Dragon? At this moment, Lang Yue is a bit panicked. Was this her plan to decide the outcome right from the start? Then I can only follow, so summon another demon beast to deal with it. Go, Snow Kun. Bang Nguyen's battle pet is already weakened. Tuyet Kao and I just need to hold on. Victory will surely be ours. The fire dragon fist rages again as we charge into battle once more. But suddenly, Yang Bang Nguyen warned, I figured out what you want. The illusion beast unleashing the fire dragon fist of fury is just an illusion now and won't cause any damage to me. Lang Nguyen was stunned, eyes wide open, and asked, What do you mean by illusion beast? It must have gone around behind me to ambush, right? I didn't expect she would fall into her opponent's trap. At this moment, Tuyet Kao is bound within the illusion matrix and cannot escape. Bang Nguyen gently replied, This move is for you. Instantly, the spirit beast was squeezed to death by that cord, and Lang Nguyen screamed in panic. Tuyet Kao, seeing the opponent in pain,
Bang Nguyet's face showed a satisfied smile. At last, she had a decent expression. Now, who else could come to save her? The red figure disappeared without a trace. When did she get so close to Lang Nguyet and slash her with a sword, but luckily she had been alert from the start and managed to dodge in time. The commentator says she's using a blink skill. Really fast speed, can player to Lang Nguyet dodge this. A burst of smoke billows inside the arena. In a moment of crisis, Lang Nguyet had to use her ultimate skill to minimize damage. The commentator said she is the icy guardian goddess who once blocked a deadly blow from a bloodthirsty demon. Just in time. Lang Nguyet gritted her teeth. So annoying. Being separated like this puts me at a big disadvantage. She nervously looked ahead, knowing Bang Nguyet was stronger than her, and now only Tio Bak could match her. Lang Nguyet's pet suddenly roared fiercely, rushing to bite and tear the opponent, creating an opening for its owner. She can't afford to waste this precious time. With 2 spirit beasts, one has already been defeated by Bang Nguyet. But upon hearing her owner's will, the silver bone moon dragon turned back, ignoring its opponent. The wind god, Thunder, Lang Arrow, and the silver bone moon dragon charged together straight at Bang Nguyet, while she glanced at Lang Nguyet behind her. The ice guardian goddess may be as solid as a bronze wall, but each Feng Shen Lei Lang can pierce through all defenses. What now? Seeing her master taken hostage, the silver moon dragon Shuang Tin Nguyet hesitated. Those guys waited for it to show a weakness before rushing in to bite and tear. Unexpectedly, MC was in trouble, and Miss Nan's battle pet took the opportunity to bite the silver bone star moon dragon. Seeing herself surrounded by the silver bone moon, Long had no choice but to use the ice wind sky slash. The ice moon soared forward, wielding its sword to strike, and the divine sword suddenly leapt, slicing through Lang Nguyet's beast companion, causing it to howl in pain and roar loudly across the arena. The Fang Than Loi Lang Tian also gradually disappeared because of that. Lang Nguyet shouted in helplessness. Suddenly, tiny tentacles appeared out of nowhere and headed straight for her. Just as Lang Nguyet was about to say she was giving up, those tentacles covered her mouth tightly. The 2 divine beasts of contestant to Lang Nguyet are badly injured, and she has been restrained. Will she lose this match or not? The referee ignored the state of the match and turned to Tin Kong. Vo Chuk gestured that no action was needed. Then the Bao An team announced. Lang Nguyet still hasn't surrendered and still has the ability to fight back, continuing the match. The audience couldn't hold back their anger and shouted out, clearly she already conceded, but you silenced her. That's right, cheating and bullying others is just too much. Vo Cook didn't bother to attack like before. He stood with his arms crossed arrogantly and spoke. What about bullying? The strong should be fierce and insult the weak, or there will always be fools who offend. Miss, shall I start teaching her a lesson? Long Yu trembles as tentacles bind her tightly, her mouth sealed shut and unable to move. Everyone in the stands was trembling and saying, if it's like this with Tan Tien Bak Nyat, what do they want to do? Don't. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch. The landlords also looked at each other and said, Tisk, tisk. Tin Kong's way of doing things is too much. Daring to say the first outcome will be being kicked into the iron cage. Tabin quietly looked down, unsure of what he was thinking at this moment. Bang Nguyet was about to deliver a final blow when suddenly something pierced through the barrier into the arena. Lang Nguyet thought she was doomed, but her sword stopped just a moment before touching her. In just under a second, Tabin destroyed the tentacle monsters blocking Bang Nguyet's sword. She has already admitted defeat, and the first match is over. Everyone was stunned. Since when? The MC was amazed to see the level 9 defense wall suddenly have a large hole opened in it. Then Tabin glanced at the security team, still not announcing the result, and they awkwardly said, Lang Nguyet lost the first round. Bang Nguyet felt a bit tense when seeing the strength of the person in front of her. What's going on? Although this person looks no different from an ordinary beast tamer, I can sense an overwhelming power that seems to see through all of Tabin's strength. Feng To and Vokuk looked at the uninvited person on stage and said unhappily, This is the person behind the young lady Tabin. Impressive aura, but the arena is for competitors. You just injured our young lady's beast and interfered with the referee's decision. Then he stood up, his face no longer smiling but filled with murderous intent. Are you trying to bully the weak with your strength? The entire arena trembled violently. Lang Nguyet groaned in pain, sensing the immense spiritual energy that even made the arena tremble. But Tabin calmly explained, Don't misunderstand, I'm just an ordinary shop owner here to give a beast to this girl. Suddenly she was startled by the appearance of the beast Tabin brought, saying, Is it just a skeleton, not too over the top? I didn't expect that to be the little dry lizard. With his extreme arrogance, Causing trouble for the referee is one thing, but calling his battle beast to participate in the fight is another. The sound of his voice still echoed in the arena. Don't think we will just sit back and do nothing. The three of them still stood there firmly. Tabin still replied coldly, Our shop has always offered pet rental services. This little dry lizard is mine, but I already rented it out to her before the match. I only handle the delivery then. And right after, Tabin quietly handed her a glowing talisman. You coldly say, Isn't there also someone bringing your sacred beasts to the arena? And she already has that shining gold object in her hand. His extreme martial prowess became fierce and ruthless, forcing others to submit. Feng Xiao remained calm and asked, What if your attack on our young lady's beast damages her? What then? Tabin simply pointed at the opponent and the battle beasts. Since your young lady's beasts are also out of strength, it's better to retreat. Tabin's face darkened as he sent their two battle beasts over. The number doesn't matter. It's mainly to make you all admit defeat willingly. The elders immediately grew tense. Is he that arrogant? Does he even realize what he's saying? Fighting with divine beasts in the void? The number is unlimited. Do they really think having a slight advantage makes them invincible? Looks like we don't need to intervene. That kid is definitely doomed. They underestimate what Tabin said. Ha ha ha, these two guys are just bragging, summoning countless spirit beasts at once. The spectators feel uneasy. The dangerous aura is overwhelming. This match is truly terrifying. At the same time, the summoned beasts are pouring out from the cracks in an overwhelming rush. Each one exudes a fierce, killing intent, causing the spectators to gasp and easily shatter the protective barriers. Could it be that each one has combat power close to the 9th extreme level? They look at Tabing like fat prey, and the nature of this competition has changed. It's no longer just a display of strength. Bong Nuit expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Doan. Uncle Zhao stepped in to help. Yue Ni would not let down her expectations, causing the bandits' blood to spray 3 meters and crush bones into dust. Lang Nuit felt quite worried seeing the situation. Are there 5 battle beasts stronger than the Tula demon dragon? Tabin was not afraid at all. Only then would he have the right to fight. Use that temporary contract to sign with Little Drybone. Hearing this, she hesitated. Little Drybone is too far apart from me. If I force the contract, I'm afraid Little Drybone might suddenly kneel down on the ground. Bin didn't explain much, trusting him, so it turned out he wanted to help Lang Nguyen up. Her eyes suddenly shone with confidence. Lang Nguyen took the small hand full of battle scars, feeling that although Tu Ko Lao's hand was no longer warm, it didn't feel cold either, and she stepped into another dimension. This is the consciousness of the Silver Schwan Moon Dragon and the illusory beast. It's good, although weak, it's still alive. I'll heal them when I get the chance. But then she looked into that quiet void. Strangely, she couldn't see the consciousness of Little Dry Skull. Suddenly, Little Dry Skull appeared in a form that was not quite small. She turned back and thought, this is the battle beast fighting alongside her brother. Long Nguyen suddenly realized how incredibly powerful Little Drybone was. All right, then the next match is the second Final Showdown. If Tu Lang Nguyet's contestant fails again, Miss Nan will directly take the top spot in the city's elite tournament. Still, she felt a bit worried, but every beast companion on Nan Bang Nguyet's side was incredibly powerful. Seeing such a formidable opponent, Lang Nguyet asked nervously, Do you really think we can beat them? Bin Trun reassured her, Don't worry, just give the order. The others can handle the rest. The powerful battle cry signals the start of the fight. Nguyet can't wait any longer. She joins in, tearing them apart with all her might. Following her advice, the pets began their coordinated attack. With his encouragement and guidance, Lang Nguyet also started fighting. Little Kolu, I'm counting on you. Its small size doesn't matter. Its strength doesn't either. It uses the soul spirit to pierce through the opponent's head, its fangs ringing out. It grips the sword tightly, with a cold gaze, ready to strike a swift, clean cut, head to neck, an instant farewell. Bang Nguyet frowns, starting to worry. It's too fast to see its movements clearly. The others, stunned, saw their ultimate beast pet beheaded by a single sword, and after their comrade's death, they all charged forward, weapons raised against Little Drybone. But after just a swift and spectacular slash, they probably all had their weapons cut apart. Xiaoku Lu, with eyes flashing red sparks, coldly unleashed her ultimate move, the Spirit Wheel Reversal Slash. They cast a 9th-level illusion, the Eternal Demon Illusion. Little Drybone begins to inhale as if this hellish move makes the opponent's flesh and skin fly off. The protagonist screams wildly. The 9th-rank battle pet was slaughtered with a roar. Who exactly is this little dry long deity? Bang Nguyet could no longer believe her eyes. But before she could think of a countermeasure, Tioko Lao was already standing right behind her, making her break out in a cold sweat. Feng Tio and Vokuk shouted in panic, "Wait! Stop!" But with their weak resistance, Tioko Lao cut her sword and injured her shoulder. Bang Nguyet's eyes widened. In the natural world, dangerous situations fall into two categories. The first type, the brightness of colors serving as a warning to those nearby. The second type is the disappearance of one's existence itself. Merging with the surroundings into a whole, Tu Bing seemed to realize that she had noticed the strange thing. Bang Nguyet gently turned back with concern, but this little Ko Lao in front of her was unlike any she had seen before. She couldn't understand why she couldn't see it clearly, as if a sudden pure blackness appeared, making it impossible to predict. Tiny dry lizard, with its small body moving as fast as lightning, suddenly appeared in front of Bing Yue and defeated her with a single strike, causing her wound to shatter her like a cracked stone. Lang Nguyet, despite being busy, still couldn't take her eyes off it. Its protective barrier was too powerful. Just now, it allowed Xiaobai to enter the deadly zone, and now it shows no resistance at all. The elders are now restless and uneasy. What? The people from the Void Realm are just like flesh shields. Have we overestimated their strength? The true strength of Tabin still far exceeds our expectations. As the Poison King once said, it seems that Lord Yuan's situation is indeed not mistaken. Only Tianxiao happily stroked his beard. Ha ha! Vomin turned to old Chu and realized that he had already known his true strength from the very beginning. That's right. How could he have seen through it? The old man almost took my life to get there. Little Ko Lao didn't care about Hua Tet Ngok at all and grabbed Bing Nguyen by the hair. The two subordinates quickly stepped back. Be gentle in your attack and accept defeat. We surrender. They beg us. Let's talk it over slowly. We surrender. I'm amazed. That's too exaggerated. I almost can't believe my eyes. They've beheaded 5 9th-level or higher divine beasts in such a short time. Miss Nan's side has conceded, but how could Tu Bin let it go so easily? That victorious spirit from the recent defeat is nowhere to be seen. You speak sternly. Right now the champion title doesn't matter. The elders, seeing Tu Bin's arrogance, are all frightened. Is this kid crazy? At this point, who still cares about that championship title? Don't mention Bang Nguyet here. The one from the void is the truly indomitable and eternal spirit. Feng Tiu hurriedly tended to Bang Nguyet and gave up. We give up the championship title. As long as we don't harm the young lady, we won't dwell on the past anymore. But no matter how hard he tries, the wound can't heal. It keeps spreading, and the dark energy is too thick. This is poison resurrection technique. Tabin asked them back, since you said you wouldn't hold grudges, if I'm not mistaken. Your point is that I am at fault, but you are the ones about to die, so you decide to show mercy and forgive me. His facial expression completely contradicted his words. Wei Kwok threatened, hurry and detoxify, or if you dare to let our spirits be lost, your city will surely perish together. Feng Tiu believes they are still above him. We are still people of the void, you can't offend us. These words can no longer reach to Bing's ears. Those who are weak in words are quite a lot, and still don't know how to behave when in someone else's hands. Keeping you around is only a future threat. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Drybone cut off Vokuk's arm. He grimaced in pain, clutching his wound tightly. How dare you? Little Taolu shifts its target to Feng Tiu, daring to attack us. You will surely die. I wonder what has caught Tobin's attention. I don't know when, but countless people suddenly appeared in the sky above. A horde of level 9 experts suddenly arrived. King Bin led a group of heroes with a fierce and imposing aura. Is his target the Killer King's order? Feng Tu immediately stammered, yes, it's him. Tabin, aren't you still capable? This time, you're definitely going to die, Tabin said calmly. The Kingslayer order, I haven't heard of it before. Who are you? On the contrary, the elders are very worried, yet they use the Death King order, which is only used when a threat of a king beast appears in the city. According to them, once this order is issued, General Maha will send 39th level experts, with 10 of them entering to eliminate the king beast and deal with it effectively. This is the organization's greatest authority. King Ding removes his cloak, and bystanders scatter in fear as they crawl on the ground. But if they really fight, I don't want to die. This small Longjiang city will soon become ruins. Running is useless. Lang Nguyet is worried about the entire city and those crazy people. She has to get her mother out of the city. Tu Bin reassures her, don't worry, mother has been taken to a safe place. Huh? So, at this moment, Than Yu is leisurely with An Na. Ngan Yi's direct battle has been interrupted. There shouldn't be any danger, right? No matter how many of those bugs there are, they are just that many. Do you want some more tea, madam? Especially since they want to kill the king, these people aren't worthy, but I'm only interested in how adorable Xiao Kolao looks when he's angry. Vokuk, in pain but still trying to hold on, dared to speak arrogantly about such a legendary scene.
Truly reckless and arrogant, a scoundrel who doesn't want to live. He shouted loudly, Long Jiang's renowned clan, obey the order, support the Divine Sky reconnaissance to identify the enemy. Rewards will follow. Anyone who disobeys will be considered insubordinate and eliminated.
Long Qian received the signal and immediately stood up without a word. Tubin dares to take my beloved daughter, and the Duong family from top to bottom has long wanted to devour him. The Flying Cloud army has subordinates, and a troop immediately appeared.
What? Outside there, thousands of Death Thunder of level 8 appeared in a short time. He ordered them to assist the Spirit Sky in capturing Tubin. 5 Wu army immediately followed the order. A countless number of arrows shot down, causing the roof to collapse. The audience screamed in fear, "Save yourselves." Ha ha! The young masters are impressed. Vu Ho is truly magnificent. The heavenly martial army of the Duong family is indeed formidable. Duong Ralam Kung Chethat Day. Thieu Tien gently lands on the ground, but only the screams of people can be heard. Ah, Min Tung, while helping everyone escape, suddenly realizes that the mysterious protector is actually the young master of the Duong family.
Tell him to quickly protect the civilians and get them out. Thank you.
I never expected the Duong family to be so arrogant. Such destructive power. Long Qian is now hovering in the air. Tubin, you are now in the sights of my 5 Wu army, so just accept your fate. Other clan leaders, how are your performances? Duong Hong is using neutrality to deceive, only looking out for himself, which can also be seen as a form of resistance. Tian Xiaokong quickly stood up. Of course, I am with Tubin's team. Take your time to think it over. Right now, the 4 elders are very confused and don't know whether to choose Tubin or to help the Void Spirit. No matter which side we choose, they are not people we can afford to offend. If we happen to pick the losing side, we will definitely become their prisoners in the future. This is no longer a matter of personal grudges, but a serious issue related to the survival of an entire clan. But those scenes also made them a bit hesitant. Tubin's current strength, which can easily suppress 5 9th level battle pets, is deep and unpredictable, but the opponent is Tin Kong, who has repeatedly dealt with city-level dangerous king beasts. 40 powerhouses summoned by the Sacrificial King's order, with a combined strength at least 20 times greater than what we see now. This is undeniable authority. Moreover, we previously ordered people to block Du, and now we are in opposition. Even helping Tobin won't bring much benefit after all this. Since the Void Spirit promised a heavy reward, everyone understands the situation from this point on. The 4 of them all stood up at once, clearly understanding which side to choose just by looking. No mistake. Thieu Tien called out loudly from below. "Father!" Huang Do heard the familiar sound and looked down, telling his son, "Thieu Tien, this place is too dangerous. Later we will join forces with Tin Kong, Huyet Qian, and Tobin. You must stay away." "What do you mean by that?" he explained. "The Void Clan basically won't care about our lives or deaths." "So what if we win? Do you want to side with Tobin?" "This is not a game." Thieu Tien understands the issue clearly. "Father, please have Ming oversee it. The resources that the Void demands increase every year. Today 5 cities are cut, tomorrow 10 cities, and only then can we sleep peacefully for a night. Gaining trust is not like adding fuel to the fire. If the wood runs out, the fire won't go out. But Du Huang doesn't think the same way. The power of the Thief Wang decree cannot be stopped by anyone. Now is not the time to be a hero. Only through direct combat can Rozu's true strength be understood. They are definitely extremely powerful." His eyes show a look of determination. "Father, please trust your son's judgment. It seems that Xiao Tian has truly invested everything in you. Tubin might really be able to overthrow Tin Kong's control. Du Huang caused a disturbance and then overturned it. Is Tin Kong okay? I don't see his figure anywhere. They have returned. The Tan family is not coming." "Really?" Wuju clenched his fists. "Huh? A kid with a mouthful of milk and dizziness, spouting foolish words, just forget it. As the head of a clan, have you also lost your mind? Tan Du Huang, now you have come to Tubin with your son." Long Qin sneered. "Stop causing trouble for my good work at your age." Hitting the target, Du Huang takes off his coat. "I am truly getting old, worn down by my family's affairs, and have remained silent about the reckless actions I once took. But my title is the Wrathful God, and my power suddenly erupts. The arrows aimed at Du Huang are shattered into 100 pieces. I will never bow to anyone for eternity. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier the taste. The soldiers suffered significant losses, and the 5 Wu army was pushed further away,
Wu Ming and Tian Tong never expected Hong Kong to be so domineering, nor that the Nothan of the Tan family had remained silent for so many years, with their strength not diminished but increased.
Long Qin ordered the Fivu army to regroup. No one has gained an advantage from my family's elite forces. No, Than, even if it's you, is that how you choose to die? I happily accompanied, but Tu Bin quickly stopped him. Senior No Than, these little ones don't need you to intervene. Chu Vuongquan stepped forward.
I don't know where the electricity came from that caused the Fivu army to fall like that.
Long Qian couldn't believe it and turned back in surprise.
What? Lord Chu Vuongquan arrived just in time. Everyone was full of fighting spirit. Hua Kuang led the army to surround the entire arena.
Don't let them escape.
You seem quite happy.
It's finally our turn to appear. Master, can we take on everything the heavens have told us?
Long Qin scoffs.
King Chu? Isn't that just a bunch of useless trash from the Chu family? How can they possibly compete with my 8th realm peak Pai Wu army of the Tang family?
It turns out, Tu Bin had put in a lot of effort into training before. Follow me. This side handles the training funds, quickly increasing your aptitude.
Understood.
Thunder Dao Seal.
Are you reminding him that we already took care of our shop?
Hua Kuang didn't leave any names.
Hua Kuang immediately orders everyone. Yes? The snipers are ready. Ready. Chain lightning attack.
The Furious Thunder Chain. Lightning technique ranks 982.
When it hits, it automatically links to nearby enemies, dealing damage of the same level, with a maximum of 12 connections, causing the squadron to fall like dominoes.
Heavenly Sect and Wu Ming couldn't believe their eyes. No way. Is this really impossible?
The Duong family's defenses across several cities were shattered by Chu family, not long after To Bin took control. The Fivu army shouted,
Everyone, don't cluster together. There's nowhere left to hide.
There are few remaining pillars but countless weapons. Hua Kuang commands the army well, leading the front line.
While the High Archers continue their assault, they are the targets that seem to be heaven-sent.
Long Jin was going crazy with rage. Damn it, our Fivu army is known for its stealth and agility. Can this Chu King use lightning techniques and still automatically locate enemies? Why is he being countered by coincidence? He grits his teeth and looks towards Tu Bin.
Could it be that he knew about my concealment of the Vortex army before everything happened? Damn it, if we keep fighting, Tu Bin won't even be hurt and they'll be completely wiped out.
Fivu Quan of the Dong family would never accept being defeated like this. Fivu Quan retreats. Hua Kuang realizes their plan to escape. The enemy's morale drops sharply. Eliminate them all. Not a single feather can be overlooked. Keep the eggs safe and hatch them for me. King Bin called leap on the line. Coordinates 31 degrees. 33 minutes, 22 seconds. North, 120 degrees, 16 minutes, 24 seconds east. The spaceship outside the universe immediately received the signal, and within seconds, with enough fuel, it prepared to fire. Even from such a distance as you and Krat, Tabing can still sense a streak of light tearing through the sky and plunging toward the ground, aiming straight at Chu Vuongquan's location. The pets and everyone else tried to escape but couldn't. Luckily, Hua Kuang quickly activated the protective shield, so he was unharmed. His face turned pale as he looked at the giant thing in the sky. What kind of monster is that? Du Huang, run quickly and run now. That is the massive destructive weapon of the 10,000-ton heavy starship organization in the sky. The old man Leap doesn't think he chose the right path and pretends accordingly. Do you really think you can escape from the Lambstar?
As expected, siding with the Void Spirit is the right choice. Wipe them out. The battleship outside in space is preparing to fire. King Chu Quan panics and flees in chaos. It's happening again. This time we're doomed.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pair of wings appeared. It turned out that the bamboo dragon had arrived just in time to protect everyone. Is it the Burning Abyss bamboo dragon beast? Its massive body and tough, unbreakable skin kept everyone safe. The elders couldn't believe their eyes. What? It stood up, roaring loudly, then created a protective circle. Thanks to the divine flower technique of the Kujiai god, all are safe. The shield automatically expanded its range. Tabin felt intrigued. Tisk, tisk. It's surprising that it made the hellish bamboo dragon beast so afraid that it directly revealed its trump card.
What these guys said is not wrong. Feng Tiao and Wu Zi stared wide-eyed. This line should be said by us.
Even though 9-tier ferocious beasts are usually arrogant, they are all reduced to dust by the Leap Kong Toa cannon. So how can there still be battle pets that can directly oppose it? King Bin looks intrigued. The exploration ends here. I am very pleased with you. I thought he was just an ordinary lucky kid. But it turns out his strength is much deeper than it looks. He unleashed his power and summoned all his war mounts to join the battle. Everyone immediately obeyed the command.
Yes, the elders quickly followed suit. Numerous summoning cracks appeared in the sky above, and Lang Yui and Theo Tien were worried. Oh my, hundreds of cracks of the 9-tier powerhouses summoning. The oppressive feeling is so strong, the void will unleash its full power now. Countless strange-shaped spirit beasts appear. King Chu was truly terrified. What kind of brutal and terrifying scene is this? Is this the power that the spirit realm boasts of? So terrifying. King Bin volunteers to go first. To Bin, let me see the true strength of yours. All troops charge. The enemy is like a pile of straw rushing forward to kill. Although the numbers are large, you remain unshaken. I must recall the power of Little Drybone and watch over to Lang Nuit for me. I will be back soon. Did Du Huang leave and come back? Rest assured, the opponent is a void spirit without the ability to sacrifice the king, so this is something that can be easily handled. The skill is activated. The Chaos Star Reversal Blade, Xiao Ku Lu's body gradually dissolves and merges with Tu Bin. This scene astonishes a soldier. Could a true young legendary tier being really be formed through this fusion? Prince Bin warned them not to let their guard down. The Battle Wheel of Chaos. Together we are also at the legendary level. Now is the best moment to eliminate him. I must say I really like this new look of Tu Bin. Now I want you to understand the difference between a true legendary level and a fake one. The pets suddenly charged at Gauam, perhaps driven by hunger, as Tu Bin skillfully conjured a flash of light from his hand. In just a moment, a super long sword was drawn, and Tu Bin even advanced straight toward them. With just one strike, these three guys turned into pork for the shareholders. Everyone was terrified when they saw what just happened. A sword strike earlier has already fallen. The troops behind quickly reinforce, strengthening the 9-layer defense, but Tu Bin can defeat them just by breathing. Seeing this scene, the spirit beasts roared in fear. It's ruined. The battle beasts are dead. The wild battle beasts are now out of control. Hurry up and deal with the attacking beasts. Before they could think further, Tu Bin appeared right behind them and quickly took down all of them with a single swift strike. They are only starting to panic now. After breaking through the front line, that kid challenged the beast tamers. That sneaky kid who was watching him. Marduk, the beast tamer, has lost his master, and the situation is in chaos, and then he disappeared. Du Huang is pleased. Keep fighting like this. The biggest difference between a legendary level battle beast and a king beast is strategy. It seems he now understands that king beasts can be gradually overwhelmed by the number of people from the spirit sky, but for humans, it's not the same. The beast tamer just died, and the summoned beast will also lose control of the contract, becoming a wild animal. If that's the case, their numerical advantage will become a disadvantage. At the same time, the most important thing is that Tu Bin is a legendary level powerhouse. Du Huang proudly thumbs up his son. Theo Tien, well done. I saw it but didn't quite understand. Seeing they can't do anything, they change direction. Damn it, Tu Bin's bones are too tough to bite through. I must subdue you first. They are truly a bunch of bastards who pick on the weak and kill. Lang Nguyet steps back in worry. This is not good. Those 9-grade powerhouses are chasing us here. But before they can reach us, Du Huang has already punched them away. Be brave and get through this obstacle first. You can't let Tu Bin be stopped. Tian Xiao and Xiao Tian try to hold on, but there are too many troops on the flank like this. Zhulong uses its claws to take down a few, crushing them easily, like the surface of ancient bones turning into minced meat. You froze in place. His terrifying strength is beyond imagination. Not only can his defense withstand Liet Kong Toa, but his attack power can also easily crush opponents of the same level. Hua Kuang continues to charge forward. Senior Black Abyssal Dragon Dog, let's cause some chaos and activate the Thunder Bright Hung Slaughter Abyss. Both of us clash as if black and white are mixed together. They keep teaming up with Zhulong to fight you fiercely. Only now does the elder realize how foolish his choice was. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, they are no match at all. And that kid being at a legendary level is one thing, but even the lower levels are unreasonable. Marduk really wants to follow the enemy. King Bin still hasn't retreated. The blood-absorbing Demon King. This battlefield is a sacrifice offered to Yo. Drink their blood, grow stronger, and crush your enemies beneath your feet, as it keeps growing bigger and more powerful. The father and son of Du Huang are stunned. What is this, transforming into a form even larger than the hellish bamboo dragon beast? That thing can absorb power from nearby corpses, and with so many bodies of 9th Realm experts around, this is no longer a joke. Tu Bin sneered. Huh, no wonder you ignored the reduced team. Turns out you were waiting for this move. He thinks he's already won. Huh, it's too late to realize now, but when it comes to size, it's nothing compared to Tu Bin's strength. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to size. You took a running start and soared up to perform the second form of the demon suppression divine fist. The familiar figure of Kim Dien appeared behind Tobin Fukma. He was stunned. What kind of strange formation is this? A single punch from Kim Dien caused the opponent to lose an arm. At this moment, Xiao Feng has healed and helped Bing Yue wake up. Miss, the blood-devouring demon beast king is most proud of himself. Tabin is calmly tearing his opponent apart. Seeing the situation is dangerous, Bang Nguyen quickly tells Tiu Feng, "Take me away, miss, the War King Senior can't fight him." She told Xiao Feng to be patient, that we must endure and wait for another day to gather strength, then we will return for revenge. Yes, and next time we will make Tubin pay 100,000 times over. But when the Mikke tried to leave, they realized they couldn't escape. This can't be opened. What do you mean? Miss, using this protective skill is like a cage that can't be escaped from. I'm afraid we're trapped inside, but surprisingly, Tabin heard everything. That's right, the divine iron wall can block everything. Even information can't get out and no one outside can see what's happening inside. None of you will escape. As long as you defeat your opponent decisively, seeing the two who are sneaking away makes me feel sorry. Miss Feng Xiao and Wu Ju shouted a warning, but it was too late. Seeing the scene before her, Bing Yue was sprayed off, and that giant phallus directly fell onto their position. Outside the universe, the noble blue star lord of the nearby star system is not floating in space. Everyone is lively and discussing in the High Council chamber of the Star Realm. The council leader and all the council members except for the War King Jiai Hanqua are present. Very good. A counselor suggested that the reason the chief investigator called us back urgently was because the seal on that abyss had been loosened. Chuanqi immediately denied it. No, it's not that serious. Long Qi and Thuong Ma are escorting a prosperous star to Long Bien for training, and someone much stronger than them wants to kill them, so they sent a distress signal. Another counselor said, Longjiang is just a small frontier area, so how come Long Qi and Thuong Ma can't handle someone there? He agreed that was correct, so I approved the order from King Qi, led by King Bin, to go and handle it. Although cultivating a perfect spirit stone that meets the standards consumes a lot of resources, it doesn't require gathering all the council members. Another person confidently said that with the strength of King Bin plus 39 veteran experts and the authority of Liep Kong Ta and the Thi Vuong Decree, they could easily suppress any enemy. The legend just points to the screen and says, "It's easy, but viewers will understand. The scene is extremely bloody. Just looking at it makes you afraid. The King of Peace and the elders have been captured. The corpses of the spirit beasts are piled into a huge mountain with a familiar figure sitting calmly on top." Seeing this horrifying scene, the counselors could no longer sit still. Hanguo has been captured alive, and the army is almost completely destroyed. Who was the one who took action? The one who attacked is named Tabin. He zooms in on the screen, points at the boy, and says, "This is the guy." The documents have been sent to everyone's communication device. A counselor has uncovered your file. Tabin, 18 years old, post-Heavenly Awakening, previously demonstrated level of fame at Beach Kan Tan Ti, owns a pet shop. Hold on, he's so young and already at the peak level. Trianqi feels just like him. That's right. I also find it strange. I wanted to see his skills, but unfortunately the secret technique concealed everything, so I couldn't observe the details of the scene. Exactly. How could he possibly reveal our Tubin? They looked at each other in confusion, implying that he was deliberately hiding his true strength. The legend remains silent, saying, "No. I suspect there is a legend-level background behind him." Everyone immediately retorts, "Legend level is impossible. A small border town like this, unless it can absorb resources, I wouldn't want to go there even once. How could it be protected by a legendary rank?" He said that according to our intelligence network, Yuan Tianshen's close subordinate, Dao Zun, is very familiar with Tuo Bing, even openly displaying a photo of them together in his shop. Everyone wondered if Dao Ton was called the #1 under the legend. Indeed, without close ties and genuine friendship, if he dared to use Dao Ton's name to make money, the next day there would be corpses lying on the street. But some people also think it makes sense and is reasonable. From this, we can infer that the relationship between Yuan Tianshen and Tuo Bin is not ordinary. Agreed. For now, let's assume Yuan Tianshen saved Tuo Bing, but there are more important matters. Team leader, now that King Bing is in Tuo Bing's hands, should we gather troops from elsewhere? He believes it's unnecessary. Although our Teen Kong's legendary level was defeated, with the influence of human connections and the power of the royal decree, we can divide into legendary organizations similar to primordial spirits. The competition among legendary levels only benefits other continents, which is a major taboo.
Surely Nguyen Thien Than understands this, which is why he didn't kill Bin Vuong and left away for negotiations.
The legend seriously considers this.
And with our prosperous record so far, if we keep making a fuss and force the government to crack down, how can we bear such humiliation? Don't let a junior ruin our reputation in the spirit realm. He ordered to release the information just like before, announcing that during the match we were attacked by beasts,
And we responded in time to rescue, but some officials and civilians still suffered casualties. The deputies immediately followed suit. So should we apologize to Yuan Tianshen or Tu Bing to beg them to release Bing Wang?
Chuyện này thật khổ chịu. Xin lỗi gia giết chết một dôi chịu lực của ta. Dự thế nào gì nữa cũng qua dạng rồi. Sao phải hèn nhát như thế chứ?
I will personally handle this matter. We are still the top organization in this district. Don't tell me it's just Tu Bin. Even Yuan Tianshen has to show some respect. Let's see if Truyan Qi can keep this voice for a while longer. Hua Kuang looked at Bing Yue's body among the wreckage, so cruel, like she's been turned into mud. He announced that the master didn't find anyone alive anymore. Tu Bin has seen the spaceships. A new guest has arrived.
Let's give them a proper reception.
Yes, they surrounded them, and they obeyed the command immediately. The legend stepped down majestically.
The juniors who were disrespectful all retreated, revealing the true power of the void-level experts.
He stroked his silver beard and said, I came to negotiate. Seeing the legend, King Bin and the elders immediately rejoiced. The team leader is the rescue unit from the void to save us. Tu Bin just glanced at them coldly.
Thien Tiu and Do Huang used their spiritual energy to gag them, shut them up. Are you all done talking?
The two officials immediately speak boo up when they see this. Hey, don't go too far. Tell me what your conditions are. Chuanqi wants to negotiate with Tobin, but our subordinates have offended him somehow.
Can my little brother go easy? Hua Kuang is furious underground. Who does the old man call little brother? Coming here to cause trouble and acting so proud, I'll break all his fake teeth. Do you believe it?
The counselor looks annoyed.
Huh? Little devil, how dare you speak to the head of the committee like that? Go away. Don't be angry at your juniors.
His appearance is completely different from his true nature. I don't sense Yuan Tianshen or Dao Zun here. Have all their supports left? I don't feel Yuan Tianshen or Dao Zun here.
The legend keeper kept saying, if you kill my team of top experts, how do you want to settle this? Hand over King Bai, and I might spare your life.
Tu Bin heard this and chuckled. Ha ha, what if I'm fine? A few followers are just playing along. Don't think that having a legendary level backing you means you can push forward. Even if Yuan Tianshen meets the Spirit Lord, we must still show respect.
That's right. I advise you to know when to stop, even when borrowing the tiger's might.
You sneer and say, so you're very confident in your strength, huh? So, can you make a bet with me? King Bin struggled below but couldn't make a sound. King Bin, don't worry, I will personally restore justice for you. How do you want to bet? It's simple. If you can withstand 3 attacks from me in 3 seconds, you can take him away.
But if not, you must obediently submit to me. Hearing this kind of talk, he found it ridiculous. Relying on a young master like you to beat me in 3 seconds, you're truly a lunatic.
Dream on. Agreeing with you doesn't matter. King Bin struggles below but is insignificant. The head of the council couldn't agree. Damn it, that kid is a true legend. The legend doesn't delay. Humans are arrogant and can hold out for 3 seconds. That's what you said. If I defend with all my might, I wonder how you will respond. Are there only a few of them? Tu Bin asked as he looked at the number in front of him. He immediately spat out glue and said, so that's it. These 5 are all top-tier 9 bloodline divine beasts, each having endured countless trials, capable of shaking the mountains and seas. Why does he not only not fear me, but even seem to have a bit of something? Unlike Truyan Qi, Tu Bin just opens a gap. Tu Bin sneered, curling his lips in a faint smile. Truyan Qi was furious to see himself being looked down upon and dared to ignore him, the head of the organization. He landed like a streak of light, destroying everything. This body really is getting sharper with age.
So you can see my stance from 70 years ago. Little devil, if you dare to play word games to deceive me, then wait to face the wrath of the master of the spirit realm.
The counselors are delighted. This is a forbidden technique that consumes lifespan to enhance the body.
It seems the head of the council is about to get serious.
King Bin below wants to stop it, but his mouth is chained up. Tu Bin and the little district lord begin merging their spirits, no problem, ensuring he is convinced. Spirit beast clone. The legend was stunned to see this scene. It was the system manifesting the spirit beasts, the armor art,
the chaotic crimson reincarnation sword, the enslaved spirits, the severed insect nest, the vengeful spirits, the toxic decay, and the dragon's tremor.
It gives you 2 options. 1,
You can temporarily acquire a skill held by the fusion sacred beast.
2. The power of the skill is doubled from the start. You hesitate as you consider which one to use this time. Tabin paid attention to the blessed beast soul. If he chose the skill of his own blessed beast soul, wouldn't he be able to merge with a second battle pet? He thought hard, but choosing the divine beast clone skill would double its initial effect, meaning after fusion, he could temporarily seize the combat power of the little dry bone and also double the strength of another beast companion. For now, there's a good testing target, since the elder has come from afar, and it would be rude not to give it a try. Tabin decisively pressed the selection. The system announced that the skill had been chosen, the divine beast clone. Please merge with the second battle companion. At this moment, Tabin looks no different from a villain. As expected, he can do it. The Hellfire Bamboo Dragon Beast, with its layers of dragon scales blending into Tabin's skin. He now looks like a top handsome guy. This is a special type of beast soul clone. The Ngivien are amazed, merging twice. How is that possible? That is not a secret skill that only someone at the legendary highest realm can master. Not only the enemies, but also our side are stunned unless... Tabin's cultivation level is already at the second legendary stage, the void movement stage. You soar into the sky even though only bones remain of your wings. Tabin signals beginning to count down. The few dragons of the legend immediately formed the 9-dragon barrier. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Could it be that he has nothing to do with Yuan Tianshen? It is Tabin himself who is the legendary level, and he also holds the second fusion stage of the void movement realm. Tabin's move looked like a bowl of mixed fruit dessert with the demon-suppressing dragon fist. The legend suddenly couldn't move, and with a single punch, the dragons from earlier were now just skeletons. He fell to the ground but still couldn't find an answer. How is that possible? Realizing the situation was dire, he finally spoke. To Truyan Ki, I concede defeat. Please show mercy. Tabin, disappointed, retracted his fist. Was that enough to admit defeat? Looking at what you left on the ground looks terrifying, King Bin shouted anxiously. Chief To! Truyan Ki lay motionless on the ground, his hair gradually turning gray as his body aged. Tabin said, I only need 1.83 seconds. I haven't fully unleashed my power yet. Want to try again? Is that all you've got? If I hadn't admitted defeat early, I fear there wouldn't be anything left to destroy. Only a demon could hold out more than 3 seconds against a master of the Void Realm. No way, no way, no way. I accept. He no longer accepts defeat. Now you are the new master of the Void, the strongest organization in the entire A continent. Hua Kwong and Lang Nguyen are overjoyed. Oh my God, master. Welcome, Lord of the Void. The elders are now at a loss on how to face you. Everyone passes by Tabin's shop. This is the place. I heard it's the top training level in our city. I'll give it a try. Today's news is that Nan Bang Nguyet has relinquished her title, and Tulang Nguyet has taken the championship in the elite tournament. During the wave of monsters attacking in the competition, many staff members, including contestant Nan Bang Nguyet, were in danger. The spirit organization repelled the monster wave. The pet store successfully crowned the champion. Reputation skyrocketed, becoming the hottest pet shop in Longjiang. Ru Yan and Anna stand at the reception desk. How can I assist you? I want to raise 3 sacred beasts and train 6 of them. May I ask what is the phone number of the beauty? I want to buy some pet food. Get out! She tiredly wiped the sweat from her face at the end of the corridor on the left. It's really busy today, isn't it? That's when Yen saw a familiar figure. Father, look over here. Yen Ni is on this side. That's great. Finally, you came to save me. Long Qian recognized his daughter's voice, but then his expression suddenly froze in surprise. She looked a bit angry. Don't turn away like that. As the eldest daughter, she could sense something was strange. Your father looks so serious. What's going on? Moreover, the heads of other clans are also here. Then Nu Yen thought again that it must be a joint assault, and it was definitely the father summoning the other clans to besiege Tabin. She was delighted that Tobin was finally about to be defeated, and that it was time for him to learn the power of the 5-Wu army. Nu Yen cheerfully asked the next customer what service he needed. The customer nervously asks if he can shake hands, as my sister is a big fan of yours and has raised 3 level 2 beast pets. She burst into laughter and extended her hand for a handshake. Today, this young lady will satisfy you. The customer happily replied, thank you. I have decided not to wash my hands for the whole month. Nu Yen reminded the next person, and Anna asked her about it. It seems she's very happy today. Nu Yen proudly said, Let me tell you, my father has teamed up with the major clans to negotiate with Tobin. I'm about to be free. Then she kindly suggested, if we, who are all suffering under Tobin's control, can escape easily,
We will also take her along on Na. After finishing, Ruo Yian suddenly turned around to look at the door behind her and said, "They're so slow. They've been in there for so long. Why haven't they reacted yet? The door has been closed all this time without any movement." Yen couldn't resist her curiosity and slightly opened the door to peek inside. She wondered silently, what are they talking about? Longqin looked at Tabin putting on his cloak, bowed respectfully and said, "I wonder if Mr. To is satisfied." Tabin replied indifferently, "It's fine. It's always more practical to wear than my soul-stabilizing lamp." New Yintran Kin looked in astonishment at what was before her, wearing the Huyan Vu robe, and said, "That's not our family's legendary treasure? Why is father handing it over to someone else with folded hands? Not only that, the table is full of treasures." She glanced at the pile of treasures on the table and marveled. Trian Kai sensed something outside. Ben shouted sharply, "Who's there?" Without hesitation, he used his spiritual energy to grip Nu Yen's body and pull her in, causing her to scream loudly. Ah! Nu Yen's whole body collapsed onto the cold ground. Trian Ki Ten withdrew his hand and stared at her fiercely, bold. Nu Yen supported herself with her hands and sat up. Trung looked up at them. "What's going on?" They looked at her with sharp eyes and an intense aura suddenly radiated. "You even eavesdropped on Feng Hao's secret matter." She trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. "Isn't the enemy Tubin?" Tabin looked at her calmly before giving an order. "Is it diabetes?" Just in time, she hurriedly poured tea to quench her thirst. "Oh yes, you remind Nu Yen to serve the tea." "Since everyone is a guest here, the water is for everyone else too," she reluctantly replied. "Yes." Like Yen quickly offers the legendary tea and invites the old immortal to have some. He silently wondered why Tabin couldn't blame her for eavesdropping. Truyan Ki hesitated slightly. These treasures didn't catch his eye at all, so they couldn't be considered secrets. Maybe it's because she's the servant Tabin trusts the most. If it's the first, then fine. But if it's the second, hurting her would cause trouble. After thinking, he was also frightened by his own thoughts, and Nu Yen cautiously asked him, "Old sir, why are you sweating so much?" Trian Ki whispered to her, "Sorry, miss. I was so dizzy I almost hurt you." Nu Yen whispered, Then please continue. Don't tell Mr. To, I will compensate you." She suspiciously stared at Trian Ki. "What strange thing is this? Isn't this old man the one your father invited to deal with Tabin? And the energy he radiates must be at the peak of level 9. So why does he seem so humble?" Beihai transmitted a voice message saying, "Well done, old master. Monty always claims that the young master is missing. Isn't this servant girl your precious daughter?" "So it was the thief who brought him here for training." Long Qian replied coldly, "It was Tu Bin who took him away." Vomin also interrupted, "What's with all the talk and selling the misery?" Tian Tong pondered, "The aura on your young master is clearly holy, and his cultivation has also improved significantly." Vomin agreed in agreement. "That's right. I've never heard of bandits promoting hostages before." Long Qian cursed silently. "Brother, if I had brought him here, would I still need to run over myself to find him?" Beihai said with a hint of meaning. Who knows if this suffering tactic was created because someone wanted to hide something. Tian Sect is also in on it. Yes, they really are good at keeping secrets. He was speechless. As Yen approached him, she whispered softly, "Dad, have you arranged everything with Anvu Quan?" "When will we act?" Long Qian asked anxiously. "Attack? What attack?" She said confidently, "Of course we will save Yen Nai. Is it not because of that the newcomer came here specifically?" After hearing his daughter Bao Boy speak, he felt helpless and exhausted. Mr. Longqin placed his hand on Yen's shoulder and gently called her. "Yen Ni, answer him now, I am here," he advised her. "From now on, you must obediently follow the boss." Tunian was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at him, unsure of what to say. Longqin explained, "Basically, our family had some trouble, and now we've been absorbed by the Tan and Chu families and are under To's command. Whether we can regain control in the future depends on Yen Ni's performance." She exclaimed in shock. "Eh!" Beihai smiled and said, "Master To, how can we just let the little girl from the Duong family serve you? Let our son come here." The three old men immediately argued fiercely to let our family come. "Our Long Thean is very diligent and quick at sweeping the ground. Then Fong is the best at giving back rubs." "You can't, kid. Our Transon's foot massage skills have been trained under the guidance of the Fong Hao level." Tabin interrupted and refused at this moment. Stop. We have enough people now." The three of them looked disappointed. What a shame to miss a good opportunity. If only I had thought of this earlier. The way you act is always so reckless. You laugh and joke as you watch them. I just said enough people are only for the main store to gather energy. The people of Beihai are curious. Yeah. Tabin immediately shared his thoughts with them. With so much real estate owned by your family, keeping it all is a waste. It's time to open a main branch store. You declared firmly that the young masters of the families will be assigned to manage their regional branch stores. Those who meet the achievements will be promoted to temporary staff at the same level as the young master. Those who do not meet the standards or form collects for personal gain will be at risk, as the lives of your entire clan depend on you. Do you understand or not? If you understand, clap your hands. After finishing, he shot them a cold warning look, causing them to shiver inwardly and break out in cold sweat on their foreheads as the applause suddenly erupted. After a long while, Tabin was left alone in the room and then ordered the system. The system upgraded the store, and the system panel immediately appeared. The Level 4 store requires 300,000 square meters and 10 million energy points to upgrade. The land owned by the host, including the land of the dependent country, exceeds 480,000 square meters. The remaining energy of the owner is 1986, 512 points. The new function of the B-level store, unlimited number of feeding batches.
Yes, do you agree to upgrade?
He nodded in agreement. Confirming the upgrade to teleportation at level 4, even if it opens a branch to Mars, there's no problem. The system panel announces that the energy deduction has been confirmed and the store renovation will begin today. The host can plan and divide the zones before the renovation. Suddenly, a message was sent to him. Tabin quickly clicked on it, checked, and let out an exclamation. The legacy of the Dragon King has finally begun. A virtual map immediately appeared before Tabin. The marked area will be renovated into a new store. Please assign the area. You quietly pondered. The branch staff still haven't used their training function privileges. Then just arrange a few more feeding areas. Pets that need nurturing can be taken back to the main headquarters for training through the transport function, dormitories, conferences, and receptions. The remaining pet food area is still the same. After some selection, the system screen displayed a new notification. The branch has been planned out. He gently erased the system and quietly stepped out the door. Before heading to the secret realm, there are still a few matters to handle. Tabin just stepped out the door and ran into the group of Lang Nguyet. She asked, "Hey, Anna said you were looking for us."
You said, "Oh, yeah, I have to go far from home. Does everyone want to go to the wasteland to train?" "If you're going, I'll take everyone there," Hua Kwang cheerfully replied.
"That's great. I want to go."
Since the last time I went to the wilderness with my master and then looked back at the combat training materials from the school, they were really outdated and simple.
You praise him immediately, proving your vision is better, so it's not a waste to participate in this elite tournament. To Lang Nguyet, what about you? She looked at you with a determined gaze and said, "I want to go too." Lang Nguyet sadly recalled that she had been completely defeated in this finals unless it was because of your little dry guy. Don't wait for her to finish speaking. Tabin stepped forward to comfort his sister. Don't underestimate yourself. People from Tin Kong use many tricks. He recalls the match between the two of them. It seemed like a personal duel between you and Nan Ban Yuyet, but in reality, it was a confrontation between the forces behind both sides. So, do you think you would have won if you fought someone else back then? He confidently replied, "I absolutely believe in you." After finishing, a treasure appeared in his hand. Tu Bing held out the two treasures and said, "These two secret treasures are for you two." He brought it in front of Lang Nguyet and said, "The defensive power of the primordial protective armor will increase with your cultivation, which suits your immovable obsidian body." She politely replied, "Thank you." Then he turned to Hua Kwang and gently reminded him, "Your spirit shield is still weak. This Tron Hon lantern can make up for your shortcomings." His tone became more cheerful. "Wow, thank you, Master. I won't have to worry about that annoying Longui anymore." He added that secret treasures are ultimately external objects and cannot be relied upon to improve one's cultivation. Tabin advised Anna, "I won't be here for many days." "Anna, remember to bring the captured beast to the headquarters every day for training and to monitor the activities of those noble families. Anyone who slacks off will be punished, as the new authority and powers of the shop have been granted to you." She nodded in response. The scene shifts to the 7th Reclamation Base on a beautiful day, where a pet is being thoroughly exploited inside the base, with someone crossing over and raising its claws above. "Are you keeping the fur? Shorten the bone saw," Transun ordered. "Hey, adjust the drilling machine over here." This size can't penetrate. The quality of the beast they summoned this time isn't bad. "Don't waste it, yes." Lang Nguyet just arrived and immediately looked serious. "The team is so professional." Hua Kwang also agrees. "We have never encountered a monster this big before. Brother Diep, it's been a while since we last met." He gently wiped the blood from his hand and asked, "Mr. To, everyone has arrived. Are these the juniors you mentioned last time?" Tabin replied, "That's right." To Lang Nguyet and Hua Kwang, "This is the current captain of the North God battle team, Deep Tron Sun, and later they will train in his team." I was a bit surprised.
I've heard of the North God Combat Team from school. They mainly recruit new members from top schools in the city.
He excitedly said, "It's great that I can train in the city's top battle arena." Tran-sun awkwardly smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, just rumors. We almost failed last time, but luckily thanks to Boss Toe,
I'll handle the team registration for you both later, and you can join us in pioneering." Then he led them to tour around, while I took everyone to get familiar with the situation and meet the team members.
The two of them replied in unison,
"All right, looking forward to your support." Tabin then turned to ask him, "How is Nhape Team's daughter doing?"
Thanks to Mr. Toe, after eating the spiritual fruit, she showed signs of recovery on the same day. Tran-sun's voice lowered slightly, but she still needs some time to accept that her loved ones have left. Overall, she is very grateful to you and hopes the captain's expectations won't be in vain. He pondered for a moment, then quietly said, "Let's all meet again," and then turned to leave. "I have other matters. I'm leaving them to you two." Tran-sun asked curiously, "What urgent matter does Mr. Toe have?"
"I still want to have the meal with Han Huyen."
Tabin politely declined, saying next time, "I agree, Tu will definitely do his best to guide." Tabin turned and walked away from there, still feeling guilty about the past. His brows furrowed, and he silently thought that if only he had been a bit stronger back then, maybe he could have avoided that outcome. The inheritance of the Dragon King must be obtained. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Longdai Mountain Secret Realm at the Longdai.
At this moment, many people have gathered outside the platform to participate. A person standing in the sky observes and orders in a deep voice, "This is a crucial moment. Watch carefully. Not even a fly is allowed to get in."
The guards raised their hands to stop them.
"Can't you hear? Step back. Those not assigned to this task are not allowed to approach."
Many people wondered aloud, why is this secret realm closing so quickly? They whispered among themselves, hearing that the last piece of Longlan continent has just been purified. The last piece? No wonder a powerful expert is guarding it. Who will be able to seize the inheritance of this secret realm?
Someone immediately said, "What else is there to say about the—"
Even with limited knowledge, you should know that
Master Yuan is the one overseeing the Longdai Mountain Secret Realm. If you can obtain the inheritance, it's because Lord Tiankyo Yuan is highly favored and the primordial spirit has appeared. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shoots down from the sky, moving extremely fast toward the inheritance platform.
Tabin quickly landed on the ground, causing many to be amazed. People looked on in awe, saying, "Look, the battle beast master of the wind rank is back. Wait, that person is the one who previously entered the secret realm alone with the Duong family." One of them quickly recognized who Tobin was. The guardian in black raised his hand to stop him. "This battle spirit master, please stop. The Longdai Mountain secret realm has closed. Go back now." "You sneer. Isn't it still open despite the tear in the spiritual sky?"
"I see someone trying to monopolize the inheritance secret realm alone, right?" Those two guardians shouted. "Watch your words. Master Yuan has already designated the successor. In the wilderness, a beast tamer of legendary rank is considered heaven. Do you dare to oppose the will of heaven?" The crowd quietly mocked him. This fool relies on his own 9th rank cultivation to cause trouble last time, and now wants to provoke Master Yuan. Haha, this will be interesting.
He sneered at his words. The will of the heavens? Then suddenly, you pressed the device in your hand that sent the coordinates, and immediately the space projectile engine flashed a red light. Now aim precisely at the target. That red beam is locking onto their exact location. Those people were stunned and looked up at the sky in disbelief. It was the space artillery of the Void Hunter seat. The Guardian trembled, yet he could summon the Void Hunter seat without a king's order. Only someone truly in control of the Void could have that authority. Could he be the Void? Before he finished speaking, you already smiled with deadly intent. "That's right, do you still think you can stop me now?" The two old men knelt on the ground, begging Tabin for mercy. A brave man asking for his life, the relatives of Yuan Daran are attacking the Dragonbone Tower, pleading not to harm her. He boldly stepped past them and coldly replied, "I will not harm anyone who does not offend me." Tabin then reached out to open a space and entered the inheritance tower. The two old men hurriedly ordered, and it turned out that the city recently in an uproar was actually him. "Hurry and contact Lord Yuan." In another place, a guard entered to inform Yuan Tian that the messenger from the level guardian of the secret realm Longdai Mountain had arrived. He angrily scolded, "I am tormented every day by the divine fire from the residual wound on my chest, which I barely suppress, and yet you dare to disturb my seclusion to refine the primordial pill. You really have guts." "What is it?"
"If it's a trivial matter, I will let you taste this suffering too." She then made a call. Another guard nervously reported, "It's Lord Yuan, that man is Tubin. He has entered the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tian was momentarily startled, coughing violently before spitting out a mouthful of water.
Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth with his hand and asked in disbelief, what? Tabin's two subordinates anxiously asked about his condition. Master Yuan, are you all right? He asked the patrol team where the last defense of Longlan continent was and what their situation was. The subordinate replied, I have reported to the Lord that just now it has been confirmed that there is nothing unusual on the patrol team side. Once Miss Yuan Linlu passes through the 9th floor of the Dragonbone Tower, they will sweep the final area at the fastest speed so the princess can immediately continue the trial. Yuan Tian angrily slammed his hand on his knee and said, Lu Bu, Tu Bin is disgusting. Is it a coincidence? Do you want to use me as a ride?
They asked for your opinion, Lord Yuan. If that's the case, let's do nothing and order the vanguard team to stand down.
He frowned in thought. Longcot Thap cut off contact with the outside world and couldn't let Xiao Lu leave. If the vanguard team stopped and didn't eliminate the last area, that young Tubin might not hesitate to take action against Xiao Lu. He looked at the wound on his body, furious. Although the news was kept secret in time, the previous injury at Tobin's shop still hadn't healed.
For now, your cultivation hasn't recovered to legendary level, and you're still fooling others. But besides,
Tubin, it's truly like a tiger leaving the mountains and being bullied by dogs.
Thinking, he grits his teeth and orders, everything remains the same. Summon the troops, I will go there immediately.
Tubin quickly gathered his spiritual energy and rushed toward the entrance of the tower. He stepped onto the ground facing the closed door, when suddenly a dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. He was surprised. The door opened and the platform immediately revealed itself.
Tubin curiously wondered, is the door automatic? Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. Candidate of the inheritance, you have passed the 9th level test. No need to waste time. Please proceed directly to the highest floor.
Then, a large steel plate suddenly slammed down onto the ground, inviting you to step forward. Tubin chuckled softly and praised, not bad, very clever, very. The flames around the tower quickly ignited, and he wondered silently, is the 9th lamp lit yet? Has the upper trial level been passed? I clearly remember that the condition to pass the test is to endure for 10 minutes before the Kimlan Y Long Beast with 9th rank upper tier strength, which is basically the level of a top tier expert from a prestigious family. I don't know what trick Yuan Linglu used to pass, but while thinking, Tu Bing was taken to the location. The dragon in front of you is talking with Lin Lo. The time has come. You have passed the test. She sweat all over and smiled. Ha ha, you let me win. Old Dragon King Sr., indeed you passed with the body technique your grandfather taught you once. He smiled softly at her, yet he didn't summon a beast. Relying solely on his body to pass, how could he sense her true cultivation level? It was all a bluff, but unfortunately he missed the chance to see her actual fighting process. Just checking, I suddenly had an idea. Ling Luo noticed someone watching her and spoke with displeasure. Who are you? She quickly drew her sword and asked Tubin. The secret realm of Long Dai Mountain has been sealed off by my grandfather. How did you manage to enter? His voice suddenly grew deeper, radiating divine light. You want to inherit my legacy after passing my countless trials? On Ling Luo's face, a question mark appeared as she silently wondered, is it that you are currently referring to this thing that looks like a human as the true soul body of the old Dragon King? She replied firmly. No way. Don't try to fool me. My grandfather said there's another person through the Dragonbone Tower. And that's you, right? Having said that, Tabin Fong is eager to harness the dragon's power. No, I have been waiting here for the successor like you for tens of thousands of years, I stammered. I am Long Hong? She pondered silently, hearing her grandfather say that there were legendary wise creatures that mimicked humans and blended into the crowd. But the person in front of me completely cannot sense any cultivation level. Could it really be true? She watched as he turned around and waved his hand, saying, if you refuse to continue, I will wait for someone else then. Goodbye. Lin Lo kneels respectfully. Please forgive my ignorance, Venerable Long King. I humbly ask you to pass it on. Tabin secretly chuckled to himself. Today I will teach her a lesson and show her how treacherous the martial world can be. He pretended to reply, if you are sincere, I will be magnanimous and forgive you. This place is not where I truly fell, but a false location. Lin Lo was surprised and asked again, so does false location mean the relic of the Long King Elder is hidden elsewhere? Tabin Khan answered her very accurately and very intelligently. She shyly smiled and then guided Long Long, who is truly mine, hiding under the foot of the mountain, 72 miles from the Dragonbone Tower, heading south. Her face lit up with excitement and confidence as she replied,
No problem, I'll go there right now. The boy suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Wait! Then he changed his tone to warn that my Long Lang has a barrier that will kill anyone armed who tries to enter, to prevent any troublemakers. Ling Lu continued. Ah, so the equipment on me isn't what you interrupted. You can leave all your secret treasures and equipment here. I will watch over them for you. She replied with a silly smile. That's great. Thank you, Elder Dragon King, for your guidance and for watching over my belongings. You're truly kind. A golden beam suddenly shot straight up into the sky outside. Guards quickly reported to Yuan Tian. Lord Yuan, the final area of Longlan Continent has been cleared, proving that Lady Yuan Ling has successfully passed the 9th level. He nodded slightly. He nervously looked towards the tower. Whether he could finally make a name for himself depended entirely on this inheritance. Xiaolo, you must finish this. Suddenly, a golden dragon appeared. My majestic voice declares that my royal soul has finally been fully restored. I have been waiting here for the heir for 10,000 years. Long Vuong looked at them and said, and when he saw Lin Lo removing her gear, he helplessly asked, What are you doing, heir? Lin Lo's face flushed with embarrassment as she questioned angrily, Do you dare to lie to me? Tabin turned away without any sign of regret. Tisk! Did you just smirk earlier? He replied calmly. You heard wrong, she shouted angrily. You want to deceive me again? I'm sure you just snorted. The Dragon King silently assessed them. One seemingly inexperienced in real competition and overly straightforward in his brutality, while the other, whose past experiences were unknown, was full of schemes, deceiving others, and almost out of supplies. Are you two still arguing? Do you dare to look me in the eye when you talk? What if I fall under your spell by accident? I don't have that kind of thing. He shook his head in frustration and sighed. No matter who it is, everyone has a bad feeling. Could there really be no better candidate? Tabin smiled and pointed at Ling Luo. Hurry up and start. Your secret realm has been surrounded by the forces behind this person. There are no other candidates, so even if unwilling, you can only choose one of the two. He remained silent without replying. His tone had communicated with me countless times before. This candidate really makes people uncomfortable. Could it be that he's not afraid of the supreme power of the leader of the true dragon, like me? All right. If even this little courage is lacking, how can you be qualified to inherit my legacy? He then announced. You have passed the first trial. The final test begins now. The space where you stand suddenly changes, as if you are in the vast universe, with a long skeleton stretching across the space, and the Dragon King presents the challenge. Keep climbing with all your might. She admired it and muttered to herself, It's so big. Is this the final trial? He looked at his palm and muttered, The spiritual energy of this space seems to be suppressed by some overwhelming force. I can't gather large-scale energy or use spiritual control flight. Even summoning cracks won't work, and I can't summon the flying prison bamboo dragon beast. Ling Lu quickly moved forward, and her tone competitive with him. Just need to climb higher than him. You sneaky bastard, goodbye. Just keep scheming from behind. Saying that, she quickly hops over each large bone, swiftly leaving Tubin far behind. He knelt down, saying something full of meaning. It seems he can only try to climb up. Then suddenly, he used all his speed and leapt up immediately. Tabin slid along the bone beam, trying to adjust his spiritual energy to avoid falling. Suddenly, countless skeletal hands appeared out of nowhere beneath his feet, blocking his movement. He decisively swung his hand and punched them into pieces. The skeletons kept rising from the ground, attacking him non-stop. Tabin silently thought that as more bones kept emerging, the automatic evasion effect of the Huyen Lu Muk Jap was completely gone. He sighed and closed his eyes, his whole body surging with waves of spiritual energy. And just as he opened his eyes wide, a powerful aura burst from his body. He shouted in a deep voice, Retreat! He suddenly looked at them and thought that a roar of a dragon would make him retreat. It was indeed an illusion, but the feeling was far more real than the illusions in the Dragonbone Tower by countless times. He stared intently at them as they kept emerging. So, that's how it is. These illusions are so incredibly real that each time they appear, they trigger my defensive instincts and cause me to attack instinctively. I suddenly realized that attacking illusions is just a pointless drain on my stamina, and suppressing my defensive instincts also requires a significant amount of mental energy. This trial is a test of the limits of mental and physical strength. Tabin walks forward lightly, feeling a surge of excitement and interest. Then let's fight one-on-one. The bones clinging to him grew more and more, but he looked at them emotionlessly. On this side, Lin Lo boldly steps onto the 9th floor of the Dragonbone platform. Facing the illusionary dragon before her, her hand passing through its body, her voice coldly echoing, Compared to my grandfather's special training, these illusions are nothing. Lin Lo looked up at the dragon before her, and then thought back to her distant past.
when she had been killing fierce beasts since she was 10 years old.
I remember very clearly that as long as it's an enemy my grandfather wants me to defeat, I will beat them all without hesitation. No need to overthink, just follow his instructions and I will succeed. There was a hint of frustration in her voice, but it quickly disappeared. Lin Lo confidently faced the dragon.
It was like that then, and it is the same now. Grandpa is always right, and I am definitely the one chosen to inherit. The illusion of Yuan Tian suddenly appeared, softly praising her. Little Lo, you're doing well. Lin Lo was quite surprised to see her grandfather. The illusion suddenly turns its face, showing a horrifying expression, and scolds in a deep voice. But do you think this is enough, my dear? The child of the Moon Clan who has no father in your family, die. Saying that, the illusion of Yuan Tian lunged forward, grabbing her neck and not letting go. But Lin Lo is not that weak. She draws her sword with one hand and cuts through the illusion in front of her. Grandpa wouldn't do this. He's a fake. She staggered, leaning her sword against the ground, kneeling on one knee to rest, frowning as she touched the wound on her neck. It's an illusion, but it can still cause real wounds. Lin Lo is currently on the 17th floor of the Dragonbone staircase. She looked around and muttered to herself, I wonder how many floors that guy has climbed. As she finished, Tabing quickly appeared beside her. What? Damn it! How could he have surpassed me like this? The beasts immediately charged at him all at once. Tabin quickly cut through them, tearing their bodies apart with his hands, and sternly shouted, Get out! His eyes showed a hint of exhaustion. After getting used to it, compared to the life-and-death reincarnation experience in the training zone, the realism of these illusions becomes less and less significant. How many times have I trained my mental strength and experienced the divine thunder tribulation, and I am a bit curious about how high I can climb. He immediately used his full strength to break through each level, reaching the 30th, 50th, and 90th floors when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. The trial is over. The candidate can stop now. Tabin let out a few sighs. Why did it end like this? The Golden Dragon King replied. The candidate below lost consciousness on the 33rd floor. Tabin Mong Lung looked ahead, puzzled, wondering if innate talent granted by the legendary inheritance could climb 33 floors. So, what level am I on? The king replied, You have reached level 143. Long Vuong's voice echoed throughout the space. I have healed the wounds you just suffered. Lin Lo, leaning on her hand, sat up and asked, Did I faint just now? The Dragon King replied, That's right. In the first trial, Tubin was the winner. If you win 2 more battles, you will become my final heir. Lin Lo glared angrily at Tobin. Damn it, the fairy core has been stolen, and I lost to this wicked guy. The Dragon King immediately reminded her that victory or defeat is still uncertain, so don't rush. The burden of the Dragonbone ladder increases every time you pass 10 levels. With the qualities of a human, reaching the 10th floor is enough to qualify for inheritance. He looked at the two of them and praised, saying that even if someone loses consciousness, they can persist up to the 30th floor. You are a rare genius of hundreds of years. No matter what the final outcome is, I will give you a gift and encourage you to keep going. So what about me? The Dragon King coldly replied, You don't need to. Lin Lo happily thought to herself, maybe only she has this part. Could it be that Elder Long King sees her as more capable of inheriting the legacy? That's great. There's still a chance. She excitedly said to him, Long Vuong Lao Tien Boy, please start the next trial match. Long Vuong sighed. 2. It's a pity such a good seed can't just be buried like this, so I'll give her a consolation gift for now. Anyway, with a once-in-a-millennium genius like Tu Bin, he's too dangerous and could be destroyed by a heavenly tribulation at any time, so we must keep him as a spark of hope. He then told them that the second round of the trial would be considered a victory if they defeated their opponent through skill and strength. Lin Lu immediately returned to her combat stance. Get out here so he can see how powerful we are. With that, 3 summoned beasts appeared behind her. The 3 beasts appeared one after another, but only the phoenix-shaped one caught Tabin's attention, its entire body glowing with a dazzling red light. Tabin remained silent, quietly observing it. That is a bloodline royal beast divine phoenix. It seems the stone statue at Phoenix Mountain Academy is modeled after this. No wonder it looks familiar. I thought, a battle spirit with a royal bloodline, once it matures, it will have combat power of the 10th grade, but her divine phoenix still hasn't fully formed into the symbolic ice lotus. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he asked her, Your little divine phoenix isn't fully grown yet, right? Lin Lo haughtily replied, That's right. Tuthu has been my partner since we were young. Although not fully grown, he has defeated countless 9-tier experts. Even Daotan Sr. was beaten by us working together. Tabin smiled cheerfully and casually opened the summon space for his pet.
Ha 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 ha. You say that sword ancestor lost to you, but he probably held back a lot out of respect for Yuan Tianxin, right?
Lin Lo frowns and questions him. What did you say? Long Qian is summoned from the space. Tabin calmly replies, If you don't believe it, then try it. The Dragon King glanced at your beast companion. Although the Black Flame Wolf has some bloodline of the Dragon Clan mixed in, it's still just a dog after all. You have some doubts, but Tabin's dark dragon dog shows no trace of cruelty, typical of impulsive beast clans, and exudes a very restrained and refined aura. Could it have undergone a heavenly tribulation? Lin Lo immediately charged forward, shouting orders to the beasts. Luk Dao, Mat Tra, Fong Thik, Fong Ling Quang Hua, Quack, Tu, let's go. Tu Lin Divine Phoenix quickly launched its first attack, with Phoenix Flame gathering a surge of power from its mouth. Its assault erupted fiercely, forming a long beam of light that shot directly at Tobin. Lin Lo said, I see. It's an illusion. As she finished speaking, she charged straight at Tobin's dragon dog, and it kicked her in the face before she could react. Lin Lo quickly stepped back, using her agility to spin several times to create distance from the long wolf. She let out a few uncomfortable cries. You used your hand to hold your swollen face, but it wasn't an illusion. Could it be that earlier you relied on your tough body to block Phoenix Divine Flame? Tabin smiled and said, So is this all your strength? It seems like you haven't exerted any effort at all, as if you're just waiting to tease a little girl. The size of the flame this time is bigger than before. Lin Lo drew her sword, and at this moment, all the flames were gradually absorbed into her blade. Though she hadn't yet reached the realm needed, she was determined to defeat his dark dragon dog. Her sword immediately turned gold, and she frowned in discomfort, her beautiful face covered in sweat from the pain. Huh! Lin Lo jumps high into the sky and shouts, Only this chapter will do. Try out the swordsmanship I have fused with the bloodline inheritance technique of the royal beast. Huang Huang unleashes the ultimate slash. With that, she strikes directly at where the Dark Abyss wolf is standing. Tabin looked her in the eyes and smiled, then praised her, saying, That was quite a beautiful move. I took back my earlier dismissive comment to show respect. I will let the Dark Abyssal Hellhound fight with all its might. The Dark Thunder Dragon Dog unleashed Lei Ming fiercely into the abyss, armored with dragons, protected by wind and earth with a solid shell and lightning armor. As the attack from that sword struck down, the entire body of the dragon dog was enveloped by a protective barrier. Lin Lo's eyes turned completely yellow, and she clenched her fists even harder. She shouted loudly, Ah! Outside the tower, the sky began to turn pitch black. From the top of the tower, a stream of black energy radiated out with immense pressure. Everyone quietly watched from below, discussing nervously as the powerful aura radiated from the tower. They all praised how impressive she was, truly worthy of being General Yuan's granddaughter, with combat strength on par with a genuine battle beast master of the wind rank. If I could also obtain the Dragon King's inheritance, wouldn't I directly step into the legendary realm? Yuan Tian quickly took in everyone's words, his face rapidly darkening. The clash of their powers is still ongoing. Long Qin is holding off her attack, but soon the protective barrier breaks through one layer. Now Long Qin only has one remaining protective barrier, as if it is doing its best to win this battle. Lin Lo clenched her teeth tightly, channeling all her strength into this final move. She shouted loudly, Oh no! Long Qin's shield can no longer hold and breaks apart. What? It was so close, yet still too much to handle. Tabin remains standing there, showing no emotion as he looks at her. The Dragon King then announces, The second round of the duel, Tabin wins. Lin Lo sat down and said, The beast companions comforted her. Then he said, Tabin has won 2 battles and become my successor. Are you convinced? As soon as he spoke, the Dragon King used his power to heal her, restoring her to her original state. Hearing him say that, her inner frustration grew even more. Tears fell drop by drop onto her dress as Lin Lo looked accusing and sobbed, I lost to this wicked person and couldn't even touch him at all. Tabin stood still, listening to her without reacting, only glancing at her indifferently. Lin Lo cried harder, her voice choked with emotion. Grandfather, I am ashamed before you. Tabin's face darkened further, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he silently smiled at her. Is this too much to bear? Seeing Lin Lo's actions reminded him of Van Tan, when he also acted foolishly out of his own disappointment. Tabin closed his eyes tightly and sighed softly. Clearly, still capable of action. He suddenly rushed forward and kicked her hard in the stomach. stopping her from doing something reckless. Lin Lo was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, being knocked back several meters and spinning around. Yeah, ouch! She clutches her aching side from the kick and complains, "What are you doing, huh?" The Dragon King, seeing this, can only feel helpless. "I just healed it." Tabin replied indifferently, "It's okay. I once vowed to make good use of my strength," she said through gritted teeth. Huh? That's really confusing. Tabin still calmly said, "I run a pet shop," and accuse her of abandoning her pet. Moreover, her sudden death is a minor issue. If her spirit falters and she transforms into a ferocious beast attacking other areas, that would be a major problem. Lin Lo gritted his teeth and said, "What are you talking about? Tabin acts like nothing happened. If you're not satisfied, go back and train to level up." "That's right. My pet store's training service is top-notch. You're always welcome to come by." The Dragon King was quite helpless about their cat-and-mouse situation. Lin Lo still stubbornly refuses. Go ahead and dream. Only a dog would come to seek training. He immediately interrupted their conversation, saying, "Enough of this nonsense. These 3 drops are the crystallized blood of the true dragon." As he finished speaking, his claws revealed 3 drops of red blood. The long blood has 3 uses. First, it makes Vuong Tak terrified to help you escape. Second, it can improve your physical condition. Third, by replacing some rare cultivation resources, Ling Luo clasped her hands in gratitude to the Elder Dragon King. "I will remember this. Thank you, Elder Dragon King. I will definitely not let you down." The Dragon King beckoned for Lin Lo to step back. "Yes, from now on, this is the true inheritance. You may withdraw." Lin Lo looked at To Bin with determined eyes. "To Bin, wait for me. 5 years, just 3 years, and I will surpass you." He smiled in response, always ready for a challenge. Long Vuong reminds Tu Bin that he is ready to accept the inheritance. Immediately, the surrounding space quickly shattered apart. Tu Bin immediately returned to a serious expression. The small gift from the Dragon King has already shown impressive effects. What will the true inheritance be like? The space instantly transforms, covered entirely in golden light. "You say this is the original world of my dragon soul?" Tu Bin looked around and then let out an exclamation. "I knew dragons like collecting treasures, but this truly lives up to the legend of the Dragon King. There are all kinds of treasures here. Direct attack items, sneak attacks, defenses, cultivation tools, mounts, and many unknown objects. Everything you can imagine." Tu Bin didn't expect there to be so many treasures in this place. What? With so many treasures like these, it's not yet a true inheritance. So I won't hold back anymore. The scroll of wisdom blocks the way, and after saying that, he takes out a scroll from the system space. Tu Bin shouted loudly, and immediately all the treasures in the space were pulled into the scroll. The scroll moved in circles, and wherever it passed, the treasures were sucked in. Tu Bin excitedly said, "Absorb. Keep absorbing." The scroll of pictures passed over the treasures one by one, not knowing when it would stop. The scroll stops in front of the coffin, as if something is blocking it. He wonders and asks, "Strange. Why can't I absorb the ancient coffin in the middle?" Tu Bin didn't think much and turned to another thing, saying, "Forget it, Senior Dragon King. You probably don't need this water anymore, right? I'm about to pack up everything." He coughs helplessly a few times. Cough, cough. If you want to inherit that, just wait a bit for them to take it. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Now release your mind." As he finished, a great flame rose in the space, burning the chains around the coffin. The lid of the coffin opens, revealing a statue of the Dragon King. The Dragon King continues, "Receive my inheritance." The statue gradually turned into an illusion. The mighty voice said, "I am the great performance true Dragon King, who has fought in battle for a lifetime and only tasted defeat once. Now the dragon coffin protecting my body has broken. My lifelong power has flashed by in an instant. Quickly step forward and accept it. Become the heir of the great performance, true dragon." He said that and then quickly flew toward Tu Bin. Are you surprised? Hey, wait a moment. After inheriting the legacy, it will be transformed into the true dragon bloodline. He asked again, "Are you dissatisfied with my bloodline?" Suddenly, a huge golden hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the Dragon King. Kim Dean suddenly appears before the Long King, looking very small. The Long King is stunned, opening his mouth in shock and saying, "What? Kim Du?" You seem to not believe your eyes, stammering as you ask, "Tu Bin, why are you the descendant of the Kim Dean divine demon?" Kim Dean clenched his fist, causing the remaining image of the Dragon King to vanish. "You are frightened." "Oh, save me." "Long Queen, I trust you with the responsibility of restoring the bloodline of our great Dian true dragon, given your connection to the dragon veins." It nervously barked,
Siar Gao, I will accept the primal inheritance from me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion of the Dragon King merged into Long Kuyen's body.
Yes.
Tabin was momentarily unable to react and helplessly said, "No way." The inheritance was transferred onto the dog, and after merging with the Dragon King, Long Kuyen transformed into a yellow cocoon. Lin Lo was quickly teleported out, and Yuan Tian asked her, "Little Lo, have you obtained the inheritance yet?" Lin Lo hesitated and said, "Grandpa, you can tell something is strange about her." Yuan Tian immediately raised his hand to create a barrier. "You have used spiritual energy to block sound."
What happened? She said sadly. Grandpa, I'm sorry. The inheritance has been taken by Tubin. Please punish me. With that, she knelt down before him. Yuan Tian frowned, unsure how to comfort his granddaughter. Then he reached out to help Lin Lo to her feet and asked, "Are you hurt by Tubin?" She replied, "No. Blame Luo Ni for being incompetent. She used all her strength but couldn't break Tubin's battle beast defense." Yuan Tian thought to himself, although the government reported that in the elite tournament, the Beast Tide's attack had caused losses to the spiritual force personnel. But the truth reported by the servant was that Tubin, without the blonde girl, had shattered the alliance of the four great clans and the spiritual realm, becoming the de facto ruler, and indeed his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary Kuji. Lin Lo suddenly remembered something. That's right, Grandpa. Senior Dragon King, where did you hide the 3 treasures you couldn't give to me? You're only learning bad habits. She smiled and showed him, "Look, this is the rare and precious essence of the Dragon King's blood. You should go back to training quickly, and one day Lo Ni will definitely defeat that evil person." Wen Tin thought Tu Lo used to get angry whenever things didn't go her way, but after facing that monster Tobin this time, she learned to stay calm.
As expected, you've grown a lot, and with the treasure bestowed by the Dragon King, this inheritance experience was truly worthwhile. The old man smiled contentedly. Yuan Tian reached out to break the barrier and told her, "Go back first. Tubin's strength has always been a threat, and if he gains the inheritance, it will be impossible to evaluate.
I must prevent him from obtaining the inheritance," Lin Lo warns him anxiously. "Yes, you must be careful," he ordered sternly.
"Where is everyone? Enter the tower inside the Long Dog Tower. The Long King's inheritance is still in progress."
Tubin suddenly noticed the progress outside. What's going on downstairs that seems so calm?
The Dark Abyssal Dragon Dog has been here for half a day. Its consciousness is deep in sleep and shows no reaction. I don't know if the inheritance is going smoothly, so I sit cross-legged on the ground, ready to guard here no matter what.
In the end, whether it's a dog or a dragon, I will wait. Tubin suddenly noticed the grass around the cocoon. Huh? Since when? Since when did the grass grow so much? He thought to himself that something was nurturing them. Could it be the dense dragon energy refined inside the cocoon through spiritual power? If I could train there, the results would definitely be great. I have to try to get a bit of it too. After saying that, he closed his eyes to meditate. About 7 days later, those who had entered the tower hurriedly ran out, their faces full of fear.
"Ah, save me! Dragon, dragon, don't eat me!"
One person stepped forward to report that Lord Yuan, the long soul inside the long bone tower, is extremely arrogant and covered in a domineering aura. Even a spirit beast master of the 5th rank cannot resist it. Yuan Tianga ordered, "Then bring more secret treasures to protect the spirit."
That person suspiciously said, "Master Yuan, 7 days have passed and not a single fly has come out of the long bone tower. Isn't that kid Tubin already escaped long ago?"
He frowned and said, "I can't believe it. The top of the tower still emits such powerful spiritual energy. Find a way up there. I don't believe we can't do anything." Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight up from the tower, and their faces immediately tensed, vaguely guessing that it was him. Tubin's figure gradually appeared in their sight. Everyone shouted in unison, "Tubin! A majestic golden dragon also appeared right behind you." Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It raised its head to the sky and roared fiercely, embodying the majestic golden dragon's power. Everyone immediately felt a crushing pressure descend upon them, an overwhelming sense of oppression. What is that beast? It actually resembles the 5-headed golden kulong, which ranks first among the long species. Tubin's face darkened, and he coldly asked Yuan Tian again, "You just said you couldn't do anything to anyone?" He struggled to speak. "Please have mercy, it's too heavy." "What are you joking about? The Golden King Dragon is just a top-tier bloodline. The mighty dragon before us must have the strength of a king beast." As I think this, I glance at the dragon behind you. Tubin calmly says, "I haven't even made my move yet." Is the pressure from the original legend so intense? Yuan Tian's forehead was covered in sweat as he spoke easily, but clearly he was continuously increasing the dragon pressure.
If my cultivation was still intact, how could I endure such humiliation? He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" I must be the one asking what you want. Judging by your expressions, you're probably trying to absorb the inheritance to kill me, which makes you nervous. It's all just a misunderstanding. Tabin reminds him, "If you don't hurt my family, I won't attack Yuan Ling Luo. Longjiang is now my territory, so let's keep to our own waters, and I hope you won't do anything foolish." After saying that, he climbed onto the dragon's back to leave. Before departing, he turned to look at the man, glaring and saying, "Do you understand?" Yuan Tian hurriedly replied, "Of course." After settling everything, the dragon then left. Everyone below, blown by the wind, groaned in discomfort as Tabin stood majestically atop the formidable dragon, having deciphered the legendary technique, the dragon form technique. Immediately after, the dragon shattered the illusion and reverted to its original form. The system display appeared, showing a high-level 7th rank celestial dragon dog, bloodline of the true dragon branch, combat power of 14.2, with high talent but lacking in skills, possessing the long shape technique, representing the golden dragon aura. Thunderlight fierce slaughter, dragon armor, dragon roar, 100-mile soul pursuit, death poison / windshield, guardian form, tough skin, and lightning armor. Tabin looked grimly at the information before him, recalling the words of the Dragon King. To prevent the Dragon Hound's realm from becoming too high, you cannot control it. I have used 3 seals to suppress 9/10 of its power. You say that just one part has already caused its strength to break through the 9th stage limit and directly reach the 14.2 level of the Cold Sea realm. He explained that after unlocking the first seal, the level of the Dragon Hound would reach the Void realm along with its combat power. Opening the second seal could attain the Heavenly Mandate realm, and breaking the final seal would lead to a legendary breakthrough into the Cosmos realm. And as Tabin gradually realized, surpassing the legendary realm, no wonder he had to seal it again. That's right. These seals can only be broken when you can control the Long Wolf. Tabin bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to the Dragon King. "Thank you, Senior," the Dragon King said his final words before disappearing. "Go now, I don't have much time left." Bao Trong. Thinking of those memories made him nostalgic, so he immediately returned home. Royan reported to Tobin that he was finally back. "Other districts on the continent sent you a letter. What is it about?" "It's an invitation from the Training Association of Ku Dia Thanquang." After finishing, he immediately took the letter. Tabin stared at the letter, knowing little about the Holy Light Fortress city, only that the nurturing master profession was prosperous, so he asked someone more experienced. He reached out and sent a message. "Chief of the Council, are you free to discuss something?" Oh, a huge machine suddenly appeared in the sky, rushing down to the ground. It quickly slowed down and gently landed on the ground. Everyone around was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, no injuries, that's incredible." Tabin helplessly said, "Is it really that big?" The Legend Keeper respectfully asked, "What instructions does Master to have?" Tabin then inquired about how much the Holy Light Fortress City and the Boy Duke Su know. "Please explain in detail." Cities are classified into 3 levels, A, B, and C, based on their size and safety factor, with level C being the smallest and having the lowest safety rating. It can only defend against monster waves with combat power level 9, but level C strongholds are rare and usually placed on the outskirts, serving as forward outposts. Level B fortress cities are medium-sized but the most numerous, capable of resisting waves of monsters, including several king beasts. Longjiang, where my master is a level B city, while level A fortress cities lead in all aspects among fortress cities. Even the king beasts find it hard to break through. Each continent has 7 strongholds, and the Holy Light Fortress City is one of them. Taming masters possess various methods of enhancing and nurturing battle pets, much like blacksmiths forging weapons, with battle masters serving as warriors wielding swords to fight enemies. The Holy Light Fortress City is the place where taming masters first emerge, gathering training techniques from all over the world, making it a holy land for taming masters. Their most glorious era saw several saintly-level nurturing masters emerge, equivalent to legendary tier beast trainers who possessed the power to awaken all things, train royal beasts, and directly increased the number and quality of legendary tier battle pets. The beard-veiled elder continued. However, with the departure of these saint spirit levels, the number of legendary level experts has fallen back to just a few per continent. The Holy Light City's Pet Trainer Association has sent you an invitation. Maybe because I heard that the battle pets you trained shined brightly at the elite tournament and wanted to recruit talent. Tabin thought to himself that although his combat power had reached the legendary level, training his battle pets still entirely depended on the power of the system. He replied, "Yes. What if one day the system becomes unresponsive and the store collapses? I need to seize this opportunity to rely on myself." Tabin then asked, "How do I get there?" The legend replied,
I will arrange for you to be dropped into low Earth orbit, and you can arrive in an hour. Do you think that's a bit overbearing? He calmly replied, Your current identity is a legendary figure, so they will naturally offer you the highest treatment to welcome you, and by then, the whole city will come to see your style. Tabin helplessly thought that he was here to train, not a panda, so why did so many people need to come see him? Can you be a little more modest? He smiled and replied, If you don't mind the delay, you can use an underground submarine like ordinary people do, and it will take 2 days and 2 nights to arrive. If you need, I can help you book the ticket.
Tabin smiled contentedly and agreed to the transmission legend's request. All right, let's go. A notification sounds. Ding dong, the train schedule has been confirmed. Were you stunned when you saw it? Is this considered humility too? Tabin skeptically assesses it. Underground tone, top-tier workshop. Ticket price 199,999 spirit coins. Suddenly, a red pet dog barked loudly as if about to attack anyone in its sight. Everyone around was frightened and stepped back. Whose dog isn't properly looked after? It seems like it's going crazy. Help me! Lin suddenly pointed at the girl. Are you calling my dog randomly? Do you want to die? Tabin glances at him. I heard that Mian Shich Jiao dog is easily irritable when consuming too much sugar. Such a pet can easily get out of control, so calling it out casually is risky. Is it poisonous? The dog suddenly charged at a guest. That person was startled and shouted out, Don't do it. Tabin couldn't stand by and watch. He grabbed its neck to stop it, and it cried out. The tighter you grip, the more it will quietly fall asleep. The dog started to struggle for breath, foam forming at its mouth, coughing and whimpering. Lindong runs out from the crowd. Wait a moment. Trying to choke the dog while it's going crazy won't make it faint, it will just cause it to stop breathing. She looked at him seriously and said, I am a pet trainer. Let me soothe it. Lindong then put on her gloves again and gently guided him to loosen his grip. She placed her hand on the dog's forehead and shouted loudly, immediately releasing a stream of blue light from her palm. The dog instantly fell asleep, as if sensing the safety from her touch. Lindong gently stroked it and said, sleep well, good boy. Tabin marveled at her, able to put the fierce and aggressive Shich Jiao dog to sleep in just a moment. Lindong smiled and said, Impressive, isn't it? This is the spirit-gathering gauntlet used by summoners, which can precisely control spiritual energy to enhance the effectiveness of the sleep spell. Thank you for helping me subdue it. Lin Hung Hao rushed forward to question her. Kid, what did you do to my dog? I used the beast control spell to force it to sleep. It will wake up in half a day, so you don't need to worry. He immediately became angry. My dog just lay down and didn't get up again. How could I not be worried? If it has any illness, how am I supposed to compensate me? Lin, the junior, was overwhelmed with confusion. Please stay calm. The Ingi image chain dog is just consuming too much sugar. He argued, I don't care that much. Call it up now. She said, it's not possible to call it up now. Seeing his rude behavior towards her, Tabin clenched his arm and twisted it up, coldly ordering him to recall his pet. Lamb painfully begged. It hurts, let go. His face darkened as he glared at him. Sorry, then get lost. Lam sat down heavily on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. His gaze was too terrifying. He collected himself and awkwardly said, Sorry everyone, it's really rude to not control your dog in public. A notification sounded. Din Dong, please be reminded that Taungam is accelerating. Passengers are advised to return to their rooms. Tabin looked at the room name tag, confirmed it was the right room, then pushed the door open. With his identity verified, he wished you a good night. D. Sir, your strawberry cream cake. Cake? Tabin was puzzled. I didn't order anything. You brought the wrong one. She just pointed to another room and smiled, saying, The lady from Trung is calling for you over there. Lindong then leaned out, waved and smiled at him, saying thank you earlier. Tabin nodded politely in response. Just feeling hungry, thank you. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing the entire ship to shake violently. The staff member also gasped in shock. She stared in horror at the ceiling and stammered, What is outside the train? The passengers began to panic as the beast attacked. Despite her fear, the staff member tried to reassure everyone, asking them not to panic. The train is protected by an 8th-level beast tamer team armed and ready to handle the monsters. Tabin ignores the chaos and carefully pushes the door to enter the room. Bin calmly thought, even having a meal isn't peaceful. What kind of divine physique is that? I sense numerous beast companions approaching to attack outside the train. These are Nam Kaiman beasts of 7th bloodline. The battle is extremely unfavorable for humanity. They are almost breaking through the train.
You systematically take in everything happening outside the train, including the 9 bloodline dark venomous dragon. A beast tamer immediately speaks up, annoying. Why is it a 9th rank ferocious beast?
This will be difficult to handle. Let me lead, even if it's a trap. You take the opportunity to rescue the injured staff and head to the passenger building. They respond, yes, Captain. Tabin jumps out of the room and rushes onto the train to fight with them. The beast tamers and their beasts all turn their attention to him, and he waves his hand, urging, "What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Hurry back now!" Before they could react, Tabing had already taken down the beast in front of him, shocking everyone. "Ah!" The beast tamers all shouted in shock as if they couldn't believe their eyes. "Murderous!" Tabin glared at the remaining beasts, radiating killing intent. They immediately froze, sweating profusely and too terrified to move.
In an instant, the remaining monsters all immediately fled in different directions, quickly pulling away from the train. Chirp, 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 chirp.
A beast tamer immediately spoke to thank you, saying it was able to handle it so easily. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your help."
"You're too polite. I just happened to help. Is this high-speed rail line usually that dangerous?"
He chuckled and said, "Ha ha, it's usually quite safe, with only 6th and 7th level fierce beasts lurking around, like the 9-level black poison claw dragon, which normally wouldn't appear deep underground."
That's correct. The deeper underground you go, the fewer prey creatures you can find. Immediately afterward, he returned to his room to finish the cake Ling Dong had given him. Tabin silently wondered, a more dangerous existence? Currently, Longjung's security measures are clearly insufficient. Returning to contact the government and directly signing a contract to train their battle pets would both improve city safety and expand the market.
His eyes narrowed. After all, something that even a 9th-level beast fears has appeared outside the enclosure. Longjung must at least build an A-class fortress city to be safe. Lin Dong was surprised. "Huh? What a coincidence. Are you also from the Holy Light Stronghold City?" Tabin relaxed and replied, "I'm just here for work. Do you know how the Association of Educators operates?"
She smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, you're really interesting."
How could a tutor not know about the Tutoring Association? Follow me as we cut to Tianlong Academy, where the two of them finally arrive. The guard outside said, "Please show your school badge or certification as a tutor." Ling Dong spoke up, "I am a tutor from this school. Please come in." The guard stopped Tabin, saying, "Hold on, where's your certificate?" He took out a letter and asked, "Is this okay if you don't have a certificate?" The guard immediately recognizes the invitation from the Association of Educators. Sir, please come in." Lin Dong looked at him with admiration. Only influential figures in the training circle could receive invitations from the Association of Trainers. "Could it be that you're actually a grand instructor, a master hiding away in the city?" I helplessly say. "Keep your words brief and observe more. I can't say I know training inside out, but I can only say that if not, how come I can't even produce a certification?" "You can't be serious. The Rotdak Kanmai can be invited by the Association of Trainers. You can decide whether to believe her or not." Ling Dong then suggested leaving, and there just happened to be a demonstration match on the other side of the arena. "Do you want to watch?" "All right, I want to learn more." All right, the two competitors have finished selecting their beast companions. Sam Lam Vien with Hoi Feng Tuk. The match begins. Tabin was quite curious. Do beast tamers also bring their battle beasts to the arena? It's quite similar to a beast tamers match. Lin Dong quickly explained, "This is not a battle pet, but a wild beast that has never signed a contract. The first test in the match between the breeders is to check their ability to tame beasts. Seeing who can tame a beast holding food in its mouth and endure for 5 minutes without swallowing, then she looked down at the arena." Lin Dong continued explaining, "Next is a test of enhancement ability, where within the allotted time, you can temporarily enhance any part of your beast using the special training resources prepared on the arena, as exemplified in the match below." Then the battle began, and the two beasts quickly charged at each other. The referee commented that the speed was too fast for Sam Lam Vien to keep up with Hoi Feng Tuok's attack. Enhancing the wings of Hoi Feng Tuok was truly a smart choice. Sam Lam Vien has fallen into a passive situation, taking the hits. The injured blue beast is covered in wounds from the attack of that bird, and the referee's voice sounds even more intense. Is this attack about to finish off its weak point? Suddenly, sharp spines emerged from the back of the Sam Lam Vien. The enhanced part of the Shyamalian's body turned out to be its back, which then pierced straight into the other bird. The referee immediately said, "Well done," as the sharp horns grew out from the back of the Sam Lam Vien, and a gentle push caused Hoi Feng Tuok to have his stomach pierced. Tabin quietly thought to himself, "So that's it. Boyduk Su's match may look like a beast fight on the surface, But in reality, it's about who can exploit the potential of their summoned beast and analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the situation to create the most suitable enhancement. Xuanfang recognized her and asked, "Xiaozhong, when did you come back?" Lin Dong greeted him.
"Ah, hello, master, I just got back."
He smiled and said, "Yes, watching more competitions to broaden your horizons is definitely good, but if you still can't pass your thesis, graduation will be at risk." With that, Luong sneered. "Trung Lin Dong, what does it matter if you watch more matches? Wasn't the last one just a soft-shell shrimp who couldn't even pass as a beast tamer?"
The other person said, that's right, stop bothering us here and go back quickly." Lin Dong weakly replied,
"Yes." Luong laughed even louder, truly listening. "Ha ha ha." Tabin immediately spoke up to defend her, saying, "I've seen her be gentle and innocent, I don't see any problem. You coldly criticize. Why are you all chattering and making noise next to me during the match? What are they so surprised about?" Luong glared at Tobin. "Who do you think you are to point fingers at a 6th-tier beast Tamer like me? You sneer and say, 6th rank. With your attitude, I thought you might even be 9th. He then points directly at your face, dismissing me, and says, 'Dare to fight me without using the rules of a summoner?' Tabin responds calmly, 'No problem, but just fighting would be pretty boring. How about betting on something else then?' Luong looked at you again, asking for Tobin's opinion. 'What do you want to bet on?' A cruel glint flashes in his eyes as he coldly says, 'I bet your life.' He could clearly feel the murderous intent from him and nervously asked, 'My life? Are you crazy?' Tabin then looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. 'Ha ha ha, just kidding. The loser only needs to apologize.' Luong, hearing that, still hadn't regained his composure after the threatening words, and the other person chuckled mockingly at him. 'Oh my, Feng Luong, you're too cowardly. How could those 2 sentences scare you?' He shouted, 'Get lost!' and angrily said, 'If you dare to mock me, the loser will kneel and apologize, then slap himself in the face. Do you dare, so you can see the outcome of underestimating me?' Lin Dong Noi Queenken. 'Don't do that, master. Please advise them.' Xuanfang Bintun Dapung. 'No problem. I'll prepare the arena. You take charge of the referee.' She laughs in surprise. He glances at them and says with a hint of meaning, 'After all, as a beast tamer, how can I be afraid of subduing others?' They quickly stepped onto the arena, a decisive battle. To ensure fairness, this time we will use a secret selection rule. Both sides entered the numbers on the control panel to select their beasts. Then iron cages appeared in front of them, trapping the creatures inside. Tabin thought the beasts provided here are all bloodlines of 3rd rank or lower, usually only 1 skill. Their distribution seems somewhat similar to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. So is the key to victory in that. After some thought, the 2 of them simultaneously pressed their hands to select their sacred beasts. Xuanfeng spoke, 'All right, both sides have chosen their sacred beast to enter the arena.' Tabin selected the Thunder Armor Insect with a gold attribute external skill, and Zhueliang chose the Fiery Berserker with a fiery skill. Lin Dong frowned again. Both sides have fierce-tempered beasts, making them hard to tame. But the gold-type external attack skill of the Thunder Battering Armor Bug is completely unstoppable. CVM Kang Fei of the Fire. Frenzy Dog. Luong laughed loudly. 'Calm down, ha-ha. What a shame to show such a regretful expression.' Tabin urged the referee to announce the start already. He said very well. The first stage is about tame beasts. Xuanfang explained the rules. The item placed in front of your pets is their favorite food, and the first to tame the pet, making it hold the food without eating, persisting for 5 minutes, wins. Lin Dong thought for a moment. There are 2 methods to tame a beast. The first is through learning techniques of reward and punishment, so that the beast understands that if it holds the food without eating, it can get more food. She was still lost in thought. The second method is to skip the learning process and directly use mental power to give commands, only allowing the pet to hold the food placed in its mouth. Lin Dong nervously looked at him. Is he thinking about which method to use? Luong smiled confidently. After working on it for half a day, your mouth really knows how to talk. So the result is someone outside the industry again. After my meticulous and precise control of spiritual energy, I am about to complete the implantation. Xuanfeng announces the time, and the Thunder Beast worm begins to chew its food. The countdown starts, and immediately a murderous aura radiates from him, scaring the beast. The thunderous berserker bug has been subdued. Luong reports the situation. Master, is he cheating like that? He said, there are no rules against this in the competition. Clearly you can't use intimidation to subdue and tame a beast. It's just that no one usually tries this method. He reminded him that once the time was up, The armored insect had passed the tame beast stage, and if Feng Luong lost again in the beast duel stage, he would be considered defeated. He muttered angrily, "I was again surpassed by this crazy guy using that strange tame beast method, secretly cursing you. Deserve to die, deserve to die. I must win the beast duel stage." Spring Wind said, "Now is the beast taming phase. Please, both contestants choose enhancement materials for your pets. The enhancement time is 3 hours. He quickly selected a type of dragon spirit grass, but metals that are harder than those in front of the flames all turn into iron sheets pressed flat. Dat Luong gathers a large amount of Long Tuk Tao, secretly thinking he must maximize the fire attribute of the fire frenzy dog. He glares at Tobin, knowing that even though the bashing armor insect can metalize itself to boost defense, he will definitely not be able to beat me. Tobin still calmly chose the enhancement materials. He looked over them and then without hesitation reached out to pick one. Lindong watched nervously, wondering what would happen if he really trained the little white. Feng Dat Luong's training method was among the best in the class, and with the opposing attribute, how could he possibly win? Xuanfeng announces that the training session is over and the beast duel begins. As soon as the voice rings out, Dat Luong's beast quickly charges forward, using the fiery flame to intensify its attack. It bit down on one of Lei Bao Jap Trung's legs, trying to crush it as much as possible. The other guy laughed and said, Feng Dat Luong's ability to untangle is impressive. Your energy is increasing again. Just 3 hours and Hua Liet Qian's leg already bears the effect of Shi Wiem. How ruthless. His face is full of arrogance. I'm not like that outsider who only knows how to show off, so quickly show a losing expression. Xuanfeng coldly interrupted him. Feng Darliang, you'd better go back and practice some more. He suddenly said, "What?" Xuanfeng replied. The fire calendar dog was now suppressed by the Thunder Brawl armor. Dat Luong finally reacted. It's an ice armor, and he has changed the attribute of his pet skill from metal external form to ice bone external form. He stared in shock at what was happening, as the ice bone external form, normally suppressed by fire attribute, was now affected because the fire phoenix drew near the enemy. The water from the melding ice bones dripped onto it, causing the fire calendar dog to become the suppressed side. But to complete the attribute transformation within 3 short hours, he said while watching his beast being restrained. Dat Luong was terrified. He must understand the flow of spiritual energy very deeply, and his level of spiritual energy must also reach level 7. Is this person a hidden master of cultivation? Tabin's eyes flashed with a golden light as he coldly said, "You're defeated now, so let's carry out the final move." Dat Luong trembled. This is too strange. Clearly, he has 7th level strength, yet I can't sense any trace of spiritual energy in his body. He immediately turned around and ran away, planning to back out of the bet and not play with you anymore. Goodbye. Suddenly, a hand appeared under his feet, grabbing his ankle to stop him from running. Dat Luong tripped and fell to the ground, crying out, "Ah!" He slowly pushed himself up, confused and asking, "What the hell is this?" Every time he tried to stand, he would fall again. Hey. The guy blamed, "Why can you fall even when walking on flat ground?" "Hey, wait for me." Tubin stared at them intently, his tone calm and indifferent, walking away without looking back, and Lindong covered her mouth to laugh. Ha! Lindong asked curiously, "How can you make the icebone exterior so completely?" "That's impressive," Tubin explained, throwing the Huiyan Han crystal to it. "The Thunder Rage armor worm will absorb the changes. Are you surprised?" Looking at the beast before her, she said, "Could it be that the fear of death has triggered the full potential of the Thunder Rage armor insect?" In the thesis on training methods for fire and lightning cultivation, and the development of a mature divine dragon vein system, both Elder Ho and Elder Bach, the highest level nurturing masters, have mentioned that proper control of spiritual energy and harsh environments can have a positive impact on training. Lindong was excited, but these conditions are extremely hard to quantify. Even a small mistake could cause adverse effects. Almost no one agrees to spend time researching, yet someone managed to do it first. I must quickly record this news. It's truly inspiring. She thought for a moment and then asked Tabin, if your training method is effective, right? Lingdong seriously explained, after fighting the Fire Fury dog, the melding of the ice bones quickly recovered to its original state. This is not just an elemental enhancement that only changes the appearance. Death? It sounds like you've gone through countless life and death experiences to gain insight. Xuanfang smirked and looked at him, and Tubin, feeling curious, asked with a smile, "Little Trung, this friend of yours is really not simple. Let's get to know each other." She awkwardly smiled and said, "Oh, I haven't officially registered yet."
I am a third-year student at the Heavenly Dragon Academy and a 6th-level nurturing master, graduating this year.
Xuanfeng smiled and introduced himself. Liet Do has already caused trouble for you. I am Instructor Ding of Class 8 at the Tianlong Academy. May I ask your honorable name? Tabin calmly said, I am Hua Kuang. He thought for a moment. How come I have never heard of this person in the training circle before? Mr. Hua's training method is so unique that I doubt he is from this city. May I ask where he is currently working?
I'm just running a small shop in a small B-level city in the Alu region. Is that so far away?
What is the boss promising to do here? I was about to leave when I heard that the Association of Educators in St. Guang is holding a pretty famous exchange event, so I came to check it out. He replied, what a coincidence. This year's exchange conference for tutors is being held at our Tianlong Academy grounds, but the hall isn't built yet and the event will officially take place in a few days. Xuanfeng smiled warmly and asked, can Mr. Hua accept my invitation for a meal tonight? 2 traitors insulted you. As a teacher, I should naturally make amends. I refuse. No need for such trouble. I'll just wander around casually. I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. He held the card in his hand and said, fine. If Mr. Huo is so modest, I won't insist. But please let me express my gratitude. This is my Professor ID card, which can provide food, accommodation, and some high-level privileges. It also makes it more convenient for Mr. Hua to operate at the academy these days. Then he held out the card in front of you. Tabin immediately suspected him. Does he really just want to thank me? Or am I overthinking it? You're welcome to take the card. I'll borrow it for now. He waved goodbye to you. No need to be polite. Just remember to pay me back when you leave. Lindong also spoke up, saying, Master, I will also go back to prepare my thesis. Xuanfeng pressed the device on his hand. Xiaozhong, what stage is your current project at? She smiled and replied, Teacher, I study low-level creatures, mastering advanced inheritance skills, and have completed the most complex experiments. Next, I just need to compare some data to reach a conclusion. Don't wait for Lindong to finish, he interrupted her. Let's pause this project for now. Lindong was stunned for a moment and stopped. Teacher, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that everything I studied over the past year is wrong? Xuanfeng coaxed her, saying it's not wrong, but you're a smart girl, start adjusting your direction now, you still have time next year. Haven't your senior brothers and sisters gone through tough training to become nurturing teachers and take on their roles alone? You don't want to always be considered the worst in the class either, right? Lindong meekly replied. I understand. He placed his hand on her shoulder and pretended to comfort her, saying, Good girl. Xuanfeng silently thought, Hua Kuang? The way of harnessing spiritual power is clearly that of a beast, Tamer, but he also has considerable skill in training. Geniuses in this field are very rare, but so far no useful information has been uncovered. He then raised his hand to make a call, seemingly with some plan in mind. Xuanfeng said coldly, Do you want to join a nearly finished mission, Xiaongu? Xiaongu eagerly asked back. Really? Master Ding, whatever you ask, I will agree to it all. He demanded, There's a gullible outsider. Investigate his background thoroughly for me. I've sent you his location. Move to the Heavenly Dragon Archive. A series of announcements echoed, borrowing 67 7th-level training manuals, 14 8th-level manuals, and 5 9th-level manuals cost 340,000 mentor points, leaving 582.3 mentor points remaining. Tớ binh lịch sự nhận lấy sạch và nổi cấm ổn. Cậu nhân viên cung kính dựa thế cho cậu, dạy là thế ID của ngài. Cậu nhắc không lấy ruột, rồi lật nữa, rồi dựa cho tới. The staff whispered among themselves, saying, Look at who this student belongs to, so generous with borrowing. Normally, teachers wouldn't even lend such books, yet she borrowed so many at once. She looked at the card and exclaimed, It's the top class of the entire school, an 8th grade student of Teacher Ding's Divine Script class. Wow, she has so many points accumulated, she must be the top disciple of the main sect. Tabin moved to a quieter room, placed the card on the table, quickly opened the book, and thought, the head of the council was right. He flipped through the pages, and the Holy Light City indeed is a sacred ground gathering the dedication of Boy Duxu worldwide. The collection of books is rich, and the rare training secret manuals that can be borrowed are absolutely unmatched on the market. All kinds of dragon beast training, elemental beast taming, demon beast taming, leveling up, evolution, transmutation, and encyclopedias are all available. I have experience as a nurturing master, but ultimately it still relies on continuous trial and error. Experience regarding the knowledge of things still only scratches the surface. These secret manuals are all laws summarized by great powers from ancient times to the present. He stared at it intently, having accumulated a lot of practical experience, so these obscure secret manuals didn't seem boring at all. He felt his spirit become incredibly refreshed, even quite excited, reading swiftly like the wind. suddenly enlightened. Tabin read continuously until the evening, not taking a single break, then gently closed the book and let out a long breath. Phew! Tabin sighed and said, I finished reading everything without realizing it. And Teacher Ding's ID card can still be used in the independent reading room without disturbance, so I can read as much as I want. It's really convenient. He carried the stack of books in his hands and thought to himself, I should return these books now. But secretly wondered if I could exchange my accumulated points for spirit stones to pay him back since I spent so many points unintentionally. Tabin suddenly bumped into Xiaongu, causing the stack of books in his hands to fall, and she was startled. Sorry, I'll help you pick it up. The polite reply was, It's okay, no need, she's still so stubborn with so many books. How can you carry them all, and where are you taking them? After returning the books, the staff said, The books you borrowed have been verified, and the quantity is correct. We look forward to your next visit. He replied, Yes. Xiaongu pointed to a book saying, Do you want to read the 900 training method for the 9th level yourself? Classmate, what level of apprentice teacher are you? And you can read and understand books so deeply. Tabin then laughed and said, Ha ha, you're overthinking it. The book is for the instructor, and I'm not even sure what level I am. I haven't passed the certification exam for beast tamers, she blurted out. You had a rough day yesterday. I happen to have a remedial 7th level beast tamer exam today. Maybe you should come along. The scene shifts to another place, where a young man hurriedly runs away from a magical beast. Wow! Trankosh raises his staff and shouts, Hey! Is the Boyduksu exam site a place for you to practice long-distance running? It's not right for a Boyduksu to run away when they see a magical beast. Not acceptable. Pick up your staff and go back to training? He replied, Yes, sir. He spoke sternly, but his voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, as if trying to be gentle. Yes. Instructor Neem. The students sadly walk out. Brother Tron said, You just learned a little superficial stuff and already think you can pass? No way. Come back for the next exam. The group of students looked at each other with frowns. Why does the examiner in charge of this month's test keep being that same teacher? Inspector Ngim, known as the Living King of Hell, has extremely strict standards and will beat you if you fail. Maybe I should wait until next month to take the test. So I failed the promotion exam to the 5th rank once already. If I fail 2 more times, I will be demoted. Just as they arrived, they overheard it. Tabing became curious about the rank. She explained, Have you forgotten? The rank of our nurturing masters is different from that of beast tamers who require bloodlines. It is evaluated through a testing mechanism, and each time you pass a test before level 6, you can advance 1 rank. But if you fail the same 7th level test 3 times, you will be demoted by 1 level. Only by passing the 7th level test and submitting a valid thesis can you be considered to have advanced, becoming a qualified 7th rank apprentice trainer. Xiaongu said this and looked at them. Tabin asked further, So what happens after the 7th level? She sighed and said, Ha ha, becoming an 8th level Grand Master Tutor qualifies you to be invited as a professor at the school, and the top-tier 9th level tutor is an existence only senior professors can achieve. I don't even dare to imagine becoming a Saint Level 10 tutor. The two of them then discussed seriously, saying this competition can be held multiple times a day, and you can participate before the officials finish work. That official is known for holding grudges against students. I plan to wait until next month. I finally managed to reach level 6, and I'm about to escape this suffering, so I don't want to turn back now. What are you doing out there? The kids at the door called them that. The officer shouted loudly to order them inside, and the students outside were extremely tense. Tabin spoke to reassure them, after all, it's just a 1st rank exam, no need to worry about punishment. One student said, That instructor is really scary, that's good, someone will lead the charge and we'll follow behind. Tranka noticed Tabin acting strange and warned him, A new 1-star rookie? Yes. Kiki, register your information over here first. The group of students sneered maliciously. It's true what they say, newborns aren't afraid of tigers. These 3 little first-year friends. Someone's about to get a beating. Xiaongu sneered and said, No matter what you say, the information on the training certificate definitely won't deceive anyone. Whatever you want to hide next, you can't hide it anymore. She immediately activated her enhanced vision skill, and all images suddenly became clear before her eyes. But strangely, the images were distorted, and nothing could be seen clearly anymore. She rubbed her eye with her hand. What is going on here? Could I be seeing things? Tabin used her high-level mental energy distortion shield technique, manipulating mental energy to bend light around her for concealment. A notification appears on the screen stating that the beginner-level pet trainer registration is complete, with candidate number 44, level 1 assessment, no failures, and they are invited to enter the exam hall.
Everyone is then given a cage containing a cute pet. This time, the pets are adorable little mice. A shy young man hesitated when seeing them, reluctant to touch. Tabin reached out and lifted a mouse. No wonder this is the training ground. A white mouse this size. Tronka suddenly announced, "Start the timer. The challenge this time is to use spiritual energy to dye the experiment mouse's fur black. The deadline is 30 minutes. The students muster their courage, calm themselves, and go all in. Their faces tense up as they reach out with their spiritual energy. Ha ha! Tranka's face darkened as he looked at a student who trembled in fear and secretly glanced at him. He sternly asked, "Kid, what are you trembling about?" The student broke out in even more sweat, and Tranka shouted loudly, his anger clearly written on his face. "Could it bite you?" The other student panicked and fidgeted. "Hey!" He decisively struck down on his back with his hand. "That's not allowed!" The student could only cry out in pain. "Hey, why?" Tranka urged everyone. Half the time had passed, and the others hurried up, making them even more frantic. Annoying. The other student desperately tried to dye the mouse's fur, hurriedly saying, "Hurry up!" Then suddenly looked at Tabin in amazement, stunned by his ability. The remaining students pointed and whispered, "Wow, look at that contestant in black. What is he doing?" The spiritual energy is so strong, but it's not a beast tamer fighting. No need to watch anymore. Doing that will surely cause problems. They are wrong. I read in an advanced book that the key to magical energy lies in the precise control of spiritual power when stimulating pigment cells. Whether nurturing warmly or stimulating, it's all the same, just different in time and difficulty. Tabin's eyes quickly turn yellow as he adjusts his spiritual energy to the right frequency and directs it toward the mouse. The smoke gradually dissipates, revealing a mouse with a unique appearance. It squeaks, "Chit!" That student was stunned. In just a few minutes, they not only changed the color, but also grew new fur. Tranka silently evaluated, their bodies shining brightly, completely free of any stray hairs, yet they managed to dye it to such an extent. The old man reached out to touch the mouse, but was unexpectedly stopped by an electric force. Tranka was even more amazed, as this colorful fur held even more secrets. Look, Method 44 isn't about layering surface hairs with pigment stimulation. He's using a fixed elemental approach from the base layer to change the mouse's attributes, thereby affecting the surface hair color. Although still small and weak, it has definitely become a multi-element test subject. The other students are constantly surprised, changing multiple layers of attributes, and doing so without any resource assistance. Wow, this isn't even a higher-level challenge. Tranka looked at Tobing and said, "Is this contestant a new student? Never seen before? Could it be a genius secretly trained by some old monster? It's been a long time since I've seen a student who makes me this satisfied." The officer smiles contentedly. "Number 44, you passed the previous test and completed all the exam points before level 6 very well. Next, I will make an exception and let you directly take the level 7 test." The students trembled in fear when they saw him smile. The strict and fierce instructor could also smile. Could this be a mistake? Proceed directly to the 7th level test, and if you happen to pass, wouldn't you be able to graduate immediately? Tranka said, "The 7th level test involves a mysterious iron cage suddenly rising from the arena floor. You try to set a challenge to tame this one, and even to strengthen it. A 7th rank bloodline blood spirit beast with a half-day time limit. Do you dare to try?" The students were all startled. The Blood Veil Spirit is a 7th level demonic beast with 2 attributes, evil and mental, extremely unpredictable, cruel in nature, and highly adept at wearing down people's resolve. If I can't tame it and it fights back, I might suffer a concussion or even go insane on the spot, and I could also call someone new to check this level. Truly, a living king of hell. Tabin immediately accepted the challenge and confidently replied, "Not half a day, 5 hours is enough." The pet beast in the iron cage roared loudly, as if everyone in its sight was an enemy. The student stepped back a few paces and said uneasily, "What level of dangerous monster is this?" Xiaongu secretly thought that the mental attack ability of the blood mist soul was extremely powerful. Unlike other inherited pets, the evil spirit father could directly invade the body of a living creature, gradually taking over its mind, and after the father resisted all physical attacks unless there was a divine or thunder-type treasure nearby, even a novice summoner wouldn't dare to casually attack this kind of monster. What was his plan to deal with it? She looked up at Tobin inside the iron cage, calmly staring at him as if she was not afraid. "Stop here!" The pet suddenly slashed its claws at him, launching its first attack. Evil father spirit. In an instant, Tabin perfectly dodged an attack from the beast. The loyal beast immediately launched a relentless attack on him, but he showed no intention of fighting back, continuously dodging. Suddenly, Tobin stomped hard on the ground and leapt high to face the loyal beast. Then he stomped on its head to test it out, wanting to see if it was Loi Dao, then pressed his hand on the beast's forehead as he quickly activated his skill. In a flash, the image of a fierce death god radiating deadly aura appeared behind him, while the beast looked on helplessly, sweat pouring down its face, seeming extremely worried about what was about to happen to it. Immediately, it turned around and ran away, clutching the sharp blade and crying out in agony, "Oh, tamed already. Next is to strengthen." After finishing, he glanced at the ingredient shelf beside him. Tabin quickly looked over the ingredients and thought to himself that the record in the Ku Bak Luyan contains methods for upgrading evil beast pets from rank 9 bloodline and below, and he decided to use this opportunity to try the new training method he just learned in preparation for his future level up.
The blood curse of the dark spirit is extremely afraid of lightning. I will strengthen this weakness for you.
Thinking quickly, he raised his hand and fused the 2 herbs with fire spirit, first refining the soul-gathering herb and thunder lotus into one. Immediately, the ingredients in his hand merged together, releasing mysterious golden lightning from within. Tabin suddenly raised his hand and quickly threw the compound onto the beast's body. "Go!" it shouted. Ha ha ha. As soon as the compound merged with the beast's body, it released streams of purple and blue aura before gradually transforming. Little Ngu stared in amazement at your actions and guessed that this light might be a sign of evolution. The pet is still evolving, its body suddenly shimmering in the mist as Tabin raises his hand to adjust his spiritual energy and control the nurturing process. Trenka quietly observes him, his calm and natural expression, along with his skillful techniques like flowing clouds and drifting water, backed by a master guardian. Truly extraordinary. The pet is nearing the final stage of its evolution, with each part gradually emerging. It is completely transformed into a thunder spirit ghost with a dark blue body and golden veins, no longer blood red in color. The students couldn't believe their eyes. The appearance of the blood mist ghost has changed. What kind of evolution is this? Its originally fierce appearance now has an added touch of majesty. Tabin pointed and said, "During the earlier advanced training, I added some knowledge about the lightning system, so the bloodline of the demon has been suppressed. Now he has developed some resistance to attacks from the divine and lightning systems. The only flaw is that it will become more irritable than before." With that, the pet beast suddenly lifts its head to the sky, ready to break out of its cage. It slashed its claws at the iron bar, which immediately bent out of shape. The students, terrified by its power, quickly ran away. "The destructive power is too strong. The fur is creaking. Run now." Tranka puts on his gloves to try to stop it. The blood ghost has evolved, and its level of combat power has also increased by 1 rank. Before this thing struggles free, it bends the iron bar into a large hole, and finally escapes. The beast immediately reaches out as if to grab Tranka. Tranka was extremely panicked, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. It's over. He quickly gathered his inner strength into his palm, his voice now becoming extremely terrifying and arrogant. "Do you want to taste the flavor of Loi Dao again?" Tabin's expression grew even colder, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The pet shivered, still haunted by that terrifying moment. It knelt in submission at your feet, its massive body trembling before this incredibly fearsome human. The students turned around and sighed in relief. "It's under control. Phew, that was too close." Tabin calmly stepped out of the iron cage, looked up at Tranka and asked, So has he passed the test then?" he thought nervously. The requirement was just to enhance the pet. But this person went further, advancing to the perfect stage for the blood curse of the soul, and both times he tamed the beast successfully. This was more than just passing. Thinking about it, Tranka looked at him with admiration. "The ability you demonstrated gives hope to advance to the peak of the 9th rank of the Nurturing Master." The group of students gasped in shock. "Surpassing the peak of the 9th tier bounty beast Tamer. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Someone went from level 1 to level 9 in just 1 day. Who is this contestant after all?" Elder Bai watched the whole scene from afar, smiling with satisfaction. "Aha, impressive." He praised him. Indeed, it was a training session full of beautiful scenery and joy. Xiaonua recognized that his perfect and crystal-clear energy was the vice president of the Cultivation Association, Elder Bai. Tranka saw him arrive and respectfully greeted the vice president, who then ignored him and called to Bin to follow him. Tranka looked up, curiosity clear in his eyes. Could this young man really be the disciple of Vice President Bai Lao? Moving to a quieter place, Bai Lao finally said, "Please remove your mask, distinguished guest from Zilongjiang." He chuckled and said, "Ha, ha, ha.
No need to be surprised. A young stranger with such skills is very easy to recognize. Only a few people possess them. The trainer of Little Dryhall, the Dark Abyss Dragon Dog, and Silverbone Star Moon Dragon, owner of the Duto Bean Shop. Bin coldly asked what is the reason for calling me here after such a detailed investigation. His face immediately turned serious as he inquired, "Have you ever heard of the Four Kings?" The Four Kings, the four great beast kings, are the strongest villains in Lam Tin's history, embodying good and evil, the mysterious masters of the seven sins, cunning and capable of destroying countless cities, towering walls and mountains with their blood-stained hands, making them humanity's top enemies on Lam Tin. He looked at you and said, "Each of the four kings possesses strength no less than the Heaven's Mandate stage." Tabin then wondered, with such a powerful monster on the Lam Tin territory, even if I try my best, I am only at the Han Hai stage, just entering the legendary realm. He asked the old man for more information. Why have I never heard any news about them attacking human territories if they are so dangerous? Lao Bai replied, because the four kings were severely wounded by a human emperor long ago, who used his life to seal them beneath the deep abyss. Now, with the legendary young heroes from the four major sects guarding, they shouldn't be able to trouble our territory. The more he spoke, the more suspicious he became. Could it be that the deep canyon has already fallen? He denied it. If it had fallen, the entire Lam Tin city would be on high alert for battle. His voice deepened slightly. The problem is that the deep gorge is normal, but the wasteland has detected abnormal displacement phenomena of ferocious beasts. Then Tabin suddenly remembered that the strange phenomenon he encountered on the way here was the same as what the old man mentioned, almost destroying the entire train. Old Bai's face darkened. Has it already begun threatening the safety of the people? It seems that the security level of some key cities needs to be strengthened. I suspect that this abnormality is not simple, so I am using this Hero Association event to distribute invitations widely, gather experts, and prepare strategies to deal with it. You're curious. Your so-called Summoner Association manages too many things, doesn't it? Old Master Bai firmly states that, of course, you would have felt it somewhat during the assessment. Taming masters value objects more than battle beasts, studying every move in combat, which is also a matter of strategy and wielding power. After all, taming masters are those entrusted with strength. You seem quite suspicious, so why not send someone directly to investigate the wilderness? He said, I ordered the major strongholds to send the Thak Huang teams to investigate as soon as the situation was discovered, but the wilderness is too vast, with ferocious beasts everywhere, so there hasn't been a quick result. Do you have any clues about this? Tabin looked at him and said, The clues we have now are too few. We're at a loss. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to focus on improving our strength. I want to learn the spirit awakening technique of the summoner, but even after tearing apart the Tianlong library, I couldn't find it. Old Bai burst out laughing. Ha ha, the young man is truly impressive. Kai Lin is a secret technique that only top-tier 9th-level talent cultivation masters can learn at the association's headquarters. Of course, we don't have it in the Tianlong Academy's library. He looked at him helplessly, not knowing what he meant. So, are you saying I have the potential to become a wise level? The second person, then. The first was Old Bai, correct? The only person in history to reach both the legendary and holy spirit levels was the human emperor who fought Tu Vuong alone. I feel quite excited, fighting Tu Vuong alone. Hurry up and urge him. This can't be delayed. Let me learn the spirit opening technique. He reached out to refuse. No, right now you only qualify as a 6th-level nurturing master. According to the rules, if you want to reach level 7, besides the test you also need to write a 50,000-word thesis. To reach level 8, 2 essays, and for level 9, 3 essays. Tabin already felt exhausted, just hearing about it. You forced a reluctant smile at him, since you value me so much. Can I just open the back door directly? Wait until I become the light of humanity. Isn't this secret manual just a matter of putting pen to paper? Old Master Bai refused immediately. No, the more critical the moment, the more we must adhere to the rules. If all the high-ranking individuals take strength as their king, the weak will have no room to survive, and the entire world will fall into chaos, let alone the light of humanity. Tabin has no choice but to give up. This old man really sticks to his principles. Fighting is one thing, but sitting down to write something, like 7 essays to be finished by what month and year, is another. Suddenly I remember someone. Yes, Zhong Lingdong is quite good at this. I should find her and ask for help. At this moment, in the dark room with no light, crumpled papers are piled up and thrown onto the floor. Lindong, dizzy, clutching her head, surrounded by thick unread books, she kept thinking and hurriedly wrote again, crossing out immediately if she was dissatisfied. A look of despair filled Lindong's face. It was still not enough. For example, her practical experience was too limited, and relying solely on her own knowledge, she couldn't complete this topic. The scene shifts elsewhere. Xuanfeng roughly puts his feet on a female disciple. I've accepted your alcohol. Storing it for 20 years really makes the aroma rich. Still, the master knows how to drink. Master Dean Xuanfeng, regarding the previous request, I will prioritize helping you with the investigation rights. Xiaongu respectfully bows to him. Master Ding, he smiled at her. Xiaongu, do you have any good news to report to me? Tiungu nervously reports the news. Truly sorry, his strength is incredibly powerful, hiding it so well I couldn't see any information about him. With that, he kicks the female student hard, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Xuanfeng glared at Xiaonu with cold eyes and shouted, "Incompetent, you can't even handle such a small matter. What hope is there for you?" She was even more nervous and stammered an explanation. He started the assessment from level 1, and he easily passed the 7th level.
He raised his glass, took a sip, and asked, Are there any other matters I should know about? She remembered there was something important and said, in the end, he was taken away by Elder Bai. Xuanfeng muttered his name. Bak Lao. Could it be that the old men of the Cultivators Guild also have their eyes on this golden egg? Looks like I've been too patient. He immediately ordered her, "Step back." Yes, then immediately called a person named Long Sun. Long Sun appeared right in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Xuanfeng said ambiguously, "There's a golden egg about to fly away. Go and persuade him as you used to, whatever means necessary." He understood his plan well, smiled eerily, then knelt on one knee in response. Understood. Tabin stared intently at the system interface and thought to himself that although he couldn't predict what the future held, accumulating some traps from the system, Shop definitely wouldn't be wrong. On the system interface, there is information about traps, and he ponders that although high-level traps are quite expensive, the company can produce traps capable of directly capturing a king beast, which is only one, making it worth farming twice a day. Tabin presses the device in his hand to search for Lin Dong, then goes to find her, locating her classroom address with her instructor's ID card indicating Thian Vu, grade 8. Longsan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, roughly slung his arm around Tabin's shoulder, and threatened him in a harsh tone. "What did you just say to the old Bai from the training association? You still responded calmly as if I don't know you. Get out of the way. Longsun is angry at your indifferent attitude. It seems you still don't understand the situation." Everyone around watched and whispered, "Look at that muscular guy. His energy fluctuation is so strong, he's definitely a top-tier rank. That guy is really unlucky, hitting a level of peak martial artist, but just when Longsun was most vulnerable, you suddenly fought him off and knocked him flying forward." His face froze, as Tabin's strength was so overwhelming that the ground beneath Longsun twisted into a perfect hole matching his enormous body, leaving him stunned and unable to react in time while everyone stared in shock. What just happened? Fang Hao got knocked out. Longsun only now realizes this, sneering coldly, probably because he didn't sense his cultivation level and used a secret technique to hide his true strength. He got up from the ground and shouted, "I won't be careless again." Then he opened a space to summon his beasts. A look of extreme excitement appeared in his eyes as he said fiercely, "You can consider yourself a decent opponent. Come out." Following his command, the lion pets jumped out of the space. Tubin looked at them and muttered, "Red gold lion." The crowd around, curious, gathered to watch. This is a 9th-level bloodline of the beast spirit. The crimson gold lion is called the king of all beasts, but clearly the 6 actions pit is the real one, so why does it have 2 wings? All 4 of them have wings. Longsan arrogantly shouted, "That's because it was trained from a young age to join the Ba Duke Min Long bloodline concentration of 1,000th, which produces this kind of creature. It was originally undefeated in 6 battles, and today it's like a tiger with wings. No one can survive their 4 bloodthirsty mouths. Is that so? So, remember to stay alert. Let's go." The divine sky dragon hound, summoned by your order, appears majestically, radiating a divine golden light throughout its body. It lifts its leg and lightly kicks Longsun's lion companion, causing the lion to yelp in surprise. "Oh, woof!" Longsun hurriedly ran towards it. The Shichkim lion. The heavenly dragon dog quickly defeats the Shichkim lion, letting out a loud roar. He raised his hand to struggle against the force of the roar, then Bang Huang realized how his Shichkim lion could be easily crushed by a dog like that. How is that possible? Could this terrifying breath be the king beast? With that, Tabing sneered mockingly. "Turn around. Why aren't you turning around anymore? Are you upset?" Longsun, trembling with sweat, stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Old Bai watched from afar, amused by the scene. "Is the little one caught in the trap?" Along with that, the man's shrill scream echoes. Don't come here. The scene shifts to the 8th grade classroom in the dedicated experimental building of the teacher. Inside the iron cage, a level 5 bloodline wild dragon fairy beast was locked up. The students immediately reported to Xuanfang. The instructor for the beast taming test tomorrow has arrived. He nodded in response. He opened a strange purple test tube and drew the liquid into the syringe. Xuanfang approached the young dragon and injected it. It was caught off guard and let out a few protesting cries. Ugh. As soon as the liquid was injected into its body, the beast became more ferocious, and the roar echoed throughout the room. Master, why are you so quick this time? How's that golden egg doing? As soon as he stepped inside, Longsun fainted and collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he fell immediately after, foaming at the mouth as if poisoned. Tabin immediately said, "The golden egg is looking for you." Xuanfang saw that you had arrived, so he silently glanced at you without saying a word. Suddenly, he changed his attitude, quickly shifting from a defensive stance to a harmless, friendly smile. "We meet again, Mr. Hua." Xuanfang gently asked, "How have you been these past 2 days?" But his hands crossed behind his back quickly performed some secret move. Tabin Yu realized his intention, so she raised her hand and crushed the surveillance device before calmly responding. "Everything is fine except for being watched, just not knowing." What do your students think when they see their instructor using tricks to add ingredients to the beast used for the test? And then he looks at the pitiful creature crying out loudly over there. Xuanfang thought he had just heard something extremely funny. He burst out laughing. Tricks. Ha ha. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the male student next to him in the stomach. The student cried out in pain. Yes. Without stopping, he turned and slapped the female student. As if this was all very normal, Xuanfeng pretended to be worried. "My teacher is so clueless. What should I do now?" The 2 students are kneeling down, trying to flatter him. "Instructor, we will handle this cleanly for you." Tabin's eyes flash with a wicked gleam as he watches his inhumane actions towards the students. Xuanfang gently asked, "What will you blame the teacher for?" The 2 students immediately defended him, saying the instructor was only hitting us for our own good. "If you can't handle this little difficulty, how can you survive in the harsh world outside?" "Instructor, we can't leave you." He looked at the boy, smiling innocently after receiving a satisfactory answer. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder and closer to the bunker. Tabin was surrounded by a group of people, clearly showing their strength was not to be underestimated. He sighed, and seeing his face, I suddenly found that stubborn old man even more unlikable. "Why call so many people just to kill and silence them?" Xuanfang replied calmly. "I don't need to silence anyone, because no matter what you tell others, everyone will believe that I am the 9th level cultivation trainer. I just want you to understand. What do you call a battle pet master who flows like water? A battle pet master who strikes like steel? Even if they are of a top rank, so what? Aren't they just begging humbly for me to train them?" He seduces you with sweet words. Do you want to taste the feeling of power in your hands? Join us, and you have talent. I can make you the strongest training master in history. He pressed his forehead to the ground so hard that a crack appeared in the dirt, holding on tightly without letting go. From his eyes, no emotion showed, and he coldly said, "Shut up. The more you talk, the more I want to vomit. Sons of Sun Feng, release Master Ding or else you'll be in serious trouble." Tabin glared at the thugs with contempt and said, "You guys are just not enough. If you don't want to die, get out quickly. If you want to die, come and fight." With that, a strong golden light radiates from his entire body. The guards were stunned and said, "Wait, what? How can that guy emit a breath comparable to level 9? Be careful, they are high-level experts." Xuanfang still holds him tightly, frowning in disapproval at those harmless people. Xuanfang transmitted his order. "Kill this crazy dog and you'll be rewarded. A year of training, keep it alive, and it's 3 years. I want this dog to live worse than die." Those people immediately raised their spirits. It's the spiritual energy transmission from Master Ding. Heh heh. 3 years of training, I can use this opportunity to break through to the 9th level of combat power. They use their spiritual energy to open a space for summoning beast companions, then laugh and ask, as long as it's barely hanging on, right? Finish it off, don't give it any chance. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut across the neck. He froze in place for a moment. Hey! Xiao Kolao's attack was too fast. He took them off Earth in just one move. Tabin raised his hand to create a barrier to avoid getting dirty, then coldly looked down at Xuanfang. His eyes widened in shock, blood splattering from those people covering his face with cold sweat. Tabin finally spoke, "One last time, if you want to die, step forward. I want to see how powerful you really are." The bodyguards exclaimed in horror. Retreat quickly. The mighty Kotin and VM Ton, 9th-level savage experts, were killed in an instant. Yeah, what exactly is this little dry bone? I think I remember this black little dry bone. They gradually realize it. The little dry bone has killed many experts from the Spiritless organization in the Asian Regional Elite Tournament. Oh my god, I think I saw this on the internet too. I didn't expect it to be real. Xuanfeng also couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he looked at him. That young man, a divine beastmaster with extraordinary combat power. To Bin, your lord, right now you suddenly seem 100 times more terrifying in his eyes. He quickly kneels and begs for mercy. Please forgive my blind eyes for offending you. Spare my life. Whatever you want, I will give you. To Bin asked Sun Fong suspiciously. Anything you spare, I will take it all. He nodded repeatedly. You speak coldly and directly, then you die. So everything of yours now belongs to me, doesn't it? After hearing that, his face turned pale. To Bin grabbed Xuanfeng by the collar, causing him to panic. Then he decisively threw him away, making him roll several times on the ground. To Bin said, if anyone has heard my story, they probably also know about the pet shop I run. This little dry lizard is a battle spirit I personally raised. Tamer. After saying that, he smiled cruelly at them. The guards were amazed. This little dry lizard could rival a perfect beast, because he personally raised it, and even Master Ding couldn't breed such powerful battle pets. It's not like the entire Heavenly Dragon Academy has a cultivation master who can reverse fate like that. Xuanfeng wondered silently, what does that guy want to do? To Bin takes out a scroll from the space. If you want to own such a powerful battle beast, then I'll leave the rest for you to figure out. You reach into the scroll as if searching for something, then To Bin pulls out dozens of swords and throws them in front of them, saying, if you don't want to continue with this, you can leave now. He was confused. Come on, turn around and try to leave. If you want to follow me, let me see how you perform, and don't keep me waiting too long. The others are discussing whether your strong battle pets mean you're planning to betray Master Ding. Who is Master Ding? The last time I was promised to be trained by Ling Xuanfeng, I still haven't seen any sign of it. My beast pets, he also leaves to my students to take care of carelessly. I think except for the rare 9-level powerful beasts he brought, he basically doesn't pay attention to others' battle pets. Xuanfeng shouted loudly, what are you guys talking nonsense for? A bunch of people who forget loyalty for profit and betray kindness. If you don't repay my kindness, that's fine, but do you really want to turn against me? Those guards drew their swords angrily and said Ding family members are quick to fight at the slightest provocation. Your father has been annoyed with you for a long time. Training teachers are so great, huh? All the tired and difficult stuff, let our beast tamers handle it, and when we're done, we get blamed unfairly. That's right. Xuanfeng nervously ordered them. Step back, you guys didn't listen to my command, right? Get down! One of them quickly grabs a sword and rushes straight at him. Anger is fully written on that guy's face. Go to hell, you trash. He screamed in pain. Ah! Those people seemed to unleash their anger, repeatedly stabbing Xuanfeng. He screamed in agony. After dealing with him, the bodyguard respectfully handed you the secret order. Master To, this is the identification order Xuanfeng always carries with him. You can use this badge to exert the authority of a 9th-level guiding teacher in the school. To Bin immediately refused. I dare not accept the title of Grandmaster. You just need to call me Boss 2 from now on. Now each of you has blood of a level 9 nurturing master on your hands. Do you know what to do next? They turned to look at each other, silently understanding his meaning. The guards then bowed respectfully. Yes, Mr. To, we haven't been here today. We didn't see Din Xuanfeng, and we haven't seen Mr. To either. We don't know anything. To Bin smiled contentedly and summoned his pet. Good job. Your pet dragon emerges from the space and breathes a flame that burns Xuanfeng's body. This hellish forest will burn everything down. The scene shifts to the 8th grade students' dormitory in the morning, and Mei Mei looks at her breakfast before sighing. Even the grilled chicken she likes the most doesn't tempt her to pick up her chopsticks. She worries as she knocks on Lin Dong's door. Dong Dong, you've gone 2 days without eating? If you keep like this, your body won't be able to take it. Dong Dong, exhausted, holds her head in her arms as Lin Dong calls out to her. Ding Ding blamed herself, making no progress at all. What should she do now? The thesis report is due tomorrow. If I can't submit it, Teacher Din will definitely punish me severely. The principal slammed his hand down on the table, looking extremely angry. The boss scolded me. I just told him last night not to skip the meeting. What's wrong with Class 8? Are they deaf or what? Then the principal looked at Xuanfeng's empty seat. The secretary checked the computer screen and reported, your contact with Mr. Dean is not responding. His urgent contact has not seen him since yesterday. The old man frowned at the secretary and asked, What about his location? Use my authority to investigate his location, the secretary replied. Yes. After a while, the principal's patience was wearing thin. Where is he? The secretary searched for a while and replied, the location is not clear. Teacher Din is probably missing. He glanced and said incredulously, he's gone missing. Senior 9th rank coach, even leaving the school requires reporting. So why did he suddenly go missing? The instructors whispered mockingly, saying, do you think this old fox's bullying students will face retribution now? Stop joking. The guard next to the 9th grade trainer is a battle beast master who has stolen the title. Don't even talk about attacking. If anyone dares to disrespect the trainer, they will be subdued lightly or killed on the spot. Who dares to attack the 9th grade trainer? The principal immediately uses spiritual power to cast a search spell, forming a monster-trapping array, and he guides his finger to locate Xuanfeng through it. The compass spun around for a while, as if it had lost its sense of direction and couldn't find him. The principal suddenly opened his eyes wide, surprised. 100,000 around here, yet I can't sense any of his breath. The old man immediately called out, where is everyone? A group of black-clad individuals quickly knelt down respectfully and responded, I have subordinates. The principal gritted his teeth and ordered, during the day someone kidnapped 9th rank trainer Ding Xuanfeng to investigate those who contacted him recently, openly opposing our Tianlong Academy, and I will not forgive this. If there's any obstacle, kill immediately. The group in black responded in unison, obeying the order. Suddenly, the old man's watch emitted a signal. It's Vice President Bai of the Trainer Association. He immediately answers the call. Don't make a sound. I'm listening to an important call. The principal respectfully requests an audience with Master Bai. May I ask what your esteemed presence commands? He then reminds them about the mysterious disappearance incident today. I suggest you not to investigate. The old man was confused. Don't investigate. Then he thought to himself, what kind of person is it that even someone like Ding Xuanfeng would offend, yet is a major figure who can simply say a word and shut down the school? Bach Lao? The principal bowed his head and replied, following Elder Bai's advice, I beg your forgiveness, for Ding Xuanfeng's provocation of you was truly reckless. That little man Ding's daily bullying of students and trampling on innocent lives is a crime that can never be forgiven. The old man chuckled and flatteringly said to Master Bai, I should thank you for clearing my name. He asked seriously, if you already know his actions so clearly, why haven't you disciplined him? The principal hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. The old man bowed his head in apology, and it was right for Master Bai to scold him. Those 9th-grade trainers hold high authority, and over time their thinking naturally tends to weaken a bit. From today onwards, I will tighten the discipline in the academy. He reprimanded them, saying, it's best to remember what you said, or if something happens in the future, I won't be able to protect you. The principal hesitated and replied, huh? Yes, the storm is coming. Protecting the seeds is the duty of elders like you. Don't forget to say it. Old Bai hung up the call and said, I understand. The scene shifts outside the academy, where students are gathered in front of the notice board, announcing that instructor Ding Xuanfeng from the 8th Celestial class is retiring early. 8th grade students will be evaluated and classified during the teacher consultation session. Those with outstanding performance will be placed in one of the 7 other Tianzi classes. Students with poor performance will be demoted to the electronic class. Those registering for the exam, the Tianlong library, and students who do not register for evaluation after the deadline will be considered as dropping out. A student happily said, great, I don't have to read books anymore. The student next to him punched him. Idiot, you have to pass the exam to continue studying. If you fail, you'll only be able to enter the broken electric class. They chat happily, and I heard that students in the Earth Autonomy class have to clean up after the wild beasts in the school. Everyone smells just like salted fish. My immediately sighed, I don't want to do it. Passing the heavenly class requires overcoming countless hardships, and if I fall down, it'll be disastrous. Lin Dong wondered in confusion, what's going on here? That Luong looked at her with a mocking smile. So that little cowardly girl is here too. Ha ha ha. I heard your thesis got ruined, didn't it? That guy just parrots along. Take this chance to go down to the geography class. The celestial characters aren't your thing. Mai stepped forward to defend herself. Don't think that just because you flattered Teacher Ding before, you're so impressive. Why don't you go to the Earth Talisman class? He said. Oh, you're going to the lake? Did I say something wrong? As soon as I entered the yard, I couldn't even tame a pet beast. It's truly a disgrace for our Tianzi class. Let's go. Don't mind these useless guys. Anyway, after the teacher exchange event, we won't see them anymore. She added, nobody's definitely been kicked out yet, just keep driving. Lindong tiredly smiled and said, "Thank you for speaking up for me, but we should still go our separate ways. I'm not afraid. I'm worried that they might target you." Mai reassures her. "I'm not afraid. Don't listen to what they say." Vu Lindong's girl from before still only understood the reasoning you taught her. They must have been jealous back then of your top ranking in the class. She turned and walked away. That has been the case since the day she enrolled. Now I feel like I can't do anything. Let me be quiet for a while. Suddenly, Mai reached out and grabbed her waist. Lindong was startled. She said she would check in first and then decide. The scene shifts to the library, where Tobin is holding a stack of books and says, "Hello, I'd like to borrow these." The staff member replied, "Scan your card here." Mai pushed Lindong past him, looking flustered. "Let go of me first." Mai firmly replied, "No, I need to see you register first to feel at ease." Tabin and Lindong immediately exchanged glances, both surprised for a moment. "It's him, it's her," Tabin asked, seeming to notice that their faces didn't look very good. Nini sighed and said, "Don't mention it anymore. Teacher Ding is guiding her on hot water immersion for her thesis, but she's been working hard and not talking about it, and then they assigned her a research topic about fatal nurturing." She angrily asked him, "So tell me, who would want to unlucky enough to take on this topic? What kind of training him for death? That's just a pipe dream." He agreed, that's right. How could there be such a thing as splitting the reasoning like that? It just doesn't make sense. Lindong stifled a laugh and asked her suspiciously, "Do I say something strange?" Tabin immediately suggested, related to that passage. "I happen to be looking for an experienced scholar who is good at writing and doesn't mind collaborating with others." "I wonder if they know anyone like that," Lindong declined sadly. "Well, I really want to collaborate with you on this training, but we're about to split the class." I looked confused and asked her in return, "Splitting the class?" The two explained the reason to Tobin, and he thought to himself, strange. The murder of a 9th-level trainer not only didn't shock the whole school, but was considered normal. Could someone have intervened to suppress this? Tabin asked the two women, "Isn't it strange that the instructor suddenly retired over such a big class division?" Mai replied that the school said it was due to attitude issues, and the training association sent Mr. Ding to investigate. Then I immediately thought of Elder Bai from the training association, so that's it. I can now rest assured that everything is as if it never happened. Tabin asked further, "Is this class division exam really that difficult?" Lindong replied dejectedly, "Actually, the Tianzi class also took a class division exam before, but out of 100 students, only 30 were chosen by teachers from other classes. Others will be pushed down to the Earth Self class for various reasons." Mai placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured her, "You have to believe in yourself. We will definitely get through this." The more she spoke, the more Lindong felt disappointed in herself. "But now, I truly feel like I can't do anything well." Tabin remembered Xuanfeng's seduction of the student and thought, "It seems this girl isn't heavily poisoned." Tabin asked Mei further, what was the Earth Magic class like? And she replied, "I used to study in the Earth Magic class, where the living conditions were rough and we often had to do heavy labor. The school even claims it's for training, but the most important thing is that a teacher guiding thousands of students rarely gets the chance to focus on their training and development throughout the year. If it weren't for Tong, I would still be shoveling manure in the Earth class now." Lindong added, "I only teach you some basic reinforcement techniques. The important thing is that your abilities are good enough for you to get into the Heavenly Script class." Mai secretly lamented, "No one in the Earth Script class tries hard to get into the Heavenly Script class, but how many are lucky enough to be guided by someone?" Tabin thought for a moment and then asked the two girls, "After you finish registering, can you take me to the Earth Autonomy class to check it out?" Mai became even more curious, wondering why he wanted to go there. They immediately moved to another place, one side being the spiritual zone where the teachers and students of the Heavenly Word class live, and the other side the earthly zone where the students and staff of the Earth Word class reside. Lindong and Mai led Tabin there as the convoy passed by them one after another. Suddenly, he noticed the convoy passing by and looked inside the vehicle. Inside, there were carcasses of exotic beasts, their bodies torn apart, looking extremely gruesome. The convoy of vehicles followed each other in a line to a designated location, where they took turns dumping the carcasses of exotic creatures to form a pile. The students waited eagerly, rushing to compete. The tame beasts had arrived, and the students hurriedly urged each other, if they were slow, they'd miss out, hoping this time they could find something useful. A student picks up the dead dog. "I found it. This is exactly what I need for my research on fur. Even though it's slightly toxic, I can still use it after cooling and cleaning."
Among the magical beasts, there is another living magical pig. It squeals, "Ach, ach." Someone else sees this and shouts excitedly, "It's still alive. Quick, look. I'm very lucky today." This wound was caused during a beast taming competition, and surviving until now is no small feat. Quickly treat it, so that in the future we can practice beast taming every day. The students of the Heavenly Talent class looked on and said, "You can only pick up tools in the Earth Talent class and discard them after use. How pitiful that is. Isn't it because you lack ability?" They should think about why they weren't accepted into the Heavenly Talent class from the start. We are the ones truly pitiful, unable to eat well or sleep peacefully, running so far just to earn some credits. Mei turned to Tobin and asked, "Why are you just standing there? Weren't you planning to come here?" He replied, "No problem, let's keep going. I'll follow right behind." Lin Dong sensed his feelings and hesitated, asking, "Do you pay attention to those things?" Tobin spoke, referencing the scale of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and said, "We are at the top-tier academy within the top tier, so maybe it's not good to let too many students continue like this." Has it always been like this? I don't know either. It was like this when I arrived here. Thinking for a moment, I remembered that Dong Dong used to stay behind after bringing his pets to guide us in some training techniques with beast-related terminology. Thanks to those, we managed to advance in the Heavenly Script class. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere, looking like he was badly injured, and he shouted, "Ah!" A trainee keeps kicking him repeatedly, mockingly saying, "Shout louder." "Hey, Brother Xiao, this guy's really stubborn." Feng Hu from afar approaches, raising his stick to hit him. "Get out of the way. Punching and kicking isn't fun." Lin Dong and Mei were startled and looked on in horror, saying, "Are they going to do something? Are they trying to kill him?" He swung his hand down forcefully, a cruel smile spreading across his face. But before the stick could hit the student, it suddenly disappeared. Feng Hu was stunned for a moment. He turned to Tobin and asked, "Who are you? Do you dare to ruin my mood?" He calmly replied, "Just an ordinary passerby. Not very fond of bullying Westerners, huh?" The two of them heard that and burst into laughter, teasing each other. "Bullying. Ha ha ha." Feng Hu grabs the trainee's hair and pulls it up. "You idiot, he's doing this completely of his own free will. Lucky you're blindly meddling." That student begged desperately. "They agreed to teach me cultivation techniques and give me exams in class later. I'm just one step away from the main door of the Heavenly Word class. Please leave now." He sneered at Tobin. "You think a few resources can make you dominate the local area? You've never experienced this before, have you?" Lin Dong was stunned. "This is too much. This can't be real." Mei secretly seethed with anger. Does this creature really not fear retribution? I doubt he can teach anything worthwhile. Tobin Tuan threw down his staff and asked for her opinion. If she thinks it's too much, she should go teach proper cultivation herself. "What do you think? The spirit is confused." "You're not wrong to say that," the trainee then threatened. "What are you saying? Are you trying to start a fight?" "Our brother, Xiaofeng, the representative of the 4th Heavenly Words Training Department, advises you to know your limits." Tobin smiles confidently at them. "Then let's make a bet to see how it goes. If we win, he will hand him over to us." Feng Hu started to get annoyed. "But what if you lose? Don't think you can retreat entirely so you can take its place. Do you dare?" Lin Dong and Mei hesitated and advised Tobin, "Betting is a life-and-death gamble for the 4th grade. This bet is a losing proposition." She nervously said, "I can't win." Mei also offered her advice. Dong Dong's current condition basically makes it impossible to compete. Let's just apologize and go prepare for the class split exam. Oh, I thought I was someone important. So it turns out it's just the 8th grade dogs mourning their class, huh? The rude student said. "You guys messing with my brother? Do you think it's that easy to walk away?" Tobin immediately reassured Lin Dong, "Trust me, these guys are definitely no match for you. And saving people isn't exactly something you want to do, right?" Then he looked down at the poor student. For a moment, Lin Dong was hesitant because of his words, unsure of what to do. He nodded at her, giving her a firm reassurance. Lin Dong gently closed her eyes, seeming to have made a decision. She clenched her fist with determination and told him, "I know. I will compete." Feng Hu sneered dismissively. "Useless trash only knows how to spout sweet words. Soon you'll see what true cruelty is. Follow me, I know a good place." "Good." Then, Tobin and the others followed Feng Hu to a strange alleyway. Lin Dong and Mei looked around nervously as the others glared at them. There are also iron cages holding ferocious beasts that seem to be ownerless. The two girls held hands tightly all the way, showing how worried they were. Tobin released a wave of murderous intent towards them and reassured the two girls. "Don't worry. No one here will dare to touch you. Just focus on the competition." Lin Dong nodded in agreement. They entered an arena, and Feng Hu asked,
Old rules for beast taming versus beast fighting, he said with a mocking smile. Half controlling wild beasts, half fighting beasts defeating the opponent's beast to win. 3 rounds with 2 wins considered a victory. Lindong confidently replied, "Sure, as if you know Tabin will always ensure your safety." The beasts were gradually brought out, and although confined in cages, their ferocity could not be hidden. The moment she saw those beasts, she was frightened and stepped back, as they were extremely difficult to tame. He smirked maliciously. This is the most chaotic and dangerous underground arena in the palace. Don't expect to be able to use gentle beasts down here. Are you about to scare these flowers so much they'll pee themselves? Lindong quickly gasped for breath, probably from too much stress and fear. She remembered the time when a pet bear attacked her arm until it bled. Thinking of that moment, Lindong instinctively clenched the injured arm.
The audience angrily shouted, "Get off the stage, you weakling! Stop standing there like a piece of wood!" Mai worriedly said, "It's over. Dong Dong has been through too much trauma. She shouldn't have been on the stage."
Tabin denies her, saying no, she is trying to improve. She frowns at him. He is just a stranger met on the train and doesn't really understand her situation. Then he suddenly asked her, "Have you ever heard the story of the frog and the fish?" Mai didn't understand what he meant and asked, "What are you talking about?" Tabin explained that once someone had trapped a fish inside a clear jar. The fish couldn't see the glass and just wanted to swim out, but after bleeding its head countless times without success. The fish can only trust that the world outside the jar is an illusion and cannot escape into that world. In the end, the fish spends its entire life inside the jar. The story is over, and Mai, confused, asks, "What do you mean by that? If we lose, we'll get it beaten." Tabin looked at Lindong on the arena floor and imagined the jar slowly opening. He looks ahead with his golden pupils, thinking to himself that now the jar has disappeared, and all he needs to do is take one step forward. Lindong remains silent, facing the mental crisis. "It seems you're thinking that fish is Lindong, it has escaped from the jar." Feng Hu and Mai looked at her for a moment before opening their eyes in surprise. Then it will be the moment she transforms into a dragon. Lindong has put on her gloves, her aura surging and powerful like a dragon behind her. "Let's begin." Feng Hu wondered, "What's going on here?" "This intimidating aura is like night and day compared to before," he said arrogantly. "Stop being so proud and conceited. Let's see how I beat you." Both of them raised their hands toward their pets and shouted together, "Tame!" His eyes flashed with arrogance. Most of the wild beasts still alive used for taming monsters in the territory have been removed from the celestial zone. Old items have been tamed or nurtured multiple times. Old items have developed patience with the beast terminology and nurturing techniques. Only ordinary people usually come to this area to know this. "You can't beat me," Lindong suddenly announced. "I have tamed the beast," Feng Hu asked in surprise. "What? How is that possible? How could you know how to handle old stuff?" Mai sat nearby, involuntarily smiling, saying, "Why not? Every time Dong Dong transports the beast, she teaches us beast terminology. It's great. The old coin is back." Feng Hu nodded to his companion and said, "I've also tamed my beast now. Next is nurturing." The student understood and pressed a blue button on the arena floor. Immediately, the protective net around the arena crackled with sparks of electricity. Tabin realized that the entire stadium's railings had been silently electrified. If the beast companion touches the railing during the beast duel, it will definitely be electrocuted and lose the match. I must use spiritual energy to whisper a reminder to Zhong Lindong. Lindong raised his hand and grabbed a yellowish material. Suddenly, he realized, it seems I was overthinking this. After a while, both sides had prepared, and Feng Hu ordered the fierce attack. Lindong quickly commanded his pet to charge forward. Lam Liet Beast. Feng Hu's pet charges straight at Lam Liet Beast. Sparks fly in the clash, and it lets out a cry. "Yes!" Suddenly, his entire beast emitted sparks of electricity during the attack, and Mai was surprised. With electricity, he smiled confidently. "My fierce punch has partially transformed its body into lightning element, and the electric charge only causes minor injuries." "Yeah, you're definitely going to lose." Mai scolds him. How despicable. Daring to play dirty again. Tabin calmly replied, "Don't speak too soon. The ability to resist electricity isn't limited to the lightning attribute." Lindong's pet suddenly had a layer of armor appear on its body, unexpectedly a rock armor, and all the electric shocks were conducted into the ground. It swung its claws to attack his summoned beast, its rocky claws gripping the beast tightly on the arena floor. The referee immediately announced that Zhong Lindong wins. Lindong turned around and said seriously, "You lost, and according to the agreement, that student from the Earth class is ours. Dead." His accomplice was stunned. How could this be? Tioka lost again. The injured student is overjoyed.
That's great. You won't have to be beaten anymore in the future. Mei Mei cheerfully encourages her friend.
Dong Dong, you did it. Feng Hu grits his teeth in anger, cursing aloud.
Damn it, why did I lose to a woman?
He secretly took out a sharp small stick from his body, determined not to allow it. Don't think you can go so easily. He suddenly grabbed the stick and charged at Lin Dong to hit her. Tu Bin recognized his evil actions and used his spiritual energy to stop him. Suddenly, a gorilla appeared and swiftly let out a fierce roar, controlling his actions. Tu Bin was also a bit surprised, not expecting someone to step in and fight for him. Humph. The senior leads a group forward, speaking sternly, and when he can't fight back, he tries to make a move. This is going too far, isn't it? Mei Mei recognized him immediately. He's the senior student.
You wonder if the head student is also from the heavenly class. She then introduces him as the oldest student in the electronic class and the gang leader here.
We all call him the senior student, and it's said that no one knows how many years he has stayed.
Feng Hu struggled and shouted, "Let me go, now there is no 8th grade. Only 7 grades left to supply the pet resources if you dare to touch me."
From now on, even if the resources of Class 4 are destroyed, they won't be given to your people.
Squad leader, think carefully. I am a member of the Zhao family. I say it, I do it.
The pet monkey suddenly slapped him and cursed, "How dare you hit me?" The head student glanced at him and said, "Xiaodong has helped us a lot. Our territory may advocate exploiting everything that can be exploited, but the fundamental distinction between good and evil remains clear. Moreover, our people have also received quite a bit of your support." The injured student choked back tears as the senior officer finished speaking, and the monkey struck even harder, begging him to stop. His accomplices panicked and fidgeted nervously. Feng Hu's face was battered and pitiful, so he knelt down and begged him, "Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please forgive me." He coldly shouted, "Hurry up and get out of here. If you dare step into the territory again, you'll be beaten every time you come close. My pet will rejoice and bark loudly while they run away in fear."
Yes.
Lin Dong politely expressed her gratitude to him. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. You're too polite. Our team has made great progress thanks to your guidance. I should be thanking you." She felt sad and blamed herself. "But we have angered Tiufong of Class 4. He will really cut off the resource path for that beast." Huh. If it weren't for the resource aspect of the 8th class's magical beasts, we could lend a hand. Huh. Missing magical beasts in our hearts isn't something that happens overnight. The barefooted person isn't afraid of those wearing shoes and doesn't care about his anger. The senior student cheerfully said during the exam in class, "If you get swept down, don't be embarrassed. Just join me directly. I have left everyone a lucky feng shui spot." Ha ha ha. Lin Dong excitedly asked back, "Really?" Naimai stands helplessly beside him, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. You crow's beak. Dong Dong, your condition is quite good now." Tu Bin naturally interrupted and asked, "Do you guys in the Earth class have money?" The senior has been talking all this time and now finally turns to pay attention to you. He asks if this brother hasn't asked for advice yet, and you humbly reply that you're just an ordinary pet business owner, and hearing that there's apparently a good market here, you might just do some research. He then explained, "If you think about it, those who can attend the training academy and teach training techniques can all draw quite a bit from their families. Those assigned to the Earth talent class are just average in talent or lack power and influence. But if that makes you develop distorted thoughts about going through the side door, I advise you to give up, because this money is all collected within the family to help children succeed. If it falls into my hands, the outcome will be the same as that person." Lin Dong immediately stopped him when she saw this. "Senior, you misunderstood. Mr. To has taught me several times he's not a bad person." Tu Bin paid little attention and smiled, saying, "She's not wrong. I just want to see if the people here can afford my pet rental service." Lin Dong then wondered, "Rent a beast. Do you have a way to create one?" The head teacher sighed and said, "I guess you're not from this school, are you? The school's exclusive rights to use the sacred beasts are only for the school itself. Unless you have connections, you basically can't get them in." He looked at him and replied, "As long as there's a shop, I can bring in the sacred beasts, and the quantity is unlimited, with all levels and top quality." The headmaster was slightly suspicious after hearing this. If it really could solve the resource problem for sacred beasts, it would definitely be like finding a treasure in the snow. How can he be so confident? I just asked him, "Do you have a way?" Tu Bin pretended to be mysterious and smoothly said to him, "A business secret anyway. If I try, you won't lose anything, right?" The scene shifts to his private territory. At this moment, an old man looked at them and said, "No." The senior begged the old man, "Hey, if you don't want to sell this shop, renting it out is fine. Just name a price." The old man was firm and refused to rent. This is the ancestral shop passed down from my grandfather. Tabin looked at him disappointedly. This is a prosperous commercial area. Isn't he the gang leader here? Why isn't it working? He scratched his head and explained. Even the gang leader can't bully the elderly. I make a call to the legend in order. Let me try, team leader. Do the work for me. Quickly finish it, and he respectfully replied yes. A skyscraper quickly appears on the device screen. Tabin is negotiating with the old man. Sir, this is the top store in the Holy Light City Fortress urban area. Renting the whole building for a year is enough for you to live several lifetimes. Are you willing to trade? The old man was stunned. Oh. Then the old man excitedly stood up from his seat. What? Trade. I'll trade. You suggested exchanging, so I signed the contract. The head of the school was just as surprised. Wow, superpowers. Can pet business really make that much money? I mean, in this tiny place, what does he plan to do? Tabin secretly thought that once the contract was signed, the store would belong to him. I want to add this store to the Lu Pet Beast branch system, and then activate the Ling Qi Sheng Yan Chaos. Just thinking about it makes the smile on your face show completely. The scene shifts to the 4th grade master's office. Hao Qi asks Feng Hu, "Whose wound is that on your body?" He complained resentfully, reporting to the master that the person was from the Earth realm, and in their eyes there was no magic device, just bullying others with power, which he found strange. Then why did they hit you? He shamelessly replied, I don't know either. I was peacefully walking through the land of the Earth sect when suddenly I was attacked, and they said they would beat me every time they saw me from now on. Master, you have to stand up for me. Hao Qi silently wondered if this spoiled young master would have been beaten like this if he hadn't caused trouble, but the Tu family is still a major clan in the city, and if they swallow their anger, they might never have a reputable sect accept them as disciples again. Don't worry, tomorrow I will punish the people from the local sect severely and uphold justice on your behalf. He chuckled to himself, thanking the master for his efforts, and promised to offer a grand tribute of filial piety in the future. The man replied, All right, step back. Then Feng Hu stepped out of the room and immediately made a call. Instantly, a group of people appeared on the virtual screen. They all asked together, Old Shu, what do you want to see us about? Hao Qi announced coldly, The disposal of the school's useless beasts over the next half year will be handled by our 4th year class. The scene shifts to another location where convoys carrying useless spirit beasts are moving along the road to the collection point. The vehicles quickly dumped the dead or worthless scrap beasts, piling them up and emitting a terrible stench. Immediately after, the bear beast spat out huge flames, burning all the discarded beasts. A student struggled to escape from the guards, watching helplessly as his beast was taken away, and bitterly asked, Miss Leju, how can you take my beast away? Old Lei knelt on the ground, begging, Please, Master Su of the 4th Heaven class, tell your people to stop. The Boy Duke Su Assembly is about to begin, and the Boy Duke Su Association will select outstanding students to join and train. How is what you're doing any different from cheating on someone else's exam a month before the college entrance exam? Hao Ji asked him emotionlessly. You injured my student and want to show off? How serious are Feng Hu's injuries? Feng Hu also joined in to reply, It's true. My teacher's student maliciously hurt me. If we don't call him out to atone, this won't be over. He was confused and didn't understand what was happening, muttering to himself, My student hurt you? Old Loi was annoyed and turned to the 2 students beside him to give an order. Who is it? Call him out here to atone for his sins. The Lian group shook their heads. I don't know. Teacher, we also don't know who they are. Feng bitterly accused. Don't play dumb with me. It was your head of school who did it. He's losing patience now, grabbing the student by the collar and threatening him, calling him out here. If he keeps refusing, I'll take his place and see how long he can hold out. The head student is now carrying a box and asks Lao Loi curiously, Why is everyone rushing here? Aren't they supposed to be in class? He shouted loudly, Why did you dare to attack a student from the Tian-Tu class? They brought a master to demand justice. Come here and apologize to atone for your mistake, or we will ruin your future. A student quickly warned him, Headmaster is running. They're here to take revenge on you. Feng Hu then smiled faintly. So you finally appeared? I want to let you learn your lesson for offending me. He still remained calm and didn't even scold him. Xiaofeng sighed, truly despicable. With that, he ordered his men to attack him. Go, don't let him escape. But no matter how overwhelming the numbers, the headmaster easily defeated those people unarmed. He responded straightforwardly, as if in a dream. The remaining guards also charged at him regardless. Where do you think you're running? The head student immediately dropped the cardboard box he was holding, and surprisingly, it contained adorable pets. He confidently ordered, Go bite him. They all shouted out loud, Wow! Feng Hu stared in shock at him. There are 3 high-quality spirit beasts in the box. Where did you get these pets from? The headmaster smiled and looked at him. Things are not like they used to be anymore, sir. Now we don't need to worry about their expressions anymore because we already have high-quality pet resources. What did you say? Old Lei was already truly shocked by the news you brought. The scene shifts to Hao Hua Commercial Street, where Tobin has opened his shop, and a long line of students eagerly queue up in front of it, saying, "Thank you, shopkeeper." The senior student led him over and said, "Everyone, look." The students were truly delighted, each one unable to hide their happiness, holding their healthy magical beasts in their arms. Old Lei jumped for joy. Truly everyone now has a loyal beast. Feng Hu wondered suspiciously, where could there be so many strong pet resources? No way, the territorial zone is supposed to be restricted and shouldn't have a pet store. He turned back and confidently replied, "I told you now there is one. And it's not just pets, but also various pet foods." After finishing, he looked towards the high-grade pet food inside the shop. He was even more confused, as that was high-level pet food only our class's professional trainers could use. "Where did this store suddenly appear from?" he replied calmly. "These pet foods and pets can all be purchased at prices below market value, and their quality definitely won't be inferior to what the school provides exclusively." Old Loi secretly rejoiced. "That's great. All the students are already using excellent resources. No need to worry about the next exam anymore. The owner of this shop isn't really running a business. He's just doing charity work." Feng Hu refuses to accept reality. "Master, there's a problem with this shop. It definitely has issues. The pet food and pets provided by the school are all registered in the records. This store is definitely involved in illegal trading." He simply replied, "Yeah." He immediately ordered, "Where are the people? Break down this shop and confiscate those unregistered black pets." A group of black-clad guards boldly marched straight toward the store. "Yes." Tabin's pet heard of the noise and slowly opened its eyes, glaring with its yellow eyes at the rude group. Immediately afterwards, it stood up fiercely. When the bodyguards saw a large shadow moving, they turned to look at the beast, roaring loudly to scare them and prevent anyone from approaching the shop. They are terrified. That giant dog is awake. Fong, terrified, covered his ears with his hands. "It's Long Hong. What kind of divine beast is this golden yellow Longquin? It can exude such an awe-inspiring aura." Suddenly, the shop door opens. Tabin softly asks, "What's going on outside that it's so noisy?" He recognized this voice and stared at you in surprise, saying, "Is that you?" Tabin calmly questioned, "What are you guys doing surrounding my guard dog?" The pet spreads its legs wide, intimidating the guards. Do they all warn each other? Does the guard dog think it's a dragon? "Quickly retreat." Feng Hu sensed danger and told Ji Hao, "These weaklings can't fight a beast dog." "Master, please send your guards," Tabin replied calmly, "so it's just a petty fight to show off." The beast behind them glared with large eyes, exuding an aura of dignity that could not be underestimated. "I received reports from students that you were maliciously beaten in the riding hall, so I came here to mediate. Can you give us an explanation?" The wind howled and made him stiff with shock. Your senior instructor was still so lofty just now. Why are you now speaking so humbly?" He glared at him and said, "Lin Dong, turn around and comfort the injured student. Don't be afraid. The boss promised to protect you. Let's tell Master Su from Class 4 the full story." The person nodded. I chuckled to myself. No matter how you try to explain it, it's useless. Our TU family donates that much money to the school every year. The master will definitely stand up and demand it back. "Justice, stop me. What just happened was definitely just a prelude, a mere gesture of goodwill." He calmly expressed his thoughts, which made sense. Both sides got a beating. Very fair. Feng Hu thought he must have heard wrong and just froze there. Hao Ju turned to scold him, and after the sneak attack during the competition, you still owe them an apology. The master, confused, asked again, "Why are you helping them? Who really is the student here? The two of them keep talking about him. This isn't about whether they are students or not. It's about fairness and justice. Even if the emperor is at fault, he still has to make amends and apologize." Hao Ju shamelessly used him as a shield. Besides apologizing, the medical expenses for the beaten student will also be paid by Xiaofeng. "I wonder if everyone is satisfied with this resolution," he said in surprise. "What?" Tubin and the others immediately agreed. "We have no objections." The senior chuckled sarcastically. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and apologize," he said angrily. "Insulted? Do I still want me to apologize?" He replied calmly, "We are just recounting what you did." "Is this also called insulting you?" he said while pressing a button on the device. "Wait for me. If even the master won't help me with such a small matter, then I can only rely on someone from my family." And then he shouted loudly to summon them.
Where is everyone? Suddenly, dozens of experts in black robes appeared behind him. The group glared fiercely at Tobin's men and respectfully asked, "Young master, is there something you want us to do?" Feng Hu immediately accused, "These rats insulted me in front of everyone." Old Lei saw how quickly they moved and exclaimed in horror, "These three are all top-tier experts who can fly without using magic." Hao Qi turned to remind him to be more tolerant and generous. "They have already agreed to reconcile. You should think carefully." He still stubbornly said, "I can't swallow this humiliation. I want to see blood flowing like a river." "Master, if you join forces with me, that beast dog definitely won't be our match." Lin Dong clenched his fists anxiously. "It's over. 3 peak-level experts are already tough enough. If a few more helpers join in, the headmaster will frown in annoyance, and the rest of the scene might as well be celebrating with champagne." Tabin stared at them with wide eyes and then warned, "These 3 level 9 characters are just minor figures who just entered the 9th stage. The real experts are still above." He looked up at the sky in shock, where a silent black shadow was watching them from afar. "What? Are there other experts as well?" Tiểu tử húng hô trên không trung, lúc này mới lên tiếng xen vào. "Có thể phát hiện ra sự tồn tại của Lao Phủ. Thật đáng khen." Phong Hu lung tung nhìn Lao ta, mắt căng thẳng dây mở hỏi, "Damn it, it's you, Fourth Master! Why are you here?" He glanced at him coldly and reprimanded, commanding the Tiu family guards under my watch. "Do you think I am blind?" Feng Hu immediately lost his soul upon seeing Xiaoxi and quickly turned grim-faced. He quickly accused them, "Tu Jia, they bullied me, and all my injuries were caused by them. My master doesn't care, so I had no choice but to do this." "You must restore justice for me," the senior student replied indignantly. "Hey, you clearly attacked first. You look at it for a moment, then ponder. It seems the discount coupon no longer shows the quest. The Spirit Pill Level 3 can produce 1,000 energy each time, and with a 50% reduction, you will earn 500 each time. Although the benefits are not high, upgrading the spiritual pond might have miraculous effects. I'll accept that." At that moment, a massive shockwave struck, causing the headmaster and Ling Dong to sway and almost lose their footing. What's going on?" A huge green hand appears across the sky. "Do you recognize what it is?" He hesitated and said, "It's a spiritual energy giant." Tiu Tu sternly questioned, "Why are you bullying our Tu family?" When Master Tu makes his move, everything will be fine." The old master is a genius who trained both cultivation and battle pets to the 9th level of the upper stage, the strongest person in our Tiu family in 100 years. Old Lei raised his face to the sky and begged him, "Please wait a moment, Elder. Please listen to our explanation." Tiu Tu ignored their words and suddenly attacked, taking a strike from the old man before continuing. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared to block his action. He stared in shock, unable to believe it. What? Feng Hu was stunned. That big dog is the transformed Huang Jin Long. Tu Bing coldly spat out a curse, old and foolish, bullying the weak, deserving a beating. With that, the golden dragon slashed its claw towards Xiao Tu, catching him off guard and unable to defend, taking the full force. He rushed straight down to the ground, causing a loud splash as he collided with the earth, and Feng Hu shouted anxiously, "Master Tu is old." The head of the school looked on in shock at what was happening, unable to believe that a 9th-grade expert could be defeated so easily with just that roar. Lin Dong also agreed, "You're really impressive." Tiao Tu staggered to his feet and questioned him. "Why did you provoke such a master?" He nervously replied, "I don't know either. He looks just like an ordinary shop owner. Who would know?" Tabin stepped closer and softly asked, "Can we calm down now and listen to what he has to say?" "You're not the 4th-grade teacher, are you?" "Please let me explain this." The man chuckled and explained, "Elder Xiao, I assure you on my honor as a master that this was indeed Tiu Gongzi who attacked first. The shop owner is just a righteous man, and this student is involved in the matter. Tiu Gongzhu even tried to manipulate me into taking revenge for them. I have always tried to counsel him." He couldn't believe his eyes and angrily said, "What? Tu Feng, huh? This is clearly bullying you and you're saying what?" "Master Tu, I was wrong. I didn't mean to deceive you." "I dare not anymore." The old man's face darkened, nearly losing 100 years of cultivation because of you here. "Someone come here, take him away." Punishing him with a broken leg and 5 years of house arrest to prevent him from causing trouble outside is too much. Feng Hu was dragged away by the guards, struggling fiercely. Please, Tu Jiajia. "I know I was wrong," Tu Tu respectfully asked Tu Bin. "This powerful expert is my fault for not knowing how to teach properly. I have offended you. May I ask your honorable name? I am willing to compensate you with a large sum of money." The students whispered among themselves.
Why did Elder Bai Wan suddenly call him sir?
I never expected the proud and arrogant Zhao family to face this day. I lower my head and whisper loudly enough for him to hear. My family name is To, the rest you can figure out yourself.
After hearing that, he paused to think for a moment. There has never been a Tu family here before. Then suddenly a fleeting thought crossed my mind. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The To family is from another region. Could it be Tu Bin from Longjiang?
The system panel suddenly announced that the host's reputation had increased significantly, and the mission progress was at 47 out of 100. Old Lei and the others smiled warmly and thanked Tu Bin.
Boss, thank you. If it weren't for you stepping in for us, we wouldn't know how badly that young master would have bullied us.
The young guest replied politely, ensuring the safety of the customers is our shop's duty.
If you want to thank me, remember to support more. Once your strength is greater, no one will dare to look down on you anymore. The students behind Ho Rio cheered in response. The boss was right, and everything in the shop is of high quality. Indeed, buying is how you truly gain.
Senior, is there still a need for more help at your shop?
Please let me assist. Lin Dong also agreed, and Mr. Hua wanted to help too. Tu Bin refused, saying you should focus on preparing for the exam.
I'm used to doing things myself, so having someone else here isn't convenient. And it's a pity that the two of you are so eager. Seeing that, I hinted, but if I need to go out, I would indeed need someone to help watch the shop.
The two are delighted. That's great. The scene shifts to the next morning, Chi Hao holding a gold suitcase in his hand, smiling flatteringly at you.
Boss, please accept this, Tu Bin asked. This is a quick explanation from us, hoping to make up for the misunderstanding yesterday.
Tu also added, I have already taught that rebellious son Tu Fong a lesson he won't forget. Tu Bin turned and left without saying a word.
I'm very busy. If there's nothing else you want to buy, please go back and let those two handle things.
Does the boss not like gold? The students outside quickly asked, Boss, do you have any pet food?
Come here. Come here. A new shipment just arrived last night.
The students looked at it for a while, then curiously asked, This ginseng plant is so strange. I've never seen it in textbooks. Boss, what kind of food is this?
Lin Dong suddenly interrupted to look, muttering to himself, surrounded by death aura, with a color like ancient bronze and a tail resembling a dragon's beard.
Could this really be Tu Van Thien Long Tam? Tu was stunned. What?
Master, how much does this cost?
He replied, 330,000 spirit coins, no bargaining. She smiled softly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. The two of them are both trying to stop Lin Dong from buying it. The old man boldly said, Boss, sell me this ginseng. He's also trying to compete.
No, boss, please sell it to me. I'll help you buy it cheaply. Step back, step back. Whoever arrives first today wins. You two come early tomorrow. He thought to himself, such a precious thing appearing in the world. How could he wait until tomorrow? He's afraid there might only be one chance like this in his entire life. The two of them simultaneously offered their prices for you to sell it to them. Just sell it to me. I am willing to exchange half a year's profit from the family's publicly listed corporation for it. Just half a year, better sell it to me.
I am willing to exchange for the rights to use a top-tier research institute under my name for 5 years. The students are talking. The TU Group is the leading enterprise in Nay City, with at least 10 small targets and half a year's profit.
Oh my, that's way too extravagant. Such a generous move.
As expected from the Tu family, even a 4th-grade master's research institute isn't simple. That is a top-tier research institute built to the strict standards of a 9th-rank trainer, equipped with the most advanced devices in the city. Just 1 day of use would be enough to satisfy me. Tu Bin's face showed a hint of doubt, and he asked them, what do you plan to do with such an expensive purchase? Haoji smiled and said, with my connections promotion, countless people will come to see this 1,000-year-old extinct ginseng. Even the members of the Training Master Association will have to respect us 3 points more because of this. We will immediately become top figures in the training circle. Tu also responded, saying he would do his best to develop its commercial value. Making a 100 billion project wouldn't be enough, and by then there would be no shortage of commissions for you. Tu Bin then turned to ask Lin Dong's opinion. What about you? She hesitantly replied, Boss, maybe I won't be able to bring you as much benefit. You reassure her, it's okay, go ahead, I want to hear. She excitedly tells Tu Bin, so have you ever heard of the ancient dragon race, the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon? Many master trainers have tried to restore the bloodline and dragon skills of the Crimson Blood Heavenly Dragon, but they all had to stop due to a lack of materials. And the Tu Van Thien Long Tam is actually food for pets during that era. If such food existed, not only would research advance rapidly, but it could even boost the entire field of that project. You curious if the resource shortage still significantly affects the development of this cultivation technique? She frowns. There are many. Almost all ancient cultivation techniques are hindered by the dangers of the wasteland, making it impossible to excavate useful things. The development also gradually slowed down. He sighed and explained, yes, some scholars have assessed that the combat strength of ancient magical beasts is much higher than that of Lam Tin now. But the difficulty of restoring origin is too great. Relying on just one thing won't make much difference. Doing it poorly will only be like a grain of sand in the desert. Who said there's only one? Wait for me a moment. I'll go pick some more for you. Huh? Tutu also wondered, didn't my boss just say he would pick more? Lindong then paid attention to how they addressed him and thought, Owner 2, Owner Hua isn't Hua Kwang, right? About half an hour later, sparks of electricity crackled from the room he entered earlier. Tabin grabbed 2 dark purple ginsengs with both hands, held them up in front of them, and said, It's done. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they shouted loudly, What? You better remember everyone has a share. Pay up quickly. Haoji saw this and felt sorry for him. The boss sighed softly and said with a look of pain, This is a 1,000-year-old antique. How could it be held like a weed? He calmly replied, Don't worry, it's not that valuable. I still have plenty in my pocket. They were speechless. A lot. Lindong saw that your clothes were covered in blood and asked curiously, Are you okay, boss? You're bleeding a lot. He replied, This is someone else's blood. It's okay. Haoji and Tutu whispered to each other, What kind of noble family could have such talent? I can't see through it. I've lived over 100 years and have never seen anything like this. Come here, I'll help you clean up Tubin. He immediately raised his hand to stop her. Wait a moment, let me. The guy sighed regretfully. Oh, my mother, you fox spirit. Doing that in front of everyone is also disrespectful. He turned to glance at the guy with a look of deep satisfaction in his eyes. Yeah. Su lifted Tubin's shoe and wiped it, saying, Don't worry about being rude, even if you're a pervert. Boss, your shoes are a bit dirty. Let me help you clean them. The boy helplessly said, Get up quickly. I'm worried others might misunderstand. Pay up, and don't forget the benefits you promised. He chuckled and replied, No problem. I'll pay right away. Haochi also spoke up. Boss, so do I. Tubin suddenly turned to ask Lindong for her opinion. That's right. I also found a few other types. Do you think they could be useful? She looked at what was in his hand and muttered, This is the Bodhi 100 Herb Dew, Jade Dragon 7 Thailand, and even Spiritual Beast Soulgrass. All are food for extinct pets. Tabin was quite surprised by her knowledge. Do you want to buy it? She sadly refused, saying, Maybe next time. I really want to buy it, but only Tu Van Thien Long has already spent all my money for this year. Haochi sighed and complained, Trung Gia used to say it was a noble family nurturing talent, but I hear the higher-ups are obsessed with research and not good at business, so now they can't even buy documents anymore. It really makes people marvel. At this moment, the system notification suddenly appeared, warning that the host was suspected of exploiting the shop to siphon external funds, and I immediately responded, Who said I want to take? You suddenly point at her and suggest, Master Xiaolao, please transfer your grand gift to her. Lingdong is utterly surprised. Then she pointed at herself and hesitantly asked me. Both of them were also surprised and turned to look at Lindong. Tabin calmly said, That's right. It's for her. What's wrong with her using the money and the house to buy research resources and set up a research place? Boyu. Tutu immediately grew dissatisfied. Boss Hodo, if you hand over all these pet food supplies to me for management, with the help of the Tu family, I guarantee we can make you rank on the global wealth list within a year. Miss H, you're right. I can't provide such a generous reward. Is this worth it? At this moment, the system panel displayed a warning that the host action was suspected of exploiting the external income management system beyond the limit, and don't even think about deceiving the system. Tabin's face darkened as he scolded them, saying, When did worthiness become something that could be judged by money? He shouted loudly, The Tu family, as a noble family, only cares about controlling the flow of money, and even the teachers see students from the electronic class as dispensable, showing no compassion for their difficult circumstances, and even bullying the weak. Is what you have done worthy of your status? Hearing your outburst made them feel a bit tense, too. Yes, the master's reprimand was very appropriate. I feel ashamed. The students behind were moved and supported. After all, he is the master, the head elder of the Diu family. And even the teacher was scolded into silence. Finally, someone spoke up for us. The boss is really kind, scolding well. The students praise him. He's so funny. I've wanted this for a long time. Haoji and Xiaoxi smiled flatteringly at you, never expecting the boss to understand such great righteousness.
House he didn't care about benefits as long as the boss's pet food arrived on time. I could actually do a good job as a teacher.
I too can respect the elderly and love the young, and save those in danger. I sighed and said,
Do these people really think I don't want to wipe out your feelings?
preliminary dividends cannot be converted into energy. More is just waste paper, and high-grade pet food is not easy to sell, let alone disrupt my supply chain. You're asking for death. Tabin smiled, thinking that the system heard clearly. Investing in Zhonglingdong would either bring a small portion of pet food into the public eye and open the market, or unlock new pet skills and cultivation techniques. The death training method I use relies too much on exploitation and draining potential, so I need to add new training methods to increase combat strength more quickly. Third, the research on Zhonglingtong has also produced thesis papers. By then, I could just hang my name up to meet the requirements for learning Kai Ling. This trick is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone, all for training the strongest sacred beasts.
May I ask where the benefit from the manager comes from?
The system saw you thinking that way and was at a loss for words. The scene shifts to a different location early the next morning, where in the 8th grade self-study room, some students are laughing and chatting happily. The video from earlier was really boring. It feels like the author is outdated. Mai asked Lin Dong for her opinion.
Dong Dong, should we bring the books back to the dormitory before or after? She replied with a smile.
Directly taking them over there. Anyway, there's a place to sleep, so let's stay there before the placement exam. Mai nodded. Okay. While Dat Luong and his group were talking, they saw Lin Dong passing by, scrolling through his phone, and wondered what to do later.
I found something that makes me very happy.
He jumps down from the table, greeting with a teasing intention. Ro, isn't this the super busy Zhonglingdong? Seeing Dat Luong blocking the way, she frowned and said irritably, Feng Dat Luong, please move aside. He approaches her closely and says unpleasant things, not even reviewing for the upcoming exam in the classroom.
Are you giving up therapy because you can't handle the pressure? This place doesn't welcome useless people, so get back to your electronic class quickly.
Mei saw that Dat Luong's words were a bit too much and quickly spoke up to stop him. Hey. Trung Lin Dong calmly walked past him with an expressionless face. She returned to her seat and quickly packed her books and belongings. The other students sneered at him. Ha ha ha.
They played the aloof game and didn't bother with you.
Mai heard that and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. He angrily returned to Lin Dong's seat and snatched the book she was holding. What does he think he is? Dat Luong held the book high to prevent her from taking it and coldly said, talking to her. Aren't you listening? She replied angrily. Please return the book to me. The other students saw this and laughed along. You're so obedient. When asked to talk, she would speak. Mai, angry, tried to stop them. Stop it. Are you elementary school students? Isn't this boring? You want it? Admit you were wrong and I'll return it to you. Weren't you the best at admitting mistakes before?
He said mockingly, hurry up, I can't wait to see you crying.
Suddenly, a black-clad guard stood tall behind him, grabbing the book he was holding. Dat Luong was startled to recognize him and stammered as he was being pulled away.
Hey, are you our master's bodyguard?
After saying that, the bodyguard grabbed his shirt and threw him, causing him to fall hard on the ground.
EO!
The guard calmly reassures her. You don't need to pay attention to them. Let's go. Lin Dong politely said thank you. Thank you. The other student quickly left his seat, ran over to ask him, Hey, are you okay? Dat Luong glared at the guard. Huh? The student asked quietly. Strange. Why is Din Master's guard protecting Trung Lin Dong? He suddenly realized, oh, I see. The relationship between her and the master is that kind. The guy just went along with the insults. No wonder her aura is different from before. Turns out she has backing. He grinned maliciously and then whispered to the guy, follow them and take pictures later so I can see how I deal with her. Dat Luong and the others whisper quietly, asking what is she doing at the Master Level Research Institute and what else she could be doing there.
You're pretty good at the...
Let's go inside and take a look. They entered inside, and the large modern machines along with research facilities gradually appeared before their eyes. A student stepped forward to greet Lin Dong.
Dong, you're finally here, she immediately asked. What's going on?
The other person replied, when I was training the 100 Ice Evil Wolf Cubs, their claws kept bleeding a lot. I wonder what's going on. Dat Luong saw this and wondered, so many students from the Earth Magic class are here. What are they up to? Lin Dong reached out to diagnose the pet and asked, did you overdose on the Brave Spirit herb and not properly treat the vein wounds? The student nodded. Oh, I see, she said with a smile. I understand the issue now. First you do this and then that.
The student standing next to him muttered, "Damn, this place is for advanced scientific research by the masters, yet they're using it for basic training."
He secretly turned back to gather evidence, saying, "You're really bold. I'm sure they stole school property illegally. I need to record this and hand it over to the school to deal with, so they look good."
That guard suddenly appeared behind them, grabbing the suspiciously acting hand and asking what you two are secretly doing here. He pointed at them and accused, "Officer, I have something to report. That trash from the Earth class is illegally occupying the research lab." The guard sneers. "Illegal occupation, ha, idiot."
"Feng Dat Luong, what are you doing here?" He immediately threatened her.
"Trunglin Dong, I have already recorded the incident where your class's electronic team occupied the research institute using teacher-level equipment without permission is a serious offense, and if you don't want to be suspended, I advise you to think carefully." She quickly pressed some buttons on her device. "You can check for yourself."
The information appears, transferring the rights to use the special research facility from Side A to Side B, with Zheng Lingdong agreeing to donate training resources. Side A is surprised and exclaims, "What?" The research facility was a gift from the 4th grade master, and the funds for acquiring training resources were also paid by the Tio family. Mimi quickly pulled her hand and urged, "Dong Dong, stop wasting time with them. We're busy reopening the Tu Huyet Thien Long project."
She smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I apologize first." Only now do they realize that if Zhong Lindong's research achieves results even without participating in the division exam, many teachers would want to snatch it away. Turns out the reason she has always not been to the classroom is because of this.
In the research room, a huge snoring snail appeared before them, and everyone was amazed when they saw it. Wow! Everyone hurried to take pictures of it. The loud snail scream is too much. The researcher who discovered the snail said, "The tamed beast I raised through the 8-fold training technique has greater strength and endurance than its original form. If you're interested, you're welcome to come learn and invest." The judges nodded in satisfaction, noting that the body could be enlarged while maintaining relatively uniform endurance, without localized deformities, and individual emotions remained stable, indicating successful cultivation. The researcher chuckled foolishly and asked them, "Hey, you judges praise my training technique. How many points do you think I can get in this competition?" They all held up their scoreboards, which were roughly the same number. "Let's show our scores. This is the highest number I can give." He looked and widened his eyes, thinking he must have misread, and said in shock, "Huh, what? The highest score is only 2 points." The judges, after scoring, quickly turned and left. He reached out, asking to wait, wondering if there had been a mistake. One of the judges replied coldly, "The things that have been around for 100 years are, aside from a somewhat pitiful practicality, completely lacking in creativity and progress." That judge lost patience and stopped explaining. "This is the grand gathering of the city's top trainers, a place where only the best survive." The host quickly announced that this happens once every 3 years and is the highlight for all trainers. The training conference begins. This year, we are ranked 5th at the Heavenly Dragon Academy in the Holy Light Stronghold. Thank you to the school for providing the venue. After finishing, the screen shifts to the principals. The principal waves goodbye, very honored. All the top preschools in the city are gathered here. I hope everyone can show their full strength, achieve good rankings, find investors, and also thank Elder Bai for taking the time out of his busy schedule to attend himself. Elder Bai then added, "Ha ha ha, this competition will still be judged by 3 judges as usual. Those with outstanding performance will, besides the head of the event, also earn the right to join the guild and receive training from the association." The participants were quite surprised to hear this and expressed interest in joining the training guild. No student in history has ever been chosen to become a 9-realm trainer. Last time, that person was only 19 years old and had already reached the 8th realm. They looked at each other with regret on their faces. So admirable. "I also want to join the training association to advance my cultivation." "Forget it! No matter how many rich people bribe with money, they won't get the chance. If everything were free for you to learn, wouldn't that be a loss?" Cut to the observation deck, where Tran Ka has been standing guard for a long time. Everyone quickly moves into the area. They held up their identification cards and he said, "Please move to the Heavenly Self-level observation seat." They settled into their seats and then started talking. "So, which family does Shui Tianxiao belong to?" "Not yet. The training association's people haven't stepped in either. Those old men always pick the best young talents. They act too quickly." "Ha ha, if you can really recruit the best talents as disciples, then the principal might have to call you older brother and younger brother." "Humph, don't forget that old Ding isn't coming this time, so one less competitor means a higher chance." "That's right, I also have to seize this opportunity." Tabin overheard their conversation from behind. He walked over to the seating area without saying a word and sat down slowly. The people there, seeing this, began to wonder about his identity. Who is that young person? How dare they sit in the position of a level 9 master? Probably someone invited by the association. Someone so young already has the ability to train at level 9. Hao Zhi glanced over, silently smiling. Keep being clueless. It'll save you from the resource raid with me. Over here, a trainee is in utter despair. He stares in shock and asks, "My invisibility camouflage skill is only worth 3 points?" The judge turned and pointed out the flaw, saying, "Putting invisible paint on a pet doesn't count as a pet skill, and a hidden pet's invisibility is already exposed when its energy is probed. The invisibility ability is very useful, especially for scouting in remote areas, and an additional 3 points can be awarded for progress. I suggest we withdraw our investment in this project since the judge has already spoken." The trainer was flustered and confused. "Wait, investor," the onlookers nearby whispered and discussed. "Tsk, tsk. This training competition is strict. No one has scored over 6 points so far. Even with Laubach personally overseeing this time, they won't dare use the previous tricks anymore." That judge, after hearing everything they said, glanced at them and said, "Do you want to give scores? Those who haven't been scored by the end of the event will be considered as having dropped out." "Hey, Judge, you should check somewhere else first. I'm not ready yet." The judge, hearing that, sneered and said, "Well, that's disappointing. Is there no one useful?" Lin Dong suddenly spoke up from afar, saying, "I." Everyone around turned their eyes to look at the owner of that voice. She kept her gaze steady and confident, saying, "Come over here and take a look." Everyone was whispering, "Who is that?" A girl daring to show off. She's really reckless right now. The strict judge then sighed and said, "Well done. Lead the way." The 3 judges followed behind her, gradually approaching where she displayed her research. The crowd behind followed out of curiosity, with some even sneering and saying, "The exhibition hall here is too poor. Yeah, it has no sense of science and technology. Compared to our exhibition hall, it's truly like a poor neighborhood. What kind of results could this place possibly have?" The judge's face quickly darkened, coldly warning that if you want to gamble on approval for a high score, then give up now. Lin Dong still confidently denied his previous statement. "Don't worry, I have no such plans. We're here now." She reached out and took a purple sample tube from Mai's hand. Everyone watched her action, unsure of what that thing was or what it was for. What does she do with that? The purple blood serum. Lin Dong's eyes sharpen as she uncaps the test tube and holds it up to her eyes, asking her to look carefully. Then she pours the purple blood into her pet and introduces it as a 4-stage juvenile dragon beast that has never been trained. Lin Dong and Mai put on gloves together, looking at each other confidently as if no one can deny their efforts. Both simultaneously reach out to the beast, shouting the long blood vein technique. As he finished speaking, the entire body of the demon beast emitted a strange purple light. Their pupils widened in shock as they stared at it intently. What will happen after absorbing that purple tube? A giant purple dragon appears behind the beast, emanating a formidable pressure. As soon as the dragon appeared, a purple beam shot straight into the sky, darkening the heavens rapidly, and the onlookers grimaced, clutching their heads, feeling overwhelmed. Something terrifying seemed to be awakening. Old Bai looked at the purple dragon in the sky and exclaimed in amazement, "That is the death-blood heavenly dragon that was extinct 9,000 years ago." After a brief moment appearing in the sky, the dragon quickly disintegrated and vanished. The judges are still in disbelief, stunned as they say, "It's gone." The host is also surprised along with them, excitedly asking out loud, "What did I just see a moment ago? Was it just a dizzy spell?" Lin Dong quickly jotted down the data. "Hey, the difference is much bigger than I expected. If I had known earlier, I would have tried first, and I thought it would become even bigger. What just happened? Anyone who thinks they can master the Dragon Blood Meridians is just deluding themselves. It seems Zhong Nindong also won't achieve great results. They mock her, and with the high standards of this festival, they'll surely score low again." Huh? So many people are drawn here, just wait and see, you humiliate yourself. The guides are arguing. "Director, rewind the previous scene. I want to see who was training earlier." "Get out of the way. Let me see first." "No way, I want that person first. I'm the one who should be there." Feng shouted in surprise and disbelief. "What?" The screen immediately switches to Ling Dong. The host said, "The instructors from the Heavenly Dragon Academy are very interested in this contestant. They wondered who she was. How could a student from the Heavenly Dragon Academy be a girl?" The instructors were stunned when they saw her. Why her? Isn't that an 8th grade student? Why didn't I notice her talent earlier? That old man Ding is hiding a treasure. I think his name is Zhang or something. They quickly investigated Lin Dong's information. News about the 8th grade student. Hurry up, Trung Lin, 17 years old, 6th level trainer. 3 measurements: weight, love for ancient books, research and training. Many people make tempting offers to lure her. Join the sect of the Master quickly. The Master owns a whole collection of ancient books that the Tianlong Library doesn't have. You can use them freely. Choose the Master. The Master willingly offers to teach his exclusive training method, or you can come with him. The teacher's scent means you can enjoy free afternoon tea every day. Choose the teacher. Suddenly, 2 streaks of yellow and green light appeared in the sky, causing the guides to look up in surprise. It was Bai Lao and the principal. The old man said, "Sorry, everyone." "Old man, I'll go ahead first." And they muttered, "Old fox, even the host can't help but smile." Sigh. Even Vice Chairman Bai of the Training Association and the Dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, along with the principal, glanced at Vice Chairman Bai and asked him, "Vice Chairman, why are you in such a hurry?" He immediately laughed and replied, "Ha ha, my body is too weak to move much." "Are you saying that your healthy-looking principal is actually as frail inside as I am?" The old man became even more cautious at his seemingly harmless words. "Trick the devil, huh? Clearly, if he wanted to take someone from me, he would have done it." Even after being caught, old Bai shows no hesitation. He chuckled and said, "Well, I've been caught." The principal scolded him and then used his maximum speed. He is just a cunning man, using the 9 heavens teleportation technique. Elder Bai is no pushover either, calmly responding, as war does not fear chaos, a 9th-level secret technique, touching the earth. Both of them accelerated to their maximum speed at the same time, competing to take the person. And you, the host, are speechless. They both arrived here together, finally reaching the place, and then ordered the judges. "Please go somewhere else," they respectfully replied. Old Bai stroked his beard and asked, "Could I see the pets you two are raising?" Lindong nodded with a smile. "Of course, please Bak Lao come in and watch." Mimi was still in shock. "Wow, we've been mentioned by a big shot like old Bai. Mom, my future is finally here." Wow, Elder Bak personally judging those 2 girls, this rare talent must be getting such special treatment. Don't celebrate too early. Bak Lao's standards might be even stricter for the inspectors. The pet beast let out a cry as he approached, saying, "Yes, sir, I marvel at him. It is said that the Blood Heavenly Dragon is the ancestor of 10,000 dragons, an elite in bloodline, and even the top-ranked Golden Quirus Dragon of the blue tier cannot compare to it." Old Bai examined each part of it and commented, with faint purple lightning in its wings, shining and transparent scales full of dragon energy. Its eyes radiated a regal aura, without a doubt. This dragon beast is truly the bloodline of the Blood Sky Dragon successfully fused. He said with an extremely enthusiastic tone, "This method significantly improves the limits of the dragon beast's bloodline, making it easier for the beast's combat power to break through obstacles." The principal burst into laughter. "Well done. You truly are a talent our school has nurtured." Old Bai then gave a score. Though there were some flaws, this achievement is undeniable. I gave a score of 9.5, and the host was surprised to hear that. 9.5 points? The highest score in the entire school has already been achieved. Old Bai made her an offer. "Follow me. Girl, with the top support from the Training Association and my guidance, you will surely achieve even greater success in the training world." The principal also patted his chest and assured her, "Trung Lindong, don't follow that old man. You were trained by our school, so staying here to contribute is the right choice. Come to the teacher, he can give you the best resources in the school. The guiding teachers can do anything you want, whatever you want to research." Wow! Risking everything to win that girl over, this could be considered the highest treatment from the principal. But inheriting from Elder Bai is also attractive to VL. Being able to learn 1 or 2 secret techniques from him is enough to establish his own status in the training circle. Feng Hu and Jat Luong temporarily couldn't accept the truth. He really transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. I can't accept this. Sigh, if I could go back, I would try to get along well with him. Lindong clenched his fists and softly called out, "Director Bai," they both said in unison. Did you think of that so quickly?" She looked at them with determination and said, "Yes, I have made my choice." The host's narration is so thrilling. Who is it? Who will become the new star in the training world? The mentors guess that the principal is more likely to win, but who can refuse the power in their hands? I'm not so sure. Joining Master Bai's faction as a true disciple will elevate her status significantly in just over 10 years. Stop guessing. The girl will definitely choose me. No matter who she chooses, the future will be very bright. Tabin sat quietly, watching Lindong for a while, then smiled with satisfaction.
Master Bai, thank you for your kindness, but I have already made my decision. I have decided to serve under Boss Hua Kwong for my entire life. Tabin froze upon hearing this, unable to respond immediately.
He remembered introducing himself to Xuanfeng with a fake name, saying, "I am Hua Kwong." Everyone was stunned.
Who is Hua Kwong? I've never heard that name before, yet he dares to steal Bak Lao's disciple along with the principal. Quick, Dad, look.
Damn it! I want all of the information about this person within 10 minutes. Yes, after the contestant Trung Lindong chose a stranger, the scene spiraled out of control. Tabin cleared his throat awkwardly and raised his hand. Cough, cough. The person she mentioned is probably me. The screen then shifts to Tobin. Everyone curious. It's him. He's Hua Kwong. Looks too young. Trung Lindong chose him, Old Master Bai said calmly. Did someone beat you to it and snatch it first? Ha, ha. The principal couldn't accept her questioning for a moment. Are you sure? Who is he? Xiaozhong, why do you think he's the one? Lindong explained. I've faced difficulties many times, and each time Mr. Hua stepped in to help.
All my research funding and materials were sponsored by him. Without him, I probably wouldn't have made it this far in my life.
Feng Hu and Dat Long are stunned. What?
It's him! The viewers are starting to realize, but the materials used in the Blood Heavenly Dragon project must have been destroyed long ago.
So these ingredients were all restored by this person. Tu Bing asked her seriously, I will be leaving here for a while. Even so, she still insisted on following me. Lindong remained resolute in her decision. As long as she could work hard for Mr. Hua, she was willing to go anywhere. The principal immediately objected.
No, it's absolutely not allowed.
Our holy light is a global nurturing sanctuary and an A-level stronghold city, with no environment more suitable for nurturing growth,
yet you want to take her away. This is undoubtedly a destructive provocation to a budding talent.
Principal, my teacher often told us that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Although St. Guang is always called a training holy land, there are still many strange methods of cultivation that have not been recorded.
The death cultivation method that Boss Hua mastered is an example. She spoke and then looked at you.
The others whispered anxiously about the death-raising technique they'd never heard of before. What if it was just a scam? Losing such a talented preschool would be a huge loss. The principal stubbornly still issued a challenge to you. That's right, there's no way he can just take her away easily. Only someone with the highest level of nurturing can truly be the master of Trung Lindong. Play a match against me. Only if you win can you take her away, Tabin asked the moat.
Master Bai Laoshu, could you say a few words for me?
The guy chuckles harmlessly. Heh, actually, we also want to see your true skills with our own eyes. You sigh helplessly. All right, but I won't fight in this competition. The old man wondered. Huh? What more do you want? Tabin said, for this match I want to live stream it across the entire city. As he finished speaking, a faint golden light radiated from his body, surprising the viewers who saw him. Quick, look at that person. It's like they're descending from the air stairs. Idiot, that's divine air flight, a new level of control over spiritual energy for the sacred rank.
Damn, he's already at the level of a wind master at such a young age.
The principal cheerfully replied,
Haha, no problem. I just hope everyone in the city comes to watch our school's genius. Follow me, we have specialized live streaming equipment for the cultivation competition.
The screen instantly connected to the whole city, and they whispered and discussed among themselves. Who is this young man? He dares to challenge the principal of the Heavenly Dragon Academy. That challenger looks a bit familiar. I think I've seen him online before. Interesting. The old man made a proposal to Tabing. Let's settle this with a beast fight. Calmly you say, no problem. The iron cages holding the demon beasts were also brought out one after another, looking extremely fierce. The spectators could also see their terrifying nature. This cage is creaking loudly. It's so scary. Do they really need to use something this dangerous for the match? The principal chuckles and reminds, Haha, our school's 9th rank divine beasts are all very fierce. If you're not confident, I can exchange them for some lower rank divine beasts for you. No need to worry about the live stream. Tabin glanced over the pets and then refused the old man. Thank you for your kindness. This is also very good. As he finished speaking, his whole body radiated a commanding aura to suppress their sharp gazes, and the figure of the golden sword appeared right behind him, emanating a divine and majestic golden light. The loyal beasts before glared at Tobin, but immediately lowered their hostility. They knelt one after another before his aura, afraid to provoke this venerable figure.
You are the one. Stand up! The ice armor beast, upon hearing Tabin's command, rises and roars loudly.
The audience stared in awe as the beast sat or stood on command, yet he had subdued all 9-tier wild beasts without even lifting a finger.
Oh my god, how is this even possible? Could this be the highest level of beast taming?
Laubach calmly said, "It's not just about tame. The strategic level of the beasts is comparable. Even though they were carefully selected by the school, talent still varies." He just glanced and chose the one with the highest comprehension among those beasts. The host agrees. It's too strong. The battle between experts has already begun to test their skills from such small details.
The principal then sneered and said, Your ice armor lion beast may have high talent, but my fierce flame fire spirit beast is not inferior.
The old man extended his hand to channel his magic power into it, and the host frowned and said,
Launching the fierce fire dragon claw against the ice armor chain beast is truly a battle of water versus fire, but given that the opponent chose an ice-type spirit beast first and is using a fire type that is weak against it, isn't that a bit irrational?
Old Bai denied that long-type techniques are not afraid of elemental suppression, and at the same time, the fierce long-type bloodline can compensate for differences in talent. If nurtured well, it could even easily suppress that ice armor chain beast. He narrowed his eyes and continued. The most important point is that the strongest field of the Heavenly Dragon Academy is the dragon-type spirit beasts. Long Mian de Lingshu has been praised by many experts in the association.
The principal chuckled and confirmed, nothing escapes Vice President's notice. My Long Mian de Lingshu was originally meant to be taught to Zhong Lingtong after I accepted her as my disciple.
Suddenly, he pulled out a bag of fragrant baits shaped like a bagua and said mysteriously, My friend, now I will broaden your horizons. The old man raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, Bach Nien Long Kot. Instantly, a long bone appeared. The principal quickly performed the sealing ritual, and the bones were immediately burned in blue flames. As the bones disappeared, the dragon gradually took shape. The host exclaimed in amazement. Despite being just a bone, the dragon's soul faintly appears. Unimaginable. The guiding teachers chuckle quietly. A bone of over 100 years old is a rare treasure and cannot be used again.
Tisk, you're really generous. It's been a long time since I saw the principal take real action. It seems Zhongling Pil definitely followed him.
The illusion of the blue dragon immediately merges into the beast of the old man to become a spirit. Viewers are stunned by its terrifying presence. The aura is so terrifying I can't even imagine how brutal the next beast fight will be. And yet the other side isn't showing any reaction at all. Tabin is slowly feeding the medicinal herbs to the pet. Take your time. Don't choke. The host curiously wondered why the contestant was feeding a large amount of Fat Tam Thao. Fat Tam Thao is a herb that can slightly increase a pet's enlightenment. With so much eaten, is he planning to let the armored ice beast randomly comprehend a skill in battle? Tabin looked at the pet's attribute bar and smiled contentedly. All right, it's almost enough. Suddenly, he raised his hand forward, a layer of blue magic aura surrounding him as he shouted loudly, Thunderpath, Seal Mark. A giant black vortex appeared in the sky immediately after his words. Are you the host? What's going on outside? Why is the weather suddenly stormy out of nowhere? Bai Lao, who had been calm all along, now stared up at the sky in astonishment. Could this be the divine spirit herb? Tabin shouted loudly, and the carved seal immediately summoned blue lightning that struck down in bolts toward the divine beast. You continue to cast the spells. Have Tambai Mayanzai's Thunderpath Flying Shadow Strike. Your pet emerges from the misty bones, its eyes radiating authority and an extremely powerful aura. Tabin looks at his work with satisfaction and announces to them, I'm finished too. What's going on? That was so fast, you host just asked about Hua's training method and it's already done? She immediately announced the Flamefire Spirit Dragon and the Ice Lion Beast Armor. With both sides taming completed, their speed was evenly matched. Everyone found it strange. Fast as it was, the Ice Lion Beast Armor didn't seem to show any change. I think the skill level of that young honorary rank trainer is just average. Although his power is impressive, training isn't something that can be done overnight. His experience and skills still can't compare to the principal of the Tianlong Academy. That's right. If he can make the Ice Chain Armor Beast, he might even have a chance to win. Old Bai thought to himself that what he just summoned was definitely not ordinary lightning, but something closer to the origin of the lightning element. Then he looked at the young man, realizing only those with Saint Spirit talent could access the source. Tabin, I initially thought you were still far from the Holy Spirit. I didn't expect the distance to be this close. The host then loudly announced that the most exciting beast battle was about to begin. The first round starts now. As soon as the words finished, the headmaster's beast launched its first attack. Liet Diem Hua Hai, Tabin's beast, swiftly dodged the attack like flowing lava.
The flame spirit dragon quickly spread across the arena, forming a circle. The host continued, Liet Diem Hua Lin Long has gained the upper hand. He was the first to use the 8th level Burning Flame C skill to create an advantageous situation for himself. Now the temperature on the arena has reached 600 degrees. If the Ice Lance armored beast doesn't act, the raging heat rising from the arena might cause lung injuries. As she spoke, she observed the situation, and the principal's dragon-like beast launched its next attack. The long-tuk tweet VM tram strikes like a series of sickle-shaped blades, continuously attacking Tubin's beast. The commentator is excited, the offensive is so fierce. The next level 9 pet skill is the Dragon Roar Flame Slash, leaving no room for the Ice Blade armor beast to dodge. Is it over now? The audience is thrilled, craving fierce battles with critical hits happening all the time, as expected from a favored pet trained by the principal. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier. Principal, are you still accepting gifts for free? Humph. Xiaozhong, look at how many people want to learn but don't have the chance. The teacher chose you, so you need to learn to cherish this opportunity. Lindong forced a smile and reminded the old man, Yes, headmaster. It seems the match isn't over yet. Suddenly, the old man sensed that something was wrong and slowly opened his eyes. Yes, Tubin's pet seemed to have been injured, but then disappeared into the attack of his dragon. The illusion of the principal's pet dragon was momentarily unaware of where the enemy was, looking around in search. The entire arena no longer showed any sign of Tubin's pet, and it exclaimed in surprise that the ice armor beast was gone. Tubin confidently smiled and reminded them, Here I am. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in from nowhere, extinguishing the flames surrounding the arena. The host nervously asked, What's going on? Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the arena, extinguishing the flame sea of fire instantly. The principal immediately used his keen eyesight, pretending to be a god or a devil, sensing that the breath of the ice armor beast was still on the arena. With 9th level enhanced vision, you can't escape my 2 eyes. He suddenly became astonished, as if he couldn't believe himself. What? Are you also curious about what the principal saw? Old Bai chuckled and replied, Ha ha, seeing is believing. Switching to high-speed camera makes it clear to everyone. The host responded, Yes, I told the director to cut this part and review it. The camera angle was immediately adjusted. The viewers rubbed their eyes in disbelief at what was happening, constantly surprised, as the camera immediately slowed down to the previous moment. Before the wind started, suddenly blue streaks flashed by and spun into a circle on the arena floor at an extremely high speed. Only when zoomed in further could we see what it was. The Iceblade Beast armor is flying. According to the camera, its high speed is captured, but the shape of the Iceblade Beast armor still remains unclear. The audience finally realizes that this wind is what causes the high-speed movement. What kind of divine speed is this? It's terrifying. Is this the strength of that young trainer? The principal's pet dragon suddenly let out a cry, and instantly its horn broke off. Ah! The old master turned his head back, but his Liet Diem Hualin Long couldn't attack again. Tubin snapped his fingers to command his beast and then asked the old man, Do you still want to continue the test? As soon as it heard your command, it immediately slowed down, with its sharp claws right at the dragon's neck. It trembled in fear, principle shattering. God is sitting on the ground. Such a big defeat? No more competition. I admit defeat. The host announced that the Iceblade Beast won with an overwhelming advantage. The winner of this beast battle is actually contestant Hua Kuang, everyone. His name is not Hua Kuang. He comes from Longjiang City, and his name is Tobin. After hearing that, he smiled. Seeing Tubin's image on the big screen, everyone whispered and discussed. Tubin from Longjiang is the one fighting against the void that's been spreading online? At least a legendary level, right? So young? Such extraordinary talent, and your training techniques are equally exquisite. The store under his name is said to train quickly and effectively, so it seems there is some truth to it. Everyone in the audience is abuzz. Although the old principal is very powerful, he can't compare to Tobin. Whether in combat strength or training ability, they are unmatched. Indeed, the best candidate for the mentor position of Trung Lin Dong is him. Mai exclaims, Wow, I didn't expect him to be so impressive. The head teacher grinned proudly. I told you he's not that simple. The system notification appears, indicating that you have gained initial fame in this city. Progress 100 over 100. Congratulations on completing the mission. Please receive your reward of a 50% discount coupon for Chaotic Spiritual Essence for 1 day. Tubin smiled and pressed the accept button. Done! Principal extends his hand towards him, smiling kindly. I have admired your reputation for a long time, Tutruyan Ki. I am truly convinced. May I ask what the training technique you used earlier is called? And where did you learn it? Could you give me a little guidance? Tabin replied casually to the principal. It was previously called Thunderpath Seal, a coincidental insight. However, I don't fully understand it yet. For now, I can only use it and cannot pass it on. The principal listened with a bit of disappointment. Ah, what a pity. This legendary training technique, if it could be upgraded, would surely change the entire structure of the training world. Tabin glanced at his hand, knowing he didn't need to be told. He would find a way to remember his insights into Leidao as his understanding deepened. The people above were amazed. He was willing to share his secret skills freely.
All right, I will definitely support it then. I am willing to buy Trianki's great work even if it's expensive.
He slightly bowed his head and said, My training technique is not intended to charge fees. I will share it for free online then. Hearing this, they opened their mouths in shock. Sharing for free? Is there really such good news? Your eyes darkened a little. That's right, this isn't just for everyone.
But to give everyone the chance to learn advanced training techniques equally?
The headmaster was so moved he almost cried. He even remembered us. Hoo, boss. To will follow you even if he has to die. Nearby, Mai took Dong's hand. Meeting the master is truly a blessing for 3 lifetimes.
Dong, hurry up and bow to the master. Don't keep them waiting.
Dong nodded and replied, Yes, I'll go, and you guys must do your best too. Mai happily, Heh, don't worry. Thanks to you, I've already been contacted by quite a few grandmasters. Old Bai stepped forward, bowed deeply, and paid his respects to Zhong Dong to become his disciple. He carefully reminded her that in the future she must serve her master as she would her father, attending to her needs with dedication. Dong held her teacup and tilted her head. Yes, I will follow Elder Bai's teachings. Tabin takes the teacup from her hand. There's no need for a formal bow. The two of them looked at me blankly. As for age, I am not much older than Trung Dong, and when she refused, the others also showed their determination. Tabin calmly opened the lid. After all, I have hands and feet. Why would I need someone to serve me? Elder Bai said seriously, being a master for a day and a father for a lifetime, this is tradition, and rules must not be broken. He bit the rim of his teacup, reached out to Dong, and said coincidentally, My rule is not to follow the old ways. Today, Zhong Dong doesn't need to kneel to me, and in the future, she won't need to kneel to anyone else. Old Bai looked at Tobin. With me, the only thing to do is to be like this. You calmly interrupted him and told Dong that her greatest skill was becoming the one and only in that field. How about it? Do you dare? Dong paused briefly in silence, then slowly stepped forward, grasping your hand with determination. Yes? Old Bai shook his head in frustration. It's up to you then. Suddenly, Tabin shouted loudly towards him. Old Bai, there's one more thing. You smirked and pointed at Dong. With the help of Zhong Dong, my Leidao Xin can be broken quickly, plus the ancient system training technique of the old pioneers. I want my thesis to be solid, so he said in a deep voice, You little brat want to learn opening spirit first, right? You happily reply, why, it's still Elder Bach who understands me. He glares, Dream on, finish your thesis first. Old man, if you can't manage your disciple, how can you not control yourself? Tabin sighed. Hey, old man who? A person suddenly entered and respectfully reported, Vice President, the excavation team you sent out has returned to the city. Old Bai turned around and said, Everyone who returned. The other person clasped his hands. The entire team came back without any casualties. Tabin, standing behind, asked, Why? Old Bai explained that this exploration team had lost contact before. I thought they had met with an accident, so it's truly lucky they returned safely. After the summoning of the summoners concludes, we will hold a report meeting in the evening to present the results of the investigation into the disturbances in the wasteland and discuss strategies. Experts from various cities are coming here, and you will definitely have a place. Tabin nodded seriously. Yes, at the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association. Inside, the space is extremely noisy. Hey, when you guys arrived, did you also encounter the anomaly that Old Bai mentioned? Yes. Many magical beasts appear in areas where they shouldn't, giving the impression that something is being hidden, which could disturb the magical beasts over such a large area. Someone folded their arms and asked, could it be the Four Kings or not? The person next to him was a bit silent, uncertain, just hoping it wasn't. You must know that the Four Kings all possess the power of the Heaven's Mandate stage, the peak of legendary levels, and even the people of the Wind Tower probably cannot win against them. Suddenly, a serious voice rang out. Now the excavation investigation team under the Association of Cultivators reports the results. This is team leader Liu Hongqiao. After a thorough investigation over some time, our team has cross-verified with other city investigation teams and found no information related to the Four Kings. Everyone was stunned. What? If there's no news about the Four Kings, then what's happening in the wilderness area? Why have you lost contact? He raised the glowing piece of stone in his hand because of it. Someone exclaimed in surprise. This is some kind of mineral. Hong Chiu chuckled softly. This is not an ordinary stone. At the same time, the pet beside it bit the stone into its mouth, its eyes shining brightly, and it growled with strange blue veins running across its body. The other person exclaimed after the bloodline of the 9th rank lower position. Bachi Xingan Lang erupted with the unknown stone. It unleashed a mid-level 9th rank combat power. Old Bai continued, and unlike the temporary attribute boosts during beast fights, this permanently enhances combat strength. He said in surprise, "What? From the 9th level of the lower position to the average middle position, it takes at least 3 or 4 years, right?" Hongqiu crossed her arms and looked serious. Yes, everyone should be able to guess the reason for the movement. A new void crack has appeared in the wilderness. On the other side of that crack is a planet rich in various types of energy minerals. He frowned. The area around the crack is attracting a large number of powerful beasts, enough to destroy a normal B-level city base. Extremely dangerous. Everyone was then alarmed, so that's it. So the investigation team lost contact because they entered the fissure to explore it. The strategic value of this energy mineral is very high. We must find a way to deal with all the concentrated monsters. That's right. Those monsters are not only obstacles to our expansion, but also a threat to the safety of the surrounding city bases. Building a stronghold next to the crack cannot be delayed. Hong Chu stands with his arms crossed and says that if they eliminate those monsters, their squad is confident they can find a small path leading to the crack, allowing them to seize a strategic position first, but they still need to summon some high-level elites to assist. We have a suitable candidate among our high-strength elites. Their eyes meet Tabin's calm gaze. That's right, Brother To, I hope you will take action. Hong Chu frowns in doubt. Is someone so young really capable enough? Tabin returned to a serious demeanor. I suggest sending the iron pieces and the pets that have used them for testing first. Do not act rashly until their safety and side effects are confirmed. Hong Chu irritably asked, Brother, we've been using this glass for dozens of days without any adverse reactions. If there was a problem, would we still risk bringing it back? Tabin calmly replied, It's not that I doubt you, but 30 days isn't enough to eliminate the possibility of slow accumulating toxins. Old Master Bai nodded in agreement. This matter isn't just about appearances. Both good and bad sides must be considered. This time I agree with Tabin's perspective. Hong Chiu, dissatisfied, takes a stone and huffs, then takes it away and says, Old Bach, since when has our association been led by the younger generation? Old Bach squints and chuckles. Ha ha! The waves of the Yangtze keep pushing forward. Sometimes you have to give the younger generation a chance to show themselves. 5 hours later, the subordinate holding a stack of papers reports to the vice chairman that the results are in and, for now, they agree to call this metal Kwang energy. After dozens of testing methods, the energy crystals showed no harmful materials and almost no side effects. Hong Chiu crossed his arms and frowned. See? Giving a chance is useless. It's all about handling it decisively. We've all been veterans on the front lines for decades, working for the association. Can our judgment be wrong? Everyone turned to persuade Tabin. That's right, to brother. Amateur commanding people in the profession is a big mistake. After all, Captain Liu is also a professional in this matter, so it's best to follow his suggestion. Hong Chao smirked and asked, Anything else you want to ask? Tabin kept his expression unchanged and used his device to check the appearance of the world beyond the crack, whether there were natives and how strong their combat power was. As you can see, the world on the other side has a strong electromagnetic interference that prevents recording. And we haven't encountered the natives yet, so it's unclear. You glanced without saying a word, offering no help at all. It's almost like asking someone who doesn't know anything. I just need to know the exact appearance of that world so I can safely search in the system's nurturing area. Because with resources this powerful, it must be secure. Seeing me stand up, everyone in the room said, I can go with you to deal with those ferocious beasts. Hong Cheo covered his mouth and laughed. Bach Lao, this soldier is too inexperienced. I can't even sense his spiritual energy. Please send at least 15 high-tier legendary beast tamers with 9th level strength for me. Old Master Bai just smiled softly and said, Haha, Captain Liu, since you often sneak around the wilderness zone, you might not be familiar with the recent situation in our city base. Let me introduce you. He turned to Tubin. This young man is the new legendary level beast Tamer. Tubin is a powerhouse who can take on 10 enemies at once. Hong Chiu was slightly stunned. What? A legendary rank beast tamer. He quickly clasped his hands and apologized, modest and respectful. I was just speaking loudly earlier. Someone so young with such strength must surely have extraordinary talent. With Brother Toe's help, just 3 legendary beast tamers are enough to destroy the lair of the ferocious beasts. Old Bai raised his hand to stop him. Very well. Tonight we can gather enough personnel. You guys rest for the night, and we will set out early tomorrow morning. Over the vast red forest, the fighter jet slightly lowered its altitude. The report sounded, "We have arrived at the destination on the radar." Inside, the cabin was silent, as Yen Qiu observed the situation and reported at the same time. "Captain Liu, is the wound located in this forest? Why can't the satellite confirm the position?" Han Ling replied in a deep voice, "That's right. Weren't we supposed to take a small path? Flying straight in would be too reckless." Hong Chao stood to the side with his arms crossed, the wound hidden in a cave. It's normal that satellites couldn't find it since there's dense forest below, and walking back would be easy to get lost. He turned his head with a gentle smile and said, "I've been working for the guild for decades, and you still don't trust me?" Suddenly surprised, Tu Bing frowned slightly, wondering why this person still seemed to be hiding something. Below, a laser beam aimed directly at the plane, and someone shouted as enemies launched their attack. Everyone immediately gets out of the plane. Hong Jiu shouts loudly, and everyone enters combat mode. Han Ling frowned as his armor, capable of defending against attacks from a 9th-tier beast, was pierced in one strike. The beasts charged quickly toward everyone. Are those them? They open their mouths and shoot laser beams. Gan Qiu frowned tightly. There are too many of them. He blocked my attack. Han Lang immediately creates a shield. Dotted. Gan Qiu swung her hand, and the 100-slash fist of the Talon laughed as a stream of power shot down, striking the tree fiercely. From behind it, a cunning smile appeared. Gan Qiu was furious, huffing. These cunning beasts really know how to hide. Han Ling realized that the Ung Traubach Tram Queen could cut through iron like mud, yet it only left a scratch. Those trees were not ordinary. The pack of fierce beasts leaping from behind Yen Qiu froze her in place. Tabin shouted, "Watch out for the back of the demon suppression town," but the others quickly held him back. "Senior. Tu, you don't need to worry too much about me and Han Lang. Although these monsters are difficult to deal with, they are not yet a threat to us, the 9th-rank beast tamers. Worry about yourselves first." Yan Ling sighed as he fought, lamenting that aerial battles are really unfair. They can escape while we are just sitting ducks. Hong Chao suddenly spoke up, saying, "I have a suggestion. Since these ferocious beasts are not that strong, let's split up to deal with them and regroup afterward." Yen Qiu smirked and said, "I've had enough patience." Han Lang was excited, ready to use his battle pet to conquer you. "Wait a moment, before splitting up and clarifying the details, it's too dangerous." A sarcastic voice responded. "Senior Toe, don't worry, we've already gathered enough information. We can handle it." You frown, only hoping for that. Tabin's eyes turn cold as he summons his beast. "Little dry lizard, come out, let's fight quickly and win fast." The skull opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura. The little dry lizard charges straight ahead, swinging its sword with a powerful red aura surrounding it. The sword strike on the beasts made them scream. Ah. Immediately, their heads were severed from their necks, leaving only their howls. Their heads quickly regrew, and they screamed in shock as they were surrounded by golden light. Tabin smirked and clapped his hands. "Eat some more of my power this time." The huge golden figure appears behind Tabin, repeating his action. A few beasts fell freely below. You clasp your hands together, raise them high, and shout loudly. Ha ha ha. At the same time, Kim Dew also descended with great force. Songlong, Tao Ma. A powerful force descends straight down, causing the ground below to explode into a crater. The beast, battered and exhausted, still screams out. Screaming. Tabin clenched his fists, furrowing his brow. How could something withstand that blow? Tabin looked at the sharp object falling to the ground, shaped like a horn. He wondered, is this a horn or a thorn? Why is there this inside the body of this unknown ferocious beast? The sudden scream made him startle and look up. Ah, Tabin crouched down. It's the voice of Han Lang's group. "Little Drybone, let's go." After finishing, the two shadows quickly flew away, with a gigantic beast in the middle. Tabin was a bit surprised to see that action. They are holding the people in their hands and putting them into their mouths, laughing happily. You clench your fists tightly, damn it. You unleash a powerful force to defeat them. "Get out of here for Tao." The iron bird fist strikes, sending the beastly creatures flying away. Humph. Only the alpha remains. It grits its teeth and blocks the attack with its hand. It opens its belly wide as if gathering power. Tabin was stunned as a powerful red light shot out fiercely. He immediately summoned the loyal beasts to create a shield. Tabin frowns and ponders silently, knowing that the second of the demon suppression god fist could kill a powerhouse who just entered the Han High realm in the blink of an eye, yet it was easily blocked by that fierce beast. This beast is not only powerful. He watched the alpha leading the fight against the beasts, seeming to emit a human-like laughter just moments ago. Was it an illusion? The Dragon King roared, gathering strength in dragon form technique. That beast also growled, annoyed as it shoved the surrounding pets aside, its eyes flashing with a cold glint, its voice loud and harsh. Are you scared? Tabin was stunned, disbelief written all over his face as the beast suddenly struck the Dragon King with a powerful blow. Yeah. Tabin stood below, observing everything. This guy is indeed not simple. He smirks with interest and says, I definitely have to bring you back to find out what's going on. The system panel appears, showing a mid-level beast capture ring. Tabin summons various items in his hand, luckily having already used some high-level mid-tier capture rings earlier, which cost him quite a bit of energy. Hongbi is exhausted. I just need to catch you and bring you back to the shop. No matter how powerful you are, you'll have to admit defeat. Suddenly, Tabin glances at two other monsters and rushes toward them. Tabin stands in midair surrounded by the ferocious beasts. He steps back slightly and shouts loudly at them, Stop blocking the way. Tabin waved his hand, and behind him, the large figure of Kim Dieu did the same. The alpha beast struggles to break free from the loyal beasts holding it, while Tabin quickly turns and shouts at the beast. It was stunned to see the pile of small rings rushing straight at it. It extended its tail and swung it fiercely. The rings shattered into pieces as they were hit. It sneered with a malicious grin. Ha! Tabin seriously presses the device in his hand that has sent the coordinates. A red laser beam from a device is adjusting the target, and a beam of light shoots down from above, illuminating a patch of the sky. The fierce beast looked bewildered as the pets loosened their grip on its arm. The light from earlier had shot straight down like a raging red flame. Its entire body was burned and it kept howling, ha ha. Amidst the flames, a figure appeared faintly. It was surprised to see Xiaoko Lu suddenly appear, sword in hand, rushing forward, and the beast tried to block with its hand. The Dragon King and the Black Dragon also appear, gathering their strength and attacking at the same time, causing the teeth on the belly of the beast to break. Ha ha! The fierce beast grits its teeth, throws the sword aside, clenches its fists in anger, and turns to the Black Dragon as a beam of light descends again. The pet beasts quickly dodge. Hung! The beast clenched its fist in anger, and upon seeing the shadow again, it hurriedly raised its hand to shield itself. It growled, I won't fall into your trap again. It punched hard, causing the flames to spread out in a circle. Immediately, the rings flew in. The beast opened its mouth in surprise as it saw the rings right in front of its eyes, quickly closing its eyes and raising its hand to shield itself reflexively. He frowned as he watched the rings fall and dissolve on their own. The little dry lizard jumped up and threw a series of rings toward the beast. The bracelet hits, but it doesn't seem to matter. It laughs arrogantly. Ha! Suddenly another bracelet hit it, making it frown. Xiao Kulo sneered, while you can still smile, hurry up and laugh while you can, you little fool. Chains of iron appeared from the beginning, quickly wrapping around it until it collapsed and screamed. The beast, unwilling to accept defeat, roared before vanishing, leaving only the extending chains. How is this possible? The remaining monsters, seeing this scene, were so frightened they hurriedly fled. Tabin dropped to the ground, kneeling on one knee, with Tioko Lao behind him. Seeing the torn, blood-stained armor on the ground, Tabin thought of Ngankyu and Han Lang with anger. Annoying, I'm still a step too late. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Boss To. Boss To. The boy glanced slightly at the person calling him, supporting Ngankyu, who was injured. Are the fierce beasts from earlier driven back by you? Tabin glanced, then looked at the armor on Ngankyu and the two armor pieces on the ground. He put his hands in his pockets and stood up. You walk toward the armor and place your hand on your beast's leg. Even the usually untouchable hellish bamboo dragon beasts cannot be harmed, and now even they cannot be stopped. Tabin whispered, I also have to use all my strength to hold them back. Hongqiu couldn't help but blame herself, saying I was wrong to judge the strength of these beasts. And at this moment, Nganko finally spoke up. Senior To, I apologize for holding you back before you entered the crack in the void, when our team only has 3 members left. Do you remember what you said to Wolf Han before the plane crash, Ningyan Q? Han Lang frowned. I am too. I said on the satellite that I couldn't find any traces of the void tear that Captain Liu mentioned. Han Long asked why a plane was necessary. It was completely unnecessary. Hong Chiu was surprised. To care about this? Hong Chiu chuckled and said, I admit it was my fault and I sincerely apologize. Look, Ngan Q and I are both seriously injured. Tabin immediately interrupted. All right, let's go back to the base camp and discuss this in more detail. Hong Chiu was a bit surprised. All right. Hong Chiu turned around and helped Ngan Q as they left. He turned his head and smiled. The heroes agreed. Let's go back and bring more reinforcements. Gather as many strong fighters as possible to eliminate these beasts. Let's go. Suddenly, a giant hand grabbed them, and the black dragon carried them away through the sky. Hong Chiu, panic-stricken. This is your brother. Tu Bin calmly explaining while standing on the back of the Dragon King. Those monsters are cunning, so you two just endure a little hardship to get back to the base safely. Hong Chiu couldn't even move and could only force a smile. That makes sense. Tu Bin frowned and thought to himself, I really want to enter the tear in the void that Liu Gongxiao mentioned and take a quick look at its true form, but I don't know how many red-faced monkeys are still in this forest. This whole thing is too suspicious. I shouldn't be reckless. The two pets quickly flew away, and they returned to the square. Old Man Bai and his subordinates are standing below. Old Man Bai, they have returned. I can only sense the aura of 3 people. Could it be that the black dragon has descended lightly below? Seeing Hong Chao and Ying Kui, they couldn't help but rush over. Captain Liu and Ngan Q are injured. To Truyan Qi, quickly have your pet release them. They need to be taken for treatment. Tabin steps out from the space, preparing a separate room for each, equipped with high-grade protective gear. Until I give permission, they are not allowed to exchange any letters with the outside world, and their cultivation must be sealed. The two looked at each other in shock. What? Old Bai said in a deep voice. Are you trying to imprison their hearts? The subordinates were also stunned. Only dangerous criminals are kept in confinement. Captain Liu and Yuan Qiao are both veteran battle beast tamers with over 10 years of service and many distinguished achievements. To Truyan Qi, what crime did they commit? Hong Chiu quickly advised. That's right, to brother. Although I did look down on you before the mission, it doesn't mean I would report personal revenge like that. Senior, it was my reckless actions that led to the failure. Yes, I accept any punishment. My subordinates convinced me. Legend 2. If you can't prove what they did that endangered the team, it will be very difficult to follow your wishes. Tabin frowned slightly. I don't have concrete evidence right now, but this time the enemy is unusually strong, and we absolutely cannot afford even the slightest mistake. Please give me some time and your trust. Old Master Bai closed his eyes and followed his instructions. The other person hurriedly stopped him. Old Master Bai, this is truly unreasonable. Old Master Bai gritted his teeth and said, Do it. Understood. In the room, Elder Bai turned his back to Tobin, while Lu Kongtriu and Ngan Q had already been arranged as you requested. Even under this, not everyone is as free as you. Tell me, what happened during this first awakening? Tabin raised his voice. I haven't agreed to serve under you yet, stubborn old man. So this time's action must be the first time you've sent a battle beast from the association, right? Bak Lao turned his head, a look of surprise on his face. That's right, Yen Kyo and Han Lang are the first team. Tabin looked back at the images of the 2 armor sets he saw. Are these the breastplates of our subordinate beast tamers? Elder Bai asked Han in surprise. Why do you have 2 sets in your hands? Your eyes darkened. I saw firsthand Ngan Q and Han Lang sacrifice. These 2 sets of armor look exactly like theirs. Tabin speculates that the man who looks like Ngan Q was actually restrained on a hospital bed at that time. Your coma is a fake. This excavation battle is suspicious. The man in black suddenly appeared and reported that Elder Bai had urgent news. Both of their faces showed a hint of surprise upon hearing the news. Many excavation teams from the bases are bringing back news related to energy crystals. Currently, the major bases are deciding to send more excavation teams to mine energy crystals. In the Extreme City base, 2 divine beasts are fighting. The red one is pressing down on the orange one's head on the ground. Ha ha! Someone shouted in panic. What's going on? These 2 battle pets were evenly matched before, but now their strength has suddenly widened the gap so much. Everyone around is cheering for the 2 inside. Stop beating around the bush. What do you really want to do? The green-haired boy holds the glowing stone in his hand. Everything depends on it. This is a mineral my brothers brought back from a newly appeared tear in the void. After consuming it, both of your pets and your combat power can be permanently boosted. Everyone marveled and said, this mineral is incredible. I'll pay you
Tell me quickly where that new void tear is. It's no problem. I heard about it from someone else. Do you want to go mine for minerals or not? Let's go together.
Hearing that, the young man outside also got excited and wanted to join. The girl beside him softly advised, "Do you really want to go? In the newly appeared crack in the void, there might be something dangerous hidden inside." The young man frowned and said, "Do you not see that a small piece of stone like this can increase your combat power so much?"
My combat power has been stuck at level 6 for years. No team is willing to accept me. But the treasures of heaven and earth that can accelerate cultivation are all stored in the Federation's excavation warehouse. I turn around and wave my hand, saying, just a little risk, and I can achieve the cultivation level that I won't reach until I'm 50.
"Isn't this a gift from heaven? Don't worry, my excavation will make it easier to dig out a few more pieces to bring back."
In front of us is a large door, the exit registration point. 2 arms block the crowd, asking them to step back in surprise.
"What?" The tone of the 2 people is full of seriousness. "The blood-colored forest you want to go to is now a restricted area. The Association of Trainers has issued an order that it is still unclear whether that place is dangerous. Before Quan Fuong completes the investigation, no individual is allowed to go there to open up the land. But someone objects. However, it's clear that many exploration teams have already been there and returned." And that person immediately frowned, releasing a pressure aura.
From now on, the Kai Huang team is also not allowed to go there.
Those who have returned from excavation will be questioned and investigated by Quan Fuong one by one.
Is there any other suspicion? The group hesitated to speak, saying, "Ha ha ha. It's the pressure from a 9th level powerhouse. It's too heavy, I can barely breathe."
"Sorry for the intrusion. We'll leave immediately." They turned away dejectedly, complaining, "Damn it, we were still a step too late."
As expected, good things will never come our way. I even spent a lot to buy supplies for excavation, but I messed up big time.
Can the person who regrets only give up? The gatekeeper is a level 9 powerhouse. Is there really no other way?
Suddenly a voice rang out saying, "You all clench your fists, showing sympathy. The members of the breeding society are too out of line."
My friend was captured by them just because he dug up the mineral ore.
They didn't hesitate to use harsh methods to get it.
The group looked at him in surprise. "You're talking about the owner of the battle beast that ate the mineral ore earlier. What are you talking about? To get the mineral ore, could it be that the name of that training association is just a pretext, and the real goal is to control the mineral resources?"
I also agreed. That's right. Geniuses and treasures have always gone to officials or powerful clans.
But this time Ko Du-yen, right in front of us, was snatched away from her hands by someone else. Can we really swallow this anger? How can we possibly swallow this? If it weren't for these selfish people blocking every path, we would even dream of improving our cultivation to become mighty warriors under one person among 10,000. Ai-jung shows his righteous spirit.
All right, I won't bother counting anymore. I know of a small path that goes around the guards to leave the city. Just follow me and we can reach the blood-colored forest of Kaiwang.
The crowd raised their hands in response. Really? That's great. Truly, heaven helps those who help themselves. So I'll rely on you then.
I have a few more brothers. I'll call them over now. I'll also contact my team.
The young man outside earlier turned to look back happily. Thank you so much. I used to think that even spending a lifetime of hard training wouldn't allow me to lift my head again. That's right. I haven't even asked for your noble name yet. He smiled softly. I think so. Just call me Appy. At the high-rise building, a hand presses a button on the display panel. The message transmission has ended. Elder Bai sits on the chair and makes a call. I just issued a ban on the global city base. It should have some effect in preventing it. The person on the other side is Tubin. He frowned.
Not necessarily. If the news about the energy crystals is intentionally leaked, this ban could quickly be distorted into a false rumor. Old Bai replied, yes, that's right. As long as someone keeps bringing in crystal energy, it will be very attractive to both slow-growing powerhouses and those with aspirations to rise. So look at the item in your hand and quickly uncover the truth.
Old Bai asked again, do you have any plans? I already sent someone to interrogate Liu Gongqiu and Ning Qiu. I also have someone who needs questioning. Tabin quickly unshackled the chain from the leader of the fierce beast. It was a bit surprised, but it quickly gritted its teeth and looked at him. Oh, humans deserve to die. I want to tear you to pieces. Its hand lunged forward, but Tabin reached out and said, humans are pretty straightforward too. Then tell me briefly. It's painful and makes you sweat. Tabin clenched its hands tightly and questioned, what are those crystal energies? Where did you get them from?
You deserve to die, so were you hiding your true strength earlier?
Tabin smirked. Guess and answer the question. Don't make me ask again.
Then he suddenly cut off his own hand and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, stop making me laugh.
It quickly regrew 2 hands, eyes sharp. Either you kill me or wait to be devoured alive by me. Suddenly, Tabing Pai grabbed its head,
causing it to freeze. He spoke in a deep voice, teleporting away, and immediately a notification sounded, deducting 10,000 energy points. He brushed past it and landed behind. It frowned in annoyance. What kind of trick is this? A crowd appeared in front of it. They looked at it and marveled. Was Sai too good at using a handsome human form? Boss Toe, is this the new item on the shelf? Tabin, when did you come back? It reaches out to the crowd with a sinister smile. He. So many goats waiting to be slaughtered. A sword rushes forward, slicing through and leaving it stunned. Anna slowly steps closer to ensure the prey falls into the jaws of the tiger. Is that some kind of frontline marketing method? Tabin glanced and smiled helplessly. Well, basically just pay a little attention and don't kill this guy. You still need to use her super spirit to extract his memories. Tabin looked at the trembling red demon in front, still following the old rules. He glanced at Anna, 2 points of the worker using his super spirit to extract his memory. It has to be quick. I need to use it urgently. She calmly refused. Sorry, this time I can't follow the order. Tabin frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Anna, this monster probably isn't difficult for you, right? Hearing that, Anna smiled and said, For myself, it's of course not difficult, but for you, it's very hard. You're at your wit's end and come to me, right? Ms. Thongdong continued. The power to set the price is no longer in your hands. I need 20 points for this deal. Furthermore, from now on, any matter not involving myself can be resolved. Each time the price will be doubled. Tabin smiled faintly and said, You are too naive, Anna. I am the store manager. The employee regulations clearly state that you must obey the store manager's orders. If you set the price like that, aren't you afraid I will deduct points from you? Anna chuckled softly, obeying the store manager's orders, which only applied within the pet store business scope, right? The supreme omniscient benevolent power. The system immediately manifested to confirm, and of course, Tabin was stunned. Huh? She replied with a mischievous tone. While you were away, I understood the rules set by your high intellect. I am just an employee of the store, not your personal slave. I'm just the store manager. Tabin was stunned. No way she's still flirting. System, quickly look at her face. The system replied, the host must grow up quickly and not rely too much on others to solve problems, and moreover, she is not wrong. From now on, please call me the all-knowing, compassionate, omnipotent, and revered intelligent system. Stop overthinking, Anna. If one day you really become my slave, don't complain. After a moment, Tabin calmed down again. Anna's bids were 20 points the first time, 40 the second, and 80 the third. As long as her total score exceeds 200 after 3 attempts, satisfying the requirements for an outstanding employee, it also means that if I can't become stronger after solving 3 dead-end problems with Anna, I must honestly take her to the city of supreme gods. Is our contract also coming to an end? Anna said happily, with a very good expression. It seems she has made up her mind to make the deal. The Red Devil was terrified by the dazzling light and immediately turned to run away. But after only a few steps, it was stabbed in the back and fell to the ground. The Red Devil, unwilling, kept crawling and screaming non-stop. As he screams briefly, Anna suddenly appears right in front of it to soul hunt. At this moment, somewhere else, I seems to sense something. The people around, seeing this, step forward to ask Han with concern. Are you okay? A pats your head on one side and comforts you on the other. I'm fine, he said firmly to remind everyone. Let's keep going, we're almost there. I never expected there to be such a powerhouse among humans. He clenched his fist, trying to sense the energy from earlier. Is the direction towards Longjiang City Base? The red demon's body suddenly exploded. Did you kill it? Anna replied thoughtfully. It seems that a force has recognized the true self. Before the true self could obtain its memories, it controlled the beast to self-destruct. You frown, annoyed as you curse. Damn it, lose 20 points and not a single bit of intelligence. She withdraws her staff. This time the opponent you faced was quite cunning, and their strength was completely on a different level from the previous ant creatures. After finishing, Anna casually added that although she was still far from reaching the level of the deity, Tabin glanced briefly and said, I already knew about these things. If there's nothing else, I want to request a refund. She reluctantly interrupted. Don't worry, to supplement, I can rely on my experience and knowledge accumulated over 10,000 years to answer another question for you. Or you bow. Hearing that, Tabin propped his chin with his hand, quietly pondering. After a moment of hesitation, he finally suddenly remembered the presence of the stone. Tabin opened the image of the stone and said, This is what we call water crystal energy, which can greatly boost strength after consumption. Many beast tamers are so captivated that they risk their lives to excavate it. Where does this kind of mineral come from? Tell me the origin. Anna chuckles and covers her mouth with her hand. Mineral ore excavation? Are you pretending to be ignorant, or have you lost your memory? What do you mean by your impatience and urgency? Stop teasing people. Many innocent lives have been lost because of this. Moreover, right now we don't know how many more people are on their way to find death. She looked directly at Tabing and replied, "Something similar to that. You've stolen quite a bit from us without realizing it," Chat On Na directly said, "or should I say the raw materials have been replaced with similar items. Are you joking that you can't accept it?" Hearing this, Tabin was startled and opened her eyes wide. Something similar? Do you remember if the raw materials were like that in the past? Tabin hesitated. She said, "Are these crystal energies man-made? Pai has already slaughtered everyone by now." Just then, Tubin's bracelet beeped to notify her that Lao Bai was calling. Did Lao Bai make any progress? On the other end, Lao Bai also asked urgently, "Something just happened. Nyan Q suddenly died from a violent illness. What's going on? Are you all right?" Tabin was stunned. "Has your side also been silenced?" Old Bai was shocked. "What? Your lead has also been cut off. Who has such skill?" I frown. I don't know either, but one thing is certain. Someone is setting a trap to lure and kill a large number of beast tamers. Then Tubin turned the screen to the bloodstain on the ground. Those crystal energies are condensed from the life force of the beast tamers. Everyone around Elder Bai was excitedly discussing, "Really? I've never heard of this kind of ability before. Do you have any evidence?" Old Bai whispered. "Be quiet. It seems like there's something in the blood pool. Tabin, take it out and check." Tabin immediately obeyed. "All right." Suddenly, a pair of red devil horns appeared in the blood pool. Then they gradually rose to the surface. Old Man Bai pondered and asked, "When you were attacked in the blood-colored forest, did the ferocious beast also leave behind some thorn-like parts?" Tabin confirmed, "That's right, but they are only about the size of a fingertip." Old Man Bach deduced that after Yen Qiu died, it also left behind a biological part resembling a thorny tree, as you described. "I couldn't confirm it at the time, but after seeing this, I can be certain." He slowly recounted that all parts of these creatures belonged to the same species. A figure appeared in Bach Lao's mind, and he clearly enunciated each word. The plant-based beast of the Four Kings. Bi Yen. The people around Lao Bai all shouted in shock. "Being gone is impossible, Elder Bach. The Four Kings are all suppressed within deep abyss and can never set foot on earth." Tabin, hearing this, wondered. Tam Uyen and the Four Kings possess the power of the Destiny Realm, the highest legendary level, capable of moving mountains and oceans with a gesture or flattening everything with a step. With the current human facilities on Earth, which door could possibly imprison the Four Kings? One person's face suddenly turned serious. "To Troyan Key, you misunderstood. Thong Uyen is not a facility like the two-walled gate." He explained, "There is an artificial basin with an average depth of 8,000 meters on the northern edge of the wasteland region." He continued, "The bottom of it is hidden within a crack in the starry sky." A fleeting image of Lam Uyen appeared in his mind. The planet connected by the crack is called Tam Uyen, which is also the prison holding the Four Kings. After hearing this, Tabin suddenly realized, "Right, why didn't I think of it? The world connected by the starry sky crack could also be used as a space?" He stroked his chin, but the door problem still wasn't solved. "Wait a moment, you just said it was artificial," the other person continued to explain to Tabin. "That's right. A deep depression of several thousand meters couldn't have formed naturally, and this is also why the Four Kings can't cross the space crack to intervene on Earth." He recounted that above the crack is a sea of stars formed from countless powerful spiritual energies, created by a human emperor who sacrificed himself and exerted all his strength to suppress it, shaping the terrain as the Earth was forcibly pressed inward. Tabin was now extremely amazed. This was just too terrifying. Just thinking about it was suffocating. The pressure from the spiritual energy at this scale would instantly turn anything emerging from the crack into dust. Lao Bai's expression was a bit worried, but eventually the spiritual energy would run out, especially since, as you said, they might even develop a refined energy ability. If only the other side was the only one coming out, it would be better. His voice grew deeper, and what I was most worried about was that the other three kings had also broken the seal and descended to Earth. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" One of them spoke up. But Elder Bai entered the deep abyss and confidently said there are 4 legendary tier beast tamers guarding it. His tone was very sure. If the Four Kings made any move, they would definitely not stay silent. Tabin's face grew worried. He asked again, "Bach Lao, what do you mean by that?" "The legendary beast tamers guarding have sacrificed, and now on the surveillance screen are all mimic creatures from the other side. At the same time, elsewhere, a hand is pulling out the thorns that resemble the ones Tabin found." Happy carefully pieced the fragments of the bean-gon together, and the thorns were gradually separated and fell to the ground, forming a grotesque human head. Appy told the mimicking creatures kneeling before him that a powerful presence wanted to probe his true self. A tentacle extended, offering a crystal along with Appi's command, sparking the interest of the main body. The location is Longjiang City Base. Those below all receive the stone, bowing their heads reverently. I gently stroke the tentacle and smile softly. Go now, my children. Everyone present here is confused. Old Bai, if this hypothesis is correct, how should we respond? Old Bai turned to look at them and urgently summoned the beast tamers who had previously left the wasteland after the crystal appeared, detain and verify their identities, trying to filter out creatures that mimic and hide within humans, including legendary beast tamers guarding Tam Yen. He also reminded to strengthen the propaganda about the energy crystal scam, as we cannot let our combat power be lost anymore. In the end, we need to seek help from the Wind Tower organization and gather powerful experts to assess the current situation of the Abyss. Everyone there has received orders. Yes. Tabin spoke. Is there anything I need to do? Old Bai looked at you on the screen. And on the other side there is someone with the strength of a heavenly mandate stage. To put it bluntly, in front of it we are nothing but ants. He frowned. Logically, there's no need to hide from us. If you're playing dirty, you're in charge of investigating this matter, as the reason behind it could become a decisive turning point. Tabin also followed his orders. Yes. Elder B.A. raised his voice and hung up. The meeting is over. The call ends, and Nai steps over to Tobin. It looks like you're about to face destruction. Let me see how I can help you. Just 40 minutes, and whether it's the 4 kings or the 8 kings, I guarantee they'll clean everything up for you. He glanced at her, thinking it looked good, but this isn't a matter that can't be done without her. I'll find a way myself. You just need to normally accompany me through the heavenly tribulation and bathe in the divine spring. Anna agreed to Tabin's request, her tone cold. All right, you're the boss. Whatever you want is fine. Tabin pressed call while thinking, before heading to the City of Light base to assign Tu Lang Noyet and Hua Kwong to Deep Transon's vanguard team. Toot is calling, not knowing which deserted area they are in now, or if anything has happened. A moment later, the two appeared before Tobin, Hua Kwong happily waving and greeting. Master, you were looking for us, Lang Nuit asked curiously. When did you come back? Seeing them, he looked confused and asked, So quick, weren't you both in the wilderness area? Lang Nuit told him that some strange things have been happening recently in the wasteland area. Captain Dieppe told us to stay inside the city and not go outside. Both sides began exchanging information. Tabing rested his chin on his hand, looking contemplative. Deep Transon's caution has been very helpful. Hua Kwong said enthusiastically that actually, the pet shop run by the master also has a big effect. Just visiting the shop daily for training will lead to great progress. So basically, no one in Longjiang has been tricked into the wilderness. Lang Nguyen was thrilled. What do you think about us taking this opportunity to open a store in another city? Ling Yui raised her hand and started calculating. I already told you, the nearby cities are eager for the benefits our store provides. They proactively suggested opening a cheap branch at their location and even have a target market ready to directly invest and lure us in. Tabin crossed his arms and smirked. Oh, this is truly a great opportunity to elevate our store to a global city base. Well done. Since when did you develop a business mind? Lang Nguyen blushed when teased. When you're not here, I don't have any free time. Tabin pats her head, his eyes full of affection. I trust you to handle the expansion of our influence. Just give me a call when it's done. Young lady boss? Lang Nguyen's eyes slightly narrow as she speaks softly. Got it, you rascal. My hair is all messy because of you. Suddenly, Tabin received a call notification from Trung Lin Dong. He answered the phone, and a caring voice came through the device. Are you on a mission, teacher? Are you in any danger? I've been searching for you for a long time without success. Tabin replied. It's okay. Although there was a small hiccup, Trung Kui is fine. I am currently in a different base city. Is there anything else? Lindong shifts the focus. Do you still remember the Blood Dragon segment method I reactivated? Tabin calmly replied, yes, by enhancing the bloodline of the dragon-type spirit beast to increase its strength. Your tone is serious, right? That's right. But at the time, the production of the serum was limited, only able to modify about 1% of the bloodline of the death dragon. Lindong reports that there has been a breakthrough in mass production technology of the serum. The dragon blood vessel cutting method can improve the blood vessels of dragon-type beasts by over 50%. With a cautious estimate, pets upgraded to level 9 or below can increase their combat power by 80%. Tabin was immediately delighted with this result. All right, since we both have a level 9 companion that needs upgrading, where are you now? Lindong leaned against the wall. I'm inside the master's shop. You're usually curious about researching pet technology, which takes a lot of time. Why is it so quick this time? Lindong explained that this technology didn't start from zero, but was a restart of previous research. With the materials provided by the master, once the bottleneck is overcome, all she needs to do is go with the flow. Tubin nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I didn't expect those documents to be so useful.
Wait 2 minutes, I will be back right away.
She calmly agreed. No problem. Hey, 2 minutes. Tubin turned on his heel and left quickly. I have something to do first. Be careful at home. They waved goodbye to him. Ku Hao asked Lang Nguyen, oh, what did their master say just now? Something about dragon forging or something purple? She guessed roughly, although she didn't understand. It seemed very powerful. The system sound rings out, deducting 1,000 energy points. In an instant, Tubin has teleported to the shop. Hey, I'm back. Lin Dong was stunned. It really is very fast. Are you looking at her? What is the next technology project you plan to restart? I will help you gather the materials. Lindong raised her hand, hesitating over the next development direction of the technology, as she still hadn't made a final decision. One direction is to continue researching the bloodline of the Deathblood Heavenly Dragon, which could eventually bring the extinct ancestral dragon back to life. Another is to study the contract, which could ultimately unlock the binding agreement. The Bonded Beast's contract upgrade will partially boost the user's strength, and when the user enhances their strength, they can also partially boost the beast's power. Tubin's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had realized something. With each upgrade triggered by the feedback, his heavenly dragon hound, upon receiving the Dragon King's inheritance, had been sealed 3 times, and unlocking each level would significantly boost its strength and combat ability. If I get the feedback effect from this contract, wouldn't I just fly straight up? Tubin pointed and said firmly, no need to worry anymore. My next focus should be on researching technology related to contract seals. In front of me is a tall building. Someone's voice rang out apologetically. A police officer stood at attention while 4 legendary elders guarded the depths below. You take out a strange pair of handcuffs. These 4 cuffs will only temporarily lock the spiritual energy, with no harmful effects, and will be removed immediately after passing. The others quickly put the cuffs on each person. You've committed an offense. The legendary seniors. One of them responded generously. It's just a small matter, no need to be tense. That person is polite. Thank you all for your cooperation in the investigation. Suddenly, the beast charged toward the officer, causing him to panic. The silhouette of the beast reflected on the wall, and the floor was already covered with bloodstains. A scream of terror. Ah! With the tentacle of the beast wrapped around his neck, he desperately reached out for help. Save me! Go report to the headquarters quickly! Before he could finish speaking, the tentacle had invaded his body, forming a glowing sphere that called out. The people trapped inside were stunned. This was exactly what the Association of Trainers had mentioned. The monster, the young man from earlier, has turned into an old man. He hurriedly pressed the button on the device. Run now, your body is just a dried corpse, and at the same time a stone fell to the ground. The crowd stared in shock at the falling stone. Lam is relieved and happy. It's good that he didn't leave us here to die. Fong stares blankly at the gem. This is the crystal energy the Association of Alchemists mentioned. Lam hurriedly urged, don't just stand there, run now. Fong quickly replied, yeah? He reached out his hand to take the stone. Lam anxiously turns around. Ah, how, let's go. Those monsters are coming soon. You stare in horror as Fong tries to force the stone into his mouth. Lam pulls his hand and shouts, this is made from human lives. Fong's face flushed red. He suddenly pulled his hand back and shouted, what are you doing? This isn't the first time you've faked an excavation. What does human life matter? His entire body explodes with veins bulging, and the power, much stronger than mine, flows throughout his body. I can't believe this is my strength. Are there even more effective methods in this world? Fong turned to look at Lam after crashing into the wall. Are you saying that's right? The response from him was a deep voice. That's right. He casually took the stone from Lam's body and explained that in your mythology, the Buddha once sacrificed himself to protect the box. Isn't it just karma coming back to you? Fong looked at it cautiously. Monster, what do you want? Do you want to eat me whole? It chuckled, handing the stone to Fong. Eat this. Ha 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 ha, you fool. If you perform well, maybe you'll even get a reward. The helicopter flies through the white snow surrounded by mountains, and the voice echoes, just stop at the foot of the mountain. The helicopter lands. The 2 step out, puzzled. The foot of the mountain? But isn't the Feng Tower supposed to be at the summit? The one in front was calm. We walk up the mountain. The other was stunned. What? There is a snowstorm right now. The person in front remains calm. This is a requirement of the wind tower. Visitors must walk up the mountain. The young man is annoyed. Don't they know we are members of the Cultivators Guild? This person is helpless, just like everyone else. All members of the Wind Tower are at the legendary level. No one in the world can oppose them. The two stop in front of a barrier. The young man touches what's in front of him, as if something is blocking our way. The person next to him seems to recognize the Feng Sun barrier. The young man kneeling loudly shouts,
Senior Tui Tian, we have been sent by Elder Bai to support. Please let us in to meet the Tower Master of Fong Tower.
Biyan might have already broken the deep abyss's restraints and reached the lamb spirit. Please, Senior Legendary Shu Tian, save us. The old man still calmly lies on the gourd and observes, still leaning back in a relaxed manner, his furious hand slamming down on the table. Damn it! The people sitting in front of the altar are reporting that all 3 commands you issued cannot be carried out smoothly. Not only that, the folk have also split off an evil organization that hunts humans to strengthen itself. From that conclusion, Binan has developed its power and advanced from covert deception to open conflict. The upper class in many city bases has started to turn on each other, with the powerful clans once at the top now tearing each other apart. The situation has fallen into chaos. Many city bases have lost their support. In the chaos, Old Bai remains silent. He frowned and asked, So has there been any result from Tabin's father's rescue? It's been several days since I last heard a report from him. Father, what has he been doing recently? The other person hurriedly typed on the keyboard. Yes, you turn your head back. Old Master Bai, that's enough. Recently, Tatruyan Kai has been frequently moving between base cities. Old Bai strokes his beard. Is it because of the investigation? Well, I suppose that's understandable. His voice drops. After all, they are the infamous Bingan known for their cunning and treachery. We don't even know where its true form is right now. So many years have passed. Its appearance has definitely changed a lot. Investigating it is obviously more difficult than reaching the sky. Maybe I shouldn't rush and should give him a little more time. The other person awkwardly smiled at Elder Bai. It seems he's been traveling around, not to investigate, but to stock up for the store. Old Bai looked puzzled, huh? The man hurriedly explained, recently 2 Truyan Ki has been in a city base, opening many side shops. He was stunned. What? Opening a shop as a side business at this critical moment? At the same time, Taben was leisurely picking flowers and herbs. In the new high base city at the pet store, many hands reached in to grab something glowing, and someone holding it up shouted, Ha ha ha, I got it, the others behind are annoyed, damn it. This Mingwang Kingdom Lotus is the last food for the divine beast. I arrived too late again. Even such an overlooked divine beast food is hard to steal. The crowd is noisy outside this shop. I bid 3 times higher, step aside and let me through. Not a chance. This is a rare treasure. I waited in line all day to get it.
I'll pay 5 times more.
10 times more. Tabin slipped past the crowd, causing a disturbance. Everyone stepped back a little from the goods. The boy beside him looked confused. Huh? You are Tabin with a slight smile, casting a spell that makes flowers and grass appear. Now is the time to restock the shop owner's merchandise. They fly into each empty spot. The boy opens his mouth in amazement at the neatly arranged items on the shelf. Wow, that's impressive. You looked to the side, and in the blink of an eye, the shelves were fully stocked. Where is that person? In the blink of an eye, Tabin had already moved to the test city base. You command teleportation. Tabin continues restocking the goods. He told the crowd, please excuse me. The shop owner continued restocking the goods. Mr. To, you're here again. I've already met you 3 times today. 3 times is still not enough. The Mashuyen base city near your territory has already been restocked 7 times today. The notification from the device in your hand rings out. It's Talang Nguyen calling. You answer the call. What's the matter? Are you busy restocking this store? Lang Nguyen quickly asked. Kwai Hei. Do you and Huoquan need to recruit locally since those major city bases don't have enough staff? Tabin frowned slightly, questioning whether all the staff should be his own people. Lang Nguyen was a bit suspicious about her own people. He immediately replied, that's right. Now, in Longjiang Base City, except for a few dozen branches of the main store, all are operated by people from the 6 families of Tan, Chu, Duong, Mok, Liu, and Diep. Thinking of Tabin's group, she slightly curled her lips, realizing that during this time they had accumulated quite a few experienced people. The store management rank has already been assigned to me. You can directly order experienced people to be dispatched to other base cities where there are vacancies. These 6 families will send new recruits to fill the positions. From now on, Longjiang will serve as a training base to develop personnel. Lang Ngui immediately responded, yes. Suddenly, the leader of the training association called in. Tabin said to Lang Ngui, there's a call, wait for me a moment. As soon as he answered the phone, the people on the other side seemed eager to jump in and ask, what are you doing, to Truyan Ki? Tabin was slightly taken aback. I am actively thinking of ways to counter Bingyun. They shouted, "Are you kidding? You're clearly opening a store." Tabin wondered, "Can't I open a store?" The person on the other side typed while reminding you, "This is a matter of life and death now." To Truyan Key, "Look at these figures. The 4 continental regions worldwide have more than 200 base cities in total. A desolate scene unfolds, with half of them losing order due to the influence of the Bingan forces, falling into chaos. In another scene, the crowd hurriedly fled from the monsters. The city base fell into chaos, with hundreds of beast tamers captured and devoured every day, a group of people with savage smiles. The scariest thing is that they can only helplessly watch the beasts. The tragedy of hunting the beast tamers is caused by higher-level beast tamers during the alliance. Not joining means being swallowed alive. The greedy gazes surrounding them grow stronger, devouring others. The Bingan faction, like Ondish, has swept through half of the major city strongholds worldwide in just a few days. The other person looked at you, and you asked if this critical moment is the time to open a shop and get rich. Tabin stroked his chin and said, "Yes, go investigate the departure rates." He looked puzzled and said, "The departure rate." Old Bai, standing behind, realized something and immediately ordered a comparison between the number of colonizers in the major base cities and the number of colonizers missing or dead. "Yes, sir." After reviewing the data, Elder Bai reported that 13 of the base cities have a notably low number of visitors, including 12 in the A district. Elder Bai quietly added, "And one of them is our location, right?" As I suspected, the common factor among these base cities is that they all have 2 bins, pet shops. He sighed heavily, saying it's unbelievable that these pet shops are just like his secret hideout. But, to Truyan Ki, how can you keep everything so tidy and organized in such a big store? At this moment, Lang Nguyet stretched and spoke up. "I think I hear someone talking about me. Store Manager Du is here." He looked confused as Ling Yue waved at him. "Store Manager, aren't you supposed to be on our video call?" Tabin explained. Just as he mentioned her, he pulled her in to introduce her. She introduced herself, saying, "My name is Tu Lang Nguyet. Please give me your guidance." Tabin added, "And by the way, the shelter you mentioned was actually her idea." The person was stunned. So many stores run by just one girl. Another person realized. "To Lang Nguyet, I heard Truyan Ki has a younger sister. Could it be her?" He sighed. "No wonder she's a prodigy at such a young age. Her sister is just as impressive." Tabin reiterates the main point. "Earlier you mentioned that half of the base cities worldwide are in chaos. If there's chaos, then it means not everyone is fully on Bingan's side, right? We can rescue the opponents of Bingan in the major base cities and arrange them in safe zones within my territory." He raised 2 fingers, and then those who turned against Bingan after losing their food had only 2 options left. Either turn around and eat weaker teammates, or surrender to our side before they get eaten. Either way, it will reduce the number of Bingan's forces. By then, we just need to gradually take back the base cities and we can rebuild everything. Old Bai frowned and looked at you. "This method is good, but expanding at this stage isn't very feasible. We have lost many powerful fighters, and with the enemy receiving support from Binyan, our side lacks backup from the tower. If Binyan's forces attack these 13 refuge points directly, it will be very difficult for us to stay safe." Tabin wondered. It seems the tower once told him before. "What is that? Can it really oppose Bingan?" Old Master Bai explained. "The peak of the tower was built by over a dozen legendary beast tamers, and is the strongest organization on Lamtin. Only a few know of their existence if they are willing to intervene. They would be a formidable force to defeat Biyen." Tabin was a bit surprised, so there are actually over 10 levels of legendary mages. Lamtin has 4 land regions in total, so shouldn't each continent only have 2 or 3 levels of legendary mages? Why did so many new legendary rank experts suddenly appear? Lang Yui also agrees. "That's right. This is the first time I've heard about the Old Master too. Why does he say they won't come to aid us?" Old Man Bai stroked his beard and said, "The statement that each continent only has 2 or 3 legendary cultivators is not accurate. In reality, only 2 or 3 realm-level experts from each continent are willing to work for Lam Tin's organization. Usually receiving the highest resources in glory, and in wartime they will go on missions unconditionally under our orders." Tabin frowned and said seriously, "Do those monsters on the top of the tower only act based on their own feelings if they don't gain any benefits?" Old Bai replied, "Exactly like that." Ling Yue covered her mouth in shock. "Why is it like that?" "Old Master, are they really going to watch us die? You're also powerless. I am just an ordinary person living for 300 years. His voice was low and deep. Before a 1,000-year-old legendary figure, he was just a naive child who didn't understand what the great lords were thinking. Suddenly, warning lights flashed, and someone hurriedly turned to report that a number of royal beasts and a large group of high-level ferocious beasts were gathering. Old Bai is a beast tide. He glanced toward the area near Longjong Base City in the Alu region. As soon as the words were spoken, Tabin and Lang Nguyet's expressions flickered, and a warning alarm sounded. The Longjong Base City may face a beast tide. Remember, the Longjong Base City may face a beast tide. Outside, hordes of ferocious beasts are growling and approaching. Inside a conference room, everyone is hurriedly preparing in Longjiang. Is this the main hall where Tu Truyan Key's main store is located? Does Elder Bai need to send troops for reinforcement? Standing behind Bai Lao, he seemed a bit hesitant as he looked at the two people. From the connection screen, Lang Yui appeared, and the scale of Longjiang City Base is level B. Capable of holding off the beast tide led by a few king beasts, especially with my brother's shop here, the skill level of the beast tamers in this city has long been higher than in other city bases. This wave of beasts can be repelled without reinforcements. His face slightly frowned, and although he said so, the timing of this beast tide made Old Bai ponder that there might be other reasons to consider. His words made her remember something. Could it be Bingan? Old Bai? You mean besides the beast tide outside, we also need to be wary of Bingyan's forces lurking in the shadows? Lao Bak's eyes serious, praising the intelligence. For now, we still don't know how far the Bingyan forces have developed. Based on his guess, if we miss the chance and wait for them to join forces with the beast tide to attack, it will be too late to rescue Longjiang. Lang Nguyet turned to someone sitting nearby and asked how long it would take for the beast tide to reach Longjiang. His worried face looked at her, and he added that it would take about 2 days, based on another piece of information provided by that person. Right now, Huangku is extremely dangerous, and it will take at least 2 days to send reinforcements. Hearing that, Lang Nguyet quickly responded, meaning they must deploy troops immediately, right? Suddenly, Tabin's phone rang. Wait, both she and he were confused. Huh? He slowly spoke. Everyone listen to me. Someone approaches at a different location, Area 43 of the Continental Zone, a Level C city base. Has the beast tide alert been sent to headquarters? The soldier nodded by the control panel. Yes, it has been sent. A series of red arrows and attack points appear, warning of multiple enemy branches approaching Longjiang City Base with the predicted beast tide in 48 hours. Both blue and red teams gather at a single location, issuing orders to St. Light City Base. The nearby strongholds immediately send reinforcements to Longjiang. We absolutely cannot let Longjiang fall. Long Sun gently pats the soldier's shoulder and softly smiles. That's good. With so many strongholds supporting, that's enough. You've done well. The pale-faced soldier turned to look at him and said, I've done what you told me. His voice trembling as he asked, can you let me go now? A punch with 5 fingers pressed into the ground. The soldier is dead. Unfortunately, I have changed my mind. After finishing the task, Long Sun, feeling bored, sighed. What a waste of time. Behind a person sitting on a pile of withered corpses, criticizing and saying it's not even worth picking up equipment over there, Long Sun licks clean a blood-covered face. What's the point of wasting time? Spreading the news that we're about to attack Longjiang is Bingan's order. Minbin holds the bloodied corpse in his hand. Of course, I know it's the order from Lord Binyan. I said killing these ordinary people without spiritual energy is pointless and won't gain anything. Long Sun raises his powerful hand. Heh heh. This is the power of a strong expert. A single thought can shatter bones, crush internal organs, and cause fresh blood to spurt out. Haven't you ever fantasized about it before? His expressionless face responded with, what kind of stupid remark is that? Now, even if I were to conquer the Blue Star and see a group of people being strangled by tentacles, sucking something from their bodies, I feel it wouldn't be a problem at all. After it's done, the corpses are piled high into mountains. In another space, the burning buildings and the Level C city base, after being attacked by the Bingan army for 1 hour and 14 minutes, have completely fallen. The nearby city buildings are also reduced to ashes. At the same time, cities with Level C bases 44, 45, 46, and 47 were also attacked at the same level with no exceptions, all falling completely. On the screen, a series of cities seemed to be destroyed. Outside the lost continent, there is no longer any response, and they cannot monitor the movement of the beast tide in time. The hungry beasts rush wildly, passing by the burning buildings. One of the members of the Binyan army squadron sneered, If they want us to clear the way for these beasts, we can't just let them die on their own, right? Officer of the Bingan Battle Legion, Qianluk Ham Hai Ken, sneered. How could a pile of broken weapons activate the alertness? A dagger stabbed into the enemy's heart would naturally be sharper. The remaining officers of the Bingan Battle Corps, Han Hai Kan Shangwei, spoke up.
The people from the Aluk district must have been frightened into silence by the rapid fall of the sea-level city base, right? I bet they now wish they could mobilize everything possible to Longjiang.
He kept his eyes fixed on the hand. Ha ha, just as Lord Nyai predicted, the gates of the other base city are all open. I'm eager to carry out the next step of the plan now. Where is Lord Bai Nun? Has it acted yet? That goes without saying. After all, Lord Bi Yen is the key to this Kadyu Fox Mountain. 2 days later, a group of fierce beasts is advancing under the command of their leader. No one else. It's Appy. He looks dazzling. Recognizing the abnormality through the system, his subordinate quickly reports,
Old Bai, the beast tide is approaching Longjiang, and we have observed a suspicious human figure believed to be Bi Yen appearing in the beast tide.
The situation is urgent, Labe.
Lao Bai orders a report to all Longjiang troops to prepare for battle. The command is ready. Yes.
A group of officers hurriedly rush forward, solemnly reporting to To Trian Ki that the Longjiang Guard has taken their positions.
The officer looks at you and asks for permission to issue the combat order.
A group of people standing there are the Longjiang Imperial Guards, an elite force chosen by Tobin from the Tan, Chu, Duong, and Muklu families, with Deep and Kong as key trainees. Standing by the observation tower, Tobin decided to proceed with the original plan. The order had been received, yes, his eyes fixed intently on you. Human, it seems you even prepared a special welcome ceremony for me.
You're also facing each other. Don't say it's a welcome. I've even prepared a farewell ceremony for you. The beasts, as if starving, growl non-stop, and a huge foot appears, causing them to scatter in panic. It's the giant elephant rushing over.
It is rushing towards Tabin's headquarters. Kim Tui stands calmly watching, truly a savage.
Hua Kuang stands beside in anger. Is that of Wang Thu?
Yes, it is the Taithan colossal elephant with the bloodline of Han Hai Kan, said to have inherited a supernatural strength capable of leveling a mountain, as its massive foot draws closer. From afar, the fortress is ablaze with fire. It aims directly at the elephant and opens fire.
And then the explosion shook the sky. Shielding the wind, he nodded in approval.
Well done. Hua glanced back, then charged straight into our thunder zone with 3 layers of overlapping monster mines. Even the king beast was 3 parts roasted, but contrary to their expectations, it was unharmed. Not only that, its disjointed body was protected by a transparent shield. Seeing it still safe and unharmed, Kim Tui feels worried while he stands nearby gritting his teeth in frustration.
Damn it, that's an A-level earth defense skill called Athudu. Truly, ordinary methods are not enough to stop the king beast.
Seeing the giant elephant charge forward like that, no wonder Baingan sent the king beast as the vanguard.
Because they could see through the Taithan giant elephant's high-level defensive ability and enormous size, App's gaze fixed on it intently, and suddenly its speed increased even more.
Hua Kuang sensed something was off. Taithan Ku Tuang seemed to be accelerating again, which made Kim Tui feel a bit uneasy. What is happening? Is it planning to crash straight into the wall? Unbearable. Tabin begins to channel his inner strength, ready to teach it a lesson. His hand extends as if about to do something.
A divine beast dragon soars high from the fortress. Its landing shatters everything around. The dragon roars wildly as it faces its opponent, and both charge at each other without yielding.
The elephant's eye suddenly glows strangely, forcing Tabin's spiritual beast to use all its strength to hold on. The protective shield was shattered, and taking advantage of the opportunity, the dragon immediately seized one of its horns. Opening its mouth wide, it stored energy, and a surge of power was unleashed by your spirit beast. Seeing that, Pai was a bit surprised. Oh, it is enjoying itself as it tears apart the enemy's body into 2 pieces. The scene excites Hua to the utmost.
Well done for your victory. You managed to
cut off the king beast's head. Kim Tui also marveled. Its power is truly fierce. Taithan Kutung is no match. Has Tatruyan Ki's hell-forged dragon beast already entered legendary status? He smugly glanced at him. It seems that my master's Ziyan truck dragon has successfully leveled up. Kim Thui's eyes show a hint of surprise. I've never heard of this evolutionary branch of the 2DM Truk Long beast before. Hua Kuang said his master told him this is a rare path of evolution formed by merging the bloodlines of the 2 Huyet Tian Long. From what I hear, you also understand a bit that this is an ancient, super-powerful dragon beast that went extinct over 1,000 years ago, right? No wonder the flames spreading out caused the giant statue to explode just now. It's not an ordinary strength. Your spirit beast's mouth continues to gather energy to attack, a beam of light heading straight for Ai, but suddenly 2 monsters appear to block him, both unleashing their energy in response. Kim Tui was a bit surprised, facing 2 king beasts at once.
But the 2DM truck dragon beast was not at a disadvantage. Hua Kuang felt strange. No, Mayor, look quickly at the beasts coming over. In the distance, an army of monsters is approaching. He is stunned to see a whole herd of 10,000 beasts, more than twice the number reported earlier. His arrogant face sneers. I came out of curiosity to see how much this human-raised dragon beast can surpass an ordinary king beast. The giant paw crushes the ground into fragments as a huge fiery ape growls. This is the Shich Honviem Mavien, ranked 4th on the elemental fire beast leaderboard. With each step it took, the flames spread wider and grew fiercer, but the dragon did not retreat at all. Kim Tui hurriedly covered his face. This is the ancestral bloodline skill of the royal beast, the Shich Honviem Matien, world-destroying foot fire. Hua Quan was amazed. I remember the damage range of world-ending foot fire isn't supposed to be 100 miles. This is already 1,000 miles away. He quickly explained the reason to you. That red soul flame demon pellet must have gained the power boost from Bin Yan. Damn, then what kind of ordinary king beast is it anymore? The protective layer created by the spirit beast surrounds the fortress. Seeing the flames grow too large, Kim Tui worries. Can the demon world true fire, even as a king beast, avoid the 7 elements of the fiery truck long beast's defense? Huo Sung turned back and smiled to reassure him. Hee. Mayor, don't be fooled by the fierce appearance of 2DM. Truck Long tearing apart the giant statue with its hands. Its true expertise is in Truck Long, and it immediately obeyed. To Bin's order to use the divine transformation technique for defense, suddenly an invisible pair of legs moved, and a giant figure stepped out from the fortress. Thanks to the protective layer, the city inside was not damaged by the flames. The gods' iron walls above furrow their brows, unable to tell which clan this strange defensive skill belongs to, yet it far surpasses the bloodline inheritance of beast kings. The Jiat Kim Tui looked up in surprise. The divine transformation technique. This is Tutrian Kai's exclusive snow magic. Seeing is believing. Hua Kuang happily chuckles. Hoo, they've been trapped in the abyss for so long, do they feel out of touch with the changing times? Tabin looks at them coldly. Do you find that strange? Did it make both of them stop in surprise? Tabin remembered that the Tai Than Ku Tuong had created a safe path through the lightning zone, clearly a great opportunity for battle until a pack of monster beasts entered, but the other side did not command the monsters to line up and surround the base. While they fought, Tubin realized that the enemy was constantly provoking the front lines alone, and Kim Tui stood outside watching him. Is the other side testing us? Suddenly Hua Kuang realized something. No, it seems the people from the other faction are not here. A horde of monsters is wreaking havoc below, and all the beasts are under the city walls. Where did the people relying on them go? Neither of them understands. Kim Tui turned pale after those words. The other side hasn't fully committed to attacking Longjiang, but we have gathered all the elites from 11 bases to Longjiang. If we attack other nearby bases now, they will appear on the high ground. A group of Bean-Gan soldiers appears from the crevice. Attack the entire city for me. Anyone with cultivation, regardless of age or gender, must not be spared. Each person rides a spirit beast with a heroic expression, slaughtering everything in sight. The system alarm screen reports to the mayor about 11 bases, including Niuhai, Shihu, Mashuan, Xiaguo, Chuha, Yuankai, Yangji, Hoquan, Jibahulan, and Thodam. Kim Tui was alarmed when he heard the report that they were enemy forces from the Bing Yan faction. He realized from the very beginning that Bing Yan had targeted the city bases, where my legendary branch had opened a subsidiary. Is the beast tide arriving at Longjiang just to buy more time? Are you only just realizing now? It's too late now, humanity. He looked down from above at the chaos below. You can only be trapped inside this divine tower, helplessly watching others turn into food. Unable to take a single step, away Kim Tui kneels, disgusting, truly cunning. He put his hand on his head and said, It's hopeless now. From afar, 2 men approached to report to Mr. To that what you requested has been nearly arranged. Bin smiled. Very good, it seems it's not too late. He looked at something that made his expression change slightly. Look up at the sky quickly. The continuous explosions are air raids. A huge explosion, as if it was caused by the D-Bang team's cannons. Those guys are still alive thanks to the protective layer. The fake Guardian is deadly. The fake Guardian bullets are caused by the unstable core of the 9th level Apex beast. The huge but rare rule is the city's secret weapon for an A-class base. Alex is puzzled. Why do these B-class bases have such powerful weapons? The defense resources of the nearby base should be sent to Longjiang to stop the new beast tide, right?
No, forget it. What are those spacecraft in the sky outside the space near Lam Tin, Tin Kong, and the main city?
One after another, the Tin Kong have landed safely. The gates are gradually opening, and an army of Tin Due is approaching. Now you are all fish in a barrel. Shh.
All the soldiers are descending one after another. There's no way out anymore. Alex and his companions are stunned. Who are you?
The first battlefield, Kim Tui happily receives the essence. Excellent, since it's the elite from the bases, it turns out. Tatrian Ki had long seen through our plan for Holy Sun, so he deliberately delayed, waiting for the right moment to deploy all troops into the void to carry out the plan and quietly advance. Tabin smiled brightly at him, then snorted and said, "I was waiting for the air supply. What are you waiting for?" Bai's face suddenly grimaced. All the beast tribes obeyed the order to crush Long Jiang. The train rushes forward, underground logistics, a group of people carrying boxes, and the ferocious beasts advancing together.
Oh, they were just inspecting the crates and chatting casually. I've never heard such a loud noise before.
Don't use your hands. The scale of this beast tide is probably far beyond level A. I can't imagine how brutal the battle ahead will be. Suddenly, the train cabin shook violently. Everyone was startled. Outside, the track showed a crack.
Hot nearby observed that the battle above could actually affect the underground tunnels hundreds of meters below the surface.
This is the destructive power of the king beast. In the distance, another person holding their head confirms that Bingan has definitely taken action.
That's a divine beast from the Heaven's Mandate realm. We can't win against it. We're doomed, we'll be drained dry.
The commander quickly reassured the team.
I haven't received any orders to retreat. Get up now.
We have countless beast tamer warriors. The soldiers above are fighting the beast king. They need stamina potions and ammunition. Our mission is to deliver these to them, not to worry about which side is stronger. He raised his hand high with everyone, determined. This battle, we must win.
Think about how many resources such a large beast will bring. The spoils of war, everyone is united.
Yes, Tabin and his team can definitely defeat the beast tide. He's the youngest legendary beast tamer in history. The commanding figure's voice echoed. Yes, the proposal has been made. The next battle is about to begin. Hurry up and get moving for me. The iron ship is rushing forward. But suddenly strange tentacles invade this place. On the first battlefield, the fiery monkey is wreaking havoc. It and Truk Long charge at each other as if to tear each other apart. On the other side, the writhing wolves look like they give you goosebumps. It claws its sharp claws onto the wall, trying to jump over the fence, but a bullet causes its head to explode. It turns out everyone was already prepared with weapons. One team member shouted loudly, "Don't even think about coming closer. Die for me." The bullets, like flames, rushed toward them, and the shells falling to the ground were just as numerous. They kept fighting back so fiercely that the gun barrels turned red hot. A shard of ice appeared, wielded by the mysterious ice spirit. From afar, a beast is rushing toward the machine, its claws raised to pounce on the operator, but it's too late. But just as its claw was about to touch his head, a foot blocked the long claw gently. He gave it a powerful kick. "Go back to where you came from." The people below have recognized the commander. Du Huang stands on top of the machine. Be careful, these ferocious beasts are all enhanced by Binyan to varying degrees, much stronger than other beasts of the same level. The subordinate saw Do Huang clearly. Suddenly, there was a cry for help. Du Huang quickly turned around to look and saw someone below being attacked by a monster. Du Huang carefully examined their bodies and immediately recognized the unstable core on their chests. Suddenly, the monster's body exploded, and he was holding the injured soldier in his arms. Damn it! Looking at Tobin, Do Huang reports that Binyan has implanted unstable cores in some of the monsters, intending to blow up our fortress and walls. Boss. To, I suggest pulling back outside the city walls. Standing behind you, Tianxiao recommends that leaving the city is like offering sheep to the wolf. Boss, Tu can let me handle this. I will set up the formation. The Imperial Guards obeyed the order, and the soldiers behind shouted loudly. A formation of soldiers and Tiantiu set up the battle, revealing a blue, dragon-shaped light, with the dragon's mouth holding a sword as they moved toward the front of the fairy formation. It clenched its teeth around the sword, preparing to attack. The monsters hadn't noticed the strange thing yet. A horizontal slash across their heads, and that strike caused a large hole to appear in the ground. The monsters, upon seeing this, immediately retreated in fear. The monkey's head had somehow fallen to the ground without anyone noticing. Truk Long successfully defeated the opponent, roaring to show its dominance. Hua Kuang cheered with excitement, and Kim Tui's face also lit up. It's hard to believe, but we managed to repel this siege. But then the ground suddenly cracked open, and the monkey's face was pulled down like that. Truk Long immediately soared into the sky to avoid it. Soon after, an enormous tentacle shot out from the crack. They all looked stunned, and seeing that, Hua Kuang immediately remembered his mother. On the second battlefield, everyone sensed some kind of movement, as if there was something there. The long, twisted tentacle suddenly appeared before my eyes, bursting out of the ground. As it lifted up, it had already crushed countless people beneath it. Binyan's soldiers rejoice. Finally, Lord Binyan has stepped in. Ha ha. This is the strength of the heavenly destiny realm. To make you all so arrogant, Lord Binyan will crush you with a single slap. The monster's sharp-toothed mouth, like a tongue sucking the life force from everyone, lifts them up and extracts a blue substance. Are those people shouting while handcuffed? Lord Binyan, can you hear us? These people have sealed our energy. Please help us break free. Its head suddenly retracts. If possible, grant us a little more strength. The monster's mouth is wide open, drooling, but we can still fight. Only now do they realize this problem. Wait, aren't those its tongues heading towards the Belgian soldiers? The guy with the constricting tongue screams, "Don't do it." He Jiang's cry echoes through the sky. I don't want to become a discarded child. The strength I have, the strength I fought so hard to gain, his life has been ended.
Huh?
Bainan, you won't die peacefully? Back on the front lines, Pai is enjoying himself. Because he is the owner of the tentacles, Tabin looks a bit worried. Tudiem Truklong immediately returned to the beast's lair. In the sky, your Truklong hurriedly flew back. They haven't gone far when the tentacle binds its feet. He uses the tentacle to tighten around Truklong's neck, as if to finish it off. Du Huang is worried. This doesn't look good. Master Tothian Tu's dragon quickly summons itself. The azure dragon departs. The blue dragon appears before the spiritual beast with its sword drawn, but the cut from the sword only lightly grazes Shuk Tu. Du Huang quickly observes and shouts, "The cut is too shallow, old Chu." Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Tabin transformed, wielding his sword. Hua Kuang and Kim Tui were stunned. To Tryon Kai, the sword you swung at the tentacle in that strike of Tobin was even more impressive than the dragon earlier. Appy sensed something was wrong and opened his eyes. Tabin's earlier slash immediately angered him, and the sea of tentacles attacked toward him. Tabin did not hesitate and kept swinging the weapon in his hand. Kim Tui watched Tobin anxiously, sensing danger. Truyan Kai carefully watches Nian. Tabin frowns and delivers the final slash. So he swung his final sword with such force that it seemed to tear the sky apart. The strike completely severed the tentacle. "Let me out!" Truk Long immediately breaks free from restraint. Tabin gently ordered it to Tudiem Truk Long to go. But how could they let you and Truk Long escape? Thien Tu appears to respond. "Boss Tu came to support you, but I didn't expect those tentacles to shatter the blue dragon." Thien Tao is holding his bloody mouth. Du Huang looks confused. The line of defense we proud of has collapsed in the blink of an eye. He looks around at the scattered corpses. The destructive power is so terrifying, and the distance is too great. Looking up at Api, he trembles in fear. This is truly a divine calamity. The tentacle clings to you and the spirit beast, getting closer as if it has touched Tabin. The system display appears, indicating you have entered the sky above the store area. Tabin turned around happily, finally arrived. Seeing this, his face suddenly became confused. What had arrived? You use your magic to block the tentacles. The system appears, and within the shop's protective zone, the host gains unbeatable effectiveness. Tabin warns him, "Your death is coming." Ah looks at Tobin with confusion. "Are you saying it's death already?" He is wrapping his tentacles together, gradually forming them into a monster. That monster looks really terrifying. How can Kim Tui overcome such a creature? With a clear voice, I declare that you still dare to say that my death day has come. Humanity. Tabin returned to standing next to Xiao Kulao, dismissing it with a wave and challenging, "If you don't believe it, come and try." Seeing him floating in the air, Kim Tui was stunned, not only actively ending the fusion state in front of the Heaven's Mandate being gone, but also recalling the War Beast. What is Tu Trian Ki thinking? Could it be that he plans to use the empty garden trick to surprise the opponent? If that guy isn't fooled, then there's no more chance left. The monster's legs are moving, its fiery steps are now on the base. "Mayor Ta, this place is too dangerous. Let's go." He looks like a foolish, soulless person. "Ha ha, where can you run to now?" Longjiang base has been destroyed. No one can escape their fate of being absorbed. Better to die than be spared. The beast's claw slams down hard, but it's just a show. It's already shattered. Both of them suddenly froze. Hua Kuang was confused. "I'm not dead. What's going on?" They suspiciously look up at the dark, ominous sky. "Your hand used your power to prevent your feet from stepping down." Hua Kuang was stunned. "It's my master." Tabin smiled and said, "It's just a vine. Watch me restore it to its original state. He didn't expect to see this, just humans. He ordered the grasshopper monster to hit the car, and the monster used extra force. Tabin calmly catches it without any effort, a faint smile on his lips. Useless. A golden light appears around him. The Tran Ma Divine Fist. The monster's foot suddenly exploded, leaving Aino stunned and unable to believe his eyes. What? The tentacle monster has fallen. From afar, Tabin rushes to Bingan. Take my punch. A punch from you knocked the tentacle away. The monster's severed limb hung and it staggered and fell. The screen shows the monster, its life signal rapidly fading. The thief looks at Vice Chairman Bai. Bingan is dead. Tatrian Kai successfully kills Bangan, and he stands there in shock. Are you serious? That person truly guaranteed it. We won. Hua Kwang rejoiced. That's awesome. I knew my master would definitely be able to do it. Qin Tui weeps as she says it's so good that Longjiang City has been protected. And he even came up with the idea that if I were a woman, I would immediately fly up and kiss the marriage master. Looking at Hua Kwang, Tobin sighs. Luckily you don't know how to fly, or I'd be suffering for a long time. Master, you're so insensitive. She's about to cry. Suddenly, A spoke so only Tabin could hear. What exactly did you do? It's just a fake human from the legendary scene. What exactly did you do? Tabin turned around to look. Biyun, come out. Your actions are confusing, Huochang. Master, what are you talking about? Didn't Binan just get killed? Tabin thought Bingan was not dead. It was still talking to me. What? But its body is lying there. Tabin kept shouting. Bingan, show your true form. The figure stepping forward to stop him said, don't waste your strength anymore. Anna looked at Tabin. He won't find her. He turned his head to look at her. Anna, what do you mean by that? Anna explained calmly. Her face was serious. The thing you call Bian is not here. Tabin was stunned. Bingan is not here. No way. At this moment, I clearly heard Bingan's voice. Tabin assures that, moreover, my instincts will never deceive me. You describe a blazing red eye in the darkening sky with someone staring at me like a tiger eyeing prey. Tabin hurriedly flew to where she was standing. His feet lightly touched the ground. Hurry up and explain. What do you mean Bingan is no longer here? She asked softly with her head bowed. Does Bingan seem different from me? He looked confused. Different how? It is a ferocious beast. I am a human. What else could there be? Anna's eyes widened. So, I will change my way of speaking. Where do you think the gap between the heavenly mandate realm and the 8th level cultivation lies? Caught off guard, he hesitated. The heavenly destiny realm. A monstrous figure appeared in his mind. Its strength is greater than mine. Its speed is faster than mine. It is older than me, and it has more tentacles than I do. Hearing you say that, Anna gently smiled while covering her mouth. Qian's thoughts are truly interesting. In your eyes, is a monkey with heavenly mandate realm cultivation just someone who has obtained more stones than a monkey at level 8? Tabin looked awkwardly at Anna. Stop teasing me. What exactly are you trying to say? Her face gradually became serious. Listen carefully. Those with the heaven mandate realm all master some kind of law of space. Her eyes flicked down. Law of space, like the thunder law I am familiar with? Anna explained. The thunder law at your current level is far from mastering it. At most, you're just at the threshold. She looked up at the building opposite, and what you call being gone is actually the one truly mastering the space law. Anna smiled slightly and pointed. Just fold yourself in and enter a different space where no one can ever find you. A stranger is secretly listening to their conversation from afar, looking as if they are reading a novel rather than eavesdropping. A black aura is enveloping both of them. As if with a third eye, Tabin turned his head, and the feeling of being stared at earlier disappeared. Has Bingan's space of law been seen through by Anna, causing it to panic and run away? His eyes widened. Wait. Bingan has escaped, so the corpse I killed in the suburbs was just a clone. The true Bingan has been hiding in the space of law all along. Anna turned around and replied, No, you have no law power. Even if you are smarter, you cannot touch a finger of its true body. Hearing that, Tabing was full of frustration and annoyance, and Anna reassured him from behind. However, he didn't need to lose heart, even if it was just a false body. Her slow, steady voice told Tubing that the power it absorbed could all be kept inside. 2 sharp claws are digging into something. A tentacle tunnel opens up. System notification. All units, please pay attention. The giant creature's power cutoff switch has been completed. Please line up and leave. No toxic gas detected. It's safe to enter. Tabin and Tioko Lau are flying in to scout, both stopping at the green partition. You feel this is the right spot. Tabin places his whole hand on the green wall.
Suddenly, it gently parted to reveal something behind him. A pile of crystals gradually emerged, and the entire cave suddenly poured out.
Tabin turned on his flashlight, and yet there was so much crystal energy. How many people had he absorbed in the end? Gold crystal appeared on the screen, and besides the frontline soldiers, it also looted our subway train filled with energy supplements.
Even the logistics officer in charge of supplies couldn't escape luck. Do you think these crystal energies could be turned back into the people they absorbed? The screen shows Tabin asking Elder Bach if there is any way for our technology to turn things around. The elder shakes his head. Those who have died are truly gone. All we can do is remember those brave souls who stepped forward for us. A series of images of your brothers appear. Tabin clenches his fists, feeling helpless in the face of their silent sacrifices. The boss at the keyboard is crying with his face in his hands, turning away to hold back his pain. Du Huang asked, Mr. To, please give the order. Every second in the wilderness zone is dangerous. How should we handle these crystal energies? Tian Xiao also spoke to reassure him. Bian was personally driven back by you. No one will blame your decision. He sat down, took a spirit stone, holding the gem in his hand. Tabin was deeply moved. Everyone's sacrifice will not be in vain. Please become the strength for me to defeat Bayan. Everyone is gathering around the monster's corpse, trying to harvest from it. Put the loot into the basket, he said happily. Today's harvest is almost equal to a year of mine. Looking down, you guys from Longjiang, you won't go back on your word, will you? He shouted from below. Mr. Tan said that any base that sends reinforcements deserves credit. This is the reward you all deserve, so go ahead and harvest. Suddenly, someone sat down on the ground and sighed. No matter how many rewards there are, they are of no use. Surrounded by wounded brothers being treated, if another beast tide comes, many will die. The city has collapsed. Binyan has fled. Can we still hold out next time? Suddenly, a hand gently pats his shoulder in comfort. It turns out that Du Huang is reassuring him. Even though we paid a heavy price in this battle, he reminds us softly, but remember it well. His eyes were full of encouragement. We have stopped the beast tide. Those monsters didn't step over our bodies to eat our loved ones. Commander Hu helped him to stand up, and Do Huang shouted loudly. At the same time, the boss managed to push back Binyan alone, one of the four kings, and everyone quietly listened. He shouted to the sky, "They are not scary at all. All we need to do is to try to improve our combat strength and our fortress." Du Huang raised his hand and said, "When the next beast tide comes, we will send those damn monsters to their doom." Someone is watching them from afar, one way or another. They will not return. So it's Tian Xiao, the old man just quietly observing. A familiar sign appears again. Inside the screen, grass shows up. A battle room with beast tamers placing crystals down, he ponders. Biran's attack targets are all the bases where I opened my shops. Their goal is nothing surprising. Tabin carefully arranges each crystal, aiming to seize the store system and absorb high-quality resources produced by the store. He personally created this place to honor sacrifice. Tabin falls into contemplation, unaware that when he is at the store, he is invincible. I want to use this to completely destroy Binyan. I bowed my head and gave a final salute to the towers, but I was wrong. Tabin closed his eyes, surprised that using the trump card only resulted in a fake body for him. The images of AP and his henchmen appeared clearly in his mind. But if Binyan's fake body could easily break the city, why didn't it do so from the start? Clearly, after breaking through the city walls and letting the beast tide invade and slaughter humanity, distracting the enemy on both fronts was the smartest strategy. Tabin doubted, could it be that Binyan's strength wasn't that powerful at that time? Listening to Elder Bai, the first emperor of the human race sacrificed himself, using a lot of energy to suppress the entrance of the abyss. The crack is widening, and if the suppressing energy doesn't completely dissipate, then its forced breakthrough will definitely cause severe backlash. Lost in thought, if Binyan's vital energy was severely injured and it returned to Lam Tin, it would definitely try to devour other lives to restore its strength. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened in shock. Tabin gazed at this crystal mountain before him. These crystals were not useless food for Binyan, but vital nourishment for healing. Tabin begins to move, and Binyan, without these crystals, is still in a weakened state. He has fallen into a meditative stance, and if he can reach the third level of the heavenly mandate stage in the legend, the power within him could be unleashed to kill it. The surging energy caused Tabin's eyes to glow brightly, and his system notification revealed that his rank had broken through to the ultimate level of the legendary Hanhai realm, a necessary skill to comprehend the law of space. Tabin harnessed power from the landing. He raised his arm full of power, gazing in disbelief, feeling his body 100 times lighter, as if he had just escaped from a suit of iron.
Tabin gently lifted his shining eyes, still with divine vision. With it, even if someone stronger by a realm tried to ambush him, he would detect it immediately. His eyes have returned to their deep black color. I never expected that such a freakish skill was just one of the essential abilities for space law. No wonder Chuan Na said only by mastering the law of space can one defeat Biyan. Over there? Tian Xiao appeared as if he was at ease. Congratulations to Boss Tuo on your successful breakthrough. Tabin approached and asked if there was something wrong. Tian Tio calmly said, "We lost many excellent beast tamer during this beast tide. Even if the others receive compensation, it will be hard for them to survive the next beast tide." Tabin stroked his chin and asked the old man, "Do you have any plans?" Tian Tio looked at you suggestively and said, "We need to strengthen our forces to face the next beast tide." Yu Yin clenched her fists as the city base had already been taken over. "Besides the remnants of the Biyan rebel forces," she said, "there are still a few major noble families resisting. If we can rescue them, they will surely become our strength." Tabin placed his hand on his chin and looked at Ru Yin. Convincing the remaining major clans was indeed a good idea. But why does she care about these matters? Her face grim with bitterness, she replied, "The main base of the Duong family is under siege." Looking at her, Tabin's eyes shone brightly. "Oh, who dares to besiege your Duong family?" As Yen recounts, "It's the Tudo family, the Vuong family." Continue. "They and our Duong family are both major powers with bases across the entire Asia continent. During Bingan's rebellion, instead of uniting against the enemy, they colluded with each other, joining Bingan's forces, aiming to use this opportunity to conquer our Duong family." Chan Yu Yen knelt on the grass. "I have never begged anyone in my life." Her sad eyes looked at him and begged for permission to leave the shop and go back to save her family. Tabin's eyes looked at her in surprise. The image of a proud young lady he once knew, Duong Nyu Yen, who was usually accustomed to arrogance and pride. You kneeling before him confuses Tabin and your willingness to give up. Ton Ngim seems a bit abnormal. He looks at Ruo Yan, and you say that the Tudo and Vuong families are collaborating to conquer the Duong family. Even if I allow you to leave the shop, what can a battle pet master without a title like you do? Can you stop the two major families when even the Duong family can't?" Yen hesitated, and though she couldn't prevent the destruction of her family, she was in pain. "At least I have to get that person out." Tabin understood what she meant, so she wanted to save people. He adjusted his collar. "Since that's what I intend, you can tell me the list of everyone's positions." Tabin asked Ri Yen, "Why bother risking yourself when I can handle it?" Her face was filled with frustration. Isn't her expression just like when she first stepped out of the ghost realm and fell into the devil's hands? Tabin burst out laughing. "So, you were worried about this, making it so mysterious." He sneered and pressed the bracelet, and she turned away when she didn't want to talk. The image of the spirit servant appeared on the screen. "The teacher is looking for you. Tabin asks how the progress of the binding contract is going." Holding the chart, she read. "Luckily, with the materials provided by the teacher, the research went very smoothly. Maybe in about 5 months we can carry out the first inspection." Tabin suddenly hesitated. "Bingan fears we won't have that much time, but Ling Dong says that with the current equipment and manpower of our Heavenly Dragon Academy, we're already working at the fastest possible pace. Your serious look also means that with better equipment and more talented people, we could speed up the research, right?" During the City Hall meeting at the Holy Light Association training hall, an employee ran over to report to him. Old Master Bach, Tu Truyen Ki, called and stroked his beard. Old Master Bach agreed. Everyone around was talking about Tu Bin. He is the man who led Long Jiang to push back Bing'an. I heard he's not even 20 yet. Laughter and chatter fill the room. Can someone so young really have the strength to rival the Heavenly Fate stage? In this era of declining spiritual power, having such a powerful beast tamer is our luck. Old Bai's face turned pale as he looked at To Bing. "What? You want to use research equipment and global staff?" Smiling, he waved his hand and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Just need the top team. The team is too weak. They probably won't get anything done. I need them to finish one task within a month." Are those staff members at the meeting table turned to stone for a month? Everyone is shouting at you for causing chaos. Trian Kai, do you know what it means for the world's most advanced scientific research to be suspended for a month? Even you, the great hero who defeated Binyan, can't just do whatever you want. Tabin presses the end button. Lindong smiles softly. "Hey, what happened to the teacher?" It seems like a lot of people are scolding the teacher. You wave goodbye to her. It's okay. You found it for me. Do your best, and then I'll ask them to contact you." "Yes." The call ended just like that. Roy Yen is still sitting on the ground. You haven't agreed to our deal yet. Tabin looked back at her. Don't say you're saving people. It's already good enough that you didn't sacrifice your life. Before we set off to level up, Nu Yen seemed quite moved. Tabin reached out and squeezed her hand. Our staff can't afford to lose face outside. At a sharp cliff, this exploration lasts 8 days, with 1 day in the training ground equal to 1 hour in the outside world. Good luck with your exploration. Tabin and Nu Yen appear. She looks around in confusion. Where are we? It's an illusion created by my treasure. Why do you keep reminding her when she cares so much? Worry about your own safety first. Suddenly, behind Nu Yen, a monster appeared. Huh! It slashed with its sharp claws and knocked her down, leaving Nu Yen motionless with just 1 strike. The system panel appears, indicating that the temporary contract target of the host, Duong Nu Yen, has died. Would you like to revive? Tabin sat on the cliff, pressing the screen. Respawn? She gradually opened her eyes, looking at her stomach in panic. What is happening? Could I have already died just now? I already said this is an illusion. If you really want to go save someone, don't get distracted. Focus on the battle ahead. The monster charged again towards Nu Yen, and seeing it, she quickly got up to defend herself. Got it. Nu Yen channels her energy and prepares to defend, thinking it's just a 9th level beast. Killing it to show you is enough. Memories from the past gradually come into focus. Or perhaps 1,000 miles away, killing someone leaves no trace. Looking at this image of Nu Yen, she looks really adorable. Then she brushes off her clothes and leaves. Her broken leg wobbles secretly. As expected, Nu Yen suddenly falls to the ground. Oh no! Vu Ni quickly ran over to her, holding the wound on her knee carefully. Wait! She swiftly took out a first aid kit, applied a patch to her leg, and comforted her, making all the pain and tears disappear, as Yen wiped away her tears with gratitude. Thank you, Vu Ni. Holding her tightly, she promised, I will take good care of everyone in our Duong family, especially you. Nu Yin gently smiles. Yes, even on this land full of wounds, I will protect you. The monsters rush at her constantly. She grabs the sharp iron stick and fights, flipping her body high into the air. Nu Yen observes carefully, taking the chance to spot their weakness. She quickly jumps onto its back, which immediately struggles to throw her off. Nu Yen half closes her eyes, raising her wooden stick and says, Honest, give it to me. So she delivered a fatal blow to it. Suddenly, sharp stones flew at a speed that could reach the altar if they hit her. Nu Yen quickly dodged just in time. It turns out the other beast was controlling it with force. Its red eyes seemed to rush towards Yen, as if longing to save its family, making her no longer afraid. Frozen in place, a protective barrier appeared, Lu Lai's body, unexpectedly allowing the stones to pass through. But then, the barrier shattered instantly, causing the stones to injure Nu Yen. Hey! Nu Yen keeps stabbing the wooden spear into the beast's back, her eyes unyielding despite the pain. Hi, your inner strength seems to be bursting out. Ha 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 ha, the wooden stick has been driven straight into its back. The injured wolf howled in pain. Nu Yen successfully defeated a monster. At this moment, she still cannot fall. Despite the difficult path, she doesn't give up, her eyes no different from the Grim Reaper's. Nu Yen's gaze hardened as she looked at the other one, sensing the brutality of what was in front of her and immediately stepping back. The arrogant beast from before now runs away in retreat. Nu Yen won't let it escape. Don't even think about leaving here. The wooden stick flies through the beast's leg. The wound on its leg prevented it from escaping further, and Nu Yen seized the opportunity to rush forward, fighting to defend herself to avoid dying. The small hand decisively pulls out a weapon from the corpse of the wolf. She firmly grips the wooden stick and rushes forward. Nu Yen jumped down and stabbed straight into its throat. Even after such a deadly attack, she still remained vigilant. Her eyes widened as she looked at the creature she had just taken down with her own hands. Only then could the young lady finally breathe a sigh of relief and sit down to rest. Tabin quietly observed Nu Yen's Chengguo. He pondered for a long time, thinking that Duong Nu Yen's skills had been somewhat diminished because of it. He remembered when Nu Yen fought the beasts. Surprisingly, she performed even better than the first time they met. Even with the observation of the divine eye, nothing seemed wrong. It seemed she never let her guard down, not even in private. At this moment, Nu Yen was exhausted. Now combined with the deathly wood that crazily exploited her potential, her level easily broke through to the 8th realm. Surpassing her level to kill 9th-tier experts was also very easy. She seemed satisfied as he took out a treasure, but it still lacked a bit of fire. Tabin gently clenched his fist. A beam of light shot out, containing spiritual essence and divine fruit, which could help an 8th-tier expert instantly advance to the 9th tier. Those items immediately flew over for Nu Yen to absorb. In her dream, she remembers her younger sister Wu Nyi as Nu Yen's body lifts into the air surrounded by golden light. The system notification appears indicating the exploration time has ended. The nurturing energy portal is closing and returning. Hovering above, Nu Yen stammered as she called out, "Wu Nyi, wait a little longer, I will come to save you right away." After a night in the mysterious realm as dawn begins to break, Nu Yen frowned slightly. Nu Yen's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, regained her composure, and quickly sat up. Tabin sat cross-legged beside her, silently watching ahead. "How long have I been sleeping?" Tabin glanced and saw she was already sitting steadily. Right now, both of them are standing on the back of the 2DM Truk dragon. Tabin reminds them that this is not an illusion. If they die, they won't come back to life. Nu Yen, worried that she might be delayed, nervously asked, "We're taking too long. Where are we now?" Tabin calmly replied, "We just left the city base. Only a night has passed in the real world. No need to worry. Tell me where to go." She was silent for a moment before softly saying, "The city base is in the Dark Duel." Yu Yen stood up, pointed the way, and headed in that direction, then turned here. The first level A base city they encounter is exactly it. Tabin absent-mindedly transforms into something. "Yeah." Tabin took out a scroll of paper and put his hand inside to search for something. He drew out a sharp sword emanating powerful spiritual energy, and the majestic sword seemed intimidating. "What do you want to do?" She looked at me blankly as I handed her the calm and clear sword. "If you casually use her beast, which I already killed in the Longdai Mountain secret realm, you can't go empty-handed either, right?" Like Yen carefully observes the sword in front of her, silently contemplating how overwhelming the sword energy is. The area around the blade even emitted a fierce tearing sensation. Her hand, just sliced through, was already bleeding, and with this sword aura, she could easily break the immobilized crystal body she had previously trained in within the illusion. She suddenly remembered her uncle's weapon, so sharp that she had only seen it once in his divine beast-hunting scroll. But it was a legendary treasure capable of killing king beasts, making many clans revere it. Blushing, she shyly lifted her sword and spoke. Such a precious thing, of course. Tabin would immediately dispel her thoughts and lend it to her. "This is an ancient secret treasure obtained from the great reality true Dragon King." "What are you thinking, Mom? That's fat, so suck it up. You quickly summon your battle beast." Xiao Ko Lu leaves. It sank down to the ground. Nu Yin glanced at Tio Ko Lao hidden behind her shadow. She muttered, "Crawling into my shadow, huh?" Tabin ordered it. "Watch over her for me. Don't lose the sword." Little Ko Lao gave a thumbs up and said, "The master can rest assured about it." A bright and slightly excited smile appeared on Rui Yen's face. "So, you're saying you agree to let me go alone?" He sighed and replied, "Yes, you blockhead. Otherwise, all the effort I put into raising you would be wasted." She hesitated before expressing her worries. "I still thought you never liked our family." Tabin looked at the map displayed on his watch with a frown and replied, "I have never agreed with the big fish devouring the small fish, killing people and seizing treasures in the secret realm." His cold voice made Yen feel a little sad. "Now, with the pandemic looming, we just need to gather allies, that's all." Hearing the person inside say that, Yen Yusao lowered her face in sadness, when suddenly, Tabin kicked her down. Looking at the ground from this height, she widened her eyes. Tabin called down from above, another city base had also sent a distress signal. "It's not a convenient route. Let's each go our separate ways here." Ruyan Huang shouted loudly, "Wait, I don't have a flying beast companion." Tabin waved his hand, focusing on controlling his spiritual energy. "Let's go." Nu Yen frowned. Suddenly remembering when Tabin treated her, she understood what he just said, controlling her emotions. Nu Yen closed her eyes, focusing as the golden spiritual energy gradually radiated out. She raised both hands in front of her chest and began to channel her spiritual power. Finally, she succeeded in maintaining her balance, and Nu Yen was overwhelmed with tears of joy. "I can now fly through the sky, having reached level 9 of the wind attribute. This is not a dream. It's all real." Wiping away the tears of emotion from the corner of her eye, she took a deep breath, then looked at the shining sword in her hand and sincerely looked towards the gradually disappearing figure of Tobin. This gratitude, I, Duongmo, will never forget. The city base of the night battle, the Duong family headquarters that giant monster is continuously destroying, with smoke rising everywhere. Are the soldiers from the Tudo and Vuong families crazy? They keep chasing venerated beasts into the city. If this continues, the entire A-level city will be flattened. Suddenly, a spear flew from somewhere, and with a single strike of immense spiritual power, it pierced through the beast. it collapsed onto the ground with a large hole in its body, and a loud explosion caused a nearby building to collapse.
You think you can conquer us just by riding a beast? You're truly delusional.
Fai Vuquan leads the charge. Behind him, countless demonic beasts soar through the sky, and the head of the Duong clan, Duong Lanqian, sets a trap to catch them all. Vuquan loudly commands and then draws the golden yangbo, aiming directly at the monstrous beast.
A sinister laugh echoes. Ha ha, of course we're not naive enough to.
The two of them riding on fierce beasts slowly approached the crowd. They mocked, thinking that relying only on two uncontrollable king beasts could solve the crisis. But your last card, the legendary secret treasure Huyan Hai Thun Lip Tun, has run out of oil, hasn't it? Those two men are none other than the patriarchs of the Tudo and Vuong clans, the masterminds behind this chaos. And now the real show is about to begin.
Duong Lanqian said in shock that your family's secret treasure isn't the only legendary artifact.
A massive explosion, comparable to an atomic bomb, suddenly erupted in the city center, and as I was flying on my sword, a gust of wind made me sway as if I was about to fall. She immediately realized that the disturbance was coming from the dark Battle City base, and that the aftershock was spreading so far. What exactly happened over there? Two hands channeling spiritual power into the bell. The sound from that bell was like thousands of vengeful spirits crying out. Those around couldn't react in time, their bodies drained and their vision fading. What? The spiritual energy of everyone is being drained. Lan Qian realized that the sound of that bell was like a giant pit, draining our vitality. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, knowing that only a legendary-level evil aura that absorbs the flesh and blood of thousands could form such overwhelming power. Fei Han Tudo's bell sneers maliciously. Old Duong, you really are well-informed. Tudo's face is full of satisfaction. If not, why did we wait until now to destroy you? The soldiers of the two old men kicked forcefully at the people of the Duong family, causing them to vomit blood and fall down. He smugly looked at the once dominant family, now lying beneath his feet. Without spirit energy, you are just a bunch of useless trash. Lan Zhan gritted his teeth. Soldiers can die. And although he was drained of a lot of spiritual power, he still fiercely used his magic weapon to fend off the surrounding soldiers, but could not accept humiliation. He gasped for breath, glaring with hatred at the two ringleaders. This revenge, my Tang family will surely repay 100,000 times over. The strong man glances with disdain and says, From now on, today, I will take all of your Duong family down to the underworld and bring you out here. They drag a girl out and force her to kneel on the ground. Lan Zhan, seeing his daughter taken hostage, loses his composure and shouts loudly. Wu Ni! The strong man approached, grabbing Wu Ni by the collar, then looked at Lan Qian. Who doesn't know that your Duong family has trained two young masters? One is well-versed in the heavens and geography, the other is more talented and fierce. If we ignore it and do nothing, what chance do we have when the day of the double sword's union comes? He forcefully hits Wu Ni against the soul bell in threat. Where is the other young master? Speak now, or Wu Ni's spiritual power will be gradually drained by the soul bell, and if you don't, I will make you feel the pain of blood being drawn and bones pulled from the soul bell. She cried out in pain. He has lost patience, and said in a stern voice, Where is she? In the misty rain, Wu Ni thought of her senior sister, who must be living very well now, never to return. A sword suddenly shot towards the giant bell, shattering it, causing everyone to be thrown back. Who dares to ruin my plans? The ancient secret treasure still radiates spiritual energy as it is embedded into the pile of broken items nearby. Lan Qian is stunned, eyes wide open. How could the legendary treasure of a great clan be destroyed like this? Tudo furiously ordered his soldiers to find whoever dared ruin his plans and bring them here. No need for him to look for it. The sword trembled as Nu Yen's voice echoed, effortless. The sword soared back through the sky, slicing through and destroying Tudo Lao's men, when a hand reached out and seized the sword. I'm right here. Wu Ni recognizes the familiar voice. This voice is looking at Nu Yen flying above, calling out happily. Her face shows a murderous intent, and Nu Yen responds coldly. If you want to eliminate the way out, you must first pass over my body. Lan Qian was delighted to see his most proud granddaughter appear. Flying through the air is a rank like Yen's now that she's a 9th-tier powerhouse? Tudo Than furrows his brow in anger. It's just a level of rank. Who doesn't have one in their family? He ordered his entire army to capture that arrogant one alive. I want to execute her in front of the entire Dung family. They all rush forward to surround her as if nothing could stop her. She remains fearless and unshaken. It's too late. A single sword strike will cut down those reckless fools. The screams of pain echoed, and in less than 5 seconds, they defeated Tudo's most elite troops. Mafu's eyes widened with fear as he gently broke through the defensive barrier, killing 3 top-ranked warriors in succession. Could that sword be a legendary treasure? She turned and said, "Master Uncle, the demon bell that limited spiritual power has been destroyed. I entrust Wu Ni to you." Lan Qian just swung his sword, but the soldier responded, "That's obvious," his eyes full of fiery hatred. "Niu Yin, let's kill those abominations together," Niu Yin said with a cold expression. "Yes." Niu Yin raised her sword toward the evil beasts gradually approaching her. With a single slash of her sword along its sharp edge, their limbs were instantly severed. The man on the other side shouted loudly, "I'm not done yet, you damn woman! I will show you the power of my strongest beast!" As soon as she finished speaking, Niu Yin approached him, glancing sharply and raising her sword. She lightly struck a blow and then slipped past, causing those enemies to perish before they could react. Under Niu Yin's blade, a series of enemies fell. Tudo gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, so many of my titles have been cut down again." The fierce man next to him glared at her in annoyance. "Don't be like Yen, I will personally strip it from you." The evil beasts follow his command and step forward one by one. "Come here." They stand behind Manfu with fierce looks. Soon, the Duong family's army advances. "Don't even think about touching our young master." The monster roared and raised its hand with sharp claws. The leader quickly realizes the danger. He raises his staff and unleashes the strongest strike. The light from that move shone directly into the face of a beast. Taking the opportunity, everyone charged forward to kill. The fierce warrior and Tudo stood calmly to one side, as the attacked beast quickly retaliated with a kick that sent those nearby flying dozens of meters away. The leader from earlier is only now starting to panic. Why is there no reaction? Lan Qian understood the situation and ordered, ignoring those evil beasts, to kill the leader first, with the 5 Wu army directly targeting their chieftain. The 5 Wu army began the Yangbo attack. Yes, Tudo ordered the nearby monsters to die rather than admit defeat. The power from the evil beasts gradually spread around. The 5 Wu army team was engulfed by that light from the spiritual power. The evil beasts took advantage of the moment when the spiritual energy formed a thick fog and roared, then suddenly leapt up. Wu Ni sensed the approaching danger with alertness. Meanwhile, Niu Yin was fighting the soldiers without noticing the 2 monsters approaching her. As danger loomed, Wu Ni shouted a warning, "Be careful, 6 o'clock!" Niu Yin's sword hand gently moved, cutting them into pieces one after another. Wu Ni smiled softly in relief, and Niu Yin also looked in that direction and smiled to thank her. Suddenly, countless tentacles appeared behind Ru Yun, trying to grab her. "Are those tentacles, like ropes, still alive and binding her?" Tudu laughed scornfully. "Have you ever seen a pet turned into a puppet? Even if you cut it into 100 pieces, it still can't escape from it." Yen Yen, trapped in the newly created trap, was annoyed. So careless and annoying. The brute immediately took the opportunity to swing his sword and stare at her intently. "As expected, now I will eliminate your escape route," and he said this while triumphantly swinging his sword down. "That is the correct choice. Your 8 extraordinary meridians have been sealed. You cannot move." Wu Ni stood below, screaming in fear. "Don't!" But the savage man wouldn't stop. The sword was close to her. "Die." As he was about to reach Niu Yen, his sword suddenly shattered. Little Ko Lao behind Niu Yen is the culprit of what just happened. The fierce man was stunned, and the little dry lizard struck again, revealing a scene of destruction below with countless cracks appearing. Tuo Do was terrified, staring at what had just happened. What was that? The little dry lizard is standing in front of Niu Yen, helping her escape from the tentacles. As an oppressive aura radiates around them, a figure appears in a vast desert below, with the wings of an enormous creature beneath. On to Bin's side, he crosses his arms with a calm face as the dragon flying suddenly comes to a halt. It notices the giant thing in front of it, surrounded by thick fog everywhere, with tentacles wrapping tightly around the people. Tabin clenched his fist in anger. Hainan Hao. In front is Bin Gan, with long black hair and a crown of Bin Gan flowers on her head, surrounded by terrifying black aura. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Die!" The source of Tubin's power forms a giant arm that charges straight at Bin Yan. A voice echoes, "It's useless." That arm of yours punched right through him, and in an instant, it was behind Tubin. Tubin turned around, clenched his fist again, and shouted. A burst of incredible power immediately appeared and shot forward rapidly. The voice continues, "It's useless." He frowned and glanced, then was surprised when Anna suddenly appeared in front of him. She spoke, "Have you forgotten?" Anna looked at him seriously. And no matter how weak Bi Nan was,
Without the power of law, it couldn't do anything to it. She calmly explained that this was the sky's divide between him and the heavenly fate realm, and it could never be crossed. Tabin's eyes suddenly widened as a voice suddenly rang out. "Boss Toe, can you hear me? Boss Toe, Boss Toe, only now do you come to your senses." The voice was from Tien Tio, coming through a small screen on your wristwatch. Did I just have a dream earlier? Tien Tio reminds him that after returning to Longjiang, he seems to have not rested at all. Even the body of the beast tamer, I think. I interrupted the old man. I'm fine. How is the research plan for the binding contract that Zhongling is in charge of going? He immediately replied, "You don't know. The doubts and complaints are piling up like mountains. I heard the guild's breeding association's door is about to be crushed by protests." Tabin frowned. Is it that exaggerated? If necessary, I will return immediately. Seeing your urgency, Tianxiao raised his hand to stroke his beard and chuckled. Ha ha. After Mr. Tobin Tin listened to the old man, the shop in front of Tobin was crowded with people, and the effect of nurturing the pet shop was immediately appreciated by everyone. The number of customers placing orders every day is countless, and over time it has built a reputation. The image of everyone working diligently in the research room. This is the small elite research team you predicted earlier. Elsewhere there are countless more, and this is the current size of those actively involved in the research projects. Tabin listened carefully as TN2 reported that they could potentially transfer some of the upgrades obtained by the gun beast to the beast tamer. This is a major event that could overturn the entire breeding community. Beast tamer, and also something everyone hopes for, no amount of doubt can stop it. Boss, I just need to wait patiently. You frowned slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in your eyes. Very good. It seems my influence on the foundation of the heavenly fate realm has been successful. No need to overthink anymore. The next step is to rescue the allies fighting against the beyond enemy forces outside, build up the army, wait until the binding contract is complete, equip them, and finally overthrow Beyond. Tabin said, keep reporting on rescue efforts. Tian Xiao quickly replied, yes, I have found the rescue information you mentioned. The initial symbol was the Yuan family, the family of Yuan Tianji, a legendary beast tamer in our Alu region. If we get his help, our team will surely be like a tiger with wings. Hearing that, Tabin secretly sighed. So it was Yuan Tianji. You remember your encounter with Yuan Tian? What a small world. But Yuan Tian Kong has acted so arrogantly before, yet he hasn't joined the Bianyan faction. This really made me see things differently. Suddenly, the beast glared and growled, and Tabin also looked on. Below, the scene is extremely chaotic, with many people and beasts attacking each other. Are they in front? The beasts, both large and fierce, keep attacking the innocent tiny humans. That person was squeezed so hard by the beast that blood spurted out, but they still managed to scream. Ugh, forget me. Run now. At this very moment, Ling Luo and her beloved beast appeared, causing those below to feel worried. Miss. She quickly used the Phoenix-level seduction slash to cut off the beast's hand. Another strike split its body in two. Her sword, like blazing sparks. Soon after, Lin Lo was exhausted. She knelt on the ground, her hand supporting the sword, panting heavily. Sai, Tsu Tsu and I are both at our limit. Damn monsters. There are truly too many of them. Suddenly it lunged quickly from behind to attack her. The man ran over and shouted, "Get out of the way, young lady!" Lin Lo immediately turned back, momentarily stunned as she watched the beast approach. Suddenly, a large hand from Tu Bin shattered the beast, causing it to break into many pieces. Lin Lo looked up in surprise and shouted, "Look up at the sky, everyone! Fists are falling from above." Countless fists rained down from the sky like a storm, forcing the beasts to scatter in all directions. Suddenly, a massive beast with blue flames appeared. It tore through one of the beasts, which roared in response. A bunch of trash. Lin is tense. Her power is incredibly brutal. Clearly, she only managed to cut through the beast with all her strength, yet it can tear apart so easily. That is the leader of this pack of monsters. The alpha beast roars in anger, its flames turning red. Roar! I will personally ride out. Suddenly a golden fist like Tai Shan covering the sky descends toward the beast. It looked stunned and speechless. Then the fist came down and crushed the beast. After a while, the dust settled and countless fist-shaped dents appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. Great! The rescue has arrived. Ling Luo was amazed. That powerful strength in front of the domineering martial arts seemed like fighting against a rock that would turn to dust. Could this destructive power be at a legendary level? Thinking so, she clasped her hands in thanks and bowed her head.
I don't know which senior came to help, but please reveal yourself so I can pay my respects. Our family will never forget this great kindness. At this moment, Tabin also slowly descended and asked curiously, "Just you guys?" Hearing Lin Lo's voice, I realize, this voice sounds a bit familiar. Looking up, I see Tobin and am stunned. He thought back on what had happened, and Lin Lo was speechless. Why him? Tabin replied calmly, "No need for formalities. Where is Yuan Tianshen?" Hearing that, Lin Lo roared angrily, "Don't be so polite to you."
After saying that, she rushed forward, swinging her arms in all directions to attack Tabin. If it weren't for you stealing the Dragon King's inheritance, these small ferocious beasts wouldn't even be a threat to me. Moreover, you're not allowed to call my grandfather's personal name directly. He's still guarding the ancestral land.
Stop the enemy outside, and helplessly, Lin Lo responded, "Fine, fine. Stop causing trouble and take me to find him." Then Tabin seriously said, "Your grandfather might be in danger now." Hearing that, Lin Lo was momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her composure and replied skeptically, "Don't even think about fooling me. My grandfather has legendary strength. Plus, to Trake's defensive support, there's no way there could be any mistake." Tabin sighed and activated the device. "If there truly were no mistakes, how could he take you away? According to your words, the image of Yuan Tian injured and unconscious appears." Seeing that, Lin Lo exclaims in surprise, "What a dramatic wound! What did you do to my grandfather?" Tabin replied that long ago he came to our shop because of the Longtai Mountain's secret realm incident, and we only defended ourselves. Although Nguyen Thien Than kept this information secret, his current strength has indeed fallen below the legendary level. What would happen to a 100-year-old Duluo sealed tightly by the Biayan rebel army? I don't need to say much, right? Still calm on the outside, Tabin's face remained composed, but Lin Lo was speechless after hearing those words. After a moment, she asked, "One last question. My grandfather was a legendary level expert ranked second on this continent at that time, and you still haven't obtained the Dragon King's inheritance. How did you manage to injure him? Do your family have a master guarding it?" At the same time, he opened a space gate, and a dragon's head appeared. Immediately, a giant dragon appeared. Tabin leaned against its leg and said, "You've come all the way to cause trouble. One person against another. Everyone can't take it. The strength of our shop is obvious at a glance. Surely you haven't been to our training grounds yet." Seeing Tabin's beast, everyone exclaimed, "Its impressive size. It's the 3rd rank Zedium bamboo dragon, a true long-class dragon, right?" "No, I have only encountered the infernal truck long beast, which has a normal build just over half the size of this one, and its golden horn is adorned with a purple mane, with an extraordinary aura emanating from its back. This is a rare type of Truk long beast." The stubborn Lin Lo replied, "You're just a little dog looking for you to train." Tabin reached out his hand. "It's up to you, so are you going or not?" Lin Lo replied, "My grandfather gave me an order to go to the nearby safe city refuge before he agrees. I absolutely cannot return." My grandfather's words are absolute. I was going to turn away and leave after being saved, but now, because of you, for the first time I disobey my grandfather's orders. Can I trust you or not? The current situation probably makes you understand how important a legendary dragon warrior is. If you want to heal Yuan Tianshen's wounds and restore his strength, then take me to find him immediately. Hearing that, she replied seriously, "I understand." After a moment, the Tsu Diem Truk dragon beast appeared in the sky above a ruined city, standing high and observing. Tabin pondered, "It seems the commander here has already completely surrendered." Lin Lo replied, "Before I left the city, the base was still intact with no damage at all. In just half a day, it was destroyed like this." Suddenly, red energy beams attacked 2DM Truk Long Beast. Tabin clenched Lin Lo's hand and warned, "Hold on. Those people are relying on Binan, so don't worry about me." "You mean the Flying Palace?" "Not yet. The firepower is too intense, and most of them have already reached the combat level of Ku Jai. The Tu Lin Tenfuang is an attack-oriented battle spirit. If it can't withstand a few hits, it will die." Lin Lu asked, "So what do you suggest we do now?" Below the ground, the rebel soldiers eagerly summoning their battle pets exclaimed, "Our anti-air battle pets can't even fight back." "Ha, it seems the dragon in the sky is a big fish. Absorbing it could definitely increase our cultivation. Everyone, bring out your battle pets and attack it." At this moment, the Dragon King reminded you that to prevent the Dragon Dog's realm from becoming too powerful for you to control, I will use 3 seals to suppress 9 parts of its strength. Remember, these seals can only be lifted when you have the ability. Hearing that, Tabin silently considered that the 3 seals the old Dragon King placed on the great exhibition
Heavenly Dragon Dog. If he could break them all, Kao too might break through to the Void Spirit realm beyond the legendary level.
This is my plan to use the contract binding to gain an advantage, the key to reaching the Heavenly Destiny realm. Tabin is confident that now, having achieved legendary cultivation, he can withstand the backlash from breaking the first divine seal, just as he used these rebel soldiers to test within Kautu's body whether the rumored immense power was real or not. Thinking this, he began to open the space portal. From the Truk dragon beast above, a huge golden space gate appears. Seeing this, the rebel troops below panic and quickly try to stop him. The person above is still summoning something very formidable. Tabin shouted loudly for the great divine dragon dog to come out. The first divine seal banished a golden dragon-shaped beast that appeared from the first divine seal gate, gradually fading away. The summoned beast was much larger than the surrounding monsters. The second legendary scene of the celestial dragon dog's combat power is in the middle stage of the illusionary realm. Seeing this, Tabin, with his new appearance, secretly thought that after unlocking the first seal, the form of the dragon dog became even closer to the true ancestral dragon dog of the Great Performance Clan than when he first inherited it. Not sure about its strength, Ling Lu found it strange. The appearance of this long dog is completely different from the last time it used a move, and the aura it emits feels so familiar. At the same time, the rebel group and their summoned beasts gathered energy to attack. One of them, relying on Beangan's power to boost his strength, had his mouth grow numerous tentacles. He said, "It's just a dog but dares to call itself a true dragon. Let's work together to teach them a lesson and see how it tastes like to eat dog meat." Immediately after, countless beams of energy shot towards the great exhibition Heavenly Dragon Dog and the purple flame bamboo dragon beast. Watching the energy beams, Tabin quietly assessed that the strength of these rebel troops was generally at level 8 or 9. Although 2DM Truk Longthun Yut Kan Han Haiken can use its body to withstand their attacks. He thought of an adult being stabbed by a child's toy sword, but it was like children stabbing with toy swords. It wasn't fatal, but the pain was still uncomfortable. That's also why 2DM Truk Long automatically activates its defensive skill. Thinking this, Tobin glanced over at the Great Performance Heavenly Dragon Dog. But at this moment, the Great Performance Heavenly Dragon Dog is enjoying the attacks as if they were a full-body massage, and it's both hilarious and quite pleased. Seeing the Divine Sky Dragon Dog in front of him, Tabing couldn't help but think of a man being pampered by beautiful women around him. Those attacks from the rebels were almost like playful teasing. Seeing that our attacks clearly hit them, why are the traitors not reacting at all? Strange. What kind of rebellious body is this? The leader of the traitors panicked and ran away. Could it be that the legendary opponent they encountered was too powerful to handle? Seeing that Tabin still refuses to act, Lin Lo angrily draws her sword, ready to strike herself. "You beasts! You've hurt so many people and you still want to run." Seeing that, you reassure her. "Don't worry. I was just testing Long Queen's abilities earlier. I won't let any of them go." Hearing that, Lin Lo finally stopped trying to fight herself. Immediately, the great manifesting Heavenly Dragon Dog, as if in tune with Tabin's thoughts, lifted its paw, causing the rebels below to panic. "Run now! It's about to attack! Scatter and escape!" The foot of the Great Performance Celestial Dragon Dog stomps down, causing the ground to crack into pieces, making the rebels scream out, "Ah!" From the position of the Great Performance Heavenly Dragon Dog's feet, a shockwave erupts for miles, blowing away the rebels. The leader panics. "What are you trying to do?" Immediately, patches of earth and rocks formed walls to block the escape route of the rebels. At this moment, the rebels were surrounded by jagged earth and rocks like fences, and the long dog was able to change the terrain with a wave of its paw. Seeing this move, Tabing thought to himself that the initial defensive skill, the Evil Guard, could only be used on a single individual to enhance their defense, but now it could be cast over the entire land like a prison-like containment skill. Well done. The power inherited from the old Dragon King not only enhances the physical soul, but also improves the ability to use skills. Lin Lo was amazed and exclaimed, "That's too strong! Is this the divine artifact that once defeated me?" At this moment, a man kneeling on the ground sincerely begged for mercy, saying, "Please, legendary senior, be gentle with us. We didn't see Mount Tai, please spare our lives." Seeing that, Tabingju calmly asked, "Huh? Isn't it normal for those who follow the Silent Sea to think that what happened to the whole class was just a small matter? When you kill others, you should also be prepared to be crushed by someone stronger." Hearing that, the leader shook his head repeatedly and said, No. Senior, don't misunderstand. We absolutely do not follow those evil outsiders wholeheartedly."
He immediately took out a pile of spirit stones and offered them up, smiling, "I only follow them to become stronger. As long as I can be stronger, it doesn't matter who I follow. We are quite familiar with this area, as long as the senior spares us. Whether it's guiding or retrieving treasures, we will never refuse." Seeing the spiritual stones, she showed disgust. They are the ones Binyan took from the body of the living battle beastmaster. Did they destroy the city just for these things? Suddenly, Tabin ordered, "Put that down," and stood up, and hearing that, she was stunned. The traitors were just waiting to show their false faces and pretend to be kind, but the kind senior quickly took action, and from now on the brothers will follow him. Suddenly, the heavenly dragonhound roared and unleashed its power, causing the heavenly dragon's might to sweep through the traitors, turning them to dust, leaving only their white bones behind, which they couldn't believe. Why? A moment later, the traitors were all dead. Their bones turned to dust and blown away by the wind, only a single shoe and a leg bone remaining inside it. The spirit stones, infused with Tobin's spiritual power, rose from the ground and all flew toward him. The stones gathered in his hand as he coldly said, "Don't think you can go back to normal just because you've exceeded your limits." Seeing Tabin absorb the spirit stones, Lin Lo silently thought that he didn't even change his expression as he refined and absorbed those water crystals. This was no different from the people following Binyan. After a moment, Tabin turned around and said, "Let's go. Quickly take me to your grandfather." At this point, the spiritual energy around him had changed, as if carrying the souls of countless fallen beast tamers. Tabin said that only by completely eliminating Binyan could this disaster be fully stopped. Hearing that, Lin Lo was momentarily stunned. Was he serious? Could it be that he's planning to take on the heavy responsibility of destroying Binyan? She replied, "Who knows? Let's go this way." Lin Lo wondered to herself, recalling that the tornadoes in the sky were getting bigger. Then Tubin and Lin Lo quickly moved with their divine beasts. Soon, Tabin's group arrived at the Yuan Palace, which was covered with cracks on the palace walls. The Yuan Palace was burned to ruins, engulfed in a sea of black smoke and flames rising to the sky. In the sky, Tubin nonchalantly said, "It has indeed been destroyed. I was a bit late." Lin Lo couldn't believe her eyes. How is that possible? Our family has a defensive array arranged by my grandfather over many years, and as long as he personally guards it, even a beast king could only break through after a few days. Moreover, those attacking earlier were not beast kings or legendary cultivators. Without wasting more time, Tabin jumped off the 2DM Truk Long beast and said that even the morning light was useless, so he went down to check. Lin Lo followed and responded. All right. The two of them charged into the sea of flames at the same time. Tabin dove straight down. "The great performance, Heavenly Dragonhound. Follow me. From DM Truk Long beast, take the others to monitor from above, and if the wind blows the grass, then descend and investigate. The people on the dragon beast are reporting to your command. Yes, to Trian Key." Tobin and Lin Lo quickly land. She walks around calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Your body also emits a searching aura. Strange, I can't see a single shadow, nor can I sense the spiritual energy of others. Lin Lu glanced back at Tobing and said, "Your communication with my uncle is cut off. I've tried to transmit sound through spiritual energy to the secret passages in the hidden chamber, but received no response. You seem unusually quiet on this side." Tabin thinks that even the living have already been taken. And when the rebel army charges in, there should be some casualties. If they didn't leave any bodies or bloodstains, could it be that? Seeing Lin Lo, do you think that after they took her away, you joined Bingan right away? If that's the case, I will be the first to kill you. Tabin questions, so how do you explain Yuan Tianshen not allowing you to return? There's clearly something they don't want you to know, right? Lin Lo put away the sword and said, "I really want to know this." She gently placed the sword on the ground and used it to draw straight lines. A formation appeared, and Tabin asked, "What are you doing?" "My grandfather was once a master who gained fame throughout the world by arranging formations." Lin Lo opened her bag and took out something, saying, "You once taught me a soul-searching formation." She lifted the glowing blue object high, and by placing the target's personal item on it, she could locate their position instantly. "Oh, you've got some skill," Tabin quickly observed and said, "I need to watch closely to understand such a powerful formation." Hearing that, Lin Lo gently smiled as she made a hand gesture. "Watch carefully and learn well." She shouted loudly as the blue dragon head formation activated. A stream of blue light shot into the sky, sweeping everywhere. Trin Lin Lo kneels down, grimacing. Her dragon head formation is gradually disappearing. Tabin wondered, "What's wrong? Your soul-searching formation seems like it's out of power." Lin Lo gasped, "I searched within a few hundred miles, but it seems my grandfather has gone further away." With my current spiritual power, I can't track a target over 1,000 miles. You look at her and say Nguyen Thien Tan is 1,000 miles away. Lin Lo is holding a pen and paper. No problem. What if I use my spiritual power to control it?
She completely refused. No, this time it can only rely on the spiritual energy of the person setting up the formation to transport.
I have another plan. She wrote out a long petition on a piece of paper.
Tabin looked confused. This is Ling Lu's suggestion.
I need to maintain the formation here. Help me find the materials I wrote on it.
Tabin held the stack of papers in confusion. No way. I mean, what do you need so many rare ingredients for? Lin Lu confidently says, haven't you seen before? These are the formulas for the evil cauldron's spiritual energy.
Even though I don't have enough energy right now, storing it for 2 or 3 days will definitely be enough to find my grandfather. What do you think?
Are you a genius? The pile of papers in your hand makes you look foolish.
It will take at least 3 days to gather all these ingredients for her, then 3 more days to recharge. By the time we find the original heavenly spirit, it might be too late.
She suddenly looked at Tabin, who had already said not to call my grandfather by his name directly. So do you have any good ideas? Tell me, if you want to find someone who has gone missing in this chaotic world, it's even harder than finding a needle in a haystack.
You didn't answer but snapped your fingers softly. A spirit beast immediately appeared behind you. Maybe I should let my little dog try.
It walks up and makes her freeze in surprise. Puppy. The system interface gradually introduces itself. The sense of smell of divine beast-type dogs is more than 1,000 times stronger than that of human beast tamers. Whether it's the scent of a sword, the scent of an eye, or the scent of a heart, to them, these are as clear as images, and will never be mistaken. His spirit beast took a deep breath, realizing that was Lin Lo's hairpin. Hopefully, he washes his hair often. The scent gradually appeared before it, drifting over the wreckage, across mountains thousands of miles away,
and reaching even higher peaks where Yuan Tian was battling monsters.
Tubin asked cautiously.
So how is it, old Yuan? Can't your body take it anymore?
No, Brother Kuo, you're joking. Just now I had an inexplicable feeling, but I couldn't quite understand what it was. Yuan Tianping grabbed his neck. Something was piercing through my defenses, and the deep breath down my neck made my spine shiver.
Tubin is fighting ahead, chuckling with interest. Are you saying that after these ferocious beasts, who hate us so much they wish to tear us apart, found our weakness, they only need to sniff once?
He is also not free.
It's not these monsters, but something farther away because I simply cannot go against the direction to chase after its location.
He glared and shouted loudly. That's unreasonable. This mountain is one of the most highly classified strategic locations of Lam Tin.
Si Tu Bin clenched his fist as a golden light appeared out of nowhere. Only I and you know where the Dragon King appeared from in the entire Aluk region, riding on him.
You smile brightly. We're here. Looks like the little dog didn't lead us astray.
Lin is amazed at how quickly you revealed yourself. That's not right, sir.
Seeing her little niece, he was startled. Lin Ni. Tubin's eyes widened. Who are you all?
She immediately bowed. That was rude of her.
Junior Yuan Ling Lu respectfully bows to greet Elder Jiao Long Huang Ko Trian Qi.
Tubin stands still, watching both of them.
Tubin frowns.
The original plan was to find Yuan Tianshen as an ally, but unexpectedly we gained something more. If 2 legendary figures join, it will greatly boost morale and help stabilize the chaotic situation caused by Beyond.
The spider monsters paid no attention to them.
Luckily, Yuan Tian still remembered the important matter.
First, let's repel this beast tide. The rest can be dealt with later.
Tubin suddenly fell silent.
Lin Lo immediately followed her aunt's instructions and drew her sword. Yes, master, let's go.
Tubin looked around and said, after all, I remember this place isn't marked on the Lam Tin map as having a snow mountain.
You feel something strange. The mountain peak is actually flat, as if cut by a sword, and it is guarded by 2 legendary figures from the Alu region, personally standing watch.
Yuan Tianshen even sacrificed his own ancestral home to protect this snow mountain, making it hard to imagine how important this place truly is.
Suddenly, Lin Lo had the strange feeling. What's going on? The beast is huge! She was shocked when she saw sashimi's main ingredient. Nguyen Tian instructed, Lin Yi, you go deal with the other ferocious beasts. I will handle this one. He adjusted and summoned many swords that soared into the sky. Each small sword merges into a giant sword. Lin Lo is excited to defeat the evil. Grandfather once used this skill to slaughter countless ferocious beasts, many of which were king-level monsters that just hearing about them would scare you to death. Nguyen Thian controls his weapons and moves forward.
But how could this octopus die so easily? It used its tentacles to block the sword.
Nguyen Thian couldn't believe his move was countered. What is that? Suddenly, something flew in front of him, and the octopus's tentacle struck him, sending him flying like a ball hitting a door. Tabin immediately leaps up. Old Yuan, you could use this move with one hand before. Don't push yourself too hard with your old wounds.
He looked at Tabin. This little guy must have some tricks to find this place. No need to hold back anymore.
Come help me kill this 1,000-year beast, and he immediately shot up. Tabin summoned Kim Dean to hold the 2 tentacles of the white turtle divine demon form. Immediately after, the remaining tentacles charged at him. With 10 fingers injured, Chibang cut off 1 finger and told Tobin to use the second form of the demon suppression divine fist. A single strike was enough to sever 2 tentacles, providing ingredients for delicious sashimi. Then the golden crystal struck powerfully down onto the ground. The demon spirit witness was stunned, showing an incredibly domineering style of punching.
It still tries to hold on. The giant beast almost knocked away, but after some effort, it managed to climb up.
Does Tabin sense an imminent counterattack? It's the toxic bone from the waste pipe spitting out, but he doesn't know what moved faster than it. Baktuk's body is covered in burn marks, leaving Tabin confused. It screams in pain and anger, echoing like thunder. So, it was Tubin just now. Well done in giving me a small opening to exploit. But these moves aren't deadly enough.
The next strike will create an opportunity for you.
At this moment, Yuan Tian struggles to stand up. Lin Yi and Lin Lo anxiously approach to support him. Sir, you are badly injured. Please don't. Why are you here?
Wasn't it you who told me to go to another city as a safe base to avoid danger? Why didn't you listen?
Nguyen Tien gritted his teeth and said, So you're the little brat, Tabin, who forced you, right? Would my previous self have let that beast behave so recklessly? What are you saying?
Lin Lo explains that it's not because Tabin pressured her or for any greater good. Lin Yi just wants Mr. Dongsun to restart, so even if she goes against his wishes, it's not a big deal.
So that was the main reason. Yuan Tian was furious. You bastard, are you just bringing Tubin here to treat my wounds?
Do you know how much trouble you've gotten into?
Lin Lo did not deny it.
That's right. As long as he recovers, Lin Yi is willing to accept any punishment.
It seems that Yuan Tian can't do anything else to this adorable granddaughter. He poured all his anger into killing the beasts behind him. Yuan Tian helped him up, then said, I'll deal with these monsters first. Yes, at this moment, Tabin and Tubin have successfully cleaned the octopus's head, while below, Nguyen Tien and his grandson are not at all free.
After a relentless effort, the monsters finally fled. Ling Lu was satisfied to see this scene. They ran away, and everything was finally okay.
Yes, sir. Do fierce beasts often attack here? It's so cold and remote. Nguyen Tien advised, if it's not something you should ask about, then don't ask. Yes, now let's get back to the main topic. Yuan Tianxin's expression turned cold. What's going on? Tabin straightforwardly said, I have a way to heal your wound. I know, I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't know what Lin Lo saw that made her look so horrified. Both of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the danger approaching from behind. As long as I am willing, I can not only help him recover his cultivation, but even make his cultivation surpass what it was before. Tabin didn't finish speaking before Lin Lo had already saved him part way. Careful! A flash of light made her widen her eyes. A massive explosion occurred on Snow Mountain, splitting it into 2 parts. One part belongs to Tong Ruyun. Right now at the Dark Battle City, Tudo and Manfu are flying through the air, cursing angrily. Damn it! Manfu remembered what was just said. What exactly was that? A series of 3 protective treasures to block damage, almost costing me my life. Is the Duong family still hiding their trump card like this? He then turned to speak to the person beside him. Hey! Tudo, are you kidding me? The Duong family is weak and helpless. 1 strike is enough to catch them, and you're saying otherwise? Tudo interrupted him. Manfu, stop blaming me. The 2 of them land softly. Tudo said with suspicion that intelligence reports show that ever since the woman from the Duong family was kidnapped, she has been kept imprisoned in Longjiang City base, never leaving a single step. Manfu couldn't believe it when he heard that. Kidnapping? Her strength is clearly more than 100 times greater than before. He calls this kidnapping. As the 2 continued arguing, a crack suddenly appeared, and immediately the building was cut in half, splitting the 2 apart. The 2 quickly soared into the air, looking down. Tudo sighed. The sword energy is too sharp. Manfu added, More than half of our main forces have been lost at your escape route, fundamentally damaged, and in decades we won't be able to cause any waves. At this moment, 2 figures resembling Yen and Xiao Kulao suddenly appear from afar. Now it belongs to our Dong family, so why do we still have to go through such hardships and threats? Do you still remember when the 2 clan leaders earlier said they wanted to destroy all my escape routes? After saying that, she swung her sword towards them. The strong man quickly raised his hand to block and dodge the sword. Then a tragic scream rang out. Ah! The sword directly cut off his arm. The strong man fell to the ground, cursing. Huh? Damn women. Then Kim quickly regained control, just like Yen. She said coldly, "This sword is to repay your sister," followed by other clan members. Manfu glared defiantly, then got up and begged Tudo for help. "Brother Tudo, save me! We agreed on this before." A family in trouble must be supported by others. At this moment, a sword slice passed his leg. The strong man fell heavily to the ground, pointing at him and saying, "I will take good care of your family and tell them you died heroically." Manfu looked up at Tudo, furious, and shouted, "You old thief Tudo, how dare you betray me again? I'm not finished with you yet." Suddenly, Nu Yen's foot stomped brutally on his head. No need to worry. She shot a cold glance at the person above and said, "Tudo clan leader and his clan members, as well as his allies, will all set out with him." Tudo descended onto a building above and muttered, "Luckily, I still kept a branch of hidden guards when the enemy retreats. I don't know if they will intercept or not." Nu Yen stood below without hesitation and shouted, "Come out here!" Immediately, a group of people appeared above, a foot stepping closer. Blood splattered on the ground. The group following Lanjan and Wu Ni were surprised. How could the body of the Vuangjia clan leader be that of the young master? The manner of death was so brutal, I can't imagine what kind of training the young master had in Longjiang. Wu Ni saw this and worried, "That's not right. Why is there only the body of the Vuong family patriarch? I didn't see Tudo mobilize his trusted team on the battlefield earlier. He might still be holding a backup plan. If she falls into their trap, it's over." Lanjan frowns and must quickly follow her. Yen's sister, like Yen since childhood, couldn't save even a grain of sand, and now she watched her people trampled underfoot, opening a space in her hand as the others summoned their divine beasts, fearing that in her moment of agitation she might do something foolish. Yen was surrounded by people. Tuodo raised his voice, saying, "I give you one last chance to turn back. If you dare step into the Tudo family, I will drag you to hell, even if I have to pay with my own life." Nu Yen took a deep breath, gripping her sword tightly, and said, "Just what I want." She lowered her sword, sat down, and turned her head, saying, "Xiaoko Lu, quickly hide in the shadows." Xiaoko Lu tilted its head in confusion. As Yen explained, she moved forward. "This is my personal grudge. I don't want you to get hurt because of my impulsiveness." Suddenly, Little Drybone dislocated its joints and flew close to her, calming her unexpectedly. She looked around in confusion. "Where am I?" A strange item suddenly appeared in front of her. What could this be? Suddenly, Tiuko Lao grew out of nowhere. It just pointed at an item. As Yen understood its intention, it wanted me to press on it, right? Little Dry Lizard happily nods and gently taps the virtual screen. Suddenly, a huge tornado appeared out of nowhere, and Tutu shielded himself in shock. "Hey, the spirit's breath is too strong. What's going on? What?" Immediately after, Nu Yen appeared in her beast soul fusion form, and they were instantly terrified. "It's a fusion. That woman from the Duong family is actually a legendary beast tamer." Nu Yen rushed quickly towards the crowd. Her figure disappeared in an instant. They immediately warned each other to be careful not to see that woman again. But she swiftly slashed with her sword a few times, moving straight through, her white hair flowing past, leaving everyone stunned. One of them looks at his body covered in cuts. What? Bloodstains gradually seep out from the countless cuts. Hangu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, how could he suddenly slash so many blades in an instant? In the very next moment, everyone was cut into pieces. This is the Chaos Spirit Reincarnation Blade. Tudo was terrified and quickly turned to run away. How could this be? This Zhang isn't relying on a divine beast. Suddenly, he stops, relying solely on his own strength to be the unrivaled swordmaster in the world, the ultimate secret skill. Tudo's body was covered in slashes. He stood frozen and unmoving. How could someone so young wield such terrifying swordsmanship, even reaching legendary levels? A few drops of blood fell as he shouted, "I will die with my eyes open." After a moment, a pair of black shoes appeared. Lin Jian stood in front of everyone and said, "Don't go up yet." Wu Ni curiously asked, "Father, what does everyone see?" In the distance before them, there is a figure standing on the pile of hellish corpses. Wu Ni quickly covered her mouth and pointed into the distance. "Oh my, the smell of blood is so strong I feel like I might pass out." She reminded everyone that on that pile of bodies there seemed to be someone far away, standing still in the wind with their back turned. As she finished speaking, they all clearly saw a girl standing there with two tall horns and white hair flowing in the breeze. "Lan Qin, you're worried. They're paying attention to us now." Wu Ni exclaimed, "It's her!" Lan Qian's face tense with alertness.
No, I didn't sense Ru Yen's breath on that person's body. I can't let my guard down. It might be someone from the Tudo family.
She suddenly lifted her foot from the pile of corpses and moved toward the crowd. Everyone present immediately tensed up and went on high alert. That person is nearby now. Their killing intent is terrifying. Chief, what should we do now? Lan Qian replied, the aura from the opponent seems to be at a legendary level. If they are from the Tudo family, we're in trouble. Many space gates opened. He immediately reminded everyone to prepare for battle, and a unified shout echoed. Yes, then the armor and mask gradually disappeared, revealing Nu Yen's face as she closed her eyes in unconsciousness. Lan Qian was surprised, and Nu Yen's people couldn't help but feel relieved. That's great. The young master is safe and sound. The man then turned around and told the people behind him, gather the battle beasts. They belong to our young master. The strong men of the Tudo family have all been taken care of by the young master. Nu Yen suddenly woke up. Lan Qian looked at her seriously. Chasing after 2 clan leaders alone, you really are reckless. If anything happens, your father will come here immediately from the headquarters to hold me accountable. Nu Yen looked apologetic, saying that her impulsiveness was her fault, and Uncle Thuck burst into laughter. Haha, just kidding. Ru Yen did very well. Everyone kept praising her. The young master has demonstrated the beast-human fusion technique, proving that his strength has broken through to a legendary level. This is the first major event in 100 years for our family. It's wonderful. Our Duong family has produced a legend. They didn't notice a skull gradually sinking into the ground behind Nu Yen's shadow. The others in the clan continued to praise her, considering her a support in these chaotic times. Young Master Want, long live the legend of Ru Yen. Ru Yen was confused and tried to stop her. Ah, that's not how everyone thinks it is. Nu Yen cried inwardly. Little Drybone, don't play with me anymore. Come out now or I really can't explain this alone. Tiu Lao's hand waved goodbye before quickly disappearing. Nu Yen glanced behind her, worried. Could it be that Xiao Lao also can't handle this situation? Or is it? She looked at everyone constantly praising her, and suddenly realized that Little Dryskull didn't want to ruin this atmosphere. Seeing everyone so happy they were about to cry, like Yen looked at the sword in her hand. But all of this was arranged by Tobin. If it weren't for Little Dry and the Celestial Sword stealing this legend, someone like me with just a rank would basically be unable to change anything. Especially since even this rank was trained by Tobin, I have no confidence I can meet their expectations. Bunyi rushed over and hugged her tightly with joy. As long as you're safe and sound, that's truly the best news. She sadly expressed her feelings. Do you know? Seeing you come here alone really made me worried. Nu Yen hurriedly comforted her, apologizing for making me worry. But the girl still muttered that she thought she would never see you again. Bunyi closed her eyes, feeling more relaxed. No need to apologize, you can come. I'm really happy. Her voice was soft, but made Nu Yen feel dazed. Don't leave me anymore, sister. Nu Yen couldn't help but remember when she was a child, when she stood up to play night with the little girl. Bunyi's voice still echoed. Can you stay here? Just like before. Nu Yen bends down and wraps her arms tightly around her. Yes, I agree with you. Stay here. Bunyi asked again. Really, sister? Nu Yen looked at Bunyi seriously, but before that she still had to deal with many very important matters. Once everything was fully settled, she would come to find her. Huh? Ni Yen pointed and basically explained everything in a long-winded way. She will clarify everything clearly after she returns. The urgent task now is to raid the Tudo family's treasure vault and take everything to prevent it from falling into others' hands. The group respectfully responded. Yes, they stand in front of the Tudo family's treasure vault. The door opens and a large vault with dazzling gold light immediately appears before them. As Yen and everyone else step inside, is this the legendary treasure that the Tudo family has accumulated over more than 100 years? Bunyi is impressive. Truly remarkable. Lan Qian orders to loot everything, leave nothing behind. He suddenly looked at the small potted plant on the shelf. The spiritual fruit that our family lost many years ago was actually here. Old Tuo the thief has been well taken care of indeed. Suddenly, someone called him, reporting that the clan leader had discovered a hidden door concealed behind a secret barrier. Yan looked on with suspicion and said, Cave Lan Qian orders, open and respond to that person. Yes. Yen was stunned as she pushed open the door, revealing inside the secret room many men tied up, their bodies covered in wounds. Who are these people? They look around, then step inside. Meanwhile, Nu Yen guessed that this was Tudo family's prison, with torture devices hanging in a row and blood everywhere on the floor. She suddenly stopped. That's not right. Who would design a prison inside a treasure warehouse with severed human body parts hanging above, suspended in midair by thorny chains? Seeing the gloomy scene here, Nu Yen couldn't help but furrow her brows. Moreover, this is a prison. At the same time, there was the sound of movement, but she calmly spoke. That's really too much. Suddenly, a blind old man looking very battered shouted loudly, "Who is there? Tuo, old thief! I won't spare you, even if I become a ghost." Vunyi saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, her limbs and eyes all affected by the cruel tactics. Lan Qin beside her was also extremely shocked and suddenly realized that he was the elder of the Jiatek family. As the old man finished speaking, Nu Yen suddenly swung a sharp sword to cut open the lock. She approached, unlocking it while saying, "The Giat family is also one of the 4 great clans of the Alu region, and falling into this situation, let's go outside first." The elders couldn't see clearly, so they guessed that this voice belonged to Dong Lanqian and Dong Nu Yen of the Dong family. Another person behind them heard this and was delighted. Someone has come to save us. Ah, finally they are here. Nu Yen quickly caught the old man and replied confidently. The elders saw her answer so decisively that they immediately smiled. "Ha ha ha! I never expected the Duong family, once so arrogant and proud, to come to our rescue." Lianzhan crossed his arms and thought, if it weren't for Ru Yen, I'm afraid we would also have met this fate. Bunyi said, "Senior, let me take care of your injury." Nu Yen suddenly asked, "Why do they go to such lengths to imprison so many people here?" When the elders heard this, they honestly replied, "Because we still have value." Then the old man thought of the powerful forces and continued speaking. The ancestral ancestor was highly skilled in summoning beast contracts and created a unique secret technique 100 years ago that has supported the Jiat family to stand firm through generations among the 4 great clans of the Alu region, the spirit contract beast. Lan Qian silently thought, the spirit contract beast is said to be a secret technique that uses the blood and bones of the beast tamer as a guide to forge a beast soul. Unlike ordinary divine beasts, as long as the beastmaster exists, no matter what damage the soul beast suffers, it will be absolutely immortal and indestructible. Vunyi frowned. The spiritual contract soul beast, I have heard of it before. Could it be that the Tudo family wants to keep and exploit the immortality of the soul beast forever? After hearing that, Ka Dai didn't rush to deny it. He's right. If it weren't for the legendary level of demonic aura and the terrifying soul curse, why would our clan fear the Tuo family? And that prince over there? Like Yen suddenly frowned as she listened to the old man add, in the end, our clan chief was easily convinced by the strange words of Lord Tudo about his own spirit beast. Because if they cooperate, they could leave a way out for my clan's young master. The elders started to raise their voices, but those beasts have been humiliating the young master in front of us every day. Use this to force the remaining beast tamers who were kidnapped by my clan into submission. At this point, the old man had completely lost his composure. My clan leader and my young master seized the moment when they weren't prepared for death to demonstrate themselves, unleashing their spiritual power. Our orders must never be followed in the footsteps of the past. The people behind Dakai also rose up with fiery passion as we struggled to survive, hoping one day to make Tuo do pay with blood. At the same time, a series of loyal beasts roared loudly, creating a deafening sound. Vunyi immediately tried to dissuade the senior cat family members, telling them not to overexert their spiritual energy due to their severe injuries, but they seemed deaf to her. Our only wish is to make the Tudo-old bandit bleed a river of blood, and we are willing to give everything for that. Suddenly, the sword was driven into the ground with a sharp sound, and the emerald-green aura of Rien radiated boundless energy, making them feel it. All of the more than 1,200 members of the Tudo family have already fallen under this sword. You can fully recover with 1 victory, and any difficulties can be discussed with us juniors. The Duong family will handle it, so the elders can rest assured and focus on healing. Thank you very much, Miss Tang. We at the Gata family will remember this great kindness, and if there's ever a need, we would rush into fire and water without hesitation. Vunyi watched this scene and silently marveled at her strength. In an instant, she had secured the Gata family's support. Lan thought that after swallowing the Tudo and Vuong families, plus the high-level beast tamers of the Jia cat family to strengthen their power, the Duong family was already on track to become the #1 great clan in the Aluk region. As Nu Yen was coordinating the treatment for everyone, he kept praising her, saying this is an achievement that countless generations of clan leaders have strived for but never attained. Seeing this strong unity with his own eyes, Lan Qian could only marvel that Nu Yen had accomplished everything on her own.
At this moment, Nguyen, deep in thought, was staring intently at her troops when suddenly a voice called out, "Nguyen! Nguyen!" She quickly turned to look at him with curiosity after hearing her name. "Uncle Thuck, is there anything you want me to do?" Lan Qian smiled and said, "Don't be too cautious. On our territory, you can be a bit more relaxed." She nodded with her hands clasped, indicating she understood. Yes.
At the same time, he'd also asked, "Do you know why our Duong family wants to nurture 2 young masters, you and Nu Vu?" Nu Yen Yu understood the meaning immediately and replied, "The family hopes that we can develop external strength to expand our bloodline and internal management to be tolerant, fulfilling the grand plan to dominate the Aluk region."
Lan Qian looked into the distance and nodded. That's right. But it seems the ambition for the Alu region is still too small. Yen, you haven't even taken office yet, but just a trip home was enough. Suddenly he turned to look at Nu Yen and slowly said, "I think it's time to pass the position of clan leader to you." In this situation, those competing for power are either severely damaging their vital energy or have already been eliminated. Hearing that, she clenched the green jade tightly in her hand, and at the same time, Lan Qian's voice continued to echo. Nguyen did not. The clan leader tightly led the family to dominate 3 other regions on Lam Tin.
"Yes, Uncle Master, if the position of clan leader has been passed to me, then all the troops of the Tang family are under my command, right?"
Seeing her strong reaction, Lan Zhan hesitated for a moment. Of course, Nguyen, what is your next step in the plan?" Nguyen sheathed her sword and spoke coldly, gathering all her troops to eliminate the remaining rebel forces and put an end to the traitor Yon. Is Lan Qian stunned? Nguyen waited. Nguyen corrected her way of addressing him as clan leader. Lan Qian hesitated, swallowed hard, and quickly told the clan leader that our Duong family is not a charity. Opportunities like this are rare, so why would she use it for such selfless actions without expecting anything in return? But Yen didn't speak immediately, only looked toward her desired destination, because that was what he hoped for. Where she is willing to follow everything, as long as it is that person's wish, she will obey unconditionally. She wants to become that person's sword. Right now, Tabin is in the middle of a fierce battle in the snow. He turns to Lin Lo and says,
"Miss, you risked your life to save me again. I truly appreciate it."
She denied, Don't misunderstand. I just worry that he might die and no one will treat my grandfather." Tu Bin looked around carefully and said cautiously, "Kid, you've been prepared all along." Lin Lo looked at the scene in front of her from behind and couldn't help but wonder why Elder Jiao Long Huang had to intervene with To Bin.
"You clearly worked well together before to drive away the beast tide." On this side, Yuan Tian suddenly grabs Lin Lo's arm.
"This is Lam Tin's highest secret stronghold." He stared intently at her terrified face before continuing to speak. "Everyone who breaks in must be silenced. This is the rule set by the Sky Tower." The previous topic immediately caught To Bin's attention, making him wonder if this mountain, Fong Thap, is connected to the world's most powerful, mysterious organization. To Bin couldn't hold back anymore and turned around, saying, "Isn't it supposed to be the old man's next words explaining what this place is called? It seems we've already gone past the most important part." Tu Bin takes this opportunity to strike. At the same time, he spoke in a similar tone.
"In life, there's no need to explain much to someone about to die."
Immediately, the Dragon King swiftly engaged in a one-on-one fight with him, instantly creating a shield strong enough to withstand Tu Bin's attack. His cold energy suddenly halted on the barrier, producing a deafening sound. Tu Bin, with a bright gaze, silently watched the battle, when suddenly a streak of light cut through the barrier, causing the Dragon King to groan in pain. Seeing that, Lin Lo couldn't sit still and asked, "Can Long Kun's defense be broken so easily?" This is an attack from the Void Movement realm. Tu Bin's assumption was incorrect. After releasing the first seal, the Heavenly Dragonhound's power also advanced to the Void Movement realm. Combined with his second level of Legendary Realm, his previous strength couldn't have broken through unless you blindly charged into the air to face Tu Bin, as he and Binan both possess a power you haven't yet understood. Facing him, Tu Bin immediately came up with an idea. If he couldn't defend, then he might as well attack proactively. At the same time, Tu Bin quickly launched an attack. I've seen through this move of yours when it faced the beast tide long ago." The Divine Fist clashes with the retreating dragon beast without any hesitation, and this move seems a bit too much, forcing Tu Bin to catch his breath and gather more energy. Ha ha! Suddenly, a blazing golden energy appeared, covering the battlefield, and the overwhelming pressure was too much for Tu Bin to bear. "It's too heavy." Taking advantage of that, he immediately punched him with a straight punch. Nice! The powerful attack overwhelmed Tu Bin, causing him to fall down. Then Tu Bin stood calmly with his arms crossed just like that,
Just stay there and do nothing.
Ling Lo said to Nguyen Tien, "Grandpa, we accidentally got lost here." Tabin also tried to deal with the beast tide. He definitely has no malicious intent.
Can you persuade Ko Trian Kai to stop? He hesitated slightly and said, I can't control that. Tu Bin, even as the watch is nearly over, insists on speaking out, saying, I assure you, I have guarded this formation for many years and I will not let your Nguyen family lose their lineage. I will erase your memory later. However, he then regains his strength and grabs Tabin's barrier attack with his hand. But this young man, Tu Bin, crushed the barrier easily and gritted his teeth, the only young man like this. He quickly stood up, speaking with anger, threatening that he must die. He frowned and asked, So this mountain is a formation? The two legendary figures of the Alu region have secretly protected this place for years. How important is this formation really? Just as I finished thinking, the two sides clashed again. Tu Bin, with a nonchalant smile and a chuckle, didn't expect even punishment to be divided into ranks. Tu Bin launched an attack, but when Binyan invaded, the Aluk region was in a desperate situation. And these two famous legends were just hiding here enjoying themselves, which really doesn't suit your style at all. Tu Bin sneered, You can't hit me. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Tu Bing and said, I won't reveal any intelligence. Better save your strength for the next attacks, kid. Hearing Tu Bin say that, he unconsciously frowned. Tsk, truly difficult to deal with, because I am a legendary figure. Suddenly, the Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and clamped his entire body with his beak. Tu Bin caught the jaw with his hand and sneered, You're truly a fool with a brain in your limbs. I'll teach you a lesson. Such a good opportunity, Tu Bin couldn't let it slip away. He immediately launched his attack, repeatedly breaking through defenses and his own demon god fist technique. The great celestial dragon dog must keep its distance and attack from afar. A punch that shakes the heavens and earth sends him flying, but fortunately Tu Bin quickly dodged. Then he summoned his skill, only knowing how to be petty. The wild man will always be the wild man. As they finished speaking, both of them simultaneously unleashed their moves. The area where Lin Lo and Nguyen Thien were standing was affected, but luckily they managed to hold on in time. Looking at the chaos in front of us, it turns out that even when the beast tide is ongoing, the legendary fighters are holding back and the battles among the transmitters are even more terrifying. Yuan Tian observes silently. No, that young Tobin hasn't even used his full strength yet. Lin Lo heard this and suddenly understood. What? With their current strength, they could completely destroy a city, and he said Tobin is still holding back. Yuan Tian explained, Legends and Battle Beast Masters are divided into 10 and 9 ranks based on their cultivation levels. They may look close, but in fact they are very different. The gap can be so large that besides physical strength and spiritual level, the decisive factor is the elemental attribute. That is the cultivation technique that legends can practice for fusion. After merging with their beast, the beast Tamer can not only inherit the combat power and all skills of the fused beast, but also gain elemental control abilities based on the attributes of the fused beast. Ko-Tu's fusion beast is Liu Yuan Xuan Ming, a dual water and poison type, with the elemental harmony ability called Sea King's Strike. Nguyen Tien added that the water type attack was granted the ability to dissolve, capable of quickly corroding shields, armor, and the bodies of enemies. If hit directly, even a legendary's body would likely be shattered and torn apart. Lin Lo seemed to realize that Tabin's Long Queen's defensive ability was so strong that it could withstand such a devastating attack. So why didn't he use fusion? Could he have a different plan? Even though they are hundreds of meters away, their words still reached Tabin's ears, making him immediately deny it. There aren't that many plans like that. I just reached the legendary level. When Yuan Tian heard this, he was stunned and thought to himself, So now the toy isn't the Thunder Tribulation General. No wonder the spiritual energy this kid uses isn't quite at the legendary level. He hasn't fully crossed the tribulation yet. Suddenly, Lin Lo said, Grandfather, can I ask you for a favor? I've told you many times, this depends on someone like me with the title of legend. I can't control it at all. Nguyen Tien asked again. What is it? Lin Lo replied without hesitation. Grandpa, can you teach Tu Bin the fusion technique? Her words hit him like a slap in the face, making him turn and exclaim, What? You asked me to teach that kid. Countless fists tried to resist, but they were shattered by Shifeng. Tu Bin was surprised. The strange martial arts of this kid are very powerful and extremely domineering, like a 10,000-weight iron hammer. If you're not careful and get hit, even a legendary level would have a hard time enduring it. But unfortunately, he encountered the old man's Sea King Wind. He looks down on To Bin, believing his fists will shatter like fragile glass upon contact, whether from long-range attacks or close combat, just struggling before death. Yet, he still refuses to give up below. Lin Lu turned to talk to her grandfather. Grandpa, can you teach Tu Bin the fusion technique? What, you're asking me to teach that kid? Even from a great distance, Tu Bin could still hear clearly. Unexpected change. Nguyen Tin hurriedly explained, Don't! I won't agree to teach. Please stop. He immediately activated his protective layers. I've already given a chance before. Luckily, Truk Long arrived just in time to save them. Tu Bin calmly said, Oh, are you hiding something? Lin Lo was surprised to see Truk Long, the burning abyss. Truk Long Beast, engulfed in purple flames. He chuckled softly and said, Haha, what hiding skills. I only have the 2DM Truk Long Beast, which has a defensive technique, but no place to use it without the Soul Beast body of Tio Ko Lao. I really have no capital to fight the legend in the fusion state. Do I have to try the legendary fusion secret technique that Yuan Tianxian mentioned? Tu Bin looked down. Yuan Tianxian saw him saving his precious granddaughter, and maybe he was moved and willing to cooperate with me. He clasped his hands together and said, Ko, I can't teach that brat Tu Bin, who stole my things and took my territory, so you might as well execute him for me. Ha ha. If he won't cooperate, should I look for a chance to escape first? Lin Lu still keeps persuading him. Sir, if Tu Bin is killed by Ko Truyen Ki, Mr. Nguyen Tin's wound will immediately be dismissed as insignificant. I still don't understand why Tu Bin is not here. It only took me a few years to reach the legendary realm. He explained, but if we keep him, even if I return to the peak immediately, I will only forever be subordinate to Tu Bin without ever rising above him. Now I won't stir up trouble and muddy the waters. I just remember the kindness he showed in saving my child. She wondered, so what should Binyan do? Lin Lo didn't give up. Hearing that the 4 kings are good and evil, the Abyss Lord has 7 sins. Binyan might escape from the Abyss. Now, only Binyan alone can blink and destroy half of the Alu city base. Over the years, Yuan Tian probably dismissed it. It's not that scary. As long as the Wind Tower hasn't acted, it means things haven't reached a point where they can't be turned around. But let's not talk about this anymore. Staying wise and true to oneself is the right path. Tu Bin's voice suddenly echoed, I can't talk about principles. Waiting for him to cultivate the legend, he would have already become a wandering soul in Binyan's mouth. She realized this was spiritual energy transmitting sound. Although Tu Bin was very busy, he still tried to guide Lin Lo along the way. To persuade him, he had to change his way of thinking. Wait until she does that later. Tu Bin will follow closely behind. Keep fighting. Where did that fierce look from earlier go? Why are you only running with your head held high? You pressed the button on your watch to send the attack coordinates. The spaceship outside in space has received the signal to fire, with immense destructive power and size targeting Tu Bin. He casually dodges. Huh, a divine weapon? The power isn't bad, but only a mindless beast would fall for an attack like this. Just a toy. But then, Tu Bin was caught by a giant hand. Din used both hands to control him. Tu Bin showed no fear at all. This won't trap the old sorcerer. The scene is now extremely chaotic. I don't know how to describe it. Master Lin Lo hurriedly calls out, Lin Ni, what are you doing? Truk Long used his body to block him. She used her sword to block the destructive force. Tu Bin complained loudly. What kind of chaos is he causing down there? Tu Bin replied to him that this wasn't chaos. Yuan Ling Lu had a secret technique that could absorb fire attribute attacks to strengthen herself. The heat from the gunfire continues to pour out. Relying on her abilities, Lin Lo absorbed all the attacks and then gathered her strength to strike with her sword, her slash heading straight for Tu Bin. He immediately raised his hand to defend himself. Lin Lo, seeing that, also gathered her strength and launched an attack, so that powerful strike pierced through Tu Bin's skin. Tu Bin outside smirked faintly. Nguyen Tin, witnessing this, was terrified and turned to Tu Bin, who remained unharmed after the attack. Nguyen Tin then went to scold Lin Lo, but all were suppressed by Tu Bin's anger. Tu Bin growled, I will kill everyone here. Lin Lo hurriedly turned back to Nguyen Tin. Why has Ko Truyen Kai's expression changed? He has entrusted his consciousness to the main battle beast, so he has manifested his beast form. In this state, our combat power will increase, and it will be hard to distinguish friend from foe. Ko Tu Bin really intends to kill us all. Tu Bin cheerfully looked at him. Yuan Chuanqi, it seems we can only join forces. You little brat, it's no wonder Lin Ni disobeyed me for the first time. Turns out you taught her badly. So that's how it is? I think it's just a delayed rebellious phase. Suddenly, Truk Long approached, leaving the 2 old men and the boy confused about what was happening.
Surrounded by golden angelic figures rising from the ground, Julong activates the 9th level of divine transformation, with divine shields to protect everyone. Tabin raises his hand, fully empowering the iron shield with the heavenly dragon dog. You warn me there's no more time to hesitate. My battle pet will do everything to hold them back, but at best it might only last a few minutes. Is he going to teach me the secret technique of fusion or get beaten into a bloody mess by him? Choose. Wintien was so angry he was trembling, he thought he was going to die. But now he truly had no other choice. Hey, when I get back I'll settle the score with you. Yuan Tian took out a chip. This is a learning device that records the legendary fusion technique, pasted on the forehead. In less than half a second, the biological electric engine will transfer all the content into your mind. Tabin felt quite surprised. Xianjin, is that so? I was still thinking about how to make the most of my time. What's wrong? You still think I will teach you every move step by step? But before Yuan Tian could finish speaking, Si Bin had already rushed past. Tabin and Lin Lo couldn't believe their eyes at the incredible speed. Nguyen Tian's arm, along with the chip, fell to the ground. I don't know when Tu Bin broke through their defenses and took Nguyen Tian's arm, causing the sturdy barrier to collapse instantly. Suddenly, Nguyen Tian's wound started to worsen. To save his life, he didn't hesitate and struck down immediately. Blood splattered everywhere, as Tu Bin didn't expect that after his beast transformation, his corrosive ability had evolved into a transmission trait. He hurriedly rushed to his arm before it was corroded. Oh no, Nguyen Tian Than's severed arm is still holding that learning device. If it gets wet, oh my god, it looks so tense. I don't know when Lin Lo appeared, but she delivered a decisive slash. Aha, she successfully protected the chip from corrosion. Lin Lo jumps up to catch it. Wow! But as soon as he touched the ground, Tu Bin appeared again. Got it, the learning device is fine. Her face turned pale when she saw him, then all she saw was a huge cloud of smoke. Yunitian, despite the pain, still did not forget his granddaughter, Lin Yi. Tu Bin thought he had successfully defeated Lin Lo, but contrary to his expectations, there was not a single figure in front of him. Tu Bin quickly rescued Lin Lo just in time. She threw the chip to him to catch. Yeah? Tu Bin still desperately rushes to save him. As soon as he placed the chip on his forehead, thousands of data appeared. So that's how it is. Just moments ago it was a tough one-on-one fight, but now Tu Bin can hold him with one hand. You gently open your eyes, merge your bodies. Ling Lo is overjoyed, catching up. Yuan Tian below scolds, Fool, how could you not dare? Why didn't you dare to touch directly with your hands? He growled, Kotubin owns the Sea King's wind. Ha ha, his technique looks just like my water jet. Die. But Tu Bin is now in a new position. Is that all his attack has to offer? Tu Bin couldn't believe you weren't affected at all. What? At this moment, Tu Bin has successfully merged into a powerful vortex, while Tu Bin tries to push him away with all his might. Screaming, seeing your calm face makes Tu Bin uncomfortable. It's not over yet, Lin Lo struggles. Let me go quickly with you like that there's no hand left to continue his attack. Tu Bin reassured her, don't worry, open your eyes and look. Lin Lo slowly opened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. It's been stopped. She was so surprised she couldn't blink, her power being eroded. The Hai Huang Qifeng of Kotrian Qi was completely blocked by the energy emitted by Tobin. This energy is pure and divine, exuding supreme majesty. Very familiar. After a while, Lin Lo's memory finally surfaced, and she remembered that the great exhibition True Dragon King was the old Dragon King in the secret realm. Tu Bin tried but couldn't break through your white barrier. The blood dragon has always been effective in suppressing evil spirits and exorcising demons. The talk of the old Dragon King is said to be the leader among dragons, which is why Tu Bin previously avoided him but now stands firm like Mount Tai. Suddenly, Tu Bin removes his barrier and then grabs his opponent's hand. That Kwang Tu Bin is so weak, like a trash bag. He just floated away, looking no different from a comet. The impact was so terrible that the mountain itself was damaged. Only when the smoke cleared could we see Kwang Tu Bin lying still on the ground. His body is covered with wounds. Ling Lu is delighted. That's great. He's already fainted. Let's use it. Yes, I understand what you mean. At this critical moment, any loss of a legend would weaken the overall combat strength of humanity. Go take your grandfather back to the city base where your sister is. Let me down first. I'm very embarrassed. Before he could celebrate, Tu Bin suddenly floated into the air, absorbing dark energy streams into his body.
Yuan Tian was startled. That's enough. Stop. Tu Bin, are you crazy?
Tu Bin felt strange. This spiritual energy fluctuation is completely different from his previous strength.
You throw the spirit path to Truklong and Zidium Truklong. Tell them to fly away a bit so they won't be affected by Tu Bin. What does he want to do? Tabin confidently says, of course I want to test him. I haven't even tried my combat strength in this stance yet.
Tubin's sphere grew larger, like a card charging energy. I'm leaving, finally able to unleash the full power of the great performance. True dragon bloodline. But Tubin's sphere was no different from a marble to Kim Diem. Suddenly, the dragon wrapped around Kim Dien's arm, and both sensed the moment was ripe to strike and charged at each other. Watching this fight again makes me think of how you brushed your teeth loudly, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. Tubin demands the great performance of the true dragon blood martial art. Hold me down. Your strength is growing stronger. It's clear that Tubin is about to lose his grip. He is tense, but it's not enough. He needs more. I can't believe it has even spread beyond the universe. Tubin immediately paused in realization. Tubin happily thought he was about to win. Ha ha, die for me. Neither of them was willing to give in, and he noticed something strange. His spiritual power suddenly seems endless, never diminishing no matter how much he pours into it. Tubin suspected that indeed, the formation designed within this headless snow mountain contains extraordinary power. The surrounding scene was like the end of the world. Xiao Tubin boldly tried to protect the formation, but failed and ended up using it himself. Suddenly, Tubin sensed someone nearby, along with others. Yuan Tian hugs his wounded arm and reminds him to leave quickly. The final sealing mechanism of the Fang Tower has already been activated, and even a Void Realm cultivator will be destroyed in an instant. Tubin is determined. I only aim to eliminate threats. I have no personal motives. You just glanced at him. Yeah, loyal to the death in a tower, and this is the ending they get. The strongest organization in the world, acting like this. Tubin immediately flew towards the old man and the child standing there. You ask, Yuan Tian, explain the story of this snow mountain and what this formation is for. Yuan Tian embraces his small nephew, no longer clear. It's the person before who set up the global formation. I am only responsible for guarding the position in the Ailu region. I heard that you were a master at arranging formations before, so is this place just for protection? I can only say that. For anything else, you can go directly to the tower and ask. Sir, Tubin didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the watch to personally go up the tower and ask why. Leave a message. If it's Duong Yu Yen, I will return to Longjiang immediately to gather with me. Truk Long quickly flies back to Longjiang base city. When he arrives and sees you, everyone rushes out to welcome him as Mr. To. Everyone here is happy to see Tubin. Look, Chairman To has returned safely. The great hero has saved our city. Please kindly make way. Mr. Oi, look at Longjiang. Many people support Tubin today. They're just a bunch of troublemakers and haven't proven anything. I only know I've been set up by him 3 times. This is the 3rd time I've seen you value outsiders more than your own family. Sorry, I only want you to return to the peak sooner. Win Tin asked her back. Nice dream, but that kid is clever and eloquent. How do you know he will keep his promise? Du Huang then approached them. Sorry for the intrusion. Are you the senior Yuan Chuangqi? My uncle knows your grandfather. Of course, we didn't. No one in Fengxian City is unaware of your reputation. I am Tando Huang, respectfully greeting you. Win Tin immediately recognized him. Is he the No-Than of the Tanjia Longjiang? I've heard many stories about you before, but I heard you retired for many years. So why are you still coming to this city to run a beast training shop? De Huang lowered his head. Senior, you misunderstood. I am only taking care of the shop and doing chores for Mr. To. He was surprised that someone who used to be a servant could roar and kill 3 9th-level ferocious beasts, repeatedly repel beast tides, and still be willing to do menial tasks for a young boy with a mouthful of milk. He looked at Yuan Tian with determination, hoping Yuan Chuangqi would speak for himself. Although it's unclear what happened between Boss To and the senior, Boss Tu not only trained to improve the combat strength of the beast tamers across the city, but also subdued the arrogant spirit realm. And Du Huang recounted this to the two, even fighting off the disaster alone. Now the city is lacking in strength. So, Tu Kang, the city lord, is tirelessly leaving the city to find survivors. Surely not the kind to deceive for fame. Tubin in the past was resolute. Only by resolving Bin Yan could this disaster be completely ended. Lin Lo was delighted, glad she hadn't mistaken people this time. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Tian Yuan's shirt, causing the two grandfather and grandson to freeze. Seeing Anna pull her grandfather into the small dark room, Lin Lo shouted, "What are you doing pulling my grandfather into that small dark room?" Anan decisively pushed aside Nguyen Tian's clothes. "Isn't it to treat this little ant's wound? If you want to stay here, that's fine too." Lin Lo shyly covers her eyes.
No need, sister, you should still close the door. Tabin closes the door. Don't worry, I'll leave it to Anna. Your grandfather will be fine. By the way, did you bring any money? Do you want to try our store's training service? To make your beloved pet improve rapidly in an instant? All right. She felt strange, as if there were very unsettling sounds coming from inside. Tabin called out loudly, Xiaotang entertained to Duong Yu Yen. Du Huang reports, Master, to Duong Yu Yen has not returned yet, and Lady Yuan requests you to train the pet she desires.
Ling Luo thanks him. Then I entrust my purple sweet potato, my father's eyes, and my green beans to you.
After learning that Rui Yen hasn't returned yet, he pondered for a moment. The snow-capped mountain guarded by Yuan Tianxin not only concealed energy beyond expectations, but was also just one of the front lines of the great formation spread across the world. I can't imagine how spectacular it will be once that entire formation is activated. If we have this power, not to mention Binyan, even against the four kings, they wouldn't survive.
But considering the current situation, it seems that the Wind Tower has no intention of using this power to oppose Biangan, so I must definitely go to the Wind Tower. Find out what they plan to do with this power. It is said that the Wind Tower is an organization created by the legendary level, so they must wait for Xiao Kulao to return before they can trust going up it.
Du Huang saw your pale face and said, Boss To, after hearing what Chief Chu said, you've been blinking very little these days. Please go back and rest.
But Tobin refused to allow himself to rest. Now is not the time to relax. With Xiao Kulao's help, Duong Yu Yen will likely resolve her family's issues soon and return here.
They might have run into trouble. I need to find them. The report says, from what I know, Dong Ruiyuan doesn't have a flying mount at all. Even if they walk back day and night, it can't compare to your speed flying here. Please be patient and wait. But Du Huang just moved aside. Take a look. He recounted that before leaving, she had done some things. These are the people that Duong Yu Yen arranged to work with before she left. Each employee was personally mentored by her.
Boss To, while you were away, they hosted the guests very well, and there were no mistakes at all.
Tabin remained silent. Du Huang truly cares about your health. I believe Duong Yu Yen has carefully arranged everything for this trip. Please trust her judgment. You are not fighting alone.
Tabin sighed. All right, if Little Sugar comes back, report to me immediately.
Okay. The system appears, noting the owner's request for rest, and reminds that after the shop upgrades to the next level, various functions will unlock, allowing beast tamers to enter the nurturing chamber for training, recovery, and therapy. And the owner's clone can also record low-level beast harvest behaviors.
He agreed. Oh, it's true that being sleepy makes you gift pillows. Level up quickly. Level up. The current store of the host is already at level 4, and it takes 1 billion energy to reach level 5.
Tabin silently reached 0. I really didn't expect that reaching level 5 would require 100 billion spirit stones.
What kind of heaven-sent number is this? Even immortals don't fall from the sky. I remember that before I transmigrated, the annual revenue of the richest person's company was about $50 billion. The system asked if I wanted to upgrade. Tabin immediately made a phone call. Lang Nguyen answered instantly. Hey, I'm in a meeting. What do you want?
He asked his sister suspiciously. No way, right? Are you robbing a bank or is there something else going on? Since when did our store's income become so high? Ling Yue sighed.
Brother, you really are a benefactor who forgets easily. Since Biangan's incident, everyone has recognized the benefits of training at our store.
So now we have branches in all the cities across the country. It turns out that the fake explorers spend money every day to train their beasts. Training and returning to the wilderness can earn more money, and with more money, you can come back to train stronger battle pets. Customers can improve their combat power, and we can earn a significant amount of money. This is mutually beneficial.
Tabin was delighted that the system's delegated management function for training and image clone division was available, making the training service almost a no-investment, profit-only business.
This money really did fall from the sky. Well done. They're all good news. Why do you still look so gloomy? If only that hateful Biangan hadn't destroyed so many cities and bases, it would be better. Ling Yue sighed. Then more people could enjoy the training. Our store's income could increase several times. Tabing is worried. It seems that Duong Yu Yen and the Chu family leader's suggestion to go out and search for survivors was really a correct judgment.
It's a pity I don't have the clone technique right now. Tran and Long Nguyen, don't worry. After I finish dealing with the Feng Towers matter, I'll pick up a few people to help boost your achievements. Is there anything else?
Please report. About that valuable pet food.
When you're free later, could you bring some here? Many customers have reported that our pet food is very effective, but in very limited supply, urging us to restock quickly.
Tabin immediately agreed, and once the store level increased to 5, it was the perfect opportunity to fill the gap in pet food supplies. Although for now I can only get low-level pet food, it's still some meat, so no problem. That's all, I have another meeting to attend. Bye. Keep going. He turned to call the system. The system confirmed the store upgrade, and all remaining energy was used for upgrading the breeding chamber. The system has confirmed energy deduction, with 213 points remaining. The store upgrade will be completed tonight, and the machinery will start working immediately. Tabin stepped in and said, "Wow, a high-level nurturing chamber? Is this your first time experiencing being a pet?" Then he immediately moved into another space. This place with its picturesque mountains and rivers looks quite relaxing. Tabin immediately checked and found that inside there was a universe. Unexpectedly, the containment chamber looked completely different from the outside compared to the view from inside. There is something black attached to your hand beneath the water, and Tabin immediately realizes this water is unusual, containing strange energy that not only relieves fatigue and replenishes vitality, but also seems beneficial for body cultivation and increasing intelligence. You open 2 small space openings, indeed valuable items. Ziyun and Z Longbeast, the great representatives of heavenly dragon dogs, but after days of hard work, both are exhausted. I'm really feeling a bit sleepy. Let's sleep for a while. Suddenly, someone hurriedly woke you up. Boss To, so it's Du Huang. How are you feeling after resting? Very good. In the future, remember to invite customers for experiences. It will definitely be a hit, no problem. How long have I been sleeping? A week. Hearing this, you froze with a blank face. What? Have I slept for that long? Where is Xiaotang? He's back and outside the city. Tabin couldn't wait any longer. Something must have gone wrong on the way, and it took him so long to return. Soon after, he appeared in the sky, scanning the surroundings, and after a while, he finally found No Yen walking with Tio Ko Lao. Moreover, behind them, there is an endless stream of people. Tabin was surprised. Are these all the survivors that Duong New Yen rescued? The 2 men holding the book startle, while the line of people waiting under the blinding sun remains still. Tabin opens his mouth in confusion as a voice rings out, checking hair. They are passing through. In front of you, a crowd of people continues, and that sound keeps checking the retina to confirm they pass. The EEG and karyotype tests have been completed, confirming their identity as human compatriots. They are survivors from other refuge cities. Tabin looked down from above as the large gate gradually opened, a thick cloud of smoke billowing out, welcoming everyone home. Then he descended beside Tiantiu, and the old man spoke, pleased to see so many people returning. The old man pointed ahead and said, Master To, look at this. The Giat family, the Than family, and even the Dingan family, all renowned powerhouses from other city bases. With their families joining, our forces could grow stronger by a few points, you coldly replied. Yeah. Now that Ru Yen has returned, I am late. Tabin immediately turned around, her body covered only with wounds. She put her hands behind her back to hide them. Ru Yen clasped her hands and bowed her head with a sword in her hand. I didn't expect leading a large-scale military operation to be much more difficult than I had anticipated. Along the way, they faced interference from the Binayan rebels and fierce beasts, wasting quite a bit of time. But everything has been dealt with. I truly apologize. Before she could finish speaking, Tabin immediately ran out, repeatedly patting her on the back like Yen, causing her to jump in surprise. Tabin praised. When did our little sugar become so talented? Good job. New Yen immediately pushed him away in protest. What are you doing? You scared me. Tabin continued. I am serious. Thank you. That was tough. Ruyan's face was flushed with embarrassment. Seeing that, he didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? She turned her face away. Nothing, and handed the sword back to him. Glancing at Tio Ko Lao beside her, she remembered, that's right. Something was off with Tio Ko Lao earlier, Yen Yen said while holding Xiao Ko Lao in front of her. Do you see? Is there a problem now? He wondered what was wrong. She replied immediately that after this great battle, Little Drybone suddenly seemed to lose his soul, not moving at all and only gradually returned to normal after a while. Tabin carefully read the information on the system panel about the Little Drybone's attributes. Level 9 extreme combat power, top-grade talent, low-grade protective treasure, unable to grasp the skill of Beast Soul Blessing, chaotic reincarnation, soul-destroying blade, soul phantom, demon slayer armor, soul servitude, hound ability, bloodline, sin, eternal life. Tabin sensed something unusual and thought to himself that the soul fruit was lost. He was momentarily stunned, realizing that the soul fruit was a rare treasure that could have prevented a fatal blow for Little Drybone. Could it be that Little Drybone had died once when cornered, using the soul fruit to handle the enemy? Tabin walked away in disappointment. This soul-devouring fruit was originally stolen from Duong New Yen. You reach out and touch the system panel, even if it's more valuable. Using it on her is just to return her to her owner. It's good that she's safe now. You doubt the bloodline ability of eternal reincarnation. The system interface immediately displays an explanation. The regenerative power of a normal evil beast's pet can allow it to keep resurrecting as long as its core is intact. And the special ability of the Eternal Life King of the Dry Corpse clan is to consume all of its lifespan. No matter what damage it suffers, it can return from the underworld again, essentially infinite resurrection, with the time needed to revive depending on the severity of its injuries. Tabin was surprised, but quickly regained his happiness, living forever again. Could it be that the little dry lich hasn't moved at all, as Duong New Yen mentioned? Actually, its bloodline of the Dry Lich King is absorbing a large amount of death aura and refining the soul-devouring fruit, which has awakened its innate talent of eternal reincarnation. From New Yen's current perspective, she frowns, secretly worried. Why does Tobin seem so strange? Could there really be a problem that made you angry? He handed the sword back to New Yen and cleared his throat. Cough, cough, little one. It's okay, go back. And with this sword, if you find it useful, just keep it with you from now on. She accepted the sword and couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, you gave it to me? But wasn't it earlier you said this was a precious, ancient secret treasure of the great legend True Dragon King? Tabin flew away, turning back to say, I did say that, but I didn't tell you that such a treasure, that person has given me a whole warehouse of it, so rest assured and keep it. Then he suddenly disappeared. Rai Yen asked Theo below, Hey, where are you going? You told her to wait for me at the shop. I have something to give her later. Now Nu Yen has returned to the shop. She's waiting in disappointment, looking at the time on her watch and wondering what Tobin is doing. So mysterious? At this moment, a man appeared calling her, and the clan leader like Yen quickly turned around. Following behind, Lan Qian respectfully reports that, according to her instructions, arrangements have been made to send the wounded back. The subordinates have also brought the battle beast for training. May I ask who should I hand it over to? Like Yen extended her hand and said, just give it to me and the identity information will be registered with me. Lan Qian was surprised and asked, Yes? What? Yen, you are the head of the Tong family, the future leader who will stand above the entire Asia region. How can you do such things? I seriously replied, outside I am the head of the Tong family, but inside the store I am Mr. To's employee. Is there a problem? The people behind them whispered and murmured among themselves, and Lan Qian softly thought that no one dared to complain about risking their lives for her because they believed in her and hoped she wouldn't shatter their dreams. Suddenly, a tear in space appeared beside them, and his voice rang out, I've been waiting for a long time. And seeing this, Yen was caught off guard. Tabin quickly appeared, taking some time to select the harvesting action for his clone image and check the new ability of Little Dry Lizard. Lan Qian stood nearby, suspicious, without any warning breaking the void. Are you the famous Tubin, and what do you mean by import? Ignoring him, Tabin threw something to Nu Yen. This is our shop's matter, no need to worry about it. In the end, every training session would produce low-level beast pets to sell. Xiaotang, take it. She looked at what Tobin had just thrown. At this moment, the objects in Nu Yen's hands immediately lit up, revealing a series of illusions of battle pets. Everyone present was terrified and shouted out, this breath could not be mistaken for anything else. It was something that once made everyone in Duong remember for a lifetime. The crowd sighed. Wow, the pressure is so intense. The king beast Lun Qian stood still, staring at what was in front of it. No, this is not an ordinary king beast. A series of king beasts appeared, including the Dragon Ridge Demon Scorpion, a creature resembling a scorpion with a deadly wind poison king. The remaining one radiates a deadly aura with a high-level demon stone. He opened his mouth in shock. As far as I know, these are extremely ferocious creatures from legends. Once the fight begins, it will last 10 days and 10 nights without rest until either the enemy's throat is torn apart or my own blood runs out. Even with the He and Hai Shin Li Tan in hand, I can't be completely sure I can defeat them. At this moment, Tabin quickly glanced at the three king beasts, startled and frightened, and they immediately knelt before him. Nu Yen was surprised, and from afar, the people of the Duong family whispered, the king beasts earlier were so arrogant, now they've already knelt down. The royal beast stared intently at Nu Yen, begging for the clan leader's permission. Tabin turned to Nu Yen, recalling that he had encountered them earlier while foraging for beast food, and, seeing their potential, had taken them without hesitation. You don't have a battle pet to use yet, right? I'll give you one. Hearing that, she froze and stared at him in surprise. The people around also couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "Gifting a royal beast." Although the limit of Feng Biao's cultivation level can indeed sign contracts with royal beasts of the same level, it is almost impossible for Feng Biao himself to catch a royal beast. The conditions for royal beasts are a dream we cannot reach. They were all excited, but this person suddenly gifted 3 at once. He is the legendary owner of Ru Shop. Just how deep are the secrets of this shop? Lan Qian chuckled unexpectedly, almost missing a major issue and foolish enough to doubt Nu Yen's decision. Truly naive. He looked at Nu Yen, still open-mouthed in shock. Truly a far-sighted move. The clan leader moved on to the next day. Tabin stepped onto the snow-covered ground, his voice sounding calm. "Do I really have to leave again?" He laughs. "Haha, what can I say?" Ru Yuan continues again. "Usually she's so stingy that the only food in the shop is canned goods. You gave me so many things today in one go. Is this trip dangerous?" Tabin coldly replied, "Yes." In his mind, he was contemplating a certain scenario, and he still needed to become stronger. As expected, the formation set up on this snow-capped mountain contains extraordinary power. He said, "Feng Tower, I need to go there and find out the truth." Tabin walks carefully. Maybe it's easier to deal with a few thieves stealing from others and watch the shop well. She replies seriously, "I understand, Feng Tower." She looked at his back and sincerely hoped he would return safely. Suddenly, Tabin's knee touched a barrier here. He immediately stopped and wondered, is this the Fang Sun barrier that Elder Bai mentioned? Suddenly, a powerful energy burst forth from his palm. Tabin raised his eyes and shouted, a different voice echoing the demon suppression. "Who are you and what is your purpose here?" "I, Tabin, have an urgent matter to see your tower master." In front of you now is an old man leaning on a giant wine jar. He is the legendary leader of Tuqi Palace, Tui Tian, with a combat strength in the Han Hai mid-tier. At this moment, Tui Tian spoke up. Tabin had never heard of him. He lifts the wine cup to his lips, takes a sip, then waves his hand and says, "Please go back. Don't say that the tower master is a great person. All the legends on the wind tower are busy with 1,000 things. We are very busy and not free to pay attention to an unknown junior." Hearing that, Tabin's face became extremely displeased. Suddenly, a piece of the barrier shattered, and in an instant, he rushed over and slammed his hand into Tui Tian's face, his eyes now glowing with golden energy. At the same time, the giant wine jar suddenly shattered. "Get hold of Tui Tian. I didn't come to invite him for a meal." Tabin pushed hard, causing Tui Tian to fall down the mountain. His face darkened. He released his grip and stood up. It turns out the mountains were just an illusion. Tabin glances at Tui Tian, who is inside the star-shaped tower. He is now lying unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Tabin quickly entered through the gate of the formation in the sky, snorting coldly, useless. He observed inside and saw that the headquarters was set up on another planet connected by a space tear. No wonder even Elder Bai, the pinnacle of the cultivation world, couldn't request help. Such mystery I must investigate today. After a while, he arrived in another space where the mountains were towering and lush green fields stretched below. And as he stepped in, he marveled, "Oh, indeed, even the spiritual energy in the air here is twice as dense as in Lamtain." Looking into the distance, he suddenly noticed something. There are many houses hidden within the thick clouds in front of him. The tower on the top is emitting a strange light. Tabin silently wondered in his mind about those buildings. He glanced over the signs of the Killing and Lust Palaces, then the Vengeance Palace, followed by the Death Palace, and finally the Peace Palace. As the tower emitted a golden light that gradually curled inward, he thought again about the passion. Almost every palace could feel the pure aura of legendary experts. Are they members of the Wind Tower? Tabin leapt onto the nearest building and looked up at the Sat Chi Kung sign placed right in the center. Tabin silently thought as he stepped forward. The atmosphere of the Sat Chi Kung was so thick with impending punishment that it seemed to have frozen in the air. Now every step I take feels like I'm getting closer to the underworld. Probably at least hundreds of thousands have gone before me. Tabin stopped in front of the door, quickly summoning all his spirit beasts first. Suddenly, a terrifying vision appeared before him, a huge man pulling something out of a beast. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Tabin's face darkened with a hint of fear. He held a large knife and cut the bone in half. Tabin watched them. "What is this?" a voice suddenly echoes. Beast tamers are individuals with extraordinary innate talent, making up a very small percentage of the population. They are strong, agile, react quickly, and can even form contracts with rare birds and beasts to fight alongside them, creating a huge gap between beast tamers and ordinary people like adults and children. And the hierarchy among beast tamers is very strict, with levels from 1 to 10, and the higher the cultivation, the slower the progress. Typically around 20 years old, they leave the student phase with cultivation levels from rank 1 to 6, and by 30, they enter the professional stage centered on rank 7, relying on teaching or pioneering work to make a living. There are many battle beast tamers who can reach level 8 in their lifetime, which is quite normal. Only a few geniuses among geniuses, supported by strong resources, can advance to level 9 and earn the title. And for battle beast tamers who just step into the 9th level of the title, it's only just the beginning. Seizing the title is a realm with a very wide scope. It is the gap between the strong and the weak, like between level 9 and level 1 at the start, which can only be bridged by continuously using all resources, relationships, and effort. Only when the family is broken and the household destroyed, when completely isolated, and the last drop of blood flows from the body can one reach the highest peak in the eyes and hearts of beast tamers, becoming the guardian of a city alone, facing a 1,000-mile beast tide and called a true hero, an ultimate title. This is all the knowledge Tubin understood before entering the Tower of Titles. Tower of Ooh. Now the heroes, who are considered the peak combat strength of humanity, are going on expeditions to hunt fierce beasts and defend the country. Tubin enters, and in front of him are many chefs busy preparing a lavish feast. The sound of knives chopping ingredients continues to echo from the kitchen. Everyone busy with their tasks, focused on their cooking and arranging. Finally, they spoke. The food was ready. Thao Tiet sat on the throne, with the chief steward always by his side. In front of them, a large table of food with all kinds of delicacies. The chief steward of the Satchi Palace begins to read. This feast is provided by the Ailuk region. Over 1,000 experienced pioneers spent months hunting and harvesting on different planets. The appetizer was thunder egg with silver exe, paired with 7-colored divine liver, balanced by over 100-year-old jade spirit wine. Before the steward finished reading, Thao Thiet had already smelled the aroma from the banquet table and spoke up to stop the steward. "That's enough!" The steward quickly responded as well. "Yes." The steward understood his meaning at a glance and immediately ordered the chefs who were about to bring more dishes to set up. "Stop everything. These dishes are all finished." The chefs were stunned by the sudden order, but Thao Thiet responded to them. "I ate there last year. He is the lord of the assassin's palace, Thao Thiet Truyen Ki." Thao Tiet feels a bit disappointed. Are the recent Wind Emperors really that forgetful? At this moment, the chefs immediately knelt down and begged. "We have changed our method of preparation and cooking." They begged Thao Tiet, "Please try a piece. Just a taste. We've put so much effort into this." They haven't finished speaking when the chief steward looked at them with a murderous gaze. Lord Thao Thiet Truyen Ki said, "If you find it disgusting, if you can't do it, someone else will." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and many people rushed in to snatch the chefs' hats. The chefs hurriedly begged, "Master Thao Thiet, please give us a chance. We will definitely not disappoint you." "Hand it over. There's still a group of Feng Wei waiting to serve Thao Thiet Truyen Ki. We've given you a chance, so what should we do now?" The previous chefs, even after being stripped naked, still try their best. "Don't do this, I haven't even wanted to leave the Feng Tower yet." The steward saw them kneeling and then asked, "If you don't want to do this and are only staying out of obligation, then why bother? No one is forcing you to choose that door." They whispered and begged, "We are willing to stay, as long as we can receive some rewards and guidance from the legendary masters, which will benefit our cultivation far more than bleeding on the sword in the wilderness outside." The chief steward snorted coldly. "Understanding this principle is good. He is also very merciful, this time punishing you to start over from the lowest servant level. Do your work well. In just a few years, they will be able to return to serve the legendary master." Having gained this opportunity, the chefs lowered their heads in gratitude. "Yes, thank you for your grace, head steward. Please give them some time. The next table with Shaoluang delicacies will be ready in half an hour." "The ingredients are still the best quality from around the world," he reminded. "Only those who satisfy Lord Thao Thiet Truyen Ki are qualified to receive guidance. If you don't want to do it, get out quickly. There are many others willing to take the job, and they all agree." "Yes. Are you just arriving and standing at the door? Newcomers should first report to personnel for inspection. If their strength does not meet the standards, even Feng Hu will not be recruited." At this moment, a large fist suddenly attacked the steward. The steward took a deep breath, clutching his chest as he gasped, "I'm still alive." What just happened was an illusion, and the steward grew even more suspicious. "That makes no sense. Who the hell is it?" Tabin then rushes forward, his voice still echoing, daring to show hostility at the Feng Tower. He passes through the Dam Qi Palace, Vong Qi Palace, and On Qi Palace. "Stop. Kotubin, you dare to protect the formation and still use it without permission." Tabin guessed that this voice belonged to the one who activated the lightning mechanism on Snowless Mountain. He had carelessly abandoned his subordinates, and he was none other than the Vice Tower Master of the Wind Tower, the battle force of the Void Realm at the top position. He questioned Bin, the inexperienced junior causing chaos everywhere. He didn't hesitate to declare, "I will be straightforward. You guys at the Tower of Wind are really a mess." Bin's words just now made the Deputy Tower Master furious. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say?" Bin's words immediately caused all the legends in the tower to freeze in place. The four great legends immediately moved to the place where the Deputy Tower Master and Bin were. They quickly appeared, looking up at the sky. Together, that was the Deputy Tower Master who had already summoned his beast, both of which looked fierce and incredibly powerful. At this moment, the Deputy Tower Master did not hesitate and quickly recited a spell, transforming into a powerful aura that enveloped his entire body. Instantly, his appearance changed to a form that was a combination of a beast and the Deputy Tower Master. He called Bin a little devil, and the Fothap Chu questioned him, "Who exactly are you? Why did you deliberately come here to provoke the Feng Tower people?" Bin explained his doubts to him. "Let me tell you what happened during the fight." The Deputy Tower Master was surprised. "Oh, the reckless fool is actually looking for you." He tears open a space crack and pulls out a huge, savage-looking sword. Around the great sword, there are skulls that seem to contain the souls of death itself. As soon as Lord Foe grasped the sword, an aura radiated from it so intensely that an image of a deity appeared behind him, unexpectedly caught in the trap. The Lord of the Pavilion was utterly stunned by this scene. The 10,000 gods devouring void sword is indeed rare, and Lord Foe was surprisingly serious. Vongchi Palace Lord also sighed. "Tisk, tisk, unfortunately Fothap Chu's aura has drowned out everything, so I can't hear what they're saying. I wonder what mistake that black-legged demon made to cause Fothap Chu to punish him with his strongest technique." Another one of them spoke up, saying maybe he was forced to do it. This made the two others turn around in confusion. "Huh?" Thao Thiet still firmly believes in Deputy Master Foe. Deputy Tower Master is the second strongest expert in the world without dispute. Lord of the Vongchi Pavilion agrees. "That's right. Your point is not only one fool trying to kill him, but also someone with strength comparable to his. The Lord of Lust Pavilion thinks your brain is so damaged from overindulgence or has long been considered a lost cause. Today, Tuixian is in charge of guarding the Dark Mountain, but he hasn't arrived yet. I guess he must have drunk too much and gone to the bathroom, insulting the device so thoroughly that I'm speechless." What? So the Lord of Vongchi Palace is angry that green tea girl talks about sex every day in broad daylight, calling someone brainless, huh? At this moment, the Lord of Vongchi Pavilion pointed to the sky and asked the three of them if he was the one, then gestured towards Bin, the young man in black. Bin's figure finally appears behind the misty smoke, and he quickly summons his loyal beasts. "Come out now, your three fierce companions have finally appeared." Bin immediately touched them, and his fusion body transformed instantly. Bin himself has also become like the Deputy Tower Master, with a half-beast body now appearing. Did the Lord of the Reverie Bow not expect that he also knew about fusion? "I didn't expect someone so young to reach the legendary realm." Thao Thiet still looks down on him. It's just a first-level fusion technique, indicating his strength is at the first stage of the legendary Han Hai realm, while the Deputy Tower Master has already reached the second stage of the legendary Hudong realm and can perform second-level fusion. The Deputy Tower Master raises his great sword, seemingly intending to end the battle in one strike. The leader of the Poison Blade sect continued, and moreover, the terrifying aspect of the Deputy Tower Master was not limited to that. His sword path caused cracks in space, allowing deadly weapons from his great sword to escape endlessly. Bin immediately focused on the sword path, noticing that the blade could tear through space itself. Bin quickly moved away from the area, knowing he couldn't confront that sword head-on and had to keep his distance. Seeing Bin run away, the chefs of the Sachi clan shouted loudly, "That guy is trying to escape!" Thao Thiet sneered at, "You idiot, how could you possibly escape?" Then he warned the chefs not to look at things they shouldn't see. At this moment, the Deputy Tower Master has cut through a large space right beneath him. As Bin walks away, he glances back. Strange. I don't understand why he has no intention of chasing after him at all. At this point, what was cut is no longer just an ordinary wound. The crack has widened into a large black hole in front of Bin, and it continues to expand, with skulls inside seeming to want to escape outward. Bin was so surprised that he couldn't dodge. He ordered the little dry long, the death flame bamboo dragon beast, to use all its strength. The Demon Suppression. Divine Fist. A blinding golden light appears from the attack. The two strikes collide, creating an extremely powerful explosion. The chefs were pushed far away. Yeah, my eyes. You, Tao Thiet said confidently.
Although Deputy Master Foe has reached the second realm of the legendary, his Vanthan Fei Hu sword has already approached the threshold of the Destiny realm and gained a bit of rule power, capable of striking true. The Pavilion Lord of Vongchi Pavilion standing beside me, I think there's no need to use the Vanthan Fei Hu sword at all. A basic early-stage legend of the Han Hai realm can only fuse at level 1, and to challenge an old legend capable of fusion at level 2, that's truly wishful thinking.
At this moment, Tabin is still desperately trying to hold back the Vanthan Fei Hu Tram. Although his body is about to give out, he is still exerting all his strength. Who says, I can only merge at level 1? Although the spirit beast body fusion of Little Drybone looks similar to the fusion technique cultivated by the legend, they are actually two completely different generations. He frowned and said that no matter what level of fusion he mastered, his father could still control him. The two below looked surprised, and Thao Thiet was suspicious. Could this kid be merging at level 2? The others quickly deny it. How could that be? The second level of fusion is a power only those in the void movement realm can master. Tabin faces a choice. Not only that, when I merge with the Little Drybone, I choose the Self and the Beast Soul Auxiliary skill. When the Beast Soul Auxiliary skill begins, Tabin's body has already changed significantly. A stream of black aura envelops Tabin's body as lightning fills the sky and dark clouds cover the heavens, obscuring everything from view. Even the Deputy Tower Master couldn't believe it. After his transformation, Tabin's hand was covered with armor, and it was this toughness from the armor that caused the Vanthan Fei Hu Tram to crack. The second stage fusion gradually destroys the 10,000 gods devouring Void Slash. The darkness disperses, revealing the light from Tabin's power, and his second stage fusion has completely transformed his body. With armor and incredible strength, everyone present stammers at his second stage fusion. They suspect that this guy might be at the Heavenly Destiny realm. Tabin commands the giant rocks to charge straight at the houses. The speed didn't slow down at all, as if wanting to destroy everything here. Just one stone was enough to make the house collapse. Everyone combined their three forms, and on top of that, they even managed to block Fothap's Vanthan Fei Hu sword with their bare hands. It can't be wrong, this guy must definitely be a Celestial Destiny realm cultivator. The demonic sword sparks as it scrapes. Master Foe, what is your name? Why do you want to pick a fight with my Thap Fong? Tabin leaned in close, telling him to stop wasting time with nonsense and rest to recover. He didn't want to let the others here go, so he snapped his fingers and summoned a sword. Tabin swung down, but Fothap was lucky to dodge. Even though he tried to resist, he's still full of hot air. Don't get too cocky. Sword fighting with me, you're still too inexperienced. Fothap summoned all his strength to push Tabin away, and then gently landed on a nearby roof. Tabin is determined to rush in and take his life. Deputy Tower can only block but not counterattack at this moment. The chefs managed to escape just in time from the wreckage. Lord Thao Thiet, that bastard Don, dared to destroy the palace. This is truly a heinous crime. Please, Your Excellency, help Lord Fothap to eliminate this scoundrel. He ran away to save his own skin. What the hell are you talking about? That strike from the Deputy Tower Master was on par with a blow from a Heavenly Fate realm expert. If that guy can't handle it, then it's not our turn. But not only did it withstand, it also handled it with great skill, moving faster than a gust of wind. This is no longer something we, the Han Hai Kun, can interfere with. But still, even if things go south, that great master here doesn't want to die here. The remaining people looked at each other with grim faces, unable to say a word. The three of them disappeared together, leaving this place. It's just like a plea to bin questions. When B-Non attacked, the Holy Light City base called for help, and you guys were too cowardly to fight back, hiding in your holes and just enjoying yourselves here. Fothap retorted, don't act so noble. Not everyone is like you and B-Non. You have great divine power, but even if you go, you'll only add a few more souls. You can't hear a word anymore, so I kick him right in the face. Shut the hell up. Fothap flew straight into a nearby building. What was that battle about? Why not use it to fight B-Non? He struggled to stand up firmly. The battle can't be used. Tabin is straightforward. Why not? You create a fist to threaten. If you don't tell, you'll destroy his tower. The Deputy Tower fears and reveals that it was the tower's rule, and I won't tell you anything about that battle either. Tabin is furious. Fine. Then today I will break your rules. A blinding light, or maybe the author was too lazy to draw. You can't take it anymore and surrender. From now on, the tower is mine, and the names of the chefs lie scattered on the ground. That's what Tobin sensed was happening. You feel something blocking your demon god's power, and from nowhere, a gentle footstep steps on the lotus flowers. Oh no, he came out from a space crack. Why did he appear just a moment after I left? Nguyen Feng, you've already scrambled to pick up the fallen wall pieces. Have you exited the realm? He looked at it with great sadness. Boo-hoo, my home.
Vice Tower is overjoyed. It's been 4 years since that farewell, and at last I get to see you again.
Bin couldn't move his fist like this. Although he couldn't feel his opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations, he couldn't lift even half of it. Old Kang, who are you? Are you his teammate? He introduced himself. My name is Kai Nguyen Fong, the current Tower Master of the Feng Tower. What's the matter, little friend? Such a big commotion happened, and only now is Tui Tian awakening. Huh? He looked confused, not understanding what was going on. What just happened?
It took a while, but Tui Tian finally realized what was going on and nervously looked down the corridor. That little brat not only attacked the legend, but also stormed into the Wind Pavilion and even shattered the mountain of ghostly statues symbolizing the nobility and sacredness of the Wind Tower. The Deputy Tower Master must be behind this. Tui Tian is angry is his name. Bin, right? Don't let me catch you.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Bin suddenly flew out from inside. He glanced briefly at Tui Tian, but his imposing aura had disappeared instantly. The great law of wrath, turtle retreating into its shell, Bin ignored him and flew away. You think you can show off in front of me? Do you really think Tui Tian is so confident that she has to rush off? It seems he was just given a lesson, and now he's running away with his tail between his legs. On the way, he recalls the conversation just now.
Master, the two of us have no grudges or enmity with that fanatic, yet your face remains unchanged. Bin's memory flashes back to Fothap's foolishness, but he suddenly rushes into the tower, biting anyone he sees, destroying a palace, injuring many people, and it's very likely that Tui Tian Truyen Ki also lost her life at his hands. He is like a spoiled child, and he even has his eyes on interfering in the battle. This person relies on his high cultivation to commit countless crimes, and I beg my master to step in and put an end to this disaster.
Bin still couldn't control his arm. Nguyen Fong didn't say much, just waved his hand. His movements are so gentle, yet they shattered your fist into 100 pieces. Even the armor on Bin couldn't withstand it.
Like that, he was pushed back but still managed to control himself. Bin adjusted his outfit so much that even the eye of the divine couldn't see clearly the old man's movements. Moreover, he is not only the Tower Master of the Wind Tower, but also the Master of Deputy Tower Master, Fothap. I can't win. I guess I need to find a way to escape.
Nguyen Fong scratched his head and said, You mean Tui Tian? He's just fainted outside. And wasn't it Van Than Fei Hu who smashed the killing palace?
Vice Tower Master was crying like a child. No, Master, listen to me. I'm saying it, but you don't hear me. You don't hear me.
I didn't hear a word you said.
I prefer listening to that young guy instead. You kept silent before this scene.
What kind of master and disciple relationship is this? Forget it. Just let it go. Bin approached and reported that one of the 4 kings of Bienyan had descended to slaughter in the human world, and the remaining 3 kings could attack Lam Tin at any time. You asked them, but you just stood there with your arms crossed, watching.
We had no choice but to fight to the death. We temporarily pushed back Bienyan, but at a great cost of casualties. A few days ago, I discovered a magic formation in the far north, which contains an immense amount of energy.
Bin proposed a solution, saying, If Feng Tower refuses to act, then fine. Hand over the formation, and I will take action using you. Yuan Feng calmly replied, Oh, you're talking about the 10 Directions Heavenly Confinement Formation, right? Meanwhile, the disciple was about to lose his mind and asked, Master, how could you casually reveal such an important matter? Thop Phuong Tua Tien Trun, Bin asked directly. What is the purpose of this formation? Yuan Feng fanned his fan, and suddenly luminous particles rose into the sky, forming planets outside the universe.
Yuan Feng explained, This large one is the Lam Tin from the past, and the small one is the current Lam Tin.
You're confused, it's related to Lam Tin.
So for now, just listen to what the old man says and figure it out later. If things get bad, I'll back off immediately.
Why did Lam Tin become so small? Where did the part that was lost go? Yuan Feng replied to you that during the battle, Bin almost understood that the enormous power of the 10 Directions heaven-devouring array came from the land it swallowed from Lam Tin, so why was it necessary to do this? But his answer was truly terrifying. Of course it was to survive. You can no longer stay calm, just a nonsense, or a single sentence to survive. You sound so righteous. Do you know that Lam Tin is now just a wasteland? Do you know that we are forced to live squeezed together in cramped bases like chicken coops? We don't even know when Biyen suddenly appeared and stomped us to pieces. The deputy tower is ranting wildly. Watch your attitude. Yuan Feng sighed. The vast and boundless wilderness of Lam Tin is somewhat desolate. He believes that compared to the constantly erupting volcanoes and the 100-meter-high tsunamis that can easily strike, Earthquakes or similar disasters go without saying. If the methane gas spreads across the mountains, will we still be able to stay here? Tabin couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did you say? Deputy Thap reminds. Don't forget that Lam Tin was abandoned by the Federation of the Milky Way because it was too shattered and ruined. Now that we have a place to shelter from the rain and sun, we should know how to be grateful. You just point at him and say, "Don't pretend to be sentimental with me. Why didn't you say anything when Bi Yen slaughtered the 4 directions?" He still hasn't explained why he didn't use the 10 directions heavenly lock array to deal with the 4 kings. Yuan Feng transformed into a fierce expression, and the heaven and earth were sealed off by the 10 directions heavenly lock array, which after 5 months of accumulating essence had nurtured a fruit. It won't be long before this fruit ripens, and eating it can help a Heaven's Fate realm expert break through to a higher stage, the Void realm. It would be a pity to use it now. You didn't expect that simply becoming a Void realm expert could easily overpower the 4 kings in the Heaven's Fate realm, but Tabin still doubted why he suddenly dared to tell me such an important secret. Was it a disguise, or did he have the intention to kill and silence? Is that important? Some are rushing to pursue this matter, while others are avoiding it as if it were contagious. He took out something, but most people at this moment were pretending not to notice. It all depends on how you see things. I'm just really bored, so I want to find someone to talk to a bit. As for the entrance to the battle, it's located at the center of the 5 tallest mountains in the world, and Tubin quietly observes. Suddenly, someone calls you boss. To back in the present, the sound comes from the watch, the place you want to go to. The central point among the 5 highest mountains in the world is right here. Tubin stops at a desolate and remote place. He thanks Do Huang. Well, thank you, Chairman To. There's no need for such polite words. As soon as you speak, not even bombs or flames can stop us. Tubin took out what Nguyen Fong had given him from his pocket, suddenly hesitating in his voice. But the question is this really a trap or not? Tubin stood before a place with strange architecture. Tubin asked back, if it really is a trap, with Kai Nguyen Fong's strength, he could have dealt with me right then and there. Why bother setting it up if it's not a trap? So according to Qin Nguyen Fong, the most deadly and dangerous lands of Lam Tin are integrated into this formation. The danger level probably isn't much less than a trap. But then he quickly dismissed the thought. Why bother caring? How can you catch a cub without entering the tiger's den? In the end, as long as he could get the fruit, whether it was Bin Gan or Tu Vuong, he could handle it easily. The space twists and gradually widens into a crack. Tabin steps out from it. Glancing around, only one direction is lit. The end of the road is the exit, but whether you'll find the fruit there is uncertain. The ground trembles violently, with explosions echoing from deep within the earth. From the darkness, a giant iron chain suddenly lunged forward, wrapping tightly around Tabing's arm, then extending 2 more strands to try and seize him. Tabin let out a soft snort, suddenly pulling back with a force that snapped the chain, revealing the ambusher who immediately appeared. He smirked. This wasn't how you treat a guest. The monster roars in fury, radiating a fierce aura throughout its body. However, he remains calm. Mintu Lien encounters some ferocious beasts with cultivation around the Void Realm just as he enters the battle. Tubin subtly turns around and slowly appears behind the little dry lizard. It soars up, wielding the blood blade, striking fiercely at Mintu with dense sword energy aimed at breaking the monster's defensive chains. 2 forces collide, creating a loud sound that echoes throughout the space. The little dry beast suddenly unleashes a particularly sharp, blood-colored sword that breaks the balance. The slash tore through the defenses, leaving a fatal wound on the monster's body. Suddenly, it roared, exploding with energy, summoning the mighty Tuotuyen Hua. Faced with that terrifying pressure, he stepped back. This is the deadly skill of the Min Tu Demon Link Beast. Min Tuotuyen Hua can swallow everything around it. Immediately in midair, a large vortex sucked everything up. Little Ko Lao dodged the gust of wind and reached out with Than Dao. Seeing this, he shouted, "Little Drybone, destroy the center of the vortex," as strands of the beast's body shot up, twisting into a powerful whirlpool. In this situation, external attacks seem ineffective. Suddenly, it released many smaller chains to entangle Little Drybone. A piece of chain flies to lock Tabin in place. He struggles to pull free, but it's too late. The monster swings its hand to retract, and both are caught in the energy vortex. It threw out even more chains, forming a large sphere to trap both inside. Suddenly, the chain sphere swelled, with fiery red light streaming outward. The sword light soars through the sky, and Tabin rushes out to break all the chains. In this merged state, his power is multiplied many times over. Tabin swung his sword at the monster and shouted loudly, "Chaos Spirit Reversal Slash." After a few strikes, he had defeated it, leaving its body in tatters. Tabin deactivated the fusion, Xiaoko Lu, and continued to hide in his shadow, ready to support himself at any moment. He is cautious, because this place is very dangerous and cannot be taken lightly. Tabin rushes toward the light at the cave entrance, planning to go outside and observe first. Outside, the ground and mountains are covered in white, the cold air cutting through. He paused to observe. If the Tower Master calls it a fruit, then it must grow where the spiritual energy is most abundant within the 10 directions heavenly fire array. To be sure. Tabin waved his hand to summon the great display heavenly dragon dog, which turned toward him, and he whispered, with his sensing ability being the fastest and lightest, to find the place with the densest spiritual energy nearby. In an instant, Tabin used the dragon form technique to send both of them flying in one direction. After a while, he saw herds of monsters below the valley, each with fierce eyes roaring in a chain. This is a beast tide formed by dozens of king beasts. Tabin paused to observe further. There are 3 or 4 king beasts moving together on the ground, which is already frightening enough. What exactly is going on here? Suddenly, a loud shout. "Kill them! Don't let them get through!" He pondered. There are others in the 4 directions. Heaven scattering formation. Who are they? Maybe they know something related to the orb. A horde of king beasts surges up from below, launching a relentless attack on the enemy. Seeing the shield gradually breaking, he shouted, "Damn it! There are too many king beasts! We can't hold on anymore!" Suddenly, the golden beast from behind charged forward, breaking the shield and attacking from behind. The man shouted, "Ambush!" and immediately his teammates arrived to support him. "Don't panic, I'm here to help!" Ba Hui swung his sword with all his might, but left no scratch. It spun around to counterattack, knocking him flying. Ba Hui Tho Huit looked panicked. Even his Han Haiken sword couldn't hurt it. The beast spun around as if very proud, then charged with all its might and quickly defeated each person. Seeing that power, Tabing frowned. The sneak attack beast is unusually fierce. If this continues, they might not come out unscathed, so I must save them. With both hands gathering strength, I leap down, silently calling out the demon suppression fist, and 2 giant fists appear in midair, pressing down on the beast. The pressure forcing it to manifest reveals it as the deadly Kim Thien with a bloodline of the Void Realm, and seeing that you have controlled the beast, the wind aura approaches. The weakness of this deadly Kim Thien is its wings. Tabin looks confident. "I know now I will destroy its wings." Immediately, both of your hands gather strength as you begin to control those giant hands, while the enormous energy hands grip the monster's wings and pull hard. It wriggled and suddenly split apart, flashing with a blue light. The beast used its divine escape technique to shed its body and escape from there. Everyone hadn't had time to react before it sped up and shot up into the sky. Feng Hu, furious, shouted, "We can't let it escape. Its body is strong and will quickly recover into a small golden insect." Tabin reassures, "Don't worry, it won't escape." Immediately he spun around, swung his arm, and shouted, "Little bone tower, cut through the body like lightning, with a single slash splitting the beast in 2. Seeing his ally fall, a horde of other king beasts charged forward, and Tabin's sharp eyes, surrounded by cold killing intent, coldly shouted, "Great display, heavenly dragon dog!" The summoned battle spirit immediately unleashed the thunder-bright berserker abyss to block all attacks, leaping into the air and destroying the fierce beast in a single strike. Witnessing this absolute power, the group below couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of skill is this? The combat power of that person's beast is too strong. The remaining ferocious beasts tremble and retreat under the pressure, each turning around with terrified expressions. Immediately, everyone sprinted desperately toward the snake den, then turned to look at the battle spirit, a satisfied expression on their faces. Xiaokot Lu, the great divine dragon dog, did a great job. He still couldn't hide his amazement as he looked at the trembling Tobin. Later, the group approached to greet them. "Thank you for your help. I'm not sure how to address you." The young man beside him is excited. His battle pet is truly powerful. The middle-aged leader laughs. Once again, there's a handsome young teammate like that. Hearing that, he pondered. My teammates, could they also have been sent in by the Tower Master? These legendary qualities are truly different from the pests in the tower. Everyone feels very approachable. Tabin suspects, are you guys stuck here? Feng Hu, you misunderstood. We're not imprisoned, but voluntarily staying here as legendary figures. Ba Hui looked a bit disappointed, hearing To's words, and wondered, could it be that you're not the reinforcements sent by the Wind Tower? He sighed with a weary tone. The Wind Tower has no right to order me around. He took out the token and held it up, but the Tower Master asked me to come here to find an item.
Feng Hui confirmed that the captain is indeed the Tower Master's token. Votu stepped forward and said,
"Hello, sir. I am the captain of the border guard team at the ice prison."
Tabin wondered silently. Is Bien Quan Bang Nguk the name of this place? He looked serious and asked in a firm voice, "What is the item you are looking for, Mr. To?" He looked straight and said firmly, "Have you really heard of it before?" Everyone turned to ask each other, "Have you heard of it before?" "No." Votu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it either." Tabin's eyes darkened with suspicion, and he asked, "Why haven't they heard of it? Could they be hiding it on purpose? Ever since you and Feng spoke to brother, I might know a little about what you're asking." He reached out his hand toward the remaining corpses after the beast tide, as if hiding a secret no one wants to uncover. "I have always tried to lift its mysterious face mask. A few days ago, I accidentally encountered another wave of beasts and went forward to investigate. Right in front of that raging herd of beasts, I saw a towering jade tree with a luminous, sparkling fruit shining like a star. But just as I reached out to touch it, the tree vanished like an illusion before my eyes." Tabin looked puzzled and asked, "Do the jade trees also have the ability of instant movement?" Before Nguyen Fong could answer, Wu Tu frowned and said, "Are you suggesting that those beasts were attracted by the fruit of the jade tree?" He sighed helplessly and said, "I am just suspecting for now and have no proof to confirm this yet."
Nguyen Fong turned excitedly to To Bin and said, "But to brother, since I went to battle until now, this is the most incredible thing I have ever seen."
"Is it the kind of fruit you're looking for?"
I glance over with a calm expression and admit I have no clues myself, so I can only rely on this lead to try my luck.
Votu quietly asked, "To brother, do you know what the Tower Master is looking for this for?"
Suddenly, Tabin's face darkened, his eyes icy. Binyan, one of the 4 kings, is wreaking havoc and slaughtering in the mortal realm.
But the remaining 3 kings also possess the cultivation of the heavenly destiny realm and are about to reappear in Lam Tin. Only by eating that fruit can they break through to the void realm and defeat them. Hearing this, he paused, sweat forming on his forehead. Why is something so serious happening on the mainland?
Judging by everyone's expressions, I am surprised everyone knows about this. Everyone is guarding here. Doesn't Feng Tower have any contact with you? Feng Hu looked confused and said, "The environment inside the 10 Directions Burning Heaven Array is extremely harsh, and Feng Tower can't communicate with us regularly."
"So, how long have you all been here?"
Ba Hui revealed that I have been here doing military service for over 300 years, so I am considered one of the latecomers. Old Man Tran was the earliest to arrive, having been here for more than 800 years.
He glanced at everyone. "But why have they all been on duty here for so long?" He sighed. "According to the rules of the Tower of Wind, after joining, you only need to serve 50 years in the 10 Directions Burning Heaven Array before you can leave," Feng Biao added. "But you can see the situation here. There are countless demon beasts, and they never stop killing. Meanwhile, the number of legends sent here by Fong Thap has been decreasing each year. If we keep leaving like this, who will stay to guard this place?" 2 men spoke up. "If no one guards here, once these demon beasts break through the formation, the entire continent will fall into chaos. By then, the family we are protecting will also face disaster," Tabin said with a sorrowful expression and a hint of helplessness in his voice.
"So have you ever thought that there has never been a shortage of legends inside the Wind Tower? It's just that they don't want to step inside."
The gloom and exhaustion weigh heavily on the group, and no one speaks further. Wu Tu lowers his head in contemplation and says, "After all, we've been here for so many years.
What does it matter if there are more legends behind us? We all know what kind of people those outside legends are.
But whether they come or go or avoid military service, it's their choice." Suddenly, he crossed his arms with a steady demeanor. "Staying here is also our choice. Being a legend is not just a title, but an honor and a form of dedication.
As legends, we should also bear the responsibility of legends." The surrounding atmosphere suddenly trembled.
The whole group shouted in unison. You smiled softly, voice trembling with emotion. "Everyone truly is the real legend." Old Man Tran stepped closer, placing a hand on To Bing's shoulder, hoping he could find that fruit and prevent the 4 kings of disaster from descending upon the world.
"Our family outside only knows to rely on you."
Mr. D sighed with a faint smile of self-mockery. "But so many years have passed, and I wonder if our family still exists in this world. Lao Li, if you are the one who discovered the fruit, please take Brother To find it." Yuan Feng nodded in agreement.
He turned around and urged, "Tuo brother, this can't be delayed any longer. Let's set out."
He nodded slightly. "All right." Immediately, the 2 summoned their battle beasts to fly away. After a long journey, they saw smoke and dust rising in the valley below. Nguyen Fong stopped, stroking his beard, his heart restless for 2 days, finally finding a decent beast tide, with each fierce creature below showing a hungry look. Seeing that, he frowned. "Brother Toe, look there, do you see their expressions? They look just like those starving to madness, sniffing eagerly for food." Tabin gently smiles, a hint of excitement on his face. "Let's go. Let's fly ahead to see how the beast tide is doing. You and your beast accelerate." And Yuan Feng's voice echoes. "That's also my intention." Suddenly, Tabin froze and pointed into the distance, shouting, "Old Lie, is that the jade tree you saw before?" At that moment, groups of fierce beasts began rushing toward the tree. Seeing that, he quickly shouted, "To brother, the beast tide is approaching. We must stop them from reaching the jade tree, or it might disappear again." Immediately, Tubing waved his hand and shouted the summoning, "Tsu Diem Truk Long Beast," battle mount softly growling, spewing streams of fiery death. Long fire burst forth. The pack of ferocious beasts trembled, and just one spark of long fire was enough to scorch them. Without waiting for their reaction, he clenched his fist. The divine fist of the demon suppression god descends from the sky, scattering the beast tide. The power of the strike sends each beast flying and causes heavy bleeding. Weanfeng rushes over from afar, gathering his strength. "Brother Toe, let me help you with the combined attack of the fierce dragon." His eyes shine brightly as wings grow from his back, and his entire body is covered in dragon armor. With a single strike, Yuan Feng defeated the nearest ferocious beast. Suddenly, another beast charged from behind him, but before it could get close, it was taken down by Nguyen Feng's spiked tail. In this state, he could sense everything happening around him. At the same moment, Xiao Ko Lao was summoned by Tobin, his blade light flashing as he struck, leaving only the corpses of the immobilized beasts behind. From afar, the Beast King charged forward, gathering strength by folding its wings. Suddenly, the Beast King used the ice wing, creating thousands of sharp ice pillars, too many to count, and in an instant, Xiao Ho Lao was seized. At that moment, it roared, unleashing a fierce shockwave. Immediately, Tioko Lao's body shattered by the ice storm, breaking into many pieces. From afar, Nguyen Feng secretly worried. "Something's wrong, Brother Toe's pet. Although the soul beast does have the ability to reincarnate, if it shatters like that, it might be more harm than good." Suddenly, the fragments are pulled back together after a shout, activating its bloodline talent. In an instant, the eternal life curse was activated, and the little dry skull reunited with its body. Seeing this, he couldn't help but admire, as if it had recovered in the blink of an eye. This life force is truly abnormal. Without hesitation, Little Dry Skeleton swings his sword, striking with lightning-fast speed and immediately defeating the fierce beast in front of him. Its body falls to the ground with a thud, causing a shockwave that makes the surrounding fierce beasts tremble. Nguyen Feng frowned thoughtfully, originally thinking he could share some of the pressure, but it seems he was overthinking. This little bit isn't enough for Brother Two to finish him off. He looked at Tabin with a puzzled expression. How does he plan to pick the fruit from this tree? After a moment of thought, Tabin still gathers strength from his palm. With a confident look, he shouted loudly, "2DM Truk Long Beast. Great performance, Heavenly Dragon Dog, small dry bone fusion," immediately releasing streams of harmonious power that spread a dominating aura throughout the space. Nguyen Feng couldn't believe his eyes, muttering to himself, "Three-layer fusion, isn't this a skill only the Heavenly Destiny Realm can control?" Brother Toe's strength is truly profound and hard to fathom. Tabin gathers all his strength into his legs, quickly strikes and retreats, transforming into a streak of light and rushes forward with all his might. The ground beneath sank deeply, leaving cracks behind. The surrounding space trembled. Seeing that power, he widened his eyes and thought to himself, "Too fast." Realizing it, Tabing immediately gathered all his strength and reached out to grab. Yuan Feng quietly holds his breath, silently praying that this time he will succeed. Suddenly, a vortex with fierce red eyes appears in the sky from within the heavenly peak, wielding a weapon and crashing toward him. Seeing that, he was startled, opening his mouth to shout loudly, "Who is it?" Tabin dodged the attack just now, his face frozen, only the sound of Yuan Feng calling anxiously remaining. "Brother, Toe." His face was panic-stricken as he hurried over. "Brother Toe, are you okay?" Tabin steadied himself and replied softly, "I'm fine." The beast slammed to the ground, its voice furious, almost destroying the owner's fruit. "Because of you, monkey." Is he secretly familiar with that person's language? This monster is much stronger than the previous beasts. I can't let my guard down. Then, Tabin coldly replied, "Did your master grow this fruit?" "The thing your master is watching is his property. Who is your master?" Suddenly, Tian Feng charged forward with his spear, shouting loudly, "Shut up!
Using all three hands to attack with a fierce roar, he yelled, "Die already!" The sudden attack forced you to lean back to dodge. Seizing the element of surprise, Tianfeng launched a relentless assault. Although its body is huge, each of its attacks is very fast and precise, not giving either of you a moment to rest. Pioneering Sword fiercely attacks. Yuanfeng struggles to dodge. What the hell is this monster doing? It just relies on brute force to attack randomly everywhere. Realizing something was wrong, Tabing suddenly froze and looked around. That monster is gone. I didn't even sense any spiritual energy. Suddenly from behind, with a smug look, it swung its weapon and charged forward, forcing you to turn around and brace yourself for the attack. Seeing that, Yuanfeng rushed from behind. "Brother To, let me help you." In a flash, Tianfeng spun around, delivering a deadly blow while roaring in fury, but got entangled. The attack was too fast, and Yuanfeng immediately spat blood in response. From afar, Tabin just managed to get up, shouting anxiously. Lao Li, I didn't expect him to still hold tightly to the Thorn Club, his eyes showing unwavering determination. Don't think you can get away with just defeating us. The bloodline inheritance skill of the fierce dragon. From Yuanfeng, countless shards of armor shimmered before transforming into steel spines. At the moment he activates the crosswind storm, Xianfeng is stunned and shouts, "What?" It roared with anger. "Let go of me." Seizing the opportunity, he quietly rushed forward. This is a good opportunity. Tabin draws his sword and channels a wave of soul dragon aura into it. A single fatal blow. Immediately, Tianfeng's head was cut off. Its huge body collapsed, releasing dark death energy. Nguyen Feng let out a breath of relief, his voice excited, finally having dealt with this massive guy. But suddenly a hoarse voice came from the body of the vanguard. "Damn it, you damn monkey." He immediately grew alert. "What's going on? Is he still alive?" The space trembles violently as a mysterious, raspy voice echoes. "Don't even think about escaping. Who are you exactly? How could you kill my vanguard?" Yuanfeng looked up, his voice tinged with fear. "You are the child of the heavenly eye overseeing that abyss." He waved his hand and sneered, "How dare you insult me with such a lowly title? You all deserve to die 1,000 times over. But that power doesn't scare you." Tabin calmly asked, "Are you here for that fruit? Is it true that it can help the eater evolve to the spirit realm?" Tianmuk sneered with a smug smile. "You stupid monkey. You don't know anything but still dare to steal from me. And today the fruit is almost ripe." Suddenly he leapt into the air and threatened, "You two monkeys get ready to become its fertilizer." Immediately he covered the soul-devouring dragon flame sword with his blade. Sure enough, it was that fruit, and it must not fall into Heavenly Eye's hands. He swung with all his might. The power of sword energy was formidable, but Heavenly Eye dodged effortlessly, flicking his hand lightly. A massive spiritual barrier envelops his entire body, causing all of Tubin's attacks to vanish upon contact. You put all your strength into a series of slashes, but they are all useless. Tubin is slightly stunned as his sword disappears. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent struck from behind, and he was momentarily stunned. This was his own attack. Seeing that power, Nguyen Fong couldn't keep his composure. Could this be the law power only the heavenly destiny realm can wield to bend space? The eye of heaven's spiritual energy, with a smug expression. You do have sharp eyes. With my master, crushing your two monkeys would be as easy as turning over a hand. Immediately, Tabin was suppressed by the immense spiritual power from the giant hand, and its pressure made his whole body become immobile. Tabin was shocked and panicked. What's going on? Shouldn't I have been able to dodge already? Why is my body still standing still here? They launched a fierce attack, causing the surrounding ice to shatter into large chunks. The three-way formation was forcibly broken, and all four were seriously injured. Yuanfeng immediately charged forward, his face tense as he shouted, "To brother! Quickly run now!" Isn't that hilarious? Your move can't even counter my initial strike, so how can you hope to defeat me? The space warps, and Yuanfeng is struck back by his own attack from behind. Seeing that, Tubin, having regained some strength, immediately ordered. 2DM Truk Longbeast added another layer of defense for Elder Lai. Without a moment's hesitation, 2DM Truk Longbeast cast the rock wall barrier. Armor of fire, transforming into a frost exterior for Nguyen Fong. Seeing his attack blocked, Tianmuk lightly snorted and snapped his fingers, unleashing spiritual power that immediately pierced through the armor. The tremendous power of that attack sent him flying. He quickly glanced at Yuan Feng, worry in his voice. "Old Li, are you okay?" Tabin suddenly grimaced and clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy. "If there's no way out anymore, then let's die together, clinging to each other." Nguyen Fong hurriedly tried to stop them. "What? Brother To, you still have a long way to go. How can you sacrifice your life here?"
Bin frowned, secretly calculating that his space ability was still not as perfected as Bi Yen's, definitely limited in control range, so he had to take a gamble. Seeing this, the demon slayer Lasat laughed loudly, scoffing, "You little brat, not even a single feather of mine can be touched." Immediately, he swung his hand, "Stop dreaming of power." The demon's suppression fist, a massive surge of spiritual energy forming into a fist, suddenly changing direction and rushing straight toward the tree. "My target is that fruit." Are my words not clear enough yet? Neither I nor that fruit will let anyone touch even a single hair. He manipulates space and counterattacks against Bin's group. Winfong is panicking. "This is bad, Brother To. Your attack has been reflected back again." Bin, on the other hand, is very confident. "Now this is more to my liking." You put your hand on his shoulder and quietly give the order. "Great Divine Dragonhound, Purple Flame, Bamboo Beast, quickly strengthen the defenses for both of us." 2DM Truk Long Thu has used the rocky wall barrier, the defensive armor, the hardened exterior, the icy bones outside the body, and the flames of fire outside to shield Bin. The great actor, Heavenly Dragon Dog, has invoked the protection of the Wind God, guarding Ji's hardened exterior, the stormy lightning armor, and the dragon blood battle armor for Ningguyen Feng. Inside the protective barrier, you all withdraw your battle beasts. The Celestial Dragon Dog, Little Drybone, and the Crimson Bamboo Dragon Beast go back first. At that very moment, the counterattack collided fiercely with the barrier. Exactly. As Bin predicted, they were immediately knocked back by the attack. Tianmuk observed from afar, with a hint of amusement in his voice. "So interesting, they even know how to use their own counterattack to create momentum and escape." Seeing the distance from the Lasat assassin increasing, he sighed in relief and said, "Lao Lai, look, we've successfully escaped." Suddenly, Yuan Feng coughed and spat blood, and Bin immediately reached out to support him. "Lao Li, are you okay?" He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily. "It's nothing, just that your punch was too powerful." Suddenly, he frowned and took out a talisman. "I have something that can help us leave here." This is the 10 Directions Escape Talisman given by the Tower Master. When I enter the battle, I can teleport people out of the 4 Directions Heaven Descending Array, ensuring we can completely escape this threat from Tianmu. Bin's eyes lit up, a look of slight joy on his face. Then it's even better than good. Suddenly, he grew serious, his gaze darkening. "But this thing will cost Tu Hao half of the remaining lifespan of the user. Honestly, I really don't want to use it." "You keep the person," the Ice King's voice rang out. "What do you mean? This price is too high." Bin must react in time, so he immediately crushes the talisman. Yuan Feng's body wobbles as if about to fall, and I rush over to support him. "Senior Li, even though your body is weakening, you say faintly that you're still young and can't die here with us old folks, and just in time, I can use this chance to go back and visit my descendants." The space trembles as Tianmu steps forward with an oppressive voice. "Do you think you can escape from my hand?" I gather. Dark red spiritual energy on each claw. Tianmu immediately charges to attack. He shouted loudly, "Die all for my lord!" At the same time, Little Drybone appeared, swinging his sword to block one of his strikes. Bin was slightly surprised Tiokolo and Wenfeng was stunned, to be able to rush out and fight the enemy without the owner's call. How deep must this bond be? But Tianmuk only threw a punch, and its body was no longer intact, so let's start from there. Immediately, the innate talent activated. Vuong Toi Vinsin continued. Without pause, Xiaoko Lu swung his sword at the Heavenly Eye again, but he only flicked his finger lightly, causing it to be counterattacked. Seeing the talisman about to close, Bing shouted, "Xiaoko Lu, come back!" At the same time, Yuan Feng beside him sighed, "It is resisting your recall order. A battle pet disobeying its master's command will bear a heavy mental burden, and it might even cost its owner's life. It also knows that if no one stays behind to hold off the Heavenly Eye, the dungeon talisman will be destroyed immediately. None of us can escape." With a cold gaze and a determined voice, "Little Ko Lao, wait for me. I will definitely come back quickly to save you." The space trembled, and spiritual energy radiated around, and both of them escaped safely from within. "Brother To, I truly feel guilty for leaving your beloved behind in it. How is his injury?" He coughs, wipes away the blood with his hand, and his spiritual energy is severely damaged. "I need to find a safe place to retreat and recover." Still not fully at ease, he suggested to Senior Brother Li that he had been fighting in this desolate palace for nearly 800 years and it was finally time for himself to rest. "Where is your family's clan? Let me take you back home." Suddenly, Yuan Feng clenched his fist, his voice full of anger.
Tuo brother, wait until I recover from my injuries, then we will return together to save Xiaokulao.
Tabin's eyes turned cold, and he nodded. All right. Both summoned their battle beasts and soon arrived at the city of the Claw Shadow Clan. He let out a sigh of relief, because right ahead was my family's residence. Yuanfeng turned to gaze into the distance. To Bin, people often say that the closer you get to home, the more your heart races.
I don't know what my family looks like now, so I'll go the rest of the way alone.
You can rest assured, Elder Lai, and focus on healing your wounds. I will try to quickly strengthen my power so I can fight against Heavenly Eye. I'll come find you then. Immediately afterward, he summoned his war beast to rush back to the city gate. Suddenly, Tabin's eyes turned icy, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Second Mutt, return to Longjiang at full speed." Both of them immediately sped away, leaving only a streak of shadow behind. Longjiang remained peaceful and lively as always. Suddenly, the atmosphere vibrated, and Tabin landed while quietly chanting to dispel the dragon form technique. Everyone gathered around, unable to hide their admiration, saying, "Look, Master Toe is back." "Boss Toe, thank you for helping me raise my pets. When you have time, can I treat you to a meal?" "Master Toe, it's been a while. Thanks to you, my family's pets have become much stronger lately." One of them noticed Tu Bin's unusual behavior, but why isn't Mr. Toe paying attention to us? Ignoring the whispers around him, he coldly pushed the door open and walked straight in. "You look a bit gloomy. What's wrong? Did you encounter a strong enemy or something? Do you need my help?" He frowned thoughtfully. Should I ask her to step in? Joanna's chances to act are limited, and this enemy isn't unbeatable. I'll handle it myself for now, and if I can't, I'll ask her for help later. He turned and walked away, asking with curiosity, "Do I need to have comparable space power to deal with the heavenly mandate stage?" She followed behind with a calm face. If the enemy can easily hide within a lower dimensional space like Banyan, then of course, that's the case. But if it's just a bunch of insignificant insects with only a few tricks up their sleeves, it's much easier to deal with. And as for the details, give me 30 more points and I'll tell you. If you dream about it, it's impossible. The scope of space ability with the celestial eye can only manipulate within 100 meters, and each time only one thing can be controlled. Its cultivation level probably just reached the heavenly destiny stage not long ago. If I can train the Golden Crow Divine Demon Body to the 3rd level, I will have a soul clone comparable to a mature Golden Crow, and maybe I can directly confront its space ability. But some materials, I don't know if I can find enough of them on this lamb tin. Wait a minute. I don't necessarily have to find the materials for the Golden Cockerel Divine Demon Body, like the Golden Bottomless Stone on this lamb tin. There is a place that will surely help me find all the ingredients in the shortest time. As decided, he silently ordered the system to open the nurturing area list, and screens appeared before him, searching for locations related to the Golden Cockerel Divine Demon Body. Immediately, a blazing red spiritual screen appeared. Hondon Thien Duong Tin has been charged a fee of 1 million energy per day since the prehistoric era, with a death fee of 10,000 energy per attempt. His eyes lit up. Tabin clenched his fist with determination. It's truly worth the investment. Back then, no one even dared to glance at me, but now I have many branches, and my energy revenue has increased significantly because of it. You can now confidently spend your money. The system is entering Hondon Thien Duong Tin. This planet, with its active volcanoes and flowing lava, is to Hondon Thien Duong Tin. A teleportation gate appears, and he steps out, immediately feeling the heat as he touches the ground. The fire from the lava cave clings to him. Why is it all just fire, so hot? Tabin crouched and shouted, activating his energy shield, which could insulate against his intense heat. But suddenly a system notification appeared. "Host has died. Do you want to revive?" Yes or no? He looked surprised, raised his hand to make a choice. I had prepared for this arrival, but I didn't expect to die and be resurrected before even meeting an enemy. Immediately after returning, Tabin considered that the Golden Sun is an indigenous creature on this planet. So, he decided to try using the Golden Sun Divine Demon form to see if it would have any effect. Immediately, a stream of golden spiritual energy enveloped the body and lifted him into the air. This really works. Although it can only last about 10 minutes at most, I can finally move freely. Without hesitation, Tu Bin opened the teleportation gate and softly called out, "Come out here, Ni Kao Tu." As soon as it appeared, the battle beast immediately cried out in pain from the heat, releasing the dragon form technique. Encased in a bone exterior, with its body instantly covered in icy aura. And the moment it stepped out, I felt a cool breeze. You raise your hand, a small sprout appears. Second bridge, your nose is the sharpest. Sniff around and find the place with this golden jade grass to help me. Immediately after, it soared into the sky. Below, Tubin kept calling out, and in just a moment, the two of them spotted a patch of golden plants from afar.
You also have to be amazed at the number here. So much of the golden grass, that's great.
In Lamtin, it was so foggy that only one tree could be seen with blurred vision. Suddenly Tubin leapt down, indeed not in the wrong place, but just as he reached out to pick it, a dark, ominous sound echoed from somewhere.
How dare you brazenly break into my imperial herb garden and steal divine herbs?
You look up, your body stiffening, your breath catching midair. In front of you, a giant spiritual bird covered in dazzling gold light.
That is the golden rooster under absolute dominance. Tubin immediately activated the Kim-O language pack in the system, his voice becoming more respectful. Truly, Long, I apologize. I didn't know this was your medicinal garden. I was fortunate enough to cultivate the Kim-O divine demon body, barely, and consider myself half of the Kim-O race.
So I hope Senior will go easy on me. Soon after, Emperor Quinn transformed into a beautiful woman, stole my medicinal herbs, and secretly learned our clan's techniques, adding another crime.
What do you mean, wait? Is it enough for me to die once to erase my sins?
Then De Quinn raised her hand, gathering spiritual power into a blazing sphere, with sparks of golden lightning radiating around.
Of course it's erased, or do you think I need to die a few more times?
Suddenly, he spread his arms, daring her to come on. Then come at me. She soared into the air and unleashed thousands of streams of spiritual fire at Tubin. Die. Suddenly, flames engulf you, and your body burns to ash. Seeing that, Emperor Quinn chuckles softly with satisfaction. No matter how bold your attitude is, you'll still be burned to death in an instant, right? Well, at least you dared to do it and accept the consequences. Immediately after, Tubin activated and was resurrected on the spot, his figure gradually appearing amidst a faint blue spiritual energy. I just burned to ash earlier. I wonder if Senior is satisfied now. Seeing that scene, she hesitated for a moment. Yet she's still alive. What method did he use to escape?
This little brat! Emperor Quinn frowned with anger. How dare someone like you, a contemptible outsider, look down on me?
He waved his hands repeatedly, looking panicked. I absolutely did not mean to joke with you. We already agreed that dying once is enough. Please, Senior, keep your word. She gently stepped back, her gaze cold with a hint of contempt. I agree that you must die to atone for your sins. This time, Emperor Quinn unleashes his full power, summoning a giant spiritual orb that exerts immense pressure.
But since you're not dead yet, of course you have to keep going.
She swings her hand, releasing Emperor Flame, a powerful blast of fire tearing through space towards you. If this move doesn't hit, even a mature golden sun would just be melted by the Emperor Flame. Tubin Tai stood still, ready to take the hit. Right where you stand, the earth and rocks turn into a giant lava pit. Forcing me to use this Emperor Flame technique, you can consider yourself honored to die. Then Tubin reactivated and was resurrected on the spot, his voice somewhat impatient. All right, let's not waste any more time. He lowered his face, his eyes turning cold. You won't be able to kill me. Seeing this, Emperor Quinn frowned. Strangely, after using those Emperor Flame techniques, they had no effect at all. She snorted, and her spiritual power formed a cubic barrier, pushing it toward Tubin. If I can't kill you, then I'll leave you to the elders to handle. Immediately, the spiritual energy expanded, enclosing and trapping him inside. Tubin tried to attack the barrier, but couldn't break through. Where do you want to take me? Dai Quinn transformed into a golden crow, claws grabbing the barrier, then spread her wings and soared up to the Golden Crow Ancestral Hall, where your final resting place is, isn't it? Inside, he quietly calculated that the Kim-O Ancestor Hall sounded quite interesting. Maybe inside, he could find more valuable cultivation materials. The mist lingering in the sky and earth was an enormous tree, its branches and leaves reaching high as if touching the clouds, and right before him was the Kim-O Ancestral Ground. Hidden beneath the dense layers of leaves, an ancient and majestic elder hall emerged. Emperor Quinn gently descended before the steps, above which stood 3 venerable elders with calm expressions. Quinn Nai, where did you find this? Don't delay, she said respectfully. Honorable Senior, this alien dares to steal my immortal herbs and secretly learn our martial techniques, and since he cannot be killed, I brought him here for the elders to deal with. Next to Kim-O, the second elder frowned. Even with DM Emperor, he can't be killed. Quinn respectfully said, It's perfect without a single scratch. Kim-O third elder clenched his fist slightly in slight dissatisfaction. Even the most resilient of our clan's descendants cannot resist the fiery power of the imperial flame forged from the ancestral bloodline's inheritance, let alone a weapon without a single flaw. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Wait a minute. Isn't this alien's appearance the descendant of the heavenly sovereign of the human race? When I was young, I fought alongside the true water ancestor and also met the heavenly sovereign. Immediately after, The three elders relaxed their brows and spoke in a gentle tone. The descendant of the Heavenly Lord. No wonder even DM couldn't hurt him at all. Quinn, a distinguished guest, do not be rude. Untie his shackles quickly.
As the descendant of the Celestial Lord, I don't know how to address you. May I ask what brings you here? She glanced at Tubing and thought to herself, what? So he is actually a descendant of the Heavenly Sovereign. Then Emperor Quinn clasped his hands together and said, yes, third elder. The barrier is lifted, and he gently bows with a respectful tone. I am Tubin, here to find materials to cultivate to the third level of the Golden Rooster Divine Demon Body, so I can become stronger to save my comrades. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, if you are of the lower Divine Demon Body, our clan has an alliance with the Heavenly Lord, so it's fine for you to learn this. Tomorrow the Awakening Divine Body Trial will begin. At that time, all the young divine demons of our clan will gather there to participate. With your current cultivation level, you are also in the early stage of the Golden Rooster, which perfectly meets the requirements to participate. If you pass, you will receive the necessary cultivation materials to grow stronger.
He raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, wondering what specific challenges this test would include. He looked directly at Tubin and softly raised his voice, saying, divided into 4 stages, the first 3 stages of the challenge are respectively strength, divine soul, and comprehension. The final test is a comprehensive assessment of your combat ability. He smiled lightly, his face confident.
Yes, as long as I pass, I can receive resources for cultivation, right? Then thank you, elders.
Tubin looked around curiously, surprised at how many people had come to join the trial.
D. Quinn, hands clasped behind his back, replied casually, half are here just to watch the fun, and the other half are actually your opponents.
Hearing that, he wondered, so opponents are just those who meet the conditions to pass the trial and receive training resources? She shook her head slightly, saying if all rewards were the same, how could you tell who is talented and who is just ordinary? Only the leader receives the special reward from the elders. The rest only get ordinary prizes. Quinn gestured towards the opponents in the distance and introduced them. Those over there are Kim Nien Vu and VM Kak from the Tam family of the royal clan. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary young prodigies. Tubin nodded quietly. I see. Since they are 2 of the 3 clans of the royal family, what is the name of the other clan?
Of course, they're the Dai family.
The Imperial clan. Emperor Quinn, you just stood there blankly, so you were just guessing, huh? Suddenly lowering his head in thought, but Emperor Quinn is indeed really strong.
Their family can rival the Quinn family, proving their strength is no ordinary feat. Suddenly, space cracks open. The figure of the elder appears and his voice echoes throughout the area, signaling the start of the Awakening Challenge. The disciples below all looked up. Look, the Grand Elder has appeared. His voice echoed again, calling all participants to the battle. Tubin turns around with a confident look. Emperor Quinn, I'll go ahead. She nodded and waved her hand. Best not to get eliminated in the first round. Immediately, all disciples transformed into spiritual images and entered the teleportation space. One by one, they stepped forward, at the starting point of the trial hidden behind ancient trees. From afar, the Grand Elder appears, holding glowing divine stones in his hand. The first test is a strength challenge. Choose one of the divine stones numbered from 1 to 10 and bring it to the finish line. That's how you pass the first obstacle. Of course, if you want to achieve the highest score, lift the divine stones that reach the limit of what you can endure, and then he raised his hand and shouted, let's begin the trial. What is muck as a unit of weight? Let me try to estimate the weight of this first target divine stone. Tubin gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, and shouted, causing the ground to shake as he suddenly lifted it up. Tubin secretly estimated that this first divine stone weighs about 10 tons. Lifting it still feels quite easy. He then crouched down to lower the stone, reminding himself that the spiritual energy in this trial ground is truly scarce. If you want to carry this heavy divine stone to the destination, you will definitely need to spend a large amount of spiritual energy. It's certainly a harsh challenge to test your endurance. I wonder how many targets the other participants will choose for the highest divine stone. I'll observe first and decide later. Look, what VM is challenging is the VM royal clan. VM Kak shouted excitedly at another person. The 8-meter divine stone, and he managed to lift it in one go. He's really strong. Then another voice cut in. The Kim clan. Kim Nien Vu. The Kim clan is even more terrifying. Even the 9-mouthed divine stone can be lifted. This is truly the genius of our clan. Seeing that, Tubin pondered with determination. Indeed, no one is out of fuel. It seems the best way to get the top training resources is to choose that big one. Watching him through the spiritual screen, a disciple smirked.
What is that? That human dares to challenge the Ten Eyes? Even VM Kak and Kim Nien Vu of the three clans wouldn't dare to compete with the Ten Eyes, so he's just dreaming foolishly.
Huyen was surprised as Tabin raised his hand and summoned the great display Heavenly Dragon Dog. At the end of the training arena, the elders sat calmly observing. So this is a summoning technique? That's right. Over there is a completely different combat system from our clans, created by that Heavenly Templar. But esteemed elders, does this count as breaking the rules? If it's just summoning one, it's fine, but summoning hundreds means that right after the combined call, 2 horns grow on your head and your body is covered in dragon armor. Tabin said reassuringly, "Please rest assured, I only summoned this one great summoning Heavenly Dragon Dog." He immediately gathered his strength, claws gripping the divine stone tightly, as spiritual energy erupted from both hands. Tabin shouted loudly, "Go for it!" The ground where you stand sank down, and the huge stone was lifted up by you to the middle of the formation. From afar, the second elder nodded in approval. This combat system is quite interesting. A group of tiny creatures rely on it to connect with each other, sharing life and death, thus awakening a power that should not have been possible to attain. At the same time, immense pressure causes his shoulders to tear apart. Tabin grit his teeth and endured without Xiaoko Lao here. He could only use the first level of Han Hai Realm to merge. It's too heavy. I feel all my muscles are being stretched and torn apart. But this little bit of pain is nothing compared to what Xiaohao Lao is suffering now, trapped in the hands of that heavenly eye demon beast, and the agony it endures is surely 100 or even 1,000 times worse than mine. This is a challenge for both me and Little Dry. No matter what happens, we must overcome it and become stronger. From the top of the Flame Clan, VM Kak sneered. VM Kak, brother of that human tribe, don't do something so stupid. Your strength has reached its limit. Put down the divine stone now, or you'll definitely die. Coldly, he grits his teeth. Death? Now I no longer fear death. The falling divine stone caused the nearby disciples to tremble. Mom, luckily I don't have any lofty dreams, or I might have ended up as miserable as that. Exactly. Seeing that, a female disciple glanced at Emperor Quinn with a sarcastic tone. I thought the heir of the heavenly sovereign you brought back would be truly formidable, but it turns out it's just this much. She didn't bother to reply, only slightly smirked and said, "Way cool, keep watching." Suddenly, streams of spiritual energy lit up from beneath the divine stone. Seeing that scene, each disciple was startled and alert. What is that? Immediately after the divine stone was slowly lifted by Tu Bing, the crowd was stunned. Why does he look completely unharmed? Not far from you, another group of disciples was amazed and discussing, could it be a resurrection? I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but this kind of heaven-defying ability must also come with a price. If it weren't for the usage limit, it would also require a huge amount of energy. Now, he's probably exhausted and can't go any further. There is a towering mountain ahead, and behind it are raging waters. Even if you could be reborn, in the end it would be no different from a grain of sand swept away by the sea. Then he sighed. This was a test designed specifically for the Golden Otter clan. Outsiders without a wing couldn't possibly carry the divine stone over the mountain. Suddenly, he stopped and lowered the giant divine stone to the ground. What is he trying to do? Giving up so easily? That's strange. He's already cultivated the Kim-O divine demon body of the clan, so I might as well have obtained the bloodline of the Kim-O. Why hasn't he transformed into a flying form yet? That human has only just reached the second stage of the Golden Rooster demon body, approaching the soul stage of the Golden Rooster, which only blooms at the 5th stage when he can transform into a Golden Rooster and use our clan's divine talents. The Demon Suppressionist Divine Fist is a domineering technique created by the progenitor of the Golden Rooster, with earth-shaking power, but its backlash is also immense. If it were an outsider, a single strike would be enough to break the meridians. Only the strong physique of the Golden Rooster could withstand it. He swung his hand with full force and shouted, "Great performance of the true dragon resisting demonic fist." At that moment, Tabin pushed the power and backlash of this punch to the limit, using his own life as the price to unleash his strongest punch. A fierce surge of spiritual energy shot out from Tabin's hand, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. Then he coughed repeatedly, blood spilling from his mouth, and his muscles shattered. The system voice announced that the host had died. A nearby disciple sneered mockingly, like a fleeting illusion swaying a tree, but was instantly revived on the spot by the activation of his skill. With a surge of spiritual power in his hand and a determined look, Tabin continued to throw punches. The disciples inside the stands stared at each other in shock, wondering what that human was really trying to do. The grand performance of the True Dragon Resurrecting Demon Fist was executed repeatedly by him, while the senior elder from afar gently stroked his beard, a slight smile curling on his lips, a look of satisfaction clearly visible in his eyes.
Suddenly, the mountain in front of them trembled violently. A blinding light erupted from the center. Then spiritual energy exploded. Rocks shattered. The space shook. The mountain was blown away, leaving behind a huge, fiery crater. Wow, this isn't really a test anymore. It's clearly destroying the place for the trial to be ruined. Not far away, 2 other disciples participating in the trial couldn't help but whisper in amazement. I didn't expect him to resort to this, forcefully forcing open a mountain path. Vayemkach, you still haven't realized? This move of his is not just about breaking the mountain to make a path. He's also using those floating rocks. The sea of stones is opening a way for him. Tabin continued to channel his spiritual energy into his hands, instantly lifting the massive divine stone, the tremendous gravity causing him to vomit blood, and at the same time, the system's voice rang out. The host has died. Each time falling, you struggle to activate and revive on the spot. Meanwhile, other trial disciples seize the opportunity to advance. The mountain blocking the path has disappeared. A good chance. Quickly catch up. With each step forward, the system's voice repeated again and again. The host had died and resurrected on the spot, his eyes shining brightly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Surpass me!" At the same time, Tubin poured all his strength into throwing the divine stone, his body pushed beyond its limit. He knelt down, spitting blood, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a spiritual energy ranking board appeared in the sky. First place, Tabin with the 10 Eyes Divine Stone. Second place, Kim Nyenvu with the 4 Eyes Divine Stone. And third place, Vayemkach with the 8 Eyes Divine Stone. The disciples on the stands were stunned. That outsider actually took first place. Another one tremblingly said, "Die and come back to life. Live and fight again. What kind of monster is he anyway?" At that moment, a low, deep voice softly echoed. Thupmuck couldn't believe he actually did it. It's been hundreds of years since anyone achieved this feat. Through the spiritual energy screen, Dequin gently smiles and says, "So he used this method to defeat the Vuong clan bloodline contestant. Isn't he a descendant of the heavenly Ton?" Suddenly, the spiritual energy surges, and a purple-eyed dragon with a murderous aura appears. The elder shook his head and shouted loudly, "The strength test is over." Second phase, the Divine Soul Challenge begins. Ma Long is surrounded by purple light and appears in the sky, laughing happily. So that bald bird's name is actually releasing the Lord to scare these young birds instead of that person. Under the ground, the group looked up at him, their faces pale and trembling with fear, gasping in shallow breaths. The Dark Star Demon Dragon had forged a deadly feud with the Golden Crow clan, as the big fish devoured the smaller ones, leading to mutual destruction. The young members of both clans harbored deep fear of each other, like humans fear lions and lions fear hunters with guns, as the chief elder solemnly points to Ma Long's wide-open, blood-dripping mouth and speaks. This trial involves entering his mouth for the duration of an incense stick, killing 1 yin blood soul bug inside his body to meet the requirement. The more yin blood soul bugs you kill, the higher your achievement. Tabin stood silently to the side, watching the noisy, dissatisfied crowd. Why does this divine soul test have to be inside Ma Long's mouth? Oh my god, I give up. I still have to destroy the dark blood soul worm. What's most important is that I have to prioritize. I value my life too much to ignore it. Stay alert, he said with a raised brow. This damned blood soul worm isn't as terrifying as you think. VM. Kak angrily grits his teeth and says, "The blood-devouring soul parasite inside him can emit a fierce demonic sound, attacking your soul directly. If your will is not firm and your spirit is weak, at best your mind will be damaged. At worst, you could go insane from the demonic sound." Tabin clenched his fists and whispered to himself, "If they give up, it's no big deal. But I must absolutely win first place to get the best quality training resources and have a chance to save the little dry bone." He was filled with determination, his face full of seriousness as he flew straight toward Ma Long's mouth and shouted loudly. Mocking laughter echoed from the stands. "I didn't expect that guy would dare to compete for the top spot again. Is that outsider really that arrogant? Just wait and see how he gets crushed by Ma Long and his spirit shattered." From elsewhere, D. Quinn observed everything and sighed to himself, thinking that this guy's willpower is 100,000 times stronger than those pampered young masters and ladies of the entire clan. I wonder how Tabin will get through this obstacle. Nanvu, frustrated and unwilling to give up, spreads his wings and flies up. "Don't be arrogant. The first place must belong to me." VM Kak, tense and worried, and the others chased after, glaring at you disdainfully and saying, "How come there's such a lowly bug among you?" Ma Long roared angrily, releasing dozens of purple dragon-shaped spiritual sources. That energy shot downward, piercing into the flying crowd and making them scream in pain. Nyanvu's face was pale, His hands clenched tightly as he used all his strength to activate the protective barrier against his magic. It seemed his stamina was quite depleted, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "This damn cursed magic was harder to deal with than he had expected." It seems that soon, Han Yanvu will suddenly open his eyes wide and shout. Then his whole body is covered in golden light, and an illusion of a holy bird with spreading wings appears behind him, bursting with all his strength. "VM Kak, look over there. Do you see the power behind Kim Nianvu's back?" He chuckled lightly with excitement. I can't believe he managed to learn the stance too. That is the ability to materialize one's will and aura to overpower and suppress Wan Ling. This skill is incredibly mysterious and can only be comprehended by unparalleled geniuses, and its power is extremely terrifying. Facing the spiritual energy beams heading towards him, Tabin calmly said, "I want to see how terrifying this demonic thought really is. At worst, I'll just die a few more times." He didn't prepare anything to protect himself and was immediately struck by demonic energy. Tabin's face contorted in pain as sharp purple light radiated all over his body. He grits his teeth in anger, blood streaming down from his forehead, clearly seriously injured. Tabin recalls an old memory and mutters to himself, "Have I ever seen a mountain of corpses and seas of blood like that with the little dry lizard? This thing will never stop me from taking even half a step forward." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you could resist the threat of the demon dragon without using that realm." Ma Long angrily unleashed more spiritual energy forward, roaring, "You damn cockroach, disappear with your soul." Tabin angrily replied, "I may not understand what that realm is, but I have my own way." Suddenly, a towering figure of Kim Dien appeared behind him, and he raised one hand and roared loudly, wielding the demonic suppression divine fist. He swung his massive arm straight into his chest. Ma Long winced in pain, thinking to himself, "What is this? The aura is really strong." He glanced at Yu and Kim Dien behind him, secretly sneering. "That old bird with 3 heads almost set a trap for our lord. This is definitely a direct descendant of some heavenly Templar sent to your Kim O clan to gild, yet you still claim you don't know what realm he's from. Clearly he's pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, using the sword to kill the dragon." Sitting in the stands, the third elder raised his eyebrows and said, "This person's realm is unexpectedly dozens of times larger than the initial realm of Kim Nianvu." The second elder continued, even more surprised as the scope of his power clearly indicates he has already entered the stage of maturity. The great elder stroked his beard and smiled. "You are indeed a descendant of a heavenly tuner. There's definitely something extraordinary about you." The demon dragon narrowed his eyes in thought. "With such a powerful force right in front of us, it's as if we're blind. Just to deal with a pervert like this, I still have one move left." He gathers all his energy, suddenly shifts from a great demon to a gentle face, clasping his hands together, his sparkling eyes making Tubin look cautious and thoughtful, wondering where the menace and killing intent of this demon dragon went. He is facing you with his mouth wide open as if welcoming you in. Far away, VM Kak can't believe that the demon dragon would actually open its mouth to let the human race in. Renwu shouted angrily, "Damn it." In the end, Tabin took the lead. You burst forward with overwhelming energy towards his mouth, thoughts racing in your mind. Even though you don't know what the demon dragon intends to do, your plan is simple. Enter, kill the soul bugs, and then see what happens. Tabin, clad in gold, advances straight into the abyssal mouth of the demon dragon. As he enters, he cautiously surveys everything around him. Suddenly, a soul bug appeared from the side and attacked directly towards Tabin. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, he activated his power and punched straight ahead. Shout loudly to scare it. This punch directly hits its head, causing the evil spirit to scream painfully and teeth to scatter everywhere. That made Tobin very surprised, not understanding what had happened. He looked at it thoughtfully, wondering why he hadn't even used his strength yet and it was already smashed to pieces. Malong squinted and smiled cunningly. "Luckily, I can still control these soul bugs to self-destruct." This way not only avoids offending that Heavenly Tone's descendant, but might even win their favor. A scream echoed as 3 more soul worms appeared one after another, approaching Tubin. He once again launched his move at their heads, the demon suppression fist. Tubin's face changed color as he realized that even though he didn't understand why, he might as well go along with it. Nianvu's eyes sparkled with fury as he gritted his teeth, thinking, what the hell is going on? There's clearly no strength or fluctuation inside his fist at all. How can he kill those soul bugs as easily as drinking water? What kind of evil magic is this after all? Suddenly a demonic soul appeared out of nowhere and bit his hand, making him let out a soft grunt. Ignoring his pale face from the pain, Nianvu poured his strength into his hand and gritted his teeth.
No way I am the prodigy of the Kim clan royal family. I can't lose to an outsider like this. He swung his fist at the soul insect and shouted, I also know the demon. Suppression. Divine Fist. Seeing that the monster spirit was unharmed, Nianvu was suddenly surprised at how stiff he had become. It turns out these bugs' defense capabilities are indeed formidable. He was startled by the pain. Even his attack power was not to be underestimated. Nianvu clenched his eyes and gritted his teeth, raising his hand to unleash his spiritual power, forced to pull out his ultimate move. Emperor Diem, his body covered in golden light with small sparks of electricity around his bitten hand, roared as the dark soul power erupted beneath him, and he managed to scream once before being destroyed. Nianvu wiped the sweat from his brow and gasped for breath. I didn't expect just killing one soul bug to drain so much energy. Looking over there, he was stunned. How did that guy manage to do that? Over there! Tabin laughed happily, throwing punches wildly. Die, all of you, die! The moment has almost passed on the Huang stands, which are nearly burnt out. The Grand Elder stands up and loudly announces, The duration of one incense burn has ended. All challenge participants must exit immediately. Everyone burst out of the dragon's mouth like shooting stars, and Tabin, unscathed and light, landed softly on the ground first. Unlike you, VM Kak and his heavily wounded group struggle to catch their breath as he snaps his fingers. A beam of light appears, and he calmly announces the results of the trial. The leaderboard immediately appeared above, showing Tubin in first place with 128 dark blood soul insects. Second place, Kim Nianvu with 27 dark blood soul insects. Third place, VM Kak with 24 dark blood soul insects. The fourth place spectators are buzzing about the 128 creatures. This difference is simply worlds apart. It's him again. That outsider has taken the top spot 2 times in a row. How can this be happening? Truly an exception indeed. Today, Kim family's honor in the royal clan has been trampled under his feet. The elder calmly extends his hand, channeling his magic, and slowly conjures a small cage. Malong gradually gets pulled inside as the screams echo loudly. Damn it, after using it, they just lock it up again? You filthy, featherless bird! You're just a parasite who only knows how to exploit the dragon. You are utterly shameless. Next time you release my dragon, I'll see if I don't smash all the eggs in your golden nest. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and chuckled softly. This momentum is good. Keep it up until the next round. Suddenly, a fierce lightning storm lit up the entire sky. From the light created by the lightning, an object slowly descends from above, and a massive stone pillar appears suspended in the air, covering half of the arena. He calmly continues. The third test, to assess enlightenment, requires activating the inscriptions carved on this stone stele. Lighting 3 paths meets the requirement. The more paths lit, the higher the evaluation. Everyone below listens attentively to the elder, their faces full of seriousness. The stone tablet hits the ground, causing a significant tremor. The elder standing nearby speaks, saying that when the Dao Bi senses the Dao Yi, the inscriptions will light up. Lighting up 3 paths means meeting the requirement. The more Dao inscriptions you light up, the higher your ranking will be. Next, 10 people will form a group. Let's begin the test. The first group of 3 calmly stepped onto the stage, one of them carefully examining the winding lines on the stone pillar. The man extends his hands forward, channeling his spiritual power as 3 lines of light emerge, and a voice announces that 3 lines of Taoist writing have been activated. The next person advances. The following contestants begin to unleash their power on the stone tablet as the voice continues. Lighting 2 paths of the divine inscription is not enough. Lighting 4 paths is achieved, and lighting 3 paths is also achieved. The last 3 members of the group finish their check, but only 2 of them stand around chatting. I passed 3 paths, but I only got 2. 4 paths of plagiarism, huh? As expected of me. Tabin watched from afar as the group examined their aptitude, pondering. The flame path truly lives up to its reputation as an innate skill of the Kim O. Seeing such a huge copy technique, it seems that a young Kim O can usually hold about 4 paths. It's now the turn for the VM Kak group to step onto the field, each with a calm expression as their voices ring out. The second group begins the countdown, unleashing explosive power that tears the ground into cracks. A huge source of energy heads straight for the stone tablet, causing lithium fragments to fly out from the side. The copies of the divine law light up one after another, igniting 10 paths of divine law. The onlookers were stunned, opening their mouths in amazement, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" He managed to light up 10 paths of divine writing in one go. Nianvu chuckled smugly. That was too easy. Another person nearby asked curiously, "Now I just need to see how VM Kak and that human-named guy will perform." He smirks, radiating divine power. People are only capable of that much.
Kak, send your great energy towards the pillar and make the stone glow brightly.
The mechanical voice boomed loudly, illuminating all 12 paths of the Tao. Success.
A male monk shouted in fear, "Old ancestor of the Golden Crow clan, you've even gained 12 more paths."
Tabin sighed quietly, worried. Previously, he only understood the single Tao of thunder because he borrowed Joanna's heavenly tribulation breath. It seems this trial is the hardest for me. A cold mechanical voice echoes in my mind.
Not necessarily. This third challenge should be the easiest for you. Skills are the foundation of the path. The skills you master are enough for you to overcome this challenge.
Tabin wondered as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is skills the obstacle of the way? Does the system mean that the skills I possess can all form into a divine text? And now it's your turn. The sound echoes loudly. Tabin's final group takes a deep breath, plants one foot on the ground, and reaches out to touch the sea of symbols. He channels his strength into the other arm, and after a shout, a layer of blue spiritual energy gradually surges up the pillar. From Tabin raising his hand, the first lightning-colored path lit up, creating a divine pattern. After using his signature move, he felt worried inside.
The first path of divine writing has lit up, and now the skills I possess are only to strengthen power and speed. Tabin simultaneously uses his two hands, one green and one red, to unleash his ultimate techniques, with two streams of spiritual energy lighting up the paths and transmitting the voice of the divine force. The speed path has now lit 2 divine paths, making a total of 3 paths achieved.
Third Elder suddenly raised his hand and frowned. Wait a moment. I have never seen such tiny and weak divine inscriptions before.
If we consider this a success, it might negatively impact the positive development of other golden orbs in understanding the way.
Second Elder whispered, but the rule was set to compare the number of divine inscriptions. Although the divine inscription of that heavenly Tsar's descendant is fragile, he has also reached the minimum standard to form a divine inscription. The Great Elder slowly said, yes, there are thousands and tens of thousands of paths. Not only the fundamental paths can illuminate the divine inscriptions. The fundamental paths encompass countless minor paths, and when a minor path is perfected, it is also considered a great achievement.
Have you used up all your skills yet?
He looked determined, full of ambition, still not finished. I want to surpass Cox's 12 divine inscriptions to claim the top spot. Only with the best body cultivation resources can I be more confident in saving the little dry turtle and bringing it back. I have already merged with the great divine heavenly dragon dog, so the skills of the dog are now my skills. But I still haven't used many of my pet's skills, so I wonder if I can form them into divine inscriptions. Bright beams shot out from DeLong's mouth, illuminating the great display. Heavenly Dragon Roar, Great Display. Heavenly Dragon Shield, Bai Li Trui Hon, Feng Shen Ti Hu, Gare's Guardian, and the Iron Hard Outer Shell. The Storm Thunder Armor and the Dragon Blood Battle Armor absorbed the beams, suddenly causing many more runes to light up, leaving the group staring in astonishment. Where did Nam Duong suddenly find 5 more paths like that? Tabin raised his hand and cheered proudly. It's excellent, although not all skills can activate divine inscriptions. Some other skills still can. Still not satisfied, he reverts to his original form and continues shouting, "The great performance! Heavenly Dragon Beast dissolves the fusion. Tudim Truk Long Beast. It's your turn to fight now." The giant dragon beast appears towering, and Tubin shouts loudly. The 2DM Truk Long Beast merges from your source soul power directly into the stone steely of Long Cow Mountain, the divine iron wall, dragon might, rock armor, spiked armor, icebone, exterior, fire flame outer garment, and dragon flame arrow. Seeing the lines continue to glow and the sound ring out again, 4 more paths of divine writing are added, totaling 12 paths. Viem Kak, with a worried tone, said, "All 12 paths are lit up. Does that mean he's planning to tie for first place with me?" Nguyen Vu Tu Tuan replied, "Look at his eyes, it's not that simple." Tabin, lost in thought, realized he had used all his available skills. "I wonder if I still have any skills I haven't used yet." Watching you stand still and unmoving, everyone is confused and discussing. What is he thinking? There are only 12 moves left. Could it be he's still not satisfied? Could he still have some skills he hasn't used yet? Tabin exhaled slowly, his eyes gently closing, lips pressed tightly, as he gradually crossed his hands in front of him. Zhang's legs are wide apart as he feels the power from all around him. What is he doing in that stance? A spiritual energy appears from your hand in the shape of a sword, with many blazing red sparks behind you, causing the monks to stir endlessly. Could it be the way of the sword? Tabin's eyes were cold as he prepared to unleash his power. If he used the fusion skill with his pet, he could ignite the divine inscription. So, the skill I learned from little Kolao, I recall mimicking the move exactly and pondered silently. It should also be possible.
Tabin swung his spiritual energy forward and shouted loudly, "Chaos Spirit Reversal Blade!"
A notification sound rang out. The sword path had illuminated 13 Dao inscriptions in total. The boy exhaled softly, filled with joy.
13 paths, I did it, VM said with a disappointed face, initially thinking he could win the championship through this test of the Dao, but in the end he still had to bow to others.
De Quinn exclaimed in amazement, thinking that besides the Thunder Path, what he possessed was just a bunch of trivial heretical arts, not expecting to hold such a firm great Dao. The chief elder stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction, truly a descendant of the Heavenly Lord, indeed possessing some talent to become a deity. After the scoreboard was checked and the first place was recorded, Tu Bing with 13 divine texts, second place VM with 12 divine texts, and third place Kim Nien Vu with 10 divine texts. The crowd in the stands stared with wide eyes, some clenched their fists in frustration.
What? There are even 13 Dao now? Why let this outsider take the top spot? If that outsider wins the overall trial, won't our Kim Onhat clan's reputation be completely ruined?
The Grand Elder raised his hand, and the stone pillar gradually disappeared as he spoke in a serious tone. Then suddenly a golden light tore through the sky, covered by dark clouds. The light gradually expands, forming a door. His voice remains calm, signaling the final stage of the comprehensive combat trial. The Great Elder gestured in that direction and softly said, "Come on, everyone, go in there." The disciples all took their positions, ready to respond in unison.
Yes.
Tabin watched everyone fly into that, softly saying, "Just one more battle to finish."
As he was about to enter, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and a voice said, "Wait a moment, descendant of the Heavenly Lord."
Tabin turned around and saw it was the Grand Elder.
"You don't need to participate in this final trial anymore."
"Yes." Tabin asked suspiciously what he meant. "I can still fight. Please let me continue." The elder stroked his beard gently and smiled, saying, "Don't misunderstand. This final battle is an internal conflict within the Kim Onhat clan. If you join in, it will be hard to avoid being attacked by a coordinated effort. That wouldn't be fair to you at all. Your performance has been more than enough, but secretly I think with your incredible resurrection ability, these juniors can't defeat you anymore. It's better to leave them a little hope." Tabin thought of the two VM Nien Vu, rubbing his chin as he pondered silently. Indeed, the Kim O clan was born with formidable strength, and even in this juvenile stage, they already possessed power that our clan would have to toil lifelong to attain. And those two geniuses have no idea what terrifying trump cards are still hidden. The Great Elder treats me really well. He calmly said, "I will follow the Elder's arrangement, but I wonder what the materials for my body cultivation will be like." He raised 2 fingers to his mouth and activated his power, with his hand and eyes glowing gold. "According to the rules of our Golden Crow clan, your leader has passed the trial and will receive a drop of heavenly blood. The golden spiritual energy envelops the heavenly blood, and there are also many small red flames slowly moving down in front of the two people." Tabin is extremely surprised. Could even Thiendo be killed? So this drop of blood must be incredibly precious. The Great Elder is willing to give it to me willingly. You bow your hand slightly in a respectful bow, sincerely thanking the Great Elder. "Thank you, Elder." He handed it to Tabin and softly said, "You have practiced our clan's cultivation method and are considered to have our bloodline. This heavenly blood can activate your inner potential. If you have the potential to awaken a divine body, then you can also use it to do so." The heavenly blood touches the stomach, and then the power spreads out, enveloping the person, causing Tabin to cry out in discomfort. It burns fiercely like a raging fire consuming you. Tabin collapses in pain. A massive green energy surges behind him. The Great Elder was very surprised, his eyes wide open, expecting that this drop of celestial blood could help you activate the Diem Duong divine body of our Kim Onhat clan. But unexpectedly, you later awakened the divine body of the Vu clan. Tabin, enduring pain, spoke in broken segments. "So what exactly is the origin of the Vu race? Are their bodies really that powerful?" He looked into the distance and calmly explained that from the beginning of heaven and earth, before the divine race was born, the earliest beings to be born were called demons. You clenched your teeth, sweat running down your forehead and cheeks, pondering that this Vu race seems even stronger than the Kim O1 race. So their bodies must surely be even taller than the Diem Duong divine body. The Grand Elder looked at Tabin calmly and spoke, his hidden body also fully activated, as he opened his palm to summon many training fruits. "These are the essential training resources for advancing to the 3rd level of the Golden Cuckoo Divine Demon Body, and they are now being handed to you. Based on today's trial performance, these will be given to you." Bin gazed at the blazing gold light and extended his hands to accept the items from the elder, then spoke again. Now I will take you to undergo body training. I'm back. I have some matters to attend to outside. I'm sorry to trouble you. Continue watching the shop. As he finished speaking, he forcefully burst out of the door like a gust of wind, while she looked at Tobin pensively. His appearance now was even more steady and vigorous than before, as if he had broken through to a higher realm. But what really caught people's attention was that inside him seemed to be a power from a higher dimension that I couldn't fully comprehend. It turned out that the place he went to was Han Corporation, in the Shadowclaw base area. Tubin noticed something was off and suspiciously said, "This is the address that Nguyen Fong Trian Ki left for me. It is indeed here, but why does the company name say Han Corporation instead of Lai Corporation?" He then entered and approached the staff, saying, "I am Tubin. I have an appointment with Nguyen Fong Trian Ki here. Please inform him." The female employee quickly replied, "Nguyen Fong Trian Ki, sir. I'm sorry, but we don't have anyone like that here." I was stunned and exclaimed, "There's no one like that?" While Kintung was kneeling to wipe Han Theo's shoes, he suddenly shivered, thinking that Nguyen Fong had accidentally knocked over a basin, spilling water and wetting his other shoe. Han Theo pointed at his wet shoe and angrily shouted at Kintung to clean his shoes for him, not to dirty his shoes with the water, then stood up and stomped hard on his hand, causing him pain and crying out. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Han Theo continued to curse loudly, saying if he didn't want to keep his arm anymore, he might as well have it disabled right now. Bin immediately asked who that person was, why he was acting so arrogantly. The female staff looked pale and replied, "He is our Han family's young master." Bin then turned to speak softly. "Young Master Han, I am Tu Bing from Longjong Base, here for a meeting with the Lai family. But why am I only seeing the Han family here?" He withdrew his foot, a sly smile on his lips. "Many legends have emerged from our dark claw base, including a certain legendary Lai. It just means that the legendary figure has been dead for 100 years. His family also faced a calamity and has been missing for a long time." Kintung clenched his painful, gritting teeth and raised his hand. "Lai Truyen Ki, he is just missing. As long as we haven't found his remains, we can't say he's gone." Han Theo waved his hand with a sneer and said, "Don't dream anymore. This is an order from Feng Tower to disband him. I personally sent Li Chuanqi back here a few days ago. So how could he have died 100 years ago?" "What do you mean? Are you saying that our family's Li Truyen Ki is still alive? What do you mean by your family clan? Now your family name is Han, a servant of our Han family." He closed his eyes in tension, raised his hand to block, but suddenly a light shield appeared to protect him and he felt no pain, opening his eyes in shock. This is Han Theo, with a shocked expression and wide-open mouth. Tin Tuan Tobin raises his hand to cast spiritual power, creating a shield, and loudly demands, "You have to explain clearly to me why you are now saying his family is Han and everything else. Where have you hidden Lai Truyen Kai all this time?" He angrily pushed their hand away. "I don't know where that crazy guy crawled out from. Do I still need to explain how I discipline my own servants? And that guy named Yuen Feng, or whatever you mentioned. I have no idea where he might have died in some desolate and remote place. You close your eyes and softly speak. If you don't want to talk, then forget it." Tabin suddenly swung his hand and the great divine heavenly dragon dog appeared behind him, you know. But today, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find him no matter what. Then you step forward and grab Han Thiu's collar, making him a little scared. But he's still stubborn. What do you want to do? This is Han family's territory. If you dare to be arrogant, don't blame me for not holding back. Tu Bin easily grabbed the guy, jumped onto his back, and spoke to Long Kuyen. "I once fought side by side with Lai Truyen Ki. If he's here now, you can just sniff it out." Long Kuyen's eyes gleamed as if secretly agreeing with your request. It quickly darted outside, each leap surrounded by a stream of blue spiritual energy. Bak Li Tui Hon. Long Kuyen carefully looks ahead, each jump long and powerful, as if sensing something, then breaks the glass and rushes into a room. Is this the place? At this moment, Han Theo suddenly shouted, 8 protectors, come save me! And 4 masked figures rushed out. They are the elite secret guards of the Han family, all at the peak of their cultivation rank. Someone quickly punched towards him. "Madman, let go of the young master." Tabin closed his eyes and stood still, his entire body shining like a protective shield. When the hand of the assassin touched his energy flow, he suddenly let out a loud cry of pain. He angrily swung his fist forward and said, I don't have time to argue with you all. With a single punch, he easily defeated the assassins, leaving blood everywhere. This made Han Thieu sweat in fear and wonder what kind of monster this guy really is. But relying only on brute strength, you quickly killed 8 level hero guardians in an instant. You raise your fist, your eyes stern as you look ahead, and throw another powerful punch straight at the door. Unable to withstand this immense power, the door shatters and a figure appears behind it. The boy frowns, his eyes sharp and full of suspicion. Over there is the inside of an old man surrounded by many silk threads, cocooned and waiting to hatch, and that person is none other than the one you are looking for, Li Trian-Ki. Tobin hurriedly ran over. Senior Li, I will release you right now. Seeing the arrival, he asked, Brother To, why are you here? Yuan Feng, who is being untied, notices an attack and shouts a warning, but before he can react, he is struck and both his hands are bound tightly. Seeing the approaching figure, Tobin calls out, Who are you? The other party did not answer, but said, This should be my question, instead. He stood on top of the spider's head and continued, Ngan Chu, the head of the Han family, who are you to dare to enter the forbidden area of my Han family without permission? Tobin unleashed energy to tear through the spider silk. He is not worthy to know. Then energy burst from his hand as he charged at the opponent to throw a punch. Ngan Chu remained as calm as ever, even able to unleash flames to burn away the spider silk that bound him. This is fire element cultivation, right? Cut the chatter and respond. Tobin's punch was stopped by the demon beast's teeth biting down. Seeing that, he was surprised. He already knew my cultivation technique was fire-based, yet he didn't bother to dodge. Tobin channels more power into his hand, ready to turn you to dust with a single breath. But at this moment, the spider's body suddenly transforms into a giant. Stupid! My Vivium demon beast not only fears all the flames in this world, but also specializes in absorbing fire energy. Your flames are just nutrients to feed it. Standing aside, Han Xiaozhu suddenly spoke. I won't hide it from you. My father may look like a top-tier windmaster on the outside, but recently he has entered the Han Hai realm. He said this with a triumphant and crazed smile. He is a legendary beast tamer among 10,000 people, only 1 in a million. See, he's exactly the kind of simple-minded person with a developed 4 limbs. Let me show you the outcome of messing with my Han family. Hearing that, Tu Bing poured more strength into his hand and smiled. So what? An enormous illusion materializes behind you, gathering energy and striking forward. Swallowing a demon pet's punch, his whole body trembled. Cold sweat appeared on Jingchu's face, and the flames of the 4 fires caused the entire fiery demon beast to swell up to its maximum size. The demon pet couldn't withstand it and began to crack all over. Finally, the spider exploded directly, and the 5 or 7 meridians were also blasted away. Young Master Han saw this scene, his face filled with horror and disbelief as he shouted, Dad, countless blood and remaining demonic pets are falling and splattering on the ground. Qin Chu steadies himself and coughs up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and sickly as he clutching his stomach, saying, What kind of flames are these that even the all-consuming fire demon beast, tempered with all the flames in the world, cannot swallow? Tobin said, Song Win Chi Hua of the Golden Crow is not something that mortals like you can swallow. Kim Chu was terrified. Golden Crow? The spider silk is now being unspooled and falling to the ground, forming winding lines. You help Yuan Feng up and then ask Li Chuanqi, How did you get trapped here? How is your wound now? He replied upon hearing that, I didn't expect the head of the Han family to be so treacherous, setting an ambush beforehand. Seeing Qin Chu remaining silent, he continued, wanting to use the excuse of tending to his wounds to lure me into a trap and kill me there. Luckily, I still had the secret treasure in my possession. I had taken some precautions so he couldn't do anything and only locked me up here, waiting for the treasure to run out of energy before striking again. Over the past few days, I've been resting and healing my wounds. Now I've recovered about 70 or 80% of my strength and was planning to break free. I didn't expect Brother To to come all the way here. This place is clearly a dead zone, filled with poisonous miasma, insects, and scorpions. Not to mention healing wounds. It's almost impossible to survive even if you risk your life. Wien Feng clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward, then said, This is called a dead land. Compared to the place I guard, this might even be more comfortable than a nursing home. A while later, at the Yingthio Company headquarters, the walls were stained with a sinister yellow, creating a chilling atmosphere. Tubin and Yuan Feng stood on the platform watching the crowd gather, with Jin Chu and young Master Han leading the kneeling group. The Han family had over 1,000 people from top to bottom, while the other side only had a few standing, and the Li family had only 12 people remaining from top to bottom. What is this? A person bowed their head and replied,
Ancient ancestor, these are the only surviving descendants of our Li family.
It seems to have aged countless years, he muttered. Why was the Lai family once so prosperous with many children, and how did it fall into such decline? Kin Tung clenched his fists tightly, trembling as he said, "Since the funeral tower was erected for the old ancestor, the Lai family has lost its support, and the Han family seized our assets, forcing us to change our surname to Han and turning us into their servants. Most of the Lai family members were either killed, expelled, or assimilated by the Han family. In the end, only a few of us who remained committed to restoring the Lai family are left." After saying that, he knelt down and begged the ancestor to punish him for failing to protect the family estate.
Nguyen Fong helped the person to stand up. Clearly, Fong Thap had promised to protect and shelter our clan, so I could focus without worry and risk my life to stop the unruly beast. The old man closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, but I only lost contact for a while. If Fong Thap's side didn't verify, they wouldn't have announced the mourning period. Even if I die in battle, does that mean Fong Thap will just ignore protecting my family anymore? Nguyen Fong gently patted his head and said, "I willingly responded to Fong Thap's call, also so that my people can live peacefully. But now you have to endure so much suffering. Does my 800 years of fighting still mean anything? Bin Ngeve Lin Len Ting. You've brought firewood to keep everyone warm. How could you let them freeze in the snowstorm like this? These damn beasts of the Feng Tower are really too much. Once this petty matter is over, I must go find them and settle the score." Nguyen Fong turned around and said, "Let's put aside the matter of the Phoenix Tower for now. But today your Han family must give me an explanation." Gan Chu, looking pale and sickly, stood up and explained, "It's not as it seems. We have records left by our ancestors that clearly state the previous extermination of the Lai family was definitely not carried out by our Han family." He ran over to Yuan Feng, knelt down and hugged his leg. "We were just caught up in it. Even if the Han family didn't exist, there would still be other clans." Even though he was filled with worry, Gan Chu continued to explain. And if it had been other clans, perhaps the Lai family bloodline would no longer exist now. Nguyen Fong, radiating energy and furious, said, "Still not repentant?" His eyes gleamed as he pressed his hand down. "Today, I must settle this debt with your Han family." The gathered energy formed a terrifying giant shield pressing down on the Han family, and Ngan Chu felt her strength fading and exclaimed, "My energy is gradually disappearing. What's happening? The ancestor of the Lai family begged you to raise your hand and strike down. I've struggled to reach the threshold of this legendary level. Please don't destroy my cultivation." Seeing this scene, young Master Han was terrified, thinking that just one palm strike had suppressed the entire clan. His father, who was always successful in everything, was now powerless, no different from a fish on a chopping board, completely unable to resist. Is this the true power of a genuine legendary level? Nguyen Fong no longer paid attention, and the Han family member beside him said, "Kin Tung, to ensure our Huang Hua isn't broken, you've already suffered too much for us." Hearing that, he replied, "As long as the old ancestor returns, that's all that matters." He told everyone, "Lai family from top to bottom obeys the orders. From today onwards, you will be restored as Lai family members." Everyone knelt down, overwhelmed with joy, tears welling up in their eyes. "Yes, Elder," Nguyen Fong said with a grim expression and continued speaking. "From now on, our Lai family must also bow and submit to the Lai family, just as your Han family has humbled yourselves before us. The Lai family is in charge, and the Han family is but a servant." Everyone was frightened and nervously said, "We will obey the old head of the Lai family's order." Kin Tung then smiled and said, "The old head's room is still kept exactly as before. Nothing inside has been touched. I will take you to see it." He shook his head and said, "I have more important matters to handle with Brother To." "That's right, Senior Lai. Just let me go alone. You've endured hardships your whole life and should be enjoying your happiness." He said, "To Brother, I have made my decision. And besides, my comrades are still fighting day and night in Hadin. How can I rest easy? Let's handle all those matters together and return later without delay." To Bin said, "All right, if that's the case, I will send someone to open another branch of the pet shop in this dark claw base so it can help your Lai family grow stronger. Everyone should select 10 top-tier loyal beasts from the 9th grade or higher, and I will cover all the costs for their upkeep." I glance at Kin Chu and the others. "We will also monitor every move of the Han family, and if they even show half an intention to rebel, they will be killed without mercy." Kin Tung heard that and crossed his arms in front of his chest before speaking. "So you are Tu Bin, the owner of the little pet shop, right?" Tu Bin asked. "Do you know me?" He then explained, "Because you mentioned the pet shop earlier."
although the information between the various base areas is often fragmented due to the beast tide invasion. The extraordinary training level of the pet shop owned by Elder Toe is famous everywhere. Everyone knows about it. Many people spend thousands of gold but still can't buy a training spot, let alone those ancient divine beasts. Nguyen Fang lowered his head and said, "To brother," before he could finish, "you immediately spoke up, saying it's a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Senior Lee has even sacrificed his lifespan to save me. So no matter how much I use to repay him, I still feel it's not enough." He was moved, and indeed I didn't misjudge Li Mo. It would be wonderful if everyone in this world were like Brother Toe. Nguyen Fang turned around and said, "I entrust the responsibility of restoring the Lai family entirely to you." Kin Tung and his men raise their hands together and shout, "We may die, but we must restore the Lai family and not let down our ancestors' honor." Then he strokes his beard and summons his loyal beast. "Brother B is here. Toe, the family matter is settled. Now let's leave immediately to save Little Dry Lizard. I will go." Passing through the space gate, the two enter the 10 directions shining heaven formation. Yuan Feng clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead, finally returning to this strange place. My gaze sees countless snow-capped, icy mountains of the ice prison world. Tabin waves his hand to summon his beast. "Dog, smell and see where the little Kolao is." It then begins to use the 100 Li soul trap skill, and its whole body radiates energy as it starts to transform. Long-form technique. Seeing the summoned beast fly away, he said, "Over there, Senior Lee, let's go over there." Yuan Feng responded, and after a while he saw a few suspicious dark figures in the distance. "Look over there and see a crowd below, shouting in horror. The beast tide." Tabin jumps off the back of the spirit beast, Nguyen Feng, blocking the way. He shoots a beam of light at the beast tide, causing them to scatter in all directions. The energy struck a bone demon, causing it to shatter instantly. Yuan Feng stared in shock at the scene. "The sky in my heart is deep in thought. To brother's progress is truly astonishing, just a few days apart from our last meeting. Now relying only on his fist strength, has he already destroyed an entire wave of king-level beast tides at the Han-Hai realm? Kao Tu, what are you doing? Wait a moment, that looks like the familiar scene beneath the snow. The palm of Little Drybone, right?" The boy concentrates energy into his palm, controlling the essence, then the object transforms into a beam of light that shoots upward. Seeing Tabin's palm hovering over the bones, Nguyen Feng was amazed. "This is you speaking? The space tear traces are scattered across the bones. I can't imagine how many times that heavenly eye creature has tortured it again." Tabin ordered, and the heavenly dragon dog was recalled into the storage space to find the remaining parts of Little Dry. Two pets fly in the sky below, which are countless screams, and at this moment, he jumps down, covered by energy in his hand. A pillar of flames burns the air, shattering the stone wall with intense heat. He roared with glowing eyes, his hands gathering power as countless beams of light shot down from the sky, with some bone fragments wrapped in energy slowly floating in midair, reflecting a faint glow. Tabin gently lifts his hand to the heavily damaged remnants left on the ground. Nguyen Feng, standing nearby, watching as the armor is completed, speaks, "Only the most important part, the skull, is missing, right?" Just at this moment, a fierce crack suddenly appeared in the sky, with swirling energy spiraling around it. Tianmu flew out from inside, holding a skull in his hand. Long time no see, he appeared with curved horns and blood-red wings, a sinister smile on his face, and said, "You're looking for this, right?" The two of them now speak seriously together, with Tianmu looking confident. This toy really is quite boring. No matter how much it is crushed, torn apart, or burned, it shows no change in expression and keeps coming back, like a pesky fly. Thien Muk clenched the skull in his hand, but luckily a new toy has finally been brought right to his door. "You want this, right?" It was finally crushed by him before speaking. "Then I'll give this to you." Tabing hurriedly ran over. Little Dry Tower behind Yuan Feng advised, "Brother Fuang, don't act rashly. He's deliberately trying to lure you into his domain." Tianmu smiled gently as power gathered in his hand. "That's right. This expression is perfect. Don't even think about escaping from my hand again." Tabin eyes the falling bones and calculates, "This distance is enough. Spiritual energy controls the object." A giant hand suddenly descends from the sky, and since it has entered the range to use my space ability, Udong Tich Diet Truong, it should obediently take this blow. A deafening explosion erupts, with violent purple-blue energy sweeping everything around. Yuan Feng, terrified, calls out to Brother To, knowing that the Yu Tung Diet Truong is a bloodline technique of Thien Muk, unmatched in power. But at the moment, this monster's cultivation level is even higher than the early Heavenly Mandate realm.
The previous punch had shattered to brother's fusion state, and now without the fusion, it's probably better to play it safe. As the dust settled, Tubin was unscathed and spoke after finishing his attack. Seeing this, Tianmuk was in disbelief. What? How is he still completely unharmed? You jump up with both hands gathering energy and speak. Now, it's my turn. Tianmu unleashes countless destructive energies and shouts loudly, "Don't get too arrogant." The giant hand covered in purple and blue energy descended from the sky. Its oppressive pressure making Tubin clench his fists, ready to face the battle. You throw a punch infused with energy to knock back the beast. Tianmu, in shock, opens his mouth and says,
Your flesh is quite tough, isn't it? To be able to face head-on the U-level extinction leader of my clan with your body?
But don't forget, as long as you remain within the range of my space ability, you're no different from a mere insect, regardless of my will. Tubin suddenly appeared right in front of him. Your space ability can no longer restrict me. A punch lands directly, causing Heavenly Eye to explode and burst into countless blood chunks. Seeing this scene, Yuan Feng spoke up. To brother, why is the space ability of this Heavenly Eye demon beast ineffective against you? A master once told me that every time a space ability is activated, the user must pour their strength into the target they wish to teleport to. I just need to leave that place before the Heavenly Eye tears through space at the exact point it needs to teleport. Then it will never catch me. Furthermore, a master who can casually give pointers in a battle at the Heavenly Mound level must at least be far beyond the Heavenly Mound realm itself. So where could such a master be found in this Lam Tin? While talking, Tubin finally finished his task and said, "It's done." Then he softly said, "Little dry lizard, wake up quickly." Time keeps passing, but it still shows no sign of movement. Tubin frowned slightly and said, "That's strange. Why is there no reaction at all? And I can't sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy." He continued speaking, "Vuong Toi Vinsin is an ultimate rebirth ability of the underworld, so no matter how severe the injuries,
It can recover to its original state. But why hasn't Little Dry Lizard come back to life yet?
At this moment, his face was full of worry. Could it be that the level of damage tolerance also has a limit? Or has that Heavenly Eye creature cast some sealing spell? Are you filled with doubt, or did I miss an important link somewhere? Meanwhile, Yuan Feng pats Brother Toe on the shoulder in reassurance. As purple lightning tears through the sky, a terrifying energy erupts as if to crush everything, converging into one point, accompanied by a sound. A truly terrifying large figure appears. I was too careless. Yuan Feng's voice is filled with horror. Why isn't La Tianmuk dead yet? Could it be that he used his space ability to dodge the fatal strike just now? Tubin also spoke up. Could this be the true form of Tianmuk? Its size is twice as large as before, and the waves of spiritual energy are much more fierce and brutal than before. Tianmu sneered disdainfully. It's truly ridiculous that you willingly return to my territory to die for such a worthless trash. He gently placed his hand on the cold skull, softly called Xiaokulao, then said, "My loyal companion in life and death." A flood of beautiful memories from the past flooded his mind like old film reels slowly playing back. Tubin stood up, gathering energy around him, and shouted, "I will never abandon it." A heavy aura of darkness gathers around as Tianmu laughs loudly. Interesting. Once you fall into my hands, I will crush you piece by piece so you can't live, but also can't die. Just as everyone was tense, a huge sound erupted, shaking the entire space. Yuan Feng's voice sounded confused, wondering if it was the ground trembling. Tubin seemed to sense something and opened his mouth. No. It's like that voice keeps ringing out repeatedly, but he continues to speak. With a pounding heartbeat, a massive thud echoed, its deep, resonant sound enveloping the three, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Tianmu's eyes, burning red, widened in shock as he roared. "What?" Little Dry Lizard's eyes suddenly burst into flames. It stands up and shouts, "Don't even think about harming my master." Tubin was delighted to see that. I knew you could definitely do it. Nguyen Feng was amazed how deep the bond must be to allow a body of bones like this to be shattered, yet it still managed to forcibly revive its soul and resurrect just by relying on its master's faith. Tianmuk angrily said, "Don't celebrate too early. Even if you add another monkey, it won't change the fate that I will crush you with." Tubin raised his hand to summon Second Dog, 2DM Bamboo Dragon, Little Dry Lizard. "Let's go." Seeing that, Heavenly Eye sneered, "So what if you complete the fusion 3 more times? Last time you reacted slower, it was just because I was careless. After all, I am still a celestial destiny realm." A strike was coming, but he didn't have time to react and still said today. I will show you the difference between me and you monkeys before being cut off by a sword that severed his arm and sprayed blood violently. Tabin did not stop. Immediately swung his sword with overwhelming momentum, splitting the heavenly eye in half as it groaned. Too fast, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and thought, whether it's speed or strength, it's now many times greater than before, and he was furious at being unable to counterattack after continuous assaults. How can I be completely controlled by another monkey like this? At this moment, covered in wounds, it speaks up. You think you can escape my space ability? A huge tornado of energy erupts violently in the sky of the heavenly eye, but others might not be able to escape. At this moment, Tabin stopped and asked, "What do you want to do?" Suddenly, the ground beneath the snow cracked and the space trembled. Yuan Feng shouted that something was wrong. He opened his mouth in horror. The 10 directions burning heaven array is collapsing. Brother To, stop it from breaking the formation immediately. Tianmu's head was cut off, but he still spoke. It's too late. The trap-breaking mechanism I set up has already been activated. If I don't get what I want, blood will fill the sky, and the sound will echo. Don't even think about it. Somewhere inside the ice prison world, someone is ordering the destruction of the formation. Inform Feng Pagoda immediately. My subordinate responds, understood. Lam crystal across the world begins to shake as numerous disasters occur simultaneously. The ground cracks open with molten lava like blood pouring out, swallowing up giant buildings. Inside the Holy Light Base, a person looks at the screen and says, Old Bai has detected major changes in the structure of the Lam shell, and its volume is expected to increase significantly. Hearing that, Elder Bach's face changed as he exclaimed in shock, What do you mean? Inside the wind tower, the two looked at the disciple's image and said, How can this be? The 10 directions. Heavenly explosion. Formation has been shattered, Master. Could it be that little brat who caused it? I already said I can't trust that kid anymore. At this point, Yuan Feng also spoke up, saying, That's not good. The beasts inside the formation grew stronger after absorbing the spiritual energy from the jade tree, and they are several times more powerful than those on Lam Tin. I'm afraid humans will have to face the most brutal beast tide ever seen in the future. The ground cracked open, streams of red and orange fire flowing like veins awakening deep within the mountain. The volcano roars fiercely, molten lava erupting violently, smoke and flames swirling to swallow the blazing sky. The ground is torn apart as giant flames surge through the deep fissure, their fiery glow seeming to burn the entire space. Yuan Feng and To Bin appear on the ground, his arm suddenly glowing with a blue light that spreads throughout the area. On the screen, 2 people appear. Lao Bai speaks. To Bin, the volume of Lam Tin suddenly increases several times. Do you have any clues? Lang Nguyen also shouted, Brother! Suddenly, several large-scale beast tides are rapidly approaching our base. It seems the situation is getting worse. He spoke at length, so let me go back to Longjiang first and explain later. Yuan Feng was startled and shouted, It's the beast inside the formation! In that case, I'm afraid our base is also in danger. Both of us summon our spirit beasts, he said. To brother, let's part ways here. Each defending our homeland, you clasped your hands. Maybe we'll meet again by fate. Longjiang base camp is in the midst of a fierce battle with everyone fighting relentlessly. On the wall, Tan Do Huang shouts, Hold on, Ko, do not let the beasts invade the camp and harm the people of Longjiang. It seems Yen swung her sword, slicing through the light and tearing apart the space as beasts roared. Chu Thian Lam stood on a green dragon, flying around with a sword in his mouth. A giant shadow appears in the distance. Swarms of bugs and enormous monsters attack like thunder, easily crushing the mighty walls with countless stones falling and killing people. At this moment, Tian Xiao looked up, and the sound of panic echoed. The Luke Tuyen Tian beast seemed almost unbelievable. Why is this happening? Its volume is 10 times larger than normal. Du Huang took a deep breath and declared that no one would step into this dragon river, unleashing a furious attack on the beast with a roar of rage. Luke Tuyen Tian, the beast, was directly struck and violently fell down the city wall. At this moment, a giant tail swung fiercely, tearing through the air with immense power, and in the violent sweep, both of them were directly thrown far away. Yen put her hand on the sword and asked, Uncle Tan, are you okay? Du Huang replied, I'm fine, but this beast is much stronger than a normal king beast Han High stage, and it can even speak human language. Luke Tuyen Tian, the terrifying beast with a face like a demon, said, Too weak. The feeling of pressure when facing it is like confronting Bingan at a heavenly level. Bury the corpse here. As soon as it finished speaking, it attacked again. Tabin swung his sword, cutting its tail in half. Seeing that, Nu Yen called Tabin, and Do Huang also spoke up, You came just in time. Tabin flew into the air and said, Everyone go deal with the other monsters, I'll distract it.
Du Huang ordered. All soldiers follow me to kill these monsters. Come on, everyone else, speak up.
He immediately flew straight toward the fiercely roaring Luke Tuyen Thien Loa beast, just as countless giant tentacles simultaneously shot out streams of green energy, attacking fiercely like a storm. Tabin's shield appears around him, blocking the fierce green energy blasts exploding around him. He unleashes all his strength to crush the surrounding energy into fragments in midair, then quickly flies straight toward the Luke Tuyen Thien Loa beast at lightning speed. A sword strike cuts the entire beast in half, causing the 7 demonic beasts to panic and roar as they scramble to escape in chaos. Du Huang looked delighted and said that the Luke Tuyen Thien Loa beast was actually defeated with a single strike, and the beast tide was retreating. The dusty fog rises as the battered army raises their weapons and shout victory. Well done. We have won. Seeing Tubin return, Du Huang stepped forward. Master To, you arrived just in time. This wave of beasts was incredibly fierce. A single step too slow could have led to disastrous consequences. You asked Uncle Tan why Feng Ta didn't send a legend to reinforce Longjiang during such a huge beast tide, and he shook his head, saying Feng Ta limited the number of legends and couldn't send reinforcements. Tabin continued speaking.
If there are no transmitters, does that mean we get no support at all? Tian Xiao replied, all other bases are supplied with restorative water, elixirs, secret treasures, and important supplies. Only Longjiang has absolutely nothing at all, and that's not all. Any base with branches that Mr. To opens also won't be supplied. Are you suspecting that someone inside the Tower of Wind is targeting us? Tabin asked if the order specified which big city the Longjiang base city should be moved to, and whether the Tower of Wind had sent a team to escort us. He replied that we must move to Longqin base city. Du Huang continued speaking, but the Tower of Wind said they lacked manpower and told us to organize the move ourselves, giving only 3 days, and warned that if we missed the deadline, we would face the consequences. Yu Yen stands in the sunset with a slightly sad face, but her eyes remain determined, her voice ringing out. Giving 3 days and no escort team, they will surely face beast tides on the migration route. The nurse supports the soldier as they walk slowly and exhausted. The wounded soldier is lying motionless, being hurriedly bandaged. The voice continues, with so many civilians, how can we protect them all? Amidst the raging fire, the girl clutches her teddy bear tightly, tears streaming down her face in fear. Seeing this, Tabing's face remains calm, his eyes filled with sadness. He stomps on the wall in anger and shouts, kill those monsters now! I don't care about the orders anymore. We're staying here, not going anywhere. Longqin Base City. Smoke and flames engulf the battlefield. The cannons roar fiercely, gunfire tearing through the smoke. A soldier on the wall shouted while firing his machine gun, die, you monsters! And the beasts roared as they charged through the thick gunfire, claws raised and eyes blazing with fury. Someone on the city wall announced that the reconnaissance team had detected a massive beast tide nearby and that they could attack us at any moment. Someone else ordered, I know, fall back. Mayor of Longqin Base City, he clasped his hands in worry and said, Commander, as more and more people from other base cities gather here, the number of beast waves targeting us also continues to increase. If this continues, even with our Longqin City base's A-level defenses, it will be hard to hold out. Are you doubting the strategy of the Deputy Tower Lord? The mayor lowered his head and said, I don't dare. The combat commander of the Fing Tower in the Ailu region. Deputy Tower Master. He stroked his beard and listened to one side of the conversation. The commanding general had already ordered more than 100 experts of the Fenghao level from all over the Alu region to come here, plus 4 legendary experts from the Wind Tower to guard the area, so how could they not resist? Then he glanced at the fierce battle below. The Sword Lord angrily turned his gaze toward the group standing on the city wall. He used his sword to block the monsters in front of him, then spoke firmly, absolutely no letting the beasts into the city. Deputy Tower Master said, the super large beast tide you mentioned outside the city, there's no need to worry about it. Today I will leave the city to deal with them and won't let them harm anyone inside even a single hair. The mayor smiled happily and said, Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The Deputy Tower Master switched languages again. But dealing with those vicious beasts is hard to do without risking the durability of my secret treasures and divine weapons. The mayor said, I understand. The men, women, and children in the city have gathered a small contribution, and the major families still have many precious treasures to offer. I will ensure this trip is not in vain. My subordinate whispered, Deputy Tower Lord, do you really want to risk leaving the city because of these unworthy people? Hearing that, he said, Do you think I brought so many top-tier experts from this region just for nothing? Watching the chaos below among the Sword Saints, the sound of battle continued, and of course, they had to act. Protecting the country was their duty.
The deputy tower master looked down on us with disdain, and as for those contributions, they were voluntarily offered by these petty civilians. I didn't force them. Another person spoke, but the number of legendary ranked experts dispatched to escort and relocate other city bases was already limited. Now they are mobilizing all the ranked experts guarding their city to come here. What if this leads to the complete destruction of those city bases? Will he blame us for this? He said with a sinister smile. My master only oversees the 3 major regions outside the Alu region. There's no reason for him to bother himself with what's happening here. Moreover, with the chaos of the world, the sacrifice of a few city bases isn't too unusual. On the other side, Longjiang city base is filled with cars and constant arguing. A middle-aged person in front of a shop asks, "How much longer do we have to wait in line? If I don't quickly recover the divine favor being kept there, I won't make it out of the city in time." The young man beside him said, "Leaving the city? Right now, everywhere outside is a beast tide. Where do you think you're going?" The other person replies, "Haven't you heard the official radio broadcast? Are you going to the Longkin base city to take refuge or what?" Another person added. "That's right. I also plan to move my family there. I hear the nearby base cities are completely cut off from supplies and support. Now all the top-tier beast tamers have left. Are you just going to stay here and wait for death?" The young man spoke. "Do you believe the government, but not Mr. To?" I have personally witnessed him repeatedly repelling many waves of beast tides. Even the 4th King Binan couldn't gain the upper hand against him. The middle-aged man recalled painful memories. "With this outfit, you must be from the upper city, right? Binan, Fathon, and then chasing all the way inside. Almost 1/3 of the lower city was affected, including my wife and children." He bowed his head and left. "All right, I'll stop here. I have to go. I'm the same. Mr. To and I are not really related. I don't have much money left to keep buying pets and participating in the store's training, so I dare not bet that he will be able to protect each of us. Moreover, this time it's not just Longjiang. The neighboring city bases also have small teams that he needs to manage. I guess we can only rely on the arrangements from the government." "So what exactly do you mean by saying you'll hold the city walls until death?" Du Huang asked Mr. To, and To Bin replied that it's right there in the words. "You keep speaking." During these continuous beast tides, Fong Thap not only refuses to provide resources, but also arranges for the entire city to relocate, clearly not wanting us to survive. By then, they might blame us for failing to escort the people properly, or use some clever trick like framing us for murder. Better to rely on the resources of the pet shop and fight together to the end. Tian Xiao asked, "So what about the people? The city is already in chaos. We need to find a way to persuade them to stay." A golden aura appears around him as he rises into the air and opens his mouth. "All right, let me handle this." Tabin stopped and shouted to the crowd, "Quiet down a bit." The crowd cheered. "It's Boss Teuhit." "I understand your concerns, but leaving the city now would be suicidal. Those willing to stay and defend the city with us." The glowing reel unrolls in midair, shining with a mysterious light as countless weapons appear. Tabin speaks. "Every family with a war beast master can receive a divine weapon. A series of shining swords float brightly in the air. Everyone is excited. It looks incredibly awesome. It has to be at least a top-tier secret treasure from the Ku Jai level or higher. Are they really giving it to us for free? No way. Is there really such a good thing?" Tabin replied. "That's right. Moreover, during the recent beast tide attacks, besides the rewards from the government, there are also additional rewards of equivalent value provided by me, Tabin. And in other words, just killing one beast can earn double the usual reward." Suddenly, I also started to feel like staying here. "Me too." "You keep speaking up. It's not over yet. The 3 great clans, the Dung, Tan, and Chu, will provide free cultivation techniques and training services for beast tamers along with personnel, helping everyone quickly strengthen their power to earn more money. And you can also come to my place to train your beasts and increase your strength." At this moment, a voice questions, "But Mr. To, those with the bloodline of beast tamers are a minority. What about us, who have no money and are not beast tamers?" Tabin said, "Don't worry, I have already taken everything into account. All ordinary families in the lower city and poor districts will be relocated to the upper city in the city center, which is relatively safer. You keep saying that the industries controlled by the 3 major clans will provide everyone with places to live and work. In this crisis, we must survive at all costs. To survive, it's not just about fighting, but also logistics. Daily production is an essential part of it." Tabin placed his hand on the other's shoulder and said, "Every one of you here is incredibly important. I will guide everyone through this crisis. If everyone trusts me, please stay." After hearing this, they all softly smiled and exchanged glances. Everyone spoke up. "I trust you, Boss Tonanhao. I swear I will follow you to the death. I won't go anywhere else." Stay here in Longjiang. From the city wall, Du Huang watched this scene and praised, Tu is truly a man of spirit. However, for someone who already holds the entire city in their hands, they truly have the strength to do such things. I really admire that.
Alongside Tianxiao, I honestly say that if you asked me, I definitely couldn't do something that would cause such great harm to myself.
But if this succeeds, everyone's strength will be greatly improved and the money in our hands will increase again. At that point, big business deals will surely pour in endlessly.
Yen was worried, but in the end, this is just a prelude to sharpening the blade. Although using powerful resources to rapidly strengthen is Tabin's consistent approach, forcing many people to improve significantly in such a short time is truly very difficult.
Tabin jumped onto the city wall and said, "It's not necessary to increase significantly across the board.
What matters is rallying morale so they can serve as a shield to reduce casualties when the beast tide arrives. Present your idea, I can teleport between shops in the cities, and then I will come and go as a free person. Once I identify a city where a dangerous beast has appeared, I will teleport there to eliminate it. The remaining pests will be left to the city defenders to handle gradually."
Du Huang nodded. Makes sense. I didn't expect Boss Tu to plan so carefully step by step. Meanwhile, Tu Bin clasped his hands gently, glancing at the news, his eyes serious, a hint of worry and sweat slipping down his cheek. Du Huang saw this and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Tu Bin said, "The Longqin city base has been destroyed and needs urgent help. Dao Ton is there defending the city. The deputy leader and the others in ragged clothes are fleeing through the sky. On the ground, the people being slaughtered see the scene of cries for help. Please, Lord Chuanqi, don't go, I beg you. Please save us."
"Aren't you here to protect us?
"Why are you leaving us behind like this?"
The old man spoke. "We had to pay a price with a secret treasure and lose 5 battle beasts to stop the beast tide this evening. We have fulfilled our duty to protect you." One of the subordinates also agreed that these worthless people's lives are not worth risking our own lives.
"Demon Lord, even the Deputy Tower Master and the legends from the Wind Tower have all retreated. Now that Longqin City has fallen, there's nothing left for us to do by staying here."
Because those legendary superiors have already fled, we low-level cultivators like us should stay behind even more. Otherwise, the people inside the city won't know what to do now.
Dao Ton continued, "Just hold on a little longer. He will definitely come here." The subordinate asked, "Who is he?" At this moment, a beast suddenly attacked. He quickly raised his sword, putting all his strength into defending against the fierce assault. One of the subordinates noticed the ambush and shouted, "Dao Ton, watch out!" A blinding pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and beheaded the monster in an instant. From the sky, countless red light streaks like swords cross and intersect, forming a destructive formation that covers the entire battlefield. Chaos Star Reversal Slash. My subordinate gaped. Isn't this the Chaos Star Reversal Blade technique of Dao Zun? He smiled. "So you're really here." Dao Lord looked ahead and saw a familiar mount, then spoke. "Skeleton." Tabin calmly descends from the sky. To brother, "Speak up."
"Senior Dao, what happened to all the legends sent by Feng Ta?" He replied. "The Deputy Tower Master and those legends have all left the city. They've all run away."
Looking at the destruction before him, Tubin asked, "What should we do about the people still inside the city?"
"I'll gather my energy and deal with these beasts first, then we'll figure out the rest."
Tubin runs forward, his fist blazing with golden flames, exuding a fierce aura as he unleashes the Demon Suppression Divine Fist, knocking all the monsters away with a single strike. Someone approaches the Dao Lord and asks, "Who is this beast Tamer? How is his strength even greater than those legends who ran away?" He introduced him, saying, "He is Tubin, the beast Tamer who once repelled Bin Yan." Du Huang continued to speak, "If he's here, Longqin City still has hope. Everyone must never give up now." From the shadows, giant tentacles surged out, wrapping tightly around the building. They clenched so tightly that the entire structure shattered in an instant, dust and debris flying everywhere,
and the deafening explosion shook the entire space. A person raised their sword to block the giant stone, sparks flying in the air, and shouted,
"It's him!" The giant beast appears, a peak-level mountain king beast, crazily absorbing all the swirling green energy around its enormous mouth. It roared with a thunderous sound, unleashing a fierce burst of energy that shook the air. Tabin saw this and said, "We can't let it hurt everyone anymore." Little dry lizard's eyes ignite with flames as it wields its sword, unleashing a sharp energy blast that streaks straight at the monster. The tentacles wildly sweep in, destroying the attack in an instant. Immediately after, they struck fiercely towards the small dry lizard, their power as fierce as thunder. It was tightly wrapped and squeezed by the tentacles, unable to move.
From Diemtruk Long Beast's open mouth, furious streams of purple energy gather and spiral into a terrifying point of light. When it raises its head and roars, the accumulated energy erupts in a catastrophic column of deathly flames, charging straight at the Blood Sky Dragon Flame Monster. The great sacred mountain beast swung its horn to help the cultivator strike, causing a blazing explosion of deathly flames. Then it slammed straight down, hitting the top of 2DM Truk Long Beast with terrifying force. Tabin leapt up, realizing that relying only on the little dry lizard and 2DM Truk Long Beast to face such an opponent was still not enough. You tear off your tentacles and say to both sides, "Shall we merge?" All three rush to a spot at the same time and combine into a powerful form. The blazing golden flames erupt, covering its skeletal hands and burning fiercely as if to burn everything in front of it, releasing countless beams of divine fire. Its body erupts with dazzling golden flames, causing it to scream in agony. The monster roars in despair, its body engulfed in flames amid the raging fire, each sound echoing as if it could burn the sky, its massive form trembling with fiery red wounds and spewing hot lava. It trembles violently, its breath becoming heavy as the flames on its skin gradually die out. At that moment, countless enormous tentacles suddenly emerge from the black smoke. They twist violently, shooting out from the monster's body, tearing through the air, bringing with them power and fury that shake the ground, while the tentacles like sharp black spears pierce straight into the surrounding beasts in an instant. Their entire bodies trembled and turned into mere carcasses in an instant, as the monster's body gradually regained vitality, rapidly regenerating layer after layer of fresh flesh. Tabin whispered to himself, "Can its tentacles still absorb the vitality of other ferocious beasts? It seems that relying solely on my DM Emperor power isn't enough to completely destroy it." The fist, enveloped in a raging stream of energy, tore through the air and struck the monstrous creature with terrifying power, transforming into a blazing fire pillar that hit the body of the great mountain beast king Demon Flame, causing it to roar in pain and fury. The golden light enveloped it as it opened its mouth and howled, its voice echoing across the sky, being violently thrown back by the tremendous force and crashing into the building behind, shattering walls and exposing a group of people inside. A commanding voice ordered Tabin to stop. "Why are the people of Deputy Tower Master inside there? Brother Toe, please save us." Tabin said, "Deputy Tower Master, you guys are really good at running away. How did you manage to run straight into the beast's belly like this? Huh, yeah.